In this era where martial arts and mechs coexist, I am merely an orphan born from the Federal Embryo Bank. A public upbringing means poverty, and whether one chooses the path of martial arts or mechs, both require financial support. Yet, I resolutely chose martial arts, all because I possess the martial arts space. As long as techniques and skills are recorded in the martial arts panel, I can train within the accelerated time of the martial arts space, needing neither comprehension nor talent, nor facing any bottlenecks. After listening to Wan Keshan's words, I instantly understood. Yulei going first was definitely his deliberate choice. Not only could she set an example, but she could also conveniently impart key knowledge points, making her the perfect tool. Then, Wan Keshan called out, "Next, Wu He." A relatively sturdy boy stepped forward, looking slightly nervous as he walked toward the light wall to begin the test. Compared to Yulei, Wu He was much more ordinary, a speed of 8.3 meters per second and a punching power of 73 kilograms, at best the level of an average athlete. Not just Wu He, but the next 20 or so students also performed quite ordinarily, with some even scoring significantly worse than Wu He. However, Wan Keshan's expression remained indifferent, showing no concern whatsoever. He simply waved them back into line and continued the tests. Next, Jia Jiang. Zhao Hongzhou perked up. "Brother Sean, Jia Zhang's up." I nodded, also focusing on the figure between the light walls. After all, Jia Jiang was also our classmate, a fellow student in the same class. Soon, Jia Zhang's test results came out, a speed of 9.0 meters per second and a punching power of 203 kilograms. After Jia Jiang, is it our turn next? Zhao Hongzhou clenched his fists, sweat beading on his forehead. Just then, Wan Keshan's voice rang out, "Next, Fong Ju." Zhao Hongzhou let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. I glanced at him and said, "Why are you so nervous? This is just the first martial arts class. The test is only to gauge our baseline. Didn't you notice Teacher Wan isn't even recording the scores?" Zhao Hongzhou muttered under his breath. "What if my scores aren't good enough? Will I get kicked out?" I patted his arm reassuringly. "Relax. Your strength is about the same as Jia Zhang's, at least mid to upper tier. Even if they start cutting people, it won't be you." I looked over at a few classmates who had already tested and scored at the bottom. Their worried expressions mirrored Zhao Hongzhou's fears. The senior year martial arts class was an opportunity for all high schoolers in Jojo. Anyone could enroll. It was a federal policy. There's no way they'd start kicking people out on the first day. As soon as I finished speaking, Zhao Hongzhou grew even more tense, pressing his lips together and shooting me a meaningful look. Following his gaze, I saw Wan Keshan staring right at me with a faint smirk. He could hear that? I was speechless and immediately shut my mouth. The surrounding chatter was loud, yet Wan Keshan had singled me out effortlessly. His skills clearly surpassed my expectations. Luckily, I hadn't said anything bad. Next, Zhao Hongzhou. His face fell as he trudged out of line, looking miserable. A teacher's timeless tactics never fail to work. I could only watch helplessly. With Zhao Hongzhou up, I knew I'd be next. Soon, his test results were in. Speed 8.9 meters per second. Punch force 210 kilograms. Just as I'd predicted, his performance was nearly identical to Jia Zhang's. After returning to the line, Zhao Hongzhou seemed relieved and even comforted me, saying, "It's fine, just a quick slash to the neck and it's over. What do you think this is?" I rolled my eyes and stepped forward, ready to step out of line. Next, Xiong Xiuying. I paused mid-step and turned to look at Wan Keshan. His towering figure stood at the front of the line. "Excuse me," a soft voice came from behind. I withdrew my foot, expressionless. The girl gave me a slightly odd look before stepping out of the line. One by one, students stepped forward for testing, but my turn never came. He's doing this on purpose. Definitely on purpose, I thought, recalling that faintly mocking smile earlier. I gained a deeper understanding of this martial arts teacher. As time passed, nearly half the students had completed their tests, yet not a single one had reached the first level of body forging, not even someone like Yulei, who excelled in certain areas. The testing continued, with students stepping forward one after another and returning to the line. Finally, speed 11.1 meters per second, punch force 252 kilograms, body forging level 1. Liang Mingyu, the first body forging level 1 student emerged, and gasps of surprise erupted, stirring excitement among many. Under the crowd's gaze, a slender young man walked over from the opposite side of the venue. He held his head high, hands clasped behind his back, deliberately slowing his steps as if savoring the cheers. When he reached the front of the line, Liang Mingyu stopped and fixed a burning gaze on Wan Keshan. Logically, the first body forging level 1 student should have earned at least some acknowledgement from the teacher, right? Hurry back to the line. Wan Keshan frowned and waved dismissively. Next, Lu Jingya. Liang Mingyu stiffened, but Lu Jingya stepping forward eased his embarrassment. They seemed to know each other. After exchanging a few words, Liang Mingyu returned to the line, and Lu Jingya walked toward the light wall. Zhao Hongzhou looked in Liang Mingyu's direction and said excitedly, Liang Mingyu has already reached the first level of body forging. I feel your strength isn't inferior to his, you must be at the first level too. He had interacted with me quite a bit and had a clear understanding of my abilities. I might still be a bit short, I replied uncertainly, rubbing my temples. I had carefully observed Liang Mingyu's test process and estimated that I could indeed perform just as well. But when I glanced at my panel realm, body forging 9 of 100. The first level of body forging should be 10 out of 100. And I had always thought I was just approaching the first level. If 9 of 100 counts as the first level of body forging, then wouldn't the 10th level only be 90/100? How would the remaining progress bar be completed then? Could there be an 11th level of great perfection? More importantly, the speed of physical enhancement in punching power is non-linear, the later stages yield exponentially greater improvements. At the 10th level of physical training, speed reaches 50 meters per second, and punching power hits 10 tons. Such speed and strength are already utterly superhuman. If there truly is an 11th level, I can't imagine nor dare to how terrifying it would be. Brother Sean, look! Zhao Hongzhou's voice snapped me back to reality. Following his finger, my spirits lifted. Lu Jingya had finished her test and was walking back. Sweat soaked her martial arts uniform, outlining her figure as she wobbled unsteadily. Brother Sean, with her physique, she's probably not cut out for martial arts. Zhao Hongzhou frowned, critiquing. During the speed test, she nearly lost her balance and felt nowhere near as good as Yulei. After saying this, he glanced at me, as if waiting for my opinion. Facing those wisdom-filled eyes, I put on a serious expression and nodded earnestly. You're right, I was thinking the same thing. The tests continued, with students stepping forward one after another and then returning to the lineup. Among them, another student, Hong Qian, achieved the first level of body forging with a speed of 11.2 meters per second and a punch force of 255 kilograms. Learning from Liang Mingyu's earlier misstep, Hong Qian kept a low profile and didn't dare to show off. The number of remaining untested students dwindled. Yet it still wasn't my turn. I was likely being saved for last. I could guess Wan Keshan's mischievous tendencies, but I no longer cared. My gaze remained fixed on the panel, locked on the body forging progress section. Does the 11th level of body forging truly exist? Finally, next, Li Qingshan. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out of the line calmly and stood before the light wall. The tangled emotions in my heart seemed to vanish in that instant. Whether the 11th level of body forging existed or not would be revealed after this test. I stomped my foot down heavily, my body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. The wind whistling past my ears, power surged from my legs, swift as thunder. But this wasn't the time for reckless sprinting. Within a few strides, the light wall was already right in front of me. I quickly planted my right foot, forcibly halting my momentum, then pivoted on the ball of my foot, driving force from my hips to complete the turn in one fluid motion. Though I had no prior experience with this kind of shuttle run test, thanks to Yulei's earlier demonstration of the standard movements and the subsequent hilarious mistakes made by my classmates, I had fully grasped and mastered the technique. My figure darted swiftly between the light walls, each turn becoming smoother and more precise. The entire process made me feel like a fish gliding effortlessly through water. As I finished the last turn, I caught my breath and suddenly noticed the silence around me. It seemed everyone was holding their breath, watching me. Before I could even turn to check my results, I had already charged toward the punch force tester without stopping, unleashing 10 consecutive punches in a row. With each thunderous impact, my entire body finally relaxed completely. I wiped the sweat off my face and looked up at the screen before anyone else could speak. My eyes were already locked on those numbers. Speed 11.3 meters per second. Punch force 260 kilograms. Brother Sean, you're amazing. Zhao Hongzhou's shout echoed through the gymnasium, completely igniting the atmosphere. The classmates instantly became excited, with many even clapping enthusiastically, the noise suddenly overwhelming. Another body forging first layer. Not just body forging first layer, Li Qingshan is the top in the class. The commotion grew louder, and Liang Mingyu and Hong Qian were also overshadowed, their expressions somewhat uncomfortable. But I had no mind to pay attention to any of this. Being first in the class meant nothing to me. Li Qingshan cares about only one thing. The speed and strength were indeed over the line. He was a genuine body forging first level. That is to say. Li Qingshan glanced at the panel with an uplifted expression. The panel's progress bar can't be wrong. Since 9100 was forging body 1, then forging body 10 would be 9100, and the progress bar still had 10% to spare. The 11th level of body forging really exists. Li Qingshan took a few deep breaths and walked back. By the time he got to the front of the line, the excitement had subsided and his face had regained its composure. When you're really sure, instead, you don't have to think about it much. The last 10% was something that could only be considered after the 10th level of body forging. There was a lot of discussion in front of him, all about him being the first in the class, and many people took the initiative to greet him. Wanker-san stood in front of the group, his eyes looking at him as well. However, Li Qingshan was well aware of Wan Keshan's bad taste, and even more so, with Liang Mingyu's previous experience, he didn't pause for a moment and directly rubbed his shoulders. Nice! Wanker-shan's voice suddenly rang out, overpowering a crowd of noisy discussion. Everyone shut themselves up and looked at Wanker-shan in surprise. Starting from the first Yulei until Liang Mingyu and Hong Qian, the two forging ones, appeared, Wan Keshan didn't say a word, not even a word of comment. Why are you suddenly talking now? Is it because Li Qingshan is the first in the class? Li Qingshan turned his head in the same surprise and looked at Wan Keshan. Indeed, after seeing a flash of appreciation on his face, his heart was even more puzzled. Knowing what he knew about Wangsun, he didn't seem to be above exporting praise for that achievement. In the crowd, Liang Mingyu's brows furrowed and his face clouded. These are exactly what he wanted before. Obviously, he was only the first to forge a body. Li Qingshan's score was only a little bit higher than his. On what grounds did he get another look from Wan Keshan? It's obviously a difference in treatment. Lu Jingya took Liang Mingyu's arm and muttered. Suddenly, a cold gaze swept in, like substance. Liang Mingyu and Lu Jingya's breathing stuttered and their faces turned pale. Ha! The corners of Wan Keshan's mouth tugged as he looked around the room, his loud voice echoing in the gymnasium. In this mapping test, I only see a hint of the possibility of traveling to the new continent in Li Qingshan. As the words fell, the crowd clamored. Budo class, the last ticket to Shinshu. Even though they all knew it was hard, they didn't expect it to be this outrageous. The first in the class, Li Qingshan, is only a sliver of a possibility? For a moment, everyone in the room was incredulous. Liang Mingyu and Hong Qian even clenched their fists, unable to accept it. Yulei's gaze was fixed on Li Qingshan with a puzzled expression. She knows why? Li Qingshan was puzzled by the look, and likewise did not know on what basis Wan Keshan had come to his conclusion. None of that matters, though. What glimmer of a chance? With the panel in place, he was never aiming for more than the new continent. What he wants is the stars. I know it's hard for you to believe, and after my first lesson, I'll naturally tell you why. Wan Keshan tapped his finger twice on the communicator, then clasped his hands on his chest and said meaningfully. Assuming, of course, that you can capitalize on the opportunity. Chance? The crowd was in a daze. But someone quickly thought of the first thing Wanker-san said after introducing himself. If I get the chance, I'll be your martial arts teacher for the next year. Li Qingshan carefully recalled and came to a clear realization. This opportunity is not for Wanker-san, but for them, the students. So, Wanker-san really wants to kick someone? Gollum Gollum. A square box was wheeled into the arena to the curious eyes of all. The box was large, 2 meters on a side, and was covered tightly by a black cloth. The youth pushing the cart was tall, obviously a senior student in the martial arts class. Wanker-san walks to the center of the arena and closes the wall of light. When the youth had pushed the box around, he waved it away. Enter the martial arts class, get into the New Continent Martial Arts University, and go to the New Continent to see the real Star Age. Wanker-san paced slowly, sighing softly. What a vision! But... Wanker-shan's words turned, his eyes burning. Stars, never synonymous with good. The universe is vast, and in addition to humans, there are countless foreign races, ferocious beasts, and bizarre and unpredictable terrifying evil gods. Of course, you've learned all this before in your textbooks. But I want to ask you guys. Wan Keshan stopped and faced the group of students and said in a deep voice. Do you really dare to swing at them? All the students were silent, their eyes fixed on the covered box. Vaguely, they had guessed what was under the black cloth. Swish! The black cloth was violently torn off, revealing the box inside. No, not a box, but an alloy steel cage. On the iron cage, lying across the floor, was a machete with a thick back and a sharp blade. Inside the cage was a wolf-shaped ferocious beast, its massive size almost holding up the iron cage. The beast was hairless, with veins snaking and twisting beneath its dark red skin. For sharp canine teeth, crisscrossing up and down, flashed with cold light. All of the beast's limbs were secured to the steel plate at the bottom of the cage, and even its neck had a steel ring attached to it, with a chain connecting it between the top bar and the ring. The ferocious beast's eyes were tightly closed and it didn't move at all, as if it was a sculpture. Despite this, facing a ferocious beast directly for the first time caused many students to back away. And as the crowd backed away, a figure suddenly took a step forward and was particularly conspicuous. Qingshan looked away unexpectedly. Qingshan retracted his footsteps, his face expressionless. His back was like a thorn in his side, and he could feel a lot of eyes gathering on him. However, Qingshan didn't care, his eyes were firmly fixed on the last line of the panel. Function, martial arts space, unlocked. The very moment the black cloth was lifted, the line suddenly flickered. Chapter 6, Teacher, can you only make one cut? Crossing over for 2 years. The martial space column was always grayed out and never changed. The flickering just now was the only anomaly in 2 years. Qingshan's eyes burned as he looked through the illusory panel at the ferocious beast that was motionless, like a sculpture. Will it be an opportunity to unlock the martial space? Star Realm Fierce Beast, Wolfsbane. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Qingshan slapped his palm through the alloy railing and slapped it on the exposed scalp of the ferocious beast as the crowd of students looked on in shock. It seemed that because of the presence of the neck steel ring, the ferocious beast did not react. A lot of people's eyes lit up and, in that case, a cut doesn't seem so hard? The ferocious beasts themselves have difficulty breaking through the astral boundaries and appearing on our planet. But Qingshan withdrew his palm, his smile tightened and he said seriously, the scum who believe in the evil gods may be hiding around you. Just last night, an evil god believer completed a sacrifice on the outskirts of the city. Ask yourselves, if you had met yourselves last night, would you have dared to swing your swords at that scum? Evil believers? Qingshan withdrew his gaze that was staring at Wolfsbane and pressed down the urge to leap into action. I didn't expect that in addition to seeing the ferocious beasts today, I would also be able to hear the news of the evil god's followers. Evil god followers are transformed by people and are too secretive. Not to mention the city of Loking, in the entire 107 provinces of the old continent, there wasn't much news about evil god followers. But just because it's less, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In the history books, there were 108 provinces in what was once the old continent. The province that disappeared was the one that was destroyed because the evil god's followers sacrificed a city of living beings and attracted the evil god's contamination. Mr. 1, have the evil god followers who committed the crime been caught? A student couldn't help but ask. After all, the evil god believers were right here in Fallen City and had even completed a sacrifice, so how could they not be worried? If we catch it, it won't be Wolfsbane in the cage now. Qingshan's voice was cold, and seeing that there were still students who wanted to open their mouths, he directly interrupted. The inspectorate will soon give a briefing on the news of the evil god's followers, so see for yourself then. This Wolfsbane, I prepared it specially for you today. Now, I will teach you the first lesson of martial arts, swinging the sword. Qingshan slammed into the alloy bars, and the machete placed across the cage automatically popped up, the handle falling into his hand. The senior martial arts class is federally mandated and cannot be changed. However, I, Qingshan, do not teach waste. With his right hand stretched out flat, Qingshan carried his machete upside down and signaled to the group of students. Here's your chance, cut it and stay, quit yourself if you don't have the guts. Sure enough. The students had expected this without much surprise. Teacher, I'll go first. Liang Mingyu stood tall and took the lead. Hong Qian also said nothing and followed out of the queue. At the front of the line, Yulei was already standing in the first row, and she was also the first one in the previous test, so naturally, she was the first to step out of the line. The three walked to the center of the arena and stood in front of Qingshan. Scratch that, a step slow. Thoughts flashed from the bottom of many people's minds, which even included some students who had been at the bottom of the test before. After all, this is a rare opportunity to perform. Moreover, Qingshan had already demonstrated it himself before. What's the point of being locked in a cage with a Wolfsbane that can't move a bit? However, the three top students are already out there. They could only endure for the time being, their eyes focusing towards Qingshan. At times like this, it's time for the first in the class to come out and take over. Unfortunately, their gaze did not serve any purpose. Qingshan was carrying his hands behind his back, surveying the Wolfsbane in the cage without the slightest intention of moving. The beast is here and can't run away. And he didn't feel that Qingshan's first lesson was just about cutting steaks. Teacher, I'll do it. Someone couldn't help but raise their hand, wanting to come forward. But there were people ahead of him, blocking his path. Teacher, I'm not afraid of it, let me cut first. Teacher, give me the sword, I'll hack this ferocious beast to death. Without realizing it, the center of the arena had been surrounded by a circle of people, buzzing with activity. The students are very enthusiastic. It seems I was overly concerned and underestimated your courage. Qingshan smiled and spoke, his gaze crossing over the crowd. Behind them, there were a few more standing still. Qingshan this class first, especially conspicuous. Zhao Hongzhou bumped Qingshan's shoulder and whispered. Shan, the teacher seems to want you to go up. You're looking at it wrong. Qingshan's face did not move. Qingshan's gaze he felt, too. However, he noticed even more that a trace of regret clearly flashed across Qingshan's face after he withdrew his gaze. Qingshan thought of Keshan's bad taste and looked at the students in front of him who were leaping forward with a touch of sympathy in his gaze. First in the class, that's it? Ryu Yangma clasped her hands to her chest and walked past. Obviously not very tall, but made a condescending expression. Bang! Qingshan throws a leg kick that misses with a nice touch. Lu Jingya couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and fall to the ground. How dare you kick me? Lu Jingya turned back with her but covered, her face full of disbelief. It's just a cut and thrust. Qingshan said in a salty manner. Same martial arts class, if you're interested, we can spar more often in the future. Ryu, Shan didn't actually exert himself, or you would have flown out a long time ago. Zhao Hongzhou opened his mouth in a muffled voice with a serious face. You're still falling because it's too cumbersome. Personally, I suggest you take a cue from Yulei. You wait. Lu Jingya was so angry that her face turned red, covering her buttocks and running towards Liang Mingyu, muttering a few words in his ear. It's this Qingshan again. Liang Mingyu's face sank as he glanced at Qingshan behind the crowd before opening his mouth to Keshan. Teacher, I'll go first, to show the class how it's done. Test scores were crushed head to head and it was a foregone conclusion. Regardless of whether Qingshan really didn't have the guts to come over right now, as long as he, Liang Mingyu, could be the first to wield his sword, he would be able to press back. There's no rush, something like a demonstration should be done by the teacher himself, of course. Keshan's smile grew warmer as he gripped the hilt of his sword and said. Watch this. The movement was fast, so fast that the crowd couldn't even catch the shadow of the blade. Clank! Gold and iron clashed as the machete came to rest on the alloy railing. All the students were wide-eyed and confused. Demonstrating cage chopping? Just then. Click, click, click. Where the blades met, a fine crack emerged and spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye. The iron cage was densely covered with cracks all around it along with the top railing and even the steel ring around Wolfsbane's neck. Boo! With a muffled sound, the cage crumbled and iron shavings flew. The ferocious beast's body surface was covered by a layer of silver-colored powder, and 2 points of crimson suddenly appeared on its head. Wolfsbane, open your eyes. Roar! The bloody mouth opened, and the fishy wind poured out. The horror hissed, deafening. The beast is alive. A crowd of students screamed in panic and ran away. At the back of the crowd, Qingshan's eyes lit up violently. The moment the beast came to life, the martial space column flashed again. The center of the arena. Yulei and Hongqian, because they were much closer, retreated a few steps in unison, their faces turning white. The living Wolfsbane is far more terrifying than they could have imagined. The most unlucky. Or Liang Mingyu and Lu Jingya, who were right next to the cage. Lu Jingya's white eyes rolled and she directly fainted on the ground. Liang Mingyu sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes lost in thought. Ding dong! The machete landed on the floor in front of him, and Qingshan's gracious voice rang out. Teacher is done with the demonstration, it's your turn. Me? Liang Mingyu froze back, his lips trembling. Looking at the machete on the ground, his right hand trembled and lifted, but he couldn't reach out. Just then. 2 legs suddenly appeared in his line of sight, resting next to the machete. Qingshan bent down to pick up the machete, his eyes burned as he stared at the ferocious beast wolf venom and licked his lips. Teacher, can you only slash once? Chapter 7, Martial Space, Unlocked. Qingshan looked the student in front of him up and down, a little surprised. The first lesson in martial arts is his specialty. Almost every time he brought in a new student, he would get a ferocious beast and use it for his classes. The purpose was not to give the students a chance to see what a real beast looked like. Let them realize that martial arts was never meant to be used to strengthen the body. Wudao, the way of weapons, the way of killing. Whether it was the ordinary students present who fled in fear, or Liang Mingyu who was paralyzed with fear, none of them were out of his expectation. If Yulei and Hong Qian only took a few steps back and were still able to stiffen up and face the ferocious beast straight on, it was already pretty good. However, he was the first to see one like Qingshan, who even swam against the current and took the initiative to raise his sword after the recovery of the ferocious beasts. More importantly, at this moment, Qingshan stared at the ferocious beast with a fiery gaze and licked his lips with an expression. It was as if it wasn't a ferocious beast in front of him, but a delicious meal. Born to fight? The thought flashed through his mind, and a smile grinned at the corner of Wankershan's mouth. Don't worry about chopping, chop as many times as you want, chop to death. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Qingshan took a step, his right hand that gripped the hilt of the sword trembled slightly with excitement. Wolfsbane noticed the human walking with a knife, and the ferocity in his eyes increased. But with its limbs still secured to the steel plates, the only thing it could do was open its bloody mouth. Roar! Tyrannical roars and fishy winds. Qingshan's footsteps did not stop in the slightest, and he even took a deep breath as a hint of joy surfaced on his face. As if, smelling the food. In his sights. The illusory panel overlapped with the Wolfsbane figure, and the martial space column was flashing continuously. And the blinking became more and more frequent as they got closer. Cut it down and martial space will definitely be unlocked. Stay safe and watch out for the backbite. Qingshan was afraid that Qingshan's hot blood would go to his head and reminded him. Although Wolfsbane's limbs were immobilized, his head still had some range of motion. However, his fears were unwarranted. When Qingshan was 1 meter away from Wolfsbane, he turned his feet and walked directly around the head and came to a stop at the waist position. The blade was raised high and slashed heavily. Bang! That hard? Qingshan turned his tingling wrists and looked at his own record. A wound less than 1 centimeter deep at the location of Wolfsbane's waist and abdomen. It's not good to kill. Qingshan frowned. It's too dangerous to go down to the neck position and get bitten easily. The knife was specifically chosen to come out of the waist and abdomen to avoid rib protection. But he obviously thought wrong. The Star Realm fierce beasts could not be measured by common sense. Although the Wolfsbane in front of him looked like a wolf, his construction was completely different, with fine ribs distributed under his entire torso. Moreover, he had just slashed at a bone before it was blocked by a muscle. Even at this moment, the wound location had stopped bleeding because of the muscle contraction. Roar! Wolfsbane twisted his head around and hissed, looking at the human who stood with his sword. The tyrannical red pupils carried a touch of teasing. That's it? Liang Mingyu had stood up at some point and let out a snort. He's on the line again. Does Liang want to go up for a demonstration? Qingshan's careless voice rang out. Liang Mingyu trembled and immediately shut up. Qingshan glanced at Liang Mingyu, then his gaze turned around. In addition to Lu Jingya, who still fainted on the ground, the other students have slowed down and re-surrounded a circle to see how Qingshan wielded the sword. Good, at least it didn't scare the out of me. Qingshan nodded in satisfaction and looked at Qingshan once again. After one slash, Qingshan did not raise his sword again and was surveying Wolfsbane's body as if he was thinking. How easy is it to cut down Wolfsbane when you're at the first level of body forging? Qingshan shook his head. Even though Wolfsbane's limbs were bound, the strength of his flesh was no fake. Even if the first level of body forging exhausted its physical strength, it would at most cause it to bleed and lightly injure itself. But how did Qingshan calm down after one cut? Qingshan was a little hesitant, not sure about the previous judgment of fighting seedlings. The real fighting seedlings are fanatical militants and enjoy fighting. Once in combat, never stop until the last moment. While he was pondering, Qingshan moved. From the Wolfsbane's waist and belly position, continue back and around to stand directly behind him. The machete was then carried upside down, blade up. Gesture up and down at Wolfsbane between his legs. What a fighting seedling, he just simply wants to get this ferocious beast killed. Qingshan slapped a hand on his forehead, he had already guessed what Qingshan was going to do. The crowd of onlookers were also excited as their eyes lit up. Not bad for being first in the class, coming up with another way so quickly. Ha, I'm suddenly not afraid, and I even sympathize with this ferocious beast a bit. I can't, I've got chills at the base of my legs, I can't look at it. It's still me, Sean, who's smart enough to see through the biological nature. Zhao Hongzhou smiled smugly and analyzed seriously. As long as it's a creature, it has a weakness, not to mention it's a male. Roar! Wolfsbane felt the converging gazes and once again opened his mouth to hiss. The roar was much louder, and in addition to the ferocity, it had more of the kingly aura of roaring mountains and forests. The blood-colored eyes looked out of the corner of his eye and swept across the 8 directions. The group of weak humans in front of them were not qualified to hurt it at all. Even the little guy slashing it behind him didn't dare to make a second cut. However, this group of humans, who had run away in fear before, were not scared off again. All of them stopped where they were, their gazes surprisingly similar, with an emotion in them that it couldn't read. Next. Pust. The knife entered the flesh and blood, and the wound was not deep, but there was a horrifyingly sharp pain that swept through. Roar ga! The hideous head snapped up high, hissing and hissing as it reached its zenith in the twinkling of an eye, then instantly screeched to a halt. The high head drooped and lowered, then immediately raised again, turning frantically and looking from side to side. However, there was no time at all for it to find the murderer, as horrible sharp pains once again came from its lower body. Roar ga! Wolfsbane threw his head back again and growled, hissing as hard as he could. Directly behind. Qingshan's gaze was scorching hot, not affected in the slightest. Both hands gripped the hilt of the knife, the blade upward, and slashed upward with force. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. The wolfsbane hissing sound was getting weaker and weaker, but Qingshan was slashing harder and harder. Broken eggs, cracked tanks, broken bellies. Pust. A wound of more than 30 centimeters ran through the skin and flesh, and a large amount of internal organs slipped out of the wound. Wolfsbane's body trembled violently and he fell limp to the ground, dying. Phew! Qingshan let out a long breath and stood with his pestle and sword. The white budo suit was covered in blood, and sweat ran down his forehead, converging with the blood spots on his face. It's finally over. All the students watching the battle breathed a sigh of relief, each with their legs clenched tightly and their faces white. Qingshan also eye-twitching. I did not expect this lesson from the swinging knife into the dissection. Just as he reached out his hand, wanting to call back Qingshan. Pust. Qingshan once again raised his knife, following the wound and stabbing into the abdomen of the ferocious beast. The meter and 2 long blade was completely submerged, leaving only the handle on the outside. What grudge? What grudge? Everyone was dumbfounded and muttered out loud. Wolfsbane, not dead yet. Qingshan saw Wankershan's outstretched hand and explained. Is this a dead or alive thing? Everyone was silent as they looked at the ferocious beast that only had 1 breath left. There was more than a hint of bewilderment on Wankershan's face, too. If it wasn't clear where this wolf venom came from and knew the bottom line of Qingshan's public raising origins, he was going to think that this wolfsbane was Qingshan's father-killer. Inside the silent arena, Qingshan gripped the hilt of the knife with both hands and churned with all his might, tearing through all the organs and viscera that the blade touched. Finally, the last ounce of life faded from the wolfsbane's remnants. Qingshan drew his machete and a smile surfaced on his face. Wiping a handful of sweat from his forehead, he gazed at the illusory panel. Martial arts space, unlocked. Chapter 80 is, well, hard to judge. It should be over, right? All the students stared at Qingshan with wide eyes, looking at him as he collected his sword and walked towards them, but they couldn't let go of their breath. The white budo suit was drenched in blood, clinging to the skin, the outlines of the muscles clearly visible. The machete he carried in his right hand was stained with blood, and a droplet of blood dripped down the tip of the blade, forming a line of blood on the floor. The handsome face had long been covered by bloodstains, and the corners of his grinning mouth hung with a bloodthirsty smile that was particularly hideous. Liang Mingyu looked terrified and retreated a few steps. You, what are you doing? Qingshan was puzzled and glanced at him. However, this casual glance was not the same in Liang Mingyu's eyes. Blood trickled down the other man's forehead and slid down his brow in 2 bloody trails. Under the dark red blood eyebrows, a touch of icy gaze was cast, as if it was a blade, instantly shattering the guts. Liang Mingyu's knees went weak and he collapsed to the ground, crying out. Stay back. Qingshan was confused and looked at Wankershan with an innocent face. Rubbish, if you don't have the guts, get the hell out of the martial arts class. Wankershan let out a furious cry, shaking Liang Mingyu awake. Looking at the silent Liang Mingyu, as well as Lu Jingyao on the ground who still hadn't woken up, he had already removed these 2 in his heart. There's no shame in being afraid, but not even having the courage to face it has no place in staying in Budo class. Teacher, the knife. Qingshan carried the hilt of the knife and handed it to Wankershan. Wankershan's brow furrowed in. The blade was drawn from the wolfsbane's entrails, and there was more than just blood on it, there were all sorts of stains that gave off an unpleasant odor. Not only the machete, but even Li Qingshan in front of him had a very touching smell. In the end, he could only wave his hand. "Alright, the knife is for you, class is over for the day, go to the common room and get cleaned up." "Thank you, teacher." Li Qingshan's face was delighted, and without the slightest bit of dislike, he ran towards the restroom with his machete. Accompanied by Li Qingshan's departure, the student's hanging breath was finally relieved. Looking at Wolfsbane's miserable corpse, the discussion gradually resounded and the atmosphere grew warm. At this moment, the ferocious beasts didn't seem so scary. Because Li Qingshan was even more terrifying. The discussion is getting noisier and noisier. Wan Keshan, however, had no intention of stopping it, and his gaze swept over the excited faces, revealing a satisfied smile. Although the first lesson in martial arts was terminated early by Li Qingshan, the purpose of the lesson had already been accomplished. Even, the results are better than before. Yulei looked at the direction Li Qingshan disappeared and withdrew her gaze. Walking up to Wang Keshan, he pursed his lips and said, "I disappoint you, uncle." Hong Qian was right behind Yulei, and when he heard this, he was shaken, his eyes darting back and forth between Yulei and Wan Keshan. Wan Keshan's face shook with seriousness. "In school, call the teacher." When he finished, his voice slackened a bit as he swept his gaze over the two men. Facing a ferocious beast for the first time and being able to withstand the pressure and face its might head-on, your performance is already very good. Although Yulei was his niece, she had never seen a ferocious beast before. The performance of the two was definitely the best of the bunch when placed in the previous martial arts classes. "Teacher, what about Li Qingshan?" Hong Qian's face was much better, but he was more interested in knowing Li Qingshan's evaluation in his teacher's mouth. "Li Qingshan." Wang Keshan pondered for a moment and shook his head. "He is, well, hard to judge. He had never seen someone like Li Qingshan in his life, how could he comment?" Inside the lounge. The single bathroom was filled with water spray. Li Qingshan stood quietly under the nozzle, letting the water wash over him and focusing on the panel. Li Qingshan. Realm, Body Forging 9100. Feats. 36th Broadcast Gymnastics, the stars are calling 8-1000 proficient. Function, Martial Arts Space LV11100. Availability, 1 year. Time flow rate, 110. The martial space had been unlocked, and the moment it was unlocked, relevant information also surfaced in Li Qingshan's mind. The martial space, a mysterious space used for cultivation, would automatically include the projections of all the monsters that had died at his hands. The newly unlocked martial space is only LV1, with equal experience and available time, both of which need to be gained by hunting monsters. However, when the available time is consumed, it does not affect the experience of the martial arts space. Within the martial space, his consciousness projection had no physical strength to consume, so he could fight recklessly and hammer his martial skills. Monster projections can be reunited again after being killed without any consumption. Not only martial skills, but feats could likewise be cultivated within the martial arts space. Although it was only projection cultivation, and the progress of flesh forging would not be increased, the increase in Gongfu proficiency was unaffected. What's more, there is no physical exertion within the martial space. Li Qingshan's eyes glowed as he secretly calculated. Every time I practiced The Stars Are Calling, I had to use my best efforts, 1 hour at a time. And with the previous rate of stamina recovery, it could only be practiced twice a day. It took 2 days and 4 practice sessions to increase the proficiency of the feat by 1 point. But if you put it in the martial arts space, he could keep practicing for 24 hours straight, which is 6 points of proficiency a day. And, there is also a time flow differential ratio between reality and martial arts space. 110 time flow, 1 day in reality, 10 days in martial arts space. That means if you stay inside the martial space for the whole day, you can raise your proficiency by 60 points? Thinking of this, Li Qingshan's breath shortened a few points. From 1 point in 2 days, to 60 points in 1 day, it's a 120-fold difference. It only takes a little over half a month to get another tier of the proficient level of Stars Are Calling. This represented that the efficiency of cultivation would be doubled again. From an ordinary high school student at the beginning of the crossing, to the current martial arts freshman first in the class, he relied on little by little hard work to improve the level of the Gongfu. Even Li Qingshan doubted that in the entire class right now, there wasn't a single person who had practiced Stars Are Calling to proficiency. After all, even Zhao Hongzhou had drunk a lot of nutrient liquid, not to mention Yulei, Hong Qian, and Liang Mingyu. But even so, Qingshan, who hadn't drank a single bottle of nutrient liquid, still suppressed them. Teacher once said that he saw a glimmer of hope in me to travel to the new continent. Could it be because he could tell my Gongfu level? Qingshan was enlightened. With all the student information in his hands, Qingshan must have known that he was from a public school, and combined with his test scores, it wasn't hard to see that. Now it's just a sliver of a chance. What about after the Gong method is upgraded by another level, or even 2 levels? Qingshan's thoughts were racing for a while. However, the cold text on the panel quickly pulled him back to reality. Availability, 1 year. Nope, just 1 year of available time, definitely not enough for another level. With every upgrade of stars in the sky are calling, the efficiency of cultivation increases exponentially. However, the difficulty of upgrading is equally so. From introduction to proficiency, proficiency to mastery, it took Qingshan a total of 2 years. If it wasn't for the emergence of the martial space, the current proficiency level progress bar would have taken at least 3 years to pull through. As for going up another level? Qingshan didn't know what the progress bar for the next level was like, but the remaining available time was definitely not enough. Hunt and kill monsters to gain time for martial arts space cultivation, and by the way, you can also boost the experience value of martial arts space. But where does the monster go to find it? Forget it, a single wolfsbane isn't even something I can deal with right now, it's useless to think about it more. Qingshan rubbed his temples and emptied his thoughts. Close your eyes and quietly feel the water rushing over your body. Chapter 9, What are they? Scared? The ferocious beast stains smelled pungent and were hard to get rid of, so Qingshan could only apply the shower gel over and over again. Outside the bathroom cubicle, it grew lively as the other students went back to the restroom to change. After a while, the voices died down. Brother Shan, I'll wait for you outside. Zhao Hongzhou's voice came from outside. Qingshan answered and sniffed around to make sure there was no smell, then turned around and lifted the machete that was leaning against the door and put it under the spray head to rinse. The stains quickly disappeared as the water washed over them, and the 1 meter 2 long blade resumed gleaming with metallic luster. Qingshan brushed the blade and revealed a satisfied smile. Previously, Wan Keshan had used it to shatter the alloy iron cage with a single slash, and now there wasn't a single scratch on it. What a great knife! Probably because of the material, there is no odor left on the knife after some rinsing. Qingshan quickly changed his clothes and walked out of the lounge. Zhao Hongzhou was standing in the doorway, holding a sheath in both hands, and when he saw him, he threw it straight over. Shan, the teacher told me to bring this to you. Okay, let's go to the cafeteria and eat. Sheathing their long knives, the two headed for the cafeteria. It was lunchtime, and the entire first middle school gathered in the cafeteria, buzzing with activity. Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou finished their meal and casually found a corner empty table to sit down. Qingshan? Qingshan came to the cafeteria too. 50 meters apart, more than 20 students from Class 7 occupied a few tables, and Jia General was among them. Hearing that someone had discovered Qingshan, all the gazes converged over except for General Jia. Why are Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou sitting in the corner? Yeah, why don't they go sit over there in the martial arts class? Someone made a puzzled noise and looked sideways to the other side of the cafeteria, where there were a dozen or so tables. Aside from the students from this school like Jia General, the Budo students who had come from other schools were basically sitting there. More conspicuous was a small table in the center of the group, where a man and a woman sat opposite each other as if they were surrounded by stars. It should be the elite of this martial arts class, right? The few students who had previously abandoned their applications had envious eyes and deliberately muttered in Jia General's ear. But Zhao would not pay any attention to it, and just ate to himself. A few people were not good enough to press the issue, and once again swept their eyes to the corner. You guys, why does this Qingshan have to do this? Having to squeeze into the martial arts class. Everywhere you go, it's all about circles, and right now it looks like he hasn't even squeezed into the circle of the martial arts class. Oh, what do you know, people are going to fly high, our tiny Class 7 can't accommodate them. They're all classmates, you can't say that. After all, Qingshan won't be able to stay in the martial arts class for long, he'll have to come back eventually. Hey, when he dusts himself off and quits the martial arts class, he'll know what loyal words and good medicine are. Snickers rose and fell, and taunting words followed one after another. Bang! The empty tray slammed on the table, interrupting the event. Everyone gave a start and looked at Jia General. I'm done eating. Jia would wipe his mouth and his eyes fell on a few of his classmates who kept making noises. They, all of them, gave up on their Budo class applications at the last minute. Having been classmates for 2 years, Jia would naturally be familiar with them. But now, these people are extraordinarily strange. He doesn't understand. Obviously, there was not the slightest interest entanglement, and Qingshan was only acting according to his own ideas. How could these bystanders generate such great malice? Jia will turn his head to look at the Budo class circle and speak. The two people sitting in the center, the woman is called Yulei and the man is called Hong Qian, both of them are at the first level of body forging. Yulei's punching power was still a bit short, but there was no point in giving these people the details. First level of body forging? Just entered the martial arts class and you're at the first level of body forging? The surrounding people were wide-eyed. However, Jia General's words didn't stop there. Qingshan is also at the first level of body forging, and his grades are even higher than theirs, being the first in the class of this class of martial arts students. This statement stirred up shock waves. The first reaction of the class 7 students here was disbelief. What? No way. Qingshan a Gong Yangsheng, what gives him the right? Absolutely impossible, General Jia, don't joke. A joke? Jia would shake his head, pick up his empty plate, and turn away. At least one of these people's previous words was right. Everywhere you go, there are circles. He doesn't want to stay in the circle of class 7 anymore. Looking at Jia General's back going away, someone hesitantly opened his mouth. General Jia. It should just be a joke, right? Nonsense, you really believe that, don't you? The person who spoke out was full of disdain and pointed to the corner. If that's true, the two of them, him and Zhao Hongzhou, can sit in the corner? That's right, that's right. The people around them nodded approvingly and looked over at the Budo class circle. Those martial arts class students aren't blind, they can't possibly ignore the first in the class, can they? The words. They suddenly realized that all the martial arts class students who were eating had stopped moving and looked at one place. The crowd turned their heads in confusion and followed the gaze. In the corner, Qingshan was holding a bowl, drinking soup. The martial arts class students are all looking at Qingshan? How can that be? The thought flashed through the class 7 students in disbelief and quickly turned their heads. However, it was discovered that the martial arts class students who had looked openly before were all jolted and lowered their heads to speed up their eating. They are scared? The class 7 students were wide-eyed and full of confusion. Just then, the man and woman at the center of the Budo class circle were Yulei and Hong Qian, as described by Jia General. The two of them stood up with their dinner plates and walked towards the corner where Qingshan was. What General Jia said is true. Where class 7 is, there is a dullness. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and eventually got up in a grayish manner and left the cafeteria at a fast pace. In the corner, Yulei and Hong Qian had come next to Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou. Mind if we sit here? Be my guest. Qingshan smiled and put down the soup bowl, signaling the two to take their seats. Buzz off. The four men moved to look at their wrists. The communicator vibrated more than a little and the bezel flashed red. It's not just them. The entire cafeteria was instantly silent, and everyone looked down at the same time, looking at their wrist communicators. Inspector General Circular. Qingshan's few people looked at each other without much surprise and quickly clicked on the message. Last night, an evil god devotee showed up in Fallen City and completed a sacrifice on the outskirts of the city, killing 2 citizens. The inspectorate has identified the 2 victims based on the genetics of the bodies, and is releasing the photos, so if you have any leads, please contact the inspectorate. The murderer is still at large, so please beware of the general public. After a few brief lines of text, 2 photos popped up. The 2 faces I had just seen last night appeared on the light screen. Yellow hair? Qingshan's pupils shrunk, his fingers crossed, and he once again looked back at the text notice. Victims, only 2. Determining the number of victims, Qingshan's eyes flickered. It's clear that 3 people went all the way, but only 2 yellow hairs were killed? Hiss. Fuchsia wavy long hair flashed through his mind, and Qingshan drew in a breath of cold air. Luckily, he held the line last night. Chapter 10: The Fourth Realm of Merit. Wow! A short briefing is like a stone breakthrough. After a short silence, the cafeteria was instantly in an uproar. Qingshan's table was not too shocked because he knew the news in advance from Wan Keshan. Yulei, Hong Qian, and Zhao Hongzhou discussed in whispers over the simple information on the briefing. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, lowered his head, not saying a word as his fingers tapped rapidly on the light screen. Delayed in hearing Li Qingshan's voice, Zhao Hongzhou turned his head in confusion. What are you working on, Shan? Nothing, write a letter of resignation. Li Qingshan smiled and stretched out his wrist, displaying the light screen. Exactly a half-written letter of resignation. I just got into a Budo class and I don't want to be distracted, so I'll stop before my part-time job. Li Qingshan briefly explained, retracted his wrist, and continued to point his fingers. Since there are risks, they should be avoided in advance. Whether the killer was the fuchsia-haired woman or not, he wasn't going to continue going to the Star River bar. Soon, a resignation letter was written and sent out, and another letter was revealed under the page. Whistle-blowing letters. The page was densely packed, all of which he had just written by virtue of his handwriting. Li Qingshan carefully scanned through, confirming that the above had been matter of fact, describing last night's encounter clearly, and then immediately sent it to the inspectorate. The inspectorate has always been very conscientious, and if a lead is useful, there is sure to be a reward. However, it must move fast. After all, he's not the only one who would report it. Last night on the bus alone, someone might have seen yellow hair and the three of them. By the time Li Qingshan finished his work, the discussion on the table had stopped. There is too little information on the circular to really discuss anything useful. Yulei looked at Li Qingshan, her eyes turned and thought of a new topic. Li Qingshan, do you rarely use nutrient solution? I haven't used it before, but I'm going to buy some when I go back later. Li Qingshan nodded and did not hide it. It's long overdue. Zhao Hongzhou wiped his mouth, he knew Li Qingshan well. If Brother Shan had used the nutrient solution earlier, his test scores would have been higher today. No use of nutrient solution, all first in the class, it's already perverted. Hong Qian smacked his lips out. Yulei, however, was not the least bit surprised, but instead her eyes lit up. I knew it. Li Qingshan's gaze moved as he looked toward Yulei. When Wan Keshan had critiqued him earlier, Yulei's look was different from the other students. Yulei definitely knew more about martial arts. There are realm distinctions in stars and calling, you should all know that, but you definitely don't know that there are a total of 4 realms in this technique. Yulei put up 4 fingers and didn't sell herself short. The 4 realms are movement, power, breathing, and muscles. The vast majority of our class is in the second realm and has mastered the technique of powering through 108 movements, except for a few who still only know the movements. The reason why Hong Qian and I did better is just because we used more nutrient solution. And Li Qingshan, you should be in the third realm, mastering breath coordination, right? That's right, the vision is spot on. Li Qingshan nodded. The characteristics of the first 3 realms do correspond to the introductory, proficient, and adept on the panel, respectively. However, he was more curious about the next realm. Student Yu, can you tell us what the muscle of the 4th realm means? Just call me by my name. Yulei waved her hand and mused. The focus of the 4th realm is to master the rhythm of the muscles. This heavy realm is very mysterious, I heard Uncle. Cough. Teacher once said that movement, power generation, and breathing are from the outside in, while muscle rhythm is from the inside out. The words came to an abrupt end, and Yulei looked at the 3 pairs of clueless eyes, helplessly spreading her hands. I knew that much. It is indeed very esoteric and not at all understandable. Li Qingshan regretfully shook his head, there was only one thing he gained from that passage just now. Wan Keshan is Uncle Yulei. Li Qingshan, don't be discouraged either. Yulei overreacted and comforted. You should be considered enlightened for practicing to the 3rd realm so quickly, and with your enlightenment, you'll be able to reach the 4th realm sooner or later. Gnosis? Li Qingshan smiled without saying anything, this was something he just hadn't experienced. Whether it's power techniques or breathing coordination, it's all learned automatically after the panel is upgraded, and there's no process of realization at all. However, Yulei's words weren't wrong, when the proficiency level of the mastery level was full, he would naturally be able to understand the muscle rhythm. After another brief chat, the 4 of them got up and left the cafeteria, parting outside the school gates. Li Qingshan went straight to the nearest shopping mall. 10 bottles of primary nutrient solution, please take it. The salesgirl smiled like a flower and held out a special small insulated box with both hands. Li Qingshan struggled to return a smile, the corners of his mouth stiffening. The right hand took the holding tank, the left hand gripped the sheath, and the palms crossed over the cash register. 30,000. Deposits are cut in half. Please take your time and welcome to the next visit. The girl's service attitude is very good, but Li Qingshan simply can't slow down a little. His feet fly, accelerating to leave this sad place. Back home. Li Qingshan leaned his machete against the wall and swept his gaze across the panel, not rushing to experience the martial space. Reality was the root, and the level of feats was just a means of advancement. In order to improve the progress of forging, the reality is that you can't fall behind in your daily practice. And, now with the nutrient solution, the number of workouts should increase as well. Li Qingshan stroked his hands on the thermos and carefully opened it. Bare. Cold mist surged, 10-thumb-thick test tubes were wrapped in mist, and the glistening blue liquid was hidden. The packaging is luxurious enough. Li Qingshan muttered, his heart finally feeling a little better. Taking out a bottle of nutrient solution, he quickly closed the holding tank, uncorked the bottle, and tilted his head back to drink. The cold liquid, sweet and sour in flavor, ran down his throat and disappeared without a trace. 3,000, no more? Li Qingshan shook the empty bottle, a little lost in thought. The body didn't react in any particular way, and there didn't seem to be any difference between a nutrient solution worth 3,000 star coins and a drink worth 3 star coins. However, the salesgirls have been introduced to this point for a long time. Nutrients are supplements and the exact effect depends on the individual. Ordinary people who drank the nutrient solution wouldn't be able to absorb much at all. In order to increase the efficiency of absorption, one must cultivate through feats. The exact effect varies from person to person. In other words, the higher the level of the gongfu, the better the absorption efficiency. Li Qingshan collected his thoughts, stood in the center of the living room, swung his hands, and began to cultivate the stars are calling. An hour later. After the last move was done, Li Qingshan sat paralyzed on the ground, sweating profusely. Not hungry? Touching his stomach, Li Qingshan's eyes glowed. In the past, after every practice, I would be so hungry that I would have to eat immediately. Now not only is there no hunger. It was as if a trickle of water flowed out of the stomach, filling the body and moisturizing the exhausted body. 3,000, it's worth it. Li Qingshan grinned. At the current rate of recovery, it won't be long before we can do a second practice. The entire afternoon, Li Qingshan spent in cultivation. In the evening, after dinner and finishing another practice. Li Qingshan's limbs were sore and limp, he couldn't lift an ounce of strength, and the effect of the nutrient solution had been exhausted. Realm, Forged Body 9-100, Realm, Forged Body 10-100. Chapter 11 Wolfsbane Must Die. Li Qingshan forced up his tired body, walked to the kitchen, flipped out a piece of beef from the refrigerator, and put it in the pot with white water. The pot of boiling water tumbled and white steam rose. Li Qingshan stared straight at the water mist, but his attention was on the panel. The forging progress has finally increased. Having stayed at Forged Body 9-100 for more than 10 days, I finally went further today. Of course, the increase in forging progress was more than just a bottle of nutrient liquid. Still, the effect of the nutrient solution was so good that it was beyond Li Qingshan's expectations. It's amazing that a bottle of nutrient solution can support the completion of 4 exercises. At noon, he and the 3 of them, Yulei, had also talked about the effects of the nutrient solution. According to them, 1 bottle of nutrient solution is only enough for 2 practices. Is that what you call different from person to person? Thinking of the salesgirl's words at noon, Li Qingshan quickly figured out why. His starry sky call was in the 3rd realm, while Yulei and the others were only in the 2nd realm, which was why there was such a big gap. But Yulei and Hongqian's forging progress hasn't fallen despite such low absorption efficiency. This is drinking nutrient solution like water, right? Li Qingshan enviously sked his mouth, and for a while his reverie was flawless. If I can keep up with 1 bottle of nutrients a day. Tick-tock. The stove was time to turn off the fire, and the beef floating in the pot pulled Li Qingshan back to reality. There were only 30,000 star coins left in the deposit, and even if they were all converted into nutrient fluid, they would only buy another 10 bottles. By then, he won't even be able to pay the rent. Li Qingshan's mouth twitched, chucked out the beef, and after rinsing it in cold water, he hugged and gnawed it. After eating the beef and taking a simple shower, Li Qingshan returned to the bedroom and lay on the bed. Resources are not enough, talent comes in. His eyes swept over the martial space section of the panel. With anticipation, Li Qingshan's eyes closed and his mind moved. When I opened my eyes again, an empty platform came into view. This is the martial space? Li Qingshan looked around curiously. There was no sky overhead, a void. Hazy shimmering light seeped out of the nothingness, only barely making out the edge of the platform about 500 meters away. The edge is curved, or at the foot is a circular platform 1,000 meters in diameter. After a brief observation, Qingshan swung his limbs out and prepared to cultivate. Just then. Roar! A low growl came from behind, rapidly approaching. Qingshan had just turned back, the fishy wind pounded his face, and the bloody mouth was close at hand. Pust! Sharp teeth met, and heads exploded like watermelons. Grass! Inside the bedroom, Qingshan sat up violently from the bed in a cold sweat. Wolfsbane! His heart was beating rapidly and his eyes were filled with palpitations. After all, he had just died once. What's going on? How did Wolfsbane just show up? It's not like I summoned its projection. A sudden lurch in the tumultuous thoughts of Qingshan thought of the relevant information that surfaced when the martial space was first unlocked. The martial space, a mysterious space used for cultivation, would automatically include the projections of all the monsters that had died at his hands. Automatic inclusion? So, the monster projections all appeared directly in space the first time they were included? Thinking about this, Qingshan had some egg pain. Perhaps in the panel's view, if you can kill once, you can naturally kill a second time. It makes no difference at all whether the monster projection appears directly or not. But to Qingshan, there was a big difference in between. After all, the wolfsbane he killed had his limbs secured to alloy steel plates. So, this is considered retribution after taking a trick? Qingshan was speechless for a moment. To be precise, it was indeed considered a coincidence that he was able to unlock the martial space today. The unlock condition for martial space was to kill a monster. Without Wan Keshan's first lesson in martial arts, he would not have had the opportunity to contact Wolfsbane in a short period of time, much less the strength to kill Wolfsbane head-on. Strength? Qingshan muttered, a flash of ruthlessness flashing through his eyes. If I can kill you once, I can kill you countless times, I just don't believe it. The presence of the Wolfsbane projection had disrupted his plans to raise his Gongfu proficiency. In order to be able to practice in peace, this Wolfsbane had to die. Qingshan rolled out of bed, walked to the living room, picked up the machete by the wall, and re-entered the bedroom. Tightening his grip on the hilt, he sheathed his long knife and sat on the bed, eyes closed. Spatial transformations. Qingshan opened his eyes the first time he turned around and gripped the hilt of the sword in his hand. Machete was brought in without incident, and a pair of ruddy eyes were staring at him from 100 meters away. Roar! With a hiss, Wolfsbane stomped on the ground with his hind legs and sprang to his feet. The leg shadows changed, the speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye the distance of 100 meters had passed most of the way. Qingshan's gaze tightened as he moved his left foot back and sidestepped his stance. The ferocious beast's bearskin sliced past his eyes, and his right machete raised and slashed heavily. The two crossed paths. Wolfsbane landed 10 meters away, with only a minuscule wound on his shoulder and neck, while Qingshan already had numb wrists. After Wolfsbane landed on the ground, the ferociousness in his eyes increased, and he turned around with a jump and pounced again. 10 meters away, in an instant. This time, Qingshan couldn't dodge it, and could only barely raise his machete and block it in front of his body. Boo! Sharp claws slapped down, and a terrifying force swept over. The machete was instantly dislodged, and the sharp claws pressed into the chest without hindrance, crushing bones and internal organs. Qingshan trembled, his eyelids propped open, and a flash of throbbing color flashed by. He's dead again. After calming down slightly, Qingshan carefully recalled the exchange just now. Although it was only a few seconds, it could be seen that Wolfsbane was far more powerful than he was now, both in terms of speed and strength. Is this the true strength of Wolfsbane? Qingshan's eyes sank slightly as he gripped the hilt of the knife in his hand and began to try again. Giving up is not an option. Blocking his way of cultivation, this Wolfsbane must die. In the darkened room, Qingshan sat cross-legged on the bed, his right hand gripping the machete. Every few seconds, the body shuddered and opened its eyes with a startled look, then closed them again. Time passes slowly. The frequency of eye openings has remained almost unchanged, but the body was no longer trembling, and under the open eyelids, a pair of eyes were calm and unperturbed. Boom! The sonic boom was deafening. Rangers? Qingshan, who opened his eyes once more, quickly got up and walked to the window. While the ranger mechs had been cruising from city to city in the province, they rarely broke the speed of sound over the city at night. This time out, there is bound to be an emergency. The mecha figure had disappeared into the night sky, leaving only a ring of airwaves remaining. Li Qingshan looked along the trajectory of the airwave. It seems to be in the direction of Linjiang Road? Could it be that the woman with the purple and red hair is really a believer in the evil god? Star River Bar, right on Linjiang Road. With a noon tip-off letter, the Inspector General's office would surely be staking out the Star River Bar. I hope so. Li Qingshan prayed and withdrew his gaze. If it's true that his whistleblower letter worked, then the prize money won't run away. There was no emergency notification on the comms, and it was clear that everything was under the control of the inspectorate. Li Qingshan pinched his brow, then sat back down on the bed and started a new attempt. Chapter 12 Using Imagination. The next day, early morning. The Budokan is bustling with activity. Zhao Hongzhou changed into his martial arts clothes and just walked out of the lounge. Seeing the back in front of him, his eyes lit up and he took a big step forward to tap the other on the shoulder. Before his palm fell, the figure in front of him suddenly turned around and sidestepped his body. His eyes were like electricity, and his right hand erected a palm blade to slash. Phew! The palm blade stopped an inch in front of his neck, and a strong wind whipped through it. Zhao Hongzhou's outstretched left hand froze in midair, and a stiff smile pulled out on his face. Shan. Brother Shan, it's me. Conditioned, sorry. Li Qingshan shook his head, withdrew his palm and looked at the restroom behind Zhao Hongzhou. It's a good thing I left my machete in the restroom earlier, or else. At the thought, he pinched his brow lightly and barked out another admonition. Don't shoot me from behind lately, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop. No more, no more. Zhao Hongzhou rubbed his neck, his heart palpitating, and then wondered. Brother Shan, when you went back yesterday, you wouldn't have been practicing your martial arts, would you? Before, Li Qingshan did not have such a frightening reflex. It's only the first time I've entered a martial arts class, what martial arts skills am I practicing? It's just a bit of fighting reflexes. Li Qingshan gently shook his head and looked behind Zhao Hongzhou. Yulei was walking towards them. Li Qingshan, can you tell us how you practiced? Yulei's eyes glowed and she had watched the entire scene just now. Compared to the other students in her class, she had the opportunity to be exposed to martial arts earlier and had been practicing her skills for a long time. However, Li Qingshan's quick reaction like that was something she absolutely could not do. Li Qingshan met those glowing eyes and said after a slight contemplation. It's really not that hard to do, with enough imagination. Imagination? Yulei's head was confused, not expecting to hear such an answer. Zhao Hongzhou, on the other hand, frowned and thought hard, but no matter how much he thought, he could not figure out how this could be related to imagination. When you guys are practicing, don't stick to the current environment, use your imagination to the fullest and fantasize an opponent out, like Wolfsbane. Li Qingshan spoke eloquently, becoming smoother and smoother. Brother Shan, I get it. Zhao Hongzhou's eyes lit up. You mean virtualizing a powerful opponent and using life and death crises to stimulate one's own progress. The children are teachable. Li Qingshan patted Zhao Hongzhou's arm and nodded in satisfaction. Life and death crisis? Yulei was enlightened. Martial arts training, naturally, there is no shortage of sparring this part, even Uncle Wan Keshan also personally accompanied her sparring. But in this kind of battle, it is impossible to have a life and death crisis. But that's better than imagination, isn't it? Yulei looked at Li Qingshan, her gaze gradually becoming strange. Is it better to create a life or death crisis by mere imagination than by actual combat? Unconsciously, Yulei took a step back. She had seen this kind of imagination before, but not in a martial arts class, but in a mental institution. Li Qingshan also noticed Yulei's strange look, but he didn't have the heart to think much about it at the moment. His right hand couldn't help but pinch his brow again, and the color of exhaustion flashed from his eyes. Where's the learning curve? Taking a life for a life, and hundreds of them. Although the death is only a projection that won't really hurt, the pain is incredibly real. As time passes and students arrive, the line naturally takes shape. However, while lining up, Li Qingshan realized that all the students were standing behind him. He was forced to column from the middle of the line and hardened into the first row, next to Zhao Hongzhou, Yulei, and Hong Qian. Li Qingshan looked around backward and realized that two people were missing. Liang Mingyu and Lu Jingye didn't come? Hong Qian glanced at him and opened his mouth. One was stunned by a ferocious beast, and the other was scared to his knees by you, so he shouldn't have the face to come, right? I heard that the two of them automatically quit the Budo class after class yesterday. Zhao Hongzhou is sneaky and gossips in a whisper. The corner of Yulei's mouth quirked up a bit as she picked up the conversation. No, they were expelled outright by Mr. Wan. Apparently, Yulei's information was more accurate. It's a pity. Qingshan sighed. All three of them froze and looked away strangely. Qingshan twisted his right ankle and regretted. I had originally wanted to spar with her more often in the future. Him? Dueling with Lian Mingyu? Yulei frowned in disbelief and just opened her mouth to inquire, but immediately shut up. A lanky figure was walking towards them at the front door of the arena. Wanker Hill, here it is. Discipline is good and I hope it continues in the future. Looking at the quiet and tidy group, Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. Starting today, for the next half a year, our focus will be on the technique the stars are calling, but I know that some of you may not think it's just a set of radio gymnastics. But I will tell you. Qingshan swept his gaze over the crowd and grinned. This set of radio gymnastics is the most advanced product of the entire Ziying star, and even the entire Red Rainbow starfield. State of the art? Qingshan was a bit confused. Although I didn't look down on this set of feats, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Qingshan wasn't the only one who was confused, the rest of the students also had the same expression. Unbelievable? Qingshan gave them a look and shook his head. Ziying star is just an ordinary planet in the Red Rainbow starfield. Whether it's the communicators you have in your hands, or the sky rovers flying in the sky, or even that assortment of high-tech products in the new continent, none of them compare to the other big stars. The only thing that is different is the stars are calling. It is the crystallization of countless predecessors of the Federation, having survived 36 generations of change. Every time as soon as it is updated, it will immediately popularize all the planets within the entire Red Rainbow starfield. Even if some of the great stars of martial arts possess more profound body forging techniques, those kinds of techniques all have thresholds, and the only one that can truly be popularized among the people is the stars are calling, but after a few explanations, all the students came to a realization and looked quite uplifted. Qingshan looked in his eyes, a hint of a smile flashed under his eyes, and began to get to the point. There are 4 realms in the stars are calling: movement, power generation, breathing, and muscles. Qingshan was not slow and when it comes to power techniques and breathing coordination, extra care is taken to make it easy for the students in the room to cross-reference themselves. An hour later, Qingshan finally finished speaking about the 3rd realm. Just as Qingshan's eyes were gleaming, he was ready to explore the mysterious 4th realm. Take a 10-minute break, come back, and start practicing. Qingshan waved his hand and said no more. The team dispersed, and Qingshan stayed where he was. He thought he knew Qingshan well enough, but he didn't realize he was still young. Qingshan smiled without saying anything, only waiting for the crowd to return before speaking. Stand apart in groups according to the realm of merit and prepare to cultivate. The group of students automatically split into 3 groups, each spreading out and taking up positions. Qingshan, as a separate group, was surrounded by emptiness. Just did the first move. Calm your mind and watch your breathing. Qingshan's voice reached his ears. Sure enough, Qingshan was not surprised and continued with his next move. The 4th realm focuses on muscle rhythm. Getting to the point, Qingshan's voice got serious. There are countless tiny nerves distributed throughout the muscles of our body. Come to think of it, have you ever before suddenly felt in your arm or thigh a muscle accompanied by a heartbeat? The 4th realm is to mobilize the heart's power through breathing to sense the nerves hidden in the muscles and master that beating. As each movement exerts force, it simultaneously mobilizes the nerves of the corresponding parts and flutters the muscles. As long as one can do this, the efficiency of cultivation will be doubled once again. Qingshan explains it superficially and is not difficult to understand. But sensing the nerves hidden in the muscles? Qingshan composed himself and carefully felt the beating of his heart with each breath. But the only thing that generates force is the sinews and bones, and it's not easy to master the subtle nerves outside the sinews and bones. Don't be in a hurry, take your time. You have good perception, it shouldn't take long for you to realize it. Qingshan barked a warning and turned to leave. Qingshan simply stopped dwelling on it, and the illusory panel flashed past his eyes. The teacher was right, it wouldn't take him long to get it. Chapter 13, The Misty Steps, The Wind Shadow Blade. Inside the large arena, one student's forehead was oozing with sweat and concentration. Qingshan wandered between the group of students, voicing out instructions from time to time. An hour passed, and one by one, all the students finished the last movement and sat down on the floor. Li Qingshan wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his stomach rumbled, wishing to eat a cow immediately. Looking around, the other students were similar to him, each with green eyes. The exceptions, however, were Yu Lei and Hong Qian. The two were also sweating profusely, but were in significantly better shape. Being rich is awesome, drinking nutrients early in the morning. Li Qingshan pressed down the envy in his heart and silently withdrew his gaze. He couldn't afford to drink the nutrient solution like a beverage, he had to be careful with each bottle. For now, it's the most cost-effective way to go back and drink a bottle every day, and then keep practicing until you've exhausted the effects. Qingshan looked around the room, taking in everyone's state, and reminded. Since I'm in the Budo class, I can't save money on nutrient solution. All students take into account their own situation and live within their means. However, not many people listened to his words at all. The vast majority of the students were staring at the arena doors, their eyes glazed over. Qingshan shook his head helplessly and waved his hand. Okay, go eat. Long live the teacher. The cheers rang out. A crowd of students rushed out of the Budokan like hungry wolves out of a cage and pounced on the cafeteria. It wasn't yet time for classes to end at noon, and the cafeteria was pretty empty. Everyone quickly whipped up a meal and began to wolf it down. After finishing his meal, Li Qingshan walked out of the cafeteria, and when he was about to approach the martial arts hall, he turned his footsteps and walked towards a nearby office building. This building is a dedicated office building for Budo teachers. Knock knock. The door is unlocked, come in. Keshin was organizing the documents. When he saw Li Qingshan who pushed the door in, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. Coincidentally, I was looking for you and you came over here on your own. Looking for me? Li Qingshan froze. There's no rush for me, let's talk about it later. Keshin waved his hand and looked at Li Qingshan. First things first, what are you doing here with me? Li Qingshan opened his mouth after a little deliberation. Teacher, I'd like to ask, if I were to run into that wolfsbane from yesterday outside the school, alone, what would it take to kill it? Died 100 times last night. Not to mention countering wolfsbane, he hadn't even blocked wolfsbane's second attack even once. For the time being, the best thing to do is to ask the professionals. Still thinking about that wolfsbane? Qingshan uttered in surprise, looking the student in front of him up and down. No. Are students so crisis-prone these days? That wolfsbane was hacked through the gut yesterday, and it still won't let go? Suppose. Li Qingshan snapped. Well, suppose. Keshin didn't dismiss Li Qingshan's hypothesis, instead he casually smiled. The problem is actually quite simple to solve with it. As he spoke, Qingshan opened a drawer and fished out a silver pistol and threw it onto the tabletop. Wooing 17, normal type laser pistol, enough for you to react and get a headshot as long as wolfsbane isn't within 20 meters. A laser gun? Li Qingshan was dumbstruck and... How could one not expect that a martial arts teacher would give such an answer? It's the interstellar age, don't be so rigid in your thinking. Keshin intoned. Whether it's a machete or a laser gun, it's a weapon, and it works. The teacher is right, the student is taught. Li Qingshan nodded heavily, his eyes staring at the laser gun in anticipation. Teacher, can I pick it up and look at it? Feel free to look. Qingshan waved his hand. With Qingshan's consent, Li Qingshan couldn't wait to pick up the gun and be careful of the Brahma. After looking at it for a moment, he gripped the handle of the gun in his right hand and closed his eyes as if fantasizing about the sensation of firing it. Like it, right? Qingshan smiled smugly and... You can get a license to carry a gun at the 3rd level of forging. If you can be the first to get to the 3rd level of forging, I'll give you this gun. To Li Qingshan, a laser gun was far more powerful than a machete. But to him, the power of even a randomly thrown stone was not comparable to that of a pistol. It's a good choice to use it to motivate students. Just as Qingshan was getting carried away. Thank you, teacher. Li Qingshan's eyes opened, his gaze was flat, and he placed the laser gun back on the desktop without a hint of hesitation. Qingshan is a little hard to read. Obviously I loved it just now, why did I suddenly abandon it like a piece of cake? Opposite. Li Qingshan's face did not move, his heart was helpless. Machetes and laser guns are weapons, but martial arts space doesn't recognize them. He just went in with his bare hands and was directly nibbled on by wolfsbane. After pondering for a while, Li Qingshan had to speak again. Teacher just said that you can only take the gun license if you're in the 3rd degree of body forging, which means that if the current me meets a wolfsbane, it's impossible for me to kill it with a laser gun. Wolfsbane's extreme burst speed is close to 50 meters per second, and it exceeds a ton in a single random blow. Qingshan's smile tightened and his gaze was serious. You're a Forge 1, you don't use a gun, and you still want to win? Think. Qingshan nodded without hesitation. Okay, then I'll show you the way. Qingshan lowered his head and slid his fingers over the comb. Buzz. Wrist vibration. Qingshan looked at the communicator. It was a new email, and the sender was Qingshan from the opposite side. Clicking on the email, 2 zip archives came into view. Misty Steps, Wind Shadow Sword. These 2 basic martial arts were originally intended to be taught to you in the second half of the year, but now they are being sent to you in advance. Qingshan's voice rang out, and Qingshan's complexion perked up. Teacher, learning these 2 martial arts will allow you to kill Wolfsbane alone? Where is it so simple? The corners of Qingshan's mouth tugged and. While Stars in the Summoning has 4 realms, martial arts have 5 realms. Introductory, Proficient, Adept, Great, Perfect. Forging Body First Level wants to kill Wolfsbane, at least you need to practice the Misty Trail steps to the 4th major completion realm. The realm division of martial arts was rather the same as the level on the panel. Qingshan's thoughts flashed by, and then he realized that Qingshan didn't seem to mention the Wind Shadow Blade. Teacher, just practicing the Misty steps? Live to output. Qingshan tapped his fingers on the desktop, his gaze deep. Facing an opponent like Wolfsbane, who is far superior to you in terms of both strength and speed, stance is the only chance. The Misty steps are good at rolling around in a fight. If one can practice to the grand completion realm, even at the first level of body forging, one can dodge the wolf venom's attack. When the time comes, it's a lamb to the slaughter. Qingshan only felt that he could see the clouds and was enlightened, and he thanked Qingshan. Thank you, teacher, I understand. You understand. Qingshan laughed and cursed, his face somewhat helpless. Just now it was just a theoretically feasible approach based on your assumptions. Even if the Misty Trail steps is just a basic stance, it would take at least 2 years to achieve greatness. 2 years? Qingshan pondered. The 2 years in Qingshan's mouth was projected according to a normal person's cultivation progress. But he's different. The Misty steps were body techniques, and as long as one's feet could move, one could increase one's proficiency. Even if there was a wolf venom eyeing him in the martial arts space, he could start cultivating immediately. At most, but a few more deaths up front. Without sleep or rest, practicing only the Misty steps for 24 hours, the speed of progress would definitely be beyond imagination. Chapter 14, 100,000 star coins. Figured it out? Qingshan looked at Qingshan's thoughtful appearance and nudged him. 2 years is all enough time for you to forge your body at the 5th level. When we face the wolf venom at that time, even if we don't know any martial arts, we can still hack it to death hard. In the end, the realm is the root. Even in the new continent, it's still a matter of raising the realm before delving into martial arts. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Qingshan nodded and did not refute. Qingshan's words were true, but they didn't apply to him. With the existence of the martial space, the great accomplishment of the Misty Steps was just around the corner. And once the Misty Steps was accomplished and the Wolfsbane was successfully killed, he could brush up on his proficiency in the Stars Are Calling without worrying about it. With the 4th realms the Stars Are Calling, the cultivation efficiency was once again doubled. It doesn't take 2 years at all to forge the 5th weight. Qingshan nodded and said no more, sliding his fingers over the comb. Qingshan's wrist shook. Ding dong. Arrival plus 100,000. Qingshan's eyes widened as he stared at the numbers on the screen. That's why I'm looking for you. The corner of Qingshan's mouth curled up, satisfied with Qingshan's reaction. That whistle-blowing letter of yours yesterday was very useful. 100,000 star coins is a bonus for you. Qingshan looked up in surprise. Teacher, you have a part-time job at the inspectorate too? Qingshan's smile faltered and his face shook. What part-time job? It's a hanging counselor. Yes, counselor, it's me who is used to moonlighting on my own, sorry. Qingshan compensated with a smile. 100,000 star coins, enough to consume a month's worth of nutrient solution. He's always been good when it comes to facing his gold masters. Qingshan then asked a question of utmost concern. Sensei, is the woman with the fuchsia hair on the letter really a follower of an evil god? Basically sure. Qingshan nodded. Basically sure? Qingshan was stunned and surprised. The inspectorate didn't catch anyone? If you catch it, there's no way you're going to use that word. Qingshan spoke after a slight pause. According to the rules of the inspectorate, you can't be told in principle. Having said that, Instead of being disappointed, he realized that the student across from him had his eyes lit up and was waiting for what was to follow with a gleam in his eye. Are students so socially experienced now? The thought flashed by, and Qingshan could only continue. Originally, the inspectorate conducted surveillance on several streets they frequented, including Linjiang Road, based on the identities of the two deceased. However, after receiving your tip-off letter, some in-depth investigations were specially conducted into the Star River Bar on Linjiang Road. I didn't think that this investigation would turn up a problem. The Star River Bar, a stronghold for a group of flesh and blood followers. Stronghold? Qingshan drew in a breath of cool air, a little frightened. He had been working a shift at the Star River Bar for over a month and had no idea how many evil god followers he had rubbed shoulders with. Just a few scumbags, what are you afraid of? Qingshan frowned in dissatisfaction and the entire stronghold was turned over by the inspectorate last night, and after a night of interrogation it was learned that the woman you speak of was only a recent convert, and that the night before last was her first sacrifice. The Bureau speculates that the woman may have fled Locking City to hide from the wind elsewhere. Speaking here, Qingshan paused and reminded. You quit your job straight away yesterday and didn't go to the bar, that's a good cautious attitude. But just in case, I still have to remind you. The Flesh and Blood cult believes in the Flesh and Blood demon god, and its followers possess the ability to change their physical appearance, so beware of those who deliberately approach you. Thank you, teacher, I know. Qingshan didn't have much to worry about. After all, the strongholds had all been terminated, and a small fish with a leaky net couldn't turn any waves. Besides, he and the woman had only had a passing acquaintance the night before, and there was no grudge that could possibly find its way to his head. The way to kill Wolfsbane has been found, and the $100,000 prize is in hand. Qingshan directly excused himself and turned toward the door. Just as he reached the door, Qingshan's voice came from behind. Remember, assumptions are just that, assumptions, realms are fundamental. Teacher, I understand. Qingshan returned and his figure disappeared outside the door. I hope you do understand. Qingshan sighed, his eyes complicated. Qingshan specially came to the office to ask about the way to kill Wolfsbane. That look of a bullseye doesn't look like a casual question. Once he had a student who asked a similar question, chasing after battle power beyond the realm. And that student was so enlightened that he had just entered junior high school and had practiced stars or calling to the third realm. With this kind of talent, it would have been possible to go straight to the new continent. But at that time, Qingshan's head was so hot that he decided to let him stay in Locking City and teach him personally. Because he had seen the world, he knew that the super geniuses of those great stars of martial arts all possessed the ability to cross the border and cut down their enemies. However, reality gave Qingshan a heavy slap in the face. The students he had carefully cultivated did possess the strength to cut down enemies across borders. But the so-called cross-border has its limits. Several of the same group of students in Xinzhou had already surpassed his students by a whole large realm. It was also for this reason that his students sorely missed the opportunity to step out of the purpling star and head to the great star of martial arts to further their training. Buzz. The wrist vibrated and a video request popped up on the comm. Qingshan's face stiffened slightly when he saw the identity of the correspondent. Still, he got through. The light screen pops up and bright silver mechs appeared on the opposite side of the room, streams of light flashing from time to time across their metal shells. There was not the slightest movement in the face of the mech, but a cold female voice rang out. Counselor 1, Qingshan's bonus has been issued? Qingshan's complexion had returned to normal and grinned. Nonsense, why else would you be looking for me? Counselor 1, according to Bureau standards, the prize for this kind of stronghold information should be 50,000 star coins. You man, you've grown up, trying to use your status as deputy director to pressure me? What advisor or not, call uncle. Annoyed, Qingshan retorted. Qingshan is a martial arts genius, he's from a publicly raised background, he can't even afford to buy nutrient solution, so what's wrong with me giving him more bonuses? After 2 seconds of silence from the opposite side, the mech's face lifted off, revealing a clear face that was 6 points similar to Yulei's. Genius? Yuman flatly asked back, undeniable. It's genius. It's long gone to Shinshu. Wanker-san was unable to retort and finally sighed. Qingshan just came over and asked a question similar to the one you asked back then. You man, the student from back in the day. Keshin didn't know if he was helping Qingshan because of his public adoption status or because he thought of man. Both, perhaps. Man's clear and cold face finally changed, and his voice was a few points milder. Uncle, I've never blamed you. Even if I hadn't spent my energy on martial arts back then, my realm might not have been higher than those people. Besides, I only learned martial arts to be stronger in battle. The mechs, as much as anything, will allow me to achieve my goals. At least, those guys are by no means my match now. Mecha? Wanker-san gazed at the light screen and shook his head as he watched the streaming and flashing silver mech. It's different. If we go to the Martial Dao Great Star, we might be able to catch a glimpse of the scenery of the peak of the Martial Dao. Wanker-san looked out the window at the sky, seemingly longing. That's a physical body crossing the stars and the universe. Star warships are equally capable of traversing the universe. Man's voice became flat once again and... After a while, I'll seek a chance to further my education at the planetary fortress. If things go well, the battle power will further increase, and I'll be able to fight even those super geniuses of the Martial Dao Great Stars. Battle power again. Wanker-san shook his head and closed the communication. The evolutionary path has not yet reached its end, and no one is in a position to judge whether it is heading in the right direction or not. But as a Budo teacher, he was only loyal to Budo in this life. Qingshan and Man are different after all. I hope he listens to advice. Wanker-san sighed. Man is having this retreat of organic armor because he has awakened his spiritual powers. And once Qingshan took the wrong path, he would lose even the slightest chance of going to Shinjo. In the end, they had to stay on the old continent and die out. Chapter 15 One Certificate for All Time. The afternoon session was similar to the morning, still practicing Stars Are Calling, and Wanker-san shuttled between the group of students, instructing them tirelessly. Combined with the previous conversation in the office, Qingshan clearly felt that Keshin seemed to attach extra importance to the forging realm. Because for the next 6 months of the program, the focus is all on the Stars Are Calling. This gong method was the foundation of body forging, and Keshin seemed to hope that all the students would be able to raise the gong method one more level within half a year. After class, all the students ran wildly towards the cafeteria, even Yulei and Hongqian were no exception. After Qingshan hurriedly dried 2 plates of rice with his head and face, he patted his stomach and was cozy. Putting the 2 daytime practices at school would save a lot of money on meals, and it wouldn't delay going back at night to continue forging the body with the nutrient solution. Forging 6 times a day is 3 times more efficient than before. The previous prediction of half a year to the second level of body forging now only required 2 months. However, Qingshan didn't feel fast. If there wasn't a wolfsbane projection in the way, he would already be happily brushing up on his proficiency. Once Stars in Calling was raised to the 4th level, the cultivation efficiency could be doubled again. The vengeance of blocking the way is not shared. Qingshan's gaze glowed fiercely, and after getting up and greeting Zhao Hongzhou and the others, he hoofed it to his home. Downstairs in the neighborhood. In the late afternoon, there were many people walking and eating, and children were running and playing wildly. Qingshan had a hard time finding an open grass field. A flurry of finger taps on the calm. Soon, the light screen popped up, and on it was none other than the cultivation information of the Misty Steppes. The information contains graphic presentations, video explanations, and is very detailed. Half an hour later, Qingshan read all the information and pondered. Square inches and roll over. These 8 words are the general outline of the Misty Steppes. The foundation of the Misty Steppes is a set of footwork. As long as you can walk the whole set of steps without stopping, you are considered to have started. Proficiency and mastery require that the footwork be memorized and turned into physical instinct. The instructor who explains it in the video makes a point of mentioning the subject as he speaks. Practicing the maze steps to the level of proficient has an additional bonus effect on the speed test in the body forging test. It's not hard to see why the speed test is an out and back run, and tossing and turning is exactly what the maze runner specializes in. At that time, when he saw this, Qingshan's first thought was of Yulei. Yulei should have practiced the Misty Trail steps as well, or else even if she had the tablet advantage, she wouldn't have been able to be biased in such a severe way. As for Qingshan's most anticipated realm, the Great Success Realm, the lecturer was just giving a suggestion for the real world. The Great Achievement Realm is already out of the realm of pure footwork, and practicing alone is useless. The only way to do this is in the real world, spurred on by crisis. To be able to do so before the autumn wind moves the cicadas and avoid attacks in advance is considered a great accomplishment. Even if it's just a basic stance, practicing it to a great extent makes it seem a bit profound. Qingshan lamented out loud. The great accomplishment realm is unfathomable, and the consummation realm is even more esoteric. In the video, the narrator only says one thing at the end. Comprehend the wonder of the square inch, and be perfected by yourself. Qingshan seriously suspected that the teacher was afraid that he had not practiced to perfection. Luckily, I'm not lacking in actual combat. Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief, then reacted with a jerk. Nope, I don't need actual battle comprehension at all. With the panel here, no matter if it's a grand completion or a complete completion, it's not a problem as long as I brush up my proficiency enough. Thinking about it, Qingshan looked invigorated and began to try the basic steps. All that was needed was to record the misty steps into the panel, and then he could enter the martial arts space to cultivate. It is getting late and the old people and children who are walking are returning home one after another. Grandma, look at that big brother, he can't even walk. The little girl tugged at the old man's shirt to stop and pointed to the lawn not far away. Ran, no rudeness allowed. The old man admonished his granddaughter and looked down at the small hand. Only a youth was seen to be crooked and strangely footed, falling to the ground within a few steps. Then immediately got up and grumpily stomped in place before starting again. The little girl happily clapped her little hands in excitement. Grandma, that brother's pose is so fun, I want to learn it too. No learning. The old man's face changed, picked up his granddaughter, and hurried to his home. An hour later, the crooked figure finally stopped. Grass, this footwork is too anti-human. It was said to be a set of steps, but each step was not only irrelevant, but even the opposite. Obviously, the first step had just been taken, and the second step was immediately a turn, completely violating the body's instincts. It was over an hour before he managed to walk once. Qingshan's heart palpitates as he looks at the panel. Qingshan. Realm, Body Forging 10-100. Feats. 36th set of radio gymnastics, the stars are calling 10-1000 proficient. Martial art, Misty Steps 1-100 introductory. Function, Martial Arts Space LV 1-1-100. Availability, 1 year. Time flow rate, 110. Luckily, it's finally introductory. Qingshan sighed in relief and headed for home. Halfway through, the footwork shifted and 2 more attempts were made. Although the movements were raw, they never failed again. Panel entry, 1 license for all. If it were anyone else, it would only be the first success, and it would still be far from an introduction. Back home. Qingshan opened the thermos box and took out a bottle of nutrient solution and took it. He then walked to the center of the living room and began to forge his body for cultivation. Until late at night, the 4 forging cultivations were finally completed, and the efficacy of the nutrient solution was exhausted. Qingshan dragged his tired body and lay down on the bed, his eyes closed. The practice, it has just begun. The eyes opened and the familiar circular platform came into view. Instead of turning around to face Wolfsbane like he did last night, Qingshan immediately moved his feet and began the practice of misty steps. Roar! The hissing sound came from far away, but in just 3 seconds, the bloody mouth was in sight. Qingshan's face did not have a single ripple, he just continued to take the next step according to the essentials of the footwork. Great head and smooth delivery into the Wolfsbane's mouth. Bang! Watermelon popping and crushing. In the bedroom, eyes opened and closed. Qingshan once again returned to the martial arts space and took a step, renewing the unfinished steps he had just taken. Roar! After dying for more than 20 times, Qingshan opened his eyes and looked at the panel. Maze Steps 1-100 introductory, Maze Steps 2-100 introductory. Luckily, death interruptions don't affect proficiency gains, and as long as you walk through it once in its entirety, you'll be able to increase your introductory proficiency by 1 point. The corners of Qingshan's mouth tugged, trying to squeeze out a smile. But the shadow of consecutive burials in the jaws of wolves just didn't make him smile. Wolfsbane. In the darkness, a low murmur, Qingshan closed his eyes again. Chapter 16, Crazy Boost. Ding ding ding. Buzz off. The sharp interplay of vibrations and ringing was incredibly annoying. Qingshan opened his eyes with great difficulty, and the edges of his eyes were covered with blood. Up late again? Qingshan frowned and turned off the alarm. In the past, he'd woken up naturally every morning and the alarm was just a backup. However, the past 2 days, because of the martial space, there was a serious lack of sleep, and all of them were woken up by the alarm. Martial space ignores physical exertion, but it doesn't seem to have the effect of restoring spirit? After 2 days, Qingshan was basically able to confirm this speculation. That's not really a drawback, though. The martial space possessed a 110 flow of time, and he was perfectly capable of putting his rest time into the space. The key, still, is to get rid of the wolfsbane projection. Qingshan shook his head, collected his thoughts and looked at the panel. Qingshan. Realm, Body Forging 10-100. Feats. 36th set of radio gymnastics, the stars are calling 10-1000 proficient. Martial art, Misty Steps 2-500 skilled. Function, Martial Arts Space LV 1-1-100. Available time, 364 days. Time flow rate, 110. The available time has been subtracted by 1 day, it is not clear exactly how many hours. Anyway, last night, he had to die thousands of times before he practiced the Misty Trail steps to the point of proficiency. And in order to verify the law of proficiency level increase, he forced himself to die dozens of times again and walk through 2 sets of steps. That's right, a proficiency level of Misty Steps has to be taken twice to raise it by 1 point. However, after becoming skillful, the footwork was not a bit raw, and the efficiency was not much slower. Soon. Qingshan lightly slapped his cheeks and strengthened his spirit. It won't take more than a few days for the Misty Steps to be upgraded to proficient. Proficiency level, footwork turned into instinct, maybe then we'll be able to try to dodge wolfsbane attacks. First high school, Budokan. Zhao Hongzhou was surprised when he saw the blood in Qingshan's eyes. Brother Shan, didn't you quit your job? Why are you still staying up late? Yulei and Hongqian heard the sound and also turned their heads curiously. It's fine, I'm just late to practice. Qingshan waved his hand without saying much. Hongqian hesitated and inquired. Qingshan, is it convenient for the party to say how many times you'll do body forging when you return? What's so inconvenient about this? Qingshan lightly pinched his eyebrows and casually said. 4 times. Hongqian's pupils shook and his face was ashamed. He came home every day and couldn't hold it together after forging twice. Qingshan's talent was better than his Gongfu realm was higher than his, and his cultivation was also harder than his. Yulei saw Hongqian's thoughts from the side and shook her head. Don't think too much, I can only forge my body twice even if I go back, it's the gap between the realms of feats. When forging the body, try to figure out the breathing coordination, and it's only right to raise the Gong realm early. Hongqian nodded gratefully, his face looking much better. Yulei turned her head to look at Qingshan again, carefully measuring the blood in his eyes, and said with slight hesitation. Qingshan, were you practicing martial arts last night? Although the forging of the body will exhaust energy, the body also recovers faster after a deep sleep. Just forging the body, in no way could one be tired like this. Qingshan nodded, unexpectedly. Mr. Wan told you? No. Yulei shook her head and advised in a low voice. Too much is too much, and there is a limit to human energy. Last night, when her sister Yuman came home, she asked her in passing about Qingshan. Coupled with Qingshan's appearance today, it could not help but remind her of what her sister had once experienced. Thanks, I have it in mind. Qingshan smiled and nodded, accepting Yulei's kindness. The exhaustion of this time is inevitable, As long as you simmer down the Misty Steps to great success and cut down wolfsbane, the rest will be easy. As several people spoke, Wankersham came through the front door of the arena. As usual, he swept a circle of all the students, and his gaze lurched on Qingshan, frowning slightly and invisibly, but he did not say much. Soon, the group of students dispersed once again and began to forge their bodies for cultivation. The practice in school goes by the book, day in and day out, as if nothing has changed. Except Qingshan's increasing tiredness. The energy expended was not in vain, however. The proficiency of the lost steps is increasing like crazy. Misty Steps 2-500 skilled, Misty Steps 65-500 skilled. Maze Steps 65-500 skilled, Maze Steps 127-500 skilled. Maze Steps 127-500 skilled, Maze Steps 190-500 skilled. 8th day, afternoon. After completing another forging, all the students sat paralyzed on the ground. The black circles around Qingshan's eyes were hidden. But after scanning through the panel, he couldn't help a smile emerge from the corner of his mouth. Qingshan. Realm, Body Forging 12-100. Feats. 36th Broadcast Gymnastics, the stars are calling 22 1000 proficient. Martial Art, Misty Steps 2 1000 proficient. Function, Martial Arts Space LV 11100. Available time, 356 days. Time flow rate, 110. 8 days. Almost every night, one would spend at least 20 hours in the martial arts space. The Lost Steps is disliked to the point of mastery. Not only the Misty Steps, the progress of the body forging was also not left behind, and it was raised by 2 points. Proficient in the ranked Misty Steps, the steps were transformed into instinct. What was once hard and twisted now feels incredibly skillful, showing the ability to move from one place to another. If he were to take the test again at this moment, I'm afraid he would also become a partial student like Yulei. I should be able to dodge Wolfsbane's attacks a few times now, so it's time to try out the blade. Li Qingshan's eyes glowed, unusually energized. Being able to dodge the attack naturally gave him the opportunity to swing his sword in counterattack. 8 days of frantic promotion came at the cost of tens of thousands of burials in the mouths of wolves. He had a vendetta against Wolfsbane. I must kill it 10,000 times in the future, no, at least 100,000 times. Li Qingshan's gaze glowed fiercely as he braced himself and prepared to go to the cafeteria to eat. Li Qingshan, wait! Wankersham's voice came from behind. Li Qingshan turned around with a footstep. Wan Keshan looked the student in front of him up and down, his frown deepening. From 8 days ago, he could tell that Li Qingshan hadn't listened to him after all, and had begun to cultivate martial arts and had invested a lot of energy into it. At this moment, he was somewhat regretting sending the 2 martial arts to Li Qingshan that day. However, the path is ultimately for the person to walk, not to mention the martial arts path. Wankershan pondered for a moment before finally speaking. When you get back tonight, you're not allowed to practice anything, get some rest. Okay, teacher. Li Qingshan returned a smile and a promise, turning towards the cafeteria. But just a few steps away. With a lurch of his feet, he turned to face Wangson and bent down. Thank you, teacher. Scram, I'm not dead, why bow? Wankersham frowned and repelled. Li Qingshan smiled and turned to run to the cafeteria. He understood all of Wankershan's concerns, but there was no way he could explain it when it came to the panel. But he can do better than let others worry about him. Take a day off and just celebrate. A quick meal in the cafeteria. Li Qingshan's footsteps were hurried as he left the school gate and ran towards the mall where he had been last time. The 10 bottles of nutrient solution have been used up, so I have to bleed again. 40 bottles of primary nutrient solution, please take it. The salesgirl was the same as last time, but this time with a bigger smile. Li Qingshan took the thermos box, his left hand communicator trembling as he slid over the cash register. 120,000. Only 10k left in savings. Please take your time and welcome to the next visit. The salesgirl bent down to send off, and Li Qingshan's footsteps flew. Back home. Li Qingshan put down the thermos box and rushed into the bathroom. After a brief rinse, lied down on the bed. Li Qingshan's eyes closed, no thoughts. Chapter 17 The Great Achievement of the Misty Steps. The next day, early morning. As the morning light shimmered in the sky, inside the quiet bedroom, Li Qingshan quietly opened his eyes. Cozy. Rolling over and sitting up, Li Qingshan propped up his lazy back, only to feel a sense of relief. Getting up and out of bed, he walked to the restroom. Li Qingshan caught a handful of cold water and splashed it on his face, looking up at the mirror. In the mirror. The dark circles under his eyes had long since dissipated, his spirits were high, and a little droplet of water was sliding down his knife-like face. Last time $1 million was definitely low, with this face, it should be $10 million. Li Qingshan smiled with satisfaction and turned around to walk to the living room. Looking at the empty living room, he was a little confused for a moment. In the recent period of time, he had never woken up this early in the morning, and there was simply no cultivation plan for this time of the day. Eyes swept over the left wall, where the machete was leaning against it. Knives. Remembering yesterday's plan, Li Qingshan lifted his wrist, tapped the communicator, and found the compressed package saved separately. The Wind Shadow Blade. The information for Wind Shadow Blade is pretty much the same as that for Misty Steps, with the same graphic introduction plus video explanations. However, compared to the introductory set of anti-human footwork in Misty Steps, Wind Shadow Blade was much simpler. A set of sword moves wasn't complicated, the only thing it was characterized by was speed. In the video, the middle-aged teacher demonstrates the full set of knife strokes briefly before his movements steeply accelerate. Skillful with the sword, out like the wind. As the words fell, the cold light flashed, like the howling of a gale that went on and on. Blade mastery, long blade breaks the wind. The sound of breaking wind rang out, and the long knife cut through the gale, overwhelmingly powerful. Blade light into shadow. The light of the blade grew faster and faster, and a stump appeared. Qingshan was so dazzled that he could not capture where the long blade was, and could not help but marvel out. This is the wind shadow blade of the grand completion realm? In the video, the middle-aged teacher's demonstration hasn't stopped and is moving faster and faster. Wind and shadow follow each other, the blade technique is complete. Phew! The blade light brought up a fierce wind that surrounded his body, and a remnant shadow solidified in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the three blade lights were like substance, extending from different angles. It was as if, in the gale, there were three men with swords at the same time. Qingshan blinked and watched carefully. But no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't tell if it was true or not. Or maybe all three slashes are real? Just when Qingshan was enlightened. The light of the sword gradually stopped, the wind and shadow dissipated, and the middle-aged teacher put away his sword into his sheath. Phew! Qingshan let out a long breath and the blade comes out like the wind, the long blade breaks the wind, the light of the blade becomes shadow, and the wind and shadow follow each other. These are the characteristics of each of the four realms of wind shadow blade: proficiency, mastery, completion, and perfection. Getting started first. Qingshan calmed his agitated mood, right-clicked on the video, repeatedly watched the beginning of the knife stance demonstration, and understood and memorized it against the illustrations. Half an hour later. Qingshan picked up the machete by the wall and turned to go out. The day is still early, downstairs in the neighborhood only a few sporadic old people morning exercise. Qingshan casually find a piece of lawn, draw the knife out of the sheath. After taking a few deep breaths, the long blade danced. The wind shadow blade was characterized by its quickness, but Qingshan's movements were exceptionally slow, looking comparable to those of an old man practicing in the morning. Chop, slash, tease, pick, and cut. Qingshan was focused, recalling the details of each blade move in his mind before presenting it with the machete in his hand. 10 minutes later, the entire set of sword maneuvers was completed. Qingshan made a movement and once again launched his sword. The same moves, the same swordsmanship. But this time, the blade was no longer sluggish, it was powerful and swift. In less than a minute, a set of sword techniques had been practiced. The panel is really reliable. Qingshan had a smile on his lips as he sheathed his sword and swept his gaze across the panel. Qingshan. Realm, Body Forging 12-100. Feats. 36th set of radio gymnastics, the stars are calling 22-1000 proficient. Martial arts, Misty Steps 2-1000 proficient, Wind Shadow Blade 2-100 introductory. Function, Martial Arts Space LV 1-1-100. Available time, 356 days. Time flow rate, 110. School, Budokan. After Keshin walked in through the front door, he did his usual sweeping glance and finally his eyes stopped on Qingshan. After sizing it up, Keshin revealed a satisfied smile and waved his hand to signal the students to disperse their forms and start cultivating. In the evening, return home. The vacation is over, it's time to move on. Qingshan smiled, took out a bottle of nutrient liquid and took it, continuing to forge his body. Every time one forges their body, it is exhausting. However, Qingshan was willing to do so, carefully feeling the sensation of his body becoming stronger bit by bit. The time came late at night, and the 4 body forging sessions were finally completed. Qingshan simply rinsed off, drew out his machete, and returned to the bed to lie down. Wolfsbane. I'm not going to lead with my neck today. Qingshan looked uplifted and closed his eyes. When his eyes opened, he was already back in the martial space once more. Qingshan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, twisted his right foot and instantly turned his body around to face Wolfsbane directly. Roar! Wolfsbane let out a low growl, stomped on the ground with his hind legs, and came flying. 100 meters away, Wolfsbane takes 2 seconds to cross. At one time, these 2 seconds were Qingshan's life-saving straw, allowing him to avoid the wolf venom's first pounce. But now, Qingshan realized that it didn't seem like he could only hide. Instead of retreating, he charged head-on at Wolfsbane. One person and one beast, spanning 100 meters, were about to collide in the blink of an eye. Qingshan's footsteps steeply turned, misty trail steps turned into instinct, his body shape strangely staggered to the right side of wolf poison, his right hand machete raised, instantly chopped out. Pust. Wolfsbane landed on the ground, leaving a knife mark on his back. Qingshan's expression did not relax in the slightest, staring at the wolfsbane 10 meters away. 10 meters, just the distance of one of Wolfsbane's leaps. He had never dodged Wolfsbane's second lunge before. Roar! With a hiss, Wolfsbane lunged again. Qingshan couldn't react in time and could only step out according to instinct. The figures crossed, and the massive body cut through the eyes. Dodged! The thought just flashed, a sharp claw slapped from behind. In the bedroom. Qingshan opened his eyes, slightly recalling the exchange just now, and then began to try again. Over the course of the night, under the absolute speed gap, Qingshan could only step and dodge with his body's instincts. Good luck dodging 3 or 5 of Wolfsbane's attacks. If you're unlucky, you won't even be able to avoid the second lunge. But compared to before, burying wolves thousands of times a night, it was already much better. More survival time also allowed for faster boosts in Misty Steps and Wind Shadow Blade. Time passes, day after day. Qingshan commutes between home and school every day, 2 points and 1 line. The daily forging practice, twice at school and 4 times at home, was never interrupted. The body continued to grow stronger, and the progress of the forging and the proficiency of stars in the sky at calling increased little by little. However, it was the Misty Steps and Wind Shadow Blade that improved faster. Almost every night, Qingshan would cultivate in the martial space for more than 20 hours. It is worth noting that. I don't know if it's because I'm dying less often. When Qingshan woke up the next day, although he was a bit tired, his mental state was obviously better than before. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. In the darkened bedroom, Qingshan steeply opened his eyes and his gaze caught his eyes. The Misty Steps has come to fruition. Chapter 18. It's still early, kill you 9 more times. The Misty Steps have finally come to great completion. Qingshan softly lamented as his eyes swept over the panel. Qingshan. Realm, Body Forging 15100. Feats. 36th Broadcast Gymnastics, the stars are calling 5 to 1000 proficient. Martial Arts, Misty Steps 1 3000 Grandmaster, Wind Shadow Blade 112-1000 proficient. Function, Martial Arts Space LV 11100. Available time, 335 days. Time flow rate, 110. Forging progress to 15100. According to the previous test, 9 points of progress is 1 weight. He was only 3 points away from the second level of body forging. Stars at Call only boosted proficiency by a couple dozen points, which isn't much. On the contrary, the Wind Shadow Blade was directly pulled to proficiency because it was also cultivated in the martial space. It takes 3000 proficiency levels to achieve greatness to perfection in the Misty Steps? Qingshan raised his eyebrows, but there were not many surprises. 3000 is a lot, but not outrageous. The eyes continued to move down, eventually landing on the available time column of the martial arts space. The available time is reduced by 30 days compared to when it was first unlocked. 30 days. That means it only took me a month to practice the Misty Trail Steps to a great accomplishment? Qingshan murmured out, somewhat in a trance. The Misty Steps, from introduction to great accomplishment, would take at least 2 years in the mouth of Wan Keshan. Of course, that didn't mean he became a martial arts genius. In fact, physical exertion was ignored in the martial arts space, and even more so because of the presence of Wolfsbane, there was no sleep the entire time. This month counted no less than the 2 years in Wan Keshan's mouth. I'm just trying too hard. Qingshan sighed softly in a low voice. Genius may not be called, but he definitely deserves the word hard work. In 1 month's time, an ordinary person's 2-year training journey is completed. What's more, the Wolfsbane projection had been accompanying the cultivation throughout. God knows how many times he was bitten to death by Wolfsbane. The Misty Steps have come to great completion, it's time for revenge. A flash of ruthlessness flashed in Qingshan's eyes, squeezing the hilt of his sword tightly and closing his eyes. The eyelids opened and the familiar circular platform came into view. Qingshan's feet moved, his body turned around, and he charged forward without hesitation. Wolfsbane! Roar! Wolfsbane hissed and growled, and sprang to his feet. The two ran wildly in opposite directions, getting closer and closer. Just as it was about to hit, Qingshan's right foot moved and took a step out divinely. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared behind Wolfsbane and backhanded him. Roar ga! The wolfsbane roar was momentarily high and abruptly stopped. When he landed, his two hind legs clenched and his blood-red eyes glared at his opponent in death. "Ha, it seems that you have forgotten how you got here? Just in time, now to help you recall your memories." Qingshan laughed wantonly, pulled a sword flower with his right hand and charged at wolfsbane once again. Roar! Wolfsbane growled angrily and lunged with his sharp claws. But the human who was clearly in front of him a second ago suddenly disappeared. Sharp pain once again traveled down his lower body, and a hateful, maniacal laugh sounded behind him. "Ah, you're too slow." Wolfsbane stomped his limbs and jumped high, lunging behind him. But, with nothing behind it, it lunged again. "Are you looking for me?" The voice came from behind, another slash between its legs. The crimson pupil's bloodlight flourished as wolfsbane went completely crazy. The limbs were like phantoms, constantly changing shape, trying to find the damnable human. But no matter how much it changed its orientation, it couldn't see the slightest trace of it. Only the sharp pain in the lower half of its body over and over again reminded it that the other side was right behind it. Trapped in a fight, wolfsbane scurried around as if he were a headless fly. Behind wolfsbane, Qingshan followed like a shadow, swinging his sword unhurriedly. At this moment, he finally realized what the teacher in the video explaining Misty Steps meant when he said, "The cicadas are aware of the autumn wind before it moves." Whether it was speed or strength, wolfsbane surpassed him by a lot, enough to be comparable to the 5th level of body forging. But combat isn't just a race to the bottom, comparing numbers. Any more power, with no way to hit the enemy, is wasted. As of this moment, each of wolfsbane's attacks was predicted in advance by him. He didn't need to be faster than wolfsbane, he just needed to be in the right position ahead of time. If he was replaced by a forged body fifth that had learned martial arts, Qingshan might not be able to respond perfectly. But wolfsbane was just a ferocious beast that acted on instinct and could not escape his prediction. As time passes, wolfsbane hissed weaker and weaker, his lower body a bloody mess. Finally, with a pft, the long knife broke through his belly and his internal organs slipped out. Wolfsbane shuddered violently and collapsed to the ground. The devilish figure that had finally appeared before his eyes. "I said I'd kill you 100,000 times. Remember, this is only the first time, there are 99,999 more to go." Qingshan carried the blood-dripping machete and watched the wolfsbane corpse disappear. Meanwhile, at the edge of the circular platform, a wolfsbane sculpture about 2 meters tall appeared out of thin air and came to life. Qingshan's mind moved and the sculpture disappeared. Roar! The familiar hissing sound of. Qingshan turned around and licked the corner of his mouth. "It's still early, kill you 9 more times." Half an hour later, wolfsbane collapsed to the ground for the 10th time. Qingshan threw away his machete, stretched his limbs, and began practicing the stars are calling. Budo space ignores physical exertion. Qingshan did not stop, over and over again, until the spirit could not bear it, so he lay down in place to sleep. When you wake up from your nap, get up and continue practicing. Ding ding ding. Buzz off. The alarm rang, Qingshan opened his eyes and swept his gaze across the panel. The stars are calling 5-1000 mastery, the stars are calling 7-1000 mastery. 20 points a night, at this rate, it will only take a month or so to become a great success. Qingshan propped himself up and just felt refreshed. Finally on track. That was his cultivation plan from the start. Afternoon, first high school. After completing a day of cultivation, the students of the martial arts class were wolfing down their food in the cafeteria. After Qingshan emptied the 2 dinner plates, he took a sip of soup and looked at Zhao Hongzhou. "Hongzhou, where are you moonlighting these days?" Zhao Hongzhou's family is average, used to like to work to earn pocket money, into the martial arts class, part-time even more uninterrupted. Zhao Hongzhou quickly swallowed the last mouthful of rice and was surprised. "Shan, you're looking for a job?" "There is this idea." Qingshan nodded. Having just paid rent, with only a few thousand left in savings and only 20 bottles of nutrient solution, it's time to save for a rainy day. Yulei was sitting opposite Qingshan and looked up in surprise at the words. "You can still make time?" She went back twice in the evening to finish her forging, and it was already 10 o'clock. Qingshan forged his body 4 times every night, and it took at least past midnight to do it. Time, squeeze. Yulei's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Qingshan hurriedly turned the conversation. "There's always saving." Now that he was able to rest in the martial arts space, he wasn't afraid of practicing until even later. Sean, I'm going back to the Insia gym, want to join me? Young Hei? Li Qingshan frowned slightly, puzzled. Didn't you think the pay was low before? Why did you go back? Last year, both he and Zhao Hongzhou worked at the Yinghai gym. But the wages offered were so low that the two didn't stay long. It's different, it's not a mop-up this time. Zhao Hongzhou smiled smugly and bragged. I'm now a private tutor and the lessons cost 500 for 2 hours a day. That high? Li Qingshan's gaze was suspicious as he looked Zhao Hongzhou up and down. If he hadn't seen that face still looking childishly innocent, he would have suspected that the other man had gone to sea. Zhao Hongzhou was still smug, but Yu Lei could see what Li Qingshan was thinking and said breathlessly. Don't get the wrong idea, the name of the Budo class can still be bluffed. Those middle school parents can't afford a Budo teacher, so they have to go to the Budo class students. Freshmen too? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows, feeling that this money had been earned with some loss of heart. Those middle schoolers hired private tutors for no other reason than to practice stars or calling. However, this technique depends entirely on one's own understanding, and no matter how much the teacher talks about it, it may not be useful. Just like their class. A month had passed, and there was still no one other than him who had broken through to the 3rd level. Brother Sean, you don't want to go? Zhao Hongzhou sensed Li Qingshan's hesitation and regretted. It's a shame, you're the number 1 freshman in this class in Loki City, you'll be able to ask for at least 1,000 for the class. The words. Li Qingshan's palm grabbed Zhao Hongzhou's shoulder and pulled him up hard. Walk faster, don't be late for work. Chapter 19, it just so happens that I like to spar too. British Sea is a chain brand with 3 gyms in Locking City. The largest flagship store, located near the city center square, covers an area of nearly 10,000 square feet, and is no less imposing than the commercial plaza next to it. At this moment, Li Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou were inside the flagship store. Aoyama, at first I thought that you were not the stuff of pools. Sure enough, as soon as I entered the martial arts class, I immediately took off. The middle-aged balding manager smiled warmly and looked familiar. Manager Zhou, you're welcome, I have to thank you for taking care of me in the past. Li Qingshan smiled and reached out to shake the other party's hand. Zhao Hongzhou froze in place, his eyes glancing back and forth between the two smiling faces. Manager Zhou is the personnel manager of the flagship store. He and Li Qingshan had only seen each other a few times occasionally when they were working at first, and the two sides didn't know each other at all. Just as Zhao Hongzhou froze, a bottle of low-grade nutrient solution was shoved into his hands. Zhao Hongzhou, you did a good job this time, you can introduce more outstanding students over in the future. Manager Zhou patted Zhao Hongzhou on the shoulder and said. We at Yinghai are happy to provide a platform for these martial arts newcomers and help add to their martial arts path. Manager, I. Zhao Hongzhou immediately turned red, nervously glanced at Li Qingshan, and was about to push back. He didn't bring Li Qingshan here to get a reward. Seeing that Zhao Hongzhou was about to push out the nutrient solution, Li Qingshan hurriedly interrupted. What are you looking at me for? Why don't you thank Manager Zhou? No. Manager Zhou waved his hand and got to the point. Aoyama, as the first in this martial arts class, how about I set you a class rate of 1,500? 1,500, said Li Qingshan. Are there really that many ingrates these days? If I think it's low, I can raise it a bit more. No, I'm not too low. Li Qingshan hurriedly waved his hand and inquired. Manager Zhou, I've only just entered the martial arts class, would anyone buy the class? 1,500 for class, 2 hours a day, is enough to buy him a bottle of nutrient solution. But only if someone buys the class. Hey, you're underestimating the gold content of first in the martial arts class. Manager Zhou waved his hand, chesty. Don't worry, your classes are definitely in short supply, and we at Yinghai don't want a single cent of pumping. These days, the truly talented martial artists are all in the new continent. As for the martial artists who stayed in the old continent. To put it mildly, other than martial arts teachers everywhere, the rest are just chickens. Publicity stunts are far more important than strength in this case. Although Li Qingshan was not sure how the other party could make money, it was naturally best to have a win-win situation. Have fun working together. Just then, a loud noise came from the front desk. I don't care, you guys have to change my coach. I bought the class to learn martial arts, not to practice radio gymnastics for a change. A troublemaker? Li Qingshan looked sideways and all I could see was a chubby little kid with a backpack, maybe 12 or 3 years old or so, picking at the front counter cabinets and not relenting. Manager Zhou's face changed and he hurriedly jogged forward to the front desk. Li Qingshan touched Zhao Hongzhou's arm and inquired. How are your clients? They're not all as difficult as this little fat guy, are they? My client is a little girl, very obedient. Zhao Hongzhou looked toward the front stage and said helplessly. And the chubby little man is unique in the store. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and came to be interested. How? His name is Chao Xiaoyu, he just started his first year this year, he likes to dream of being a warrior and fights every day. There have been a couple of coaching changes and none of them have been satisfactory. Obviously, this is not the first time the scene in front of us has played out. It's kind of fun. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders and clasped his hands on his chest to watch the show. I don't know if it's because the little fat kid Chao Xiaoyu came from a big enough background, or if Manager Zhou's simple professionalism is high enough. I only saw Manager Zhou nodding and smiling all the time. Chao Xiaoyu isn't buying it, though. Money back? Did I come here to ask for money? I'm here to practice martial arts. Chao Xiaoyu's face reddened with anger, stretching out his fat swollen finger and pointing to the signboard on the wall. Is this how you do business in Yunghai? Not even a decent coach? I'm not refunding, I'm adding money. 1,000 class fees won't work, so change it to 1,500, no 2,000. You guys find me an instructor worth up to 2,000 class fees to teach me martial arts. Zhao Hongzhou shook his head straight as he watched, speechless. What martial arts practice, this little kid just wants to fight. The 2,000 classroom fee was something he coveted, but he wasn't capable of teaching it. Isn't that a coincidence? A soft laugh rings out. Before Zhao Hongzhou could react, Li Qingshan had already walked straight to the front desk. This order, I'll take it. Aoyama, this. Manager Zhou rubbed his hands together, wanting to say something. Don't you say a word. Chao Xiaoyu impatiently interrupted, tilting his head to look at Li Qingshan in suspicion. You can really teach me martial arts? That real martial arts. As he spoke, Chao Xiaoyu gestured with his hands in a rather comical manner. Whether it's true martial arts or not, I don't know. Li Qingshan smiled and stretched out his hand, gently tapping Chao Xiaoyu's forehead, where there was a bruise. But at least, I can teach you how to fight. Hiss. Chao Xiaoyu covered his forehead and scrunched his neck, but his face was beaming with joy. Okay, coach, I'll be practicing martial arts with you from now on. The deal was struck and the trouble was solved, but there was not much joy on Manager Zhou's face. After a slight hesitation, he came over to Li Qingshan's side and whispered. Qingshan, should we reconsider? Chao Xiaoyu's list is a bit troublesome. It's just teaching a little kid, it's nothing. Li Qingshan shook his head and casually said. If he's still not satisfied, big deal, just refund the money. By trouble, I don't mean this little brat. Manager Zhou's face was anxious and his voice was much louder. Surname Zhou, who are you calling a brat? Chao Xiaoyu immediately jumped to his feet and said with dissatisfaction. It's hard to find a coach, so don't you spoil it for me. Manager Zhou ignored Chao Xiaoyu and looked at Li Qingshan, saying seriously. The coach Chao Xiaoyu is replacing is called Yu Zhua, a second-year student in the martial arts class, your senior. Budo class is a 3-year term. In the first year, all seniors were able to enroll, with mixed strengths. However, if you want to stay until the second year, your strength has to be at least 3 times as strong as the forging body. Senior? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and squared his shoulders quite a bit. Yu Zhua is very strong? But I'm not exactly warping his list, am I? Yu Zhua is the third gravity of body forging, as to whether it is strong or not. Manager Zhou glanced at Li Qingshan, unspoken. Although the forging triple heavy was only the threshold of the second year, it was not something that Li Qingshan, a freshman who had just entered the martial arts class for a month, could compare to. At the end of the day, the freshman first is just a gimmick. However, Manager Zhou realized that Li Qingshan didn't seem to grasp his meaning and didn't see any tension on his face. Although it's not considered a warped list, Yu Zhua's personality has always been rather overbearing, and when he finds out, I'm afraid he'll look for you to cut a deal that. Manager Zhou said in a serious tone. Our store has no right to meddle in private sparring between martial artists, and even the inspectorates won't care much as long as they don't get seriously hurt. You're all in the Budo class again, so you won't be able to hide even if you want to when the time comes. Before he made up his mind to give Chao Xiaoyu a refund, besides because this little fatty was difficult to deal with, he also took Yu Zhua's reasons into consideration. There were only so many personal trainers in the store, and the others wouldn't mess with Yu Zhua because of a single sheet. Coach Yu is a little mean. Xiao Xiaoyu scrunched his neck after hearing this, but this time he was determined to change coaches. Big deal, I'm not refunding the rest of the lessons at Coach Yu's. Xiao Xiaoyu yelled loudly while his eyes swept towards Li Qingshan, fearing that the new coach would be intimidated by Yu Zhuo and wouldn't dare to take his class. Is this a matter of withdrawing from classes or not? Manager Zhou shook his head breathlessly and, you're too young to understand the adult world, it's a matter of saving face. Xiao Xiaoyu gave Yu Zhuo a lesson fee of 1,000, a turn of the head to change the coach, not to mention that the lesson fee also rose to 2,000. Isn't it a slap in the face for Yu Zhuo? Xiao Xiaoyu couldn't understand and rubbed his hair in annoyance. I just want a new coach, why is it so much trouble? In fact, it's not troublesome at all, it's just that Manager Zhou thought it was complicated. Li Qingshan looked amused and reached out to straighten his hair. I'm not Yu Zhuo's father, so I have to take care of his face when I take an order? Li Qingshan turned his head to look at Manager Zhou and casually said, is Yu Zhuo at the store now? On. Manager Zhou nodded blankly, uncertain. Lead the way, it just so happens that I'm a big fan of cutting dot. Chapter 20, You're weak, I'm strong. Li Qingshan downplayed the situation, and Manager Zhou was shocked for a moment and couldn't help but turn around and lead the way. Just 2 steps away, Xiao Xiaoyu's excited shout rang out. Yeah, cut and thrust. Take it or leave it, that's martial arts. Fatty clenched his fists and cheered loudly. No, what am I doing? The thought flashed by, and Manager Zhou's feet jerked in reaction. Turning around, he faced Li Qingshan, his eyes gradually widening. You're also a body forging 3rd grader? Other than this reason, he really couldn't think of what made Li Qingshan take the initiative to come to his door. No. Li Qingshan shook his head. Brother Shan, do you really want to find Yu Zhuo to spar? Zhao Hongzhou spoke in a muffled voice, his brow slightly furrowed. He knew Li Qingshan's strength best, not to mention the 3rd level of body forging, he hadn't even reached the 2nd level of body forging. Don't worry, realm doesn't represent battle power. Li Qingshan lightly patted Zhao Hongzhou's shoulder. Zhao Hongzhou nodded and said no more. Although he didn't understand it very well, he trusted Li Qingshan. However, Manager Zhou was not in such a good mood and was in a hurry. Li Qingshan, there is so much difference in speed and punching power, you can't even catch one of his punches, how can you fight? Yu Scorch was already overbearing, and Li Qingshan even took the initiative to send him to the door. Wasn't this looking for a fight? If I don't go to him, he won't come after me? Li Qingshan asked back blandly, then the machete held in his right hand flicked up, signaling. Manager Zhou, lead the way. You, ugh. The bald middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to lead the way. The best way, in fact, is to just give Xiao Xiaoyu a refund and get rid of him. However, Li Qingshan was clearly determined to take this order. Gym, 3rd floor. Inside the hall, filled with all kinds of equipment, urban men and women are sweating after work. Next to it, in a small room separated by glass, a dozen or so women in yoga outfits strike various poses. Yu Zhuo backhand, wandering between the crowd, from time to time out of the guidance. Accompanied by the constant sound of petulant laughter, Yu Zhuo was full of ambition. Forging the body 3 times, put in the class is not eye-catching, but to this gym, he can be a real big expert. Nowadays, not only is the work easy, the money is quite a lot, and the other people in the store don't dare to easily provoke his tiger's whiskers. Brother Yu, you've been warped. A male coach gasped and ran to the door. Yu Zhuo's brows furrowed as he spoke in a deep voice. What's going on? Who dares to skip my order? It's a man named Li Qingshan, it seems like he's still the #1 freshman in this martial arts class. Li Qingshan? Yu Zhuo was a bit surprised. He's heard of Li Qingshan's name before. To be precise, after the mapping test, the top names were passed on to the 2nd and 3rd grades. No one in the upperclassmen will care, though. Because they've been through all of this and can stay on for a 2nd year before saying anything. Yu Zhuo didn't expect that an elementary school student who didn't care would dare to bully him. More than just skipping orders, that little fatso Xiao Xiaoyu is going to bill in 2,000 for the class. In the doorway, a few more coaches gathered and chimed in. Yeah, Yu is only 1,000, he's a newcomer who dares to take 2,000, and he's not afraid to burn his hands. This Li Qingshan is clearly slapping Brother Yu's face. Interesting. The corner of Yu Zhuo's mouth hooked up into a sardonic smile, and his knuckles pinched and clicked. It seems that the reputation of being the #1 freshman is too great, causing this elementary school student to rush out of his mind. Just as well, let me, a senior, help him sober up. Oh? It seems that the rumors were wrong, and the tired senior's win rating has been compromised. Light laughter rang out as a group of 4 people came from outside the hall. A few coaches at the gate were dumbfounded and offered to get out of the way. They were in a hurry to come up and spread the news, and they simply didn't expect Qingshan to dare to take the initiative to find the door. I heard before that senior usual was overbearing, but I didn't expect him to be so enthusiastic in person. Qingshan stopped at the door with a smile on his lips. As the words fell, everyone around them had their pupils vibrate and looked at each other. Yujua's bullying is well known to the entire store, but the one who dares to say it to his face, Qingshan, is the first. A few coaches quietly glanced at Qingshan, with a hint of admiration in their gaze. Regardless of the strength, at least the freshman first is brave enough. Next to him, Manager Joe's face was red and his bald head was covered with beads of sweat. His eyes seemed to be twitching as he frantically scowled at Qingshan. Is that necessary? I don't care if you talk about it in private, but you're turning it up in front of me. Aren't you afraid you'll be killed later? Qingshan, how dare you take the initiative to come to the door? Usual laughed angrily and waved his hand to signal the women doing yoga around him to disperse. The dozen or so women immediately stopped moving and gathered skillfully to the side, their eyes glowing. It's not the first time they've seen Coach Yu in action. Freshman first? Yuzhua snorted out a laugh, and his gaze snapped harshly, staring at Qingshan. It's only the first level of body forging. Who gave you the guts to provoke me? Or do you think that a freshman #1 title is enough for you to win with weakness? Wrong, I never thought that winning with weakness really existed. Qingshan interrupted with a voice and said seriously. And, you're confusing strengths and weaknesses. Between you and me, you're weak and I'm strong. The moment these words came out, all eyes became strange. Forged body first weight, speed 11 meters per second, fist force 250 kilograms. Triple forging, speed 15 meters per second, punching power 500 kilograms. With such a large gap, how could Qingshan dare to say that he was stronger than Yuzhua? So it's a madman. Yuzhua smiled contemptuously and pinched his fingers, his knuckles clicking. Then let's try it in the ring, let's see what you're really better than me at. It's just a slash, don't bother. Qingshan gently shook his head and drew his machete politely. Are you ready, senpai? Seek death. Yu burned furious, right foot stomped on the ground, flew out, violent momentum like a tiger out of the cage. Qingshan stood still, not moving a step. Scared silly? As the thought flashed by, the corner of Yuzhua's mouth hooked up in a sardonic smile as he clenched his right hand into a fist. More than 10 meters away, he arrived in an instant and slammed his heavy fist down. Phew! The punch landed and even his body stumbled. Where are the people? Yuzhua froze and looked at the empty space in front of him, his eyes full of confusion. It was only a second before and after, how could the other person disappear right in front of his eyes? Just then, he suddenly realized that the several coaches and Manager Zhou and others who were gathered in front of him were staring at him with wide eyes and full of unbelief. Look at me? No, Qingshan is behind it. Yuzhua quickly reacted and just wanted to turn around. Pust! The wind of the bitter blade cut through and tore through the crotch of his pants. Yuzhua instantly had a coldness in his legs, and his legs softened as he fell to his knees. Although the knife wind flickered, the coldness between that instant was like a piercing cold wind, drilling through the pores and scraping all the way to the bottom of the heart. Yuzhua's sweaty hairs exploded, his body shivered, and his lips trembled. Almost, he became a eunuch of the ancient dynasty. It was close. Phew! Luckily it was close. Qingshan let out a long breath, sheathed his sword, and apologized. Sorry, senpai, got used to it for a moment and almost didn't stop. Chapter 21 Flexible Fatty? For a moment, the room was silent. Everyone seemed to have forgotten to blink for a long time. Qingshan won? Just one shot, and you won? This result was not only unexpected by everyone present, but also shattered their 3 views. Budo, is that it? A body forging first level versus a body forging third level, winning is so simple? There are no punchy, intense exchanges, no close calls. Qingshan just took a step out seemingly casually and walked behind Yuzhua, drawing his sword upwards. Then, EU Scorch, on your knees. Coach is awesome. Xiao Xiaoyu was the first to react, jumping with excitement. It's so cool, this is the kind of martial arts he wants to learn. The rest of them looked back with complicated gazes. Until this moment. It was only then that they realized Li Qingshan's words, "You are weak, I am strong." He said, "You are weak, and I am strong," which was by no means an arrogant statement that he did not know the heights of heaven and earth. This is an objective fact. As long as Li Qingshan was willing, he would be able to split Yu Zhuo in half in a single glance. Martial arts. Zhao Hongzhou opened his mouth in a muffled voice, pointing out the key to this victory or defeat. He remembered that Li Qingshan did practice martial arts before, but he didn't expect to have practiced them to such a level without realizing it. Martial arts. Yu Zhuo repeated these two words and tilted his head to look at Li Qingshan. The pale face was filled with disbelief, even more so than just now. "Your misty steps have come to great success?" Just now, Li Qingshan appeared behind him in an instant. Only the great completion of the misty trail steps could do that. But, a freshman who just entered the martial arts class for a month, and a great achievement in misty steps? The mere thought flashed by, and Yu Zhuo thought it was heavenly. He was also practicing the misty steps, and had practiced for half a year, but he had only just managed to become proficient. In the face of Yu Zhuo's eager eyes, Li Qingshan smiled faintly and directly ignored it, crossing over from its side and walking towards Manager Zhou. "Problem solved, help me arrange a classroom for my lesson." Fine, no problem." Manager Zhou responded repeatedly, wiping his palms from the top of his head with sweaty hands. "It's just too exciting." Little fat kid Xiao Xiaoyu is very bold, immediately booked 30 days of classes. 2 class hours every evening, totaling 120,000 star coins, directly to Li Qingshan's account. On the 4th floor of the gym, in an empty classroom, Li Qingshan picked up a wooden knife and threw it at Xiao Xiaoyu. "I'll start by teaching swordplay today. If you can learn it, you should be able to fight even with a wooden sword. Basic martial arts techniques are copyrighted and open and do not restrict distribution." The little fat kid obviously fights a lot. Li Qingshan intends to use martial arts to stimulate his cultivation enthusiasm first, and then slowly guide it. Swordsmanship? Xiao Xiaoyu held the wooden sword in his arms, his face tangled. "What, don't want to learn?" Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Obviously he was excited just now. Why did he suddenly lose interest? Xiao Xiaoyu's chest puffed out and he boldly said, "Coach, I don't want to learn the teasing in blade." "What a in teasing sword?" Li Qingshan's face instantly darkened. Drawing his sword out of his sheath, he made an imaginary chop into the air, and the sound of breaking wind was continuous. "Look closely, this is the wind shadow blade." However, his display had little effect. Xiao Xiaoyu bit the skin of his mouth and mendaciously said, "Whatever, I just don't learn it anyway." After seeing Li Qingshan's previous knife upturn and slice through Yu Zhuo's crotch, this sword technique was already equal to the teasing in leg in his mind. How can a martial artist of my generation use such a despicable move? Even in school fights, no one dares to shamelessly use the in leg anymore. If he really learned this sword technique, he would still be despised to death back at school. Li Qingshan took a deep breath, his right hand squeezed the hilt of the blade tightly and slowly loosened it again. "You can't be angry if you've been paid. The other person is a customer, I have to show service." A thought flashes by. Li Qingshan finally suppressed the urge to bully the small with the big and squeezed out a kind smile. "It's fine if you don't want to learn swordplay, so tell me, what do you want to learn?" "Coach, stop laughing, I'm scared." Xiao Xiaoyu took 2 steps back and scrunched his neck. Seeing the opposite side smile stiffen and seem to become more frightening, he hurriedly said, "I want to learn bodywork." "Just like Coach just did, shoo shoo shoo." The little chubby kid dubbed his voice while bouncing his little stubby legs back and forth. Rounding his waist, from time to time a touch of fat leaks out from the hem of his shirt. Li Qingshan once again squeezed the hilt of his sword, his forehead veins throbbing. "You're a little fat kid and you're telling me you want to learn stance? 1 minute. Xiao Xiaoyu finally stopped his stance, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. Despite breathing heavily, his face was full of excitement. "Coach, is that okay?" Li Qingshan met that pair of burning gazes, was silent for a little while, and finally spread a smile. "Sure." Li Qingshan opened his communicator and pulled up the information on the misty steps, projecting it onto the large screen on the side of the room. Spent about half an hour explaining in detail the key points of the introductory footwork and demonstrating it myself a couple of times. After that, he let Xiao Xiaoyu practice on his own. Inside an empty classroom, Xiao Xiaoyu stumbled and fell from time to time. The excitement on his face was undiminished, though, and he quickly got up after each fall and continued practicing. There's still perseverance. Qingshan leaned his back against the wall and sat on the floor, nodding his head gently. Teaching the misty steps was just a matter of not wanting to discourage Cao Xiaoyu. But, looking at the little chubby kid who fell 2 steps at a time, Qingshan gently shook his head, his eyes closed. He has taught all that should be taught, so he can touch the fish and cultivate. It was only a projection of consciousness in the martial space, and if there was any movement in the real body, it would wake up immediately and would not cause any impact. On the circular platform, Qingshan glanced at the wolfsbane statue and let you go first. With that, he swung out his limbs and began practicing the stars are calling. Cao Xiaoyu's class was only half an hour over, which meant that there was still an hour and a half of class time left. Switching to space is a full 15 hours. Qingshan practiced over and over again until his proficiency had risen by 4 points before stopping. Cao Xiaoyu is still practicing? Having never been woken up, Qingshan was a bit strange, and with doubt, he opened his eyes. Only to see the little fat man's feet staggering and rolling around with great agility. Qingshan rubbed his eyes and once again stared at the sweaty face. After determining that the little fatty in front of him was Cao Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. An hour and a half to get started? Cao Xiaoyu didn't have a panel and couldn't be like him, just succeed once to get started. For a while, Qingshan's gaze was strange. Did I even pick up a genius? Coach, you awake from your nap? Cao Xiaoyu saw Qingshan's eyes open and ran to him with gusto. What, waking up from sleep? I was just practicing. Qingshan's face was solemn as he stood up. The talent is okay, it's barely an introduction, it should be enough for you to go back to school and get your revenge. Entry-level misty steps are hardly useful in martial arts sparring. But for kids fighting, that's definitely a downgrade. Really? Cao Xiaoyu's 2 eyes widened as he became even more excited. Whether it's true or not, you'll know tomorrow. Qingshan smiled and continued. Also, I've already decided on tomorrow's lesson, practicing the stars are calling. Ha! The excitement instantly faded, and Cao Xiaoyu cried out. Coach, I don't want to do radio gymnastics. You have to do it even if you don't want to. Qingshan could not be denied and turned around to walk out of the classroom. The threshold for screening martial artist talent in the new continent is the 3rd level of cultivation of the stars are calling by the end of middle school. If Cao Xiaoyu is really a genius, then he can't waste his time. Since Qingshan collected tuition, he naturally had to love his job. Chapter 22 Star Realm, Realm Gate. Day 2, noon. It was during the lunch break, and there were very few people in the Budokan. In the corner, Qingshan leaned his back against the soft cushion, his eyes closed as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. An hour has passed. Qingshan opened his eyes and swept his gaze across the panel. The stars are calling 981,000 mastery, the stars are calling 100,1000 mastery. Another 2 points of proficiency have gone up, so it's true that daytime hours shouldn't be wasted. This was inspired from last night's lesson on touching fish for Cao Xiaoyu. Budo space has a 110 time flow, so as long as reality has 6 minutes to spare, it's enough to practice stars are calling in its entirety in the space. You're basically guaranteed a 20-point proficiency boost every night, and almost 10 points when you put it all together during the day. That's 30 points a day, and a month is a great success. Qingshan nodded his head in satisfaction after a slight reckoning. However, proficiency doesn't come out of nowhere. Qingshan looked at the available time, 323 days, in the martial arts space and frowned slightly. For every 1 point of proficiency, it takes 4 practice sessions, or 4 hours. 30 points of proficiency is a full 120 hours in 5 days. Moreover, the martial space only ignored physical exertion, and he still needed to sleep to recover from the mental loss, which would take at least 1 day. In other words, for every day that passes in reality, the available time in the martial space is consumed for 6 days. Along with the big step up in the cultivation progress of the stars are summoning, the available time of the martial arts space is also rapidly depleting. The remaining available time is enough for the great completion of stars at call, but there's not much left, so it's time to save for a rainy day. Qingshan lightly pinched his brow, his eyes showing contemplation. Kill monsters? But where the hell should I look for monsters? After experiencing the super doubling of the Wudao space, he didn't want to go back to his previous miserable life. Just then, a lanky figure walked in through the front door. Qingshan's gaze moved and locked onto his body. In the afternoon, after another forging practice, all the students sat paralyzed. With his hands behind his back, Qingshan walked up to Qingshan. "Kid, if you have something to say, don't give me that." From the moment he entered the door, Qingshan had been staring at him, and he was getting a little hairy. Is it that obvious?" Qingshan smiled embarrassedly and opened his mouth. "Teacher, I was actually just going to ask, where did you get the wolfsbane for the first class?" "Still thinking about that wolfsbane?" Qingshan's expression changed and his brows furrowed. He felt that he was more or less a very sick student. From cracking the tank and breaking the belly on the first day, to asking later about ways to kill wolfsbane alone. Either way, it's not how normal students should behave. There had been no movement in the last half a month, and he had thought that Qingshan had finally subsided. "I didn't expect to have a surprise for him today." "Teacher, don't think too much." Seeing Qingshan's frown deepening, Qingshan hurriedly explained. "I'm just more curious about the Star Realm Fae and want to learn more about it." "Curious?" Qingshan's gaze turned and he said with a smirk. "When you go to the new continent, there will be plenty of time for you to be curious. For now it's better to feel at ease and cultivate for me." "Shinju?" Qingshan paused and tried. "Teacher, could that wolfsbane have been sent from Shinjo?" Of course, unless there is an evil god power at work, ordinary ferocious beasts simply cannot break through the astral boundaries by themselves. Qingshan casually explained. The new continent suppressed a boundary gate, and wolfsbane was captured from there. Boundary gate. Qingshan's complexion perked up. That astral realm and realm gates are described in textbooks. The astral realm is generalized to refer to otherworldly spaces with dimensions different from reality, unknown in number and unknown in size. The only thing we know for sure is that all currently known Fae have invaded the human federation from the astral plane. Realm gate, the entrance to the astral realm. However, the textbooks don't say that there is a boundary gate right here in the new continent. As the thought flashed by, Qingshan's gaze glowed. Wolfsbane, that's what was caught from the astral plane. Within that star realm, there must still be countless alien beasts present. The realm gate is like an experience copy entrance for him. With enough strength, not only can you harvest a lot of usable time, even upgrading the martial space level was not out of reach. But that's all something to think about when you get to the new continent. Distant water cannot quench the thirst of the near, Qingshan reluctantly said. Teacher, is it true that there are no ferocious beasts to be found in the old continent? You really dare to think. Qingshan's eyes glared as he reprimanded. So what if I find it? Do you expect to tie up the limbs of a ferocious beast and let you study it like a lesson? Or do you think you have the strength to slay ferocious beasts now? Qingshan was a bit confused by the lecture, and after a slight hesitation, he hesitantly opened his mouth. Teacher, actually. Come on, don't be overly ambitious. Qingshan directly waved his hand to interrupt and said in a serious tone. The ferocious beasts of the old continent are all numbered, each one has its own purpose, it's not something you can find just because you want to. Moreover, for the sake of stability in the old continent, ferocious beasts entering the old continent must go through layers of scrutiny, and the entire process is extremely strict. The last time that wolfsbane was there, I had to report it in advance to apply for it. In short, if you want to see more ferocious beasts, cultivate hard and try to comprehend the fourth level of stars at call as early as possible and master the muscle rhythms. Only then will you be able to hope to enter the new continent martial arts university in your third year. After a few more words of encouragement, Qingshan turned and left. Qingshan looked at his teachers striding back and shook his head. Just now, he had wanted to say that he already had the strength to kill wolfsbane alone. But now it seems to make no difference whether you say it or not. With the old continent's censorship of ferocious beasts, he currently had no access to them at all. It seems that if you want to kill monsters, you still have to go to new continent first. Qingshan temporarily pressed the thoughts in his mind without being too anxious. 3 years was too long for him to wait. But with the panel in place, Qingshan didn't need 3 years at all. Comprehending the fourth level of the stars or summoning would only require another month of brushing up on proficiency. By then, the forging progress would surely quickly catch up with the second year, or even third year seniors. After dinner, Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou got on a bus and rushed to the Yinghai flagship store. In the evening, when the gym comes to business, people come and go from the store. Coach Li. The receptionist's eyes were glowing and she was smiling. Occasionally, other coaches passed by on the side and greeted them warmly. Brother Li, you're here. Li Qingshan smiled and nodded in response, walking towards the fourth floor classroom. Just as he entered the classroom, he saw that the nimble little fat man was stepping on his feet in the maze steps, full of excitement. Coach! Xiao Xiaoyu stopped moving and ran to greet him with gusto. Li Qingshan smiled knowingly. Winning the fight? Hey, coach, you do not know, today can be considered a revenge. Lu Jiang, that bastard, cannot even catch my clothes. Chapter 23, The fifth level of the stars are calling? The little fat kid was gushing and sputtering. Li Qingshan didn't move and took a step back, waiting for him to finish his speech, and gently nodded his head. Well, it's time to start today's lesson. Ha! Xiao Xiaoyu's expression stagnated, his excitement instantly faded, and he cried out. Really doing radio gymnastics, huh? What do you think? Li Qingshan had a smile on his lips, his machete embraced his chest. Xiao Xiaoyu shivered and no longer dared to bargain, honestly walking to the center of the classroom and swinging his limbs. However, compared to the talent shown yesterday on the lost steps, today can only be described as dismal. The little fat kid moved loosely, not to mention getting started, not even meeting the basic requirements. Li Qingshan's frown deepened as he interrupted in a deep voice. Stop! Is that what they teach you in school? Before the age of 15, the new continent screened for martial talent, and the standard was the third realm of the stars are calling. The physical education teachers in the elementary and middle schools were not as good as Qingshan, but they could not be so perfunctory. What the teacher teaches is too difficult, and it's said to be able to forge the body, but it's actually not very effective at all. Xiao Xiaoyu muttered in a low voice, glancing cautiously at the coach. It's a wonder it's effective when it's practiced like this. Li Qingshan shook his head, but did not look too deeply into it. Because he thought about how before he crossed over, his predecessor had only used the stars are calling as a radio gymnastic exercise, and he was barely able to get started. In fact, that's the universal norm. The stars are summoning is easy to learn but hard to master, and until the second realm masters the technique of power generation, it is impossible to experience the effect of forging the body, and naturally, it is impossible to stimulate the student's enthusiasm for cultivation. Physical education teachers in elementary and middle schools face thousands of students and cannot supervise each student as they do in a Budo class. Okay, start practicing from the beginning and I'll correct you one by one. Li Qingshan carried his machete forward and signaled the little fat kid to start cultivating. From time to time, the sheath of the knife nudged at the joints of his limbs, correcting the movement. After 2 hours, the 108 movements were finally done, and Xiao Xiaoyu sat paralyzed on the ground, grimacing. Li Qingshan nodded, still satisfied. Although he had yet to be initiated, he could tell that his previous guess was correct. Xiao Xiaoyu was indeed considered talented. However, this little fatso didn't see a rabbit without a hawk, plus the fact that stars are calling was too slow to see results, so that's why he hadn't been on the ball. Coach, what's practice tomorrow? Xiao Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from his forehead in anticipation. Can we switch to the misty steps? Of course. Li Qingshan cast a sidelong glance at little fatty, seemingly smiling. After you finish forging your body tomorrow, you'll be rewarded with an hour of body cultivation, and you won't be charged for the overtime fee. Coach, I was wrong, forget I said that. Xiao Xiaoyu had a jolt, rolled and crawled, and ran toward the door. I'm going back to school first. But before the man could reach the door, he fell. Li Qingshan shook his head and went up to hold him, wondering. You live in school? My parents work in the province and only have time to come back on the weekends, and during the week I live in the school dormitory. Xiao Xiaoyu didn't care at all, and he didn't have the awareness of a left-behind child at all. However, Li Qingshan did not feel sorry for him, yesterday this left-behind children but a breath to buy 120,000 lessons. With an extra 120,000 on his card, Li Qingshan didn't have to worry about nutrient solution for the time being, and his life became on track. Daily commute between school, gym, and home, 3 points. Proficiency in the stars are calling has been steadily increasing at basically a rate of 30 points a day. The progress of the forging was likewise climbing slowly but surely. Day after day. A month later, the martial way space. Roar! Wolfsbane growled hideously, his fangs piercing with cold light. 100 meters away, Li Qingshan's long sword pointed to the ground with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Happy today, Kiryu wants to celebrate. A man and a beast, running towards each other. In the blink of an eye, spanning 100 meters, the sharp claws connected with the machete. Bang! After the blow, Wolfsbane flew and jumped around, pouncing again. Li Qingshan's gaze condensed, and instead of utilizing the misty trail steps to go around the back as he had done in the past, he directly swung his arm. Phew! The blade broke through the wind, whistling continuously, getting faster and faster. In an instant, however, the machete entity had disappeared into the wind, leaving only a continuous shadow of the blade. The wind shadow blade has reached its grand completion. The light of the blade becomes a shadow. The shadows of the blades in the sky were like a net, enveloping them. Wolfsbane's probing sharp claws were instantly blocked back by the shadow of the blade, and his forelimbs were strewn with wounds. Roar! Wolfsbane hissed defiantly and lunged again. But the shadow of the blade was so dense that it had no way to break through. Instead, its body was cut with a wound. Blood was flying along with the shadow of the blade, and Wolfsbane's hissing was getting weaker and weaker. In less than a minute, Wolfsbane's huge body suddenly went limp and collapsed to the ground, and blood gushed out from the wound, forming a pool of blood. The shadow of the sword suddenly dissipated in the sky. Li Qingshan sheathed his sword and stood in front of the pool of blood, looking at the dying Wolfsbane with a satisfied smile. Finally, I can kill you head on for once. In a month's time, the progress of body forging had long exceeded 18,100, reaching the second level of body forging. Although his speed and punching power was still not as good as Wolfsbane's, but with the Deshang's wind shadow blade, he was already able to do a frontal strike. But that's not the reason for today's celebration. Li Qingshan watched as wolf venom died of gas and his body was turned back into a sculpture, and with a thought, he exited the martial space. In the classroom, Xiao Xiaoyu was sweating profusely as he was forging his body and practicing. Compared to a month ago, the fat on the body of the little fat kid has reduced a layer, and the movement is incomparably standardized, which is considered to be an official introduction. A famous teacher makes a great student. Li Qingshan smiled to himself as his gaze fell on the illusory panel. Li Qingshan. Realm, Body Forging 2100. Feats. 36th set of radio gymnastics, the stars are calling 3000 Dyson. Martial Arts, Misty Steps 276, 3000 Great Achievement, Wind Shadow Blade 5 3000 Great Achievement. Function, Martial Arts Space LV 11100. Availability, 150 days. Time flow rate, 110. The stars are calling, 4th level, muscle rhythm? Li Qingshan lightly pinched his brow, carefully recalling the information that had poured out of his mind when his gongfu was upgraded earlier. Mobilize heart power with your breath, sense the nerves hidden in your muscles, and master the muscle beat. At the same time as each movement fires, the nerves in the corresponding area are mobilized and the muscles are quivered. The content in his mind hadn't changed much from what Wankershan had said before. But unlike the previous plausible understanding, the moment the stars are calling was upgraded, he had fully realized it, and his body instinctively learned how to do it. The panel is paired with the time acceleration of the martial space, and I'm considered a low-cost version of Gnosis against all odds. Li Qingshan smiled with satisfaction, then his gaze fell on the column of feats. The stars are calling 3000 Dyson. Wasn't it said that there are only 4 realms? Why is the progress bar still there? Introductory, Proficient, Mastery, Great Achievement, and Perfection, these were the 5 realms divided by the panel, as well as the realm division of martial arts by reality. But stars are calling is different. When Wankeshan had first explained the gong method, he had specifically mentioned that stars at call only had 4 realms. Li Qingshan had always thought that gongfu and martial arts were different, so there was a difference. I didn't realize that there was no difference at all between the current Deshang's Starry Sky is Calling and Misty Trail Steps and Wind Shadow Blade, both of which had the same 3000 proficiency level. Could it be that the stars are summoning can also be elevated to completion, and that there is a 5th realm in existence? The thought flashed through his mind, and Li Qingshan's eyes gradually brightened. Every upgrade of the gong method represented a doubling of the efficiency of forging the body. In the 2 months of martial arts classes, his forging progress had risen by 11 points. Now that the stars in the calling had come to fruition, the efficiency of forging had doubled, and even if it was more difficult to upgrade his forging later on, he was confident that within a month, he would be able to forge his body to the 3rd level. If the stars are calling can still be raised to completion, forging efficiency doubles again. His forging speed would definitely become terrifying. Chapter 24 Feral Beast News. No, not if. Li Qingshan shook his head in affirmation. Since the panel gives a progress bar, it must be able to live to completion, and there's definitely a 5th realm in stars in calling. For the panel, he was absolutely convinced. But Li Qingshan's gaze shifted down and landed on the column of martial space. A line of cold numbers calmed him down. Availability, 150 days. With a 3000 proficiency progress bar, 150 days is like a drop in the bucket. The only way to increase the usable time of the martial space is to kill monsters, but right now there are no murderous beasts that can be killed in the old continent at all. Qingshan shook his head helplessly and withdrew his gaze. Phew! Xiao Xiaoyu finished the last move and sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Coach, you awake from your nap? What? Qingshan lifted his eyelids lightly and looked at the little fat kid. Haven't you practiced enough today? No. Xiao Xiaoyu smiled fawningly and waved his hand, moving to the side of Qingshan. His mouth opened and closed several times, in a manner that made him want to speak. Let go if you have an ass. Qingshan said impatiently. Coach, I'm not coming to class tomorrow. Got it, tomorrow's the weekend, you and your parents have a nice get-together. Qingshan waved his hand carelessly. Xiao Xiaoyu had taken a few vacations before. His parents were in the provincial city and only had time to return to King City to see him on weekends. Coach, it's not a vacation this time. The little chubby kid explained, his voice gradually dropping. My parents said that since I have the talent, there should be no delay, and that they would bring me to the provincial capital and ask a martial arts teacher from Woi City to teach me. Qingshan's gaze condensed as he turned his head to look at Xiao Xiaoyu and asked seriously. You want a refund for the class? Because of his previous leave of absence, Xiao Xiaoyu still has 6 days of classes left. No, that's not what I meant. Xiao Xiaoyu's face reddened and his voice dropped even lower. Coach, I'm leaving tomorrow, so don't you? Teasing you. Qingshan shook his head and lost his smile, rubbing Xiao Xiaoyu's head. Woi is the capital of the province, and it's a great thing that your parents were able to hire a martial arts teacher from there to teach you. Man up, don't squirm, we'll get together again when we go to Xinzhou later. Xiao Xiaoyu was already talented, and with a better teacher to teach him, it probably wouldn't take more than a year before he could practice stars in the calling to the 3rd level and head to the new continent. The little chubby kid was excited by the words and also puffed out his chest and shouted. Well, a man's word. Coach, I'll work hard to get to New Island. Qingshan laughed, lightly patted the back of the little fat kid's head, picked up the machete, and turned around to prepare to leave the classroom. But just as he turned around, a hand tugged at the hem of his coat. Qingshan turned his head back, only to see that the little fat man who was full of bravado just now had already changed into a fawning smile. Coach, I'm leaving tomorrow, can you take me out to see the world? Qingshan's gaze changed as he looked up and down at this little fatty who had just turned 13, a dangerous smile hanging on his face. What do you want to see? Coach, do you know about Silver Fortune Hotel? Xiao Xiaoyu rubbed his hands together and whispered. I hear it's exciting in there. Oh? Tell me what's so exciting? Qingshan's smile became more dangerous and... He had heard of the Silver Glory Hotel, but only knew that it was a luxury hotel. I didn't realize that the little fat man was so well informed and wanted to go and see it. Qingshan's right hand mohawked the hilt of the sword, feeling the need to give the little fatty one last lesson in ideological education. Xiao Xiaoyu was oblivious, rubbing his 2 hands together red with excitement. I heard that the 3rd basement level of the hotel regularly hosts fighting tournaments, and there's one today, coach. Not interested. Qingshan's smile froze and he turned around. Underground black boxing, what's there to see? Huh? Xiao Xiaoyu's excitement froze on his face and he looked down and lost his head. And I'd like to see what the textbook ferocious beasts look like? Phew! A strong wind is blowing in your face. Xiao Xiaoyu froze and looked up, only to see the coach, who had already walked out of the door, standing in front of him as if he had instantly moved. Get straight to the point next time. Qingshan's face was serious. Xiao Xiaoyu's head was confused and dumbfounded. What's the point? Fierce beasts. Qingshan reminded, inquiring. The Silver Glory Hotel can see ferocious beasts? Right. Xiao Xiaoyu responded, nodding his head repeatedly. I've received gossip that this evening, the Silver Glory Hotel has gotten a ferocious beast and is preparing to arrange a beast fighting battle. A battle of the beasts? Qingshan pondered for a few seconds, met little fatty's glowing eyes and nodded. Okay, I'll take you. According to Wan Keshan, every ferocious beast that flowed into the old continent had its own purpose and had to be scrutinized. Underground black boxing beast battle, obviously not a regular use, Silver Fortune Hotel should not have this kind of energy. Otherwise, there was no way that Qingshan wouldn't have told him when he inquired about it a month ago. Qingshan didn't know where Cao Xiaoyu had heard the gossip, and he wasn't sure if the news was fidelity. But it doesn't stop him from going to see a bit, it's just a bit of a delay, in case there really is a ferocious beast. Thinking of this, the corners of Qingshan's mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Coach, you're smiling so scary. Cao Xiaoyu shrunk his neck. What's the point of bothering, get a cab. Qingshan picked up little Fatty by the back collar and quickly walked downstairs. The Silver Glory Hotel is located in the southwest of the city of Luqing, more than 10 kilometers from the city center. Because the surrounding area is being developed, mostly unfinished construction sites, the night is slightly desolate. Only the hotel building was lit up and stood in the darkness of the night. A cab slowed to a stop in front of the hotel lobby. With a smile on his face, the porter stepped forward quickly and pulled open the door. Cao Xiaoyu couldn't wait to jump out of the car and said excitedly, "We've come to see the fights, where's the venue?" The porter's face stiffened for a moment before he put on his professional smile again. "Kids, we're a regular hotel, we don't have the fighting matches you want to see." "How could there not be?" Cao Xiaoyu instantly became anxious, spittle flying. "I've asked around, it's on the third basement level of your hotel." "Little friend, you may have the place wrong." The porter's smile remained. "There are only 2 levels of underground parking at our hotel, no third level." "No way. You lied to me." Cao Xiaoyu was so anxious that he jumped to his feet, but the porter seemed to have a smile etched on his face, and he couldn't get into the oil and salt. Clank! Gold and iron clashed as the half-sheathed machete protruded from the car door. Qingshan got out of the car unhurriedly and turned his head to look at the porter with a stiff smile. "Lead the way." "Yes, sir." The doorman bowed slightly, and without the slightest bit of nonsense, he quickly turned around and led the way. No, how could he? Cao Xiaoyu was instantly dumbfounded, his face reddening with a speed visible to the naked eye as he angrily said, "Dog's eyes, what gives you the right to ignore me just now? Okay, come on, let's keep up. If just any middle schooler could go, this hotel would have been terminated long ago." Qingshan lightly patted the back of little Fatty's head and stepped away. Chapter 25, Investigators? The porter led the way, and instead of walking into the hotel lobby, he simply turned on his heel and circled around to the back of the building. "Sir, the fights are indeed on the third basement level, but not under the hotel, but under the parking lot in the back." Qingshan nodded and followed behind with Cao Xiaoyu. Behind the hotel building was an empty surface parking lot, dimly lit with only a few scattered streetlights. Just as the 3 of them approached, a sharp-tongued, dry and thin middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he greeted them. "What do you usually like to play, boss? Let me show you the way." The dry and skinny middle-aged man nodded his head and the porter obviously recognized him as well, introducing him to Qingshan. "Sir, his name is Sungyan and he can take you there." Qingshan nodded in understanding and waved his hand to signal the porter to leave before turning his head to look at Chang'an. "There's a casino down here?" Sungyan's attentive appearance reminded him of a profession he had heard of in his previous life, code stacker. "You don't know, boss?" Sungyan asked back in surprise. Cao Xiaoyu got impatient and urged, "We've come to see the fights, so lead the way." "Understood, understood." Sungyan nodded his head repeatedly and led the 2 of them towards a post-like hut in the distance, all the while keeping his mouth shut. "Boss, there are 3 floors built underneath this parking lot, the first 2 floors are the casino, and the fighting matches are on the 3rd floor. I don't know if the boss has a favorite player, I can place a bet for you." "It doesn't matter if you don't have one, I have the most complete news here, and I can definitely help the boss pick out a good horse." "The news is complete?" Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said without moving. "Then tell me how many people in the 3rd layer are above the 5th level of body forging?" "Boss, you're kidding, right?" Sungyan grinned exaggeratedly and turned around. Luqing isn't a provincial capital like Wui, so besides the 3rd year of the martial arts class, where did so many experts of the 5th level of body forging come from? Besides, which of those who managed to stay in the martial arts class until the 3rd year are not so high-eyed that they sign contracts with big companies before they even graduated? How could they come to a place like ours? "Ha!" Cao Xiaoyu rubbed his hair in disappointment and beamed. "I thought the fighting matches here were so exciting? Turns out it's a rookie fight." "Little friend, you can't say that." Chang'an instantly became anxious and hurriedly said, "Even if the body forging realm isn't high, it's far beyond an ordinary person's physical fitness, and a fist-to-flesh fight like this is the most exciting." If it were really one of those great masters, striking out faster than your eyes, what do you think you could see? Qingshan smiled when he heard this. You know a lot. Slightly understand. Chang'an compensated with 2 smiles and whispered. Boss, in fact, Silver Radiance Fighting Arena still has an ace in the hole. It's reported to the outside world as a forged body fourth weight, but he's never lost in a sparring match with a few forged body fourth weights. Moreover, although he doesn't seem to win easily every time, he actually doesn't suffer any injuries at all. I reckon that he's most likely a forging fifth, so if the boss places a heavy bet on him, he'll definitely make a solid profit. Oh? Is that so? Qingshan laughed, but did not pick up on this and asked instead. Tell me about the security down there. A venue of this size should be equipped with quite a few laser guns, right? Chang'an's expression stagnated, his eyes swept over the machete in Qingshan's hand, and he carefully said. Boss, what are you asking for? Nothing, just asking. Qingshan smiled casually and didn't continue to look deeper. Underground black boxing, outside the rules, as if it were a land outside the law. As law-abiding good citizens, the moment they stepped into this place, all of them automatically became Qingshan's imaginary enemies, so naturally, it was necessary to find out the enemy situation in advance. So far, it doesn't seem to be much of a problem. However, Sungin clearly had scruples after this question, and looked apprehensive, and his mouth quieted down. Qingshan's smile remained unchanged as he took the initiative to speak. There's no need to think too much. In fact, we came here this time, mainly to watch the beast fighting battle, Beast fighting battle? Chang'an froze and hesitated. Boss, this beast you speak of is... Fierce beast. Qingshan spat out 2 words, his brows gradually furrowing. As a peripheral stacker, it is reasonable that Chang'an does not know the news of the beast battle, and there is no reason to hide it from the client. Unless... How could there be a ferocious beast in the Silver Glory Hotel? Chang'an was filled with astonishment. Boss, where did you hear that from? No. Sungyan's face grew more and more uneasy as he paced back and forth. Sungyan really doesn't know about the Battle of the Beasts. As the thought flashed by, Qingshan's frown deepened. Is Silver Fortune keeping the news too tight, or is Fatty's gossip unreliable? What's wrong? Xiao you got impatient and perked up. I've been able to find out the information with great difficulty, and there's definitely a fighting beasts battle tonight. You know. Sungyeon exited his mouth, not caring about his client's status anymore. Inhui is just a small field. It is impossible to have channels to get the ferocious beasts, and the ferocious beasts are the ones that will attract the inspectorate. Chang'an was worried and looked at Qingshan with a straight face. Boss, I won't do this business. You guys listen to my advice. No matter if the news is true or false, don't get into this mess tonight. If there really are ferocious beasts and we mess with the inspectorate, none of us will be able to escape. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sungyeon turned around and was about to run. Clank! The cold blade rested on his shoulder, and Sungyeon froze in place. That's resourceful. Light laughter sounded behind him, and Sungyeon's legs shivered as cold sweat oozed from his back. Boss, this. What does this mean? Just to calm you down. Qingshan sheathed his sword and said meaningfully. You know that ferocious beasts attract the rangers, but have you thought about why I'm here? Chang'an's eyes lit up and his legs stopped shaking. He turned to look at the machete in Qingshan's hand and said in a trembling voice. Could the owner be? Don't ask what you shouldn't. The question was interrupted, but Sungyeon's eyes lit up even more. Right on, all right on. No wonder the first thing that came up was an inquiry about whether Inhui had any experts and what the security measures were. It turned out that the youth in front of him was not here to gamble at all, but was an investigator sent by the inspectorate. Don't worry, boss, I will do my best to cooperate with the investigation. Sungyeon straightened his back and puffed out his chest. The inspectorate sits on the old continent and has a supreme status. Even if it's just the lowest level investigator, it's not something that Silver Fortune Hotel can mess with. Okay, cut the crap and lead the way. Qingshan's jaw lifted lightly, his tone somewhat impatient. Chang'an did not dare to delay, and ran quickly to the post hut in front of him, opening the door of the room. There was no furniture in the hut, and the 2-meter square stairway filled the floor of the house. Stairway passages stretched downward, lit up. Boss, this is the entrance. Sungyeon turned back to explain and walked ahead, descending the stairs. Coach, what did you guys just say? How is he going to cooperate with the investigation? Xiao Xiaoyu rubbed his hair, unable to understand the conversation he had just had. Invisible brains are the deadliest. The corner of Li Qingshan's mouth curled up as he lightly patted little Fatty's shoulder. When you realize this, you will understand. It's none of his business what with the inspectorates and investigations, and he's never admitted it anyway. Li Qingshan had only one purpose for coming here: ferocious beasts. There was no longer any need to pursue Xiao Xiaoyu's sources. Whether Silver Glory has any ferocious beasts or not, we'll know if we go down and take a look. If not, just consider it an oops. If there really is a ferocious beast, then find a way to kill it first, then backhand a report and get a bonus on the side. Mezzo. Chapter 26, Evil God Believers, Come Quickly. Li Qingshan took little Fatty and followed behind Cheng'an, and soon arrived at the underground level. A space of thousands of square feet opened up before his eyes and was as bright as day. There were dozens of gambling tables, large and small, and beside each table, there were quite a few guests gathered around. Business is so good? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Hey, the customers here aren't just from the Fallen Kingdom, gamblers from several nearby cities also like to come here to play. Sanyan rubbed his hands together, his professional habit relapsing. Boss, interested in playing a couple games first? What do you say? Li Qingshan's bland glance instantly caused Chang'an to shiver and come to his senses. It's me being talkative. The stairs down to the third floor are just ahead, this way boss. Sanyan clapped his mouth while walking ahead to lead the way. Soon, the group of three walked through the first and second basement levels of the casino and out the stairway. Outside the stairway entrance, a large double-opening iron door blocked the way, and two large black-clad men stood in front of it. Chang'an took the initiative to walk forward and nodded his head. Gentlemen, this is an old acquaintance of mine who wants to visit the third floor tonight, please open the door. When the black-clothed man heard this, his gaze swept over Xiao Xiaoyu and paused on the machete in Li Qingshan's hand. Didn't say much though, just pushed the iron door open. Wow! A raucous cacophony of voices instantly poured out from behind the door. Li Qingshan frowned and followed behind Chang'an, walking into the third underground level. The lighting is quite dim compared to the upper two floors. To be precise, there were only a few spotlights as a light source in the entire third basement. And all the spotlights hit a square ring in the center that was about 20 meters on a side. The ring was empty, and underneath the ring was packed with people. A cursory glance, it was feared that there were thousands of people. The bustle was incomparable. Li Qingshan reached out and pulled Chang'an to his side and inquired. Are there usually this many people here? No, it's so lively tonight because the news was released earlier that there would be a few summit matches. In addition to the suspected forged body 5th ace I mentioned earlier, several other forged body 4th experts will also make an appearance. Chang'an's voice lurched, his expression rose in alarm, his eyes flicked to Li Qingshan, and he whispered. Boss, could it be that Silver Glory released the news in order to go dark and warm up the beast fighting battle? I'm sure we can't make a big deal out of the beast news, but how can the usual small audience be enough for such a big deal as the beast battle? Using the pinnacle race to attract gamblers and gather popularity is just the right thing to do. Wait and see. Li Qingshan opened his mouth flatly, his gaze sweeping across the room, focusing on the waists of those black-clothed security guards. The ace and expert that Sung-on talked about were just the tallest of the shortest. Regardless of whether it was the 4th level of body forging or the 5th level of body forging, it wasn't a big threat to him who had achieved great success in body skills plus great success in blade skills. Instead, it's the firearms that could potentially injure him. Still, it's only possible. With Deshang's misty steps in his body, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to injure him with a gun. Just then, the horse-teasing voice rang out from the side. Fatty Chow, you pig head, you really fell for it. Li Qingshan followed the sound and saw a dry and thin teenager about the same age as Xiao Xiaoyu, walking with two black-clothed bodyguards. Louis? Why are you here? Xiao Xiaoyu was so full of surprise that he even forgot to curse back. My dad owns the Silver Glory Hotel, so if I'm not here, where else could I be? Lu Jian was full of smugness and clasped his hands in front of his chest. Where do you think that gossip you received got out? Did you deliberately lure me here? Xiao Xiaoyu's face flushed red with shame and anger. Beside him, Chang'an was astonished, while Li Qingshan's face was dark. For the sake of the beast, he was ready to kill. But now, the so-called animal fights are probably just a random excuse made up because of a grudge between kids. Oh, I can't beat you at school, but this is my home turf. Lu Jiang waved his hand, signaling two black-clad bodyguards to come forward. Bang bang! The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes as the two bodyguards fell to their knees in the blink of an eye. Qingshan stood in the middle of the two bodyguards, his knife sheath resting on Lu Zhang's shoulder. Kid, I don't care if you kids fight, but if the news of the fierce beast is false, I'll let you know the consequences of lying. You. Lu Zhang's lips shivered and his legs trembled. Take it easy, handsome boy. A giggle rang out as a young woman in a cheongsam, twirling her crotch, approached. The cheongsam has a very high split, and it is hidden when walking around, unconsciously attracting all the eyes around. Except Qingshan. In the instant he heard the voice, Qingshan stared at the young woman's hair almost instinctively. Big golden waves fall naturally, swaying gently with each step, adding a bit of flirtation. Not fuchsia? Qingshan's eyes were suspicious and he looked at the young woman's face again. Though equally bewitching, there was no hint of familiarity, a face he hadn't seen before. However, Qingshan still didn't dare to have a hint of relaxation in his heart. As soon as he heard the young woman's voice just now, he had an inexplicable sense of vestiges. 2 months ago, the fuchsia-haired woman had called him pretty boy. And, the two voices seemed to be somewhat similar. Handsome boy, put the knife away first, don't scare my son. The blonde woman came closer and reached out with one finger, gently pushing the hilt of the knife. Qingshan retrieved the machete smoothly, his eyes glancing back and forth between Lu Zhang and the blonde young woman. He's your son? Stepson, also son. The blonde woman covered her mouth with a delicate smile and patted Lu Zhang's head. Good boy, from now on be polite to your guests, it's not every time mom shows up on time. Got it, Auntie you. Lu Zhang shrunk his neck and unconsciously moved his feet to the side, seemingly very fearful of this stepmother. Kids, they're just shy. The blonde woman was unimpressed and stepped forward, her white palm resting on Qingshan's shoulder. Don't worry guests, the beast fighting battle will start soon, so please look forward to it. Sliding her slender 5 fingers down and brushing them from her chest, the blonde woman let out a delicate laugh and turned away. The swaying figure draws many eyes and gradually disappears into the crowd. Qingshan tapped on Chang'an's shoulder and asked in a deep voice. Who is this woman? Sunyan retracted his gaze fondly and sked. Yu Qingya, the mistress of Yinhui Hotel's owner Lu Chang. No, she's more than a mistress now. This woman is not simple. In just over a month, not only did she successfully rise to the top, but she also recently got the management of the underground casino from Lu Chang. I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup she has given to Lu Chang, that she is so relieved to hand over this Pinjin cave to her to manage. While Chang'an was curious about the means, Qingshan was more concerned about the timing of Yu Qingya's appearance. Are you saying that this Yu Qingya only appeared more than a month ago? Sunyan was unsure, but nodded. Exactly. Hearing Chang'an's confirmation, Qingshan was puzzled. 2 months ago, the stronghold of evil god followers at the Star River Bar was wiped out, and that purple and red-haired woman became a leak. And this Yu Qingya, who gave him déjà vu, happened to have appeared just over a month ago. The coincidence is a bit much. Moreover, Qingshan had specifically mentioned before that flesh demon god followers possessed the ability to change their physical appearance, and changing their appearance was no big deal at all. Although it's all speculation on my part and there's no proof, there's no need for proof at all when it comes to evil god followers. Qingshan made a quick decision, and between the palms of his drooping left hand, the communication meter light screen quietly unfolded. With a left thumb tap, select the inspectorate as the recipient and begin typing the message. But since it's only thumb operated, it's tough to lose information. No, it would be hard to make things clear, and the inspectorate wouldn't necessarily be out right away. Qingshan frowned and directly deleted all the information, along with the recipient of the letter was also changed. A simple tap of the thumb and a line of information was sent. Silver Glory Hotel, evil god followers, come quickly. Addressee, Wan Keshan. Chapter 27 The Feast. Bang, bang, bang. A spotlight comes on in turn, converging on the ring and drawing the eyes of the arena. Instant silence in the noisy hall. With the crowd watching, the host, dressed in a pink suit and holding a microphone, makes his way to the ring. Honorable guests, welcome to the Silver Glory Fighting Arena. I believe that everyone has gathered here tonight because they have received the news of the Pinnacle match in advance, but I would like to make it clear here that there is no Pinnacle match tonight. As the words fell, the entire room erupted. Are you Silver Fortune crazy? Dare to trick us? Hurry up and let Jiang Xin come out, I want to see him fight you. Do you Yinhui still want to make money? I've prepared 1,000,000 chips today. There was a succession of angry curses and a clamor. Rest easy, honored guests, the fighters you've been waiting for are all here today. In the ring, the host's smile remains unchanged and he claps his hands lightly. At each of the four corners of the ring, a martial artist jumped up, each holding a different cold weapon. The cacophony under the stage is slightly weaker, since the players have already appeared. It must be a fight, just don't know what kind of tricks Silver Fortune is playing. For a moment, all eyes were once again focused on the host. Everyone, the reason why we didn't schedule a summit match tonight is because we've prepared an even more exciting battle, the beast fighting battle. The presenter's voice is rousing, and without waiting for the audience to react, he quickly presses a hidden button on his microphone. Click, click, click. In front of him and behind him, for 2-meter square floors retracted to reveal black holes. One by one, the alloy iron cages slowly rose up, each of them almost filled to the brim, and inside were vicious beasts with hideous images. Roar! The four ferocious beasts hissed and growled, crashing into the iron cage. There was a sudden silence in the hall, and the spectators near the edge of the ring even backed up. In the middle of the ferocious beasts, the host's legs were weak and his face was pale. But still, he braced himself and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and opened his mouth. Honored guests, they are Star Realm fierce beasts that the boss's wife got from a special channel. Tonight in the beast fighting battle, each of the four contestants will take on a ferocious beast and fight against each other. There is no winning or losing, only life and death. You now have 1 minute to place your bets on your favorite players. In 1 minute, all the cages will open at the same time. The host immediately crawls out of the ring on his ass after a quick delivery. The stage had long been roaring, the previous awe vanished without a trace, all the spectators looked excited and ran to the nearby betting points. For a while, the crowd was in a state of confusion. Qingshan reached out and grabbed Xiao Xiaoyu by the shoulders, turning around and walking towards the exit. Coach, the battle of the beasts is about to begin. Xiao Xiaoyu twisted and struggled, his brows filled with excitement. Come with me if you don't want to die. Qingshan's voice was cold, and his palm was even more like an iron clamp that could not be shaken. The four ferocious beasts, judging from their hissing aura alone, each one was no weaker than Wolfsbane. The four martial artists on the stage, although they were all at the 4th or 5th level of body forging, could theoretically harden themselves against ferocious beasts of this level. But that's not how real battles are counted. At this moment, the four people's faces were clearly tinged with astonishment and awe, and it was likely that they had never even seen a ferocious beast before. Not every martial arts teacher would capture a ferocious beast to practice on their students like Qingshan did. Most low-stage martial artists in the old continent would not see the chance to see a ferocious beast in their lifetime. Qingshan had fought with Wolfsbane tens of thousands of times and knew the ferocious beast's nature. Cowardly before the battle, it was impossible for the four people on stage to block the ferocious beast. What's more, the ring is not protected in the slightest. Once they couldn't hold them back, the ferocious beasts would definitely rush down the ring and go on a killing spree. The surrounding security was nothing more than ordinary people, even if they were equipped with laser guns, it wouldn't help. Boss, is it dangerous to wait? Chang'an was very perceptive and could see Qingshan's concern, but he was still a bit puzzled. Boss, there aren't many big shots in this hall, but they're all prestigious existences from several nearby cities. Silver Fortune wants to keep the business going, so it surely wouldn't dare to be careless about security. Business? Qingshan shook his head and glanced at Chang'an. Even if we get through tonight unscathed, do you think the news of the ferocious beasts will be kept from the inspectorate, and Silver FAI will still be in business? This. Sunyan was first dazed, but even greater doubts surged up from the bottom of his heart. Silver Fortune had a hard time getting the beasts, but the beast battle was over after just one game, so what's the point? Come with me if you want to live. Qingshan didn't say much, picked up Xiao Xiaoyu and squeezed towards the exit against the crowd. It was normal that Chang'an couldn't figure it out because he wasn't sure about Yu Qingya's background at all. Up to this moment, Qingshan was almost certain that Yu Qingya was the fish that slipped through the net 2 months ago. Evil god followers, crazy and incomprehensible. Tonight's battle of the beasts isn't about making money, it's about a big sacrifice. It was also for this reason that even if the ferocious beast that he had longed for was right in front of him, Qingshan did not hesitate to choose to retreat. Wow! The cacophony around us suddenly got louder and... What's going on? The cage is open before a minute is up? Get out of the way in front of you, quickly get out of the way, I want to place a bet. A curse rang in his ears, and the crowd in front of him grew even larger. Li Qingshan did not look back, leading Xiao Xiaoyu with his left hand. His right hand erected the hilt of his sword and pressed it forward, as if it was an icebreaker going forward. Finally, there was an empty space in front of them, and a group of 3 people squeezed out of the crowd. Li Qingshan paused and looked toward the exit in front of him. The iron door was already closed, and 5 big men in black blocked the door. In front of them, there was another chair. The blonde woman crossed her legs and had a glass of red wine in her hand, shaking it gently. "Little handsome, aren't you going to watch the beast fighting battle? Why are you in a hurry to leave?" "It can't be helped, this little guy is too timid. The moment he sees a ferocious beast he clamors to leave." Li Qingshan responded with a smile, putting down Xiao Xiaoyu with his left hand, his fingers gently pinched at the back of his neck. Little fatty instantly shivered and tears came out of his eyes from the pain. "That's what made you cry?" Li Qingshan was furious and slapped the back of the little fatty's head hard. "You're the one who was clamoring to see the ferocious beasts before, and now you're clamoring to go." Chang'an took the initiative to step forward and fawned at Yu Qingya. "Boss Yu, I can't help this customer, can you accommodate me?" Li Qingshan did not say much and quietly watched Chang'an play. When Wang Kershan received the news, he would definitely be the first to send out the inspectorates. Perhaps the inspectorate was on its way at the moment, and it would be best if they could muddle out safely now. "What's all this talk about accommodations? I'm a businessman, where's the sense in stopping a customer from leaving?" Yu Qingya laughed out chirpily and took a sip of the wine in her cup. "Thank you, boss Yu." Chang'an was overjoyed and looked behind Yu Qingya. But instead of going to open the door, the 5 big men in black put their hands to their waists and each pulled out a gun. "Boss Yu, this. Chang'an's voice trembled and he couldn't stop taking 2 steps back. "Take it easy." Yu Qingya gently shook her head, her gaze looking towards Li Qingshan, pointing remotely at the distant ring. "Handsome boy, the fun has just begun, wouldn't it be a shame to miss it?" Li Qingshan turned his head to look at the ring. Under the spotlight, 4 martial artists were struggling to resist. One of them was obviously weaker and could only raise his spear with both hands, barely resisting. Bang! The ferocious beast lunged again, its lance dislodged and its sharp claws sliced through its chest, opening its belly. Stimulated by the blood, all the spectators boiled over, all of them flushed and shouting with vigor. Just then, the ferocious beast that had finished its kill twisted its head violently and leapt forward, pouncing on the stage. There was no protection at the edge of the ring, and none of the surrounding security drew their guns and fired. The ferocious beast charged into the crowd without any hindrance, sharp claws flying and blood splattering everywhere. The clamor of the crowd fell silent, and in a flash screams erupted in all directions. Except for a few who were stunned, the rest scattered in all directions. On the ring, the 3 remaining martial artists looked at each other and jumped off the ring in unison, blending into the crowd. The 3 ferocious beasts had no more opponents, so they also each jumped out of the ring and rushed towards the crowd. The spotlight went out suddenly. In the dark space, blood and flesh flew recklessly, and the hissing of ferocious beasts intertwined with the cries of the crowd. Not far away, a dozen spectators fled to the exit. "Open the door. I want out. Quick, the ferocious beasts are killing people, let us out." Bang, bang, bang. Intense gunfire rang out and a dozen men fell in front of the exit. Blood spread on the ground, flowing all the way to Li Qingshan's feet. "Coach!" Xiao Xiaoyu lightly tugged on the corner of Li Qingshan's coat, his fat face turning white. Sung Yin shivered and his legs trembled. "Don't be afraid, little handsome, I can't spare your face." Yu Qingya laughed daintily and shook her wineglass. "Why don't you have a drink with me and wait together until this feast is over?" The glass swayed and the red wine slid down the walls. Li Qingshan looked at the blood at his feet and slowly raised his head, revealing a bright smile. "Yeah." Chapter 28, You're cuter now. Greeting Yu Qingya's winking eyes, Li Qingshan stepped forward 1 step at a time. The 5 big men in black had a wary look in their gazes, their guns pointing inadvertently. Li Qingshan seemed to be unaware of this, stopping in front of Yu Qingya with a smile that grew wider and wider. "Ma'am, a drink with you is certainly not a problem." The corners of Yu Qingya's mouth hooked up, and a touch of smugness was added to her smile. Although she had only had a one-sided relationship before, the first moment they met today, she recognized the youth in front of her as the handsome young man she had almost taken down 2 months ago. The opening bid of $1 million a glass of wine was something that stuck in her mind. But not anymore, all she needed to do was say the word and the other person would have to obey. Yu Qingya sat on the chair and crossed her legs, her height was clearly only up to Li Qingshan's waist, but her gaze carried a condescending flavor. Gently shaking the small amount of liquor left in the glass, he reached out and handed it over. "Handsome boy, this wine is good, try it." Qingshan smiled and nodded his head, slowly raising his hand, and just as his hand was halfway up, it suddenly lurched. "Ma'am, you don't want to whore yourself out for nothing when you previously agreed to $1 million a glass of wine, do you?" "What?" Qingya instantly froze and... To be able to say that, the other person must have recognized her as well. But her figure, height, hair color, and appearance had all changed, so how could the other party recognize her? Just between her stunned moments, Qingshan's right hand had already gripped the hilt of the blade. "Since there's no going back, there's no going back. Draw your knife and sheath it." Clank! The moment the blade was sheathed, it had transformed into a sky full of sword shadows. Qingshan crossed his feet diagonally, and the shadow of his sword swept past behind Qingya in a flash. The 5 big men in black quickly reacted and tried to pull the trigger. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move their fingers a bit. Just then, on all 5 wrists, a line of blood surfaced almost simultaneously. Sharp pain struck and the palm slipped. Their hands, broken. However, the 5 ordinary bodyguards were not Qingshan's main target. Before the palm of his hand landed, the roiling shadow of the sword had already pressed towards Qingya, who was sitting on the chair. Put! The machete cut through the limbs unhindered and blasted through the wooden chairs. In the blink of an eye, all that was left on the ground was a pile of debris, for stumps, and a human stick. Dead? Qingshan frowned slightly, his eyes gazing at the limbs on the ground. The encounter was so easy that it took him by surprise. As the first evil god follower to cross paths with him, Qingya was weak in a somewhat less than normal way. "Ah! Ah! Ah! I want you dead!" A hoarse scream suddenly rang out, and the limbs on the ground lit up with bloodlight at the same time. Along with the bloodlight becoming more and more prevalent, the limbs gradually dried up and decayed. "You made me do it." The voice had long since lost its delicacy and become misogynistic. Several bloody lights lit up to the extreme in this moment, simultaneously floating towards the torso that had become a stick. Along with the bloodlight sinking in, a blood-colored tentacle gradually extended from the torso and limbs. Slippery, disgusting, hideous, twisted. That's right. Qingshan's eyes lit up and his brows stretched. With a single step of his feet, the shadow of the roiling sword pressed down. The blood-colored tentacles reacted quickly and quickly met them. The bloodlight was consumed and the tentacles grew denser and denser. In the next instant, the shadow of the blade collided with the tentacles. Blood splattered everywhere and limbs were thrown. The blood-colored tentacles were just ordinary flesh and blood in the end, and could not withstand the chopping of sharp blades. "You lunatic! Psycho! I want you dead!" In the center of the tentacles, Qingya's voice grew more and more frantic. All of the fallen limbs once again turned into blood and light, merging into the main body and growing into new tentacles. But it didn't work. You can't stop it as you can't stop it. Qingshan seemed like a merciless sword-wielding machine, and there was no half-break in the roiling sword shadow. Flesh and blood is not endless. As the number of breaks increases, more and more tentacles fall down and no longer turn into bloodlight, directly fall to the ground and become ash. In less than a minute, the ground was covered in ash. In the center of the ash, the torso, once again in the shape of a stick, lay across the ground. But it's not dead yet. LOL. LOL. Death to all of you, all of you. The blonde hair had long since disappeared, the larger head was bare of slippery scalp, and the 2 glaring eyes were bloodshot. Qingshan stood next to him and asked seriously after carefully surveying the situation. "You're kind of a monster now, aren't you?" "Ha ha ha, monsters?" The sharp mouth full of sharp teeth opened, and the big blood-colored eyes were full of teasing and madness. "What? You know you're scared?" No, you're mistaken." Qingshan shook his head and couldn't stop a smile from curling up at the corner of his mouth. "I think you're cuter, now." Cute? Time and space seemed to stop in this instant. The open sharp mouth could not be closed for a long time, and the big blood-colored eyes were full of stagnation. Until a blade lit up and reflected in the large eyes. It finally came back to its senses and spat out 2 words at the end of its life. Crazy. The blade fell and the ashes rose. Kill a monster, experience of Wudao Space +5, available time increased by 5 years. Above the panel, a line of information flashed by. Li Qingshan put away his sword and stood, revealing a smile of realization. So, evil god followers are also monsters. Coach is awesome. Xiao Xiaoyu pulled his voice and directly roared through the sound. Originally, he was stunned after Yu Qingya transformed into a monster. However, as the blade fell and the monster flew into oblivion, Xiao Xiaoyu instantly awoke with excitement. What about monsters? Wherever the long sword goes, the ghosts and gods retreat. Stop yelling. Li Qingshan shook his head, walked up and patted the back of his head lightly, and used the back of his blade to knock Chang'an awake again. Old boss. Chang'an's legs were still trembling, and after scanning the mess all over the ground, his lips trembled. Boss, let's run. He's just a little stacker, and tonight's scene is too exciting for him. Li Qingshan twisted his head and looked down the hall. The chaotic scene intensified, the ferocious beasts were slaughtering with abandon, and the spectators cried out and fled in all directions. Still, there were some smart people who had noticed the commotion on this side of the exit and were squeezing through. Li Qingshan made a quick decision and pushed Xiao Xiaoyu to Chang'an's side. You take the boy and go on ahead, I'll stay a while. Coach, I'm going to stay and help you. Xiao Xiaoyu is now in the heat of the moment. How can he be willing to retreat from the battlefield? Killing monsters and saving people is his way of chivalry. It's a burden to stay, so get lost. Li Qingshan waved his hand impatiently, his gaze locking onto the hissing and roaring figures in the hall, lightly licking his lips. The masterminds are dead, so how can these ferocious beasts be spared? The boss is righteous. With a straight face, Chang'an bowed to Li Qingshan. Then he took Xiao Xiaoyu with him, pushed open the iron door, and ran towards the stairway. The great righteousness? Li Qingshan was puzzled and didn't think much more about it. Turning to stare at one of the ferocious beasts, his gaze was fiery as he charged out with his sword. The iron door opened and light shone through the darkness, giving hope of life to the crowd that had been approaching this way. The crowds converged and blocked the front. Li Qingshan frowned, casually slapping away a few that were in the way, machete raised high, fierce aura rampant. The inspectorate is on the case, death to those who stand in the way. Chapter 29, What are you roaning about? The inspectorate? The crowd of people stopped dead in their tracks, and someone's eyes lit up for help. However, after seeing the cold demeanor of the youth in front of him, as well as the blood left on the blade, he rationally chose to give up. In the end, the tide of people seemed to flow like water, automatically separating from in front of Li Qingshan. The road was unobstructed, and in just a dozen seconds, Li Qingshan had rushed to the target ferocious beast. The surroundings have been cleared. Within 3 meters of only broken limbs and corpses, the beast's front paws pressed on a corpse, is tearing its arm. This ferocious beast looked slightly thinner than wolfsbane, but its muscle lines were more fluid and its sharp claws flashed with cold light. Li Qingshan stepped heavily with his right foot and charged out with his sword. Roar! The beast snapped its head up, bloodthirsty eyes fixed on the visitor, and leapt forward. In an instant, he had already crossed a distance of 7 or 8 meters, and the sharp claws and the blade were about to meet. Faster than wolfsbane. Li Qingshan's gaze was slightly condensed, and his left foot divinely stepped out. In the blink of an eye, his figure had appeared behind the ferocious beast, the machete going from bottom to top, backhanded upward. This trick proved to be useful not only for wolfsbane, but also for other ferocious beasts. Roar ga! Deja vu screams rang out. Li Qingshan's knife out became more and more severe. The ferocious beast in front of him was indeed faster than wolfsbane, but it still didn't exceed the limit of the prancing of the Great Completion's misty trail steps. No matter how much it jumped and turned around, Li Qingshan was always able to advance a step and stand behind it. In less than half a minute. Cracking the anus and breaking the belly, the internal organs slipped out, and the ferocious beast's body slumped to the ground. Kill monster, +1 experience in Wudao space, available time increased by 1 year. Li Qingshan closed his sword and stood, smiling triumphantly. It seems that you still need to use a stance to kill a ferocious beast. If one chose to fight head-on, even if one used the grand completion of the Wind Shadow Blade, it would not be possible to be so fast. Moreover, the consumption of physical strength by the blade light transformation could not be so easy. But it just stinks. Li Qingshan swept over the stains on the blade and frowned slightly. However, this is not the time to wash your knives. Li Qingshan turned his head to look at the remaining ferocious beasts and charged out again. Kill monster, +1 experience in Wudao space, available time increased by 1 year. Kill monster, +1 experience in Wudao space, available time increased by 1 year. 5 minutes later, the third ferocious beast fell under Li Qingshan's blade. The hall became empty, leaving only a floor full of mutilated corpses and broken limbs. In the direction of the exit, there were still 200 to 300 people huddled together in front of the iron gate, with cries and screams intertwined in an unbelievable chaos. 5 minutes would have been enough time for all the remaining surviving spectators to withdraw. But under the threat of the ferocious beast, all had lost their minds, pushing, pulling, and cursing. Many people even didn't die under the claws of the ferocious beasts, but were trampled to death alive because they fell. Qingshan looked at the last ferocious beast chasing behind the crowd, and instead of charging with his sword again, he lowered his head and his gaze fell to the ground. Inside the hall, at least hundreds of people had died, and there were broken limbs and corpses everywhere. By all rights, blood should have covered the floor in mud long ago. But no. The feet were clean and crisp, and there was not even a scab left on the floor, except for the dark red blood that was faintly visible. It was as if all the blood had vanished into thin air. No, it's not disappearing, it's absorbing. Qingshan's gaze was deflected and swept towards the remnants of the corpse on the ground. At some point, these broken limbs were no longer fresh. Flesh and blood dried up, and all the corpses decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and faster. Flesh and blood demon god. Qingshan's complexion tightened, remembering the words Yu Qingya left behind before her death. All die, all of you. So, although Yu Qingya died, the sacrifice didn't stop? As the thought flashed by, Qingshan's heart chilled. Evil god's sacrifice was an area he had never touched before, and although he didn't know what would happen next, it definitely wouldn't be good. Time to go. Qingshan quickly made a decision, his feet moved and quickly rushed towards the exit iron door. At the back of the crowd, a few men and women who had been forced close by the ferocious beasts saw Qingshan running towards them, and their originally desperate eyes erupted with light. Quickly! Quickly kill the ferocious beast! Help me, help us! Although there was chaos before, they still noticed the actions of this inspectorate youth hunting the ferocious beasts. The other party was strong and could definitely save them from the mouths of the ferocious beasts. Among the several people, a middle-aged man in a suit stood at the end and seemed to have a low status. Seeing that he was out of the crisis, the panic on his face faded and he directly said in a furious voice, "How come you inspectors sent one of you over here? Move fast, if I get hurt, I'll go out and complain to the feds." Under a crowd of hopeful eyes, Qingshan quickly rushed behind the ferocious beast, sheathed his sword, crossed his feet diagonally, and brushed shoulders with the ferocious beast. Ha! Everyone was dumbfounded, watching Qingshan cross the ferocious beast and cross them. Roar! The ferocious beasts hissed and waved their sharp claws, and the first few men and women were instantly torn into pieces. The fishy wind was in the air, and the blood bowl was right in front of us. The middle-aged man in the suit turned around violently and clutched Qingshan's sleeve behind him, pleading, "I'm Councilman Boy's secretary in the city, save me, you inspectors must save me." Qingshan's footsteps lurched, frowning at the middle-aged man in the suit, breaking the other party's fingers one by one. "You misunderstand, I'm not an inspector." The middle-aged man in the suit froze, his eyes showed a vicious color, and he raised his hand to point at Qingshan. "You? Ah!" The words stopped abruptly and turned into a miserable scream as the middle-aged man in the suit was bitten by the ferocious beast at the waist and abdomen, and his body took off into the air. Just then. Boom! The floorboards shattered, smoke filled the air, and there was a flash of silver. The beast slumped to the ground, the latter half of its body disappearing without a trace. What kind of weapon is this? Qingshan drew in a breath of cool air and carefully surveyed the giant weapon looming in the smoke. The weapon was in the shape of a curved moon and glittered with a silver-white light. It was 3 meters in diameter, with one end rooted into the ground and the other reaching the ceiling. Moon essence wheel? In Qingshan's mind, he couldn't help but flash through the images that he had seen in his last life in the movie Legend of Qingshan. Although the current era is interstellar and doesn't go well with immortality, the two are just too similar. Cold moon shuttle. Cries rang out. Qingshan frowned and looked down, only to see the middle-aged man in the suit lying on the ground, his waist and belly still contained in the mouth of the ferocious beast. Although his shirt was already red with blood, the ferocious beast died too quickly to bite him off. "The Rangers have arrived, I'm saved." The middle-aged man in the suit was filled with ecstasy, and his gaze swept over Qingshan with a meaning that was hard to understand. But the Rangers weren't there yet to get their revenge. He quickly lowered his head and hid his thoughts. "You Rowan what?" The voice rang in his ears, and the middle-aged man in the suit looked up in shock. Qingshan, at some point, had squatted down beside him and was looking at him with 2 serious eyes. No, don't get me wrong, I wasn't looking at you. The middle-aged man in the suit barely managed to squeeze out a smile. No, you read it. Qingshan shook his head and stood up. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The right foot was raised high and aimed at the head of the ferocious beast. At the desperate gaze of the middle-aged man in the suit, he stepped down heavily. Pust. Sharp teeth smoothly penetrate flesh and blood, crushing the spine. Blood escaped from the mouth of the middle-aged man in the suit, and his wide-eyed eyes gradually lost their vitality. Chapter 30, Super Genius. Qingshan stepped on the head of the ferocious beast with his feet, his gaze lowered. The moment the middle-aged man in the suit died of gas, the skin of the corpse dried up and folded at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if there was an unseen presence that was constantly devouring its flesh and blood. Even the head of the ferocious beast at his feet had only a piece of dried scalp left. Sacrifice is faster. Qingshan murmured softly, his gaze suddenly condensing. A thin mist of blood was seeping out of the floor and spreading upwards. Qingshan jerked his head up and swept around. Not only under his feet, but the entire hall floor had been covered in blood mist. Faint blood light flickered in the mist, and all the blood mist seemed to be alive, surging and converging towards the ring in the center of the hall. In just over 10 seconds, a 3-meter square mass of twisted flesh and blood appeared in the center of the ring. Every inch of flesh and blood wriggled, and a slippery tentacle as if it were fluffy burrowed out and grew rapidly. Weird, creepy, treacherous, hideous. Just by looking at it, Qingshan seemed to be contaminated. Sweat hairs exploded all over his body and he couldn't stop trembling. This was suppression from the level of life. Not only the body, but also the spirit is imprisoned. Countless thoughts came out of thin air from within his mind, pulsing madly, telling him the same thing. Stay where you are and lead with your neck. On what grounds? Qingshan's eyes widened in anger, veins emerging on his forehead. With his eyes dead set on the ring, he clenched his teeth and said in a single word. What flesh and blood demon god? It's just a monster, how do you deserve it? The words fell, and the intention was like a sword, cutting down all the throbbing thoughts. The mind cleared and a renewed surge of strength came to the stiffened body. Qingshan gradually suppressed his instinctive fear and took back control of his body. Still not making a move? Qingshan gazed at the motionless cold moon shuttle in front of him and stepped back. Whatever happened next in the battle, it was out of his hands. The flesh and blood monster in the center of the ring didn't seem to notice the resistance of a mole cricket and just kept devouring the blood mist and growing its tentacles. The surrounding crowd had long been scared out of their wits and were paralyzed and shivering. During Qingshan's retreat, he would step on their bodies from time to time, but none of them cried out in pain, nor did anyone open their mouths to ask for help. All are taken in by the monster and become real lambs to the slaughter. The blood mist was getting thinner and was about to be swallowed up. In the center of the ring, the flesh and blood monster had turned into a ball of blood-colored hair, with thousands of tentacles extending from all over its body, twisting and stretching. The inspectorate really doesn't care if they live or die? With doubt, Qingshan took a step back and stepped out of the iron door. With that, turn and run. Buzz. An ear-piercing tremor sounded, and Qingshan's footsteps lurched and he looked back behind him. Inside the hall, the blood mist had disappeared, and the flesh and blood monster was completely formed, with countless tentacles extending rapidly in all directions. But at the same time, the cold moon shuttle moved. The 3-meter diameter shuttle circled the hall, spinning rapidly, as if it were a crazy meat grinder, and the blood-colored tentacles were broken when they touched it. More than just cutting, there was a stream of tiny lasers that lit up from the shuttle as it spun, hitting the twisted tentacles on the ground with pinpoint accuracy and burning them to ash. A sci-fi weapon indeed. Qingshan softly lamented and turned around without slowing down. Now, no need to run. The flesh and blood monsters looked terrifying, but under the siege of the cold moon flying shuttle, they were simply defenseless. What's more, the cold moon shuttle was just a weapon, and the real Sky Ranger mecha hadn't shown up yet. The result was not what Qingshan expected. In just 10 seconds or so, all the blood-colored tentacles went up in smoke, spreading a layer of ash on the floor. The center of the ring. The cold moon shuttle hovered above the head of the flesh and blood monster, the silver-white metal surface lit up with a crimson glow, and a round of curved moon-shaped lasers projected down. The flesh and blood monster was defenseless under the laser light and instantly turned into ashes. Even the ring underneath it was melted by the laser, turning it into a mass of hot lava. This is the power of a mecha? Qingshan was secretly staggered, while his eyes glowed. In textbooks, martial artists and mechs are equal. Since the Sky Ranger mecha could have this kind of destructive power, sooner or later he would be able to do the same with his physical body. I just wonder how many years this flesh and blood monster will be worth. Qingshan swept over the ash floating on the lava and shook his head sadly. This battle wasn't something he could even participate in, let alone grab heads. Just then. Buzz. The cold moon shuttle moved again, flying back to the previously broken floorboards. A silver mecha fell soundlessly from the sky. The metal body is about 2.8 meters tall and dripping with light. The cold moon flying shuttle seemed to have a spirit, automatically rotating around, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Too similar. Qingshan couldn't help but utter a sigh of relief. The scene in front of him couldn't help but remind him once again of a similar scene from the movie Legend of Qingshan in his previous life. Lonely moon, absolutely beautiful. Like what? A clear, cold female voice rang in his ears. Qingshan froze back to his senses and looked around, finally locking his gaze on the hovering silver mech with the metal mask facing his direction. The mech is a woman? After Qingshan was slightly surprised, he could only smile awkwardly. What should I say? He couldn't say it was like a movie he'd seen in a previous life, could he? It was a good thing that the mech seemed to ask just casually, having turned his head to look around the entire hall and. Eventually, the gaze paused at the remains of the middle-aged man in the suit, and then to the cloud of ashes in front of the iron door. This massive ash was different from the other ashes that covered the floor, it was lighter in color, and was left behind after Yuqingya's transformation earlier. She saw it? Qingshan frowned slightly, not feeling that the mech artist was just observing with the naked eye. There must be unknown means of surveying in that body of mech. Although the middle-aged man in the suit is considered to be buried in the mouth of the beast, but he was in front of the cold moon shuttle, stepped down that foot. Thinking back to the scene where the cold moon shuttle went on a rampage. Qingshan crushed the last trace of fluke in his heart and his face was frank. He didn't regret it. The middle-aged man in the suit was definitely a bigger threat alive than in his death. Qingshan, well done. The clear cold female voice sounded again. Qingshan's expression froze, unexpectedly. You know me? My name is Yuman. The mecha's right hand raised, a laser blasted out, and the middle-aged man in the suit, along with half of the remains of the ferocious beast, were all reduced to ashes. Your sister Yulei? Qingshan instantly reacted and sighed in relief. Apparently, the death of the middle-aged man in the suit is over. Still, the incident had given him a wake-up call. It was the interstellar age, after all, and there were too many unknown means. Next time. Be sure to do it more discreetly. Qingshan secretly reflected, and the mech in mid-air did not mean to talk back, seeming to be very high and cold. Inside the mech, Yuman gazed at Qingshan as 4 light screens unfolded in front of him. 3 of the light screens were filled with images of a man and a beast fighting in light. The remaining piece of the light screen was an image of a humanoid light figure fighting a tentacle monster. These were simulation-generated images of the battle after the mech had scanned the entire hall. Even though the light and shadows were not clear, it was enough to yield a lot of intelligence. Great accomplishment of Misty Trail Steps? Wind Shadow Blade? Just at the second level of body forging, you can kill an evil god devotee and hunt 3 ferocious beasts in a row? As each conclusion was reached, waves gradually rose under Yuman's eyes. The first time she heard Qingshan's name from her uncle, she didn't take it seriously at all. The real geniuses would have been sent to the new continent long ago. The Budo class is just a way to leave a hope for the many high school students in the old continent. Not to mention the fact that very few students actually manage to enter the new continent martial arts university every year, and even if they did go to the new continent, they would only end up as background plates. Not only were the martial arts students of the new continent more talented and had more resources, even the cultivation requirements were far stricter than those of the old continent. The gap was doomed from the start, and it simply wasn't something that could be caught up with in 3 years of martial arts classes. Later, after Yuman learned about Qingshan's basic information from his sister, he cared even less. What kind of genius is a body forging first level that has just come into contact with the martial Dao talking about? But now. In just 2 months, Qingshan had cultivated both the Misty Tracer Steps and the Wind Shadow Blade to great success. This kind of enlightenment is sensational. Even if it was just the most basic D-grade martial skill, the fastest cultivation record in the new continent would take half a year. The 4 screens of light drew toward the center and merged into one. The light and shadow dispersed and turned into a clear image, which was the criminal record of Qingshan's foot on top of the beast's head. Yuman looked through the light screen at the figure stationed outside the iron gate. At this moment, the images overlapped with reality, and Yuman was stunned. Perhaps he is the genius that Uncle has been searching for? A super genius that's enough to rival a Martial Dao Great Star Heavenly Pride. Chapter 31. What? Li Qingshan? One by one, uniformed inspectorate staff came out of the stairway and flooded into the hall. Li Qingshan looked at the mech hanging in mid-air, still motionless, with no intention of replying. So high and mighty? Li Qingshan had no choice but to give up his intention to set up a friendship and honestly follow the staff and return to the ground. Along the way, Li Qingshan handed over all the details in their original form. Except, of course, the middle-aged man in a suit. The staff didn't ask many questions, just recorded them all verbatim and instructed that he would be contacted again if needed, and that a bonus would arrive when the information was verified. Back to the parking lot, Li Qingshan just walked out of the stairway. The little fat peer opened his hands and ran excitedly. Coach, are you okay? Li Qingshan stretched out a finger and pressed it against Xiao Xiaoyu's forehead, slightly disgusted. Don't you talk about manhood all the time? It's not decent to cuddle. I was worried. Xiao Xiaoyu stopped awkwardly, rubbing his fat hands together. Not far away, Sung-on was looking bitter and giving an honest account to one of the investigators. Upon seeing Li Qingshan, his eyes lit up and he immediately trotted over and complained. Boss, your co-worker doesn't play by the rules, and he's going to flip me off after tonight's account. Cough. Li Qingshan coughed twice dryly, swept his eyes at the staff next to him, and waved his hand with a straight face. Cooperate well and I'll keep you safe. Thanks, boss. Sung-in blushed and ran back again. Li Qingshan twisted his head to look at the staff member next to him who had a strange gaze and said with a normal expression. The matter is urgent, he was asked to help a lot before, otherwise it would not have been so easy to discover the conspiracy of the followers of the evil god, stop the sacrifice and save the people from the fire. Understood, I'll get right on it. With a constipated look on his face, the staff member hurriedly interrupted and turned his head to deal with Sung-in. Compared to the credit in Li Qingshan's mouth, impersonating the inspectorate was nothing at all, and it was nothing to let Cheng-in off the hook as a stacker. Coach, my dad will be arriving soon, he wants to meet you. Xiao Xiaoyu said from the side. Your father? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows, surprised. Aren't your parents coming over tomorrow? Xiao Xiaoyu beamed bitterly. My dad heard the news somewhere, too, and I got a call from him as soon as I came up here just now. That fast? Li Qingshan's mind turned electrically, quickly guessing the source of Xiao Xiaoyu's father's information. Inspectorate. The news of the Silver Glory Hotel. Before there was no half a whisper through, Xiao Xiaoyu's father could not have been forewarned, knowing that his son would be in danger here. Moreover, the time he spoke to Xiao Xiaoyu happened to be shortly after Li Qingshan sent the tip-off information to Wang San. In other words, Xiao Xiaoyu's father not only knew the information reported by the inspection bureau in the first place, but also found out that his son was also at the Inhui Hotel. Hiss. Sure enough, the background is amazing. Li Qingshan drew in a breath of cool air, looking at the silly little fatty in front of him. He couldn't help but reach out and rub the other party's head. Before learning the Misty Steps, this little fat guy with an amazing background was beaten up every day at school. However, another problem soon occurred to Li Qingshan. Xiao Xiaoyu's father is in Wui City, the capital of the province, which is more than 500 kilometers away from Locking. Even if he had been able to get the news first, it had only been 20 minutes since then. 20 minutes, 500 kilometers? What kind of car can go that fast? Boom! The sound explosion rang out. Li Qingshan's thoughts were interrupted and he looked up in confusion. Only a black shadow with layers of airwaves was seen speeding from the distant night sky. In a few seconds, however, the black shadow sailed over the Silver Glory Hotel and suddenly stopped. Between the extreme movement and the extreme stillness, it was as if there was no inertia. The black shadow slowly descended from mid-air, revealing a streamlined body full of sci-fi. My dad has arrived. Xiao Xiaoyu waved his hand excitedly, and Li Qingshan returned to his senses, spitting out two words expressionlessly. Smaller. This car is still small? Xiao Xiaoyu turned back in confusion and wondered. Coach, I've been in this car before, there's plenty of room inside. I'm not talking about the car being small, I'm talking about my pattern being small. Li Qingshan gazed at the flying car that was landing and couldn't help but mess up little fatty's hairstyle once again. A car on four wheels can't run that fast, but a flying car without wheels can. He can use a hovercraft on the old continent, so he really has an amazing background. Flying car on the head, the ground crowd consciously make a 10-meter square parking space. Soon the speeder landed and the doors opened. A big fat man who was about 2 meters tall and had a waistline of almost 2 meters jumped down from the car. Knock. The ground shook slightly and the fat around his waist trembled, but the big fat man looked as normal and seemed to have no strain. Dad. Chow Xiaoyu pulled Li Qingshan forward and... I brought Coach Li. Brat. Big Fatty first glared at his son, then turned to look at Li Qingshan with a smile. Coach Li, I'm this brat's father, Xiaoya. I had originally planned to thank you in person tomorrow, so it's a coincidence that it happened tonight. Li Qingshan took the initiative after carefully observing Xiaoya's smiling face and confirming that he wasn't raising an accusation. Mr. Chow is welcome, it's my fault for bringing him here tonight. Coach Li doesn't have to cover up for this brat. Xiaoya waved his hand and slapped the back of his son's head. I've checked it all out, this brat has been inquiring about the Silver Glory Hotel lately. It's a good thing Coach Li came along today, or we don't know what would have happened. Xiao Xiaoyu's tears were hurting and he said with an aggrieved face. Dad. How can you blame me for this? Who knew a fighting ring could have evil god followers mixed in? I'll clean you up when I get back tonight. Xiaoya glared at him and once again looked at Li Qingshan, sidling up and inviting him. Coach Li, it's not good to take a taxi here, why don't you take my car back and we'll talk in the car? That would be a problem. Li Qingshan followed the good advice and, with curiosity, boarded the hovering flying car. There is no driver in the car, not even a driver's seat, and it seems to be all about intelligent control. Inside the spacious compartment, a circular couch surrounds the perimeter, with a completely transparent porthole behind the backrest of the couch. Xiaoya took his son to the car, and after inquiring clearly about Li Qingshan's address, he set up some simple settings on the communicator, and the flying car slowly lifted off. Li Qingshan sat on the sofa and looked down through the porthole, overlooking the crowd below that was gradually getting smaller. Suddenly, a crimson glow caught his attention. The crimson light flew from the distance towards the Silver Glory Hotel, not breaking the speed of sound, but still fast. What was even stranger was that this red light was clearly not considered blinding, but Li Qingshan could not stop his eyes from stinging, as if he was looking directly at the sun. As the red light approached the parking lot, things inside became clearer. Li Qingshan forced himself to endure the discomfort and stared downward with wide eyes. The red light was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it plunged into the large hole that had been smashed out by the cold moon flying shuttle earlier. But a hurried glance still allowed Li Qingshan to see clearly. Not a mech or any other technological creation, there was only a lanky figure at the center of the red light. Even this person Li Qingshan recognized. Mr. Wan? On the third basement level, the surviving spectators have all been carried away, and the remaining staff are clearing the trail. The silver mecha remains suspended in mid-air, sitting on the scene. Suddenly, a lanky figure fell through a hole in the ceiling and hit the floor hard. Bang! Ashes rose and filled the area around the visitor. Blah blah blah. The smell of these evil god scumbags is still so punchy. Wankersan waved his arms vigorously, fanning away the dust. Suddenly, his movement stalled and the tip of his nose shrugged as he sniffed hard. No, this smells wrong. Wan Keshan's gaze was like electricity as he stared towards the center of the hall. The lava that the ring had been reduced to had turned a dark red, and the surface was covered in a layer of dark ash. With a flash of his body, Wankershan appeared next to the lava and fished out a bit of ash with his bare hands, the lava slipping from between his fingers without even hurting his skin. Wan Keshan rubbed the ashes between his fingers and brought them to the tip of his nose to sniff lightly, his brows gradually furrowing. Evil god projection? It's just a semblance. Yuman floated down from mid-air and stood on the edge of Wanker Mountain. This sacrifice planned by the evil god's believer has thousands of offerings. If he is allowed to successfully complete the sacrifice, he might really be able to invoke the flesh and blood demon god's projection. The evil god projection contained a hint of the evil god's will, and it wasn't even on the same level as the previous half-baked product. If the evil god's projection was truly invoked, not to mention whether she plus Wankershan could win, the aftermath of the battle alone would be enough to destroy several neighborhoods and kill or injure countless people. Heh, it's still Uncle Me who's smart enough to let you come over first and destroy the sacrifice in advance. Wankersan cupped his chin and smiled smugly, turning his head to look around. Where's Li Qingshan? It's gone, actually. Before Yuman could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wan Keshan's laughter. Haha, I knew it, with this kid's resourcefulness, he must have run away long ago. Wanker-san laughed sagely, but in his heart he was relieved. He had received the news before and had not dared to contact Qingshan in order to prevent any danger around him. Just now, when he saw so many survivors outside but did not find Qingshan's figure, Wan Keshan's heart hung in the air. Fortunately, it's finally a relief now. Uncle, Qingshan was the last to go. The mech's face was expressionless, but Yuman's voice was permeated with helplessness. What do you mean? Wankersham froze. Although I killed this half-finished product, it wasn't me who destroyed the sacrifice, but Qingshan. What? Qingshan? Chapter 32, Signing? Wankershan awoke suddenly and looked sideways at his niece, wondering if he had heard wrong. He could see Qingshan every day, how could he not know Qingshan's strength? To be able to orchestrate this sacrifice, the evil god followers must have been contaminated and possessed the ability to transform. Is this something Qingshan can deal with? However, the mecha iron face could not be seen at all, and Yuman did not make another sound. Wankersan couldn't help himself and questioned. Qingshan is only the second level of body forging. Uncle, I admit that you were right in your first words. Yuman interrupted with a frown of impatience. To be able to kill an evil god believer at the second level of body forging, and to hunt 3 ferocious beasts in a row, Qingshan is indeed considered a genius. Genius? Wankershan was confused. It was just a random excuse made up to my niece for an extra bonus in the first place. Qingshan had at most a slight chance of traveling to new continent in his mind. But now, killing an evil god devotee at the second level of body forging? And hunting 3 ferocious beasts in a row? Wan Keshan's mind flashed with certainty. Did he grab the laser gun? That kid sure is smart. What laser gun? Weren't you the one who taught him the 2D ranked martial arts, the Misty Steps and the Wind Shadow Blade? Inside the mech, Yuman's frown deepened, feeling that her uncle was pointing at her, showing off. After taking a deep breath, he waved his hand and projected 4 light screens. Don't ask, see for yourself. On the light screen was the very image of the battle that the mech had deduced earlier. Not a gun? Wankershan muttered out, his eyes betting on the figure's right hand. The image wasn't exactly clear, but it was recognizable as a machete. The machete he gave to Qingshan. As the silhouette in the picture took a step and wielded his sword, Wan Keshan's eyes gradually widened in disbelief. Great accomplishment of Misty Trail Steps? Wind Shadow Blade? Is this really Qingshan? Wankersan instinctively questioned, but as the image was shown, the figure made a move to swing his sword upwards in a roundabout manner. He was silent. The figure in the picture was definitely Qingshan. Next to him, Yuman's depressed anger in his heart was slightly reduced, and he gradually realized that something was wrong. She lifted her face armor and wondered. Uncle, you really don't know? I know. Wankersan exploded into a fit of rage. 2 months ago, the martial arts skill was sent to Qingshan, but because of the assumption of facing the fierce beasts alone. But hypotheticals are just that, hypotheticals, and he never thought it would work. The following 10 days or so watched Qingshan's spirit wither because of his martial arts training. Wan Keshan also regretted for a moment that he shouldn't have sent the martial arts skill to Qingshan so early. Later, Qingshan's mental state returned to normal, and he only thought that Qingshan listened to advice and temporarily gave up martial arts practice. Unexpectedly. In 2 months' time, the Misty Steps has come to great success. The Wind Shadow Blade has become a great success. Ha, this kid is trying to surprise me. Wan Keshan let out a loud laugh, his eyebrows filled with excitement, while looking sideways at his niece and admonishing her. Right, don't spread this information out, Qingshan's realm is too low, it's best not to be targeted by those hyenas in advance. I have a sense of proportion. Yuman first nodded, then frowned slightly. But there were too many witnesses on the scene, and I'm afraid that Qingshan's record won't be able to hide it from some local companies. It's fine, that kid is smart, not that easy to fall for. Wan Keshan waved his hand and said with certainty. The survivors are ordinary people who can't see the details, and as long as Qingshan's talent isn't exposed, those big corporate consortiums won't strike early. The city of Loki at night was not cold. The road is lined with traffic, the streets are lined with lights and neon flashes, and countless projected advertisements light up on the walls of high-rise buildings. A hovering speeder flew quietly through the night sky. Qingshan sat on the sofa, overlooking the city at night through the porthole. Coach Lee, thank you for teaching my son this month. Xiaoya's smile was sincere, and his large hand once again patted on the back of his son's head. This brat, I've always thought that he has no talent for practicing martial arts, so I haven't pushed him. It's a good thing we have Coach Lee, otherwise I wonder how much more time will be wasted. Xiaoyu had tears hanging from the corners of his eyes, and his fat face was suffocating red, but he didn't dare to retort. Qingshan looked amused and shook his head. The talent is his own, I'm just guiding the guide. Coach Lee is too modest. Xiaoya said as he lifted the backrest of the sofa next to him and took out a long wooden box. Coach Lee, this is a thank you gift I specially prepared, please don't excuse yourself. How can this work? Qingshan shook his head and waved his hand. I've taken school. Halfway through his words, Xiaoya had already opened the wooden box. Inside was a long knife with a sheath, black in color, with mysterious patterns carved into the hilt and sheath that joined together. Xiaoya pushed the wooden box in front of Qingshan. Coach Lee, why don't you take a look at this knife first? Qingshan did not refuse and picked up the long knife, drawing out half of the blade. Electricity flickered at first. Electricity? Qingshan blinked, gazing at the silver blade that glowed with a hint of purple light. However, the electric aura did not reappear, as if it was just an illusion just now. To be precise, that wasn't electricity just now, but thunder, and the name of this blade is Thunder Stripe. Xiaoya briefly explained a sentence, but did not go into further detail, only solemnly saying, Coach Lee, coaching my son may be just doing your job for you. But for this brat, being able to go to the new continent ahead of time will give him more opportunities in the future. This is something big enough to change his destiny, you can definitely afford this thank you gift. Moreover, this thunder pattern blade was carefully selected by me, it is very important to your future martial arts cultivation, so please be sure to accept it. Having said that, Qingshan also stopped being pretentious and frankly accepted the thunder pattern sword. Thanks, Mr. Chow. I'll take this knife as a thank you gift from Fatty. When he went to Xinzhou in the future, he would do more of his responsibility as a master. Coach, can you stop smiling at me? I'm scared. Xiaoyu shivered and couldn't help but move to the side. Brat! As if he was addicted, Xiaoya slapped over again. Only after the little fatty had tears in his eyes was he contentedly withdrew his hand and looked at Qingshan, saying seriously. Coach Lee, there's one more thing I feel the need to remind you of. Please speak. Qingshan's face was straight. Word will definitely get out about tonight, and you should be contacted by a number of companies to sign on afterward. Signing? Qingshan raised his eyebrows, puzzled. Doesn't it usually take the third year before a company comes to a Budo class to sign a contract? Very few students get into Shinshu every year, and signing up with a big company is the way out for the vast majority of Budo class students. It's not the same, those are just employment contracts. Xiaoya shook his head and explained. When I say signing, I mean an investment contract. This kind of contract is usually for geniuses they favor, investing resources in advance to fund their martial arts cultivation in the early stages, at the cost of working for the company for a long period of time in the future. The deed of sale. Qingshan was concise and pointed out the essence of the so-called investment contract. Words can't be said like that. The corner of Xiaoya's mouth tugged, his face somewhat unnatural. For some ordinary geniuses from bad family backgrounds, using decades of freedom and the future as a price in exchange for a smooth martial path in the early stages is not a loss. Qingshan nodded and did not refute. The reasoning was this, but he had the panel in hand, and would rather suffer a little bit more up front, work more jobs, and report more evil god followers than sign this kind of sellout contract. But looking at Xiaoya's expression, Qingshan couldn't help but speculate whether the other party had such a big company behind them when they suddenly brought this up. Just as Qingshan was considering how to refuse. Who knew that Xiaoya suddenly turned his words around? Of course, that's just for ordinary geniuses, you don't have to, Coach Lee. Oh? Qingshan's gaze twitched as he waited for the following. The Federation's training system for martial arts and mecha has long been perfected after so many years down the line. Xiaoya took a sip of water and looked out the window. As he spoke, the flying car slowly descended and silently landed on the neighborhood lawn. With your talent, all you need to do is play normally in school and get into the New Continent Martial Arts University, and you won't be lacking in cultivation resources. The car door had already opened, and Xiaoya stopped his words from going into detail, only to finally exhort. Coach Lee, I mentioned the signing because I wanted to remind you not to be fooled by some companies with a pickup mindset. I see, thanks Mr. Chow. Li Qingshan nodded and solemnly thanked him. Although because of Cao Xiaoya's relationship, Xiaoya had always treated him as an equal, this last piece of advice was tantamount to an elder's concern. A group of 3 people got out of the car, and Xiaoya took his son and watched Li Qingshan leave before turning back to the car. The flying car slowly rose into the air. Xiaoya leaned his back against the sofa and closed his eyes, while little fatty skillfully rummaged through the boxes, looking for snacks. Suddenly, a bottle of drink was knocked over by him. "Crap, Dad, this file is stained." Xiao Xiaoyu pinched a folder, looking apprehensive. Xiao Yao opened his eyes and scanned the folder. "It's not a document, it's a contract." As the words fell, the little fat man became even more nervous. Looking at his son's apprehensive demeanor, Xiaoya spilled a smile and lightly patted the back of his head. "If it's dirty, and it's useless anyway." The little fat man sighed in relief and casually threw the contract on the floor. The cover of the contract has been soaked with drink and only the beginning of an S is faintly visible. Chapter 33. One cannot, or at least should not. The door to the room opened and Li Qingshan walked into the house with a knife in one hand. Phew! Finally home. Li Qingshan exhaled and couldn't wait to look at the panel. Li Qingshan. Realm, Body Forging 2100. Feats. 36th set of radio gymnastics, the stars are calling 3000 Dyson. Martial Arts, Misty Steps 276, 3000 Great Achievement, Wind Shadow Blade 5 3000 Great Achievement. Function, Martial Arts Space LV 19100. Availability, 8 years and 150 days. Time flow rate, 110. 8 years. This trip to the Silver Glory Hotel has been worthwhile. Li Qingshan's inner joy was as if he had been poor for a long time and had become rich. Before he set off, his mental expectation was nothing more than wanting to be lucky and be satisfied with running into 1 or 2 ferocious beasts. Even prepared for the oolong. "I didn't realize that not only did I kill 3 beasts, but I also destroyed an evil god follower who was worth 5 years. No more worrying about available time for a short time. By the way, there are still unaccounted for reporting bonuses." Thinking about the words of the inspectorate staff, Li Qingshan's mood became even more beautiful. And there's more to tonight than that. Li Qingshan casually threw the machete to the corner of the wall, carried the thunder ripple blade, and walked to the center of the living room. "Draw your knife and sheath it." Clank! The lightning aura flickered, and the blade light transformed into a shadow. A few seconds later, the light of the blade suddenly stopped. Li Qingshan gazed at the blade glowing with purple light and muttered. "It seems faster." It was the same blade light transforming into shadows, but when using the thunder ripple blade, it was obvious that the blade felt smoother coming out. It was as if the thunder ripple blade and the martial skill, wind shadow blade, were naturally suited for each other. Li Qingshan couldn't help but think of what Xiaoya had said earlier. "This thunder pattern blade was carefully selected by me. It is important for your future martial arts cultivation." I thought it was just an off-the-cuff remark for fear I wouldn't take it, but I didn't realize it wasn't a falsehood. Li Qingshan put away the sword into the sheath, once again feel the thank you gift of the precious. Whether the gift is expensive or not only depends on its own value, but also depends on the intention of the giver. Looks like we'll have to take care of the little fatty more in the future. Li Qingshan spilled a smile, put down the thunder ripple knife, turned around and walked over to the table, opening the thermos box. Cold mist filled the room, and 10 bottles of glistening blue liquid were neatly placed inside the box. Only 10 bottles of nutrient solution left, so we'll have to bleed again. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth, took out a bottle of nutrient liquid and tilted his head to drink it. The consumption of 1 bottle of nutrient solution a day is like swallowing gold. Half of the 120,000 I earned earlier for tuition has been spent, and now I only have 60,000 stars left on my card. I just don't know how much the reporting bonus will be given this time. If it's too little, we'll have to go to Yinghai again and find a new client. With shattered thoughts, Li Qingshan walked back to the center of the living room, and after taking a deep breath, he dismissed distractions. The stars are calling, pose 1. Twist the hips and swing the arms. Li Qingshan clenched his toes, twisted his waist and hips, and raised his right arm. Layers of muscle bulged, spreading to the wrist, and a vein emerged from the back of the hand, reaching the fingertips. At the same time, the breath accompanies the movement, the force, sometimes short, sometimes long. The heart naturally follows the rhythm of the breath, and together with the muscles of the waist, hips, and arms, they also begin to tremble at the same time. This is the 4th realm of the stars are calling, mastery of muscular rhythms. Li Qingshan was not surprised, nor was he surprised. The moment the feats were upgraded, all of this had been turned into instinct. After completing the first movement without delay, Qingshan continued the next movement. After an hour, all 108 movements were completed. Qingshan's entire body was drenched in sweat, white gas steaming, the corners of his mouth unconsciously hooked into a smile. The same one forging practice. However, after the great accomplishment, he could clearly feel his body getting stronger faster. The smile didn't last long, though, as a familiar hunger pang suddenly struck. What's going on? How did the nutrient solution digest so fast? Qingshan's face changed and he couldn't think too much. Quickly walking towards the corner table, he took out another bottle of nutrient solution and drank it. A few moments later, the hunger was slightly relieved. Qingshan's gaze was haunted, thinking clearly about the cause. Good news, with the great completion of Stars at Call, the efficiency of cultivation has indeed doubled. Bad news, a bottle of nutrient liquid could only support the completion of a body forging, and the consumption had directly quadrupled. No, even if I drink 4 bottles in a row, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete 4 body forging sessions. Qingshan frowned, remembering the instructions of the nutrient solution. The body itself is resistant to taking multiple bottles in a short period of time and cannot fully absorb them. The solution is simple though, and it's in the manual. Intermediate nutrient solution, 8,000 a bottle. Martial arts, when it really is a bottomless pit. Let's hope that the inspectorate's bonus will arrive soon. Qingshan sighed helplessly. However, thinking that switching to an intermediate level nutrient solution might support the completion of 4, or even 5 cultivations, the mood was finally a little comforting. Looking at the remaining bottles of nutrient solution, Qingshan shook his head and gave up his intention to continue forging his body. After a brief wash, he went straight back to bed. Wait, almost forgot. Qingshan violently rolled over and sat up, walked to the living room, picked up the thunder ripple knife, and then re-entered the bedroom. Tightening his grip on the hilt, he sheathed his long knife and sat on the bed, eyes closed. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar circular platform came into view. Qingshan turned around with his sword and looked at the 1 man and 3 beasts 100 meters away without surprise. Sure enough. Like Wolfsbane back in the day, monster projection was a straight drop the first time it was included. However, Qingshan didn't take any chances this time. All 4 monsters were killed by him head-on. If I can kill you once, I can naturally kill you countless times. Qingshan's long sword was raised high as he stepped out. The 3 ferocious beasts on the opposite side hissed and growled as they ran across the room. The silhouettes followed closely behind, not much slower than them. 100 meters away, in the blink of an eye, Qingshan fought with 1 person and 3 beasts. The physical quality of the 4 monsters were comparable to the 5th level of body forging. Qingshan did not dare to have the slightest carelessness, his footsteps were constantly changing, and he almost played the Deshang's misty trail steps to the extreme. Spare a thought, but it was a close call, and several times he almost died in the mouth of the beast. No, even with unlimited stamina, if we keep dragging this out, something will happen sooner or later. After avoiding the beast's mouth once again, Qingshan's brows furrowed. With the 4 monsters joining forces, he could only keep dodging, and there was no room for him to utilize the long sword in his hand. Spell it out. Qingshan's gaze hardened, and with a single step, he circled around behind a ferocious beast. The other ferocious beast on the left immediately reacted and swung its sharp claws. Qingshan did not flash or avoid, his right hand gripped the long sword in reverse and swung it upwards. Pust! With just 1 slash, the ferocious beast's waist and abdomen broke open, and its internal organs slipped off. That sharp? The thought had just flashed, the left sharp claw had already slapped on the arm, and Qingshan directly fell and flew. Cough, cough. Qingshan, with blood on the corners of his mouth, quickly climbed up and stepped on his feet in the maze-like steps, dodging the attacks that came after him. The left arm was in constant severe pain, swaying from side to side, and the bones inside were broken. However, Qingshan's mouth hooked up and pulled out a vicious smile. No loss. Compared to the tens of thousands of times I have been buried in the mouths of wolves, this pain is nothing. Thanks to the sharpness of the thunder ripple blade, exchanging an arm for a ferocious beast had already exceeded his expectations. With 1 less ferocious beast, there were quite a few gaps in the remaining 3 monsters' joint attacks. While Qingshan dodged, he also had the opportunity to swing his sword to counterattack. Soon, the other 2 ferocious beasts were awarded one after another. It was not until this moment that Qingshan had the opportunity to carefully survey the figure in front of him. Yuqingya's clothes were still the same as before her death, but her blonde hair had turned black, and her appearance had changed back to what it was when they first met at the bar. "So this is who you are?" Qingshan didn't rush to attack, rolling around while carefully observing Qingya's complexion. Before, Wolfsbane was just a low-level ferocious beast that only knew how to kill and had no intelligence to judge. Now he wanted to see if the martial space included monsters that would retain their sanity or not. However, it was clear that he was overthinking it. Qingya's complexion didn't change the slightest bit at all. Or rather, no expression ever appeared on the wooden face. As if it were a puppet, with only killing instincts. Pity. Qingshan shook his head in disappointment and avoided the attack once again. The Qingya in front of her had no sanity and was instead stronger than the real her. Despite not being able to pass through martial arts, he also fully utilized the speed and strength of the 5th level of body forging. As the attacks were avoided consecutively, Qingya's movements became more and more severe. Between the wide openings, the clothes quivered. Qingshan's gaze habitually sweeps the thunder a glance. A bold idea has just emerged, but was cut down. One cannot, or at least should not. Qingshan's face was cold, he no longer stayed his hand, and his sword light transformed into shadows. In an instant, body parts were thrown and blood was spilled all over the ground. Chapter 34, The Kindness of Knowing? Qingshan carried the blood-dripping long knife and stood in front of the corpse pieces, waiting quietly. The corpses of the 3 ferocious beasts from before had all disappeared, turning into sculptures at the edge of the platform. But Qingya is different. Qingshan hadn't forgotten about that disgusting tentacle monster. However, the red light was delayed, and the corpse, along with the blood on the ground, quickly faded and disappeared, and a humanoid sculpture appeared at the edge of the platform. Didn't transform? Qingshan frowned, thinking of 2 possibilities. The first, the transformation involves the power of the evil god and is not included in the martial space. The second, the ability to transform was not without an upper limit. Just now, Qingya's head was split into several pieces by him, so there was no way to transform. To the martial space, evil gods are also just monsters, there's no reason why they can't be included. Qingshan personally inclined towards the second. To verify it was also very simple. With a thought, Qingya appeared again. "Sorry to have to kill you again." Qingshan grinned and waved his long sword. Soon, the limbs fell and the complete torso lay across the ground, a faint bloodlight emerging from the shattered body. Sure enough, I guessed right. Qingshan stood with his sword, quietly watching the tentacle monster take shape. A few moments later, ash streaked away and the humanoid sculpture rejoined the edge of the platform. Qingshan threw away the thunder-rippled blade and swung his limbs. It's time to try out the growth pattern of proficiency after the great completion of Stars at Call. Budo space ignores physical exertion. Qingshan didn't stop, over and over again. It was a full 7 hours before it stopped. The stars are calling 1 3000 Deshang, the stars are calling 2 3000 Deshang. Qingshan looked at the panel and mentally calculated. Practiced 1 time in reality and 7 times in space, a total of 8 practices to increase proficiency a little. It's really doubling. After coming to the conclusion, Qingshan didn't have many surprises. Previously, introductory was 1 point of proficiency, proficient was 2 points of proficiency, and mastery was 4 points of proficiency. Nowadays, 8 times a point, that is to say, if you are in the space of martial arts, 24 hours non-stop cultivation. 1 day can increase 3 points of proficiency, and 3000 proficiency takes 1000 days, almost 3 years. Luckily, now that we're rich, even if we add another year's break, it's enough. Qingshan scanned the available time column with a relaxed expression. With a 1 to 10 time flow, realistically it would only take the better part of a year to liver stars are calling to completion. That was the 5th realm that Qingshan had never even mentioned. Maybe, we can ask Mr. Wan in class tomorrow. As a genius who has realized the 4th realm, it is reasonable to look forward to the 5th realm. Early the next morning, on the 72 bus. Because it was a weekend, the car was not crowded, mostly old men and women who went out to buy food. The old people, who were still chatting and chattering, unconsciously stopped talking and cast their eyes to the back corners. There was a youth there, talking into a communicator. It was not strange to make a phone call. What was strange was that from the time the youth had gotten into the car until now, but in just 10 minutes, the call had been answered and hung up more than 20 times. Are all young people so busy these days? I saw him carrying a sword. He might be a Budo class student. It's possible, that lad's been talking about signing up for a long time, maybe he's in the 3rd year of the Budo class? Definitely, some years ago my next-door old Manhwa grandson, that kid fought to stay in the martial arts class until the third year, but also all day by the major companies chasing after the signing. Then not long afterward, the whole family moved to Wui City to enjoy the blessings. The conversation opens up and the old folks naturally gossip. Corner. Manager Lin, thank you for your company's kindness, but I really have no intention of signing. Qingshan barely squeezed out a smile, not waiting for the opposite side to respond, decisively hanging up the call. Phew. These companies are too quick to react, aren't they? Qingshan let out a long breath and lightly pinched his brow. Since I woke up in the morning, I've taken over 30 calls, all of which were offers to sign with various companies. Some of these companies are local to Falling Water in several nearby cities. Those who had heard it, those who hadn't, all came together. Can't go on like this or I'll have to get annoyed. Qingshan lowered his head and tapped towards the communicator, directly turning on the no disturb, rejecting all unfamiliar calls. The communicator's light screen unfolded with dozens of new emails, all of them contracts from those previous companies. Qingshan casually clicked open a few envelopes and checked them out. These emails are much the same. It's basically a monthly grant of about 50,000 for martial arts training while he's in school. The funding doubles with each year and continues until the end of the third year of Budo. If you can travel to Shinju, it is raised to 500,000 per month. This grant may seem generous, but it is like a drop in the bucket for martial arts cultivation. The intermediate nutrient solution alone that he needed right now, 1 bottle a day, would cost 240,000 a month. Not to mention, these contracts are, by their very nature, sellouts. After graduation, you have to work for the company for at least 20 years. Talking about sincerity and contractually treating me like a cow or a horse? Qingshan's face darkened, his fingers clicked and deleted all the dozens of emails. With that, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. A few moments later. Buzz off. His wrist trembled, Qingshan opened his eyes in confusion and looked at the communicator. Manager Cho? The light screen unfolded, and the bald middle-aged man with a big smile was none other than the personnel manager of the Yinghai flagship store. Qingshan spoke helplessly. Manager Zhou, you Yinghai wouldn't be looking for me to sign a contract as well, would you? Manager Zhou froze and tensed. You wouldn't have signed it already, would you? Qingshan shook his head. No, I have no intention of signing. No is good. Manager Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his smile. We, Yinghai, have always been committed to discovering talents and assisting them in their path of martial arts. We certainly can't miss out on a genius like you. Qingshan was even more helpless and could only refuse again. Manager Chow. Don't turn it down just yet, I sent you the contract, read it first. Manager Zhou interrupted with a confident voice. We, Yinghai, are a big chain brand, and the conditions we offer are by no means comparable to those small companies. The call disconnects and a new email appears on the light screen. Qingshan casually clicked on the email and swept his eyes. D-rated investment contracts. The terms of the contract are indeed much better than those of the previous companies, with all grants basically doubled. But, that's about it. Qingshan hurriedly scanned the last 30 years of work and tapped toward in the upper right corner. Investment is definitely for return, this point Qingshan can understand. But understanding was understanding, and there was no way he would sign such a contract of sale. Qingshan tapped on his address book, and his finger slightly lurched on Manager Zhou's avatar. It doesn't seem right to refuse right away, wait until we go to the store tonight. Thinking back to Manager Zhou's confident smile just now, Qingshan gave up his call intentions. To say no right back now would undoubtedly be a slap in the face. Yinghai flagship store, general manager's office. On the boss's chair, a long-haired young man dressed in casual clothes, his fingers nodding on the desktop, his gaze lazily sweeping toward the bald middle-aged man in front of him. The contract was sent? Sent. Manager Zhou looked nervous and careful. The new official cracks 3 fires, and the youth in front of him is the general manager, Fu Wen, who was transferred to Lying City just 3 days ago. What's more, the head of the Yinghai Wui province area is also surnamed Fu. It's a good thing I came over this time, or else you really would have missed a talent. Fu Wen's tone gradually increased, and the lethargy in his gaze dispersed and became stern. Manager Zhou's forehead was sweating as he explained. Mr. Fu, the news of Qingshan killing the ferocious beast only came out last night, and our response wasn't exactly slow. Still not slow? Fu Wen sneered twice and casually tapped a button on the desktop, and a light screen projection appeared. On the projection, what was playing was exactly the battle footage of Qingshan and Yu Zhuo a month ago. Last night? Open your eyes and see what this is. You were there, are you blind? This. Mr. Fu, Yu Zhuo is only a third grader of the forging body, and although Qingshan beat the strong with the weak, it's still not enough for a D rank contract, right? You're not only blind, you're deaf. Fu Wen slammed the table and pointed at Yu Zhuo in the picture. That Yu Zhuo has already said that Qingshan's Misty Trail Steps has reached great success. Do you know what that means? In the entire first year of the martial arts class in Wuyi province, you can't find a second person who can do it either. That good? Manager Cho froze out of his mind, something he hadn't even thought about before. However, now he couldn't care less about being chastised, and excitedly said, Mr. Fu, then wouldn't Qingshan have the opportunity to travel to Xinzhou? It is still uncertain how long he used the maze steps to achieve great success, but just based on the current information. Fu Wen nodded his fingers and mused. If his forging realm isn't left behind, he does have a slight chance after 3 years. A hint is enough. Manager Zhou shook his fist in excitement and... Every year, there were only 2 or 3 martial arts students from Wuyi province who could go to New Continent, so who dared to say that they had absolute certainty. However, he quickly thought of another question and carefully said, Mr. Fu, aren't the geniuses who get the chance to go to New Continent always signed to A-level contracts? Grade A and Grade D. The difference between the two is like the difference between heaven and earth. Class A? Fu Wen glanced at Manager Zhou and snorted out a laugh. Class A contracts are signed before the final battle each year for those talents who show their mettle. How can I show my skills if I give an A contract? Fu Wen leaned his back against the sofa, crossed his 5 fingers and said in a self-satisfied manner. The earlier you invest, the greater the return, and this return is what I deserve. Mr. Fu, the words are correct. Manager Zhou carefully glanced at Fu Wen and hesitantly said. But isn't a D contract too low? Just because a contract is binding doesn't mean it's permanent. Especially with this kind of speculative contract, it might even backfire in the end. Fu Wen could see what Manager Zhou was thinking and shook his head and lost his smile. Don't worry, Qingshan is just a poor student from a publicly funded background who has to work around to buy nutrient solution. How much money has he seen? The D-level contract alone, at $100,000 a month for the first year, will save him from worrying about primary nutrient solutions. Not to mention. Fu Wen looked at Manager Zhou and said meaningfully. There's a fallout, and then there's a surprise. The D contract is just a means for you to stabilize Qingshan before he gets ratty and falls into the trap of a small local company. When he gets to the store, I'll show up at your signing and offer to bring his contract up to a C. From D grade to C grade, the treatment has more than doubled. This kind of kindness of knowing is enough to make Qingshan remember it for the rest of his life. Mr. Fu is wise. Manager Zhou forced a smile and complimented. Ha ha ha. Inside the large office, only Fu Wen's smug laughter echoed. Chapter 35, 100 million star coins. A grade martial arts. Squeak. The harsh brakes squealed, the wheels stopped turning, and the bus stopped in front of the first high school. Qingshan had just jumped out of the car when he saw the lanky figure in front of the school gate. Mr. Wan, so early? Morning? I haven't slept at all. Wan Keshin clasped his hands on his chest and said without any good humor. Last night, you ran away so fast that I didn't see anyone in my hurry. Qingshan did see Wankershan last night, or sitting on the sofa of the hovering flying car to see. But at the moment, Wan Keshin is obviously not in a good mood. As the counselor of the inspectorate, it is obvious that last night was an all-night overtime. Qingshan didn't dare to stimulate him again and could only say perfunctorily. One of my students' parents came to pick him up last night and I took his ride. A hitchhiker? It's a hover bike, right? Wan Keshin swept a glance at Qingshan, and suddenly his face changed, his gaze fixed on the long black blade in his right hand. Thunder pattern knife? Fatty Chow gave it to you? Teacher also recognizes? Qingshan uttered in surprise. Fatty Chow, who has no interest, how could I not recognize him? Wan Keshin's gaze took on fire as he eagerly said. Did Fatty Chow ask you to sign a contract? Which level of contract did he sign? At this moment, he regretted 10,000 times that he did not remind Qingshan in advance last night. It was originally thought that with Qingshan's intelligence, he would certainly not easily fall into the trap of a small local company. I didn't realize that the little set missed and fell right into the big hole. Chaoya's visit to Lock Ing last night was known to him. But he simply could not have imagined that Chaoya, who had obviously come to pick up his son, had set his eyes on Li Qingshan, and that the first strike was a big deal like the thunder ripple blade. Li Qingshan was stared at and hurriedly shook his head. "Teacher, take it easy, I didn't sign up." "No signing, why would Fatty Chow give you the thunder pattern blade?" That dead fatso was known for only entering and not leaving. Wan Keshan obviously had a deep grudge against Chaoya, and when he spewed it, it was torrential. "Teacher, I really didn't sign up." Li Qingshan hurriedly interrupted and said seriously. "This thunder pattern blade is just a thank you gift from Mr. Chow." "Sent? He gave it to you directly?" Wan Keshan looked stagnant, took a deep breath, put his hands behind his back, and nodded. "Chaoya is not a bad person, a patterned one." He looked as if he wasn't the one who said Fatty Chow just now. Li Qingshan was speechless, and turned to lift the thunder ripple blade in curiosity. "Sensei, the thunder pattern blade is expensive?" Just now, it was after seeing this knife that Wan Keshan flatly concluded that he had signed up. Obviously, the thunder stripe blade was worth more than one could imagine. "The levitating flying car you rode yesterday is worth $50 million, it can be replaced by two, do you think it's expensive?" Wan Keshan seemed to be smiling. 100 million? Li Qingshan sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at the thunder ripple blade, his eyes glowing with golden light. "What? Want to sell it for money?" Wan Keshan's voice rang in his ears, and Li Qingshan nodded without hesitation. The thunderstrike blade was smooth and sharp, but none of that mattered compared to 100 million. With 100 million star coins, he wouldn't have to worry about money for a long time. "Are you short of money?" Wankershan's face darkened as he traced his finger across the communicator. Ding dong. Arrival plus 1 million. $1 million? Li Qingshan looked at the arrival prompt and wondered. "Sensei, what is this?" "The bonus from the inspectorate is enough for you to use for a while." Wan Keshan looked casual. This time, he doubled his winnings in passing. However, with the knowledge of Li Qingshan's talent, man would not ask any further questions. "So much?" Li Qingshan sounded a little hesitant. If it were 10 minutes ago, the arrival of $1 million would have been enough to send him into ecstasy. But at this moment, with the 100 million worth of thunder pattern knives in his hands, Li Qingshan seemed to have entered the sage mode. "Don't even think about it, the thunder stripe blade can't be sold." Wan Keshan's face was serious and earnest. "This knife can be exchanged for 2 hovercrafts, but 2 hovercrafts can't be exchanged for the thunder ripple knife, it has a price." "So precious?" Li Qingshan's eyes widened as he carefully examined the thunder pattern blade in his hand. Of course he understood the reasoning of no market without price, but no matter how much he observed, he couldn't see what made the thunder stripe blade so precious. "Fatty Chow did have a heart when he picked this knife to give to you." Wan Keshan sighed and took the thunder pattern sword from Li Qingshan's hand, drawing it out of its sheath. The lightning aura flickered, and the silver blade glowed with a wisp of purple in the sunlight. "This blade is very important for your future martial arts cultivation." The same words were once again heard from Wan Keshan's mouth, and Li Qingshan pondered, remembering last night's battle within the martial space. "Sensei, is it because of the wind shadow blade?" Half of the answers are correct. Wankershan's eyelids lifted lightly as his words changed. There are a large number of D-rank basic martial arts techniques, and all of them are not copyrighted and can be taught at will. Have you ever thought about why I chose to pick the Misty Steps and the Wind Shadow Blade? As a freshman in martial arts, Li Qingshan could only rely on guessing when faced with this kind of question. Because these two martial arts are more powerful? Since they are classified at the same level, they are naturally similar to each other, and the specific power still depends on the martial artists themselves. Wan Keshan shook his head no, not continuing to sell the story. "The reason why I picked Misty Steps and Wind Shadow Blade is because they're both the precursor martial arts to a ranked martial arts. This is your only chance to obtain an A-ranked martial art in Wui province. Originally, this was just my habitual maneuver, and I didn't really want you to cultivate into an A-ranked martial art. But it's different now." Wankersan looked sideways at the student, the meaning in his eyes hard to understand. "In 2 months' time, the Misty Steps has come to great success. The Wind Shadow Blade has become a great success. Your kid's talent in martial arts is really amazing." After Li Qingshan had seen the means of the mecha last night, he wasn't surprised that Wankershan knew this. Still, Wankershan's message is incomplete. "Teacher, it's not just martial arts." Li Qingshan spoke in a small voice and reminded. My technique, the stars are calling, has also been practiced to the 4th level.
What? Wan Keshan's pupils shook.
Li Qingshan smiled without saying anything and waited for Wan Keshan to digest this new news. With the panel and the martial space in place, his rate of improvement would definitely grow faster and faster. Although Li Qingshan never considered himself a genius, all of his achievements came from his hard work of cultivation little by little. But to the casual observer, this is undoubtedly genius.
If that's the case, then we should just go ahead and play the genius persona. Well.
Wan Keshan's complexion perked up and vigorously patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. In that case, by the end of this year, you'll have the chance to learn the Thunder Blade.
Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Teacher, the Thunder Blade is the corresponding A-ranked martial art to the Wind Shadow Blade? Where is it that simple?
The Thundering Blade is a front martial skill just like the Wind Shadow Blade, but it's a C-grade martial skill.
Huh? Just C-grade? Li Qingshan was a little disappointed. What? Looking down on C-ranked martial arts? Wan Keshan cast a sidelong glance at.
The royalties for C-grade martial arts are 5 million, B-grade martial arts are 50 million, and as for A-grade martial arts, you can only have access to them if you go to the new continent. However, with the exception of A-ranked martial arts that have a pre-existing martial art, one only needs to practice the predecessor martial arts to perfection, and naturally one can merge into one and comprehend the corresponding A-ranked martial arts.
Li Qingshan's spirit was revitalized, finally getting to the point. Wan Keshan didn't sell any more secrets.
The 9 Heavens Wind and Thunder Blade is the A-ranked martial art corresponding to the Wind Shadow Blade and Thunder Blade.
Wan Keshan picked up the thunder pattern blade and flicked his fingers. Buzz!
The blade hummed and trembled. The 9 Heavens Wind and Thunder Blade involves the power of thunder, and it must be a weapon made of special materials in order to utilize its power perfectly.
The Thunderstrike Blade, made of Thunderstrike steel, is just right. Chapter 36, Virtual Warehouse, The Final Battle.
Fatty Chow did put in a lot of effort to find the thunder pattern blade to give to you. Wan Keshan sheathed his sword, stuffed it into Li Qingshan's arms, and turned to walk into the school gate.
Follow me.
Teacher, you still haven't mentioned the A-ranked martial art corresponding to the Misty Steps.
Li Qingshan trotted to follow, itching to do so. Wankersham's habitual gravity of speech.
Don't be overly ambitious, the hurdle of great accomplishment to consummation. I don't know how many geniuses have been stopped, it's not so easy. While speaking, he turned his head, and after seeing Li Qingshan's face, his words stopped.
Wan Keshan thought of Li Qingshan's talent and simply stopped talking nonsense.
Grade A martial art Heavenly Luo Misty Steps, the predecessor martial arts are the Grade D Stance Misty Steps, and the Grade C Heavenly Luo Steps respectively. Li Qingshan nodded and memorized the name in his mind. The 2 front-loaded martial arts were practiced to perfection in order to comprehend the A-ranked martial arts. This may be hard for others. But for him, as long as he can be included in the panel, he will be able to deliver to a successful conclusion. There is no such thing as a bottleneck when it comes to progress bars. The 2 made their way across campus and straight to the Budokan. As he reached the front door of the Budokan, Wanker-san turned on his heel and walked towards the external staircase next to him. There's also a single cultivation room on the 2nd floor that's empty, so you can cultivate there from now on.
Li Qingshan followed behind, since there was nothing wrong with it.
A separate cultivation room made it more convenient for him to utilize the martial arts space to cultivate during the day. Turn 2 stairs and enter the 2nd floor hallway with a row of classroom doors on your left. The first classroom was the largest, and a dozen second-year martial arts students were practicing martial arts. When they saw someone passing through the doorway, they unconsciously turned their heads to look.
Wanker-san ignored it and continued on his way.
Li Qingshan casually glanced at him, not expecting to see a familiar face, so he politely nodded at the other party. Inside the classroom, Yuzhua had a constipated expression on his face, not knowing how to respond. Luckily, Li Qingshan didn't have the idea of waiting for him to respond either, and quickly walked through the doorway. Inside the classroom, a dozen or so second-year martial arts students stopped moving at the same time and discussed in low voices.
Li Qingshan? How come Mr. Wan brought Li Qingshan up to the 2nd floor?
Yuzhua, Li Qingshan greeted you just now, are you 2 very close?
Do you know why he came up here?
I know him well, my ass. Yuzhua spat out a sentence and looked around, suddenly scoffing out loud. On the 2nd floor, apart from this classroom of ours, there are only those 10 single cultivation rooms left. What do you guys think Teacher Wan is doing bringing Li Qingshan over there?
Each and every one of you clearly guessed it. What are you pretending for, or are you unwilling to believe in reality? When these words came out, the entire room was silent, and 3 or 4 of them were even visibly gloomy. The school, or the entire city of Qingshan, only had these 10 single cultivation rooms. The martial arts classes kicked people out year by year, and every year, there were no more than 5 people in the 3rd grade, with 1 person occupying a cultivation room. The rest would be assigned to 2nd-year martial arts students, and the condition would be the body forging realm, with a minimum of the 5th level of body forging. In their class, there were already a few people who had met the requirements, and now only the last single cultivation room remained. Scorch was only the 3rd weight of the forging body, there was no hope at all, so naturally it didn't matter. But they were different, each of them was close to the 5th level of body forging and viewed each other as rivals. The last period of time has been even more desperate to cultivate, fearing that they will be shortchanged. On what grounds? Qingshan is just a freshman, what's the use of him wanting a cultivation room? That's right, the virtual sparring bin, even if we give it to him, will just go in and take a beating, it's a complete waste. No, I'm not convinced, I'll go find Mr. Lee, I can't just let Mr. Wan do whatever he wants. Several people with eager faces ran out of the classroom in a hurry. The rest of the students looked at their backs and shook their heads, not mocking as usual did. But anyone who still has some thoughts about the new continent can't help but fight for a single cultivation room. The practice room itself was nothing, what mattered was the virtual sparring bin inside. Having a virtual sparring bin gave you the opportunity to fight against geniuses from the entire old continent. More importantly, the screening for the New Continent Martial Arts University was conducted in the virtual sparring bin. I can't believe there's a virtual sparring bin. Qingshan's eyes were in awe as he carefully stroked his palm over the gray-black chassis. Qingshan stood aside, smiling. After that you can go in there once in a while for fun, but of course I'm fine with you going in every day if you like getting your ass kicked. Taking a beating? Qingshan raised his eyebrows and turned his head to ask. There are a lot of masters in there? Masters can't be talked about. Qingshan shook his head and explained. In the entire 107 provinces of the old continent, each of which has another 50 or 60 ordinary cities like Qingshan, there are 100 virtual warehouses in each provincial capital city and 10 in ordinary cities. That is to say, one province probably has close to 700 virtual silos, and for the entire old continent, there are more than 70,000 in total. These virtual silos belong to the exclusive use of martial arts classes and are basically distributed according to strength. Qingshan was instantly enlightened. A master could not be talked about, but those who could enter the virtual warehouse were at least the existence of the top 10 rankings of a city's martial arts class. With him going in at his current forging 2nd level realm, he would definitely be abused even if he had a grand completion martial skill in his possession. Originally, according to the school's requirements, one has to be at the 5th level of body forging to be qualified to be assigned to this cultivation room, but with your battle record yesterday, it's not a problem. Qingshan glanced at Qingshan, his face gradually becoming serious. Weren't you guys curious before about what it takes to get into the New Continent Martial Arts University? Now I can tell you. At the end of June each year, the top 100 virtual warehouse matchmaking rankings are eligible to travel to New Continent and participate in the final battle. Hiss. Qingshan drew in a breath of cool air. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked by this outrageous condition. Teacher, even if it's true that more than 70,000 people are fighting for 100 places, what kind of final battle is there? It's not as cruel as you think. The final battle isn't an elimination. As long as you go to the New Continent, you'll be able to get into Budo University. But there's more than one martial arts university in the New Continent, and anyone who wants to go to a better school will naturally have to compete for admission. Qingshan waved his hand and explained. The final battle is just a common name for the old continent, and it's just a normal entrance qualification battle for martial arts students in the New Continent. Only after 100 barges have competed and 1,000 sails have passed will one finally be qualified to stand on the same battlefield as the New Continent martial arts students. Qingshan murmured out, shaking his head and losing his smile. The final war is aptly named. Don't think too much, the vast majority of New Continent martial arts students are also screened from the old continent. Qingshan tapped the student's shoulder and said in a deep voice. The Federation has tried to be as fair as possible, and geniuses like you who are late to the Enlightenment are not left out. Sensei, much ado about nothing, I was just talking. Qingshan looked natural without a trace of dissatisfaction. He's not enlightened, he's enlightened. Things like talent never make sense, let alone are fair or not. Qingshan didn't care and waved his hand to change the subject. Well, the final battle is too far away, so let's stick with the rookie battle at the end of the year for now. Teacher, is this the chance to learn the Thunder Blade you said you could learn? Qingshan remembered what Wan Keshan had said earlier, and was instantly energized. He couldn't afford $5 million for the royalties of a C-ranked martial art. It's not just the Thundering Blade. The corners of Wan Keshan's mouth hooked up as he explained. The rookie battle is held specifically for first and second year martial arts students, in order to provide some resources to the lower grade geniuses to prepare for the final battle in advance. Each grade is ranked separately, and the top 10 will not only get to pick a C-ranked martial art, but will also be rewarded with 5 million star coins in cash. A reward worth $10 million. Qingshan's eyes immediately glowed with. At this moment, he deeply realized the significance of Chow Ya's advice last night. Indeed, if one is talented enough, one doesn't need to sign those messy contracts at all. Instead of being repulsed by the student's display of financial obsession, Wankersham was very pleased. It's good to be greedy. It's good to have a goal. Cultivate well, with your battle power, there should be no opponent in the first year of Wui Province. Sensei, can martial arts classes cross over? What do you mean? Wankersan froze, unable to respond for a moment. Qingshan gazed at him and licked his lips. I mean, when I'm done with the first year rookie battle, I'll take another step and move on to the second year rookie battle. Chapter 37, Let's Go Together. You really dare to think? Wan Keshan was stunned, looking Qingshan up and down. I knew you were greedy, but I didn't think you could be this greedy. No? Qingshan looked disappointed. For the first year's ranking reward, one could only choose a C-ranked martial art. This meant that he had to choose between the 9 Heavenly Wind and Thunderblade and the Heavenly Luo Misty Steps. As an adult, of course he wants them all. Is this a question of whether it works or not? Wankershan shook his head breathlessly and... There are only 3 months until the end of the year. Even if you cultivate stars in calling to the 4th realm, you'll only be able to reach the 5th level of body forging at most. The top elites of the second year are basically all above the 6th level, and even the 7th level is not unheard of. Moreover, even if they haven't practiced their martial arts to great success, they are at least proficient. After the 5th level of body forging, the difference in punching power per realm nearly doubles, so you tell me how to fight? Wankersan was sputtering and gushing. Qingshan consciously took a step back, and with great difficulty waited for it to stop before he whispered. Isn't it enough that I've practiced the Misty Steps and the Wind Shadow Blade to perfection? Oh, if you really can do it, you can try. Wankersan sneered and didn't take it seriously. 2 martial arts consummated was indeed enough to bridge the gap. After all, it was only for the top 10. But martial skill perfection and martial skill grand completion were not at all the same concept. Where was it so easy? That's good. Qingshan seemed as if he hadn't noticed the teacher's expression and breathed a long sigh of relief. Martial arts aren't as hard to practice as feats. In 3 months, only needing to spare some time on top of the liver gongfu, it would be enough to practice the 2 martial arts to perfection. Thinking of the gong method, Qingshan asked the question he had been curious about for a long time. Teacher, is it true that the stars are calling only has 4 realms? Wan Keshan's gaze was curious as he queried, why did you suddenly think to ask this question? It's not exactly sudden, is it? Qingshan shrugged and raised his hand to point at himself. After all, I'm at the 4th weight now, so I can't run out of practice after that, can I? Wan Keshan was choked, frowning, and pondering for a while before speaking. I can tell you that the stars are calling does have a 5th level. However, no one in the entire Ziying star has cultivated to this realm in the past 1,000 years, so it is not usually mentioned voluntarily during lectures. Is it that hard? Qingshan endeavored to stare with wide eyes and make an expression of surprise, while his gaze swept over the panel inadvertently. I don't know whether it's hard or not, but if he just needs another half year of liver, won't he become the first person in 1,000 years? There's no need to think too much. The 5th level of the stars are summoning mainly involves the forging body extreme realm. You're too far away from this stage. It's not too late to think about it after the 10th level of forging body. The pole realm? Another new term, Qingshan almost instinctively associated it with the speculation of the 11th weight of body forging during the entrance test. When the body was first forged, it reacted to the panel as a forged 9-100. Later, when he was forging 18-100, he measured it again and it just exceeded the speed of 13 meters per second for the second weight of the forging, with a punching force of 350 kilograms. Apparently, his guess was right. The 10th level of body forging could only reach 90-100 of the panel progress bar.
Since the extreme realm could only be involved after the 10th level of body forging, it must be related to this. Li Qingshan was itching to leave, but Wan Keshan had no intention of elaborating and waved his hand to leave.
Seize the time to cultivate and bring up the forging realm first. Just then. Mr. Li, you must decide for us. Right, the single cultivation room originally belongs to the whole of Locking City, so what gives Mr. Wan the right to make a decision at the drop of a hat? That's right, Li Qingshan is just a freshman, he's not qualified to occupy the cultivation room at all. Accompanied by a sentence of vociferous criticism and the sound of noisy footsteps, a group of second-year martial arts students clustered around a thinly built male teacher, stopping outside the door of the cultivation room. Wankershan clasped his hands in front of his chest, the corners of his mouth pulling out a meaningful smile as he looked at them. As far as the eye could see, as if the pause button had been pressed, all the students' foreheads were sweating and their mouths were tightly shut. Weren't you quite talkative just now? What's the matter? Mute.
Wan Keshan seems to smile, the students are more nervous, leaning forward a few forging body for weight initiator, but also pale face.
Teacher 1, why do you need to scare these little guys?
Teacher Li opened his mouth helplessly and took the initiative to step forward, his gaze looking at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, I personally have no problem with you occupying the last single cultivation room. However, the cultivation room belongs to public resources, it can't just be allocated to you for no apparent reason, after all, a statement must be given, do you agree? Li Qingshan met his teacher's gaze and did not feel any malice, so he nodded his head.
Mr. Li is right, I don't have a problem with that.
That's good. Mr. Li breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the 4 students behind him. You're all close to the 5th level of body forging, and you're the only 4 of you who have any hope of competing for the single cultivation room. Now since you don't want to submit, let's see the real thing underhand. The words fell. The 4 of them instantly became excited, their gazes locking as if they were exchanging information on who would make the first move. The students gathered behind roared their approval, looking at Mr. Li with reverence, as if he had transformed into a messenger of justice. Mr. Li uncomfortably craned his neck, swept his eyes over his 4 favorite students, and sighed in the bottom of his heart. Although he didn't hang around the inspectorate, he knew just as much about what happened last night at the Silver Glory Hotel. With Li Qingshan's battle record, there was certainly no problem occupying a single cultivation room. Still, since the students had come to the door, he had no choice but to make the trip. There are some things that it's useless to talk about, and only seeing is believing will kill you. In just a minute, the 4 had already discussed the results. Li Qingshan, we won't take advantage of you either, let Yang Peng fight you, as long as you win, we'll turn around and leave without saying a word. As he spoke, one of the 4, a tall, strong boy, stepped forward, looking confident. Li Qingshan's gaze fell on Yang Peng and he said in understanding. So, you're the strongest of you? Yang Peng's expression stagnated and became less natural. The 3 people behind him also frowned slightly, obviously not recognizing Li Qingshan's words. If Yang Peng was the strongest, they wouldn't have had to fight before. Pushing Yang Peng out was just a matter of everyone not being on par with each other, so they didn't want to waste time. Li Qingshan, what do you care, it's enough to clean you up anyway. Yang Peng took a deep breath and took the initiative to master the rhythm. I guessed wrong? Li Qingshan didn't care about the provocation and his brows gradually furrowed. The reason why I promised Mr. Li was also because this kind of thing could not be avoided and had to be resolved. If Yang Peng was the strongest, this battle would shut them up, so of course it was fine. But it was clear that none of the 4 were convinced, and they turned away with their mouths full, but they wouldn't know pain if they hadn't been beaten. Maybe the next time he'll use some excuse to waste his time. That's right, in Li Qingshan's opinion, it was a waste of time. Every minute that passed now meant 10 minutes of cultivation time in the martial arts space had been wasted. At the thought of this, Li Qingshan was a bit impatient and waved his hand. Forget it, don't waste time, get it together. Chapter 38, 4 against 1? A dozen or 4. Li Qingshan's words fell, and the scene was quiet. After freezing for a few seconds, the crowd of second-year martial arts students on the sidelines finally reacted and screamed in discontent. Together? Li Qingshan is crazy, right? A first-year freshman, how dare he try to take on 4 in 1, who does he think he is? I think he's been fawned over by his classmates downstairs, he really thinks that a freshman number 1 title makes him invincible. Yang Peng, along with the 3 people behind him, also looked unsightly. Li Qingshan's move made it clear that he looked down on them. A mere freshman who had just entered the martial arts class for 2 months was looking down on them? On the basis of what?
Li Qingshan, originally we came here just to compete for the single cultivation room, and we didn't mean to target you. But if you are so unaware of the sky, don't blame us for showing no mercy. Yang Peng's fingers pinched and clicked. The remaining three also moved their feet and surrounded Li Qingshan. Wait. Teacher Li frowned and called a halt, staring at the four Yang Pengs. 1 against 4 is not appropriate, let's stick to what we did before, pick one of you to come out and fight Li Qingshan one-on-one. Yang Peng frowned, dissatisfied. Teacher, it's not that we're going to play 4 against 1. Oh, nothing, I think it's fine. Wanker-san interrupted with a wave of his hand, a meaningful smile on his face. Since Li Qingshan himself asked for it, let them be. Yang Peng's 4 were a bit surprised, but they still politely thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Wan. Teacher Li stood behind them, raising his hand to his forehead, his face full of speechlessness. These 4 students have really put their muscles into their brains. Didn't you hear him say 1 to 4? Where is he afraid of anything out of order? What he was afraid of was being beaten into autism after his 4 students joined forces. Li Qingshan carried the thunder ripple blade and frowned at the empty-handed 4, puzzled. You don't use weapons? A knife is not as handy as a fist. Yang Peng clenched his right hand into a fist, bowed and bent over, ready to strike. Sure, we won't mind if you use your knife. Looking at the long black blade in Li Qingshan's hand, a trace of mockery if any flashed through the eyes of all 4. The first and second years of the martial arts class were all focused on forging their bodies, and they were even putting all their energy into forging their bodies in order to compete for the cultivation room. Without proficiency in more than one martial art, weapons would only be a constraint. Only a freshman like Li Qingshan would feel more secure with a knife in his hand, right? The other 3 thought as they stood to the other 3 directions, wrapping Li Qingshan in the center. With 4 people surrounding him, Li Qingshan was like a lamb to be slaughtered. The atmosphere gradually condensed, and the group of students outside the door even unconsciously held their breath. Just then. Clank! Draw your knife and sheath it. The long knives clanked as if signaling, and Yang Peng's 4 men moved. More than 10 meters away, crossed in 3 steps. Or fists, or palms, the 4 attacks arrived in front of Li Qingshan near the same time. Li Qingshan's right hand, which was gripping the hilt of the sword, had been raised. He wants to take me? Yang Peng, who was facing each other head-on, slowed his movements by a fraction, and did not have the idea of testing his sword with his body. Block if you can, back off if you can't. Anyway, the attacks of the other 3 were still there, so Li Qingshan couldn't dodge them anyway. Just as he was hesitating, the long knife detached from Li Qingshan's palm and flew to the side. Li Qingshan threw away his sword. Yang Peng was slightly stunned, then realized that Li Qingshan in front of him had disappeared. What's going on? Behind you! Shocked cries rang out, and before Yang Peng had time to react, severe pain came from his back and limbs at the same time. An attack was like a raging storm, unceasing. It lasted less than 2 seconds, and the burly body flopped to the ground. Sure enough, it's better to use a sheath for this kind of battle. Li Qingshan stood behind Yang Peng and turned his right hand, pulling a blade flower with the sheath. Thunderstrike knives are too sharp to use here, but instead they have to wince. Together! The remaining 3 people roared angrily, forcibly suppressing the shock in their hearts. At this moment, the most important thing was to take down Li Qingshan first. All 3 were within 2 meters of each other, and the attack came in the blink of an eye, as if there was nowhere to hide. But Li Qingshan, after last night's special training within the martial arts space, compared to a person and 3 beasts who were at the 5th level of the forging body and were working together flawlessly, the 3 people in front of them were still far from being able to do so. Li Qingshan stepped on his right foot, twisted across his waist, and divinely dodged the closing momentum. At the same time, the right hand sheath transformed into a continuous black shadow. Bang, bang, bang. In a few seconds, though, the remaining 3 fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. For a moment, the room was silent. A dozen pairs of eyes outside the door were motionless, almost frozen. The battle ended quickly, so quickly that they didn't even react. The whole thing took less than 30 seconds, and all 4 masters from their class were on the ground? When did first grade become so fierce? Well, the fight is over, so don't watch the show. Teacher Li once again sighed helplessly and greeted the students outside the door to come in and help the 4 Yang Pengs up. Mr. Wan, we'll leave you to it. Wanker-san grinned, revealing large teeth. It's okay, it's good for students to interact more, next time you're free. Exchange? It's a one-sided beating, right? With a constipated look on his face, Mr. Lee turned around and left with his dusty students. Well, kid, it's time for me to go. Wan Keshan smiled more than a little, patted Li Qingshan on the shoulder and turned around to walk out of the cultivation room. Seize the time to cultivate and prepare for the rookie battle at the end of the year. Remember, relying on martial skills alone won't get you far, the forging realm is fundamental. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Li Qingshan watched Wan Keshan leave and looked down at the communicator. Wan Keshan's last sentence was right, the forging realm was fundamental. The 1 million bonus was already in place to purchase the intermediate nutrient solution, and it didn't seem necessary to waste any more time going to Yinghai. It's just as well. I'm afraid that refusing in person will hurt Manager Zhou's face. Sending a message to refuse is much more euphemistic. Thinking of that email from Manager Zhou in the morning, Li Qingshan simply returned a short message, saying the resignation and rejection together. After sending the message, Li Qingshan rummaged through his address book for a while and soon found a number. It was left behind by the girl who sold nutrient solutions at the mall before. As a large customer, naturally, there is a home delivery service. Yinghai Flagship Store, General Manager's office. Knock knock. There was a sharp knock on the door. Fu Wen frowned and said in a deep voice. What's the panic? Come in and talk. The bald middle-aged man pushed open the door and said eagerly. Mr. Fu, Li Qingshan returned my message. Oh? Fu Wen's face cleared up a little, and a smirk curled up at the corner of his mouth. It seems that I overestimated him. In the end it's nothing more than a poor student from a public raising, so quick to sulk. No. Manager Zhou swallowed and carefully said. Mr. Fu, the message Li Qingshan returned was that he refused to sign the contract and also resigned from Yinghai. What? Fu Wen's smile froze on his face, unable to believe his ears. Chapter 39 S-Class Contract? Manager Zhou wiped the cold sweat from his head and guessed. Mr. Fu, Li Qingshan mentioned before that he had no intention of signing with a company, so perhaps he really doesn't intend to sign? How is that possible? Payman vetoed without even thinking about it. On the path of martial arts, one simply can't go on without enough resources to support them, let alone a person of Li Qingshan's origin. Unless he's an idiot, or... Fu Wen's face grew somber as his fingers began to tap on the tabletop. Someone cut off our Yinghai. Mr. Fu, it's impossible. Manager Zhou looked nervous and hurriedly said. I've tried to keep last night's news as vague as possible, as you instructed, and it's unlikely to have traveled too far at all, except for the earliest batch of local firms that received the news. Those small local firms don't even know the level of the contract and are unlikely to offer more than we do. Don't be in a hurry to explain, I have no intention of letting you vacate your seat yet. Fu Wen snorted, his eyelids lifting lightly. Isn't it true that if someone cuts off the traffic or not, we'll know if we try it? Manager Zhou had just breathed a sigh of relief and froze at his words. How do I try? Fu Wen waved his hand in a big, decisive manner. Send the C-level contract directly to Li Qingshan. Even if someone intercepts it, it can't be higher than a C-level contract. Manager Zhou immediately bowed his head and complied, sending out the contract with compliments. Mr. Fu is wise, the C-level contract can definitely make Li Qingshan come back to his heart, and when he comes to the Yinghai, face to raise another level of the B-level contract. Grade B? Fu Wen interrupted with a snort and swept his eyes at Manager Zhou. Who says I'm going to mention AB grade to him? It's... as previously planned. Manager Zhou stammered and... He had thought that Fu Wen would still go ahead with the original plan, and that the deal would still be cost-effective even if the contract was raised a level. But apparently, he guessed wrong. A B-level contract to sign Li Qingshan, then what's the difference between me and those mediocre people out there? Signing a contract depends on momentum in addition to sincerity. Fu Wen slammed the table and stared at Manager Zhou. Contact Li Qingshan immediately now, I want to talk to him personally. Good. Manager Zhou didn't dare to delay and hurriedly found Li Qingshan from his address book and dialed out. The light screen unfolded and Li Qingshan's figure appeared on the screen. Manager Zhou, there's no need to talk about the contract, I really have no intention of signing. Li Qingshan frowned slightly, his voice more or less impatient. After all, counting this was the third time he had rejected young Hoi. While saying that, Li Qingshan walked to the wall and picked up the long knife that he had thrown away earlier. Shine! The long knives are sheathed. Manager Zhou looked embarrassed and could only laugh dryly.
Aoyama, don't be anxious, we were ill-considered in that previous contract, I'm reissuing you a C-rank contract in which all kinds of perks have been more than doubled. Li Qingshan's frown deepened, and was about to open his mouth again to refuse. Across the screen, a handful of balding middle-aged men's faces were pushed away. A long-haired young man appeared in the upper half of the screen, looking as if he was towering over the others because of the angle. Li Qingshan, right? I'm Enhai's general manager, Fu Wen, and a C-class contract is not something anyone can sign, especially if you want to get this contract from me, Fu Wen, it's not an easy thing to do. Fu Wen's gaze was disdainful and condescending, and his words seemed like charity. Nuts. 3 words were thrown out, Li Qingshan's figure disappeared, and the call hung up. Fu Wen's confident expression froze on his face, unable to react for a long time. Sweat seeped from Manager Zhou's forehead as he whispered a reminder. Mr. Pei? How dare? How dare he? Fu Wen snapped back to his senses and slammed his palms on the table with a thud. Manager Zhou immediately trembled in fear and backed up. Boo! The solid wood desk was so overburdened that it broke in half. Fu Wen took a deep breath and finally suppressed his heart's grumpiness. No, Li Qingshan is just a poor student, where did he get the nerve to be so arrogant? Fu Wen snapped his head up and stared at Manager Zhou, who had retreated to the corner. Get over here. Pull up the video of the call you just made. Li Qingshan definitely had other cards on him, and Fu Wen had to find them. Coming. Manager Zhou jogged forward and quickly pulled up the previous call recording screen. The light screen lit up and Li Qingshan's figure reappeared. Manager Chow. Fu Wen carefully observed Li Qingshan's complexion, and his brows gradually furrowed. One thing had to be admitted, he had indeed guessed wrong before. From Li Qingshan's expression, there was no room for maneuver at all, as if he really didn't intend to sign. Where in the world did Li Qingshan get his nerve? Just as Peiman was musing. Shine! With a flash of light, the long knife returned to its sheath. Fu Wen had a steep jolt, and his eyes snapped wide open. Stop! Manager Zhou was taken aback and hurriedly pressed pause. Mr. Fu, what's wrong? This knife has a claim? Fu Wen didn't pay any attention to Manager Zhou at all, a face that was close to the screen, his gaze locked onto the long black blade. It's really the thunder pattern knife? How could Li Qingshan have a thunder pattern knife in his hand? Fu Wen muttered, looking confused. Manager Zhou was so curious by his demeanor that he couldn't help but ask again. Mr. Fu, is this knife expensive? Expensive? More than expensive. Fu Wen looked back, his eyes still in disbelief. The Thunder Strike blade has a price, even if you take out 100 million star coins, you can't buy it. Ah! Manager Zhou was dumbfounded and in a trance. In just a month, the poor student who previously needed to come to Enhai for a part-time job to subsidize his work was now using a battle sword worth 100 million star coins? The world is not too magical. Mr. Fu, do you think a big consortium would have already stepped in and signed Li Qingshan? Manager Zhou drifted back to his senses and voiced the only guess he could think of. Big money? Fu Wen repeated these 3 words over and over again with his mouth. The reasoning in his head made him agree with this viewpoint. After all, the Thunderstrike blade was not something that the falling folk could get their hands on. And yet, in his heart, he was instinctively unwilling to admit that the involving the Thunder Ripple blade is not something that can be given in an A-class contract, and the least Li Qingshan has signed is an S-class contract. S-class contracts are not for the faint of heart. Even his father, as the regional head of the entire Wui province in Enhai, could only apply and wait for the headquarters to send someone to inspect the area. What's more, being the subject of an S-class contract is a status symbol in itself. S-class contracts, the existence of those destined to soar to the heavens, no one was willing to risk offending. Obviously a moment ago or let him pinch the small role, now suddenly shifted to become even his father in the face, must be treated with courtesy of the big man? At the thought of this, Fu Wen's heart was full of mixed feelings. Mr. Fu? What should we do now? Peiman came back from his trance and waved his hand. Contact Li Qingshan again for me. Ha? Manager Zhou's lips trembled, hesitant to move. He hadn't seen enough, but he wasn't a cutie pie either. Now that Li Qingshan's status was obviously unusual, how could he dare to offend him to death again? Don't worry. Fu Wen could see what Manager Zhou was thinking and took a deep breath, suppressing all the emotions inside. This time it's to apologize to him. I did have a bit of a reckless attitude before. Apologize? Manager Zhou was shocked and
In the 3 days since he took office, Fu Wen has always been condescending and bossy, but now he's taking the initiative to bow down?
But this was a good thing in the end, and manager Zhou quickly dialed Li Qingshan's number. 2 pairs of eyes were glued to the comm. After a short beep, the screen went out. Pulled from Chapter 40, Rankings. With this quality, how can you be the general manager of Enghai? Li Qingshan casually spat out a sentence and turned off the communicator. Anyway, the previous relationship with Enghai was only a cooperative relationship, and since there was unhappiness, it would be better not to have dealings in the future. Knock knock. The knock on the door sounded, Li Qingshan's spirit lifted and he quickly walked towards the door. Outside the door, it's the salesgirl who delivers. Mr. Li, a total of 20 bottles of intermediate nutrient liquid, please sign for it. The salesgirl was holding a thermos box, smiling like a flower, and her attitude became more and more cordial. From the 10 bottles of primary nutrient liquid in the beginning to the 20 bottles of intermediate nutrient liquid purchased in one go now, the youth in front of her had become her biggest customer. And predictably, the weight of this customer is bound to grow. Li Qingshan took the incubator and propped it up on his arm. Between the surges of cold mist, 20 bottles of light red liquid were neatly placed. No problem, just pay for it. Li Qingshan nodded and closed the case, the communicator crossing over the cash register the girl pulled out. 160,000. With the newly arrived 1 million bonus, this time Li Qingshan is not as heartbreaking as in the past. After the salesgirl left, he took out a bottle of intermediate nutrient solution and brought it to his eyes. Compared to the primary nutrient solution, there was no change in the size of the bottle, only that the color changed from glistening blue to light red. In theory, the light red should be far less dazzling than the glittering blue. But the opposite is true. In front of him, light red firmly attracted Li Qingshan's eyes. Just looking at him let him feel a trace of burning, which has gone beyond the scope of ordinary colors. Li Qingshan couldn't help but think of the crimson glow on Wan Keshan's body last night. Both seemed to be of the same nature. Could it be chakra? The term qi in blood was heard from Yulei, and it was said to be related to the realm after forging the body. However, the rumors in Yulei's mouth have always been lacking in weight, and there is not much substantive information at all. Never mind, it works, we'll figure it out later, naturally. Li Qingshan simply stopped thinking about it, opened the cork and tilted his head back to drink. While primary nutrient solution tastes like a drink, intermediate nutrient solution is like a strong drink. No, it's hotter than spirits. The scalding liquid fell into the stomach sac, as if magma had smashed down, splitting into countless hot tongues of fire that surged to all parts of the body. The skin flushed and burned at a rate visible to the naked eye, and a vague sweat rose. No wonder intermediate-grade nutrient solutions are strictly forbidden for ordinary people to use. This is definitely beyond the realm of nutrient solutions. Li Qingshan didn't dare to delay and immediately set up his stance, forging and practicing. As each movement marched on, the skin rolled hotter and hotter, and sweat oozed out of the pores around his body. The body became stronger little by little, and the stomach sac was like a furnace, constantly providing all kinds of nutrients needed to become stronger. After an hour, all 108 moves were completed. Li Qingshan withdrew his momentum and closed his eyes, quietly feeling the changes in his body. Although there was no specific numerical feedback, the magnitude of the cultivation becoming stronger just now definitely exceeded that of last night. Moreover, the body didn't feel depleted, the intermediate nutrient solution in the stomach sac hadn't been consumed yet, and was replenishing its stamina in a steady stream. At 8,000 a bottle, it's worth every penny. Li Qingshan smiled with satisfaction as his gaze fell towards the virtual warehouse. It will take time to recover physically, just enough time to work on it. After all, it was the centerpiece of the entire single cultivation room. Li Qingshan walked towards the virtual warehouse with anticipation. The virtual silo, in the shape of a pike, is nearly 3 meters long and has a gray and black alloy surface. Run your finger over the case and press the round button in the center. With a bang, the lid lifted off, revealing a 1-meter deep chamber that resembled an alloy coffin. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and laid in. The lid is closed. The dark space lit up with a pale blue glow that swept over his entire body, a mechanical tone ringing in his ears. New user access detected, automatically comparing user information. Pupil confirmation, fingerprint confirmation, genetic information confirmation, confirming the new user as federal citizen Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, you have been authorized. Are you accessing the sparring space? Yes. As the words fell out of his mouth, there was a sudden light in front of him. The standing wall towers into the clouds.
Li Qingshan stood in front of the wall and lightly pinched his brow. Just a moment after entering the sparring space, the brain delivered quite a bit of relevant information. Versus space can be 99% anthropomorphic, and death in space does not harm reality. However, too many deaths in a short period of time can cause great mental oppression, depending on the individual's ability to withstand them. 99% anamorphic? Li Qingshan moved his arms and legs, lightly squeezing all parts of his body. Even though the sense of touch was already very real, there was still more than a hint of a foggy feeling compared to the martial space projection. Perhaps this is that last 1%. Thinking back to his previous experience of being buried in the mouths of wolves tens of thousands of times, Li Qingshan was incomparably sure that the martial arts space was 100% anthropomorphic. Due to the nature of its use, the sparring space is devoid of any entertainment and is surrounded by emptiness. Except for the sheer wall that towered into the clouds in front of it. Old continent charts. Li Qingshan swept his gaze across the smooth wall, which was densely engraved with name after name. Anyone who is a current Budo student can keep their name on the list. So at the moment there are tens of thousands of names on the wall. Li Qingshan hurriedly swept his eyes upward to the top hidden behind the clouds. The cloud automatically dispersed, and the name located at the top gradually enlarged and came into view. First in the old continent, Moyu. Li Qingshan nodded and withdrew his gaze. He's not currently listed on the Jedi Wall, and in order to get on the leaderboard, you must first complete the first matchup. Li Qingshan opened his 5 fingers and a projection light screen appeared. Virtual space battles, opponents are completely randomly matched by the system, and weapons can be chosen from any cold weapon that does not exceed the limit. Li Qingshan quickly selected the Thunder Ripple Blade and tapped the match button. Please prepare for battle, your opponent has been selected for you, Security Rio, rank 68706. Countdown 3. 2.1. The light shifted and the wall disappeared. Li Qingshan carried the Thunder Ripple Blade and appeared on a circular platform with a diameter of 1,000 meters. 10 meters away on the opposite side, a tall, fat man was looking at him. Hokage, this is your first time entering the sparring space, right? Anguilla smiled kindly and paced. Li Qingshan frowned as he held the hilt of his sword in his hand. It wasn't surprising that Anguilla knew he was entering the sparring space for the first time. He could see Security Liang's ranking, then Security Liang could naturally realize that he hadn't been ranked yet. But at this moment, Security Liang's defenseless appearance was a bit puzzling. Versus space, it's not for pulling a family game. After thinking about it, Li Qingshan didn't rush out. What can I do for you, senpai? Don't be anxious, senior brother, it's just a sparring match, it's fine for me to lose to you. Anguilla made a point of spreading his hands, signaling that he had no weapons in his hands, before explaining. Senior, more friends more ways, why don't we leave a communication number first and add a contact when we get out? Without realizing it, Security Liang had already walked to Li Qingshan's side, the corners of his mouth rising. You know, to rank high, you don't necessarily have to rely on strength. And Xin Liang said meaningfully. As long as the network is wide enough, even if you are randomly matched, you can still meet acquaintances. Cheating? Li Qingshan lifted his eyelids lightly and spoke succinctly. The approach described by Security Liang is indeed actionable, but the prerequisite is a network of relationships involving the entire old continent 107 province. And that happens to be the least likely. With such a large network of connections, it's impossible to hide it from the brain system monitor. The selection of martial arts students involves the roots of federal policy, there really is this kind of backroom operation is purely looking for death. What's more, Security Liang had actually said it in a big way in the sparring space. If he's not stupid, then he must have another agenda. But none of that matters. Li Qingshan faced Security Liang's smiling face and smiled equally slightly. Clank. Draw your knife and sheath it. Chapter 41, Sister, what a coincidence. Sharp blades broke through the air as if the wind was whistling in a continuous stream. In the blink of an eye, sword shadows filled the sky. Recognized? Thoughts quickly flashed through his mind, and Security Rio's smile froze on his face. Before he had time to think about the reason, the shadow of the blade was already upon him. The sharp pain hit and shattered sanity. Consciousness was instantly withdrawn and returned to the physical body. Baihe City, Sanmen Province. Inside the single-person cultivation room, the virtual warehouse cover opened and a tall fat figure sat up violently. Phew! Akira paled and gasped heavily, then felt around his body with palpitations. Where did this Li Qingshan learn the sword technique from? splitting a body with a single strike, too ruthless. But how the hell did he see through it? Security Liang's brows furrowed as he thought back to the previous battle. It's true that one win or loss doesn't really matter, but no one wants to drop down the rankings. This is because matchmaking rankings are one of the most important bargaining chips for signing up with a company in the future after graduation. This was especially true for someone like him who was hanging on for dear life and had no hope of a new continent. His weapon of choice was a dagger, and with his stance, he was best at close quarters stalking. The previous bull was to bully Qingshan, a newcomer who didn't know the rules, and wanted to close the distance to facilitate a sneak attack. Closing the distance did the trick, but I didn't expect the other side to make the first move. If I'd known, I might as well have just gone for it. Thinking of Qingshan's face smiling and drawing his knife without mercy, Security Liang's expression was like eating. This time, it's a steal. In the hands of a newcomer, the opponent will take his place in the rankings, and he will become a real loser in the truest sense of the word. In the sparring space, the projected light screen unfolded and the mechanical voice sounded. Victory over opponent, current ranking 68706, will the match continue? Qingshan stood with his sword, glanced at the dagger that was intermingled amongst the broken bodies, and casually tapped towards the confirmation button. Please prepare for battle, your opponent Jiting has been selected for you, ranking 68548. Countdown 3. 2.1. The light shifted, the blood and body parts disappeared, and the platform was refreshed. On the opposite side, a young girl carrying a lance upside down was charging at a fast pace without the slightest bit of nonsense. Qingshan's face straightened and he drew his sword to meet him. An hour later. In front of the sparring space wall, Qingshan's figure appeared. You have been killed by your opponent and are currently ranked 60325, will you continue the match? A mechanical tone sounded beside his ears. Qingshan shook his head and tapped towards the exit button. In an hour's time, he had gone through dozens of battles, winning nearly all of them except for the last few. As for the opponents in the last few matches, their realms were actually the same as Security Liang's, all of them were at the 5th level of body forging. However, they had mastered proficient level stances in martial arts, and Qingshan's mere grand completion of the Misty Tracer steps and Wind Shadow Blade was no longer enough to make up for the absolute gap in physical quality. Forging the body is fundamental, there's no need to continue to die. Qingshan walked out of the virtual warehouse and started forging and practicing again. There is no class dismissal in the single-person training room, and the training time is controlled by yourself. After Qingshan finished forging his body once, he no longer went into the virtual warehouse during the intermittent rest time. Instead, he leaned against the wall, closed his eyes and entered the martial space, continuing his cultivation. Cultivating in this manner until the evening, he completed a total of 5 forging practices and exhausted the intermediate nutrient solution before leaving the school. Early the next morning, Qingshan brought the rest of the useless primary nutrient solution to the school, and after selling it to Zhao Hongzhou at half price, he returned to the single cultivation room to continue practicing. Time is running out. Qingshan traveled between school and home every day, 2 points and 1 line. The balance on his card was enough to support the consumption of 1 bottle of intermediate-grade nutrient solution a day. Qingshan did not have the slightest distraction, and all his time was devoted to cultivation. Realistically 5 forging practices a day, the forging progress was climbing slowly but surely. Apart from forging the body, the rest of the time was devoted almost entirely to the martial arts space. With a time flow of 1 to 10, the available time in the martial arts space was rapidly decreasing. At the same time, the proficiency of feats in martial arts was climbing by leaps and bounds. Day after day. 3 months later, the first high school. Early in the morning, the cold wind, bare branches above, sporadic pieces of dead leaves floating down with the wind. Final exams are over and the campus is sparsely populated. Qingshan carried the thunder-patterned sword with hurried steps. Just as he reached the stairs outside the Budokan, rough shouts rang out behind him. "Shan, wait!" Qingshan stopped and turned around to look at the lanky figure that was running wildly and was puzzled. "It's only been a short time, how come you've gotten stronger again?" The person who came was none other than Zhao Hongzhou, but compared to his previous memories, the Zhao Hongzhou in front of him was at least 1 round stronger. "How long?" "It's been almost 2 months. Zhao Hongzhou broke his fingers and said seriously. 59 days to be exact. The last time we met was still because I was detained by Mr. Wan for special training and left late before I happened to run into you. Has it been so long?" Qingshan was a little lost in thought for a moment.
Because of the intermediate nutrient solution, he saved his lunchtime, plus it was hard to run into other students when he left early and returned late. Moreover, because of the martial space, with his head buried in bitter cultivation, his concept of time was rather vague at the moment.
Brother Sean?
Zhao Hongzhou carefully sized up Li Qingshan and said skeptically.
The rookie battle is just around the corner, and we're leaving for Wui tomorrow. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? Ah. Li Qingshan's two eyes were blank, and no one told me? Maybe Mr. Wan was planning to inform you today?
Zhao Hongzhou had been lectured quite a bit recently, so naturally he didn't dare to talk behind his back.
It should be.
Li Qingshan rubbed his temples and didn't care too much. As a starter, there's no way he's going to be left out. It is imperative that the state be taken out of asceticism as soon as possible. After a few seconds of slowing down, Li Qingshan moved, suddenly savoring that something was wrong with Zhao Hongzhou, and turned his head.
Wait, you specifically waited here for me and mentioned the rookie battle, did? He, that's right, I'm going too.
Zhao Hongzhou's chest puffed out with pride. Teacher Wan said that other than you, there are 3 other first years who can go this time. Although I didn't reach the second level of body forging, my test scores ranked 3rd. Li Qingshan also laughed and lightly patted Zhao Hongzhou's shoulder.
It's really gifted, not bad, not bad.
That's for sure. Zhao Hongzhou held his head high and openly accepted his little friend's praise. Come on, what's there to be proud of? Mr. Wan is just trying to get you to see the world. A slender woman with a single ponytail walked up the stairs carrying a machete while skimming.
The only one of you 3 who can really get on is just Yulei. Senior sister Zhang Xian. Zhao Hongzhou's complexion tightened and his erected chest shrank back.
Zhang Xian, who had just entered the 2nd year, had taken the single cultivation room and was literally the first in his grade. Zhang Xian was originally satisfied with Zhao Hongzhou's performance, but after feeling the unbridled oboling gazes from the side, he frowned.
Li Qingshan, Teacher Wan has high hopes for you. You should have entered the sparring space. What's your ranking?
Li Qingshan retracted his gaze and said in a nonchalant manner, it's not something that schoolmates should worry about.
Hanging by a thread, right? Zhang Xian clasped his hands to his chest in realization.
There's nothing to be embarrassed about, after all. The opponents who can enter the virtual space are not comparable to Yang Ping and the others.
But don't let Mr. Wan down in this rookie battle.
With her ponytail raised, Zhang soon turned and walked up the stairs. Seeing the back disappear into the stairway, Zhao Hongzhou sighed in relief and depression.
Sister Zhang Xian is really a good teacher.
Li Qingshan patted him on the shoulder without saying much and went straight upstairs. He had met Zhang Xian twice before, but because of his indulgence in asceticism, he hadn't crossed paths much.
Just as he entered the cultivation room, the communicator vibrated slightly. Wankershan sent a message informing him of the exact arrangements for tomorrow's rendezvous.
Li Qingshan finished reading the message and swept his gaze across the cultivation room. Since I have to adjust my state, why don't I go into the sparring space to relax and unwind, and it's also a good time to see what level I'm really at right now. The thought flashed by, Li Qingshan opened the virtual warehouse and laid down in it. The light shifted, and the wall with the engraved leaderboards reappeared in front of them. After a lapse of 3 months, it was somewhat unfamiliar for Li Qingshan to log into the sparring space again. A mechanical tone prompt rang in his ears, and because he hadn't logged in for a long time, his ranking had dropped continuously from 60,325 to 61124. Li Qingshan didn't care about the rankings and moved his gaze upward to the first row. The first of the old continent, Moyu. Or Maoyu. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, remembering that 3 months ago, the number 1 in the old continent was likewise this name. Moyu's strength is considered unique. Li Qingshan casually commented, retracting his gaze and tapping his finger to the match button. Please prepare for battle, your opponent Zhong Xian has been selected for you, ranking 60815. Countdown 3. 2.1. The light shifted and the wall disappeared. The slender figure with a single ponytail, which he had just seen, appeared across the street 100 meters away. Li Qingshan held his long sword in his hand and grinned. Sister, what a coincidence! Chapter 42 Ranking Soar. Why you? Zhong Xian's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with doubt and incomprehension. Obviously, the moment before, he was thinking that Li Qingshan was a hangman, so he was too embarrassed to say the rankings, but he didn't expect that this had just entered the space of the martial arts path, and then he bumped into it. It seems that I underestimated you before, unfortunately. The surprised expression on Zhong Xian's face faded and her vermilion lips lightly opened.
You had the bad luck to be matched with me. Nothing bad. Li Qingshan shook his head and lost his smile, casually saying, "It would be an honor to be instructed by my senior sister." Zhong Xian's frown deepened, his eyes staring at Li Qingshan's face. He said, "I'm honored," but he didn't give a damn. Li Qingshan, a ranking of close to 60,000 is indeed not bad, but it's not enough to make you proud and arrogant. You can match me only because I haven't logged into the matchmaking space in a month. A month ago, she was still at the 5th level of body forging, and was only proficient in the blade technique. Now, not only was she at the 6th level of body forging, but the misty trail steps had likewise been practiced to proficiency. The reason I chose to go into the sparring space today was to see where my limits were. Zhong Xian lightly danced his long sword and solemnly said, "We focus on cultivation and ignore external affairs. I didn't expect to let you develop a proud and arrogant character, it's just right that we let you sober up today. Sister, there is one thing I don't know if I should say." Li Qingshan opened his mouth abruptly, and Zhong Xian froze. "What? You talk too much." With a bellowing cry, his body shot out electrically, his long sword breaking through the air. "How dare you!" Zhong Xian burst into flames and raised his sword to meet him. 100 meters away, in the blink of an eye. Wind Shadowblade versus Wind Shadowblade, the sound of breaking wind whistled endlessly, the two long knives were about to meet. In the face of Zhong Xian's long blade that broke the wind, Li Qingshan did not dodge, the thunder ripple blade slashed faster and faster, turning into a sky full of blade shadows. Swords and light transforming into shadows, is that what you're relying on? Zhong Xian tightened his grip on the hilt of the blade and slashed at the shadow of the blade with all his might. 1,000 kilograms office power at the 5th level of body forging, and 2,000 kilograms of fist power at the 6th level of body forging, which was double the difference. The Wind Shadow Blade, which was only a great success, couldn't stop her. Shine! Gold and iron clashed, and the shadow of the roiling sword disappeared. A confident smile appeared on Zhong Xian's face. Everything was as she expected, Li Qingshan indeed couldn't block her blade. Just then, hoo hoo hoo! The wind whistled in his ears, and another blade suddenly lit up, coming from under his armpit. The blade light overlapped, as if it was cast by countless blade shadows. Zhong Xian's smile froze on his face, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wind and shadow follow each other. The wind shadow blade consummates the stance, the wind and shadow follow. The light of the blade flickered as the slender body split in two. Defeated opponent, currently ranked 60815, will the match continue? Li Qingshan stopped with his sword, swept his eyes at the long ponytail in the pool of blood, and casually nodded to the confirmation. Please prepare for battle, your opponent Che has been selected for you, rank 60568. Countdown 3. 2.1. Defeated your opponent, currently ranked 50753, will you continue the match? Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 40132, will the match continue? Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 30398, will the match continue? Please prepare for battle, your opponent Lu Su has been selected for you, rank 23653. Countdown 3. 2.1. On the sparring platform, the two figures rolled around, and the sound of gold and iron clashing was unceasing. Schoolboy, De Cheng's misty steps is indeed very strong, but Sister's ghostly shadow steps isn't that easy to bully. As he spoke, the delicate figure lifted the lance upside down and fiercely made a backward zap. Back to the horse. Li Qingshan's complexion tightened, his toes pointed to the ground, and the tip of the gun stopped narrowly in front of his chest. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the lance changed again and swept across. Li Qingshan frowned, his long knife broke the wind, and the roiling shadow of the knife condensed into two slashes of light, blocking the way of the long gun. Bang! Bang! Two thuds rang out, and the lance attack slowed down a bit before striking again. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, his palms were numb, there was no way to block again with his sword, and he could only try his best to achieve the power of misty trail steps and move around. Schoolboy, you can't win against Sister just by hiding. The delicate words harassed continuously, and Li Qingshan was filled with helplessness. In the previous hundreds of battles, he had crushed his opponents by virtue of consummating the Wind Shadow Blade. However, after reaching the 20,000th place, the opponents were basically all above the 6th level of body forging, and great accomplishment martial skills began to appear. In particular, the Lu Su in front of him was at the 7th level of body forging and had achieved great success with his spear technique. 3 months of cultivation, even if Li Qingshan worked hard to the extreme, he could only manage to forge the 5th level of the body.
5th weight of body forging, speed 20 meters per second, fist force 1000 kilograms.
7th level of body forging, speed 30 meters per second, punching power 3500 kilograms.
The huge gap was enough for Lu Su to crush him with his realm. If it wasn't for Lu Su's ghostly shadow steps only being proficient, he would have been poked to death with a shot.
Clank! The lance swept in again, attacking ferociously.
Qingshan could not avoid it and could only barely raise his sword to parry it.
Bang, bang, bang.
The long knife knocked away and the spearhead slammed into the heart. Qingshan fell on his back and a delicate face appeared in front of him.
Hokage, I look forward to seeing you next time. Lu Su looked relaxed and waved.
When the corpse on the ground eyes closed, confirming Qingshan offline. She let out a sharp sigh of relief and spat out her tongue.
There are still such monsters in the old continent?
It almost turned over in the gutter.
Versus space, in front of the Jedi wall. You have been killed by your opponent and are currently ranked 23874, will you continue the match? A cold mechanical voice sounded.
Qingshan pinched his brow and looked up at the wall, his gaze gradually moving up to a third of the way up, a name zooming in front of his eyes. There was his, there was Lu Su's, and there were some other opponents who had crossed paths.
Here, this should be the strongest batch, among the second years, right?
The martial arts classes were eliminated year by year, and there were only 3 in the 3rd grade in Loki City, and about the same in other ordinary cities. Wui, as the capital of the province, may be in a better situation, but it's unlikely to leave much behind. That made it so that there were probably less than 200 people in the 3rd year of martial arts in a province. All 107 provinces combined, all martial arts level 3s are around 20,000.
Ranking 23874, it's still not too safe to take the top 10 of the second-year rookie battle.
But the Misty Steps is almost complete, and I can still raise my battle power by a fraction. After Qingshan made some calculations in his heart, he decisively withdrew from the sparring space. The virtual silo cover opened and Qingshan rolled over and sat up, his eyes looking at the panel.
Qingshan. Realm, Body Forging 46100. Feats.
36th set of broadcasting gymnastic exercises, the stars are calling 1235 3000 Deshang. Martial arts, Misty Steps 2896 3000 great achievement, Wind Shadow Blade perfection.
Function, Martial Arts Space LV19100.
Availability, 6 years and 213 days.
Time flow rate, 110.
The reality of 3 months of hard training, in addition to the necessary forging and commuting, the rest of the time spent in the martial arts space, available time consumed nearly 2 years.
The Misty Trail Steps is only short of more than 100 proficiency, it shouldn't take long, let's first finish today's body forging cultivation.
Having just been crushed by Lu Su's realm, Qingshan would not relax his reality forging for the sake of martial arts. Walking out of the virtual warehouse, taking out a bottle of intermediate level nutrient solution and drinking it. Qingshan started practicing by the book.
Chapter 43 Sister Zhongxian is here. The next day, early morning.
Cold wind, blowing people's faces raw pain, high-speed rail station outside the crowd are wrapped tightly, footsteps in a hurry.
Squeak.
The harsh brakes squealed and the bus came to a stop at the stop sign. A young man in a singlet and carrying a long black sword jumped down from the door of the car and stood out. Qingshan ignored the surrounding gazes and walked straight towards the entrance. It was also stopped at the pit stop because of the thunderstrike knife.
However, after proving Wu Daoshang's identity, the security staff didn't make things too difficult for him and thoughtfully pointed him in the direction of his companion.
Qingshan followed the guide and soon saw 7 or 8 figures sitting in front, each holding a weapon. There was an empty circle around them, and travelers, seated a few rows apart, were gawking curiously.
Shango.
A tall and sturdy figure jolted up from his seat, waving his hand in greeting as he walked quickly. A man and a woman sitting next to him also stood up and followed. Qingshan had a smile on his face and greeted him.
You guys are pretty early, I left the house half an hour early and I didn't realize I was still behind you.
The 3 people in front of them were none other than Zhao Hongzhou, as well as Yu Lei and Hong Qian, who they hadn't seen for a long time. Hey, this is going to the provincial capital, of course I have to rush early, the last time I went to Wui was when I was in elementary school. Zhao Hongzhou laughed and rubbed his hands, Qingshan nodded but did not laugh at him. Speaking of which, he had never been to the provincial capital, Wui City, no matter before or after crossing over.
On the side, Hong Qian said with a face full of curiosity. Qingshan, after being in seclusion for so long, surely you can get first place in the first year group in this rookie battle, right? Li Qingshan smiled and nodded his head, but did not say much and asked in return. Zhao Hongzhou is ranked third in the class, you and Yulei should be at the second level of body forging, right? Hong Qian nodded, but his face was somewhat helpless. This rookie battle has brought together the province's top students, and the second level of body forging is estimated to be just the threshold. Zhao Hongzhou and I are just there to see the world, and Yulei is the only one who really has any hope of taking the rankings. Zhao Hongzhou was in a good state of mind and said with a smile. Brother Shan, Yulei can be great, the last test performance speed of 15.3 meters per second, are more than the forging triple standard. Speaking, Zhao Hongzhou couldn't help but remember the past and said in a self-congratulatory manner. In the beginning we really did not see wrong, practicing martial arts still have to be Yulei this kind of body, like Lu Jingya. Woohoo! Li Qingshan tightly covered his big mouth, looked at Yulei whose face was darkening, and changed the topic in a raw manner. Any chance of a top 10? Other than you, who dares to say that there is certainty? Yulei glared at the two men in a helpless manner. My test scores were merely taken advantage of because I had just recently practiced the Misty Steps to proficiency. In addition to the speed test, stance and reaction are also in the mix, and the Misty Step has a big bonus. Martial skills are also a part of strength, it can't be considered taking advantage. Li Qingshan said seriously after a slight contemplation. As long as you utilize the Misty Steps flexibly in battle, you should have no problem taking the top 10. Body techniques and martial arts techniques were usually dabbled in by second years, and first-year rookie battles mainly spelled out physical quality. However, the difference between the speed and punching power of the second and third weights of the forging body was actually not obvious. Instead, the proficient-leveled Misty Trail steps could already be used in actual combat, and the advantage was very great. The four of them, Li Qingshan, were catching up while walking towards the sitting chairs. There were 3 other men and 2 women there, all second-year Budo students in this competition. Yo, if it isn't our freshman number 1. A large, thick-looking woman, favoring a cupped voice, pretended to be coquettish. So early, people thought you were going to be the grand finale. What filth! Zhao Hongzhou shuddered and jumped back a step. Put! Yulei and Hong Qian couldn't hold it together and directly laughed out loud. The fat woman's face turned green and white for a while, and she violently stood up, raising her sword and pointing it at Li Qingshan's 4 people. Do you first years know what it means to respect your seniors? Yulei's smile tightened as she looked towards the sheathed long sword and said in a deep voice. Lu Haibing, you want to strike at the station? What? Scared? Lu Haibing sneered, his gaze fixed on Li Qingshan, meaning to say. There are no tigers in the mountains and monkeys call themselves kings, but even monkeys must know the heights of heaven. As he spoke, the 4 people around him also stood up, all of them staring at Li Qingshan with more than just amusement in their eyes. Li Qingshan defeated the 4 Yang Pangs and occupied the last single cultivation room. This matter was reasonable. But not to their liking. Not to mention the relationship between Yang Peng's several people and their classmates, Li Qingshan's practice of picking 4 people at once was slapping the face of the entire second year. Previously, because of their respective cultivation, they all had no time to pay attention to Li Qingshan. This time, when I met him, I naturally had to teach him a good lesson. Oh, the sky's the limit? Li Qingshan reached out and put his hand on Yulei's shoulder, pivoting her behind him. Them, Shan. Zhao Hongzhou looked uplifted and had absolute trust in Li Qingshan. Hong Qian, on the other hand, had a worried look on his face, and Yulei even furrowed her brows and said with some anxiety. You're going to do it? This is a station. A few months ago, she had known Li Qingshan's battle record from her sister, so naturally, she wasn't worried that he would lose. But if you do it openly at the station, you may not even be able to go to Wui if you mess up. Li Qingshan lightly laughed and shook his head. Don't worry, it won't take much. When these words came out, it was as if a powder keg had been ignited, and the 5 Lu Haibing people became furious. Li Qingshan, what are you pretending for? Do you really think you're invincible after winning over Yang Pang and the few of them? I don't know what I'm doing. Li Qingshan didn't care about the raucous noise from the opposite side, walking step by step to the opposite side of Lu Haibing, looking seriously at the long sword in her hand. You should be grateful. Lu Haibing froze. Celebrate what? Be glad your sword is still unsheathed. Phew. The wind was howling and the people were nowhere to be seen. Blade shadows emerged from the gale, attacking the 5 from all directions and corners at the same time. The wind and shadow blade is complete. The wind and the shadow follow each other. Whether it was Lu Haibing or the rest of the 4 people behind him, they did not have the time to react. The severe pain had already struck them from all over the body. Bang bang bang. Knock after knock, the 5 men fell to the ground one after another, crying out in pain. With a flash of silhouette, Qingshan returned to his original position. His sword, likewise, was unsheathed. The 3 Yulei were dumbfounded and froze. Indeed, it took very little time, only a few seconds. If it wasn't for the screams of Lu Haibing's 5 people, they would have thought that they had just seen a hallucination. Stop! The cry came belatedly. Zhao Hongzhou's complexion tightened as he turned his head to look at the figure running wildly in the distance, his single ponytail swaying in the wind. Sister Zhongxian is here. It's okay, Sister Zhongxian has always been fair, but... Yulei wanted to console her, but thought of Zhongxian's good teacher character. Not to mention Qingshan, I'm afraid that the 3 of them watching the battle will also have to be reprimanded. The 5 people struggling on the ground also saw Zhongxian's figure, and their cries of pain were a little less loud. Still, the 5 were refreshed and... At the end of the day, Zhang Xin was the leader of their 2nd grade class. Lu Haibing grimaced in pain and raised his head to stare fiercely at Qingshan. Qingshan, don't be complacent, senior sister will do us justice. Yes? Qingshan smiled faintly and looked sideways at the single ponytail that had already come close. Sister, what a coincidence. Chapter 44, Has Sister Changed Her Sex? The déjà vu greeting was just as gentle and cordial, but Zhongxian was almost so stressed that he turned to run away. With a heavy footstep, Zhongxian forced herself to stop the urge to run away and looked at the smiling face across the room. Yesterday, she re-entered the sparring space after a month, and was in the mood to challenge her own limits, but it was the man in front of her who chopped her into several pieces. After that battle, Zhongxian was almost depressed. At the same time, it made her realize a profound truth. If you want people to listen, you have to have the strength to make them listen. Zhongxian's chest rose and fell, and the originally prepared words of reprimand were swallowed back hard, turning into a dry explanation. Not really a coincidence, I'm also going to Wui City, I'm the one who's late. Qingshan nodded his head in satisfaction, seemingly in approval. Not too late, I just got here too. That's good. Zhongxian sighed in relief. The conversation was calm and peaceful, as if it were an ordinary exchange of pleasantries. But everyone around them was stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. Ha! Zhao Hongzhou's mouth opened and he looked at Yulei and Hongxian, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Zhongxian came running non-stop. Shouldn't he indiscriminately reprimand everyone first? How did this turn into such a boring exchange of pleasantries? When did Sister Zhanghyun change her nature? Compared to Zhao Hongzhou and their shock, the 5 Lu Haibing people on the ground were even more anxious. Is Sister Zhongxian blind? Can't you see Qingshan brazenly striking out and knocking them all down? Sister, you have to do it for us. Lu Haibing couldn't help himself, sobbing and crawling towards Zhongxian, reaching out to hug his thigh. Senior sister, this Qingshan is bullying people too much, he doesn't even put a second years in his eyes. Yes, senior sister. It's fine for him to look down on us, but even you, senior sister, he doesn't have his eyes on. Yeah, he's only a first year and he's so rampant, beating up seniors and older sisters, if it's going to be okay in the future. The remaining 4 people followed Lu Haibing, adding oil and vinegar to the cry, extremely provocative. 5 pairs of eyes glanced at Qingshan from time to time, with a sense of triumph in their eyes. They knew Zhongxian very well, and with Zhongxian's character of being a good teacher, he would definitely not ignore it. You guys fart. When did Sean mess with you guys? It was clearly you guys who came to the door. Zhao Hongzhou was angered by the words of a few people who had turned black and white upside down, and immediately wanted to step forward and kick a few feet. Yulei pulled Zhao Hongzhou back and said anxiously to Zhongxian. Senior sister, don't listen to their nonsense, just now they were the first to provoke, Qingshan only. Needless to say, I saw it all. Zhongxian's pretty brows furrowed slightly as she waved her hand to interrupt. It's over. It's over. Yulei, Zhao Hongzhou, and Hongxian, all 3 of them blanched. Here we go. Here we go. Even if each of them were beaten 50 times, Qingshan would not be able to escape. Lu Haibing's 5 people's spirits lifted and their eyes gazed at Zhongxian. Bang! Lu Haibing's outstretched hand was kicked straight back, and his entire body fell to the ground on its back. Zhongxian retracted his foot and coldly said, What's the point of practicing Budo if you cry and cry when you lose a fight? Ha! The 5 people on the ground froze in place, not knowing what to do. Is the ground comfortable? Or do you want to continue at the station and disgrace our Budo class? As he spoke, Zhong Xian's right hand gripped the hilt of his sword. With a jolt, the 5 hurriedly rose from the ground, their gazes carefully surveying Zhong Xian. What about the promised 50 strokes each? How come you hit them? Where's Li Qingshan? Unfortunately, no matter how they looked at it, Zhong Xian didn't have the intention to make another move, and his icy gaze stayed fixed on them, not bothering to look at Li Qingshan. Just then, a bellowing laugh rang out. Ha! The students are very energetic. Wan Keshan rubbed his chin and came from not far away, followed by a helpless teacher Li. Li Qingshan's gaze moved, carefully measuring Wan Keshan's slight TSK movement, always feeling as if there was some meaning of regret. Thinking about Wankershan's past bad taste, coupled with the helplessness on Mr. Li's face, he can almost conclude that Wankershan must have arrived long ago and had been watching the show from the sidelines. Li Qingshan took the initiative to welcome him and said meaningfully, "We are the ones who came late and kept the 2 teachers waiting." The word wait was bitten so hard that a flash of embarrassment flashed across Mr. Li's face. Ha ha! Wan Keshan's face was as usual, unconcerned. Anyway, the train hasn't left yet, so there's no need to rush. With that, he waved his hand and led the group toward the station. It only takes 2 hours to get to Wui City from Lying, and there are a lot of trips, so the station is not very crowded. It didn't take long for the martial arts class and their group to successfully board the train. After everyone was seated, Wan Keshan reached out and pulled Li Qingshan up to greet Mr. Li. "Teacher Li, you keep an eye on these little ones, I'll come over later." Under many curious gazes, Li Qingshan followed Wan Keshan to the next carriage. The compartment was empty, with only a few scattered passengers. Just as he entered the compartment, Wankershan spoke coldly. "You fought Johnson, haven't you?" Li Qingshan nodded. "Yes, we fought yesterday in the sparring space." "I knew it, otherwise with that little girl's nature, how could she possibly hold back?" Wan Keshan said curiously with a smile on his lips. "Winning is definitely a win for you, but what's your current ranking?" 23874. Over 20,000. Wait. Wan Keshan's smile stalled and he glared at Li Qingshan. "You mean you're over 20,000 now?" Li Qingshan nodded. Hiss. Wankersan huffed backward, rubbing his temples lightly. No, how can you be over 20,000 to match Zhongxian? "Teacher, when I was matched to senior sister Zhongxian yesterday, I was still around 60,000. Li Qingshan honestly said. Wankersan choked and reorganized his words. "You mean, you were in the sparring space yesterday and you fought all the way from 60,000 to 23,874? Teacher, there's no need to be so surprised." Li Qingshan said calmly with an indifferent face. "I'm just trying to see where I am in the sophomore class, and 23,874 shouldn't be enough for a solid top 10, right? You really think you're a second year?" Wankersan was laughed out of breath and. "Don't be surprised yet. A first-year martial arts student, ranked to the top second-year group, who else could not be surprised? 3 months ago, I thought it was a casual remark, but I didn't expect Li Qingshan to really intend to reach it." Thinking of this, Wan Keshan's face grew serious. "Ranking 23874, you should be at the 5th level of body forging, the Wind Shadow Blade is complete, and the Misty Trail Steps is still a great success without a breakthrough, right? Teacher is really perceptive." Li Qingshan smoothly patted his ass without being surprised. As a martial arts teacher, it would be strange if he couldn't even surmise that. Wankersan waved his hand and analyzed it carefully. "You were right when you thought before, just ranking 23,874 is indeed not enough. In order to secure the top 10, your Misty Steps must break through to perfection and rank within 21,000 to be able to do so. But if you go to Wui City now, the official competition is tomorrow, and there's no more time for you to break through." Wankersham shook his head and looked to his student. "Forget about the cross-grade, there will be other opportunities for you to get C-grade martial arts in the future. How can this be forgotten?" Li Qingshan was instantly anxious and hurriedly said. "Don't worry, teacher, I've already gained some insights, I'll be able to make a breakthrough first thing in the morning." You're still really capable, and breakthroughs can be precise to this extent?" Wan Keshan sneered, not believing it at all. The wonder of square inches at the end of the Misty Steps is mysterious. To understand is to understand, not to understand is not to understand. Even I had to give up the Heavenly Luo Misty Steps back then because I was stuck at this step. Sensei. Li Qingshan's face straightened as he looked at Wan Keshan and said seriously. I'm really sure. Chapter 45, The Second Moyu? Woo! The whistle blew long and hard, the train moved slowly forward, and the platform scenery slid past the windows on either side. Inside the carriage, the teacher and student stood opposite each other, speechless for a moment. Wan Keshan wanted to retort, but when he thought about how Li Qingshan never seemed to do what he said from the time he enrolled in school until now, he couldn't help but retract his words. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Okay, I'm sure you can do it, but are you really sure you want to cross levels? Li Qingshan looked at Wan Keshan's serious demeanor and combined it with his previous words. He couldn't help but wonder. Teacher, is it troublesome to cross grades? It's not troublesome, as long as I fill out a piece of information and report it. Wan Keshan shook his head and asked rhetorically. But have you thought about it? There are only 3 grades in the martial arts class. There is no such thing as repeating a grade. Once you cross grades, it means you have 1 less year in martial arts class. Li Qingshan finally understood what Wan Keshan was worried about and said without hesitation. Teacher, no problem, the time left is enough for me to rush to the top 100 in the old continent and head to the new continent. No problem, my ass. Wan Keshan raised his hand to his forehead, speechless. Of course I know you can go to Shinju, but Shinju is just the beginning. Li Qingshan's heart stirred, remembering the conversation from 3 months ago, he whispered. Is Sensei worried about the final war? The final battle is the qualifying battle for admission to Shinshu Budo University. That's right, the gap between the different martial arts universities in the new continent is not normal. Wan Keshan explained briefly, glancing at Li Qingshan. You do realize that you are now the first of the old continent, right? Mao Yu? Of course Li Qingshan remembered this bullyless name. Mo Yu is a super genius in Tianfu province, and had the strength to hit the top 50 in the 2nd grade. But she's kept her rankings outside the top 100 and hasn't traveled early to the new continent. If I'm not wrong. Wankershan's voice lapsed with emotion. Her target should be the Ziying Academy. Wan Keshan didn't explain how strong the Ziying Academy was, and Li Qingshan didn't ask about it. Because, it's simply not necessary. This planet under his feet is called Ziying Star. You can imagine what kind of existence it is to be named after Ziying. I was originally thinking that you might become the 2nd Mayu, but with 1 year less after crossing the levels, I'm afraid. Wankersan glanced at the student and finally spilled a smile. So be it, I've said all that needs to be said. The road, you choose. Thank you, teacher. Li Qingshan bowed slightly and sincerely thanked him. Wankersan didn't know he was open and it was normal to have concerns. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, it was clearly unwise to cross over just for a rookie battle reward. But for Li Qingshan, with the presence of the panel, the rate of progress would only increase. 1 step forward, 1 step back. He simply couldn't wait until he graduated from his normal 3rd grade year and headed to the new continent. Even in the final battle next June, he may not have no chance. A 2nd Moyu is naturally impossible. After all, he was Li Qingshan. The teacher-student duo finished their conversation and rejoined the martial arts class compartment. The carriage was quiet, and everyone was concentrating, listening to Mr. Li explain the do's and don'ts of the rookie battle on this trip. Our Wui province covers a vast area and is considered a geographically large province. In addition to the provincial capital, Wui City, there are 65 ordinary cities. The rookie battle slots are equal to the number of virtual silos each has, 10 slots per city, 10 slots per high school for each of the 10 high schools in Wui. That adds up to a total of 750 participants in the battle, with the exact number of 1st and 2nd graders depending on their respective school's allotment. But they should be about the same as us at Fallen Britain, about a third or so of the first years. As Mr. Li spoke, his gaze swept over Li Qingshan before landing on Zhong Xian and the others. That means you're up against, like, 500 people. With Li Qingshan in the 1st grade, there was no suspense at all. However, in the 2nd year, it was difficult for even Zhong Xian to compete for the rankings. After hearing Mr. Li's words, everyone's faces fell heavy. Despite having been mentally prepared for this, I was still apprehensive when I heard about such a large number of participants in the war. After all, it's all aboard and who doesn't want to go home with a good score? But every one of these hundreds of people was not weaker than them, or even stronger. It's not easy to compete for a top 10 spot. The crowd was speechless for a moment, and the carriage fell completely silent. The scenery outside the window slid by quickly. Li Qingshan leaned his back against the seat, his eyes closed. May Steps 2951 3000 Dishang.
2 hours passed quickly as the train slowed down and pulled into the station. Ladies and gentlemen, the train is about to arrive at Wui Station. Please prepare your luggage for disembarkation if you get off at Wui Station.
The train stops at the platform with a radio announcement. Get your weapons and get out of the car.
Qingshan gave a greeting and led the crowd out of the car. Just got off the car and didn't walk a few steps, Zhao Hongzhou suddenly pulled Qingshan's arm and staggered.
Shan, look, the opponent is coming. Qingshan's footsteps lurched and followed his finger.
Only a line of people stepped off another train in the distance. The other side had a similar configuration to theirs, the same 10 students with weapons, followed by 2 teachers.
Should be here for the rookie battle as well.
Qingshan nodded and withdrew his gaze.
There's nothing strange about it. Yuli looked over the same way and explained.
It's all in the province, even if it's no more than a few hours' drive away, and the teams from the other cities should all be leaving today as well. As he spoke, another team of participants got out of the car.
Qingshan was not surprised and casually swept his eyes and continued on his way.
Yulei's words were correct. All 65 municipal martial arts classes were estimated to arrive this morning.
As we approached the exit gate, the line in the same configuration grew. There was even a banner pulled up outside the exit.
Welcome the teachers and students of martial arts classes from all cities to Wui City for the rookie battle. Under the banner, there was a lot of hustle and bustle, people coming and going, rather like the scene of university orientation in the previous life.
Mr. Li Xian, long time no see.
A slim male teacher with a smiling face greeted Qingshan and his group. However, after seeing Qingshan next to Mr. Li, his smile froze.
Qingshan, what brings you here? How do you talk?
Qingshan frowned, disgruntled.
Wang Yuqi, is this your Wui First High School's hospitality?
No, no.
Wang Yuji hurriedly waved his hands and forced a smile. It's been a while since I've seen you in Wui.
It's just a bit of a surprise. Oh, don't worry, there's plenty of time for you to be surprised this time.
Qingshan smiled playfully and did not continue to count.
Although Wang Yuji wondered how Qingshan suddenly became good at talking, he didn't think much about it and turned to him.
Both of you, why don't you come back to the school with me first?
The school has already prepared a meeting room to discuss the specifics of this rookie battle.
Meeting?
Mr. Li looked puzzled. There was no such process in previous years.
A meeting is a meeting.
Qingshan, however, didn't care and waved his hand.
Lead the way. I'd like to see what you're trying to pull. Chapter 46 Discrimination?
That's true, whatever changes are made, don't we all have to agree on them? Wang Yuji laughed dryly twice and waved his hand to recruit a student. Ren Ming, I'll leave these students from Locking City to you, don't neglect them.
Don't worry, teacher.
Ren Ming had a lean figure and a resolute look. After Qingshan and teacher Li sized them up twice, they were relieved to follow Wang Yu straight away. The 2 teachers left, and Qingshan stood at the front of the group, naturally highlighting it. With a warm smile on his face, Ren Ming walked over to Qingshan.
Class, you're the leader?
Qingshan swept his eyes at Zhong Xian next to him and saw that his expression was wooden and he had no intention of opening his mouth, so he gently nodded his head.
Classmate, why don't we add a contact? You can contact me if you have any questions in the next 2 days. Then I'll trouble Ren.
Qingshan readily accepted the good advice and exchanged communicator numbers with Ren Ming. The group then followed Ren Ming and headed out of the exit.
Li, our school bus is up ahead.
On the side of the road, a row of blue commercial vehicles parked neatly. The body of the car are printed with Wui City, the first high school logo. The business car wasn't that big, only seating a dozen people. From time to time, teams boarded the buses under the guidance of their guides and boarded the buses and left. Ren Ming led them toward one of the cars. However, as the distance approached, Ren Ming's face grew ugly.
Qingshan swept a glance and quickly understood why. The car they were going to take was full.
Outside the door of the car stood a richly dressed young man, his gold watch glinting in the sunlight, looking at them with a provocative face. To be precise, it was looking at Ren Ming.
Ren, is there trouble?
It's okay, minor problem, I'll take care of it. Ren Mingxiang smiled and waved his hand as he quickly stepped forward.
Yu Yuanjun, this car is assigned to me, what gives you the right to occupy it?
We're all classmates, what's the difference between you and me?
Yu Yuanjun clasped his hands in front of his chest and said nonchalantly.
My car broke down halfway down the road, so I just happened to borrow yours. Ran Ming's fists were clenched tightly as he forced his anger. If your car breaks down, go to the school and ask for it yourself or take someone in a cab. How am I supposed to send someone back when you're taking my car?
What? Want to make a move? Yu Yuanjun raised his eyebrows and smirked.
Actually, what you say isn't unreasonable, but the team I'm hosting is already sitting in the car.
Why don't you go and invite them down?
Yu Yuanjun raised his hand and pointed towards the car door.
Don't blame me for not reminding you that the car is carrying a martial arts class from Wogan City. The Woyuan City martial arts class, notoriously tough in the province, took up a few spots in the rookie battle almost every year.
Ran Ming's face went green and white for a while, and he didn't make a move. He was naturally aware of the prestige of Woyuan City, but even if it was a martial arts class from another city, he shouldn't have kicked someone off the bus. If he really wanted to do that, he would have fallen for Yu Yuanjuan's evil plan. But don't go back to the car, and then you will slow down Li Qingshan and his party. Just as Ren Ming was hesitating, the car door was violently pushed open. A young man with an inch head poked his head out and spoke in a deep voice.
Why aren't you leaving yet?
Just a moment, Mr. Lin Fan, we'll be leaving right away. Yu Yuanjun responded with a fawning smile, then looked at Ren Ming and waved his hand. You guys go get a cab, we'll go first. By the way, I almost forgot, you're from public support and don't have a lot of money. Yu Yuanjun straightened the gold watch on his hand and snorted.
Remember to have the driver issue an invoice and come back to me for reimbursement.
Can't go.
Ran Minglio's gaze was determined and he took a step. No matter what.
Yu Yuanjun was coming at him, and he could only take it on himself.
This car can't be allowed.
Just then, a palm suddenly came from behind and rested on his shoulder.
Ren, it's better if you let me do it.
The words rang out behind them, and Ran Ming's expression was stunned.
Li?
At the back, Yulei's few people were not surprised, but it was Zhong Xian who frowned and reminded. Li Qingshan, Lin Fan is very strong, there's no need to face each other in advance because of this kind of thing.
Don't worry, I'm not stupid.
Li Qingshan laughed lightly and stepped forward.
Yu Yuanjun frowned slightly and looked at Li Qingshan.
Classmates, you. The word stopped in mid-sentence, and his gaze instantly became horrified. It was obviously just a few steps, but the other party was already in front of him.
Snap.
A slap came and Yu Yuanjun fell to the ground violently.
You dare to hit me?
Yu Yuanjun covered his red and swollen cheeks and said incredulously.
You helped Ren Ming out? You knew each other before?
You.
Ah.
Before he could finish his question, a few more kicks came, and Yu Yuanjun howled miserably.
Click.
A crunch. Li Qingshan sighed and shook his head as he looked at the twisted and bent arm.
The body forging cultivation is not enough. The body bones are too weak. Crazy man. You madman.
Yu Yuanjun cried and howled, desperately turning his head to look at Lin Fan at the car door for help.
Mr. Lin Fan, save me, save me. Idiot.
Lin Fan coldly spat out two words and ignored them. The fact that Yu Yuanjun used them to set up a trap was something he ignored, but that didn't mean he didn't know about it. Since they are smart, they naturally have to suffer the consequences.
Bang bang.
Li Qingshan eased his leg strength and kicked out two more times. Yu Yuanjuan's body violently bowed into a shrimp, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Everyone around was stunned by Li Qingshan's maneuver. This was to fight to the death. Ran Ming was the first to react and quickly stepped forward, pulling Li Qingshan's arm to death. That's enough, I don't have that much of a grudge against him, the inspectorates are coming if we keep fighting.
Ran, don't misunderstand.
Li Qingshan shook his head and said with a straight face. I didn't hit him to stand up for you, but I felt discriminated against.
Discrimination?
Ren Ming froze. How could he not expect Li Qingshan to say these two words? Yu Yuanjun on the ground was even more likely to vomit blood. No, it was really vomiting blood.
Pust. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Yu Yuanjun wanted to cry.
The one he discriminated against was obviously Ren Ming. It's none of this lunatic's business. I'm also from public support, and under the Public Support Discrimination Act, I'm not breaking the law even if I beat him to death. Li Qingshan simply explained and kicked out two more times.
Bang bang.
Yu Yuanjun howled out miserably, his eyes glazed over. But he could only desperately bury his head, not daring to let the other party see the anger in his eyes, much less let out harsh words.
Because, the Public Support Discrimination Act really does exist. The Act on Discrimination in Public Parenthood, which accompanied the Public Parenthood Policy, has succeeded in curbing the discriminatory culture in society as a whole by means of various provisions that are considered to be harsh. As the culture of discrimination disappeared, the code faded into oblivion. But just because it's forgotten doesn't mean it doesn't exist. As long as the other side bites on the fact that he discriminates, even if he is killed, it is not a big deal. At the thought of this, Yu Yuanjun was so horrified that his white eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. So unbeatable? Li Qingshan regretfully collected his feet, lightly patted Ren Ming's shoulder, and said in a serious tone. Ren, when you encounter discrimination in the future, learn to take up legal weapons to protect yourself. Protection? Ren Ming swallowed his saliva and looked to the ground and did not know that Yu Yuanjun, who was still gasping for air, did not. For the first time, he knew that the word protection could be used in this way. I originally thought that there was only one Qingshan in Loki City who could barely be my opponent, but I didn't realize that there was also a character like you. Lin Fan jumped out of the car and faced Li Qingshan, extending his hand. Wohara, Lin Fan. Li Qingshan smiled faintly and reached out to shake his hand. Falling young, Li Qingshan. The car, do you guys still want it? Lin Fan pointed his finger at the door of the car behind him, wariness surging in his eyes. Don't worry, there's plenty of hand-to-hand combat tomorrow, this car won't be needed. Li Qingshan smiled broadly and raised his hand to point to the sky. Our car, it's coming. Shadows cover the heads of the crowd as the black speeder slowly floats down. Chapter 47. There is no top 10, only number 1. Over the city buildings, the hovering speeder flew silently. Inside the car, there was the same silence. Whether it was Zhao Hongzhou and the three of them, or Zhong Xian, the second-year martial arts students, they had yet to regain their senses from the violent scene they had just witnessed. In particular, the 5 Lu Haibing people were chilled to the bone. Until now, they didn't realize how gentle Li Qingshan's hand was when he was at the weighing station. Little fat Xiao Xiaoyu looked around, couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere, and took the initiative to come over to Li Qingshan's side. Coach, why don't we go eat first? I just found a treasure restaurant 2 days ago. When it came to eating, Xiao Xiaoyu's expression immediately became excited. Li Qingshan shook his head and lost his smile, gently rubbing the little fatty's head. You've been in Wui for 3 months and you've learned to find food? The kid heard about the rookie fight from somewhere, too. When Ren Ming and Yu Yuanjun dealt with him earlier, Xiao Xiaoyu had already gone out in his flying car, and Li Qingshan simply sent the location directly to him. Anyway, the hovering speeder is completely controlled by intelligence, so you don't have to worry about the little fat guy driving without a license. Coach, I can do more than just eat. Xiao Xiaoyu put his head up and said rather arrogantly. I've already cultivated my The Stars Are Calling to the 2nd grading and mastered the technique of power generation. And the breathing coordination of the 3rd grading has also taken shape. When these words came out, everyone else in the car was stunned and unconsciously looked at little fatty. I thought it was just a rich kid, but I didn't realize it was a genius. Under the age of 15, the Stars Are Calling is practiced to the 3rd level, and you can go directly to the new continent. The goal they struggled and fought for was nothing more than a starting point for those geniuses. For a while, everyone couldn't help but feel gloomy. Li Qingshan had long known about the little fatty's talent, and was not surprised, rubbing his head again and said. Then work hard and try to get to the new continent soon. But we agreed to meet in Xinzhou, don't let me go to Xinzhou by then and not find you. Coach, don't brag. Xiao Xiaoyu's fat face turned away and muttered. You're only in the 1st year of martial arts class, when you go to new continent, it'll be at least 2 more years, and I'll definitely be the one waiting for you then. Alright, let's say I'm bragging then. The corner of Li Qingshan's mouth hooked up, smiling without saying anything. Ran Ming had been keeping watch and watched the 2 men finish their catching up before opening his mouth with deliberation. Studently, it's best for us to return to the school first. Aside from having to arrange dormitories for you, there will be an assembly in the afternoon to announce the specific details of this rookie battle. Ha! You can't even have a meal. Little Fatty's face is full of disappointment and... It's just a meal, we'll go back to it after the rookie battle. Li Qingshan patted his head, and Xiao Xiaoyu could only bemoan it and reset his destination. The hovering speeder quietly turned and flew towards Wui First High. Wui First High School, conference room. Inside the large conference room, more than 100 silhouettes were sparse. Wan Keshin sat paralyzed on the sofa, holding a cup of tea in his hand, and looked toward a short, fat figure in the center of the conference room. Lu Jing, people are almost here, time to talk about things? Lu Jing, the martial arts teacher of the first high school and the strongest person in Wui City. Hee, old one, haven't seen you for so long, still this acute. Lu Jing smiled back, looked around the conference room, and cleared his throat. Ahem, since everyone is here, then I won't sell the story. The main purpose of this meeting is to change the rules of our Wui province's rookie battle. As the words fell, martial arts teachers from all the cities in the province either frowned or were puzzled. In the past, rookie battles were fought through random draws in pairs. Play up the tiers until first place is decided. And everyone has 3 matching opportunities to avoid the strongest being directly eliminated by the stronger, maximizing fairness. Now that LV Jing suddenly said he wanted to change the rules, they really couldn't think of anything to change? For a while, small discussions resounded in the venue, and many teachers were speculating about LV Jing's intentions. Old Lu, it's not impossible to change the rules, but you must at least say why. A clanging sound rang out, and the speaker was a middle-aged woman with a pretty face. Seeing the person who spoke, the group of martial arts teachers also stopped squeaking. Because that's the pinnacle of Woyuan City, Yuan Hongyan. It was only 10 years ago that Yuan Hongyan came to teach in Woyuan City. Before she arrived, the martial arts classes in Goara City were as ordinary as any other city. Each year, the rookie battle can only be fought together for the remaining half of the spots in Wui City. It cannot be helped, after all, Wui City is the capital of the province, the natural convergence of the province's talent, resources, natural advantages. But after Yuan Hongyan came, everything changed. First, he taught a succession of students who made their mark in the rookie battle, and then in later years, he taught several talented individuals who hit the top 100 in the old continent and traveled to the new continent. By now, the reputation of Woyuan City's martial arts class was already able to compete with the 10 high schools in the provincial capital. A number of good candidates even voluntarily gave up Wui City to enroll in martial arts classes in Woyuan City. Ahem, it's not that our old rules were bad, they were just too common. Lu Jing coughed out lightly, pulling the crowd's attention back. The purpose of the rookie battle is to identify good first and second year prospects early and give them some help with resources. But they're missing more than just resources. In the past, when our province had the best luck, we were able to get 3 or 4 students to travel to Shinshu. And when we were unlucky, one didn't. But even if they go to the new continent, they will only die out. Almost forgot, except for you, man. Lu Jing stymied for a moment and looked at Wang Qingshan with an apology. The other martial arts teachers similarly focused their gazes on Wangsun in envy. You man, who went to the new continent with the highest score in the old continent, and topped the final battle and entered the Ziying school. Being watched by a crowd of envious gazes, Wang Qingshan was not at all pleased, but his face darkened instead. Yu Man's matter could be said to be a thorn in his heart. With Yu Man's talent, he would have been able to enter the Ziying Academy, and it wasn't that he had taught him well at all. Quite the contrary. Wang Qingshan always felt that it was because of his own education that he had brought Yu Man to the wrong side, causing her to lose the opportunity to travel to the great star of martial arts to further her training. Let's talk about things, don't talk about all this nonsense. Wang Qingshan didn't have the good sense to say. The rest of the martial arts teachers were baffled by Wang Xin's sudden anger. Lu Jing did know why, and could only smile apologetically as he opened his mouth. What happened to you, man, was just a special case. There's just one thing I want to say, our students lack more than just resources, they lack a heart for martial arts. Our goal shouldn't just be to send students to the new continent, but to have them be courageous and refined when they get there. The province of Tianfu changed the format of the rookie battle 5 years ago, and I intend to follow their example. Tianfu province? All of the martial arts teachers here were wide-eyed and stunned. Now that the number 1 in the old continent, Mao Yu, was from Tianfu province, they naturally knew a lot of news about Tianfu province. The rookie battle in Tianfu province is in a mixed mode. Hundreds of people were put into the battle platform at the same time, mixing and killing each other, and the battle ended only when the last person was killed. There is no scoring mechanism, no top 10. The last man standing is the winner in first. Chapter 48, Horrible Rewards. Inside the large conference room, the noises were building up. Martial arts teachers from various cities couldn't care less about the volume and eagerly discussed it. Finally, someone couldn't help but raise his voice in question. LV Jing, after the rule change, how will the rewards be calculated? At this remark, the discussion lowered. The gazes of the group of martial arts teachers gleamed as they stared at the short, fat figure in the center of the venue.
There was no difference in the rewards for the top 10 in the rookie battle, all of which were 5 million star coins and a C-grade martial art. They bring students in to compete for a share of the resources. In melee mode, there is only one winner, and the rewards naturally all go to the winner. Lu Jing grinned, rightfully so. Whether it's a first year or a second year, it's a reward worth 100 million star coins. The hanging hearts of the martial arts teachers here finally died, looking at Lu Jing's wide grinning mouth, as if it was a bloody mouth. Louis King's appetite is not normally large. For a time, the group was outraged. No, we don't agree. That's right, all the good seedlings are in your wui, you're trying to monopolize the rewards. LV Jing, we're all at the same level, the rules of the rookie battle aren't up to you to decide at the drop of a hat. Everyone take it easy, isn't this a meeting to discuss the situation? Lu Jing raised his hand and pressed it vainly, his smile gradually fading into seriousness. Gentlemen, ask yourselves, even if the rules weren't changed, would your students really be able to squeeze into the top 10? Inside the conference room, most of the martial arts teachers' faces darkened. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Someone couldn't help but stand up, disgruntled. Even if you guys have more geniuses in wui, at least our good seedlings from other cities can have a chance. The reasoning is true, and the rules used to be set up for that purpose, but... Lu Jing shook his head inside. Gentlemen, have you ever wondered what the Federation is really doing by offering martial arts classes? The height of the topic suddenly rose, and the group of martial arts teachers were not in a good position to refute it, and each of them looked at LV Jing in disbelief. For the rookie battle, there are 10 spots in each grade, but out of the 10 of them, only 1 or 2 at most can go to Shinshu. I'd like to ask you where the rest of you went? Lu Jing looked around the room, his expression growing more and more serious. I'm sure you're all aware that the vast majority of them are signed to big companies and have a good future. But, that's not what the Budo class was intended for. The Federation opened the martial arts classes in order to discover geniuses from the old continents that were left behind, true geniuses who could withstand ferocious beasts and conquer the stars. If only 1 or 2 people go to the new continent every year, why do we have to spread out our resources and give those companies and consortiums the chance to train their talents? The words fell. The venue was quiet for a moment as all the martial arts teachers calmed down and thought about what LV Jing had said. Perhaps, Lu Jing did have selfishness, but this reasoning was correct. Just then, Yuan Hongyan suddenly got up and said with a smile. Old Lu, haven't seen you in a year, still so fond of reasoning. But I'm happy to hear it today, and I agree about changing the rules. LV Jing froze. How could he not expect that it would be Yuan Hongyan who would be the first to agree? You know, every year, the top 10 of the rookie battle, in addition to Wui, the city of Wuyuan accounted for the most places. They are also the ones who have the most to lose from the rule change. Unless... Lu Jing met Yuan Hongyan's smiling and arched eyebrows and suddenly had a bad premonition. The rest of the martial arts teachers looked at each other in dismay, all guessing that Yuan Hongyan must have hidden his cards. However, Yuan Hongyan had agreed, and under LV Jing's great reasoning, it was not easy for them to refute. Eventually, everyone unconsciously turned their attention to the first row. Wankersham was sitting paralyzed in his chair, clutching his teacup and watching the show. From start to finish, not a word. No, why are they all looking at me? As his eyes converged, Wankersham squirmed uncomfortably. The crowd's faces darkened at his words, and Lu Jing coughed out lightly. La Wan, what do you think about this? I can't help it if I don't ask, even though he's the strongest martial arts teacher in Wui City. But in this conference room, Wankersan was the true number 1 in the battlefield. Moreover, Wankersan was notoriously unreasonable, and it wasn't as if he hadn't made trouble before. Hey, don't worry, I'm the most reasonable person. Wan Keshan hemmed and hawed twice, his eyes hovering between LV Jing and Yuan Hongyan. The rule of raising a compulsion style, the strongest is always stronger. It seems that you all have a lot of confidence in your students. Yuan Hongyan shut up and ignored Wan Keshan. Lao Wan, you're overdoing it. LV Jing said with a righteous face and without changing his color. Even if my student wins the championship, it's still cultivating talent for the Federation. If a genius like Mao Yu really comes out, our entire Wui province will also be honored. Wankershan waved his hand to interrupt, impatiently. Come on, don't lecture me, I didn't say I didn't agree. Lu Jing froze and hesitated. You agree? Yuan Hongyan also stared at Wan Keshan. Old Lu, there's one thing you didn't say wrong. Wan Keshan put down his teacup and got up, looking at Lu Jing. Resources, it's better to centralize them so they don't go to waste. With a meaningful smile, Wan Keshan pulled up the teacher next to him, Li, and turned around.
Then this is settled. Yuan Hongyan thundered and got up to leave the table.
LV Jing stood in place, looking at the two men's backs in shock.
The meeting ended successfully and the new rules were finalized as desired. By all rights, he should be happy.
However, Yuan Hongyan and Wan Keshan's successive dry consent had straightened him out and made him unsure of himself.
Li and Zhao, this is your dorm room.
Ren Ming led Li Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou into the room. The room was simply furnished with 2 single beds and some disposable toiletries. But in addition to that, there were 2 other things that should never be in a dorm room. Virtual warehouse. Zhao Hongzhou exclaimed out in shock and quickly stepped forward, carefully stroking the metal shell of the virtual warehouse. Li Qingshan gazed at the 2 virtual silos, equally puzzled.
Run, is the virtual warehouse of your Wui First High School so rich?
According to Wan Keshan, there should only be 10 units in each of Wui's 10 high schools.
Li misunderstood, these are 2 virtual
silos prepared for tomorrow's rookie battle, each dorm room has one. Ren Ming simply explained a sentence and looked at Zhao Hongzhou, who was eager to try and reminded him. These virtual silos were temporarily allocated by the school from the Federation, and the system has been locked by the brain, so they can only be used for rookie battles, and cannot be connected to the virtual sparring space. It's fine, as long as I get to experience a virtual sparring session tomorrow, this trip wasn't wasted.
Zhao Hongzhou rubbed his hands together in excitement.
Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was thinking about Ren Ming's words. In this rookie battle, the first and second years combined had a total of 750 participants, which meant that there were 750 virtual silos. The virtual silos of the entire martial arts classes in Wui province only added up to about 750 units. With such a big deal, there must be a big change in the rookie battle rules. Unfortunately, Ren Ming also knew little about it, and Li Qingshan did not ask for an answer. Ren Ming did bring up something else, though. Classmate Li, Yu Yuanjuan's cousin Fu Wu is also going to participate in this rookie battle, so be careful.
Fu Wu? Hearing this deja vu name, Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Is Fu Wu strong?
Very strong. Fu Wu is the #1 sophomore in Wui First High School. Ren Ming thought for a moment and added. Li is in the first-year competition, not that we'll meet him, so as long as we're careful in the next 2 days, we should be fine.
Okay, I got it. Li Qingshan noted down the name but didn't pay much attention to it. He beat Yu Yuanjun, but there is a law.
If someone comes after him for this, he can take legal action to protect himself.
After confirming the location of the dormitory,
Li Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou then followed Ren Ming down the stairs, met up with the other students, and walked towards the playground together. The playground was crowded with all the students and teachers from all the cities. A short while later, a short, fat figure took the stage with a microphone.
Hello everyone, I'm LV Jing, the martial arts teacher of Wui First High School, and I'm here to announce to you the rules of this rookie battle.
There was no stinking and long speeches, LV Jing just explained the rules of this rookie battle in a few short sentences. But those few short words were like a boulder smashing into the surface of a calm lake.
The entire playground, in an uproar. What melee mode? It's obviously to cut us off. The first reward is worth 100 million star coins? That's a nice way of putting it, who can grab it besides you guys in Wui City? I clearly had a chance to compete for the top 10, and now the rewards are just gone?
Under the new rules, only first place is rewarded in both first and second grade. Although the reward worth 100 million was tempting, they simply couldn't reach these 2 spots. Such radical rules are difficult for the vast majority of students to accept. Especially those students who had hopes of competing for the top 10 were furious and found their martial arts teachers to protest. For a while, the entire playground seemed to have turned into a food market, noisy.
Amidst the clamor, a figure loomed large.
Li Qingshan stood in place, his eyes bright and frightening.
Chapter 49, The Wonder of Squares. Playground, southeast corner.
The Woyuan City team stood in a circle around Yuan Hongyan.
It's quiet compared to the noise around us.
However, the expression on each student's face rose and fell, and it was clear that they were not at peace within themselves. Finally, a girl with fleshy cheeks couldn't help but speak up.
Teacher, this isn't fair.
Wang Jia from Wui First High School is a 3rd grader in body forging, and is proficient in stance and martial arts, who can compete with him in the first year?
Unfair? Yuan Hongyan raised his eyelids lightly and calmly said.
Your Lin Mengxiao's strength was cultivated by himself. Wang Jia's body forging realm and body martial arts skills were likewise cultivated by him. What's so unfair about it?
Besides, martial arts speak of strength, not fairness. When you face the ferocious beasts and the evil god followers in the future, will you still be able to talk to them about fairness or not?
Lin Mengxiao stalled, but her eyebrows were still unconvinced and she said nastily.
But. Meng Xiao, that's enough. Lin Fan took the initiative to speak out, stopping his sister.
Surely you don't care about the rule change when you can take first place in your sophomore year. Lin Mengxiao muttered in a small voice, and Lin Fan frowned and was about to scold. Yuan Hongyan shook his head, waved his hand to stop, and looked at Lin Fan.
You should have fought Fu Wu in the sparring space, right? How was the victory or defeat?
I've matched up with Fu Wu a few times. He's also at the 7th level of body forging, and his stance and martial arts skills are greatly accomplished, and we've won and lost against each other.
Lin Fan squeezed the lance in his hand and said with confidence. Don't worry, teacher, I've gained another understanding of my spear technique in the past 2 days. I should be able to beat him. Yuan Hongyan listened in his ears, and Wan Keshan's meaningful smile suddenly flashed in his mind, so he couldn't help but ask. By the way, have you ever encountered a martial arts student from Rakugo City in the sparring space? Falling Ing?
Lin Fan's expression froze, and he couldn't help but recall the encounter in the morning, then shook his head. Originally, the strongest of the fallen should be Zhong Xian, and with her ranking, she can't match me yet. This morning, I did meet one named Qingshan. His stance is good, but his body forging realm shouldn't be more than the 6th level, so he's not a match for me.
That's good.
Yuan Hongyan nodded and returned to the topic without further thought. Although you are sure to win against Fu Wu, but right now it is a melee mode, there may not be a chance for you to have a fair fight.
Lin Fan said thoughtfully. Sensei means they'll hug it out?
What are you afraid of hugging? If they can hug, so can we. Lin Mengxiao opened her mouth proudly, and the few people around her also had their chests puffed out.
Their average strength is not weaker than Wuyi First High School.
Yuan Hongyan glanced at his student, shook his head, and turned his head to the center of the playground.
In Wuyi City, there can be more than one high school.
The center of the playground. Lu Jing had his hands behind his back as he looked at the skinny youth in front of him.
Wanger, are you ready?
Don't worry, teacher, I've already contacted a few other high schools and they've agreed to help me. Wang Jia replied with a smirk and a wisecracking expression. The rule change was proposed by LV Jing, and as the first-year ace, he was naturally the first to know the news. Lupin nodded and gave another command. Well then, remember not to be careless. Next to him, a lanky youth with a cold expression frowned and spoke out.
Teacher, what's the point of the melee mode if we hold the group in advance?
Fu Wu, you really have guts?
Wang Jia sneered out, mocking.
What?
Do you still want to fight 1 against 100?
Fu Wu's expression turned cold as he stared at Wang Jia. Don't forget, you're only first year first, don't challenge me. Wang Jia looked puzzled and closed his mouth.
Well, now is not the time for you to be fighting.
Lu Jing waved his hand to stop the two of them from arguing, looked at Fu Wu, and said seriously.
Have you thought about what's the most important thing you can do to win first place in melee mode?
Fu Wu's lips moved slightly, wanting to say the word strength, but looking at the teacher's expression, it was clear that it could not be so simple.
It's survival. Lu Jing gave a direct answer that.
Melee mode, fight to the last man standing.
The first thing you need to do is to find a way to survive to the end.
Lu Jing paused, his eyes hovering between the two students. I'm asking you guys to hug it out more for self-preservation than anything else.
Self-preservation? Wang Jia and Fu Wu froze. Alas, if you will embrace the group, students from other cities will likewise do the same.
Lu Jing shook his head and sighed. Even, because you come from Wuyi First High School, you will probably face their joint targeting. The great truth is that it is placed in the conference room to be spoken. Just because hundreds of people are mixing it up doesn't mean it has to be 1 against 100. At least, with the current shallows of Vong Nai province, it can't raise a dragon like that. This point was not only clear to him, Lu Jing, but to the rest of the martial arts teachers as well. The rules of the rookie battle were changed more for the purpose of cultivating true celestial pride in the future generations of martial arts classes. When these words came out, Wang Jia and Fu Wu looked quite serious. The situation of the rookie battle was more severe than they had imagined. Teacher, I'll go contact a few more of my fellow friends. Wang Jia greeted and was about to leave. Wait. Fu Wu called out to Wang Jia and said in a cold voice. Tomorrow morning in the first-year rookie battle, help me teach a martial arts student from locking the name of Qingshan a lesson.
Wang Jia's feet lurched in amusement. Is this your attitude of begging? You won't step in to teach this Li Qingshan a lesson yourself? Fu Wu's brows furrowed as he said in a single word. I'm asking you to teach him a lesson in the virtual sparring space. He didn't want to pay attention to Yuan's business, but he had to. However, the Public Support Discrimination Act was involved, and Fu Wu didn't dare to take a chance on reality. LV Jing didn't care about the disputes between the students. There was no peace and harmony in the martial arts path. However, when Fu Wu mentioned falling young, there was no way for him not to care. Locking? Li Qingshan? Lu Jing looked at Fu Wu and inquired. What grade is this Li Qingshan in? How is his strength? Li Qingshan is a first year, his strength. It should be very strong, right? Fu Wu wasn't too sure. The main Yuanjun was only at the second level of body forging, and he was directly seconded, and he simply couldn't fathom Li Qingshan's strength. Lu Point nodded his head and gave Wang Jie a serious admonition. Be careful with this Li Qingshan, don't be careless. Thinking of Wang Kershan's behavior in the conference room, Lu Jing was always a little uneasy. So stand on your tiptoes and look out over the northwest part of the playground. That's where the falling students and teachers are. A young man stood out in the crowd. Lu Jing was about to take a closer look when a burly figure crossed over and blocked his view. A meaningful smile hung on that rugged face. Lu Jing had to withdraw his gaze and cursed with his head down. Maniac! LV Shorty! Wan Keshan smiled smugly and turned to look at the group of students. The announcement of the new rules has had an equal impact on students who have landed in the UK. Those most affected are Yulei and Zhongxian. Because the two of them really wanted to put up a fight and take the top 10 this time. But some time had passed and both had calmed down. At this moment, all eyes were betting on Li Qingshan. The rules had changed, and Li Qingshan was undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary. With Li Qingshan's strength, winning first-year first place was a nail in the coffin. Under the attention of the crowd, Li Qingshan remained frozen in place, with a pair of eyes that were on the verge of sprouting golden light. Wang Kershan's face darkened and he stepped forward with a slap. Snap! Kid, come back to your senses. Don't go out and tell me you're not one of my students. Li Qingshan rubbed his shoulders and grimaced. Teacher, that's 100 million star coins. Although the Thunder Ripple blade was also worth 100 million, being able to look at it and not spend it was far less enticing than this disposable 100 million star coins. Just 100 million? Wang Kershan shook his head and turned toward a remote corner. Follow me. Li Qingshan's gaze moved as he followed. After waiting for no one to be around, Wan Keshan stopped and looked at Li Qingshan, smiling but not laughing. What? You don't want to cross levels now? Teacher, I'm afraid it's not too good to fight for the second grade first place, right? Li Qingshan was slightly hesitant. It didn't matter if he crossed over or not, he wasn't likely to stay in the martial arts class for the full 3 years anyway. But the previous intention was just to compete for a top 10 sophomore finish. As for first place? Li Qingshan felt that even if the Misty Steps were perfected, it seemed unlikely. Whether it's a good fight or not depends on whether or not you can comprehend the subtleties of the square inch and cultivate the Misty Trail steps to perfection. Wan Keshan's gleaming gaze looked at Li Qingshan's heart and he could not help but wonder. Teacher, I can naturally do what I say, but are the Misty Steps really that strong? It's not the Misty Steps that are strong, but the splendor of the square inch. Wan Keshan gently shook his head and sighed. It is only one of the cores of the A-grade martial art Tian Luo Misty Steps. The marvel of the square inch, the extreme ability to roll around and move around, best suited for a melee. So? The corners of Wang Kershan's mouth hooked up and... You get it, right? Thank you, teacher, I understand. Li Qingshan's heart was certain and a smile was put on his face. Teacher, please help me prepare the materials for the cross-grade application. Chapter 50 The Misty Steps is complete. The conference broke up, and hundreds of figures bustled away. Even though the students had more than a few grievances, the rookie battle rules could no longer be changed with all the teachers agreeing. Wui First High School Cafeteria, hot. All the students are still discussing the melee pattern and guessing who has hopes of taking first place. The table where the Fallout team was located was extraordinarily quiet. Yulei, Zhongxian, and a few others sat at the table and looked at Li Qingshan with their jaws agape. He was seen frantically plowing away with chopsticks in his hands, drying out one dinner plate and replacing it with a second in less than a minute. Zhao Hongzhou swallowed and hesitated. Are you very hungry, Shan? General.
Li Qingshan took the time to reply back, emptying his dinner plate in 3 tries and putting down his chopsticks to get up. I'm in a hurry, so I'll go first. Several people were stunned, and Yulei was puzzled.
The rookie fight is tomorrow, where are you going? Go back to bed.
The voice drifted in, and the silhouette was already 10 meters away. The crowd stared blankly at the distant back, their heads full of questions.
Back in the dormitory.
Li Qingshan simply washed himself and then lay back on the bed, his eyes closed. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar circular platform came into view. At the edge of the platform, 5 sculptures stood silently. Li Qingshan's mind moved and the sculpture disappeared. 100 meters away, hissing roars rang out as the figures of 1 man and 4 beasts appeared. Although you are weak, you will have to make do with what you have. Li Qingshan grinned and rushed towards the 5-headed monster with his bare hands. Since the strength had been raised, such as Wolfsbane and Yuqingya, who were ordinary forging body fifths and could be killed with a wave of their hands, they naturally lost their workout effect. However, the Misty Steps were characterized by rolling over and over, and could only be improved at the fastest speed in battle. Li Qingshan shuttled between the ferocious beasts, in order to achieve the purpose of exercise, deliberately suppressed his own speed, relying on the body's instincts, stepping out of the misty trail steps to dodge the attacks. Time passed by, and the proficiency in Misty Steps grew little by little.
At the same time, Li Qingshan's body also had an additional wound, and blood soaked his clothes.
His speed had been suppressed to the 2nd or 3rd level of the forging body. With only the grand completion Misty Trail Steps, under the attacks of 5th level forged body, he could only be left and right. Fortunately, with unlimited physical strength in the martial space, body surface injuries were not so bad as to affect movement.
10 hours or so later, until the spirit just couldn't hold out.
Li Qingshan fiercely increased his speed and counterattack with all his might, killing 1 person and 4 beasts with his bare hands. Then, laying down on his back, he fell into a deep sleep. When you wake up from your sleep, summon the monster projection once more and continue practicing.
This cycle went on, and I don't know how much time passed.
Li Qingshan, who was surrounded by 5 monsters and was struggling to dodge, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes and took a step back with his right foot. The Wolfsbane sharp claw was coming from the back, and this step was as if he was actively meeting the Wolfsbane attack. However, just as he was about to make contact with the sharp claws, his back was slightly flanked, dodging the attack by a fraction of a second.
Not only that, this divine step also allowed him to directly break away from the 5-headed monster's encirclement.
The marvel of square inches, so this is the marvel of square inches. Li Qingshan let out a loud laugh, his mind clearing up like never before. The moment of breakthrough was like an enlightenment, allowing him to instantly comprehend the wonders of the square inch. The beauty of square inches is mysterious. With Li Qingshan's current realm, it was impossible to say or understand, but he instinctively knew what to do. At this moment, his speed had already been pressed down to the 2nd level of body forging, but under the attack of the 5 monsters, Li Qingshan was like walking idly. All the attacks seem imminent, but they are always a fraction of a second away. Unlike Deshang's Misty Steps of sensing a crisis and anticipating it in advance, that was the practice of being in the situation. Rounding off, the maze of steps has gotten Li Qingshan off the hook. Square inches are all that fall. The beauty of square inches is at your feet. In the dormitory at night, Zhao Hongzhou snored like thunder. Li Qingshan opened his eyes silently, and the illusory panel unfolded before his eyes.
Li Qingshan. Realm, Body Forging 46-100. Feats.
36th set of broadcasting gymnastics, the stars are calling 1237-3000 Deshang. Martial arts, Misty Steps perfection, Wind Shadow Blade perfection.
Function, Martial Arts Space LV19100.
Availability, 6 years, 203 days.
Time flow rate, 110.
There is a slight change in the panel, but it's not worth detailing. Li Qingshan swept his eyes over the consummated Misty Steps, his eyes closed, and he gradually sank into dreamland.
Shan, get up.
Zhao Hongzhou's voice rang in his ears, and Li Qingshan opened his eyes in a daze, somewhat less adapted. Truth be told, he hadn't slept in reality in a long time. With the 110 time flow in the martial space, sleeping in reality was undoubtedly a waste of cultivation time.
Shan, Ran Ming brought us breakfast.
Zhao Hongzhou raised his right hand, carrying a large bag of buns on it. Li Qingshan nodded, and after a brief wash, he and Zhao Hongzhou settled their breakfast in the dormitory. The two then stood next to the virtual silo. The first-year rookie battle was in the morning and all they had to do was lay in and wait for it to start.
Brother Shan, what weapon do you think I should choose? Zhao Hongzhou rubbed his hands together in excitement.
Although he hadn't used it once, he had no shortage of information that he should have inquired about.
Li Qingshan swept his eyes at the machete in the corner, which was still the one he had given to Zhao Hongzhou after he had vacated the room. Just go with your machete. Getting a new weapon on the fly will only backfire.
Although the virtual space can choose cold weapons at will, the vast majority of students will actually choose their own real-life weapons. After all, reality is the fundamental, in the virtual space is used to using the divine weapon, not conducive to the reality of the war power to play.
Okay, I hear you.
Zhao Hongzhou was very obedient to the advice, and could not wait to lift the lid of the barn and lie down in it.
Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head, similarly lying down into the virtual warehouse. Wui First High School, conference room.
It's the same conference room as yesterday, with over 100 teachers sitting around the table. In the center of the venue, 100 projection screens, neatly distributed. Each projection screen corresponded to a piece of square platform with a side length of 100 meters.
Lu Jing stood at the bottom of the screen and introduced himself.
The entire side of the sparring platform is 10 kilometers long, with 100 screens, enough for us to see all the details of the battle. A group of martial arts teachers nodded their heads in satisfaction. Although there was only one first, they at least wanted to know the specific strengths of the students, so that they could easily target their guidance later. There are only 256 first-year students participating in the battle, and a 10-kilometer sparring platform is enough to run them off, I'm afraid. One of the teachers made an outburst of teasing, which drew a laugh. The first-year rookie battles, with their strengths generally in the second and third weights, the right now's sparring platform was indeed too big for them. Don't worry, the 10-kilometer platform is mainly for sophomore strength. With a point of LV Jing's finger, the scene in the hundreds of screens suddenly enlarged, changing from a side length of 100 meters to a side length of 10 meters. First-year students will be centrally placed in the center of the platform, within a 1-kilometer radius. As the words fell, a silhouette appeared on the screen. A group of teachers quickly found their own students first, and then started looking for the team from Wui City. The 10 high schools in Wui are undoubtedly the strongest once they hold together. The teams in Wui were easy to find, basically 3 or 4 people in a team, all positioned in the center of the platform. However, after seeing the exact distribution, all the martial arts teachers' brows furrowed. Because in the center of the platform, instead of 10 teams, there were 11. And, the extra team, 3 men and 1 woman, appeared right in the center, surrounded by 10 other teams.
Lu Jing has laid his hands on him. Thoughts flashed through all the teachers' minds, and their eyes couldn't help but glance at Yuan Hongyan. The only thing present that was worth targeting by LV Jing was the city of Wuyuan. But Yuan Hongyan just frowned and didn't say anything. Ha ha ha, wrapping us falling eyes in the middle, good arrangement. Qingshan held his teacup in his hand and burst out laughing. Lu Jing is so brave?
All the teachers froze and were immediately ready to step in and pull the plug.
Qingshan's reputation is not for nothing. LV Jing unconsciously took 2 steps back and laughed dryly. The system is randomized, I really didn't intentionally target your fallen city. Deliberately, of course, since he heard Li Qingshan's name yesterday, LV Jing naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. But at this moment in front of Wan Keshan, even if he had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to admit it. It's okay, don't be afraid, I was really complimenting you. Qingshan smiled broadly and got up to walk over to LV Jing. Just when everyone thought he was going to make a move, Qingshan wrapped his arm around LV Jing's shoulders and tilted his head back to the screen, letting out a loud laugh. You've arranged it well, very well. Chapter 51, Melee? Battle Royale. Wui First High School, Cafeteria. 4 large projection screens hovered in the center of the cafeteria, not as detailed as the conference room, but you could see the whole picture. All the second graders are gathered here at this moment. In the center of the platform, the surrounded Li Qingshan and his group naturally attracted all eyes. I knew it, they're definitely going to make a mess of things in Wui. Yesterday's talk was grandiose, but today it's straight down to blackmail, and the act isn't even acted out? Which team was the one that got dumplings? I think it's the 5 planes, isn't it? They're the only ones who deserve to be targeted like that. No, I've met Lin Mengxiao from Wuyuan, she's not so flat. It's this time of the day, you still have the heart to look at this. I recognize this team, it's from Falling Kingdoms. Falling? Everyone looked at Zhong Xian and the others with suspicion. Zhong Xian had participated in the first-year rookie battle last year, so naturally they all knew each other. But they couldn't figure out how they could not understand was the current falling first year so strong? Is it worth targeting Wei like this?
Under a multitude of either puzzled or sympathetic eyes, the Zhong Xian's group of people looked at ease, without any concern. A corner of the cafeteria, where all the second grades of Vuli are gathered. At this moment, everyone said nothing for fear of incurring the wrath of the crowd. Yu Yuanjuan's nose was bruised and swollen, hanging his arm, and he came over to Fu Wu's side and couldn't wait.
Cousin, have the arrangements been made?
Mustn't let the Li Qingshan die too easily.
Alright, I've already informed Wang Jia. Fu Wu's brows furrowed as he waved his hand impatiently. You're hurt so badly, why don't you hurry back to the hospital? No way. I must see Li Qingshan screaming with my own eyes. Yu Yuanjun grimaced, his eyes glued to the screen with anticipation. Probably, you're going to be disappointed.
Light laughter rang out, and before Yu Yuanjun could react, a young man with an inch head walked past. Fu Wu looked towards the youth's back and his brows gradually furrowed.
Lin Fan? What does he mean? The Wuyuan City team, with Lin Fan's arrival, a few students couldn't help but raise their voices in irritation.
Lin Fan, Wu Yi is too shameless this time, Xiaomeng is estimated to be Xian.
She wouldn't have had a chance.
Lin Fan swept his eyes over where his sister was, and his gaze moved to the very center of the platform, his eyes filled with wonder.
Li Qingshan is actually only a first year? Matchmaking space.
All but a few of the 256 students were basically using the virtual warehouse for the first time. So after entering the platform, most of the faces were surprised and did not make the first move. After a short period of surprise, a wary look rose on the faces of the crowd as they surveyed the surrounding teams. At a time like this, taking the risk of making a move was likely to become a target.
In the center of the platform, Li Qingshan's eyes turned and surveyed the surroundings. Unlike the pressed ranks in the distance, the
several squads around them, in groups of 3 or 4, were pressing on them together with great understanding.
Li Qingshan, we seem to be surrounded.
Yu Lei warned in a low voice, and Zhao Hongzhou and Hong Qian also realized that something was wrong and squeezed the hilt of their knives with their right hands.
It's okay.
Li Qingshan returned a reassuring smile, and Yu Lei's trio immediately looked relieved.
If Li Qingshan says it's fine, then it definitely won't be a problem.
Unconsciously, more than 30 people surrounded Li Qingshan's 4 people in the center.
Li Qingshan, originally I didn't want to help Fu Wu out, but unfortunately, who told you to come out from lying, so I can only take care of you guys first.
Wang Jia was holding a long sword and was bored.
If it wasn't for his teacher Lu Jing's arrangement, he wouldn't even want to bother with Fu Wu's crap. He soon realized something was wrong, though.
Obviously surrounded by more than 30 of them, but neither Li Qingshan nor the other 3 had a trace of nervousness on their faces.
Brother Shan, who is this kid? Did we, La King, mess with him?
Zhao Hongzhou's face was full of questions and puzzled. He also heard about Fu Wu yesterday, but he was a bit confused when the other party specifically mentioned falling young.
Who knows?
Li Qingshan was equally baffled, but he didn't care at all and didn't even look at Wang Jia. His eyes moved to the 3 Zhao Hongzhou people and barked.
Later you run away from each other and each find an opponent to grind against. There's not much time left for you, so move fast if you don't want to die under my blade.
Yes.
The 3 gulped and hurriedly nodded their heads.
No one knew better than them the gold content of Li Qingshan's last words. Wang Jia originally didn't care, but now he was completely enraged by Li Qingshan's attitude. The long sword was sheathed until the 4 people across the street, and a vicious voice said,
"Run? None of you will escape."
Li Qingshan turned around and looked squarely at Wang Jia for the first time. Holding his right hand on the hilt of his blade, he smiled slightly.
You said it, it doesn't count. Clank. Draw your knife and sheath it.
In a single leap, a distance of more than 10 meters passed in the blink of an eye. The roiling shadow of the knife zoomed in Wang Jia's pupils, and before he had time to react, the shadow of the knife was already upon him. Swish, swish, swish. Body parts were flying and blood was raining down. Behind Wang Jia, 3 students were drenched on the spot, frozen in place. The shadow of the knife was like the wind, flashing by in an instant, and the 3 of them also followed in Wang Jia's footsteps.
No, how can he be so strong? Run, run.
Mom, I'm not going to fight, I'm dropping out. The rest of the 9 high schools were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had all used a virtual warehouse. Where had they ever seen such a bloody picture? Some of them were outright scared and sat on the ground with weak legs. Unfortunately, the blade's shadows would not stop there. The high-speed movement of Li Qingshan has been unable to see the figure, only the sky-knife shadow, biting gale.
The wind blew wildly, the shadows of swords flashed, and blood rained down.
But in a few seconds, more than 30 people from 10 high schools in Wui were killed by the knife.
Shan. Brother Shan, have you shown your true colors?
Zhao Hongzhou's lips were shivering and his words failed to make sense. Yulei and Hong Qin gulped and looked at the shadow of the sword that continued to kill in front of them, and hurriedly turned around, running into the distance, looking for their opponents.
Hey, you two wait for me.
Zhao Hongzhou followed with his sword, both legs flinging themselves at him.
The gold content of Li Qingshan's last exhortation was still rising. According to this killing method, there really isn't much time left for them.
The remaining 200 or so people had also long been paying attention to the movement in the center of the platform. But it was too late for them to be shocked. The fast-moving shadow of the blade, as if it was a merciless meat grinder, was coming to kill them. It wasn't as if no one tried to resist, except for a few weak-kneed ones.
What are you afraid of? It's not like you're going to die for real anyway. I don't believe I can't block even one blade.
Lin Mengxiao and her group of 3, squeezing their weapons tightly, bravely rushed forward despite the fear on their faces.
Unfortunately, it didn't work. The 3 shattered in the blink of an eye, unable to even block for a second. Amidst the shadow of the blade, Li Qingshan's expression was flat, without a trace of excitement.
In the first-year rookie battle, the strongest was only the 3rd gravity of body forging. In this kind of crushing game, he couldn't even use the misty steps, he just needed to keep swinging his sword and it was enough to clear the field.
The defeat of Lin Mengxiao's 3 people completely shattered the minds of the remaining people. All of them collapsed emotionally and simply dropped their weapons and ran for their lives. Yes, it's true that virtual space doesn't die.
But right now, it's no longer a matter of dying or not dying. The sky was filled with sword shadows, and no person was visible.
Body parts fly and blood rains down. This kind of scene, even the evil god in the world is just like this, isn't it? Melee mode, turning into a battle royale. Chapter 52 Crossing Levels. Wui First High School, Conference Room.
Inside the meeting room, there was silence, a pin drop. In the center of the venue, hundreds of screens are still showing Battle Royale. All the teachers here, though, didn't bother to look at the screen. Because there was no need to look at all, the moment Li Qingshan made the sword, the result was already predetermined. Even the targeted instruction they had been thinking of should have been replaced with counseling.
Qingshan.
Lu Jing slammed the table and glared angrily.
5th level of body forging. Perfection of the wind shadow blade. Are you sure Li Qingshan is only a first year? He's in a hurry.
Qingshan stretched out his fingers and exclaimed exaggeratedly. Unfortunately, no one in the room cooperated, and the rest of the teachers looked at him with the same suspicious face. Qingshan had no choice but to slump back into his seat and skim.
What? Did you guys think I'd mess around with the rookie battle?
At these words, a group of teachers withdrew their gazes and suppressed their suspicions. Even LV Jing, who was the first to raise his voice to question, did not press any further. The old continent rookie battle was set by the Federation, and no one would challenge the Federation's rules for a single reward.
What's more, with Qingshan's character, he didn't bother to fake at all.
After a moment of silence, Lu Jing spoke in a muffled voice.
Could it be that Li Qingshan is the second man you've cultivated?
By the age of 15, the truly gifted students will have long been screened for the new continent.
A battle power like Li Qingshan shouldn't be in the first grade at all. Over the years, the only exception in Wui province was Yuman. Talk about things, what's all this Yuman?
Qingshan's face instantly darkened, and he did not have the good sense to say. It's not like Li Qingshan's information is hidden, you guys won't look at it yourselves.
Numerous teachers sniffed and looked down at the communicator and began to access the resources of the school registry.
Li Qingshan was born in public housing, and when he came out of the public housing center, he was directly enrolled in Wui First High School, and all the trajectories are clearly traceable.
After confirming Li Qingshan's information, all the martial arts teachers looked at Qingshan with envy in their eyes. How did such a good seed fall into the hands of Qingshan? Yuan Hongyan turned off the communicator and analyzed.
Judging from the current situation, Li Qingshan should be considered enlightened.
The word enlightenment is not used lightly.
There was never a specific standard for martial talent screening, and it can only be roughly judged by virtue of the cultivation progress of the stars or calling. But there are exceptions to every rule, and there will always be some geniuses who miss the pre-15 screening. Therefore, Budo classes were born. The Enlightenment, on the other hand, is for those true geniuses who have made rapid progress in their cultivation and surpassed the students of the same period of time in the new continent, and who have risen to the top later on. The current number one in the old continent, Mao Yu, is a recognized enlightened genius. Generally speaking, that kid is just a bit more perceptive. Wan Keshin waved his hand politely, but he couldn't stop the smug smile on his face. Lu Jing originally had a stifled look on his face, but after taking a deep breath, his face gradually became frank. I was guarding against your undercard before, but I didn't realize you were hiding a king bomb. But this is good, at least we don't have to wait a few more years. A smile gradually appeared on Lu Jing's face. With Li Qingshan's talent, the number one in the old continent in 2 years' time will definitely be our Wui provinces. When these words came out, the group of martial arts teachers also laughed. Competing for resources was only momentary, cultivating a heavenly pride for the Federation was their true pursuit. Wanker-san opened his mouth and was just about to speak. Buzz. A slight vibration of the wrist sent a message to the calm. Meanwhile, on the screen in the center of the venue, Battle Royale is nearing its end. Lu Jing clapped his hands to attract all the teachers' attention. Everyone disperse first. Although Li Qingshan is out, the sophomore rookie battle in the afternoon can't be ignored with 494 names. Wait. Wankershan suddenly interrupted with a voice. LV Jing, Yuan Hongyan, and the rest of the teachers looked over in confusion. Ahem, you missed the math. Wankershan coughed dryly twice and pointed to the communicator in his hand. Li Qingshan is also going to participate in the rookie battle in the afternoon, and his cross-grade approval has just been passed. What? Mr. Wan, why didn't you say that before? Mr. Li jolted up from the side, his face full of shock. From the time he set out until now, he hadn't heard a peep at all. And with a talent like Li Qingshan's, crossing the levels and having one less year of cultivation time for nothing, isn't this self-destructive? Isn't that what it says now? Wanker-san responded awkwardly. He'd guessed this would be the reaction, and certainly didn't want to make trouble for himself. Wankershan, you're crazy. LV Jing was sputtering and more excited than Mr. Li. Just for a rookie battle reward, letting Li Qingshan cross levels? Do you realize that this could cause him to completely lose his chance of getting into the Purpling Academy? Old one, you're overconfident. Yuan Hongyan similarly sighed and shook his head. Li Qingshan does have great talent, but he's only a first year. He can't get the reward for the sophomore rookie battle. Surname Lu, just talk, don't spew nonsense. Wankershan explained as he wiped the spittle from his face in disgust. I don't want Li Qingshan to cross the grade either, what's done is done, it's that kid's own decision. He decided? And you just agreed? LV Jing was filled with pain and agitation. As a teacher, won't you stop it? It's your responsibility to plan the path of martial arts for him. You do? Wankershan froze, his expression growing serious. After looking around the room, I realized that the vast majority of teachers were in agreement. Is that what you guys think? Oh, there was a time when I thought the same thing. Wan Keshin laughed to himself, and underneath his smile hid a bitterness that he couldn't hide. Yuman is my own niece, and I have instilled my martial arts beliefs in her, and set up a cultivation program that is even more precise to every minute. But I failed. The rest of the teachers had a question mark. In their opinion, how could Yuman, who had gotten into the Ziying Academy, not talk about failure? Only Yuan Hongyan and Lu Jing's faces changed, knowing the meaning of failure. Wan Keshin also didn't have the idea of explaining in detail, but just looked at all the teachers and said seriously. Since then, I've realized one thing. Our ideas may be right, but they may not be suitable for all students. Everyone's path to martial arts is unique. All we teachers can do is lead, the real choices have to be made by them. Wanker-san finished his speech and turned around. All the teachers present fell silent, pondering Wanker-shan's words. In the center of the venue, the screen played silently as the last silhouette fell at Li Qingshan's feet. Oh no, don't confiscate the stop. Li Qingshan's face stiffened and he looked down at the ground. The body's head flew off somewhere, leaving only a torso. But Li Qingshan still recognized that it was Yulei at a glance. Because this torso was not even distinguishable from the front and back, it's all flat. The bright silver mecha floating in the air flashed in his mind, and Li Qingshan's expression tightened. No, next time you're up against Yulei, make sure you're gentle.
Next time for sure. Wui First High School, cafeteria. As Li Qingshan exited the sparring space, the screen quietly went out.
The entire cafeteria was silent, everyone had not yet recovered from the battle royale. In the corner of the cafeteria, Fu Wu withdrew his gaze and after a moment of silence, he looked at his cousin. Yu Yuanjun was trembling and was in a six-pointed state. The previous eyes full of anticipation had long since disappeared, leaving only endless panic.
Fu Wu frowned and said in a cold voice, "Quit the Budo class. This path of Budo is not for you.
And hurry back to the hospital, Li Qingshan is not someone you can mess with."
Good. Good. Yu Yuanjun didn't retort and got up on his weak legs, staggering towards the cafeteria door.
Outside the gate, many figures also appeared one after another, all of them first-year martial arts students who had just finished participating in the battle. Each of them had a terrified look on their faces, and they obviously hadn't regained their senses from the battle they had just fought.
Suddenly, Li Qingshan is here. A panicked yell came from the rear and everyone scurried away again. Chapter 53. Do what you say you will. Am I that terrible?
Outside the cafeteria, Li Qingshan touched his nose in embarrassment. In order not to let his classmates stress, he didn't even bring a knife.
Brother Shan, we're all on our own, don't pretend.
Zhao Hongzhou rolled his eyes and spat breathlessly.
Just that scene in the sparring space, who wouldn't be scared to watch it?
Luckily, he and Hong Chen ran far enough away and their strength was so rookie that they died early at the hands of the others.
Otherwise, Zhao Hongzhou and Hong Qian couldn't help but look at Yulei with sympathy in their eyes.
Yulei survived to the end and died the worst because of her stance.
What are you looking at?
Yulei's face darkened. The two immediately withdrew their gaze and looked around.
Li Qingshan looked at Yulei's face and said awkwardly, That I really didn't mean to, I just didn't stop for a moment. No need to explain.
Yulei frowned and said expressionlessly, "The melee mode is supposed to have only one winner, I'm not as skilled as you, so I deserve to die at your hands." She really didn't care about dying under Li Qingshan's sword, even if she was dismantled.
But she clearly remembered that the shadow of the blade did not hesitate for a second before dying.
It wasn't that Li Qingshan didn't stop, but he didn't recognize her.
More importantly,
after the death of the versus space, you can still see the platform image as long as you are not out of the virtual silo.
Li Qingshan, who obviously didn't recognize her before, recognized her against the headless torso?
Yulei looked down to her chest, her gaze unobstructed and straight to her toes.
At once, the face darkened even more.
Li Qingshan paused, probably guessing the reason for Yulei's black face, but it was better not to mention this kind of thing. Thinking about Yulei's character, she shouldn't be so bad as to go to her sister to complain over such a thing. Li Qingshan simply stopped thinking about it and stepped towards the cafeteria door. Outside the cafeteria doors, it was empty. Those first-year students from before had fled into the cafeteria. As Li Qingshan and his group stepped through the gate, countless gazes bet on them. Shocked, intrigued, horrified. The ones who were horrified were naturally the first-year students, but fortunately, with the presence of numerous seniors, they were not to be further stressed. Li Qingshan didn't care about his surroundings, his gaze turned to a figure sitting paralyzed on the ground.
Or an acquaintance. What a coincidence!
Li Qingshan smiled and paced in front of Yu Yuanjun.
You? Don't you come any closer. Yu Yuanjun looked horrified and wanted to cry. Just now, he had wanted to run ahead.
But when he suddenly heard Li Qingshan's name, he was just like those first-year students.
Stressed out. His legs were so weak that he couldn't get up.
Li Qingshan! A lanky youth with a cold look came and blocked in front of Yu Yuanjun. I apologize for what happened in the sparring space before, but Yu Yuanjun is my cousin, and I'll take over his grudge against you.
You are Fu Wu? Li Qingshan looked Fu Wu up and down and nodded.
You look pretty much like your brother, but your hair is a little shorter and you look a lot smoother than him.
You know Fu Wan? Fu Wu frowned slightly. Can't say I know him, I've met him once.
Li Qingshan waved his hand, his eyes flicked to Yu Yuanjun on the ground and said seriously. I think you're mistaken, I really don't have a grudge against your cousin. I, for one, have always obeyed the law and never taken revenge.
Fu Wu's breath stuttered and he was speechless. Just then.
Buzz. Fu Wu's wrist began to vibrate. It wasn't just him, all the second years in the cafeteria looked down at the communicator.
This is a notice of a change in the list of participants in the war.
Not much change to the list, just one more name added.
Li Qingshan?
Everyone's eyes widened as they simultaneously raised their heads to stare at Li Qingshan, their faces filled with disbelief.
Li Qingshan is still going to participate in the second-year rookie battle? He's crazy, isn't he? Crossing levels for a rookie fight? I think he's overconfident. Does he really think we sophomores are as good as those first-year rookies? Yes, it's obvious that you only need to cultivate peacefully for a year, and naturally you can take next year's second year's first place, but you're in a hurry to come and grab it now? Not necessarily, he used Wind Shadow Follow before, he's still very strong. So what if it's even stronger? Fu Wu and Lin Fan are both at the 7th level of body forging, and their stances in martial arts are greatly accomplished, so Li Qingshan can win? You're all focusing on the wrong thing, aren't you? Li Qingshan's crossover will be most affected not by this rookie battle, but by the future final battle. That's right, with 1 year less, even if he makes it into the top 100 of the old continent in the future, I'm afraid he won't go far in the final battle. Obviously there is a possibility of becoming the second Moyu, in favor of. Alas! For a moment, sighs rose in all directions, and the vast majority of second-year students couldn't help but voice their regret. Fu Wu looked at the notification on the screen and was stunned. After a moment, he looked up at Li Qingshan, puzzled. You're short of money? It was the only explanation he could think of. That's true, martial arts is a gold-swallowing beast, who doesn't lack resources? Li Qingshan smiled and looked as usual, not caring in the slightest about the discussion sounds around him. Perfection of the Wind Shadow Blade is rare indeed, enough to allow you to outperform the vast majority of second years. Fu Wu's voice lurched and he shook his head. But your realm is too low, and I'm afraid your stance isn't strong enough. It's by no means a match for Lin Fan and I. Martial skill cultivation required both enlightenment and a lot of time at the same time. A successful blade technique was already amazing. He didn't think that Li Qingshan still had time to cultivate his body techniques. Li Qingshan didn't retort and just looked at the other party with a smile. Fu Wu's words were just padding, and there was definitely another purpose. Sure enough. Join us, and when I win first place, I'll split 10 million star coins with you. Without being overbearing, Fu Wu simply extended an invitation as a matter of course. Since Li Qingshan lacked money, he gave it. Li Qingshan's strength, which is considered to be unique under him and Lin Fan, is worth 10 million. But it's only worth 10 million. After all, it was up to him to ultimately contend. $10 million? A trace of surprise flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes before he smiled and shook his head. That's very generous of you, but I'm not interested. After saying that, he led Zhao Hongzhou and his group towards Zhong Xian and the others. $10 million was indeed a lot, but he wanted it all. Halfway through the walk, two silhouettes stopped in front. Li Qingshan looked towards Lin Fan, who he had met once, and the girl behind him with baby fat on her face. The two have some hanging resemblance in their features. She's your sister, right? Very courageous, not bad. Li Qingshan revealed a kind smile and gently nodded his head. For the only few who dared to draw their swords and resist, he still had some impression. Lin Mengxiao blanched and hurriedly hid behind her brother. Li Qingshan had no choice but to look at Lin Fan. You're not looking for me to join you guys and cuddle up together too, are you? Lin Fan shook his head. I just want to remind you that with nearly 500 people in the war, surviving first is what matters. He had the same idea as Fu Wu, that Li Qingshan, who had perfected his sword technique, couldn't be too outstanding in his stance. But the most important thing in melee mode is stance. If you don't have enough stance, you will definitely be dragged into the mire and slashed to death. Lin Fan pursed his lips, pushed the thought to the back of his mind, and finally said, hopefully, we'll finally get to cross paths. Don't worry, since I promised you yesterday. Li Qingshan smiled and said seriously. I always do what I say. Chapter 54 Situation. The second graders dispersed hastily after lunchtime. The first graders stayed on in the cafeteria, and now it was their turn to watch the battle. Everyone looked to the center screen with interest. I also wonder who will take first place, Lin Fan or Fu Wu. Oh, you didn't get the message? Someone asked a triumphant rhetorical question, and then pretended to be secretive when the crowd looked at him. Don't ask, anyway, all you need to know is that it's not so easy to survive to the end of a melee of nearly 500 people. It doesn't matter who takes first place, I just want to see Li Qingshan get abused. This statement immediately resonated with all the first years. That's right, whoever wins is fine, Li Qingshan must die. No, it's too cheap to cut him off, what we've suffered, we must let him taste it too. Yes, if he dares to cross levels, I'll wait to see him get split up by a messy knife. For a while, everyone was looking forward to it. The door to the room was pushed open and Zhao Hongzhou accompanied Li Qingshan back to the dormitory. Li Qingshan looked sideways at Zhao Hongzhou and raised an eyebrow. Aren't you surprised? The news of the crossover broke and the shock of outsiders was put aside. During the meal, even Zhong Xian couldn't help but ask out loud, even if Yu Lei and Hong Qian were equally unimpressed. But Zhao Hongzhou, who obviously usually talks a lot, stayed silent. Brother Shan, originally I wanted to ask too, but... Zhao Hongzhou grinned and... I suddenly thought of when I was in the class, filling out the application scene, so I stopped asking. When he was in class 7, the same everyone didn't think highly of Li Qingshan. But it turns out they were both wrong. Brilliant! Li Qingshan lightly patted Zhao Hongzhou's shoulder, opened the lid of the bin, and lay down into the virtual bin. In the conference room, teachers are arriving. Qingshan resumed his cup of tea and sat down in the first row. LV Jing got up and was about to operate the screen projection when Yuan Hongyan suddenly blocked in front of him. Old Lu, if you make any more trouble this afternoon, don't blame me. In the second-year rookie battle, the strongest ones were undoubtedly Fu Wu and Lin Fan. If Lin Fan was wrapped up in the middle of Wui's group, it would really be over. That's true, how could I possibly engage in petty crime? LV Jing frowned and said with a face full of righteousness. It was really just the result of a random assignment in the morning, look at Lao Wan, he's fine with it. As the words fell, the group of teachers couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Old Lu, come on. Still pretending now? If it weren't for the king bomb that is Li Qingshan, I'd say you're going to be flayed by Qingshan in the morning. Oh, I really don't have a problem with that. Qingshan sipped his tea and spat out 2 pieces of tea with his mouth. Surname Lu, why don't you try putting Li Qingshan in the center again? Don't worry, I promise I won't do anything. Wan Keshan could not care, but Yuan Hongyan could not. A pair of phoenix eyes stared intently at Lu Jing. Even with LV Jing's face, he couldn't hold it up and could only laugh dryly. Don't worry, it's absolutely random, really random, why don't you take a look at it first? As he spoke, his finger tapped on the communicator. 100 projection screens appeared at the same time, each encompassing 100 meters square. The entire side of the 10-kilometer-long platform is the main battlefield for the second grade. Figures quickly appeared on the screen, and in the blink of an eye 495 participating students appeared together on the platform. All teachers quickly scanned through hundreds of screens to confirm the distribution of student locations. The drop remains in school teams, as the battlefield is large enough that each team is spaced a minimum of hundreds of meters apart. It is worth noting that the 10 high schools in Wui, with a team of 60 or so, were all assigned to the upper left corner. Apparently, Lu Jing was afraid that the morning's incident would cause public anger and put the Wui team under siege. Beyond that, the other 3 corners are Lakin, Wohara, and Pingshan City, which is second only to Wohara in strength. All 4 corners are the furthest away from the other teams. In melee mode, the remote location means that you can conserve your strength and get into a messy battle later. Yuan Hongyan swept a glance and said no more. Teacher Li sat next to Qingshan and whispered. The old Lu put the drop in the lower left corner, I think because of what happened in the morning, want to make amends to you. Who wants him to make amends? Wan Keshan raised his eyebrows and muffled his voice. Surname Lu just likes to talk nonsense, I can't wait for him to put Li Qingshan in the center. The very center? Mr. Li frowned and... In the lower left corner it can still be dragged to the end and can have a bit of a chance. Putting it in the very center, with Li Qingshan's misty trail steps that had reached great success, it wouldn't be possible to hold on for too long. Hey, who said he's just a Dechang? Wan Keshan heatedly laughed twice. Mr. Li's pupils shook and his eyes grew wide. You mean? I don't know, watch. Qingshan sipped his tea and looked up at the screen. He really didn't know, but he believed that Li Qingshan could do what he said. Old Lu's random is pretty interesting this time. In the back row, a teacher playfully lamented, surrounded by other teachers with simultaneous heartfelt smiles. LV Jing put the strongest team in the corner, seemingly inexcusable, but undoubtedly they brought the students as accompanying the examination. This, however, was right up their alley. If Wui can hold together, so can more than 60 of their cities. It's not clear who's the test taker. Let's just see if Fu Wu and Lin Fan can survive the siege of more than 400 people until the end. Matchmaking space. As soon as the 10 teams of Wui landed, they quickly drew closer to where Fu Wu was.
In less than half a minute, more than 60 people were hugging and firmly occupying the upper left corner.
Each drew their weapons and stood by. It's not right.
Fu Wu pushed aside the classmates in his way and walked to the front of the line. The reason they had assembled so quickly was that they were afraid of being targeted by the other squads because of what happened in the morning. But right now, not only were there no pursuers, even all the squads ignored them and instead drew closer to the center of the platform. What's even weirder is that some teams are clearly less than 10 meters away and still haven't made a move. It was a scene that left the hearts of Vuillar students hanging in the air. Senior, they didn't even pull out their knives. What the hell do they want? Fu Wu looked towards the center of the harmonious platform, and his brows gradually furrowed. They must have talked it over in advance, preparing to hug it out.
Huddle? The hangman's heart has finally died. Indeed, there is no second explanation for this, other than grouping together. But over 400 people hugging?
The crowd looked to the center of the still gathering platform and gulped. When those people finished gathering, they, Wui, would definitely be the first target.
Upper right corner of the platform.
A group of 7 people from the city of Wuyuan likewise sensed that something was wrong.
Someone couldn't help but utter a scoff.
Who let them do too much of Wui's lack of virtue, and now Fu Wu was going to be under siege? Lin Fan, however, wasn't half as happy and said in a deep voice.
If Fu Wu dies under a random sword, guess who the next target will be? The laughter stopped and the crowd was dumbfounded. Bottom left corner of the platform. Both Fu Wu and Lin Fan are going to be out of luck.
Qingshan looked relaxed and looked into the distance. More than 400 people hugged the group, naturally targeting the 2 strongest people, Fu Wu and Lin Fan.
It would certainly take a lot of pressure off of him. Ahem. Schoolboy, did you forget your battle record in the morning? Zhong Xian coughed dryly twice and reminded. More than 60 municipalities embraced, but we, Lock-ing, were excluded. Have you not thought about why? Chapter 55, Are you looking for me? Why? Qingshan's face darkened as he instantly reacted.
Because of the fallout, of course. No, it was him, Qingshan, who was likewise one of the targets. In terms of strength, he was naturally not considered the strongest in the second year.
But in the morning battle, all the first-year martial arts students all died under his butcher knife. In other words, he's got the hate level full. Qingshan's gaze stared at a few thousand meters away.
The distance was so great that the figures had become dots. You can vaguely see a multitude of dots converging towards the upper left corner, and both sides are about to go to war.
No, it can't wait. The consummation of the Misty Steps does not mean invincibility.
Over 60 municipalities and over 400 sophomores, with the weakest having the strength to kill Wolfsbane single-handedly. The beauty of the square inch is not afraid of chaos, but the prerequisite is to be chaotic. If 400 plus people are neatly organized, the targets are being placed on him. Thinking of this, Qingshan looked more urgent, drew his sword out of its sheath, and drew his legs to run. The falling 6 all froze, and Zhong Xian hurriedly said,
What are you doing, schoolboy? You guys are free to play, I'm going to start the war.
As the words drifted in, his back was already 100 meters away, rapidly approaching the rear of the army. In the conference room, 100 screens clearly displayed the changing situation of the matchmaking platform.
LV Jing's face flushed red as he looked around the venue. Well, I didn't realize you guys were hiding this. Old Lu, that's just not true. Aren't random always arranged by you?
All the teachers had smiles on their lips and were in a good mood. Lu Jing had a mouthful of sulkiness that he held in his heart, but he couldn't refute it.
If he can do the first one, others can naturally do the 15th.
Next to him, Yuan Hongyan's face was equally unsightly. She hadn't gotten wind of it at all before the sparring began. Apparently, their city of Wuyuan was also targeted. In the first row, Wan Keshin held a cup of tea in his hand, with an old-fashioned look. LV Jing and Yuan Hongyan frowned as they watched.
Lao Wan, aren't you in a hurry?
4 teams from 4 corners, with the team from Hiruzen City having already joined the big team. And Loki was in the same position as their students, apparently one of those being targeted.
What's my hurry? Wankershan sipped his tea and raised his eyes to the screen, signaling. Look, didn't Qingshan take the initiative? Taking the initiative?
The crowd looked at the screen, their heads full of questions. The battle had begun, and Wui's 60-odd men were wrapped up in the corner, fighting in short bursts. On the right side of the battlefield, the Woyuan City team ran quickly, and Lin Fan rushed at the front with his gun. Apparently, it was intended to support the Wu Yi team. At the back of the battlefield, Li Qingshan was similarly running, and a few of the fallen students were chasing after him. However, compared to Lin Fan's few people, their overall strength was undoubtedly too much worse. Li Qingshan's blade technique perfection was good, but his realm was only the 5th level of body forging. Once surrounded, they will surely fall into a quagmire and die under the chaos of swords. Active? The group of teachers looked at the plain-faced Wang Sen with strange gazes. Are you sure Li Qingshan isn't actively seeking death? Matchmaking space. Haha, aren't you guys from Wui very wild? Now comes retribution. Charge, first eliminate all 10 of their Wui high schools, all of them. Fuwu, your rookie battle is going to come to an early end. Kill. Don't be afraid to die, everyone, if you can exchange 1 for 1, you've earned it. The sound of killing rose in all directions, and the swords were glowing. In just a minute, 20 to 30 people fell in a pool of blood. Fuwu's face was cold as he waved his long sword, once again beheading the 2 rushing figures. Next to him, the youth who had just been saved was stunned and pale. Senior, what should we do? If this keeps up, we won't be able to hold out. In less than a minute, their dead and wounded were over double digits. Although more people from other schools died, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too great. And, right now, it's in the virtual sparring space. Those students who were low in strength and had no hope of competing for first place were instead more courageous. All of them were fearless and did not hesitate to exchange their lives for injuries. Hang in there a little longer. Fuwu's brows were furrowed, and there wasn't much he could do. In the current situation, even if he wanted to rush out alone, it was impossible. Just then. What's the situation? Why did Lin Fan come over early? Nonsense, he's not stupid, surely he won't wait for us to finish off Wui and come back to deal with him. Don't be afraid, you guys take the top, no matter how strong Lin Fan is, he can't fight 1 against 100. On the right side of the battlefield, a commotion sprang up, and Lin Fan, with a team of 5 planes, had already killed. Luckily, Lin Fan isn't too stupid. Fuwu let out a sigh of relief and whispered. Hang on for now, try to kill over to the right and find a way to join Lin Fan and the others. Senior, it seems like Lin Fan isn't the only one who came? The youth had a puzzled look on his face and raised his hand to point to the rear of the battlefield. Fuwu casually blocked the 2 attacks and looked out with his extreme eyes. Only a few hundred meters away, a fierce wind wrapped around a sky of sword shadows was moving rapidly towards the tail end of the battlefield. Wind and shadow follow each other? Li Qingshan! Fuwu raised both eyebrows high and uttered in surprise. Why did he come over too? Lin Fan had come to their aid, naturally fearing that after they were destroyed, the 5 planes would suffer the same fate. Although Locking is similar to Wui and Woyuan in terms of situation, there is one fundamental difference. He, Fuwu and Lin Fan, were capable of contending for ultimate victory once they made it through. And Li Qingshan. If the 2 of them were still alive, Li Qingshan would have no hope of winning. Is it because of my previous offer? Fuwu's heart stirred, thinking of the previous offer in the cafeteria, which was rejected. Perhaps, Li Qingshan saw that things could not be done, so he figured it out? This was the only explanation Fuwu could think of. Li Qingshan, the previous promise is still valid, as long as I can win first place, 10 million star coins will not be a penny less. Fuwu used all his strength and let out a loud shout. The roar was so loud that it momentarily suppressed the shouts of the neighborhood. However, Li Qingshan was at least 200 meters away from the battlefield, so there was no way he could have heard it. However, Fuwu wasn't shouting to Li Qingshan either. What? Li Qingshan came over too? So arrogant even after crossing grades, he really doesn't take a second year seriously. Good timing, just in time to help the schoolmates get their revenge. Remember, when it's all said and done, it's got to be messy. The surrounding attack was slowed down, and many people looked backward, placing their attention on Li Qingshan. The corner of Fuwu's mouth hooked up, and the attack in his hands became even more powerful as he drew closer to the right side of the battlefield. It doesn't matter if you guessed correctly before. As long as Li Qingshan can function, it's enough. At the back of the battlefield, a group of people stopped their forward pace and turned around to face the rapidly incoming blade shadows. Originally, only a few people had noticed Li Qingshan before. However, because of Fuwu's voice, the news was passed down from layer to layer, and now there were dozens of people standing by.
Li Qingshan's blade skills are strong, but we're not first-year rookies after all. Wait, don't be afraid of getting hurt, don't be afraid of dying, put your life on the line to block his sword. As long as we can slow down his blade a bit, we can take him. As he spoke, the shadow of the blade was already close at hand. The gust of wind whistled, the light of the knife filled the air, only the shadow of the knife could not see the person. The group raised their weapons and went all out. The swords, spears, sticks and clubs cut through the gusty wind and rushed towards the roiling sword shadow. Wow! The gale suddenly dispersed, the sky-knife shadow disappeared without a trace, as if everything just now is just an illusion. Bang, bang, bang. All the attacks all landed in the air, no, not all of them. What are you smashing me for? The bones are broken. It hurts like hell, who cut my hand? Are you all blind? Staring at the old man's back and poking him? Many people covered their wounds and grimaced, screaming. Still, some people quickly calmed down and looked around with open eyes. No, where did Li Qingshan go? Suddenly, a hand came from behind and rested on his shoulder. A soft laugh rings in his ears and... Are you looking for me? Chapter 56. You thanked me too soon. What the hell? The man's face turned white with a swish, but his hand movements were not slow, and he slashed backward with a backhanded knife. Pust. The blade goes into the flesh. Chopped. Just as the color of joy rose on his face, the sound of angry curses came from behind. Surnamed Gong, how dare you sneak attack me? The young man surnamed Gong's complexion stagnated, this voice he recognized. Wang Liao? He turned around in a hurry, and his eyes were filled with swordlight. Wang Liao, misunderstanding. The one I want to cut is Li Qingshan. The youth with the surname Gong explained as he scrambled to fend off. Li Qingshan? The shadow isn't even visible, and you're still trying to trick me? Wang Liao's left arm was cut and drenched in blood. Under the severe pain, his eyes had long been red, and his long sword attack became more and more intense. I think you just lost to me last year and have been harboring a grudge. Wang Liao, don't give your face away. The young man surnamed Gong's face flushed red and he no longer stayed his hand. Swords collided, sparks flew everywhere, and the two gradually fought with real fire. Not far away, the group of people who wanted to surround Li Qingshan before were similarly watching the battle. However, at the moment, they all looked like they had seen a ghost. Because in their eyes, besides the two people who were exchanging blows, there was also a figure. Li Qingshan surrounded the two, his feet following the movement. Unlike the intensity of the two warring parties, Li Qingshan looked calm, as if he was walking leisurely. It's obviously only a step away. However, neither the young man surnamed Gong nor Wang Liao noticed the slightest abnormality. The crowd gulped and spoke with difficulty. What the hell kind of stance is this? Seeing that the two people exchanging blows were getting more and more intense, they had already reached the point where they were going to divide life and death. Finally, someone couldn't help it, and with his lance on the ground, he roared. Whatever his stance is. Let's surround him together and not give him a chance to jam his viewpoint. Card perspective? Li Qingshan was amused and looked sideways at the 30 or so people who had gathered around. With a turn of his feet, he took the initiative to meet them. Careful, don't rush out. Learning from the previous lesson, the crowd did not strike easily, but tightened their stance, trying to force Li Qingshan to the center of the encirclement. Li Qingshan's gaze swept over the feet of the crowd, his brows frowning slightly. It's not for nothing that the earlier fears of. The roll needs to land. Once one was targeted by too many people at the same time, one could not avoid all the attacks even if one mastered the wonders of the square inch. The 30 or so people in front of him had no more than 5 forging body 6, the rest were only forging body 5, and their martial arts skills were no more than proficient. If Batusai goes all out, of course he can win. But the virtual space was not a martial arts space, and his physical strength was limited. Once the others around him reacted, he would be dragged through the mud. Li Qingshan's gaze moved, his speed steeply accelerated, and he rushed straight towards one of them. There's no break, so build your own. Faced with Li Qingshan's sudden acceleration, the man obviously panicked and raised his gun to block. The few companions around him also reacted immediately, their swords and knives coming out in unison. The break, it appears. Li Qingshan's eyes glowed, and the ground in front of him seemed to light up with points of light. Square inches are all that fall. One step slid out and met the head of the opponent's gun straight on. At the moment when they were about to meet, his body shape was slightly sidestepped, while his right hand was gently pushed at the waist of the person who had fired the gun. Put. Swords and knives entered the flesh, and the young man with the gun died tragically under the attack of his companions. Li Qingshan! The roar rang out, the crowd looked around with open eyes, and Li Qingshan's figure suddenly appeared. The closest person reacted quickly, drawing his sword and stabbing. But the moment the long sword stabbed out, Li Qingshan disappeared again. The long sword stabbed at his companion without hindrance. Are you blind? The long knife swings, and there is revenge on the spot. In the end, Wu Daoshang was not comparable to a military formation, and with Li Qingshan dodging several times to stir up the scene quickly became chaotic. The companions who were just now on the same side of the enemy are now facing each other with swords. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Li Qingshan became more and more comfortable. The beauty of square inches is at your feet. The figure completely disappeared from everyone's eyes and footsteps running toward other nearby battlefields. Inside the conference room, the fight on the screen continued. The two groups of people, Fu Wu and Lin Fan, had already converged and were joining forces to fend off the siege of the large force. There were less than 20 people left in Wui's team, and there were even only 2 teammates still alive next to Lin Fan. And the enemy in front of them was densely packed, with at least 300 more. And all of them are so fierce that they are willing to exchange their lives for injuries. Dismembered limbs and arms were broken, blood was thrown, and the scene was extremely tragic. However, such a grueling battlefield did not receive much attention. All the teachers' gazes, at the moment, were fixed on another screen. A silhouette weaved its way through the back of the battlefield, brushing past one student after another. Obviously, his speed wasn't too fast, but it was as if everyone didn't notice him. And, as the silhouettes moved, the original group that had been rushing forward to encircle the area gradually became chaotic, and they raised their swords towards their companions. The ghostly figure, like an evil god spreading chaos, roamed the battlefield recklessly. Wherever they go, chaos reigns. The real melee that opens. Inside the conference room, there was dead silence. All the teachers held their breath, their eyes locked on that figure as if they couldn't believe their eyes. After a long time, Lu Jing opened his mouth in an arduous manner. The wonder of square footage. For short words are like a life-saving remedy. The group of teachers snapped out of their shock and regained their breath. In the next moment, everyone turned their heads in unison and looked at Yuan Hongyan. Martial skill consummation was a hurdle, even if it was only a D martial skill, it was equally so. And precisely because it's only D-rated, very few people tend to be willing to spend a lot of time to realize it. As a precursor to the A-ranked martial art Tian Luo Mei's steps, the difficulty of its consummation could be said to be the hardest within all D-ranked martial arts. Although all the teachers present had learned a great stance martial arts, only Yuan Hongyan was the only one who had truly perfected the Misty Trail steps. In the limelight, Yuan Hongyan gently nodded his head and said with a complex expression, "When I first entered the martial arts university, I set my stance goal on the Tian Luo Misty steps, but it wasn't until just before I graduated that I was lucky enough to comprehend the wonder of square inches." And Li Qingshan. He's even only enrolled in the martial arts class for half a year? Enlightenment. This is the legendary enlightenment. LV Jing's lips trembled, and there was an overwhelming excitement in his voice. Li Qingshan's talent wasn't even the slightest bit inferior when compared to the top group of students in the new continent. When the group of martial arts teachers received Yuan Hongyan's confirmation, besides being shocked, there was also a bit of helplessness on their faces. "Old one, you're hiding really deep. I didn't realize that this shoal in Wui province had really raised a dragon." With Li Qingshan stirring the pot, their previous plan was going to fall through. Hide? Wan Keshin froze as if he had just recovered from the shock and shook his head in exclamation. What's there to hide? I also just learned that this kid has perfected the Misty Steps, and I didn't expect him to really comprehend the beauty of the square inch. Pretend. You keep pretending. A group of teachers scoffed and pressed on. On the screen, the situation developed just as these teachers expected. The battlefield became more and more chaotic, but Fu Wu, Lin Fan and his group did not mess up. On the contrary, because the pressure is so reduced, the offense and defense are in a different position. The group hugged and crushed, quickly clearing out nearby opponents. On the platform, the hordes of more than 60 city students were dwindling at a rate visible to the naked eye. A body either fell under the knives of his companions or was killed by Fu Wu, Lin Fan and the others. 300.200.100. The teachers withdrew their gazes, unable to bear to look any further, and turned to stare at Wankersham, who was sitting in the first row.
Old one, you have indeed broken our game by hiding this hand. But at this rate, I'm afraid Li Qingshan will only be able to do the graft in vain. Li Qingshan had perfected his stance and martial skills, and indeed had the qualifications to compete with Fu Wu and Lin Fan. But only if it's a fair one-on-one match. Yuan Hongyan glanced at the screen, his face similarly not looking too good. Up to this point in the battle, Wu Wan had been left with only Lin Fan fighting alone. There are still 7 or 8 survivors beside Fu Wu, and they're the strongest ones. When the clearing was complete, whether it was Li Qingshan or Lin Fan, they would all face a Wui siege. That's quite a peak. LV Jing was all smiles as he got up and walked over to Wan Keshan, complacent. Lao Wan, thanks. Li Qingshan taking the first grade first and Fu Wu taking the second grade first is quite an achievement. Even if Fu Wu's family was in a good condition, this reward of 100 million star coins was equally important to Fu Wu. The so-called value of 100 million star coins for the rookie battle reward wasn't really as simple as just 100 million star coins. 100 million star coins, those big companies and consortiums out there can easily come up with that. But it was 1,000 times harder for them to buy an equivalent weapon like the Thunderstrike blade. The rookie battle rewards are different, and are given out directly by the Federation, so that any scarce resource can be obtained as long as the amount is sufficient. Previously, the rewards were split evenly into 10, resulting in not being able to trade for anything good. This is one of the reasons why the default rule for all teachers has changed to centralize resources. Oh, you thanked me too soon. The corners of Wang Kershan's mouth tugged and his eyelids lifted lightly. You're not going to do it for me, are you? Li Qingshan wasn't that stupid. Lu Jing frowned and turned to look at the screen with the other teachers. Only to see that Li Qingshan had stopped his ghostly stance at some point. As Li Qingshan appeared, the more than 100 people fighting chaotically in the center of the battlefield gradually stopped, and a pair of crimson eyes stared at them. Crowdsourced. 4 words flashed through the minds of all the teachers. As an existence that stirred up the entire battlefield, Li Qingshan had undoubtedly pulled in all the hate. But he chose to show up at this time. While the other teachers were still thinking, Lu Jing's frown deepened and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Just then. On the screen, Li Qingshan smiled faintly and turned to run toward the front line of the battlefield, charging toward Fu Wu and his group. Chapter 57 Clearance. Matchmaking space. Mutilated corpses were everywhere, weapons were scattered, and the ground was covered by a layer of bright red blood. Pop. Pop. Snap. One foot stomped down and blood splattered. Li Qingshan, stop right there. Go after them, we can't let this culprit get away. Kill. Even if we don't want the first place, we have to let Li Qingshan die under the chaos of swords. Shouting and killing. More than 100 students with crimson eyes and long swords raised high, chased after Li Qingshan. 100 meters away. Li Qingshan's footsteps were unceasing, but his expression was not the least bit alarmed, and his gaze was firmly fixed on the front line of the battlefield. There's about 30 more people there, and they're rounding up Fu Wu. No, to be precise, it should be Fu Wu and his group who were clearing them out. Fu Wu is down to 7 players, but all 7 should be strong as the number 1 in several other high schools in Wui. It would be difficult for those 30 or so students to inflict serious injuries on them even if they had to trade their lives for injuries. Lin Fan was likewise striking out, but he didn't seem to be using his full strength, instead intentionally or unintentionally distancing himself from the Fu Wu few. Is it because you're afraid that Fu Wu and the others will turn their guns around? Li Qingshan could guess Lin Fan's concern. Likewise, he also understood that if he let Fu Wu's 7 team members live, he would not be able to get away with the same thing. I worked hard to stir up the battlefield, how can I let you guys pick up the slack? Li Qingshan grinned, once again increasing his speed and inserting a foot into the battlefield. Li Qingshan, don't even think about running. The 100 or so people who were chasing after Li Qingshan followed closely behind, vastly rolling into the battlefield. Li Qingshan! Fu Wu's eyes widened angrily as he swung his long sword sharply, blocking the attacks that came one after another. These 100 or so people said that they were chasing Li Qingshan, but as soon as Li Qingshan entered the battlefield, the people disappeared. All the anger, all the attacks, were vented on him, the biggest target. Wui and his party were once again surrounded by a heavy siege, and the pressure increased dramatically. Fu Wu was struggling to resist while scanning the entire field. Li Qingshan seemed to have disappeared, there was no trace of his shadow at all, instead, he was shown that Lin Fan had wandered out and was wielding his lance unhurriedly. Fu Wu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood.
If he dragged on like this, even if he lasted until the end, it would be difficult for him to compete with Lin Fan at full strength. Li Qingshan, aren't you short of money? I'll double it again. Fu Wu used all his strength and let out a loud roar. 30 million. Win or lose, as long as you lure the people away, I'll give you $30 million when I get out. The surrounding attack was slowed down, and everyone was subdued by Fu Wu's opening price. Yes? The voice drifted out from behind a sword-wielding youth, frightening him into taking a few steps forward and taking the initiative to send it in front of Fu Wu's sword. Pust. Heads fall off, bodies fall to the ground. Li Qingshan appeared from behind the corpse, instantly attracting all eyes. Of course. Before Fu Wu's words fell, the long sword in his hand slashed downward. Of course it's fake. He had only one purpose, to trick out Li Qingshan. At this point, he didn't dare to trust Li Qingshan at all. The best way was to nullify Li Qingshan's stance and leave him in the mud. I knew it. Li Qingshan shook his head and took a diagonal step, taking the initiative to come up to the sword of a Wui student. Clank! The thunder ripple blade came out of its sheath, blocking the long sword with a single slash, and also bringing the figure of the person holding the sword to be deflected. Letting it stagger a step, his left foot was actively sent to Fu Wu's blade. Pust! Fu Wu's face changed and he hastily withdrew his sword. The knife was withdrawn just in time, just cutting into the flesh of the thigh. But, again, it was too late. Li Qingshan disappeared once again, and 7 or 8 attacks followed around him. Wounded in the leg, that student was unable to dodge in time and died directly under the chaotic knife. Fu Wu used all his strength, his blade was continuous, one blade heavier than the other, hacking over several people around him one after another. Then he opened his eyes and looked around, but it was hard to find Li Qingshan's figure again. Li Qingshan! 10 meters away. A Wui student was entangled in a battle with a dozen men. Li Qingshan wandered around the edge of the battlefield as if he was walking leisurely, and even had the time to observe the situation on Fu Wu's side. The Lianshan blade? Not a bad blade. Lianshan blade was also a D-grade martial art, which emphasized on force and momentum. The blade was continuous and the force was constantly stacked up. There were quite a few opponents who used this blade technique when they rushed rankings in virtual sparring before. However, the truly great completion of the Lianshan blade was only seen for the first time today. Li Qingshan withdrew his gaze, his attention returning to the battlefield in front of him. Although the dozen or so people who surrounded them were only at the 5th level of body forging, they were all fierce and fearless. In less than half a minute, half of them had fallen in a pool of blood. Of course, they didn't die in vain. The Wui student who was surrounded paid the price of an arm. Almost, my turn. Li Qingshan took a step and drew his sword and sheathed it. Phew! The gust of wind rose, and the shadow of the sword in the sky was like a black cloud pressing down. As Li Qingshan took the initiative to intervene, the size of the battlefield decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Whether it's students from Wui, or other cities, they are falling. In just a few short minutes, the 7 Wui students from before were all killed in battle. In the entire battlefield, there were only a dozen or so figures left. Suddenly. Rainbow through the sun. Lianshan heavy blade. A sky full of sword shadows. As if their hearts were in sync, the 3 major killing moves appeared at the same time, sweeping across the battlefield. The killing moves collided, and the dozen or so students in the range of the attack instantly turned into a rain of blood. The battlefield was cleared and 3 silhouettes appeared. Li Qingshan, Fu Wu, Lin Fan. Li Qingshan, I'll see where you hide. Fu Wu let out a cold shout and rushed towards Li Qingshan with his sword. Without the chaotic battle, Li Qingshan's advantage and stance was undoubtedly greatly weakened. Bang! The head of the gun came in from the left and stabbed at the blade. Fu Wu was forced to stop and look towards Lin Fan, who was blocking his body, holding his gun and pointing it straight at him. Aren't you afraid that Li Qingshan will make a sneak attack? At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled, closing his sword and standing without speaking. He always did what he said he would do, and what he couldn't do, it was best not to commit to. Anyway, no matter if it was a melee or a single fight, he wasn't afraid. Lin Fan's face didn't move as he said flatly. Do you still want a 3-way mix-up? Fu Wu stuttered. Li Qingshan's stance was outstanding, and under the melee, it was undoubtedly Li Qingshan who had the greatest advantage. More importantly, with 3 people mixing it up, he was likely to be set on fire by 2 people joining forces. Good, then as you wish. Fu Wu drew his sword with a vicious voice, and Lin Fan met him with his gun. Boo! Swords and spears clashed and sparks flew. Li Qingshan tapped his right foot and retreated to 10 meters away to watch the battle. Fu Wu and Lin Fan were both at the 7th level of body forging, with their body techniques and martial arts skills having come to great success. The two exchanged extremely fast hands, almost invisible silhouettes, only constantly colliding swords and spears. The Lianshan blade was used by Fu Wu to the extreme. The blade was continuous, and one blade was heavier than the other. But this knife method is not insurmountable. Lin Fan out of the gun at a strange angle, often a few cuts later, it will be able to stab the knife body in time to break the knife momentum buildup. Long rainbow through the sun? This is also the rainbow breaking gun? The more Li Qingshan looked, the weirder he felt. Long rainbow through the sun was the grand completion stance of the rainbow breaking gun, and it wasn't like he hadn't encountered it before. But this gunplay is all about momentum and power. Like his last battle in the virtual space, the rainbow-breaking gun in Lu Su's hand was like this. It's not at all like the one in front of you, which focuses on tricky angles. But no matter what, they should be ranked in the top 20,000, over some of the third-year students. Li Qingshan commented while comparing the gap between himself and Fu Wu and Lin Fan. When they met head-on, with a 3 times difference in punching power, even if there was a wind shadow following them, they would definitely not be able to block the two attacks. But now that the Maze Runner has come full circle, the beauty of square inches can apply to more than just chaotic warfare. As time passed by, Li Qingshan's brows gradually furrowed. Lin Fan's mutated rainbow-breaking gun was indeed a bit stronger, but it was limited. The battle between the two was simply not something that could be ended in a moment. Forget it, it's not waiting. Li Qingshan's feet moved and his figure disappeared. The previous observation of the battle was only to better understand the strength of the two men. Right now it was a melee mode, not a ring where Fu Wu and Lin Fan were fighting one-on-one. Fu Wu's mind was always divided and placed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's sudden disappearance immediately caused him to look shocked. Li Qingshan made a move? The thought had just flashed by when a force came from the back waist. Fu Wu's originally retreating body couldn't help but give a lurch. Pust! The head of the gun went through his heart, and Fu Wu fell to the ground on his back. Li Qingshan took a step and appeared next to the corpse. No, it's not a corpse yet. Fu Wu's eyes were wide with rage as he glared at Li Qingshan in death. You made a sneak attack? That's true. Li Qingshan frowned, his right foot mentioned in front of Fu Wu's eyes and signaled. I'm out clearly on my feet. Besides, didn't you try to lie to me before? Looking at the smile at the corner of Li Qingshan's mouth, Fu Wu's eyes widened as the last vestige of his vitality withdrew. Li Qingshan withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Fan. Choosing to deal with Wu to strike was not just because of a grudge, but more so to fulfill a previous promise. Li Qingshan smiled faintly and drew his sword out of its sheath. Now, here's the chance to cross swords. Chapter 58. The beauty of a square inch is not afraid of the danger of a short inch. Wui First High School, cafeteria. All the first graders stared at the projection screen with wide eyes. Earlier, apart from Zhao Hongzhou's 3 people, almost everyone was waiting to see the scene of Li Qingshan being split into pieces by a random knife. But as the situation develops, their mood follows the ups and downs along the way. By this moment, all the anticipation was gone, leaving only a deathly silence. On the screen, accompanied by Fu Wu's fall to the ground, one of Wui's students slammed the table. Despicable, Senior Fu was clearly stronger than Lin Fan, but he died under Li Qingshan's sneak attack. It's not fair at all. Phew! You Wui people, you can talk about fairness too? Laughter erupted and countless mocking gazes looked over. When the rookie wars get to this point, talking about fairness will only lead to laughter. With melee mode, there's only one thing that's fair. The winner lives, the loser dies. You're saying that Fu Wu is better than my brother? Blind eyes. Lin Mengxiao got up violently, pinpointing and not allowing any semblance of it. My brother knows more than just the rainbow-breaking gun. He started practicing the C-ranked martial art 1000 machine guns a month ago, so how can Fu Wu win with his head? Grade C martial arts. The news that Lin Mengxiao broke out caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. A C-grade martial skill was just too far away for them. Even more than half of the people here might not have the chance to practice C-grade martial arts in the future. It's not just about royalties, it's about the difficulty of practicing martial arts. But the news also made most people's eyes light up. In that case, Senior Lin Fan can definitely clean up Li Qingshan. Yes, I don't want to see Li Qingshan win again. definitely no problem. Wait and see how Li Qingshan dies. For the vast majority of first graders, it doesn't matter who wins, Li Qingshan must die. Along with the crowd's discussion, Li Qingshan and Lin Fan had already exchanged hands on the screen. Again, swords and spears were pitted against each other, but it was all different from that previous battle. After the first two clashes of weapons, Li Qingshan suddenly drew back, no longer making any more swords, and wandered around Lin Fan all by his stance, dodging and dodging attacks. Haha, 5th level of body forging versus 7th level of body forging. Even if the martial arts skill is higher, it can't make up for the 3 times difference in punching power. That's right, I bet Li Qingshan's palms are tingling right now. That's why he doesn't dare to make any more swords. Numerous first-year students were excited, their previously rock-bottom moods gradually picking up. In one corner of the cafeteria, where the 3 falling eyes were, there was a dullness. It's obviously only a step away. If Li Qingshan loses, won't he cross the level for nothing? Hong Qian's right-hand fist was clenched and filled with resignation. Although Yulei's pretty brows were frowning, she still spoke out to comfort her. It's not that easy to lose, isn't it still a stalemate? Besides, in a month's time, Lin Fan will at most comprehend a little bit of the skin of the 1,000 machine guns. Okay, don't worry about it, you two. Zhao Hongzhou waved his hand impatiently, interrupting the two men's conversation and said confidently. Since Brother Shan chose to participate in the battle across levels, he will definitely win. In the conference room, all the teachers' eyes were glued to a screen. Li Qingshan and Lin Fan were still in a stalemate, one wielding his lance impervious to the wind, the other extremely rolling around. For a while, it was impossible to tell the winner from the loser. The marvel of square inches is truly extraordinary. Lin Fan is at the 7th level of body forging and his stance is greatly accomplished, but he still can't touch the corner of Li Qingshan's clothes. But this should be Li Qingshan's limit. If the stalemate continues, the gap in physical strength will gradually become apparent. That's right, in the end there's still a gap of 2 levels of body forging realm. Li Qingshan will definitely lose his stamina first, and Lin Fan will catch a break. Other teachers around the room nodded in agreement. Wankersan frowned at the sound, but could only shake his head. This kid miscalculated. He should have chosen to strike out at Lin Fan first before going one-on-one with Fu Wu before. Body techniques can be used for more than just dodging. Drawing a knife and counterattacking while rolling over is the way to go. However, Lin Fan's lance was airtight, and with a little bit of the 1,000 machine guns, the lance was like a spiritual python. The degree of flexibility far exceeded that of an ordinary Deshang rainbow-breaking gun, and Li Qingshan simply could not find an opportunity to counterattack. Old one, it looks like you didn't teach your practical combat theory class very well. Lu Jing gloated from the side and shook his head. If the last one left behind was Fu Wu, Li Qingshan might have actually won, but he chose Lin Fan. An inch is as long as it is strong, and an inch is as short as it is dangerous. Such a simple truth, but Li Qingshan doesn't understand it? Snap. Wankershan slapped the table and muffled his voice. Surname Lu, if you want to practice, just say so, no need to beat around the bush. Annoyed? Lu Jing retreated a few steps, but his mouth was unforgiving. Bad teaching, and you won't let anyone talk about it? The victory is not yet decided. What are you fighting about? The sound of clanging suddenly rang out, interrupting the two arguing. Wan Keshan and LV Jing were all at a standstill, looking sideways at Yuan Hongyan. It is reasonable to say that Lin Fan has already won. Yuan Hongyan should be happy. But at the moment, that one brow was furrowed. LV Jing was puzzled. What does it mean that the victory is undecided? You think Li Qingshan still has a chance? Wankersham was equally puzzled, and although LV Jing's words were not nice to hear, they were the truth. With his judgment, he really couldn't figure out where Li Qingshan's chances of winning lay. You guys are underestimating the wonders of the square inch. Yuan Hongyan sighed and raised his hand to point at the screen. See for yourself. The shrieks of a group of teachers rang out at the same time. No, why did Li Qingshan stop? He wants to fight hard. 5th level of body forging versus 7th level of body forging. Even if his wind shadow blade is complete, he can't block a few shots. What does he think? It looks like the battle is going to end early. Wan Keshan and LV Jing both changed their complexion and hurriedly turned back to look at the screen. In the screen, Li Qingshan had already drawn back to 10 meters away. The wind howled, and the shadows of the knives in the sky overlapped and gradually solidified into 2 knife lights. Wan Keshan gazed at the light of the blade and wondered. This kid is really planning on toughing it out?
The light of the blade flashed and changed in the gusty wind. This was the true face of the wind's shadow followers. The saber light was made up of hundreds of saber shadows stacked on top of each other, and its power was unpredictable. And as his strength increased, the blade light would become more and more powerful, multiplying his power. Qingshan used this move, obviously not intending to drag it out. The difference in strength is too great. The blade light can at most barely block Lin Fan's lance, but Qingshan only has 2 blade lights. Lu Jing shook his head, unable to see where the chances of victory lay.
Qingshan likewise couldn't tell, but he thought of Yuan Hongyan's words just now. The wonders of the square inch? Wankersan looked up at the screen, looking puzzled. There was a hint of more anticipation in his heart for this body technique that he had not been able to comprehend. Currently, it seemed that it was the only thing that could bring Qingshan the last glimmer of victory. In the limelight. Qingshan, move. The figure charged straight forward, seemingly giving up its stance advantage. Gusty winds swept in, followed by the light of swords. Lin Fan's gaze froze, his right hand shook, and the spirit python transformed into a dragon. Rainbow through the sun. Sparks flew in all directions as gun blades and swords clashed. In the instant of collision, the first blade light was obliterated, but it also took away the force from the spearhead at the same time. Qingshan did not retreat but advanced, his footsteps slightly to the side. The blade of the knife rubbed against the gun barrel and moved all the way up in the same direction. Want to get close? Lin Fan's eyes twitched, seeing what Qingshan was planning to do. It's not that easy. The blade had just slipped a third of the way through the barrel of the lance when the lance suddenly shook and bounced off the blade. It was powerful and sweeping. An inch is as strong as an inch is long, and an inch is as dangerous as an inch is short. A 3-meter radius is within the range of the attack, and any stance is useless. If Qingshan didn't retreat, he could only block hard. The result was not what Lin Fan expected. The second blade light flashed in the gale, blocking before the gun barrel. The lance lurched slightly, but did not stop. A blade light that couldn't block the sweeping momentum. However, Lin Fan didn't have the slightest bit of joy on his face, and his eyes suddenly widened. Just in the split second it took for the lance to give a lurch, the Qingshan, gone. How is that possible? The thought had just flashed by when a line of blood suddenly surfaced, spreading from his lower body to the top of his head in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan is split in half from bottom to top. The body split in half and fell to the ground. Sorry about that, got carried away for a moment. Qingshan stood behind Lin Fan and looked at the corpse on the ground with an apology. When it really comes down to it, it's the backhand up tilt that works. Inside the conference room, there was silence, a pin drop. Qingshan and Lu Jing stared at the screen, transfixed. Yuan Hongyan stood behind them and swept his eyes over Lin Fan's corpse with a sigh. The beauty of a square inch is not afraid of the danger of a short inch. This outcome she had expected from the beginning. Chapter 59, Congratulations? The marvel of square inches, this is the true marvel of square inches? Despite Yuan Hongyan's answer, all the teachers present were still full of doubts in addition to marveling. With their eyesight, they surprisingly didn't see how Qingshan took a step behind Lin Fan. Lu Jing quickly looked down and tapped his finger on the communicator. In the center of the venue, the screen where Qingshan and Lin Fan were located was enlarged 100 times, squeezing out the other screen positions. On the screen, the image rewinds and begins to play the final exchange scene over and over again. Wankersan stared with wide eyes, and the other teachers also concentrated, none of them wanting to let go of a single detail. In just a few minutes, the footage has been repeated dozens of times. A momentary opportunity. Just this momentary opportunity just happened to be grasped by that kid? Qingshan muttered, the doubt still lingering in his eyes. Qingshan's last step is actually quite simple. With just a diagonal stride and a sideways backward turn, he stood behind Lin Fan. But under the sweep of the lance, there was only a short moment of opportunity. And this moment of opportunity was something he realized only when he was outside the situation. Qingshan was in the middle of a battle, and he could still take a step just in time to step on the opportunity of the moment? Incredible! LV Jing exclaimed out in surprise, and the surrounding teachers also looked in awe. Nothing incredible. Yuan Hongyan swept a glance at them and shook his head. You guys are mistaken about one thing, it's not that Qingshan grasped the opportunity of a split second, but that split second was right at his feet the whole time. That's it, the beauty of square inches. Ha! More than 100 gazes looked at him, full of inquisitive desire, but Yuan Hongyan had no idea of going into detail. Don't think about it, to understand is to understand, and it's futile to talk about it if you don't. All the teachers were stagnant, clearly feeling the jaggedness of the world. Wan Keshin, who had the highest combat strength, even darkened his face. When he was young, his martial arts teacher had used these words to disabuse him of the idea of the heavenly Luo Misty Steps. The screen image returned to normal. Qingshan had already exited the battle space, and the platform was only filled with corpses. LV Jing closed the projection and turned his gaze to Wankershan, saying seriously. Cross-grade participation, first in the by grade. Old one, it's time for you to consider what Qingshan's future path is going to be. Wankershan frowned and said in a suspicious voice. You mean the hyenas? The rookie battle is held once a year and can be considered the best opportunity to select talent. Almost every major company in the province would be watching, and it would be impossible to keep the news from them. The other martial arts teachers around the room laughed and, old one, you're still so straightforward. Amidst the laughter, Lu Jing shook his head helplessly. Don't say it like that, and naturally I don't want students carrying contracts. But everything has its pros and cons, especially for Qingshan. Speaking of Qingshan, the crowd stopped laughing and thought carefully. If Qingshan is only a little bit better than Fu Wu and Lin Fan, then of course he doesn't need to bother with those companies and consortia. Break through directly to the Qi blood realm, and when you head to the new continent in the future, you can just fight for resources on your own. Lu Jing paused and sighed. But he's too good, so good that even if he has one less year of cultivation time after crossing the levels, I still think he has the hope to become the second Maoyu. Old Lu, you're wrong, it's not the second Maoyu. A teacher interrupted with a voice and reminded. If Qingshan can still go to Maoyu's heights after crossing levels, then his talent definitely exceeds Maoyu's. Next to him, the other teachers smiled and nodded approvingly. That's right, when the time comes, it's time for other provinces to look for the second Qingshan, but... Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Luck King had the same smile on his face. Before today, the second Maoyu was by no means a derogatory term for Qingshan. After all, Maoyu had the power to crack the top 100 in the old continent as a sophomore. Not to mention, it's now been dominating the old continent at number 1. But after today, Qingshan has the same chance to do the same in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Jing's gaze turned to Wan Keshin and solemnly said. Old one, if Qingshan wants to reach Maoyu's height, talent alone is not enough. Not to mention other resources, at the very least the Extreme Realm Secret Technique he must have, right? Extreme Realm Secret Technique. Wan Keshin's gaze froze, finally understanding why LV Jing had said what he had said. The Extreme Realm Secret Technique, which involved forging the body above the 10th level. Extreme Realm Secret Techniques weren't considered rare, after all, it wasn't like feats were something that would be consumed. However, the royalties for any of the Extreme Realm Secret methods were sky high and ridiculously expensive. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to help that kid. Wankershan nodded solemnly and got up. Lu Jing looked at Wankershan's back and froze for a moment. He had just said so much just now, just to remind Wankershan. For a heavenly pride like Qingshan, the conditions given by those consortiums would not be too harsh and could not be signed. But Wankershan's answer? Help Qingshan figure it out yourself? Outside the conference room door. Wankershan took a step, remembering the lesson he had learned the last time. Hastily tapping to the comb, a message was sent, followed by a hurried departure on his feet. Dormitory. Buzz. The communicator vibrated. Qingshan put down his cup of water and looked at the screen. The message was from Wankershan, and it was brief, summarized in one meaning. He's sure to be contacted by a lot of people after his rookie campaign. You can look at the contract first, but never sign it or agree to any conditional requirements. Bombed again? Qingshan pinched his brow, recalling the unpleasant memories from back then. The rookie battle involves the entire province, and this time the number of people looking for the door is sure to be several times higher. In the middle of thinking about it. Buzz off. A strange number called. Qingshan's face darkened and he hurriedly hung up, once again turning on the no disturb mode. There was no way he was going to sign a contract of sale, no matter what those companies could offer. Buzz off. His wrist vibrated again, and Qingshan frowned and looked down. But after seeing the name, the frown gradually relaxed. Fatty. Wui First High School, cafeteria. The entire cafeteria was silent, and everyone seemed to be dumb with poison. Zhao Hongzhou was full of excitement and was about to jump on the table to speak.
Yu Lei and Hong Qian, one on the left and one on the right, hurriedly pulled back and held him dead in place.
They don't have the strength of Li Qingshan.
I'm afraid that if another wave of mockery stimulates them at this time, all three of them won't be able to walk out of the cafeteria.
After a long time. Lost? My brother actually lost.
Lin Mengxiao mumbled out, lost in thought. The first graders around them can't empathize, they only care about one thing.
Won? Li Qingshan actually won?
A sulk was held in their hearts, and it was hard for all of them to die.
Just then, the previously defeated second-year students walked into the cafeteria one after another. The seated first years looked up and looked at their respective seniors. For a moment, there was a surprising feeling of empathy.
Brother! As Lin Mengxiao let out a shout, the crowd turned their gazes to the gate. After seeing the silhouette of the young man with an inch head, all of them unconsciously clenched their legs, recalling Li Qingshan's last move.
Say, what blade technique did Li Qingshan use in the end? It's too een. Nonsense, you can't recognize such a simple teasing blade? Is there such a thing as this blade? What do you care if it's there or not? I'm just asking if it's a teasing knife. That's right, it's lucky that Li Qingshan didn't use this trick on us.
Compared to what happened to Lin Fan, I suddenly feel as if dismantling him is nothing. Right, Lin Fan is here, how come Fu Wu and Li Qingshan haven't arrived? Fu Wu definitely doesn't have the face to come to the cafeteria.
As for Li Qingshan, if he really comes, aren't you scared?
In a burst of whispers, from time to time, there were still gazes glancing at where Falling Eyes was. Yu Lei's trio couldn't stand or sit. Just then, Zhao Hongzhou's wrist vibrated as a message was sent.
Zhao Hongzhou read the message and his face was delighted. Brother Shan wants us to go out for dinner, come on.
The three of them got up and fled out of the cafeteria against a crowd of stares.
On the outskirts of Wui City, in a villa.
Fu Wu had just stepped through the door when a call request popped up on his wrist.
Fu Wu looked at the visitor and frowned as he connected.
The light screen unfolded and the long-haired youth appeared on the screen with a smile on his face.
My good brother, I should be the first to congratulate you. Chapter 60 Hilarity.
Fu Wu's face steeply darkened as he said in a cold voice.
Fu Wen, you purposely sought this out just to taunt me? What do you mean?
Fu Wen froze and frowned in a skeptical voice.
You didn't get first place? Is that Lin Fan from Wuyuan City that strong? Lin Fan? Fu Wu carefully observed Fu Wen's expression and after determining that it wasn't a fake, he couldn't help but sneer. Fu Wen, father really didn't do wrong when he kicked you to Fallen City. At your level, I don't think you're even worthy of the general manager's seat. Don't forget, I'm your brother.
Fu Wen's face darkened in the same way, dissatisfied.
Say what you have to say, don't beat around the bush with me. Ha ha ha, I'm going in circles?
Fu Wu laughed in exasperation and pointed at the screen.
Li Qingshan walked out from your locking, you ask me? Li Qingshan?
Fu Wen completely froze in his tracks.
How could he not expect this name to come out of Fu Wu's mouth? No, it can't be.
Fu Wen shook his head in affirmation.
Li Qingshan is obviously only a first year, even if he wins first year first place, it has nothing to do with your second year rookie battle.
Fu Wu's chest rose and fell, completely speechless from this brother's anger. Suddenly, footsteps came. A middle-aged man in a suit paces around and looks at the screen.
So you know Li Qingshan too?
The middle-aged man's face was stoic, as if none of the conversation just now had escaped his ears.
Father. Fu Wen's expression tightened. The visitor was his father and the head of the entire Wui province of Yinghai, Fu Ziming.
Fu Ziming looked at his son on the screen and said in a low voice. Your brother is right, with your performance, you don't deserve to sit in the position of general manager of Ying.
Dad, I.
Fu Wen's face was full of suffocation and wanted to explain. But the thing is, he doesn't even know what happened until now.
Fu Ziming was filled with disappointment and shook his head.
Li Qingshan captured first place in the first year of the rookie battle this morning and then crossed over to the second year of the rookie battle.
And just half an hour ago, beat your brother and Lin Fan to take first place. You're the general manager of Yinghai of the Falling Kingdoms, and you didn't even get any information? What? Fu Wen's pupils shook and his mind went blank.
The news from Fu Ziming's mouth could no longer be called shocking, it was completely challenging his perception.
First grade first, every year. But crossing over to the sophomore rookie battle and taking first place? Throughout the entire Wui province's nearly 100 years of rookie battles, there hadn't even been this kind of pervert. Even, before today, he had never thought it was possible. Fu Wen's lips opened, wanting to question. But the person on the opposite side of the screen was his father, Fu Ziming. Not to mention whether the news was true or false, facing Ziming, he simply didn't have the courage to question it. In the end, all that could be done was to open his mouth dryly. Father, indeed I was remiss in my duties before. I'm not here to hear you make excuses. Fu Ziming interrupted with a frown and said seriously. Since you know Li Qingshan's name, you must have information about him. Tell me, why didn't you sign him earlier? Why? The unpleasant experiences of 3 months ago flashed through my mind. Fu Wen weighed his words and said carefully. Father, 3 months ago there was a riot induced by an evil god's believer in Lock Ying, and that's when I discovered Li Qingshan's talent. But I struck late. Li Qingshan just happened to be the coach of Chaoya's son, and Chaoya signed Li Qingshan that night, and it should be an S-class contract. Chaoya's matter was something he found out later, and as for the S-class contract, it was speculation. From what I've received, Li Qingshan has never signed any contracts, and given Chaoya's character, it's unlikely that he wouldn't come out to show off if he signed an S-ranked genius. Fu Ziming shook his head no, his gaze suspicious. One more thing, the discovery of a genius of this level should be reported no matter what, don't tell me you don't know. As the words fell, Fu Ziming's gaze grew sharper. He knew Fu Wen's character very well. There's definitely something else to hide when it comes to Li Qingshan. Get this straight, I don't want to have to ask you again. Fu Wen's face turned white, he didn't dare to hide it anymore, and told all the previous events one by one. Fu Wu frowned straight away as he listened and sneered. Oh, after following your father for so many years, all you've learned is to keep the price down? When he was in the battle space, although he was at war with Li Qingshan, the promise of 10 million in the cafeteria before was sincere. And what Pei Vin did was tantamount to thinking only of the good things that come from empty gloves. You. Fu Wen was furious, but he could only shut up as he was concerned about Fu Ziming's presence. 3 months ago, Li Qingshan was at most an A-grade genius in his eyes. Who knew it would take off in a flash? Okay. Fu Ziming interrupted with a frown and looked at the apprehensive-looking Fu Wen, but did not get angry. It's a good thing you didn't lose your head and expand the conflict. It's just a few verbal offenses that can still be dealt with. Fu Ziming thought for a moment and reported a string of numbers out of his mouth. This is Li Qingshan's communication number, contact him immediately to apologize. On the opposite side of the screen, Fu Wen listened to the number but didn't move, his face embarrassed. Father, I've been blackballed by Li Qingshan. Fu Ziming frowned and turned his head to look at Fu Wu. Fu Wu, who was still watching the show, stiffened. He had just been defeated by Li Qingshan's sneak attack in the sparring space, and now he was told to initiate contact? Father, it's been 3 months, there's no need to rush to apologize, is there? And all you can think of is apologizing? Fu Ziming swept a glance at his two sons and said angrily. Apologizing is just a means of pulling strings, I'm looking for Li Qingshan to sign. Fu Wu didn't dare to delay any longer and dialed the number in a hurry. There was a short beep and the call didn't go through. Fu Wen remembered Li Qingshan's operation 3 months ago and reminded. Father, Li Qingshan should be open and free from disturbance. Fu Ziming frowned and looked at Fu Wu. Go fetch the S-class contract from my safe, I'll get him myself. Fu Wu turned to leave, but the communicator stayed behind. On the screen, Peiman wondered. Father, doesn't an S-class contract have to be applied for in advance from the headquarters, and you have to wait for someone from the headquarters to review it before you can sign it? I typed the application up a long time ago, sign it first, really wait for the headquarters to come, the yellow flowers are cold. Fu Ziming swept a glance at Fu Wen and said flatly. Type up a transfer request for me later. Transfer? Falling is not for you, go back to Wui City and hand out flyers. Shanghai Hotel, 5th floor private room. Cheers. 5 drinks clinked together, and Xiao Xiaoyu was filled with excitement. Coach, you're amazing. Participating in a battle across grades and being number 1 in both grades in the rookie battle, you can't find it in the entire old continent. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head, rubbing the little fatty's head. Come on, I'm not here to listen to you brag, let's eat first. Although the rookie battle was conducted in virtual space, the energy consumption was just as much. Whether it was Li Qingshan, or Zhao Hongzhou and the others, they were already starving, plus the little fatty who already had a good appetite. 5 people, feasting. Just near the end, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Qingshan looked up at the doorway and only to see a middle-aged man in a suit push the door in, with Fu Wu following behind. Qingshan swept over the somewhat similar faces of the two men, and his brows gradually furrowed. "You hit the little one, you want the old one? It's the intergalactic age, and there's still such a vulgar bridge? Hello, fellow student Li. I am Fu Zining, Fu Wu's father, and also the head of Yinghai Wui province." Fu Zining was courteous and took out a folder from behind him. Qingshan's brow, which had just half loosened, wrinkled again. Good news, the situation wasn't as nefarious as he thought it would be. Bad news, the contract signers are blocking the door. Just as Qingshan was thinking about how to refuse, a loud laugh came. "Ha ha ha, is it so lively tonight?" A huge fat man, 2 meters tall and with a 2-meter waist, squeezed through the doorway. Chapter 61 Grade S? Grade SS? Chow ya. What are you doing here? Fu Zining's brows were furrowed and his face was full of uncertainty. He had originally planned to revisit the matter of Fu Wan, and through an apology, resolve the misunderstanding and bring the relationship closer. But now this fat has come to stir things up. No matter how much he tried to pull strings, he couldn't be any closer than Xiaoya and Qingshan. "Mr. Fu, you're not good enough at raising your chi." Xiaoya laughed and took a step, walking over to Fu Zining and lightly patting his shoulder. "Come on, learn from me, smile more to get more luck." Fu Zining's shoulders shook as he spoke in a deep voice. "It was my mistake to underestimate your intelligence network." "Wherewith what intelligence?" Xiaoya laughed and waved his hand, walking over to the little fatty and slapping him on the back of his head. "My son invited the coach to dinner, how can I, as a parent, not be there?" Xiaoyu covered the back of his head, his face full of aggression. Fu Zining looked at the fat face that was carved out of a mold and became even more angry in his heart. It's not that Xiaoya's intelligence network is great, it's that his men are so useless. He only found out that Qingshan dined at Shanghai, but he didn't find out who Qingshan actually dined with. However, things had come to this point, he had no way to retreat. As long as he retreated, Qingshan would definitely be signed away by Xiaoya. Fu Zining took a deep breath, picked up the contract and handed it to Qingshan, and went straight to the point. "Student Li, this is our S-class contract for Yinghai, you can take a look at it first." Qingshan looked at the contract and didn't really want to take it, but it seemed impolite not to. Just as it was tangled up, a fat hand grabbed the contract over. "Yo, it's really an S-class contract." Xiaoya flipped through 2 pages and glanced at Fu Zining. "Mr. Fu, as I recall, there is a censorship system for your S-class contracts in Yinghai, right?" Fu Zining glanced at Qingshan and hurriedly said. "Don't worry Li, I guarantee that the contract is real and that there will be absolutely no problems with the headquarters review." "That's true." Xiaoya nodded and put the contract back on the table without breaking it up again. Fu Zining sighed in relief, his gaze fixed on Qingshan. "Mr. Li, why don't you take a look first?" "Mr. Fu, no need." Qingshan shook his head and directly refused. "I have no intention of signing a contract." "Classmate Li, you'd better take a look first." Fu Zining sighed and said seriously. "The S-class contract comes with more than just resources, and most importantly, there's an extreme realm secret method in it." "Extreme realm secret technique?" Aside from Xiaoya, who was well aware of the situation, all the juniors present, including Fu Wu, were left with a head full of questions. Except for Yulei. Yulei reminded as she stared at the contract on the desktop. "Qingshan, you can look at it first." Qingshan frowned, "The extreme realm secret method is precious?" Yulei nodded in affirmation. "I don't know much about it, but my sister has also practiced the extreme realm secret technique. It doesn't matter to us, but it's important to you. All the more reason not to look." Qingshan's frown loosened and guffawed. "Mr. Fu, it's better to take the contract back." "I'm afraid I can't help it. Investment contracts give as much as they give and eventually you have to earn it back. And, still, in the form of a sellout. This, he must not accept. This." Fu Zining's brows were furrowed, never having thought that Qingshan would refuse so dryly. "Come on, what's the point of showing off an S-class contract?" Xiaoya waved his hand and pulled out a crumpled volume of folders from his arms. "I'm still waiting to get out of this SS contract." "What?" Fu Zining's expression changed in disbelief. "How could you possibly have the authority to give SS-level contracts?"
Chaoya's background is mysterious and has a big origin, which is something that the whole Wui knows.
But SS-level contracts. Hey, guess if I have the authority?
Chaoya didn't explain, just pinched the contract that was rolled into a circle and tapped it lightly on the desktop.
Fu Ziniang's face changed again and again, and finally took a deep breath and took back the contract on the desktop.
Li, excuse me, you are welcome to visit all Yinghai stores in Wui province in the future. Regardless of whether or not Chaoya had the authority to give SS grade contracts, he could definitely at least come up with S grade contracts.
With Li Qingshan's clear refusal, there was no longer any need for him to stay. Mr. Fu, you're welcome.
Li Qingshan watched Fu Ziniang's father and son leave, then controlled his gaze, trying not to glance towards Chaoya's hand.
S-rank contracts are that valuable, what's more with SS rank?
He was afraid that if he couldn't help himself, he would really sell himself.
Coach Li has some serious self-control.
Chaoya smiled and opened his mouth, casually tossing his hand. The folder rolls to the center of the desktop and spreads out automatically.
Everyone except Li Qingshan looked over curiously.
Yulei's 3 eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Compared to Fu Ziniang's brand new contract, this contract was too dirty.
The entire cover was stained, and the beginning was only an S rank, not the SS rank contract, Chaoya said. Dad, isn't this the document I soiled last time?
Little Fatty uttered in surprise.
It's been 3 months, why do you still have it? Li Qingshan finally couldn't control his curiosity and looked at the desktop.
Looking at the obviously defunct contract, and the 3 months that the little fat man was talking about. Li Qingshan's gaze moved as he looked toward Chaoya.
Mr. Chao, this contract was meant for me 3 months ago?
That's right.
Chaoya nodded with a smile. Then how did you? At that time?
Li Qingshan's voice lurched, probably guessing the reason.
It's better to be willing with something like an investment contract.
Chaoya took a sip of his drink and smiled. Even though I had this contract ready in the first place, I knew for sure you wouldn't sign it after you said the word sellout. That Thunder Ripple blade is just a thank you gift from the brat. If I take out the contract again, the nature will change.
Thank you, Mr. Chao, for understanding. Li Qingshan sincerely thanked him.
The 3 of them, Yulei, were even more pleased with Chaoya and their eyes were full of admiration. Chaoya swept over the expressions of the crowd and his heart became even more beautiful. Some things don't have to be said right then and there, they carry more weight after time has settled.
Of course, how could he not have thought 3 months ago that Li Qingshan could be as genius as this? Buzz off. Li Qingshan's wrist suddenly vibrated and a call request popped up. Mr. Wan.
The projection screen taps on and connects. Zhao Hongzhou, Yulei, and Hong Qian also came over.
On the screen, Wankersham glanced at the environment and wondered. You guys weren't at school?
Uncle, we followed Li Qingshan out to rub it in. Yulei returned, and Li Qingshan said cryptically after a little deliberation. One of my previous students' parents invited them to dinner, so I brought them out.
Parents? Fatty Chow.
Wan Keshan's voice rose steeply as he anxiously said.
You didn't sign the contract, did you?
You can't trust a word that fat bastard says, be careful of falling into his hole. Across the table, Chaoya's smile faltered and he muffled his voice. Crazy man, it's too unkind to badmouth someone to their face. Wan Keshan's angle cannot see Chaoya, but it does not affect his play. Damn fatso, I'll put it here, if you dare to screw over my students, I'll hammer you to death. After spewing a sentence across the room, Wan Keshan gazed at Li Qingshan.
You should know about the Polar Realm secret method, right?
Don't worry, I'm prepared for when you guys get back.
The call hangs up and the projection retracts.
The 4 Li Qingshan people were filled with embarrassment. Wankersan spewed with alacrity, not thinking about the fact that they had just finished eating a meal that someone else had bought them. Chaoya was unconcerned, and a smile was once again on his face. I haven't seen you in 2 years, and your teacher is still the same, too angry.
Well, since he's in a hurry, let's disperse.
Li Qingshan's 4 people were all relieved, and the group walked out of the box and left the hotel. The flying car slowly landed, but Chaoya was not prepared to get on the car. He just asked little Fatty to send Li Qingshan and the others back. When everyone else had gotten into the car, Chaoya called out to Li Qingshan.
Coach Li, it's not that I don't have access to the SS contract, it's just that I know you don't like to be constrained, that's why I didn't prepare.
But I can give you a promise, a 1 billion star coins interest-free loan with no strings attached, and you can contact me whenever you need to.
1 billion star coins. Li Qingshan's pupils shook as he hastily shook his head. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Xiaoya waved his hand and smiled. When we get back, let's see what your teacher says, maybe there really is a need. Don't feel pressured, $1 billion is nothing to you in the future, just think of it as us making a good karma. 1 billion star coins of good karma. Qingshan took a deep breath and forced himself to regain his senses. Obviously, the Extreme Realm secret method was not that simple, and Xiaoya did not think that Wan Keshan could solve it. Although Qingshan didn't want to open this mouth until it was absolutely necessary. However, since Xiaoya had given his promise, he still had to accept this favor. Thanks, Mr. Chow, I'll remember. Qingshan thanked him again and boarded the flying car. The flying car slowly rose and disappeared into the night sky. The bright starry sky was reflected in his pupils, and Xiaoya's eyebrows curved down, smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. Whether Qingshan borrowed it or not, good karma was made tonight. Chapter 62 Extreme Realm Secret Method? Above the Forging Body. Back at Wuyi First High School. The flying car had just landed when Qingshan was taken away by Wankershan. Along the way, under Wan Keshan's questioning, Qingshan simply told everything that happened tonight. 1 billion star coins, when did this fat bastard upgrade? So willing? Wan Keshan drew in a breath of cool air, then remembering his student's virtues, he instantly tensed. You didn't borrow it, did you? Qingshan's face darkened and he was speechless. Teacher, I'm measured and not that money-minded. It's not a matter of money, the key is that word karma. Wan Keshan sneered. Fatty Chow is not a small person, but he has just as much trouble, it's not a good thing to get involved in his karma. Also, have you ever wondered why Fatty Chow kept that contract all this time and put it out today since it's useless? This question came to Qingshan's mind at the dinner table. Xiaoya laid everything out in the open, so naturally it wasn't hard to see the purpose. But it's really hard to be offended by this kind of moist and silent means of socializing. Moreover, he had actually received a Thunder Ripple blade, and there was still the layer of little Fatty's relationship. Don't worry teacher, I'll live within my means in the future. Qingshan slightly smiled, put down these mortal troubles. With the panel and the martial arts space in place. Even if he does it within his means, his power will definitely exceed everyone's imagination. It's good that you have a sense of proportion. Thinking of Qingshan's consistent behavior, Wan Keshan did not say anything more. The two made their way across campus and into Wankersham's makeshift office. As soon as he sat down, Qingshan couldn't wait to open his mouth. Teacher, can you say what the Extreme Realm secret technique is now? In order to understand the Extreme Realm secret technique, we must first talk about the several realms of the martial arts. Wan Keshan made a cup of tea and said unhurriedly. Body forging, chi and blood, enlightenment. Enlightenment is too far away from you. When you go to the New Continent Martial Arts University, there will be a teacher to teach you. Now, I'd better talk to you about the chi and blood realm first. Wan Keshan's words lapsed, putting down his teacup, his palm reaching out in front of Qingshan. The 5 fingers opened, and crimson light overflowed from between them, gradually spreading. Teacher, is this chi and blood? Qingshan involuntarily leaned back and tried to keep his body as far away as possible. 3 months ago, when he saw Wankershan flying in the flying car, his body was wrapped in the same crimson glow. At that time, the distance was at least thousands of meters, but just looking at it made his eyes sting. And now? Qingshan forced himself to endure the discomfort, his eyes staring straight at the palm wrapped in crimson light. The stinging pain in both eyes became more intense But the weird thing was that the eyes weren't hurt, and even the basic physiological reaction of shedding tears didn't appear. As if the tingling was just an illusion? Or maybe it was fear from life's instincts, wanting him to look away. Stranger still. Obviously, the surrounding temperature had not risen, but that ray of red light made Qingshan feel incomparably hot, as if it was a stellar light flame. Not bad, if you can manage to suppress your body's instincts, you'll have the qualifications to face the evil god directly in the future. Wankershan nodded in satisfaction, dispersing the crimson glow between his palms. To be precise, it should be called Chi and Blood Rainbow Light. The Chi and Blood realm is actually the process of quenching Chi and Blood, divided by the state of Chi and Blood. There are a total of 3 stages. As he spoke, a faint red mist rose from his palm. Gather the mist, condense the liquid, turn into a rainbow. Along with the words, the red mist suddenly gathered and the mist condensed. The red liquid, which was like essence blood, was balled up and collapsed extremely towards the center. In the blink of an eye, it becomes a small dot. The rainbow light appeared in a flash. Qingshan swallowed his saliva. The process that had just taken place made him make an involuntary association. Teacher, are you sure this isn't fusion? It's not that exaggerated, it's just that the reasoning is somewhat similar.
Wanker-san lost his smile and waved his hand, and his words changed. In fact, quite a few of the students ranked in the top 100 of the old continent have already broken through the Qi blood realm, not to mention the new continent. But whether it's the number 1 Maoyu of the old continent or the top group of students from the new continent, they're all still parked at the forging realm.
It's because of the pole realm? Qingshan's complexion perked up and he concentrated. That's right. Wanker-san nodded and continued.
10th weight of body forging, speed 50 ms, fist power 10 tons, enough chi and blood to gather mist. But the limits of body forging are more than that. The extreme realm secret technique allows speed and punching power to climb again, and physical fitness to at least double. Qingshan frowned, puzzled. Teacher, twice the physical quality can suppress a chi-blooded martial artist? There are 3 stages of chi and blood quenching, each step is extremely difficult, and to utilize the power of chi and blood, one must at least have chi and blood condensed into liquid.
Qingshan explained briefly and swept towards Qingshan.
Don't forget that twice is only the bottom line of the extreme realm. Moreover, their purpose of stepping into the extreme realm is not just for battle power. The physical body is the source of chi and blood nourish the physical body at the same time they complement each other. The extreme realm, on the other hand, strengthens the physical body to the extreme before stimulating a stronger chi and blood. The best of them can even directly cross over the fog-gathering stage and condense their chi and blood in one fell swoop, saving at least a few years.
So it is. Qingshan nodded in understanding while his eyes unconsciously flicked to the panel. Realm, Body Forging 46-100.
According to the previous speculation, the 10th weight of the forged body is the 90/100th of the forged body. By extreme, I also mean the last 10 points of progress. However, according to Qingshan, it seemed that there were equally high and low levels in the extreme realm.
I also wonder how much I can raise my pole realm.
Just as Qingshan was pondering, Qingshan turned around and from his desk, brought a piece of paper and handed it to him. Take a look and pick yourself a suitable door.
Choose?
Qingshan froze and looked down at the paper that filled an entire page. Xian Snake's secret method, focus on speed, cultivation difficulty, moderate. The secret method of the Manhwa, focusing on strength, cultivation difficulty, moderate. The secret method of the spirit ape, balance speed and strength, cultivation difficulty, on the hard side. At a cursory glance, there were more than 30 doors, and the names were all random. The mysterious filter that enveloped the secret law of the extreme realm was completely shattered.
Qingshan looked up in shock and doubt. Teacher, they are all extreme realm secret techniques? Isn't that name too? What do you think the extreme realm secret technique is?
Qingshan snorted and explained. The so-called extreme realm secret technique is the countless body forging techniques that the Federation referenced when integrating stars at call. The reason why it can involve the extreme realm is merely because these techniques have been passed down in an orderly manner in the ancient martial hall, leaving detailed records of its fifth realm's channeling technique. The guiding technique is the key to wading into the extreme realm. Wanker-san smashed his mouth, his teeth aching. What you have in your hand is just a catalog, although it's not as good as the martial Dao Great Star secret traditions, it's still the backbone of each of the upper martial halls. Qingshan looked at Qingshan's expression and guessed. Sensei, the royalties for these secret techniques aren't cheap, are they? Nonsense, why do you think Fatty Chow lent you $1 billion? He just figured that all I'm looking for are the extreme realm secret techniques at this level. Wanker-san raised an eyebrow, slightly amused. Still, he miscalculated, not realizing that the old man could put it together himself. This $1 billion is counted as my loan to you, my money can be taken better than Fatty Chow's, you can just pay it back later. In the afternoon, he went to raise money. He scraped together 100 million himself, and then had the cheek to find his niece Yuman to borrow 900 million. But of course there was no need to say such things to Qingshan.
Thank you, teacher. Qingshan sincerely thanked him, then shook his head. However, I shouldn't be able to use these extreme realm secret techniques. You haven't even gotten your hands on your $200 million bonus yet, and then you're saddled with $1 billion in debt in the blink of an eye? What's more, he seems to have better options. Kid, now is not the time to be pretentious. Qingshan frowned. Teacher, you've misunderstood.
Qingshan opened his mouth in time and explained. I remember 3 months ago, you said that the fifth level of stars at call seemed to involve the extreme realm as well.
You're still thinking about this?
Qingshan was a bit surprised. In the entire Ziying star, no one had cultivated it for nearly 1,000 years. Last time, if it wasn't for Qingshan mentioning it, he would have almost forgotten that there was a 5th level to stars at call. Qingshan carefully recalled the information in his mind and slowly said, "The Starry Sky is summoning is a collection of great works, and if one can cultivate to the 5th level, one can indeed comprehend the guiding technique as well, and this guiding technique is recognized as the strongest."
But
Qingshan shook his head and his words changed. The Stars Are Calling is strong because of its individualized nature, where the practitioner comprehends the power generation, breathing, and muscle rhythms that are best suited to him or her. By the same token, the final channeling technique was only suitable for the practitioner himself, and could not be passed on at all. We Ziying star for nearly 1,000 years no one to cultivate, in addition to those who pursue the extreme martial arts great star absolute heavenly pride, ordinary planet.
Qingshan's words trailed off.
Because he realized that Qingshan's eyes on the opposite side were getting brighter and brighter.
It was a scene of déjà vu.
Qingshan paused in his words, swallowed, and said in astonishment,
"Kid, you won't."
The panel flashed past his eyes. Qingshan gazed at the column of feats. The Stars Are Calling 1237-3000 Daesung. After a moment or two of deliberation, he spoke slowly. "Teacher, I also have a slight comprehension of the 5th level of the Stars Are Summoning."
Chapter 63 The Road to Breaking Limits. You've comprehended it again? Qingshan rose in surprise, looking puzzled. Sure enough, it made him guess. While on the train yesterday,
Qingshan had the same expression and the same tone of voice, and said that he had realized the wonder of square inches. Originally, he had scoffed, but in just one night's time, Qingshan had truly comprehended it.
Thinking of this, Qingshan's eyes glowed with eagerness. When will you break through? Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow?
Qingshan lagged for a moment, not expecting Qingshan to be so trusting of him, and could only helplessly wave his hand.
Teacher, not so fast, just a slight realization, slightly. So? Qingshan settled down in disappointment, drank 2 mouthfuls of tea, and adjusted his mind before asking seriously.
Kid, are you sure you have the confidence to break through the 5th level of stars at call?
Okay.
Qingshan nodded without hesitation. With the panel in place, you just need to liver up your experience to break through, there's no bottleneck at all.
Well.
Qingshan said 3 good words in a row, and his voice trailed off without a trace. Eyes staring at the mist of water above the teacup, gradually losing focus, seemingly caught in memories. Qingshan did not make a sound and sat next to him quietly waiting.
A few moments later, Qingshan's eyes regained their vigor and put down his teacup.
Without bothering to mention the reason why he lost his concentration just now, he instead smiled lightly.
The rookie battle is over, and with 200 million star coins worth of rewards, you're not in a hurry?
Qingshan's eyes steeply lit up.
Anxious, of course he was.
But he was dragged away by the little fat man just after the competition, so he didn't even have a chance to ask. Immediately after that, Fu Ziming and Xiaoya came to the door, with S-class contracts, the Extreme Realm secret method, and $1 billion loan. Each of them, worth more than 200 million star coins. However, these things were far inferior to the 200 million star coins in Qingshan's eyes. After all, the rookie battle reward was what he had earned. Seeing that Qingshan's eyes were on the verge of sprouting gold light, the corner of Qingshan's mouth tugged.
Oh, and to say it's not seeing money.
To go to war across grades and take first place in a dual grade, you've done something pretty big. LV Jing originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to organize a big event, an award ceremony in front of the other provinces to raise their faces.
No need.
Qingshan hastily refused. The award ceremony is for the recipient to come up on stage and receive blessings from the others.
However, his situation was a bit unique in that the entire first and second year Budo students were cut down by him. Blessing? I'd be lucky if I didn't get a rotten egg thrown at me. It's a good time to keep a low profile and stop irritating your classmates. I knew you didn't want to go, so I just pushed it.
Qingshan lost his smile and shook his head, running his finger over the comb.
The reward is sent to you, see for yourself.
Buzz.
The wrist shook slightly, but no pleasant arrival beep sounded.
Qingshan looked down and realized that there was only one line of URL in the message. When you click on the URL, an account confirmation notice pops up first. The message detailed his information, as well as an alert that 20,000 points had arrived.
Federal Points Mall account?
Qingshan looked up in confusion, the corner of his mouth twitching.
Didn't we say 200 million star coins? How come there are only 20,000 points left? Really good things can't be bought with money. Qingshan sipped his tea and explained. The Federal Points Mall, which coordinates the entire Zing planet's high-grade resources, with prices labeled in the form of points.
On the surface, 1 point is worth 10,000 star coins, but in the old continent, point acquisition can only be issued by the Federation. So even at a premium, few people are willing to exchange points for money. 20,000 points, that's what the rookie battle reward is worth.
Phew!
Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief and... So it seems that not only did you not lose, but you made a profit. Eyes quickly scanned over the notification pop-up window, which featured account leveling descriptions in addition to account information.
In a nutshell, the items that can be viewed and purchased are different for each level.
Account levels are divided by the total number of points earned.
1,000 points for a Tier 1 account. 10,000 points for a secondary account. 100,000 points for a Level 3 account.
And so on and so forth, but there is no mention of how many levels there are. A second level account, enough for you to exchange for the Heavenly Luo Steps and the Thundering Blade.
Qingshan prompted from the side.
Qingshan thought of his original purpose of participating in the rookie battle and immediately closed the notification and looked at the mall page.
The merchandise is dazzling.
Advanced Nutrient Solution, Laser Gun, Virtual Silo, Hovercraft, Thunderstrike Blade.
In addition to these recognizable ones, there are many more items that I have never seen before.
Technological products, nutritional supplements, Gongfu martial arts, special weapons, and even mecha parts.
Everything was piled up and cluttered.
Qingshan rubbed his brow and tapped to the martial skill category option next to him. Instantly, the page refreshed and was filled with various martial arts. As far as the eye could see, they were all B-grade martial arts. It seems that level 2 accounts can purchase up to B-grade martial arts.
Qingshan's mind was certain and he began to turn the pages.
However, after flipping through several pages in a row, it was still a B-grade martial art with a price tag of 5,000 points.
How long will it take you to turn the pages? Can't you see that you can search in the upper right corner?
Qingshan raised his hand to hold his forehead.
A momentary lapse in perspective.
Qingshan laughed dryly twice and hurriedly clicked to the search box.
Soon, 2 martial arts profiles came into view.
In addition to the 500-point price tag, there's a description of what's involved.
Tian Luo Steps, C-grade stance.
It specializes in long-distance running attacks, can effectively improve straight-line explosive speed, and is moderately difficult to practice. Note, the difficulty of practicing is only for before the perfection realm, and Heavenly Luo Steps is one of the precursors to the A-ranked martial art Heavenly Luo Misty Steps, which is extremely difficult to perfect.
Thundering Sword, Grade C.
Swords out of thunder, extremely strong outbursts, the difficulty of practicing is on the difficult side. Note, the Thunder Blade is a precursor to the A-ranked martial art 9 Heavenly Wind and Thunder Blade, which involves the attribute of thunder, and requires a special weapon in order to utilize its power, and is extremely difficult to consummate. The Heavenly Luo Misty Steps and the 9 Heavenly Wind and Thunder Blade.
Qingshan took a deep breath and clicked on exchange without hesitation.
No matter how difficult it is, if it's included in the panel, it's sure to live to completion. A class martial arts, at least 3 levels of account to see, and do not know how much the royalties will be.
This wave, make a lot of money.
Buzz. The wrist vibrated, and the 2 martial arts information had been sent to the mailbox.
When Qingshan saw it, he couldn't help but give a warning.
Remember, the Federation protects copyrights meticulously, so don't take any chances.
Teacher, I understand.
Qingshan nodded and continued to look at them all. The 2 martial arts that he had been longing for had arrived, and with 19,000 points left on his account, he was actually a bit bewildered for a while.
Too much money to spend.
Search for Star Source Liquid.
Qingshan smiled and pointed.
This stuff is expensive, but the addition to the speed of forging is not comparable to ordinary nutrient solutions. Since we're going to take the path of the extreme realm, we must speed up our pace.
Qingshan sniffed and tapped on the search box again.
Soon, a bottle of blood-red liquid appeared on the page.
Super nutrient solution?
Qingshan raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. When he went to the mall to buy a nutrient liquid before, he had seen the super nutrient liquid used for display, which was exactly the same as the star source liquid in front of him. However, the super nutrient solution has a price tag of 120,000 star coins a bottle and must be ordered in advance. And star source liquid, just 10 points a bottle. Super nutrient solution is just what it's called out there. Qingshan shook his head and explained. Star source liquid has long since left the realm of nutrient solutions and is not something that ordinary people can drink. Qingshan looked at the introduction of the star source liquid, and it was indeed as Qingshan had said. Star source liquid, a body forging potion that can effectively increase the speed of body forging. Note, star source liquid has a fierce efficacy and cannot be taken below the 5th level of body forging. If you have not comprehended the muscle rhythm, the efficacy will be greatly wasted and it is not recommended to purchase it. Rather just right for me. Qingshan did not hesitate and raised his hand to order 30 bottles of star source liquid. The address was filled out for locking eye high, and I'll get it when I go back tomorrow. 300 points, not counting the exchange premium, is worth 3 million star coins. And that's just 1 month of cultivation usage. Put it 6 months ago, he couldn't believe he would one day spend money like this. However, now that Qingshan was rich and powerful, there were still 18,700 points left in his account. Teacher, what else is there to change next? Qingshan once again turned his gaze to Qingshan and. Points are plentiful, but they should be spent well. This time, however, Qingshan did not answer immediately. The mouth opened and closed again several times. The eyes were complex, gradually losing focus, seemingly falling into memories. Qingshan pondered, remembering the scene just now. After hearing him confirm that he was able to comprehend the 5th level of stars in the calling, Qingshan was similarly lost in thought for a moment. Although he was puzzled, Qingshan did not rush to urge him. Just sit quietly on the couch and wait patiently. After a long time, Qingshan finally came back to his senses and shook his head in self-reference. I didn't expect that there would be a time when Qingshan, would be so squirmy. Qingshan's gaze moved, not pursuing the reason, just waiting for the following. Qingshan's eyes focused on Qingshan, no longer hesitating. You're my student, and there's no reason for me to hide it when there's a better path. The forging extreme realm has always been the pursuit of the top geniuses of the Ziying star and a shortcut to qi and blood condensation, but few people know about it. Qingshan sighed as his words trailed off. This shortcut could actually be longer. After the extreme realm, there is still a path? Qingshan could not help but voice out in surprise. Because of the panel, during the entrance test, he had speculated about the 11th level of body forging. So after knowing the news of the extreme realm, he wasn't too surprised. But how could it be imagined that it was even possible to ascend after the extreme realm? That's right. Qingshan nodded affirmatively, his eyes showing yearning. In the great star of martial arts, this path is called breaking the limits and is meant to break through the limits. Chapter 64 9 Revolutions of Yin Yang, Strongest Root. The road to breaking limits? Qingshan's mouth repeated, chewing on the meaning of these 4 words. Qingshan watched quietly, his eyes slightly dazed. It was a scene of déjà vu. Back then, he and Yuman sat opposite each other like this in the office of the first high school in Loqing. The road to breaking the limit is the road that Yuman did not finish back then. It was also the culprit that slowed down Yuman's cultivation progress and left her without a chance to reach the great star of martial arts. That's why Qingshan had been so upset about it. The 2 times I lost my concentration before were due to this reason. He was hesitant to guide Qingshan on this path or not. However, he wasn't the Qingshan of his day after all. Although the achievement on the path of breaking limits will be higher, this path is destined to be bumpy and difficult. Qingshan let out a sigh, his expression gradually becoming serious. I can tell you how this path goes, and it's up to you to decide how you choose. Qingshan returned to his senses and nodded seriously. And please teach me, sensei. First, go to the points mall and search for the 9 turns of yin yang. Qingshan pointed to the comms, and Qingshan sniffed and did as he was told. Soon, the information of the 9 turns of the yin-yang appeared on the page. The 9 revolutions of the yin-yang, a grade B technique, marked down to 5,000 points. Notes. 9 turns to ascend to heaven is but a mirror. This work is extremely difficult and costly. If there is no teacher to guide you, do not practice, or the loss will not be worth it. Mirrors? The gain is not worth the loss? Qingshan looked at the last 3 exclamation points and could feel the strong warning of the person who made the note. And unlike other martial arts, the 9 revolutions of yin-yang did not have any introduction.
If it wasn't for Wan Keshin's guidance, he probably wouldn't have known that this technique existed in his life. Heh, mirrors. Wankersan looked at the warning on the docket and gave an unimpressed smile. If martial artists of my generation can even let go of the idea of striving for strength, how can they contend with the evil god? Since it is possible to reach heaven in one step, so what if it is a mirror? As soon as the words fell, Qingshan's finger had already moved away from the screen. 5,000 points deducted, purchase successful. Wankershan's smile faltered and he exclaimed. Why did you buy it when I haven't even made it clear where the road should go? Obviously, he had agreed to let Qingshan choose for himself when he had spoken clearly. I didn't expect this kid to just look at the name of a merit law and directly lay his hands on it to buy it, without any half-hesitation at all. Qingshan smiled and said seriously. Teacher, I think you're right, martial artists of my generation should have the thought of striving for strength. If there is a stronger path, why not take it? Difficult to practice? With the panel in place, the most you'll get is a little more liver proficiency. The corners of Wan Keshin's mouth twitched, speechless. Just now, he had a feeling, but it was just his own understanding of the martial arts. When I first heard that there was a path to breaking the limit. He had already had his chi and blood condensed into liquid and hadn't had the chance to try it, which was why he hadn't been able to stop thinking about it. Just as well, I'll start by telling you what the path of limit breaking actually means. Wan Keshin waved his hand, no longer dwelling on it, and spoke slowly. The extreme realm is meant to hammer and forge the physical body to the extreme before stimulating the chi and blood. But until then, chakra doesn't just not exist. The chi and blood have always been contained in our flesh, and unless the corpse withers, the chi and blood will not disappear completely. The guiding technique is to achieve further strengthening of the physical body by mobilizing the chi and blood contained within the body. And the 9 revolutions of the yin-yang, it's even more radical. Wan Keshin spoke in a deep voice. Burn the chi and blood and return to the flesh. Burning? Qingshan uttered in surprise, puzzled. Teacher, chi and blood and flesh complement each other, unilateral burning of chi and blood won't cause problems? Of course there's a problem. That very costly line on the memo was written in response to that. Wankershan sipped his tea and explained. The burning of the 9 revolutions of yin-yang is not simple, it mimics the process of chi and blood transforming into a rainbow. Requires that at the moment of the extreme realm's consummation and stimulation of chi and blood, the extreme burning, taking the essence of the essence, and counter-complementing the physical body. In this way, it is possible to break through the limitations of the extreme realm and once again strengthen the physical body. An instant burns out the entire body's chi and blood, so before each turn of the breakthrough, a large amount of resources must be prepared to make up for the deficit after the breakthrough. Qingshan listened in and was enlightened. Chi and blood and flesh complemented each other, and after the 10th level of body forging, one was qualified to stimulate chi and blood. After the extreme realm was perfected, it would even be chi and blood self-generated. On the other hand, the 9 revolutions of yin-yang was to break the limit by interrupting the chi and blood excitation process over and over again and continuously purifying the chi and blood. Teacher, the so-called 9 revolutions means that you have to purify your chi and blood 9 times in a row? That's right. Wankershan nodded first, then shook his head. But things aren't that simple, each turn of the 9 turns of the Inferno Sun multiplies the difficulty of cultivation. Burning chi and blood, the prerequisite was that one must have complete control over the entire body's chi and blood, and only by achieving this step would one be qualified to simulate the rainbow transformation process. Otherwise, the chi and blood will burn out instantly, and it will be difficult for the gods to save them. Speaking here, Wankershan's voice aggravated a few points. This is where the road to breaking the limit is bumpy, a little carelessness and your life is all gone. Qingshan could feel the warning implication in his words and nodded seriously. Don't worry teacher, I'll remember. Just remember. Wankershan smiled, and his words suddenly changed. In fact, many people just complete the first turn and have to give up. Even the pride of those martial Dao great stars often stop at the 5th turn. The path of breaking limits and giving up? Qingshan's balls hurt. He had said it so seriously before that he thought there was no way back and he had to go all the way? Wankershan could see what the student was thinking and shook his head in dismay. The word give up is easy to say. But which of those who embarked on the path of breaking the limits are not geniuses who seek the ultimate? It's really only when you get to that point that you realize how hard it is to give up. Wan Keshin's words were stuttered, and only after seeing that Qingshan was enlightened did he continue. The 9 revolutions of the yin-yang is only meant to purify the chi and blood,
and to counteract the physical body. As long as you don't run your gong methods when stimulating the stimulation of qi and blood, you can naturally break through to the qi and blood realm without any problems. Even if it's just one turn, the harvest is still very amazing. The path of limit breaking is known to few in the Ziying Star, but that doesn't mean no one has traveled it. The upper ancient martial hall's guiding technique is not comparable to the stars are calling, and very few people can truly cultivate to extreme realm perfection with it. Unable to go to extreme realm perfection, qi and blood condensation is just empty talk. But as long as one can complete the first turn of the 9 turns of yin-yang, even if it's not the first turn of the extreme realm perfection cultivation, one will definitely be able to qi and blood condense liquid after breaking through the qi and blood realm. And those martial Dao great star celestials stop at least at the 5th turn, and once they break through, their qi and blood will surely turn into rainbows. Moreover, having cultivated the 9 revolutions of yin-yang, their fleshly bodies are superior to those of qi-blooded martial artists with normal breakthroughs. 1 turn of liquid condensation, 5 turns of rainbow? Qingshan's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. The road is winding, but the future is very bright. Teacher, what about the 9th turn? The 9th turn only exists in legends, and only a few words have been passed down. Qingshan's eyes showed yearning as he slowly said. The 9 revolutions of yin-yang can forge the strongest foundation under enlightenment. This is where the expression 9 turns to heaven comes from. 9 turns to heaven, the strongest foundation. An unprecedented bright light erupted in Qingshan's eyes. This path is exactly what he wants. Wanker-san looked at it in his eyes, but sighed. The 9 revolutions of the Inferno Sun is harder than 1, measure your strength. Back then, Yuman was stuck at the 3rd turn, unwilling to give up, and only then did he waste away his years and miss the opportunity to travel to the martial Dao Great Star. Although Qingshan's talent was stronger, if he was dead set on the 9 revolutions of the yin-yang, he might not go down Yuman's old path. Sensei. The light in Qingshan's eyes converged, but he didn't answer lowly. Instead, he looked earnestly at Wanker-san, his eyes firm. Even if it's really just a mirror, I'm going to break the mirror to pick the flowers and find the moon in the water. Wanker-san was stunned and suddenly burst out laughing. The disillusionment has been swept away, and a sense of grandeur has been born. Well. Martial arts, as it should be. Chapter 65 Star Source Liquid. The night is deepening. In the dormitory, Zhao Hongzhou is snoring like a thunderbolt. Qingshan pushed the door to enter the room, and after simply washing up, he lay back on the bed. The communicator clicked on, and a light screen popped up with 3 ziplocked packages lined up at the top of the mailbox. The 9 turns of the Inferno Sun, the Tian Luo steps, the Thundering Blade. The path to breaking the limit begins here. Qingshan's gaze was deep as his fingers moved, pointing towards the 9 revolutions of yin-yang. The compressed package opens, a large amount of graphic information is displayed, and the projection screen expands with it, not stopping until it is 1 meter square. Under the faint fluorescent light, Qingshan tilted his head towards the screen and read it carefully. There is no video guide for the 9 turns of the yin-yang, what you see in front of you is all there is. After a full hour, the screen closed, and Qingshan rubbed his brow. Familiarizing with qi and blood, controlling qi and blood, this is the core of the 9 revolutions of yin-yang? The whole article is centered on the word control, even the simulation of the burning process of the rainbow is very small. Because as long as one could achieve complete control over the entire body's qi and blood, the breakthrough would not be hindered at all. But the word control is not easy. It was especially difficult for martial artists who were still in the forging realm. Because qi and blood were invisible, ordinary martial artists simply could not even sense qi and blood. Only extreme realm martial artists who cultivated the guiding technique, who could barely channel the qi and blood contained within their bodies, could attempt it. However, controlling qi and blood is actually the final step in the breakthrough of a blood condensation realm martial artist, and is a preparation for rainbow transformation. It was difficult to imagine the difficulty of trying to make it this far in the extreme realm with just the guiding technique. The hardest thing, though, is how to determine whether one has perfect control. Qingshan murmured in a low voice, seeing the key. The word control is a very vague concept. Although the 9 revolutions of the yin-yang has given some characteristics as a basis for judgment, it has likewise mentioned that this method varies from person to person and cannot be generalized. It was not like a martial art like the wind shadow blade in general. As long as one could use wind shadow to follow one another, it was proof that it had been perfected. And once you think you're in control and then take the risk of trying it, you're likely to die. And after the completion of each turn, the more pure the qi and blood became, the difficulty of control would also soar.
The 9 revolutions of the Inferno Sun, one more difficult than the other. 9 turns to ascend to heaven? I'm afraid, among other things, it also means that 9 turns are as difficult as reaching heaven. Qingshan sighed softly in a low voice, having a deeper understanding of the difficulty of the road to breaking limits. Walking up this path is like climbing a cliff with your bare hands. The slightest mistake can lead to a fall into an abyss of 10,000 feet. Luckily, I have panels. The corners of his mouth silently hooked up. Qingshan threw away his worries. You can't tell if the control is perfect just by feeling it. But the progress bar on the panel would tell him the answer. But for a short time, it won't be possible to record the panel. The prerequisite for entry into the 9 revolutions of yin yang was sensing qi in blood, and there was no way to attempt to cultivate it before practicing the guiding technique and stepping into the extreme realm. It was late at night and Zhao Hongzhou was still snoring like thunder. Thinking that the 2 martial arts must have supporting video instructions, Qingshan did not rush to open them. Solely turned off the communicator and closed his eyes. Entering the martial arts space, he continued to cultivate the stars are calling. The next day, early morning. Bang, bang, bang. A sharp knock on the door woke up the sleeping Zhao Hongzhou. Who is it? It's early in the morning, can't anyone sleep anymore? Zhao Hongzhou squinted his eyes and spat while getting dressed. Mr. Zhao, it's me. Open the door quickly, or it'll be too late. Ran Ming? Qingshan opened his eyes, rolled over and got out of bed, and after quickly putting on his clothes, he opened the door to his dormitory. Classmate Li? Ren Ming's pupils visibly shrunk. After not seeing him for a day and facing Qingshan again, he could not afford to be as calm as before. Cross-grade participation and first in the by grade. Fu Wu, who he was worried about the day before, was also stepped on by Qingshan. Seeing each other again at this moment, Ren Ming actually had the feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Ren, thank you for breakfast. Qingshan smiled, his eyes looking towards the bun in Ren Ming's hand. Yesterday morning, it was also Ren Ming who delivered breakfast, but he didn't see anyone. No. You're welcome. Ren Ming, in a trance, handed the bun to Qingshan. Then remembering the business, he hurriedly said. Early this morning, the school gates were blocked by cars from major companies and consortiums, all looking for you. Mr. Liu asked me to inform you to prepare in advance. Li, hurry up, they're already upstairs. Blocking the door again? Qingshan frowned, and the bun in his mouth didn't smell good anymore. It was impossible to fight against these smiling guys, but he didn't want to waste time dealing with them. While he was thinking, noisy footsteps came from the hallway. Qingshan swallowed the bun in 2 bites and turned his head to look at Zhao Hongzhou. Our tickets are for 10 a.m., right? That's right, the tickets were uniformly booked by Mr. Li. Zhao Hongzhou nodded to confirm. Okay, I'll see you at the station. Qingshan lifted his thunder ripple blade and rushed towards the balcony in 1 step, leaping up. Zhao Hongzhou opened his mouth in surprise. Li, this is the 5th floor. Ren Ming anxiously chased to the balcony, only to see that the figure had landed and quickly ran toward the school gate. Morning, 9:50. Passengers are seated on the train to Loqing. Loqing and his party of 11 people, sitting in the same section of the carriage, Zhao Hongzhou next to an empty seat. It's almost time for the train to depart, why hasn't Qingshan arrived yet? Yu Lei looked at the time and worried. When I entered the station just now, there were quite a few luxury cars parked outside the station. Qingshan won't be blocked, right? It's fine, even if you get stuck, just resign for the next trip. Hong Qian didn't worry much, but instead said with an envious face. Those consortiums are too crazy, it's a pity that Qingshan has no intention of signing. The second-year students have been keeping a low profile since they got on the bus. But at the moment, Zhong Xian couldn't help but commit the usual. Qingshan isn't going to sign? Zhong Xian frowned and. If not signed. Thanks for your concern, senior sister. Qingshan smiled lightly as he came from the back and sat next to Zhao Hongzhou. It's fine. Zhong Xian immediately shut up. Put. Zhao Hongzhou could not hold back his laughter and hurriedly covered his mouth, and then came next to Qingshan and said mysteriously. Shan, guess who I saw at the station? Qingshan gently eeped sideways and. Zhao Hongzhou and his social circle was similar, both limited to the city of Loqing, as a matter of fact, should not know any people from outside the city. It's Liang Mingyu. Yu Lei took the initiative to speak up, not letting Zhao Hongzhou sell out. He joined the people from Lopan City and is supposed to have transferred.
Next to him, Hong Qian couldn't help but voice out his feelings. Liang Mingyu was kicked out of the martial arts class in the first place, but I didn't expect that he would enroll again in Luoping City and come to participate in the rookie battle.
The two men opened their mouths one after another, and Li Qingshan finally remembered the classmate who was very fond of pretending at first. But no, Liang Mingyu didn't participate in the first-year rookie battle. Li Qingshan sounded certain.
Although he had killed quickly in the sparring space, he hadn't seen Liang Mingyu's figure as far as he could remember.
Maybe just come along for the ride?
Yulei guessed, and the crowd didn't care, switching to the next topic.
Woo!
The whistle blew long and hard, and the train moved slowly forward, heading for the city of Loking.
Noon, fallen one high.
Mr. Li, here are the 30 bottles of Star Source liquid you ordered. Outside the janitor's room, the black-clothed middle-aged man held a special insulated box and handed it to Li Qingshan.
Thanks a lot.
Li Qingshan smiled and accepted it, nodding after opening it to confirm.
The stuff is fine, I'm a bit late getting back today, but I bothered you to wait. I should, if there is a need in the future, Mr. Li is welcome to place an order in the mall. The black-clothed middle-aged man made a polite remark and excused himself.
Li Qingshan carried the Star Source liquid and walked into the campus. Since it was still winter break, there weren't many people in the school, only Budokan students who weren't on vacation occasionally passed by. As they traveled along, almost everyone who saw Li Qingshan stopped their feet and stopped in curiosity. The students from the previous first-year martial arts class were even full of enthusiasm and came up to greet them. Li Qingshan smiled and greeted a few students he knew, then quickened his pace and walked towards the cultivation room. The door to the room closed and silence returned to the surroundings.
Phew! Looks like the news of the rookie battle has spread.
Li Qingshan sighed in relief, swept a glance at the cultivation room and opened the warming box. Cold mist filled the air and 30 bottles of blood-red liquid were neatly placed. The light red color of the intermediate nutrient solution should be the one that incorporates a bit of Star Source liquid, right? Li Qingshan's eyes showed anticipation as he took out a bottle of Star Source liquid, opened the cork and tilted his head back to drink it.
A hot, lava-like liquid flowed from the throat into the stomach sac.
The heat flow instantly radiates throughout the body and the body temperature begins to rise. When I first took the intermediate nutrient solution, I was also burning all over. But the feeling of it is nowhere near this moment. Moreover, when he was only at the 2nd level of body forging, he was now at the 5th level of body forging.
The efficacy is so fierce.
Li Qingshan let out a sigh of astonishment and immediately set up his stance and began his body forging cultivation.
With each move laid out, the
power technique, breathing coordination, muscle rhythm, the three worked together as one, driving the whole body a little strengthened.
After an hour, all 108 moves were practiced.
Li Qingshan didn't stop to rest and once again began a new round of cultivation. Star Source fluid in the gastric sac, an unending source of energy.
Chapter 66 Tian Luo treads the wind. Humanoid heavenly tribulation.
The sun was setting, and the golden afterglow shone from the sky, through the window, casting on the silhouettes in cultivation.
Phew!
Accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing, Li Qingshan slowly stopped, his body steaming with sweat.
10 times.
A bottle of Star Source liquid can actually support 10 times of body forging cultivation.
Despite the exhaustion on his brow, Li Qingshan couldn't stop his excitement.
It's true that 10 points isn't cheap, but it's definitely worth every penny. In the previous 3 months, cultivating from the 2nd level of body forging to the 5th level of body forging, averaging a speed of 1 level a month, was already the limit. As for each realm in the late stage of body forging, the difference in punching power and speed was huge, and the difficulty of raising it would be multiplied. Originally, it was thought that the progress of forging the body would be slowed down by this. He didn't expect the efficacy of the Star Source liquid to give him a huge surprise. It's only 10 points for one day. As long as the Star Source liquid keeps going, the progress of forging will definitely not be left behind. Thinking of the 13,700 points in the mall, Li Qingshan was full of energy. After a short break,
Li Qingshan glanced at the thermos box and forced down his inner excitement.
Too much is too little, and with every forging cultivation, the flesh must be pressed to its limit. After 10 times of forging his body, he could barely hold it up. Besides, 10 forging sessions was 10 hours, and the rest of the time had to be devoted entirely to the martial space.
The Gongfu realm, martial arts cultivation, likewise cannot be relaxed.
Li Qingshan lowered his head and tapped on the communicator. The projection screen unfolded and unpacked the C-grade stance technique, Tian Luo steps. Soon the graphic material and accompanying video appeared on the screen.
Video point and click.
A middle-aged teacher stood in the center of a plane and began to explain. The sky is a substitute for the sky, a high place, a vast and boundless space. Low, meaning to net, encompass, cover. The heavenly Luo steps, implying that all places covered by the sky can be reached.
Tian Luo step seeks the ultimate in speed, and to get started, you must first learn explosive techniques.
Li Qingshan listened to the teacher's explanation while referring to the graphic materials, and his understanding of the Tian Luo steps gradually became clearer. The Tian Luo steps were more like the lightweight skills in martial arts movies of the past life, where a single step was a distance of several feet.
However, the heavenly Luo steps were not as ethereal as the light feats. The only thing it's got going for it is speed. Fast as the wind.
The entire introductory, skillful, and proficient, the first three realms, are devoted to explaining how to adjust the muscles and explode into extreme speed.
It looks like a sprint coach teaching technique.
However, the techniques involved in the heavenly Luo steps were 100 times more complex, and the detailed movements in them were not something an ordinary person could do. Subtle muscle adjustments alone can only be achieved by mastering muscle rhythms. In other words, without comprehending the fourth level of stars in the summoning, one was not even qualified to enter. The teacher in the video explains in a meticulous way, a full half an hour later, before talking about the Great Realm. Not only is the heavenly Luo steps fast, it's even better at running over long distances. The teacher's words trailed off as she stormed across the plains. The camera moves quickly and follows closely. Pay attention to the rhythm of your breathing, so that your internal organs and leg muscles work as one while. Feel the wind. As the words fell, the teacher's speed increased. If the video is not followed, I'm afraid that looking at it in the eyes of ordinary people is only a residual shadow. But the teacher in the middle of the frenzy was as calm as ever, running and explaining specific techniques. 10 minutes or so later. After the explanation, the middle-aged teacher still didn't stop, but just said with a serious face. The reason why I let you guys feel the wind just now is because the consummation of the heavenly Luo steps must comprehend the rhythm of the wind in order to be able to heavenly Luo tread the wind. There's no way to teach this realm, you have to rely on yourselves to comprehend it, and you will only have the chance to make it at the 10th level of body forging. I'll suppress my physical qualities at the 10th level of body forging and show you guys. The figure speeds up again as the camera leaps forward and leaps up. When the person was in mid-air, his footsteps stepped in succession, as if he was stepping on solid ground, pulling up one after another.
Li Qingshan's pupils shrank and he made a surprised sound. Flight? Flight was something that could only be mastered after qi and blood transformed into a rainbow. It was also only the chakra rainbow light that could resist the planetary gravity.
As on that night 3 months ago, when Qingshan sped off, his body surface was covered in a crimson glow.
But at the moment the middle-aged teacher didn't have half a point of rainbow light on his body, and did so entirely with his physical qualities. The teacher in the video seemed to have anticipated this, and his feet remained in mid-air in a continuous step while opening his mouth to explain. It's not flying, it's just mastering the rhythm of the wind and stepping into the air by virtue of the weak wind. This is Tian Luo tap wind.
Just when Li Qingshan was enlightened. The middle-aged teacher had landed from mid-air and stopped. At the 10th level of body forging, limited by physical qualities, one can only briefly step into the wind. However, after stepping into the qi and blood realm, along with the improvement of the physical body, the time spent treading the wind will also be extended and faster. After the qi and blood transform into a rainbow, it is even far beyond ordinary flying speed. At this point in the conversation, all the main points of the Tian Luo steps had been explained. But the video didn't end there. The middle-aged teacher was silent for a few moments before saying seriously. Since you chose to cultivate the heavenly Luo steps, I believe your goal must be the A-grade martial art, heavenly Luo misty steps. The square inch is all that falls. The beauty of a square inch is in the foot. Tian Luo treading wind, the marvel of square inches, once the two are combined, there is nowhere in heaven or on earth. Li Qingshan's eyes steeply lit up with anticipation on his face. Since the heavenly Luo misty steps was mentioned, there was no reason for the teacher not to show his hand. Unfortunately. Good luck. The middle-aged teacher let out a soft sigh and the video ended. No more? Li Qingshan muttered out in surprise. Didn't show? Is it because you can't? This teacher hasn't comprehended the wonders of the square inch either? Li Qingshan shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and swept his eyes over the thundering blade, not hurrying to watch it. You can't chew more than you can chew, so let's get started with the Tian Luo steps first. Eyes closed, entering the martial space. The requirement for the introductory Tian Luo steps is to master the details of the leg muscles and explode with extreme speed. This is difficult, though. However, in Li Qingshan's opinion, at least it was not as difficult as when he first started the Misty Steps. 10 minutes later, Li Qingshan opened his eyes as the panel flashed past his eyes. Martial Art, Tian Luo Steps 1-500 Introductory. You need 500 proficiency to get started? Is it because of the different levels between martial arts? Previously, whether it was Misty Steps or Wind Shadow Blade, the introductory level was 100 points of proficiency. The 500 proficiency level is a requirement for proficiency. It's okay, it's just a mention of the first order proficiency requirement, it's not an exaggeration. Li Qingshan didn't dwell on it much, and once again tapped on his communicator to unzip the thundering blade. Graphic materials and instructional videos, one after another, were presented on the projection screen. Video point and click. A well-mannered female teacher carries a long knife and looks into the camera with a smile. Little friend, the royalty fee for the Thunder Blade is only 500 points, but in order to cultivate it you must have a Thunder attribute long blade. Specialized weapons don't come cheap, at the very least you'd have to buy a Thunder Strike blade, right? If you haven't bought a weapon yet, you can contact your teacher for a 20% discount. Teacher's name is Lu Jing, communication number 823. Li Qingshan was speechless, quietly watching the screen as Ms. Lu Jing reported the communication number. Doing business all the way to an instructional video, how in the world did this video get past the censors? After reporting the communication number 3 times in a row, Lu Jing was not ready to stop. It's okay if you can't afford it at the moment, check out the teacher's teaching demonstration first, I'm sure you'll be more motivated to save up afterward. Drawing his sword out of his sheath, the purple thunder aura flickered. In Lu Jing's hand, there was also a thunder pattern blade. Finally, Li Qingshan's complexion perked up and he concentrated. On the screen, Lu Jing was quick with her sword, and the blade broke through the air soundlessly, overlapping. With initiation, proficiency, and adeptness, a progression of realms. The shadows of the swords grew, condensing into a black cloud. This step, Li Qingshan had previously been able to do the same thing when he had used his full strength to make his sword shadow roam the sky during the rookie battle. However, the two black clouds were fundamentally different. The Wind Shadow Blade is purely fast, while the Thundering Blade emphasizes more on momentum. The black clouds in front of him were silent, but the shadows of the swords were constantly overlapping, giving people a depressing feeling just by looking at them. The first 3 levels of the Thundering Blade, the first to build up momentum. Lu Jing's voice broke the dullness and explained. It's only after the great accomplishment that it explodes. Thunderfall. A chorus of chants. The heavy black clouds suddenly coalesced and converged into a dazzling thunderbolt, splitting down from mid-air. Boom! There was an explosion, as if it were real thunder. Li Qingshan was lost in thought, his brows gradually furrowing. The final thunderbolt was not something that could be done with just a blade. And he had used the Thunder Ripple blade for so long that he couldn't normally make it work at all, except for the thunderous light when he sheathed it. Well, Lu Jing had stopped moving and opened her mouth to explain. In order to achieve the thunder descent, one must have chi and blood to complement it, and as for the final consummation, it is even more important to use it after transforming into a rainbow. As he spoke, Lu Jing leaped and swung his sword in mid-air. Thunderclouds over the city. The black cloud took shape again, but this time no thunder struck down. Silk of electricity filled in between the shadows of the blade, as if it was a real thundercloud. Boom boom boom. Thunder blasted down in a continuous stream. Each one having the power of the previous Chang. A moment later, the thunderclouds dissipated. The explanation of the thundering blade had been completed, but Lu Jing had not sheathed his sword. The thundering blade is the precursor martial skill to the 9 heavenly wind and thunder blade, and I think quite a few of the students aspire to it as well. Lu Jing looked towards the camera and smiled. Today you guys have earned a lot, teacher is giving you a free demonstration of the 9 heavens wind and thunder blade. I think it's to seduce students into buying knives. Li Qingshan saw through Lu Jing's purpose at a glance. But that didn't stop him from whoring himself out, eyes glued to the screen. On the screen, Lu Jing's body was covered with rainbow light, and she leapt, flying rapidly to a high altitude 1,000 meters away. The silhouette quickly shrinks and the camera doesn't follow it any further. Just as Li Qingshan was puzzled, Lu Jing began to swing her sword from a height of 1,000 meters away. Too far apart, Li Qingshan had no way to see the exact details. But there's no need to look. As Lu Jing moved faster and faster, his figure was soon wrapped in the gale. The wind is howling, and even though the camera is thousands of meters away, you can still hear the whistling wind. The wind speed was getting faster and faster, rotating with Lu Jing as the center and plunging straight into the ground from the sky. Gale force winds swept across the land, tearing up the turf and sending sand flying. A tornado, 100 meters in diameter, took shape. Boom! Muffled thunder. In the center of the eye of the wind, thunder clouds emerged and gradually spread. Thunder fell from the 9 skies, and wind and thunder met. A ray of thunder seemed to be alive, snaking and climbing. A 1,000-meter-high giant tornado, carrying thousands of thunder pythons, wreaked havoc on the plains. A natural disaster in human form. Li Qingshan's eyes were lost in thought, completely shocked by the scene before him. The path of a martial artist was long, and in the future, one could even physically cross the stars and face the evil god head-on. These, he had known for a long time. But the paper is not as good as the paper, and it's never as shocking as seeing it with your own eyes. Until this moment, he didn't understand what an A-grade martial art actually meant. Students, see the power of the 9 heavenly wind and thunder blade? For those who didn't buy a weapon, make sure to save up hard. Chapter 67, Forging Body 9. On the screen, the natural disaster subsided without a trace. Lu Jing put away his sword into the sheath and resumed his civilized appearance. Smiling and arched eyebrows, right into the camera. Li Qingshan, expressionless, tapped to the upper right corner of video off. Li Qingshan gripped the thunder ripple blade, his eyes closed, and he entered the martial space. Clank! Draw your knife and sheath it. The long blade was lagging and nowhere near as trustworthy as it used to be. Li Qingshan didn't rush, he just followed the blade maneuver with a single stroke. A few minutes later, the entire set of sword maneuvers was completed. Martial art, Thunderblade 1500 Introductory. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. The blade broke through the wind, getting faster and faster, slicing out residual shadows. It was no longer the thundering blade, but the wind shadow blade. However, it's a little different than the previous wind shadow blade. Each slash at the moment was not only fast, it was meant to be. It's building momentum. As Li Qingshan swung his sword, he couldn't help but think of Lin Fan's mutated rainbow-breaking gun in the rookie battle. Lin Fan should have learned a C-rank spear technique as well, that's why the rainbow-breaking gun is so tricky. Thundering Blade and Wind Shadow Blade were the same blade technique, there were quite a few similarities, and it wasn't that difficult to fuse them. The Tian Luo steps and the maze steps are very different. One discipline focuses on explosions and specializes in running attacks, while the other focuses on rolling around in combat. Li Qingshan didn't find any similarities between the two at all. A few moments later, Li Qingshan sheathed his sword and threw the thunder pattern sword to the side. Setting up again and starting to practice the stars are calling. Over the next few days, Li Qingshan stayed in the cultivation room the rest of the time, except for going home and sleeping. The news of the rookie battle had spread so thoroughly that even the old people and children in the neighborhood could recognize him from time to time. However, the companies and consortiums hadn't come looking for them since they returned to Loki. This was thanks to a warning issued by Wankersham, in the name of the inspectorate. Before you know it, it's the last day of December. 8 p.m. Li Qingshan, who had completed a day of cultivation, dragged his tired body out of the cultivation room. A curved moon hangs in the sky, and the campus is particularly lonely on a winter night. Li Qingshan held a long sword and walked in the cold wind. Suddenly, Shango! With a loud roar, Zhao Hongzhou ran from the school entrance, with Yulei and Hongqian following him. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. You guys haven't gone back yet? Brother Shan, we are specially waiting for you here. Zhao Hongzhou grinned widely. Yulei came from behind and spoke. It's New Year's Eve, let's go out and relax together. Hongqian also helped out. That's right, you've been practicing all day from morning to night, it's time to take a break. Li Qingshan met the 3 pairs of expectant gazes and nodded. Good thing too. The Ziying planet did not have the distinction between the blue planet solar and lunar calendars, so naturally there was no spring festival. The New Year's Eve is then considered the biggest holiday of the year. Neon flashes, people come and go on the streets, and lights are on. From the cold and clear campus, suddenly crossing into the lively street, Li Qingshan was a little bit in a trance for a while.
The words human fire flashed through my mind. Come on, I booked a private room at the hotel. Hongqian walked ahead to lead the way, and a group of 4 people marched through the crowds towards 0 hour. Outside the clamor grew even louder, and the smoke and fire rose. Inside the hotel box. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1 inch. Cheers. The countdown ended with 4 glasses clinking together in cheers. 5627 is here. The year 5626 of the Zine calendar passed and a new year arrived. The next day, early morning. The day just dawned, few people on the street, as if not yet woke up from a night of revelry. Li Qingshan's footsteps were hurried and he went straight to the school. A new year of practice begins. Time passes and the years go by. Li Qingshan traveled between school and home every day, 2 points and 1 line. In addition to the 10 hours of daily forging and practicing thunder, only 2 hours are left for commuting and eating. The remaining 12 hours were all devoted to martial arts space cultivation. The stars are calling, the celestial steps, and the thundering blade, all 3 in tandem. With a bottle of star source liquid being fed every day, the rate of the forging realm climbing was not slow at all. January 20th, forging body 6th. February 18th, the 7th level of body forging. March 23rd, the 8th level of body forging. April 25th, 5627th year of the Zine calendar. In the empty and silent cultivation room, 2 walls of light were spaced 20 meters apart and stood opposite each other. A silhouette traveled back and forth between the walls of light, so fast that it almost pulled out stumps. In a few seconds, though, the figure completes 10 round trips and rushes towards the fist strength tester on the other wall. Bang, bang, bang. Straight punches hit the stump, all the force pouring out onto the leather walls. Phew! As his figure stood still, Li Qingshan looked at the test results with a relaxed expression. Speed, 50 ms. Fist power, 7 tons. Sure enough, the 9th level of body forging. Li Qingshan smiled faintly. Although there were panels accurately marking progress, he made it a habit to test it after each upgrade. At the 9th level of body forging, the speed should have been 40 meters per second. However, because of the square-inch wonder, it is a great advantage in the case of running back and forth. This, coupled with the proficiency-leveled Heavenly Luo steps, which already focused on explosive speed, was why it exceeded by so much. As far as punching power goes, it's not even close. After tapping his finger to the communicator and closing the wall of light, Li Qingshan's attention went to the panel. Li Qingshan. Realm, body forging 81-100. Feats. 36th set of broadcasting gymnastics, the stars are calling 2642 3000 Deshang. Martial arts, Tian Luo steps 1210 3000 proficient, Thunderblade 1238 3000 proficient. Misty steps perfect, Wind Shadow Blade perfect. Function, martial arts space LV 19100. Availability, 4 years, 238 days. Time flow rate, 110. 4 months of time and 2 years of available time in the martial arts space consumed. Almost 2.5 years of hard work. Li Qingshan sighed and lightly rubbed his brows. Teachers, classmates, and everyone who heard about the rookie's battle called him an enlightened genius. But only he himself understood that these achievements were all time-consuming, bit by bit, painstakingly cultivated. With more than 4 years of available time left, it's time to save for a rainy day. Li Qingshan stared at the panel and thought. The stars are calling is just about to come full circle, and it won't take long. But this was only the starting point of the path to breaking the limit, and the 9 turns of the yin-yang was the top priority. The proficiency requirement for C-ranked martial skills had been raised by 1 rank, and B-ranked feats would surely raise the proficiency requirement again. If only I'd met a few more, ungrateful ones like Yu Qingya. When he killed Yu Qingya, he was still at the 2nd level of the forging body, yet he didn't have to put in much effort at all to reap 5 years of available time. This is much more cost-effective than killing ferocious beasts. Moreover, the ferocious beasts in the Silver Glory Hotel before seemed to have been summoned from the astral realm by Yu Qingya through sacrifices. The more Li Qingshan thought about it, the more itchy he became. Before, I was in the spirit of just having enough and didn't want to complicate things. But now that he had already forged his body to the 9th level, he naturally had to be a bit more bold. Go ask Mr. Wan tomorrow to see if the inspectorate accepts part-time jobs? The evil god followers naturally have the most news from the inspectorate, and the inspectorate is still the biggest backer of the old continent. When in danger, you can also instantly call for mech support.
After making the decision, Li Qingshan's eyes flicked to the virtual warehouse. For the past 4 months, he hadn't even entered the virtual sparring space.
Let's punch the rankings first and see how strong I really am now. Li Qingshan opened the lid of the bin and lay down in it. The light shifted, and the wall through the sky once again appeared in front of him. A beep sounded in his ears, and because he hadn't logged in for a long time, his ranking had dropped continuously from 23,874 to 25632. Li Qingshan didn't care about the rankings, his gaze moved upwards to the top of the wall. Unsurprisingly, it's still Mo Yu. It's really number 1 on the bully list. Li Qingshan sighed with emotion and opened the match. Please prepare for battle, your opponent Xiaoyuan has been selected for you, rank 25234. Countdown 3. 2.1. Victory over opponent, current ranking 22435, will the match continue? Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 18436, will the match continue? Please prepare for battle, your opponent Fu Wu has been selected for you, ranking 10627. Countdown 3. 2.1. Li Qingshan's gaze moved as he looked toward the knife-wielding youth across the street. What a coincidence! Chapter 68, Another Enlightened Genius? Li Qingshan, didn't think I'd match you. Fu Wu drew his long sword, his face was still cold, but there was a hint of suppressed excitement between his eyebrows. Just because I was sneak attacked by you last time and died under Lin Fan's gun doesn't mean I'm really inferior to you. I know that your martial arts skills are superb, and I've also practiced a C-ranked blade technique diligently in the past few months, just for the sake of a clean slate. Today, count yourself unlucky. A few months? Hard work? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and stared at Fu Wu's confident face. After confirming that it was not joking, he slowly shook his head. A few months, and you call that hard work? You lost to him 4 months ago, and now you're trying to bounce back? You're overthinking it. As the words fell, his right foot stepped heavily and his body shot out. Wind chill. How? Fu Wu's eyes widened as Li Qingshan's figure rapidly enlarged in his pupils. This kind of speed was enough to be comparable to the 10th level of body forging. 100 meters away, in the blink of an eye. Clank. The 2 long knives were sheathed one after another, Li Qingshan first, Fu Wu second. There's only a difference of a dozen milliseconds. But just this short 10 milliseconds or so is like the sky. The thunder ripple blade grazed the edge from less than a centimeter above Fu Wu's long blade. There was no use of a knife or any technique. The flat blade cuts across the neck. Great head, thrown to the ground. Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 10627, will the match continue? Li Qingshan closed his sword and stopped, looking at the head on the ground. The wide eyes were still filled with disbelief. Li Qingshan spoke softly. Actually, you should have raised the forging realm first. The moment they exchanged hands, he judged Fu Wu's realm. Forging the body at the 8th level. The realm wasn't low, but it was too slow to deal with martial arts. Similarly, the stars are calling, 4th level, comprehending muscle rhythms. Fu Wu's family conditions are not bad. If one was bent on forging the body, 10 weights would not be impossible. But Fu Wu favored spending his time on martial arts cultivation because of the excitement of the rookie battle. Because of this, it allowed Li Qingshan to have a rare experience of a realm-crushing battle, using only the explosive techniques of the heavenly Luo steps, not even using his sword techniques. The eyes were wide and slow to close. Li Qingshan squatted down and politely closed his eyes for him. There's no need to be disconcerted, because I'm a harder worker than you are. Matching continues at. The opponents ranked around 10,000 were all in the middle to late 3rd year, with strengths around the 8th or 9th level of body forging. However, as a rule, forging cultivation took a lot of time, and the martial arts of these opponents were generally weak. Li Qingshan naturally had no pressure, chopping and slicing along the way. It wasn't until the 5,000th rank, when the 10th weight of body forging began to appear, that Li Qingshan used his sword technique. Please prepare for battle, your opponent Lu Su has been selected for you, ranked 4627. Countdown 3. 2.1. Lu Su? Li Qingshan was stunned and looked at his opponent 100 meters away. A delicate figure leaning on a large gun that was more than 2 meters tall similarly looked towards him. It's really her. Li Qingshan's eyes were covered in surprise. Lu Su in front of me. It was the same girl who had called me junior in the last virtual battle 4 months ago. At the time, both he and Lu Su were just outside the 20,000 mark. He has not yet realized the wonder of square inch, and his strength is barely even in the top 10 of the second-year rookie battle. It took 4 months, with the panel plus hard work, for Qingshan to hit 5,000. But I didn't realize that Lu Su was already waiting here. She's open too? Qingshan was shocked and confused. Or is she the true enlightened genius? Opposite. Qingshan? Is it really that Qingshan? Lu Su's eyes were rounded, his surprise was no less than Qingshan's. No, to be precise, she was turning inside out at the moment. Born from a young age in Xinzhou, he is not bad in terms of talent or lack of resources. In his first year, he began practicing martial arts. The 2 martial arts techniques, Ghost Shadow Steps and Rainbow Breaking Lance, were cultivated to the grand completion in 2 years' time, but after that, they had been stuck before consummation. According to the normal cultivation path, it is usually not forced to be perfect. After all, it was only a D-grade martial skill, so instead of dead-ending the consummation bottleneck, it would be better to cultivate a higher-level martial skill before it was too late. But Lu Su is a stubborn person who prefers not to believe in evil. There were too many strong people in the virtual sparring matches in the new continent, and Lu Su didn't want to be abused. So figuring out how to connect into the old continent versus space. In Shinshu, she was just a junior in high school. But in the old continent, she could be a schoolteacher abuser. 4 months. Under the high-intensity matchmaking, the bottleneck that had been stuck for more than a year finally broke through, and the ranking went all the way up to 4,627. But Lu Su could not expect, we'll meet again at this moment before the defeated. She had killed her way here because of a few years of savings and breakthroughs in her stance and martial arts. What's the other guy's right? Could it be enlightenment? Lu Su wondered in disbelief. Enlightened genius? There's going to be a second Mao Yu in the old continent? The atmosphere is eerily quiet, and a long overdue peace reigns on the battle platform. A man and a woman were 100 meters apart, staring at each other in disbelief. Both of them labeled each other as enlightened geniuses at the same time. Finally. Clank! Qingshan drew his sword and sheathed it, breaking the silence. Lu Su, long time no see. The last time, lying at the feet of his opponent, he hadn't forgotten the scene. So what if you're an enlightened genius? Today, he wants revenge. Haven't seen you in a few months, you don't even know how to call senior sister anymore? Lu Su laughed out a delicate laugh and raised her lance. Today, my sister will teach you more about manners. So what if you're an enlightened genius? You have to call her sister as well. Phew. The wind picked up and both men moved at the same time. The figure pulled out a residual shadow, a distance of 100 meters, but in a flash. Rainbow through the sun. Lu Su's gaze condensed as the spearhead pierced through the void, and a circle of white waves swept away from the tip of the spear. Boom! The sonic boom went off, just out of earshot. Qingshan's expression was unperturbed, and his blade broke through the air soundlessly. The backfire swung the lance away, grazing the blade. Ha, schoolboy, my sister will teach you what it means to be an inch long and an inch strong today. Accompanied by the sound of a delicate laugh, the long spear slightly retracted and violently swept out horizontally. Sweeping 1,000 pounds? Qingshan looked indifferent. Time seems to have gone back 4 months to the last moments of the rookie battle. At the time, he was utilizing the magic of square inches to come close. Right now, although Lu Su had already forged his body to the 9th level, and his spear technique was more powerful than Lin Fan's. But he, too, is not the same man he was. Phew! The wind was howling, the shadows of the knives in the sky gathered into black clouds, and a dozen knife lights were surrounding the circumference. The wind shadow blade consummated? Lu Su raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. Hokage, you already used this move last time. The long spear was unstoppable and swept towards the black cloud. The same D-class martial arts techniques are perfected. Compared to competing in force, the lance was definitely more advantageous. Yes? Qingshan leaped up, and the black cloud rose into the air with him. Look harder. With a stern cry, the black cloud suddenly dispersed, and a dozen or so sword lights overlapped and united. It was like a thunderbolt that fell from the sky. Thunder descended, unstoppable, and the lance instantly knocked away. Lu Su's eyes widened as a line of blood surfaced above his head and extended down. The body split in half down the middle. Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 46-27, will the match continue? Chapter 69 Old Continent ranking 1053. Shinjo, in a villa. The virtual compartment cover slid open, and Lu Su sat up violently, stunned. Thunder Descent. Li Qingshan's last move is definitely Thunder Descent. Although there was no lightning flash, she could still see the shadow of the thundering blade at a glance. Lost again, little girl? A literate-looking woman in a small suit and white shirt came with a tray of grapes. The old continent martial arts class isn't one to be bullied. Far from it, the current first Moyu of the old continent alone is already making those senior juniors nervous. Budo classes are limited to the old continent. In the new continent all students have been practicing Budo since the beginning. The annual Battle of Qualifications is a competition between the top 100 seniors and the top 100 students in the old state. Lu Su looked up at the words and looked at the woman who spoke. The reason why he could recognize Thunderfall at a glance was precisely because of the woman in front of him. Her sister-in-law, Lu Jing. Lu Su thought about it and asked about the doubts. Little Ant, can the forged body realm master the move Thunderfall? As far as she knew, only Qi and blood could stimulate the power of thunder. Moreover, it was reasonable that the body-forging realm shouldn't be able to cultivate the Thundering Blade's grand completion realm. Is it the opponent who beat you just now? Lu Jing curiously raised her eyebrows and twisted a grape into her mouth. Lu Su nodded, meticulously describing the final battle. Li Qingshan? Another enlightened genius? Lu Jing opened her mouth in surprise, and the grapes fell back into the plate. It seems that the martial arts class strategy set by the Federation in the old continent was really right. Just out of a Maoyu, here comes another Li Qingshan. His thundering blade shouldn't have reached its grand completion yet, he's just incorporating the stored momentum into the wind shadow blade, using the cohesive blade light to unite once again and simulate thunder descending into the world. That's an idea that's really creative. Lu Jing praised, picking up the fallen grapes and putting them back in her mouth to bite them once again. At the same time handing the plate to Lu Su. Taste it, your father brought it back from the Red Yellow Star, it's expensive. Lu Su's body leaned back, his eyes full of disgust. Stinky girl. Lu Jing naturally saw what her niece was disliking and lectured. I think you just haven't lived a hard life and don't know how to economize at all. By the way, since Li Qingshan cultivates the Thunder Blade, he must have seen my instructional video as well, right? Lu Jing said as she looked down and flipped through her address book. After quickly scanning through the thousands of names, his brow gradually furrowed. Didn't add me? Does he already have a Thunder Strike blade? No, you said he was behind 20,000th place before, he must only be in the second year of the martial arts class, there's no way he could afford a Thunder Ripple blade. Yes, it must be, maybe the little guy is saving up. But, with his talent, I'm afraid he doesn't need to go to the new continent too. Lu Jing muttered to herself, her face became more and more tangled, and she began to suffer. Lu Su breathlessly tilted his head, lay back in the virtual warehouse, and tightly closed the lid. Old Continent versus Space. Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 3589, will the match continue? Another opponent falls under the knife. Li Qingshan did not hesitate and tapped towards the confirmation button. The 107 provinces of the old continent add up to nearly 20,000 third graders. The opponents encountered in the battle so far were already considered to be of an upstream level. All of them were at the 10th level of body forging and had at least D-rank stances and martial arts techniques that had come to fruition. But it wasn't too difficult for him. Li Qingshan went through dozens more battles along the way. Please prepare for battle, your opponent Mao Kai has been selected for you, ranked 1843. Countdown 3. 2.1. Li Qingshan drew his sword and sheathed it, about to make his move. Li Qingshan? A surprised voice came from across the room, and Li Qingshan moved and stared. He only saw a skinny youth with a long sword in his hand, looking at him with a surprised face. Li Qingshan's gaze landed on Mao Kai's face and frowned. He didn't know each other at all. Li Qingshan, I didn't realize it was really you. Mao Kai was not slow, looking Li Qingshan up and down and smacking his lips. Tisk, TSK, when I first heard that you were leaving the public rehabilitation center, they all said that you were doing it for Guan Shao, and that you were going to put up a fight for the senior martial arts class, and I didn't believe them. I didn't expect that. You didn't just make it into the Budo class, but you also matched me? Nope. You're supposed to be only a first year in the Budo class, you shouldn't be? Mao Kai paused in his commentary and frowned in thought. Opposite. After hearing the word Guan Shao, Li Qingshan's furrowed brows loosened as he finally remembered who Mao Kai was.
Having grown up in a public rehabilitation center in his former life, he was naturally surrounded by a few talented classmates who were screened to be sent to the new continent.
Guan Xiao is one of them.
Also, Quan Xiao is kind of the predecessor's first love.
As for Mao Kai, he is a little licking dog for Guan Xiao. But these are none of his business, Li Qingshan.
When he crossed over, his predecessor was already out of the public rehabilitation center.
What's more, what's the point of talking about feelings when you're a brat who hasn't even held hands? Li Qingshan, you're not going to be enlightened, are you?
Mao Kai exaggeratedly jumped back a step, then shook his head and snorted. Put it 2 years ago, maybe you could have actually made it to Xinzhou and doubled up with Guan Xiao. Unfortunately, Guan Xiao has already awakened her mental power talent and has been guaranteed admission to the Ziying Academy.
By the time you come to the new continent, I'm afraid she'll have become a mecha master and gone to the planetary fortress for further training. Mao Kai looks smug, waiting to see Li Qingshan's heartbroken expression after learning the truth.
3 years of hard work and a lost cause.
This blow. Gee.
The more Mao Kai thought about it, the more he looked forward to it, his gaze fixed on Li Qingshan. Back then, when he learned about it, he was sad for a long time. Now, at last, there was some comfort to be found in this former lover of Guan Xiao.
Finished?
Li Qingshan frowned slightly, looking impatient.
You? Mao Kai was stunned on the spot, unexpectedly. Why aren't you sad? Wounded, too much crap.
Li Qingshan stepped heavily with his right foot and waved his long sword. The gusts of wind whistled and the light of the sword followed, sweeping towards Mao Kai.
Swords clash and cross.
However, after 10 seconds or so, Li Qingshan took a step behind Mao Kai and lifted his backhand upwards.
Pust.
Blood rained down on them and the body split in half.
Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 1843, will the match continue?
Li Qingshan looked down at the mutilated corpse and frowned in disgust.
All that nonsense and not a single bit of useful information.
Earlier, I listened to Mao Kai's nonsense, but I just wanted to know how the other party could connect into the old continent matchmaking space when they were obviously in the new continent.
It would also be interesting to hear what's new in the new continent.
Unfortunately, Mao Kai couldn't get away from Guan Xiao when he talked, and Li Qingshan was impatient to ask again.
Sure enough, Lickspittle shall not die.
Li Qingshan withdrew his gaze and continued to start matching. Please prepare for battle, your opponent Hongbin has been selected for you, ranked 1789.
Countdown 3. 2.1. Defeated opponent, currently ranked 1684, will the match continue? Defeated opponent, currently ranked 1472, will the match continue? Defeated opponent, currently ranked 1053, will the match continue?
Next to the corpse, Li Qingshan stumbled, his long sword on the ground, a bloody hole pierced between his chest and abdomen.
It was a thrilling battle to win.
Approaching 1000th place, his opponent's martial arts skills were no longer much worse than his. Coupled with the strength gap of one realm, the last few battles had been mutual. Even if we could win, it would be at a terrible cost.
Almost, the top 1000 aren't that good.
Li Qingshan mumbled out and tapped towards the exit button. This time, the rankings were rushed to test their own strength.
Now, there is an answer.
The 1000 were averaged over 107 provinces, less than 10 per province. His current strength was close to the top 10 of the 3rd grade in Wui province.
Chapter 70 Ranking Rewards. Noon. Wankersan came back to the office after class and just sat down. Knock knock.
A knock on the door sounded, and a smile appeared at the corners of Wankershan's mouth.
Come in. Teacher. Li Qingshan pushed his way in.
Wankersan glanced at the student and grabbed a handful of tea leaves and put them in his cup.
There's nothing going on, you kid has been in seclusion for the past few months, suddenly coming to me, there must be something going on, right? Sensei is so predictable.
Li Qingshan complimented, attentively lifted the water bottle and began to mix the water.
Alright, stop kissing ass, something's up. One Keshan laughed and scolded.
Li Qingshan put down the water bottle and opened his mouth.
Teacher, I just wanted to ask, can the inspectorate work part-time? Part-time? One Keshan's gaze was strange, and Li Qingshan immediately added. Hanging around is fine, it's all the same. Is this a matter of part-time job? Wankershan was exasperated and laughed at.
Your target is new continent, the Ziying Academy.
Didn't you cultivate well a while ago? It's not like you're short of points, so why did you suddenly remember to enter the inspectorate part-time?
Li Qingshan deliberated for a moment or two and made up a reason. Teacher, although there are still quite a few points left, the resources consumed by the 9 revolutions of the Inferno Sun are terrifying, so I have to save for a rainy day.
You don't have to go into the inspectorate even for a rainy day. Qingshan waved his hand and pointed out. Cultivate at ease, once this June is over, you'll be able to sit firmly at number 1 in the old continent. The top 100 in the old continent, but there are points awarded, once a month. Starting from 100th place, each place increments by 10 points. In time, you'll receive 1,000 points every month. And...
Seeing Li Qingshan's eyes getting brighter and brighter, Qingshan continued to seduce. There will also be a one-time bonus of 100 times the points awarded at the end of June each year after the top 100 of the old continent is set. The first place in the old continent rewards 100,000 points, enough for you to practice the first 3 turns. When you go to the new continent, there will be even more ways to earn points. 100,000 points.
Li Qingshan swallowed hard, only one thought in his mind. Moyu, so damn rich.
With the lure of 100,000 points, he was tempted to go for the first place in the old continent this year.
No, gotta calm down, only 2 months left, can't compete. Thoughts flashed madly, finally suppressing the golden light in his eyes.
Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment or two and changed his excuse. Teacher, I'm not just doing it for the points either, I've mainly been in seclusion for too long, and I need to hone my skills in actual combat. The last time at the Silver Glory Hotel, it was during the actual battle that I realized the slightest hint of the wonder of square inches.
Comprehend?
At the mention of these 2 words, Qingshan had to pay attention and didn't refuse anymore. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I can put in a call for you to hang on as an investigator with the inspectorate, and you'll find a couple more informants on your own. Usually cultivate at ease and wait for the informant to have news before heading out to investigate.
Thank you, teacher.
Li Qingshan sighed in relief and was about to take his leave.
Don't be too happy.
Qingshan shook his head and warned.
The last incident with the evil god's followers can only be considered an exception.
Before that, nothing had happened in the last 10 years or so in Loki and several nearby cities.
I remember, thank you, teacher.
Li Qingshan thanked him again and pushed the door to leave. Hanging out for a while, just in case I could kill a few monsters, would be considered earning.
If you can't, wait until you go to Shinshu. The new island is a gateway to the world.
The inspector's office, near the center of town, was a small, unimpressive 3-story building.
To be precise, this is just an office. Each provincial inspectorate has only one headquarters, situated in the provincial capital. Normally ordinary incidents are handled by investigators from the office. If you run into a tricky one, you will ask the local martial arts teacher who is hanging around to help you out. A martial arts teacher is the strongest fighting force in a city.
As for the Rangers' mechs, every mechmeister is at least a deputy director position. Mechs cruise the province, in the atmosphere, with a limiting speed of up to 10 times the speed of sound, and can quickly support the province. Loki Plaza is here, please prepare for passengers who want to get off. The bus slowly stopped, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and exited the martial space.
2 steps across the car door and toward the inspector's office.
Just arrived at the door, I didn't expect to see the back of an acquaintance. Li Qingshan smiled and went forward, lightly patting his shoulder.
You've got a lot of nerve, hanging around in front of the inspectorate?
The figure shivered and turned around. Sharp-lipped and thin, it was the same Chang'an who had shown him the way at the Silver Glory Hotel in the first place.
Boss, don't make fun of me.
Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Li Qingshan, and then his chest puffed out.
After last time, I've written off what I used to do, and now I'm a serious informant. Changed careers? Li Qingshan's eyes lit up.
For informants, it is natural to look for people who are familiar with the 3 religions and are well informed. Moreover, when he was at the Silver Fortune Hotel, Sungin tried to back out at the first sign of trouble. This display of knowing what's up and what's down is just right for an informant.
That's just right, be my informant. There will be no shortage of favors for you.
Boss, are you sure you're not joking?
Sungin spoke hesitantly.
After hanging around the inspectorate for so long, he had long known that Li Qingshan was bluffing that night and was not an inspectorate investigator at all.
Don't worry.
Li Qingshan could see what Chang'an was thinking and smiled slightly. I'll be right in to get inducted.
That's good.
Sungin agreed with a sigh of relief.
Don't worry, boss, I'll do my best. Just then, the raspy voice came from behind. You're going to be in the inspectorate even for a little doll?
Li Qingshan looked back but found no silhouettes.
Director Zhu. Chang Yan's face tightened, while lightly tugging on Li Qingshan's sleeve, his gaze flicked upwards.
Li Qingshan looked up and saw a kindly-faced old man floating down from mid-air. What's more, the old man's two calves were empty. The old man hovered in front of the two men and corrected himself.
It's the deputy commissioner, don't call me the wrong one in the future.
Yes, yes, yes.
Chang Yan nodded repeatedly. Every deputy director of the inspectorate is a mech.
Li Qingshan had the sense to open his mouth and took the initiative to greet him.
Hello, Director Chu.
Little guy. The old man smiled, but didn't correct himself further, his eyes looking up and down. Before Li Qingshan could react, the old man had already withdrawn his gaze.
Bone age 18, 9th level of body forging, you are Li Qingshan, aren't you? Wanker-san has taught a good student.
The old man let out a sigh of relief and looked towards Li Qingshan.
Tell me, why do you want to be in the inspectorate? Li Qingshan said in a righteous manner. Martial arts are meant to be used to kill enemies. I want to kill evil god followers and ferocious beasts. I mean it.
However, Wan Keshin's prejudice against him is too deep, and I'm afraid he wouldn't believe it even if he said it before. The old man in front of me is different. The inspectorate, ever cynical, must have liked that answer.
No lies, not bad.
The old man nodded in satisfaction and floated towards the gate.
Come on, follow me in and do the induction process. It's just a hanging investigator, and the process is not complicated.
After only 10 minutes, Li Qingshan once again walked out of the inspectorate.
Boss, I'm here.
Sung Yan waited outside the door and waved. When Li Qingshan approached, he said nervously.
Boss, is it done? It's done.
Li Qingshan nodded, and seeing Chang Yan's obviously relieved expression, he couldn't help but wonder.
It's just a formality, what are you nervous about? Chang Yan opened his mouth with a bitter smile. That's Deputy Director Zhu Ping, who can't be nervous about facing him.
And usually there are no mechs here, at most, Deputy Director Yu, who lives locally, comes over occasionally to look around.
Who would have thought that Deputy Director Zhu would come over today? Zhu Ping?
Li Qingshan was also very curious about the kind-faced old man. Before today, he had never thought that mechs could still be disabled.
Deputy Director Chu.
Chang Yan wanted to say something, pulling Li Qingshan toward the distant mall, until he reached the center of the mall's crowd, before he spoke in a low voice.
Boss, I've only heard some news from hearsay. Deputy Director Zhu's first half of his life was very rough.
In the last 4 words, Sung An purposely emphasized his voice.
Li Qingshan nodded and waited for the following.
It is said that Deputy Director Zhu was also a student of the martial arts class when he was young, but he ended up being a little bit less powerful and didn't make it to New Continent. After leaving the Budo class and joining the inspectorate directly, his leg was broken during an operation to round up followers of an evil god. That's how Chief Shu awakened his mental power talent, and he even went to New Continent to further his education and became a mecha master. Hearing this, Li Qingshan frowned, puzzled. Although it doesn't sound good to say that you've been blessed by a disaster, Director Zhu's experience isn't terribly rough, is it? And, Shinshu can't catch 2 legs? Boss, we haven't gotten to the point yet. Sun Yan's voice lowered even more as he glanced at the crowds to his left and right. With the medical conditions in Xinzhou, Deputy Director Zhu did cure his legs in the first place. However, his wife and children did not go with him to Xinzhou at that time, but have been waiting for his return in Luoping City. Li Qingshan's face changed. When you hear this, you don't have to think about the drama that follows.
Evil god followers taking revenge on Deputy Director Zhu's wife and son? Whether it's revenge or not, no one can say. Chang Yan shook his head inside.
Anyway, Deputy Director Zhu flew back from Xinzhou with his wife and son dead and buried. Also on that day, Deputy Director Zhu chopped off his own legs, cutting off his future, and has been sitting in Luoping City ever since. The Deputy Director Zhu of 30 years ago was not like what he is now, that was notoriously cynical and thunderous. Even now, up and down the city of Lupin, it's all clean, not a shadow of gray industry. Hearing this, Li Qingshan finally understood why Chang Yan was so afraid, and couldn't help but lose his smile.
You're my informant now, not a stacker, no need to be such a wimp. Also. Sung Yan nodded, relaxing.
Boss, don't worry, I have quite a bit of information in my hands, I guarantee that I can help you get credit.
It doesn't matter if you get credit or not. Li Qingshan shook his head and patted Chang Yin's shoulder, saying meaningfully, "What I want is a message like the last one from the Silver Glory Hotel." Old. Boss, you're not kidding. Chang Yin gulped, his heart palpitating. Don't be afraid, it's not like I'm asking you to charge into battle. Li Qingshan's smile tightened and said seriously, "Just try to gather as much information as you can and send me suspicious information." Sung Yin sighed in relief, his chest puffing out. "Don't worry, boss, I'll definitely complete the mission." After delivering the matter, Li Qingshan hoofed it and rushed back to the school to continue his cultivation. Evening. Li Qingshan returned home, simply washed up and lay back on the bed. The inspectorate? Jupin? Thinking of the old man's empty legs, Li Qingshan couldn't help but be curious and tapped on the communicator. Although it was only a posting, it was in the end an investigator status, and the inspectorate's database opened up some access to him. But there was very little information about Deputy Director Zhu, and after some searching, he finally settled on a photo. Here's a picture of the family of three. When he was young, Zhu Ping had a handsome appearance, and his wife next to him had a gentle temperament. And between the two was a young boy of about 10. On the boy's forehead, there is a small red birthmark in the shape of a pentagram. Instead of looking ugly, it looks even cuter. Believers in evil. Li Qingshan murmured in a low voice, looking at this cozy group photo from 30 years ago. What happened to Jupin taught him a lesson. In the face of an evil god's followers, they must be cut down to the roots. Buzz. The wrist vibrated and a message popped up. Sung On. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and read the message. According to Sung Yin, he went back and organized all the news in the last 6 months and found a suspicious location. Sung Yin is already on the stakeout and asks if he's going to make a move. So fast? Li Qingshan was a bit surprised that. However, in the spirit of the principle that it was better to kill a man than to let him go, he still sent a message back, telling Chang Yin to wait for him. Rolling out of bed, he lifted his thunderstrike blade. Li Qingshan's footsteps lurched, and after thinking about it, he tapped to his address book. The projection screen popped up and a large, sleepy face appeared on the screen. Li Qingshan put up a smile and said attentively, "Still awake, teacher?" Chapter 71 Forging the Body Tenfold. The 9 Turns of the Inferno Sun. Late at night, in front of a small hotel. A dozen investigators formed a circle, cordons drawn. One by one, disheveled men and women, holding their heads and covering their faces, stepped out of the doorway. Outside the cordon, hundreds of eager people crowded around and pointed. Unashamed and deserved to be caught. That's right, the inspectorate did a great job. How dare a store like this open on the edge of our neighborhood? No, I have to go back and interrogate that deadbeat. He went out to buy a soy sauce for 2 hours the other day. I don't think he wants to live. 2 hours? Shocked cries rang out as a group of women with envious gazes looked at the distant back. Then they too were on their feet, and went their separate ways home. It was then that the remaining men dared to discuss it in low voices. How can a store that just opened be censored? I haven't even spent any money yet. The inspectorate is idle, isn't it? It's so diligent in sweeping up pornography. Not far away. Is this the stronghold of evil god followers you were talking about? Qingshan spoke in a muffled voice, his face depressed. Just in case, teacher, just in case. Li Qingshan looked embarrassed and smiled. Besides, eradicating pornography is also considered a contribution to our locking. I despise these deals that are all about price and no emotion. Okay, I'm going back to bed. Qingshan waved his hand breathlessly and turned away. In fact, he'd guessed this outcome from the start. After all, even if Li Qingshan was well informed, he wouldn't be able to catch the evil god believer trail just after he joined. Take care, teacher. Li Qingshan had a warm face and waved goodbye. Only when Qingshan's back was far away did he turn his head to look at a disheveled. Don't tell me, it's quite white. Fondly withdrawing his gaze, Li Qingshan helplessly shook his head. Free minesweeping was nice, but it wasn't what he wanted. Boss, I. Sung Yin stood next to him, at his wit's end. This line was caught from one of the foremen of the previous Silver Fortune Hotel, that's why he felt sure and didn't dare to probe more. I didn't realize that I had screwed up. It's fine. Li Qingshan smiled frankly and comforted. Keep gathering information, even if it's oolong, I'm not afraid. It's only a waste of an hour or so, and if we do catch the tail of the evil god's followers, we'll make a fortune. Sung Yin regained his confidence and assured. Don't worry, boss, I'll do my best. For the next few days, Qingshan practiced his cultivation as usual and occasionally received news from Chang'an. However, after investigation, it was found that they were ordinary cases. Qingshan did not blame Chang'an, but instead gave some informant fees and voiced his relief. After all, according to Qingshan, Locking and several nearby cities have been peaceful for a long time, and after the last incident of Yuqingya, there was another wave of thorough investigation and cleaning. It's not that easy to spot the evil god believer's trail. But Sungin seemed to be struck with a lack of confidence by the successive failures, and the messages were getting fewer and fewer. Qingshan is not in a hurry, the inspectorate hangs on, just a rainy day. The time in the martial space was still enough for the time being, and one's own cultivation was the key. Time passes day by day. Flash forward to May 31st. Inside the cultivation room, the wall of light was erected and the fist strength tester thumped. After a few seconds, Qingshan stopped punching and looked at the results. Speed, 65 ms. Fist power, 10 tons. Finally, I've reached the 10th level of body forging. Qingshan let out a soft sigh. At the beginning of his travels, when he first learned about martial arts, he was shocked on the spot by the standard of the 10th weight of body forging. With a speed of 50 ms and a punching power of 10 tons, it is a humanoid beast. In 3 years, he had finally come this far from being a scrawny student. At the 10th level of body forging, you should be able to attempt the guiding technique, right? Qingshan's eyes twitched as he looked at the panel. Qingshan. Realm, Forged Body 9100. Feats. 36th set of radio gymnastics, the stars are calling successful. Martial arts, Tian Luo steps 2358 3000 proficient, Thunderblade 2293 3000 proficient. Misty steps perfect, Wind Shadow Blade perfect. Function, Martial Arts Space LV19100. Availability, 4 years and 69 days. Time flow rate, 110. 10 days ago, the stars are calling came full circle. It was also at the moment of consummation that Qingshan automatically understood the guiding technique and sensed the qi and blood in his body. Although it was difficult to invoke one's own qi and blood without reaching the 10th level of body forging, there was still a great increase in the process of body forging. This was the key to him being able to break through the 10th level of body forging so quickly. Guide? Qingshan took a bottle of Star Source liquid, set up his stance, and once again repeated the 108 movements of forging body cultivation. Power techniques, breathing coordination, muscle rhythm, these no longer required him to be distracted and manipulated. The first 4 key compositions of The Stars Are Calling are completely instinctive, matching the movements of the body as one. Qingshan's mind sank into his body, feeling that contained qi and blood. Qi and blood are everywhere, flowing throughout the body. The main point of the guiding technique is to follow the 108 forging movements to guide the flow of qi and blood for a deeper strengthening of the physical body. Along with the completion of each action, the astral source liquid in the stomach sac was rapidly depleting. An hour later, Qingshan stood up and looked exhausted. After taking a long breath, he rubbed his stomach. You can clearly feel that the burning sensation in your stomach has lessened. Digestion gets faster. Qingshan pinched his brow, but there was not much joy on his face. It's too hard. Guiding qi and blood cultivation by means of the guiding technique. It's like facing a river or lake with a hoe in your hand and trying to remodel the diversion. Just one forging of the body had consumed more of the mind and spirit than the previous 10 times combined. No wonder few people have set foot in the extreme realm. Qingshan was enlightened. With the difficulty of channeling. If one did not have enough talent to forcefully pursue the extreme realm, one might not be able to cultivate as fast as directly breaking through the qi and blood realm to improve. And this was the case with the extreme realm, let alone the path of breaking limits in the back. The first and foremost condition for breaking the limit was perfect control of one's qi and blood. But think of it the other way around. Qingshan murmured in a low voice, his eyes gradually brightening. If we can achieve perfect control of qi and blood first, then we don't even need to use the guiding technique, we can cultivate while sitting? This is as good as anything to others who are on the path of breaking the limit. Although it was difficult to temper the flesh, spending time could always grind it up. However, qi and blood mastery, which was the heaven's bane of each turn of the 9 turns of the yin-yang, was even more time-consuming and demanded a higher level of enlightenment. Usually, even after cultivating to the end of the extreme realm, one would have to spend a great deal of time sensing before they could control their qi and blood. However, to Qingshan, the 9 revolutions of yin-yang can be cultivated in martial arts space. The one thing he is not afraid of is hard work. Li Qingshan pressed down his excitement and once again pulled up the information of the 9 revolutions of yin yang.
After memorizing it carefully once, he directly entered the martial arts space. The empty circular platform came into view, and at the far edge, a few statues stood silently. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. If the guided technique is to use the 108 movements as a hoe to laboriously divert the flow among the great rivers and lakes, what that 9 turns of the yin-yang relied on was only will. Pry the current with your will until you call the winds and the rivers change their course. Chapter 72, Clean? Li Qingshan's mind sank into his body, quietly feeling the flow of qi and blood. Immediately, he concentrated all of his attention and converged on the location of the Tanjong point on his chest, which was a qi and blood node. The qi and blood flowed and rippled as if it hadn't changed in the slightest. However, Li Qingshan's forehead was gradually flooded with fine beads of sweat. Finally, the flowing qi and blood set off a tiny wave. Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief, his attention shifted to another qi and blood node underneath his left chest, repeating the process just now once again. There were thousands of similar qi and blood nodes. The cultivation of the 9 revolutions of yin-yang was to pry all the nodes one after another by virtue of one's will, familiarizing one's qi and blood little by little. And then by repeating it over and over again until you have complete control of your qi and blood. Half a day has passed. Li Qingshan's body went limp and he fell on his back. Prying the qi and blood nodes for the first time had drained all his energy. However, Li Qingshan could not stop a smile from surfacing at the corner of his mouth. Technique, 9 revolutions of the yin-yang 1000 first revolutions. Grade B feats, proficiency requirements have been raised by 1 rank again. Li Qingshan was not surprised, but it was the suffix change that attracted his attention. Not introductory? Is it because of the special technique? After Li Qingshan guessed a thing or two, he stopped thinking about it and sank his mind into his body. This time, it was no longer as powerless as before when facing the rivers and lakes alone. Right at the moment of initiation of the 9 turns of the yin-yang, all the qi and blood nodes that had been pried before had created a trace of connection. It's far from being in control, but prying is no longer that much of a chore. The mind focused on the Tanjong point, and the river of calm qi and blood soon rippled, immediately following the transfer to the next chakra node. Half an hour passed, the thousands of qi and blood nodes were all pried up, and Li Qingshan opened his eyes. Half a day turned into half an hour? Li Qingshan first nodded, then frowned in confusion. But after 1 cultivation, the connection between the qi and blood nodes didn't even strengthen in the slightest? Normal cultivation was through such prying senses and familiarizing the qi and blood over and over again. Is it because I'm not enlightened enough? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows, unconcerned. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough enlightenment, just increase your proficiency. Technique, 9 revolutions of the yin-yang 1000 first revolutions. 1 point of proficiency in half an hour, 1 day is 48 points, plus 1 10-time flow. Li Qingshan whispered his calculations, his eyes gradually glowing. Even if you take away the real-life commute, and the time spent sleeping and resting in space, it would only take a few days at most for the feats to break through. Once he broke through, it meant that he could perfectly control his entire body's qi and blood. At that time, one would really be able to sit and channel qi and blood, and it would be no problem to drink astral source liquid as if it were water. Thinking about it, Li Qingshan couldn't wait, closed his eyes again and started practicing. In the martial space, day and night were indistinguishable, and it was unknown how long had passed. Li Qingshan's wrist trembled and he opened his eyes in confusion. Someone's looking for me? Exiting the martial arts space, the communication meter was buzzing. Sung on. The projection screen pops up and Sun Yan's face was torn with both excitement and horror. Li Qingshan frowned and inquired. What's going on? Sun Yan whispered. Boss, it's not easy to say in the video, let's meet and talk? Okay, see you at the usual place. Hanging up the call, Li Qingshan lifted the thunder ripple blade and went out. By old place, I mean a cafe next to the school. It was also chosen because several of the martial arts teachers live at the school. By the time Li Qingshan arrived, Changyan had already been waiting at the corner, waving at him. Say, what's going on? Li Qingshan put down his long sword and took a seat. Boss. Sun Yan looked around and lowered his voice. I seem to have really found out a little something. As he spoke, a stack of information was placed on the desktop. Li Qingshan looked down, and the first few pages were all organized wholesale lists of slaughterhouses. the lists are separated into different slaughterhouses and only one commodity is recorded on them.
Pork? Qingshan looked up in confusion and,
Boss, all this pork was purchased by a company called Prohexa Supermarkets.
Sungin said as he pulled out a piece of paper underneath the shopping list. Above is his own handwritten record.
Boss, I've counted, and this Linha supermarket, every week, pulls a total of 12 pigs from different slaughterhouses. Their story to the public is that the meat is cheap here and they're hauling it back to Qingshan City to sell it. However, after I went to Qingshan to investigate, I found that the so-called Linha supermarket, which has only 2 small stores on the street, could not have sold so much meat. Then one time, I quietly followed the hauler and realized that they had taken all the pork and stacked it directly on the outskirts of the countryside in an abandoned private house.
Sungin spread out the information to reveal a few photos.
There are moving trucks on it, and also the process of unloading in front of a small ramshackle house. They unloaded the pork and just left, and I kept watch until the night when a black car with no license plate came to load.
Finally, I followed it all the way here.
Sungin drew out a photo and posed it in front of Qingshan. The photo is of a depressed yard with a long plaque hanging over the door, black letters on a white background.
Pinehurst Funeral Home, Lock Ing. Crematorium. Qingshan looked serious.
A crematorium can't eat 12 pigs a week, and besides, it's done so mysteriously. Associated with the nature of the crematorium, Qingshan's first reaction was
replacement of bodies.
But
Qingshan frowned.
According to the information from the inspectorate, there has never been a precedent for evil god followers to steal corpses for sacrifice, and at least they must be fresh corpses killed on the spot. According to the information, in order to succeed in sacrificing an evil god, the prerequisite was to please the evil god. A corpse that is not fresh is tantamount to feeding the evil gods a mouthful of.
But regardless, this Pinecrest funeral home is suspicious enough.
Qingshan gathered the information and opened his mouth. That's all you'll find out, I'll take care of the rest.
Boss, I'm not finished. Chang'an swallowed, his expression growing more and more terrified.
This picture is a week old, and at the time I was afraid it was another oops, so I crouched down for a while longer. Until last night, when the black car with no license plate drove out again, and instead of going to the crack house to haul pork, it went all the way up the highway, and I drove along for a while.
Finally, it drove into the city of Lupin, and I didn't dare follow it anymore. Lupin City. Qingshan's expression changed drastically, finally understanding what Chang'an was afraid of. It's certainly not the first time a funeral home car has driven into Lupin City. Whether it involves evil god followers or not, it's definitely unclean anyway. But as far as anyone can remember,
the city of Lupin has been clean for 30 years, with no trace of gray matter. Either that or these yin and yang filth are so hidden that they are never discovered. Either that or someone has stepped in and covered up the traces. An amiable old face flashed through his mind and Qingshan shuddered.
Jupin.
I'll take care of the rest, and the reward will be credited directly to your account when it's over. Qingshan lifted his sword and got up, picking up the information while admonishing.
Remember, this information is for you to pretend you haven't read it and stay out of it. Phew. Don't worry, boss, I'm a timid person. Sungin was relieved and lay back on the couch.
Qingshan nodded and turned around.
Leave the cafe and head straight for the school gates. At the same time, a message was sent. Teacher, are you in the office? I have something to report. Chapter 73, Stepping into the Extreme Realm. In the office.
The information was placed on the desktop, and Qingshan had already told the story as it was.
Qingshan finished flipping through the information and finally fixed his eyes on the unlicensed truck.
There's nothing wrong with what you're thinking, even though this evidence doesn't implicate Zhu Ping. The fact that this car made it into Luoping City is the biggest problem in itself. Teacher, after all, Zhu Ping is the deputy director. I'm afraid it's not good to investigate, right? Qingshan spoke softly.
Deputy director?
Qingshan let out a snort and chopped his head. It's because of his identity that he must be thoroughly investigated. The inspectorate's top brass must never be tainted with evil gods, and Mechs are even more impervious to depravity. Don't worry, I'll contact you man right away, and I'll make sure to investigate Luoping City clearly this time.
Phew.
Qingshan let out a sigh of relief and relaxed his expression. As an investigator, he also had the contact information for the armorer in his address book. The reason why he came to Qingshan in the first place was precisely because of his status as Yuman's uncle. After all, There was so little information on the profile that it was impossible to even tell if there was an evil god involved or not. Xu Ping has chopped off his own legs and has been trapped for 30 years, his reputation has long been drawn full. He's a hanging investigator, and raising suspicions with that little information is surely not going to go over well.
Something's not right. Qingshan suddenly gave a start, his gaze suspicious. You boys weren't waiting for that, were you? Using me as a sounding board?
That's true. Qingshan smiled sarcastically. When a student is in trouble, of course the first thing that comes to mind is the teacher.
Alright, go back and cultivate. Qingshan waved his hand helplessly and exhorted. Don't run around lately, cultivate at ease.
Teacher, I understand. Qingshan nodded seriously and turned to go out. More than not running around, he was planning on not leaving the cultivation room for the next few days. Determined not to leave the school until the matter is settled. Arriving at the cafeteria, it was mealtime. Tomorrow is June 1st, and as the college entrance exams approach, the average senior is both nervous and excited. Everyone is talking about volunteering and envisioning their future college life. In comparison, the atmosphere on the martial arts class side was much more subdued. Qingshan swept a glance, picked up his dinner plate, and sat next to Zhao Hongzhou. There shouldn't be many in the class who have broken through the third level of body forging, right? Martial arts classes eliminated a group of people in each grade, and the threshold for the second grade was the forging body triple realm. Yu Lei and Hong Qian sat across from each other and whispered at the words.
Only 24. Zhao Hongzhou shook his head in pity.
Actually, a few of the students have recently comprehended breath coordination, but there wasn't enough time for them to break through. The speed of forging cultivation depended on the realm of the gong method, which was why Qingshan had focused his teaching on the stars or calling.
It's a bit of a pity.
Qingshan nodded without saying much. In fact, most of the students, even if they stay, will only stay for another year. In the third year of the martial arts class, the threshold was the 7th level of body forging. It was difficult to reach the 4th realm without comprehending the stars or summoning, and there were only 3 or 4 people in each session.
Tell me about you, didn't you say a while ago that you had gained some insight into muscle rhythm? How's it going?
Almost there, almost there. Zhao Hongzhou hemmed and hawed and giggled, and opposite Yu Lei and Hong Qian all had envy in their eyes. Although Zhao Hongzhou was still only at the 3rd level of body forging, 1 realm lower than them. But if you can comprehend the muscle rhythms, you can surely catch up and surpass them soon.
It's okay to be slow, come on.
Qingshan spoke out to comfort him, drawing the attention of the 3.
That's slow? I usually say that when I have a realization, I break through the next day.
Qingshan's face was bland, and the 3 of them rolled their eyes in unison.
Back in the practice room.
Qingshan swept his gaze to the corner soft cushion and smiled faintly. Sleeping here for a few days is just the right time to cultivate the 9 revolutions of yin-yang. Lying down with his clothes on, his eyes were closed as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Just as Qingshan was sleeping,
3 columns of mechs sped in different directions, arriving in Luoping City and taking control of Xuping at the first opportunity.
The so-called Linha supermarket in Qingshan City, a small ramshackle house on the outskirts of Lakin, and the Pinewood Funeral Home are 3 places that simultaneously welcome inspectorate investigators. Down the line, a dozen nearby municipalities also moved. A large number of investigators were deployed and a suspicious location was seized. All investigators then converged on the city of Luoping, following the clues and pulling the strings. 3 days later, the martial space.
The 9 turns of the Yin-Yang 999-1000 first turn, the 9 turns of the Yin-Yang 13000 second turn. 1 month of hard cultivation and finally a breakthrough.
Qingshan sighed softly and opened his eyes. Obviously, he was just sitting quietly in place, but the sound of water surging faintly came out. The qi and blood in the body are rushing around, and the smoothness is determined by the heart. Chakra control, perfect. Qingshan smiled faintly, his eyes flickering to the 9 revolutions of yin-yang on the panel. The proficiency is still a little, not increasing. It wasn't a bottleneck, but each turn of the 9 turns of the yin-yang corresponded to the path of limit breaking. Besides, he was now in full control of the qi and blood in his body, so he didn't have to practice at all. Only after transforming the rainbow and purifying it, and breaking through the first turn, could one begin the cultivation of the second turn. It's time to try my earlier idea of sitting and practicing channeling. Qingshan's eyes closed, and when he opened them again, he had already returned to the cultivation room. Getting up, he fetched a bottle of star source liquid and took it, sitting on his knees. The mind sank into the body, and the chi and blood moved with the mind, rushing and flowing in the direction required by the guiding technique. Compared to the previous stagnation, this moment was unobstructed, and it only took a single thought to easily turn the chi and blood. Soon, a body-forging cultivation was completed. Qingshan looked down at the calm. Only 10 minutes? Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. Not only was the time shortened, but the key was that his mind was not the least bit tired at the moment. Eyes closed, a new round of body forging began. After completing 2 more forging sessions, Qingshan had to stop. The astral source liquid in the stomach sac was already depleted. Half an hour, 3 forging sessions, consuming a bottle of star source liquid? Qingshan's gaze flickered as he once again took a bottle of star source liquid. Then show me where the limit is. As time passed, the star source liquid in the holding tank became less and less, and one after another, the empty bottles were thrown on the ground. Evening. When only the last few bottles of star source liquid were left, Qingshan finally stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes, exhaustion and excitement intertwined in his eyes. 10 hours, 60 forging sessions, 20 bottles of star source liquid. This kind of cultivation intensity and consumption was worth a month before him. But the results have been equally promising. Realm, Forged Body 9100, Realm, Forged Body 91100. Already stepped into the extreme realm? Qingshan swept his gaze across the panel and fiercely got up, rushing towards the opposite fist strength tester. Flat-out punches, hands swinging out of stumps. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muffled sounds, Qingshan looked up at the display. Fist power, 15 tons. Just 1 point of progress and the punching power went up by 5 tons. This is what the extreme realm is all about. Qingshan calmed down and tapped towards the communicator to enter the points mall. First, he ordered 100 bottles of star source liquid and then scanned his account balance. Points, 11,000. 1 turn is definitely enough, but the consumption will only get higher after that. Qingshan pondered, and couldn't help but think of the ranking rewards that Qingshan had mentioned earlier. First in the old continent, 100,000 points. A month ago, he could not see any hope of competing for the first place, and could only persuade himself to bear with it. However, it had now stepped into the extreme realm and was able to maintain a rate of improvement of 1 point of progress a day. 10 days later, he was the extreme realm perfection. Coupled with the fact that chi and blood have been perfectly controlled, there are no hurdles to impede the simulation of rainbow purification. Qingshan's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he muttered. As if. It may not be impossible to compete with Mao Yu for the number 1 spot in the old continent? Chapter 74, Prejudice? A few moments later. We'll see if we can compete when we get to the end of June. Qingshan calmed down, his eyes gradually firming up. The most important thing is still one's own cultivation. There is no rush to recognize only the top 100 in the rankings for the new continent spots, which won't be determined until the last day of June. Currently, the gong method had been perfected, and as long as he followed the steps, the realm should be able to catch up with Mao Yu. But there was more to battle power than just realm, and martial arts were just as important. Although all of Qingshan's past opponents had martial arts skills that were lower than his own. But this time, it's different. In the face of the old continent number 1 for a whole year, the real enlightened genius Mao Yu, no matter how much attention, cannot be overstated. Qingshan closed his eyes and entered the martial arts space once again, and began to cultivate the heavenly Luo steps and the thundering blade. However, this cultivation didn't last long. Buzz. Qingshan opened his eyes and looked at the communicator. Mr. 1. The projection screen popped up, and Qingshan laughed as he held his teacup. You brat, I told you not to run around, but you even live directly in the cultivation room? Safety first. Qingshan inquired with his face as usual. Teacher, any results yet? There. Qingshan's smile tightened and he murmured. Jupin was taken under control at the first opportunity by the director, who personally inspected the area and confirmed that there were no traces of contamination from the evil god. Not contaminated? Qingshan frowned and. This result was indeed unexpected, but just because it wasn't contaminated doesn't mean it wasn't a problem. I know what you're thinking. Qingshan lifted his eyelids lightly and shook his head. But it's true that this time it has nothing to do with him. Those clues you gave us, we've checked them out.
Pinecrest Funeral Home is indeed replacing bodies, and it's not just us in Fallen Timbers, it's the same in a dozen nearby municipalities. All the bodies were sent to a pharmaceutical company in Lupin City. A pharmaceutical company? Qingshan was surprised out loud. How could he not expect this result? That's right, that pharmaceutical company does experiments and needs some human material. Qingshan nodded and said. The application was called in to the top before, but there was a delay in getting it approved, so that's why, 3 months ago, the desperation started. Those corpses are still there? Qingshan's suspicion in his heart did not diminish. See for yourself. Wang picked up a stack of photos on his desktop and unfolded them in front of the screen. The photo was of a very advanced-looking laboratory, with a cold corpse lying on a lab bench. Dozens of photos captured details of the bodies, all with signs of dissection, but handled professionally and not at all related to evil sacrifices. Qingshan withdrew his gaze, but his brows did not stretch. Indeed, judging from the current situation, it seems that he has really wronged Zhu Ping. But Zhu Ping has been sitting in Luoping City for 30 years, and even if the inspectorate investigates deeply, it may not be able to sweep away all the dirt. More importantly, this pharmaceutical company is right under Zhu Ping's nose. Risking their lives? How dare they? After pondering for a moment, Qingshan's gaze went to the screen. Teacher, do you believe it? It's not a matter of believing or not. Qingshan shook his head helplessly and. Involving the deputy director of the inspectorate, this review is tougher than you can imagine. Not only did they thoroughly investigate the pharmaceutical company and confirm that it was not connected to Zhu Ping, but they also cleared all the missing and death cases in Lupin City over the past 30 years. What can be guaranteed is that in the entire city of Lupin for the past 30 years, not a single person has died from an evil god sacrifice. Qingshan nodded, not questioning the inspectorate. The inspectorate had taken it seriously enough to get this far with just the little clue he had provided. Still, he didn't withdraw his gaze. Wankersan did not answer his question. All right. Wankershan looked complicated and smiled helplessly. I don't believe it. Before that, I didn't know Zhu Ping well, but I admired him. But from the fact that he broke his own legs back then, you can see his obstinate character. Paranoia of character is also considered a weakness, and the evil god is most adept at exploiting these weaknesses. I'm not the only one who holds the same view, but... Qingshan turned his words around and looked at Qingshan, saying seriously. In the face of hard evidence, these views of ours are mere subjective speculation, one might even say prejudice. Cultivate at ease, as long as you stay in Fallen City, I can guarantee your safety. Qingshan took a deep breath and nodded. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Remember, one's own strength is fundamental. In front of enough strength, demons and monsters will fall apart. Wankersan left his last words and disconnected the communication. Strength? Qingshan looked back at the empty cultivation room and once again lay back on the soft cushion, entering the space of martial arts. 5 days later, in the evening. Realm, Forged Body 95-100, Realm, Forged Body 96-100. After completing another Polar Realm cultivation, Qingshan lifted the Thunder Ripple blade and walked out of the cultivation room. Earlier, although Wankershan said that things were over, but just in case, he still stayed in the cultivation room for 5 more days. The sun was slanting in the west, and the summer campus was a bit dreary and sparsely populated. So cold? Qingshan was first puzzled, then it dawned on him. Today is June 9th, and the college entrance exams have just ended. Except for the martial arts classes, the regular students are on vacation. Just then, 3 silhouettes appeared far ahead, and upon seeing him, their footsteps lurched and they turned around. Stop! Qingshan shouted and chased after the 3 with a vertical leap. What's wrong with you 3? See me and run? Zhao Hongzhou, Yulei, and Hong Qian all bowed their heads and stammered. Qingshan's gaze swept over the 3, his brows gradually furrowing. You guys got beat up? All 3 had red, swollen, bruised faces and wrinkled clothes. Shan, don't ask, it's too embarrassing. Zhao Hongzhou opened his mouth in a muffled voice, and Yulei and Hong Qian also had their mouths tightly closed, in a manner that killed them. 3 blocks from the school, in a hotel room. Don't worry, I have humiliated them severely. The 3 of them will definitely seek Qingshan's help to take revenge. Liang Mingyu was smug and looked at an ordinary-faced youth next to him. A year ago, the face he lost in the locking martial arts class was all recovered by him today. However, thinking about Qingshan's existence, Liang Mingyu was still a bit nervous. Top 5 people, Li Qingshan was able to beat Lin Fan last year, now he might even be able to fight the third year, are you really sure you can clean him up? The youth in front of him was not surnamed 5, but rather he had only told Liang Mingyu a number 5. Number 5 swept Liang Mingyu's eyes and opened his mouth expressionlessly. Don't ask what you shouldn't, as long as you see Li Qingshan, your mission will be accomplished. No problem. Liang Mingyu patted his chest and swore. I've already arranged a time and place with them, Li Qingshan will definitely show up. Liang Mingyu beat up the 3 of you? Li Qingshan's eyes were wide and filled with astonishment. Under his repeated questioning, Hong Qian was the first one who couldn't support himself and confessed honestly. The answer, however, surprised him too much. Liang Mingyu's talent was comparable to Hong Qian's at most, and after not seeing him for just a year, he was now able to finish off the 3 of them joining forces? Wait. Li Qingshan frowned, lightly rubbing his temples and looking towards Yulei. I think I remember you saying you saw Liang Mingyu on the platform on the train back last year? That's right. Yulei nodded glumly and... At that time, Liang Mingyu was with the Lupin City team, he should have transferred to another school. What a coincidence! Li Qingshan muttered, his brows gradually loosening. Brother Shan, there's no need for you to avenge us. When I make a breakthrough, we'll go to Luoping City ourselves to retrieve the offense. Zhao Hongzhou muffled his voice, and Yulei and Hong Qian nodded their heads in unison with firm gazes. Li Qingshan turned his head in confusion and swept a glance at the 3. When did I ever say that I would avenge you? The 3 of them were stunned at the same time, dumbfounded on the spot. Li Qingshan ignored them, and after thinking about it, he directly dialed the internal number of the inspection bureau. The inspectorate was also one of the employment directions of the previous martial arts classes, and there were quite a few Qi Blood Realm senior brothers in there, enough to deal with. Chapter 75, Nesting. Trouble Elder Brother. Li Qingshan smiled and hung up the phone, retracing his steps. Zhao Hongzhou and the 3 of them looked at each other, all confused. Shan, things aren't that serious, are they? It's just a fight, isn't it? Not so much as to report it to the inspectorate. No, it's a serious problem, so don't you guys bother, go to the infirmary and apply some wound medicine first. Li Qingshan waved his hand to dismiss the 3, walked to the school entrance, and boarded the bus. In the hotel room. Liang Mingyu was still smug as number 5 sat in his chair, not saying a word. Suddenly, number 5 jolted to his feet. What's going on, Big 5? There's been a change of plans, come with me. Number 5 said with a grimace, turned and opened the door to leave. Liang Mingyu froze and followed behind, his eyes full of doubt. He had no idea where 5 had received the information. Besides, 5 doesn't even have a comb. Squeak! The wheel stopped turning and Li Qingshan stepped out of the car door with his sword. Ha, Li Qingshan, it's your turn for bad luck today. Li Qingshan looked sideways, Liang Mingyu was looking smug. Apparently, things went awry. However, now was not the time to pursue the cause of the accident. Li Qingshan gripped the hilt of the blade with his right hand. Since there was no way to avoid it, it was war. Clank! Draw your knife and sheath it. The roiling sword shadows swept in with a whistling gale. Liang Mingyu's eyes widened. How could he not expect Li Qingshan to make a direct move without saying a word? The gusty wind whipped at his face, and the shadow of the blade followed him. The only thing Liang Mingyu could do was to use his afterglow to glance at number 5 for help. Unfortunately, number 5 had retreated 10 meters away at some point, his face indifferent, without the slightest intention to strike. As long as you meet Li Qingshan, your mission is complete. The icy words seemed to echo by his ears, and Liang Mingyu finally understood the meaning of the words. Blood rained down and shattered pieces flew. This time, Li Qingshan cut very finely. With all the body parts falling to the ground, the mess all over the place turned into ashes and went up in smoke. Li Qingshan didn't feel surprised. He had seen the same scene on Yuqingya hundreds of times. The so-called immortality of the followers of the evil gods has its limits. Kill a monster, experience of Wudao space +5, available time increased by 5 years. The panel prompt flashed past his eyes, but Li Qingshan's face did not have much joy. Since Liang Mingyu was a monster, that undoubtedly proved that there was really something wrong with Xu Ping. Now he's being watched. Li Qingshan turned his head to look at the indifferent youth watching from the sidelines, his right foot stepping heavily. A fierce wind rose, and 30 sword lights danced in the wind. The wind and shadow follow each other. Put!
Countless tentacles instantly burrowed out of the youth's chest, abdomen, armpits, and limbs, their flesh and blood exposed and hideously twisted. Blade shadows, monsters, staggered. Tentacles were thrown and blood rained down. But no matter the tentacles that were thrown flying or the rain of blood that was spilled, before they even hit the ground, they had already turned into bloodlight and reintegrated into the monster's body, and new tentacles grew once again. The monster stopped where it was, its tentacles snaking wildly, spreading evil. It's the time of the evening when the neighborhood gates are buzzing with activity. After a short exchange of blows, the passing crowd of comers and goers had reacted.
Monsters! Monsters have come to attack our neighborhood. Run, it's the evil god. The evil god has captured Qingshan, everyone run. There was a chorus of shrieks and cries as the crowd scattered in all directions. It's not right. Qingshan frowned. The monster in front of us is indeed stronger than Qingya. But it was too weak for him now. Although it couldn't be killed in seconds, a few more kills would be enough to cause its flesh and blood to crumble. If Xu Ping was trying to kill him, why didn't he send a stronger one? Could it be a misjudgment of my strength? The thought has just flashed. Boom! Tone blasts going off. Red-colored rays of light fell from the sky, hitting with such precision that a third of the monster's body evaporated in the blink of an eye. Grab the monster! Qingshan snapped awake and his body shot out. The shadows of the sword were thin and dense, condensing into a black cloud that enveloped the monster. Whatever the suspicions, grab the benefits first. Put! The shadow of the blade wrapped around, every inch of the monster's flesh and blood, was continuously cut, and the black clouds were dyed the color of blood. A few breaths later, the long blade lurched and stopped in mid-air. The blood clouds suddenly dispersed, and ashes flew in the wind. Kill the monster, experience of Wudao Space +8, available time increased by 8 years. Luckily, no monsters were robbed. Qingshan let out a sigh of relief and tilted his head to look at the sky. A black mech with a metallic luster flowing all over its body was quietly suspended in mid-air, seemingly purposely pressing the battlefield from the side. Not you, man? Qingshan was a bit surprised that. He clearly remembered Yuman's mecha being bright silver, and the iconic crescent-shaped weapon, the Cold Moon Shuttle. However, the black mech in front of him was not unfamiliar, and he had often seen it cruising through the sky before. The mech slowly landed, and Qingshan took the initiative to open his mouth to greet him. Hello, Chief. Didn't I tell you last time? It's the Deputy Director. The slightly vicissitudes of the amiable voice echoed in the ears, as if a pot of ice water had been poured down. Qingshan was cold from head to toe, and his body was stiff. What? Scared silly? The black mech dropped to the side and teased. Weren't you brave when you cut down the evil god's followers just now? Director Zhu is joking. Qingshan forced a smile and looked toward the end of the street in the distance. The inspector's car, it's already here. I don't think Jupin will make a move. Right? As his thoughts turned, Qingshan covered his chest with his hand and made a palpitating appearance. It was just hot blood, and now I realize the aftermath when I think about it. It's better to be afraid afterward than to be stunned on the spot in the face of an evil god's believer. One strike must be decisive. The mecha shroud couldn't see the expression, but there was indeed praise in Zhu Ping's words. You're really not going to do it? Just as Qingshan was in disbelief, Zhu Ping spoke again. Little one, go back and rest first. Just leave the rest to them to wrap up. 3 inspectors' cars, already on the scene. Thank you, Director Zhu, then I'll leave first. Qingshan turned his feet toward the bus stop. Squeak! The bus stopped slowly in front of. Qingshan was expressionless as he stepped into the car and casually found a seat. The vehicle started and staggered away from the neighborhood. Until after turning a few blocks. Phew! Qingshan took a long and violent breath, fine beads of sweat seeping out from his forehead. He didn't know why Zhu Ping had sent someone to ambush him, nor did he know why Zhu Ping hadn't made a move just now. Right now, there was only one thing he knew. Must go back to school immediately. Qingshan looked to his left and right, raised his hand and touched his communicator, and a message was sent. Buzz. The wrist shook slightly, and the reply was only 2 words. Don't worry. Looking at the words on the screen, Qingshan's eyes flashed up. A few moments later, Qingshan looked up out of the car window. It's at least half an hour's drive from the school. Pinching his brows, Qingshan closed his eyes and entered the martial space.
On the circular platform, 100 meters away, two silhouettes stood side by side.
The first monster projection will appear directly after the inclusion of martial space. Qingshan was accustomed to this and drew his sword and sheathed it. However, after seeing the faces of the two, his pupils shrunk violently. Jupin is a young man, to be precise. The youth next to Liang Mingyu, who originally had a mediocre appearance, now had a heroic face, and had turned into the appearance of Zhu Ping when he was young. No, I should say that this face was his original appearance. Changing form was the ability of a flesh and blood demon god devotee, but after the martial space included the monster, it would return to its roots and restore its original appearance. It was the same with Yu Qingya in the beginning. But why is there a younger version of Jubai? With all the doubts, Qingshan rushed out with his sword and fought with the two monsters. A minute later, the bus. Qingshan opened his eyes, recalling the face that was exactly the same as the one in the photo, and aura suddenly flashed through his mind. Clone. Cloning technology matured back in the distant past of the Federation, and was even prevalent for a time. But as a result, it sparked a major riot. There is no textbook account of this riot, and all historical records have been erased. You can only hear bits and pieces from word of mouth, and you can't tell if it's true or not. Since then, however, the public adoption policy was born and cloning became a strictly federally banned technology. If it's a clone, everything is explained. Qingshan's brows stretched as his thoughts turned. In the 30 years that Luoping City has been in existence, not a single person has died from sacrifice because Zhu Ping has been cultivating clones to sacrifice to the evil god. And that pharmaceutical company should be collecting corpses to grow clones as well. They definitely have other labs hidden away. But obviously it's been hidden for 30 years, so why act at the risk of being exposed? Could it be that there is a greater conspiracy? The stretched brow, once again, furrowed. Just then. Did you run into any difficulties, little one? The vicissitudes of words drifted from the window, and Qingshan stiffened and looked up. It was only then that I realized that the bus had, at some point, silently pulled over and all the passengers were reclining in their chairs, falling into a deep sleep. Jupin wasn't wearing a mech and was just dangling his empty legs like that, suspended out the window of the car. Was looking at him, with a kindly face. Director Zhu, joking. Qingshan's mind moved, and the qi and blood in his body suddenly sank, suppressing the flow of blood and forcing down the stress reaction. Controlling qi and blood? What a genius! Zhu Ping let out an exclamation as if he could see through everything. To teach you a lesson, never try to lie in front of a high-ranking mech. You can control the physical reaction, but you can't hide the emotional tension. Honestly, I really don't think I understand why I'm somehow being targeted by a little guy like you. Today, originally, I wanted to kill the evil god's followers in front of you, to disarm you from being wary of me, so that I wouldn't be pestered all the time. But I noticed that you never seem to consider the truth, the evidence, but directly from the bottom of your heart you consider me as a great enemy, and you are nervous to the core at the sound of my voice? Zhu Ping's voice was tinged with confusion as he looked at Qingshan with interest. Can you tell me why that is? Showdown? Qingshan gazed through the car window and said expressionlessly. Finding the truth, the evidence, is the business of the inspectorate for me, judging the threat is enough for speculation. No. Zhu Ping frowned. It wasn't that Qingshan's answer was wrong, but the stake was wrong. Other than a moment of nervousness to the extreme when he appeared at the very beginning, his emotions had completely calmed down at this moment. Obviously you were scared to death just now before you got on the car, but now you can calm down? Zhu Ping looked up and down and said without haste. Your man has already been detached by me, and the only one closest is one Qingshan, but he's not enlightened at best, and he can't save you at all. Do you have something else to fall back on? Director Zhu, there's been a misunderstanding. Qingshan calmly shook his head and blandly said. I have nothing to fall back on, I just trust my teacher. And? The words are a beat. Qingshan met Zhu Ping's eyes and said meaningfully. I wonder if it has ever occurred to Director Zhu that you just went through the vetting process, yet you were able to get information about me, the whistleblower, so quickly? Don't you think it's too easy? Zhu Ping's expression finally disappeared as his expression of planning and strategizing. A trap, you mean? Hate to admit it, but in my old stomping grounds. Qingshan shrugged his shoulders and smiled helplessly. This is often called nesting. Damn cripple, how dare you touch my student! A bellowing cry resounded through the clouds. Golden light cut through the sky and descended from the heavens. Chapter 76, Budo vs. Mecha. Wang Qingshan. Xu Ping looked up in shock, lost in thought for a moment. Qingshan took advantage of this opportunity. His right foot stepped on the wall of the car, used the force to back up, and crashed out of the other side of the car window. Wow! The glass shattered, and Qingshan just landed on the ground, pointed his toes, and violently ran forward wildly. Boom! Explosions exploded in mid-air behind him, and Qingshan did not look back. In a matter of moments, he crossed a distance of 100 meters before he stood still at the end of the street and looked back. High in the air, Qingshan was wrapped in chi and blood rainbow light, carrying twin hammers as big as a human head, the hammers' faces flashing with golden light. I knew it! Qingshan was not the least bit surprised. When he saw that the only word in the reply was "don't worry," he guessed that it was to take him to the nest. Across from Wang Qingshan, Jupin had been rewrapped in his mech. Qingshan stared at the black mech, his eyes flickering. Space compression technology? There was clearly no sign of the mech around Xu Ping before, yet he was able to finish landing his armor in the brief few moments that Wang Qingshan was attacking. Fortunately, I didn't faint and make a sneak attack just now. Just as Qingshan was secretly rejoicing, a low voice came from the black mech. Wang Qingshan, you're only enlightened, and you dare to come alone to stop me? Enlightened, only? Wang Qingshan shook his head and released a snort. How dare you speak out without even understanding the meaning of enlightenment? How dare you look down on martial arts when you wear a broken mech? I'll let you open your eyes today. A bellow. Wang Qingshan's figure drew violently high, and the heavy hammer smashed down like a meteor falling. The black mecha Lingfeng did not move, and the 5 fingers of his hands were spread out. A crimson ray shot out from his palm, as if it were a torrential downpour rushing toward Wenkel Mountain. Are you tickling me? Wang Qingshan laughed maniacally and opened his mouth without flashing or dodging. The rays were all blocked by the rainbow light on the surface of his body, and could not hurt him in the slightest. No, it's impossible for the chi and blood rainbow light to block my blazing mansion ray. Xu Ping couldn't believe it, but the heavy hammer was already in front of him, so he couldn't afford to think about it. Hands together, 5 fingers crossed, arm mech surged forward along the wrists as if they were alive. In the blink of an eye, the 3-meter-long black greatsword blocked in front of the heavy hammer. Boo! Waves of sound exploded, and shockwaves visible to the naked eye spread in midair until they subsided 100 meters away. Click! A crack emerged from the body of the sword, spreading and spreading rapidly. Click, click, click. In a succession of cracking sounds, the black sword bang sound shattered into thousands of tiny pieces of iron, spilling onto the street. Ah, you're too brittle for this time, mech. Wang Qingshan laughed arrogantly and maniacally, his hand showed no mercy, and the heavy hammer smashed down again. With his strongest means destroyed, Xu Ping could only barely manage to carry on with his mech. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, there were a dozen or so exchanges of blows. Taking advantage of the opening and the heavy hammer's closing momentum, Xu Ping seized the opportunity and retreated violently. After just a short exchange, the surface of the mech was already riddled with cracks. Impossible, enlightenment can't break my mech, much less destroy the black flame greatsword. Your strength is definitely more than just enlightenment. You know. Wang Qingshan's mouth grinned in disdain. I just said that you don't know anything about martial arts. As the words fell, the heavy hammer swung again. In the mech, Xu Ping's color was ironic. It was definitely impossible to fight, but even if Wang Qingshan was more contrary, he wouldn't be able to catch up with the speed of the mecha. The black mech shook slightly and moved across the sky out of nowhere, a circle of air waves exploding as it flew rapidly toward the sky. Trying to run? Wang Qingshan did not panic, seeing that the black mech had reached 10,000 meters away. His right arm swung round a few times, and a heavy hammer came out of his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Sonic booms exploded one after another, sending out a series of white airwaves in the shape of circles. The heavy hammer turned into golden light, passing through the center of the layers of airwaves in a flash. Boo! Stonebreaker! The black mech exploded into countless pieces, and together with the heavy hammer, they fell. It's over. Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to withdraw his overlooking gaze. Suddenly, dazzling light flashed, and a column of bright silver mechs appeared, catching the heavy hammer from mid-air, along with Xu Ping, who did not know how to die. You man is here too. Qingshan retracted his gaze, and the burly man had already landed in front of him. Wang Qingshan smiled smugly. See, kid, if I say I'll keep you safe, I'll be fine. Sensei, Fishing is great, isn't it?
Li Qingshan seemed to be smiling, and Wan Keshan's smile froze. It's none of Counselor Wan's business. I made the plan, he didn't know about it until after you left school. The bright silver mech landed, and Heavy Hammer and Jubii were thrown to the ground together. Zhu Ping was as breathless as a candle in the wind. Still, he tried to brace his upper body with his hands as he gazed over at a few people.
There's no hatred, just a blandness. Perhaps we'll have a chance to see each other again.
The words took away the last vestige of life, and his body slumped to the ground.
I'll be damned. Old Biden, dead and still trying to diabolize me? Wanker-san spat and retrieved his weapon.
Li Qingshan, on the other hand, looked at Zhu Ping's corpse, the bright light in his eyes fading. In fact, just now he has been considering whether to send Zhu Ping a ride. However, thinking about the mental power of the Mecha Master and the fact that the inspectorate had already confirmed that Zhu Ping was not contaminated, that's why they finally held back from making a move. Now it seems that the inspectorate's vetting methods are still reliable, and Zhu Ping is indeed not a monster. The bright silver mech walked next to Zhu Ping, and the light on his faceplate flowed as if he was scanning for confirmation.
A few moments later,
the light dissipated and the face armor lifted off, revealing a cool face. It was the first time Li Qingshan had seen Yuman's true face, so he couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Yuman and Yulei have a few similarities, but the facial lines are more cold, hard and mature. Li Qingshan, the plan to lure the snakes out of their holes was formulated by me.
Yuman spoke calmly, explaining.
You should understand that with Zhu Ping's identity, sooner or later, he would have found out about you as well. As for why you weren't notified in advance, it's because...
No need to explain, I don't mind.
Li Qingshan waved his hand to interrupt, not caring.
Why didn't you give advance notice? Zhu Ping had already taught him. Never try to lie in front of a high-ranking mech.
Although it's not a good idea to bait the nest, it's definitely the best result to catch Jupiter with safety in mind.
Because no matter what, Zhu Ping would be onto him.
Now, at least, you don't have to worry about being ambushed and sneaked up on later. After Yuman was sure that Li Qingshan really didn't care, he didn't say anything more.
Teacher, I seem to have figured out what Zhu Ping is sacrificing with.
Li Qingshan took the initiative to speak out, said about the cloning speculation. Of course, the place of discovery moved from the martial arts space to the entrance of the neighborhood. Just say it was a glimpse of the monster's face during the Great Battle.
Cloning?
This old Biden really has too much guts. Wan Keshan's face appeared furious and...
No, it must be. Immediately. Buzz off.
Wanker-san's columns lit up red and buzzed sharply. Yuman's face armor also covered itself automatically, as if sending a message. Li Qingshan looked at his wrist, the communicator was motionless.
Not enough levels?
Li Qingshan had a helpless look on his face and turned his gaze to Wanker-san's projection screen, trying to rub in the news. On the screen, information flowed fast, almost a second a swipe.
Within seconds, the screen closes.
Li Qingshan was dumbfounded and looked sideways at the thoughtful Wan Keshan.
Teacher, are you done reading?
Finished reading. Wanker-san's face was serious and his voice was low. This old Biden really left his hand open. Outside of Luoping City, the sacrifice has been completed. I don't know what conditions the evil god has promised, he dares to cast the realm gate for this.
Chapter 77, Flipping Sword, Li Qingshan. Boundary Gate.
Li Qingshan's eyes moved slightly and... The realm gate connects to the star realm, and all the currently known Fae are from the star realm. Regardless of whether it was an evil god believer or an astral world beast, they were all monsters, or experience packs, to the martial space. The boundary gate suppressed in the new continent had long been regarded by Li Qingshan as the entrance to the experience copy, and it was also one of the motivations for him to go to the new continent.
But I didn't realize that.
The news of the boundary gate was heard even before the new continent was visited. Looking at Wan Keshan's serious face, Li Qingshan could not help but ask a question.
Teacher, this boundary gate is different from the boundary gate of the new continent?
Of course it's different. Wan Keshan shook his head and said in a deep voice. The boundary gates of the new continent are automatically derived from the star realm, and all that needs to be faced are the many foreign beasts and natives in the vicinity of the boundary gates. And right now Zhu Ping is casting the realm gate by sacrificing a flesh and blood demon god, which is bound to be mixed with the rules of the evil god. The universe is vast and boundless, and a vast sea of stars should have separated humanity from the many evil gods. But the appearance of the star realm and the realm gate broke all that. The astral realm is different from the reality dimension, and can instantly cross the billion light-year barrier. Once the flesh and blood demon god is allowed to anchor the location of the boundary gate, the entire planet will be exposed to its vision and be in danger.
Flesh and blood demon god.
Qingshan looked solemn, and at the same time, he corrected his previous view of the boundary gate. The gates hold not only opportunities, but also crises that can wipe out planets in an instant. Uncle, the boundary gate is not yet formed at the moment, there is still a chance to stop it, let's arrive first.
Yuman voiced his urging. Just then. Boom!
A black speeder appeared at the end of the sky, piercing through the layers of the sound barrier and coming in at a rapid pace. In a few seconds, however, the flying car came to a sudden stop above the heads of the three. Between the extreme movement and the extreme stillness, it was as if there was no inertia. The flying car slowly landed, hovering in midair 20 meters high, and the doors opened. A fat face poked out, grinning.
Crazy man, long time no see. Fatty Chow, you received news again? Wan Keshan's brows furrowed and Chaoya is a little too well informed.
Knowing that he and Yuman Du had only just seen the news in just a few minutes, Chaoya had already driven the flying car to Locking City. As a good citizen, of course, one must keep a watchful eye on federal developments and actively cooperate with the inspectorate.
Chaoya rapped on the car door and signaled.
It's not like I thought it would be a good idea to stop by, so I came to pick you up. As soon as the words fell, Lu Jing's Dao voice floated out from the car.
Lao Wan, don't delay, get in the car quickly. Uncle, let's go.
Yuman flew towards the door of the car, his person was in mid-air, and his mecha faded away as if it were scales.
It's really space compression technology.
Qingshan concentrated, wanting to see exactly how the mech would close up. Unfortunately, no matter how much he observed, he couldn't find the slightest clue. In a few seconds, however, the mech had disappeared without a trace, and Yuman flew into the door of the car.
Kid, you go back first,
As Wan Keshan was delivering his message, Chaoya suddenly interrupted with a voice and smiled.
Coach Lee, why don't we go to Lupin City together? Teacher, can we go?
Qingshan looked towards Wangsan. The situation over in Lupin City is obviously a bit unique, and it's best to listen to your teacher's professional opinion.
Wankersham didn't immediately object, but asked. What's your ranking in the virtual matchmaking space?
1053, Qingshan answered truthfully. 1053, it is indeed not bad to rush to around 1000 in half a year, but... Wan Keshan still shook his head after a slight contemplation. If you want to meddle in the troubles of the realm sect, your current strength is still not enough.
Qingshan's eyes moved.
Obviously, this trip to Lupin City is by no means just a rise in popularity. There must be a need for him to step in, which was why Wangsan had asked about the rankings. Teacher, this is only the ranking from a month ago. Qingshan opened his mouth in time and explained.
Now I should be sure to be in the top 100 in the old continent.
When you step into the extreme realm, 1 point of progress is 5 tons of punching power. Today's physical quality was definitely more than 3 times that of an ordinary forged body 10th weight, and the top 100 would not be a problem.
Top 100 of the old continent?
A shriek rang out, and LV Jing probed his head, hard enough to squeeze out a spot next to Chaoya. The top 100 of the old continent, the vast majority of which had already had their chi and blood condensed and misted, advancing to become full-fledged chi and blood realm martial artists. To defeat them, even if Qingshan's martial arts skills were amazing, it would be impossible to do so.
Unless... Chaoya's eyes widened as he stared at Qingshan. You stepped into the extreme realm? 6 months. In just half a year, Qingshan had jumped from the 5th level of body forging to the extreme realm? It's not that fast in a spaceship, is it?
Hey,
is that even a question?
Wan Keshan grinned, pressed down his surprise and patted Qingshan's shoulder.
Let's go, get in the car.
Although he had also just learned the news, he was not able to show his cowardice in front of Lu Jing. The teacher and student jumped up one after another and jumped onto the flying car. In addition to Chaoya, Lu Jing, and Yuman, who had just gotten on the bus, there were 2 other students who were also carrying long knives. The 2 students locked their eyes on Qingshan for the first time, both shocked and curious.
Teasing blade, Qingshan. Rookie battle for first in both grades, cross-grade participation defeating big favorites Fu Wu and Lin Fan.
In the last half year, Qingshan's name could be described as thunderous to them. But how could the 2 of them have never imagined that in just half a year, Qingshan had already stepped into the extreme realm?
Qingshan's face suddenly darkened. He'd gotten used to the shocked looks from others, but what was with this title? Can the two seniors explain to me what teasing in blade means? Qingshan had a dangerous smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, but the two people on the opposite side were as if they didn't realize it. Instead they wondered. You don't know? Ever since the rookie battle, the title teasing in blade has spread. The two spoke with surprising envy. Now throughout the martial arts classes of Wui province, as long as you mention teasing in blade, who doesn't know your great name, Qingshan? It spread throughout the entire province of Wui? Qingshan looked at the envious expressions on the two men's faces and was left with egg pain. Is Ini Knife a good title? You're all envious. Qingshan, my name is Jin Yi, ranked 384 in the old continent. One of the round-faced youths took the initiative to get up and introduce himself while pointing to a cold-faced classmate next to him. His name is Yang Bo, ranked 235 in the old continent. Although Yang Bo was cold-looking, he was eager at the moment. I hope we'll have a chance to cross paths when you rush the rankings. There will be opportunities. Qingshan nodded perfunctorily with little interest. I didn't realize that it was only half a year in seclusion, but the publicity had been jeopardized to such an extent? The most hateful thing was that he, the person in question, was actually the last to know. However, the appearance of the two people in front of him allowed Qingshan to once again confirm the speculation he had just made. On this trip to Luoping City, there were definitely places that needed him. Or rather, a place that needed a forged body martial artist to step in. Jin Yi and Yang Bo are both at the 10th level of body forging. It wasn't as if there were no third years in Wui City that were stronger than them, but all of them had already stimulated their Qi and blood and promoted to the Qi and blood realm. The fact that LV Jing only brought the two of them also further confirmed Qingshan's speculation. Boom! Sonic blasts rang out as the speeder sped towards Lupin City. Inside the car, after everyone was seated, Lu Jing looked at Yuman first. Honestly speaking, Zhu Ping's mutiny, Luoping City's evil god's sacrifice, and the casting of the Realm Gate, this series of events came one after another, and it happened too quickly. It had only been 15 minutes since he had first received the message. Yuman's so-called lure the snake out of its whole plan was entirely self-initiated. All of them had received the report sent back by Yuman only after Zhu Ping had started to make his move. It was also just as the crowd was focusing their attention on falling eyes that the sacrifices on the outskirts of Lupin City began to take place at the same time. Deputy Director Yu, the luring snakes out of their holes plan you formulated is indeed good, eliminating the hidden dangers. Lu Jing spoke with discretion and reminded. However, I think that Zhu Ping should have anticipated this before he struck, otherwise the timing of the outbreak of the sacrifice on Luoping's side wouldn't have been so coincidental. You are right. Yuman nodded her head, and without the shyness of being questioned, her face was clear and cold as she said. I suspect that Zhu Ping deliberately fell for it to draw our attention away and facilitate his successful sacrifice. As he spoke, Yuman waved his right hand and the projection screen unfolded in the center. The scene played on it was the scene before Zhu Ping's death, and Qingshan's speculation about cloning. Sacrificing with clones? No wonder we couldn't find anything on him before no matter how we checked. Lu Jing was first dazed, then his brows gradually furrowed again. What is Zhu Ping trying to draw attention away from him at the cost of his life? To beg the evil god to resurrect his wife and son? He wouldn't really believe in such nonsense, would he? Also, what did he mean by that last statement again? Does he think he can resurrect himself by cloning himself? Spirit engraving. Chaoya suddenly opened his mouth, and the crowd was stunned. Old Chao, what do you mean? Lu Jing was puzzled. I'm answering your last question. The cloning couldn't bring Jupin back to life, but he most likely used spirit engraving. As for what spiritual imprinting is, I'll let the professionals explain. Chaoya smiled and opened his mouth, his gaze falling on Yuman. Mechs are undoubtedly experts in this area. Yuman swept a slightly strange glance at Chaoya. She had only just thought of it, but Chaoya managed to say it first. Spirit engraving is a method of life renewal that was once thought up by some mechs who were unwilling to live out their lifespans. Use mental power to instill all the memories into the replica while nurturing the replica for a long time longer to confirm that every decision it makes when faced with a choice is the same as the original. In this way, it amounts to an alternative rebirth. The cool words unfolded, and the people in the car frowned in contemplation. Same memories, same choices, even if it's the same person? Oh, I thought that old Biden had left something behind, but it turned out to be nothing more than self-deception. Wankersan broke the silence with a snort. Yuman pursed her lips and nodded.
Advisor Wan is right, martial arts qualifications are first and foremost about enlightenment, which cannot be reproduced even by cloning, as it's a difference in soul origin. The same thing applies to spiritual engravings. The soul origin is different, and it is impossible for the so-called replicas to awaken spiritual power. And just because a replicant can make the same choice in a moment of intervention doesn't mean it will always be the case. In the long run, it will eventually become a whole new person. This forbidden art was also abandoned in time because of this, but I didn't expect it to be picked up again by Xu Ping.
After listening to Yu Man's explanation,
everyone was relieved that the mysterious veil of spiritual imprinting had been removed.
Just then,
the flying car came to a sudden stop and landed slowly.
Lupin City, here it is. Chapter 78. Mao Yu is coming?
On the outskirts of Luoping City, the flying car slowly descended from the sky. Li Qingshan looked at the ground through the car window. A cordon had been set up in a 1-kilometer radius, and a large number of investigators stood outside the line to keep out curious reporters as well as the general public. At the center of the alert range was a deep square pit with sides measuring 100 meters. The pit was littered with ruins of buildings, and the remains of corpses fell to the east and west, their wrinkled skin clinging to their bones as if all their flesh and blood had been drained. In the center of the deep pit, the blood light was like substance slowly rotating, forming a vertical vortex 3 meters high and low.
Boundary gate?
Li Qingshan's gaze moved as he carefully observed. Outside the boundary gate, a number of investigators had gathered around, and from time to time people came in and out of the vortex. Most of the investigators who came out were wounded, obviously in danger within the star realm.
Just then,
an investigator with blood at the corners of his mouth half stepped out of the vortex, the muscles of his right arm tensing a little to disengage from the vortex as if he were dragging something with him. As the arm dragged, a tail was yanked out of the vortex, then a hideous hind leg with dark red skin.
Wolfsbane! Li Qingshan's eyes snapped open.
Despite the fact that they were over 100 meters apart, despite the fact that only one hind leg was visible, he recognized them instantly.
The speeder landed and the doors opened.
Li Qingshan collected the bright light in his eyes and followed the crowd out in a line.
Just as I jumped out of the car, an unpleasant smell flooded my nose. Dark, damp, slippery, bloody.
It was hard to imagine that just a bad smell could conjure up so many words for him. The smell was déjà vu, having also smelled it on the 4th basement level of the Silver Glory Hotel, but it was even stronger at the moment. The smell of evil god scum is still so punchy.
Wankersan sniffed hard and frowned as he walked toward the deep pit. Deputy Director Yu, Counselor Wan, Counselor Liu.
An investigator came forward and, after a brief greeting, began to present the situation. It has been determined that there are remnants of Xu Ping who have escaped into the star realm and should be preparing for a second sacrifice to communicate with the flesh and blood demon god and anchor this star realm. Originally, our Forge Realm investigators had already surveyed the general location, but there is a high-grade wolfsbane nest near the boundary gate. Xu Ping's remaining party should have used evil god tactics to lure this group of wolf venom over. It's hard for us to hold on. Yu Man scanned the situation inside the deep pit and opened his mouth.
Got it, pull our men out first and leave the rest to me to arrange.
The investigator turned away and began directing the evacuation. Wan Keshan looked sideways at Li Qingshan, Genie, and Yang Bo, raised his hand to point at the vortex in the center of the sinkhole, and said in a deep voice,
"That's what you were brought here for, little ones."
Every boundary gate that opens is prying the rules of the star realm, and even the evil god sacrifice can only barely open a temporary boundary gate. But this is only for the real universe. The evil god's power can't cross the vast sea of stars and lock onto our Ziying star. Within the astral realm, on the other hand, things are different. Once they are allowed to successfully hold a second sacrifice in the astral realm, the power of the flesh and blood demon god will immediately be able to anchor the astral realm behind this realm gate, thus completely stabilizing the realm gate and beginning the invasion.
Your task is to enter this boundary gate and sweep away the evil god defilement. We, Genie and Yang Bo all gulped.
Despite being mentally prepared, it was a bit overwhelming to hear such a daunting task fall into my lap. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, looked at the investigators who were evacuating and asked about his previous guess.
Teacher, this boundary gate can only be entered by the forging realm?
That's right. This is the rules of the star realm.
Wan Keshan nodded and explained.
To be precise, the unformed boundary gate only allows first-order lifeforms to enter, and all ordinary technological items within the star realm cannot be effective.
First order? Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean that Xu Ping's clone is no more than a first rank?
Knowing Zhu Ping's last words, everyone present had tacitly agreed that the so-called Zhu Ping's remnants were definitely Zhu Ping's clones. After all, if you leave such a big thing in the hands of someone else, you can't be as reliable as yourself. And for so many years, there was no sign of any other evil god followers in Luoping City at all.
Qingshan nodded in affirmation.
That's right, the rules of the astral realm are supreme, and the evil god can't violate them. Qingshan looked around the vortex. A few wolfsbane corpses were casually placed on the ground by the investigators, and his eyes couldn't help but flicker.
Not to mention the imperative to stop the sacrifice. The wolfsbane lair behind the boundary gate alone was worth the job.
Spiritual imprinting only creates a plausible copy of the body, and does not pass on power, and the gate also limits the level of the entrant. The Jubii clone was to preside over the sacrifice, and the power must have originated from the evil god, though it should have been stronger than the clone that had died at his hands before. But he had already stepped into the extreme realm, so how could he be afraid of an evil god devotee of the same rank?
Just as Qingshan's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Teasing blade, Qingshan.
A greeting directly pulled him back to reality.
Qingshan's face darkened as he followed the sound.
He only saw a hangdog youth, carrying a long spear, walking behind Yuan Hongyan. Behind the two, there was a column of silver and white mechs hovering to follow.
Genie came to Qingshan's ear and whispered. Konghao from Wuyuan City, ranked 117 in the old continent. Qingshan, I'm afraid your strength has improved again since you were able to come here? Konghao didn't have a bit of insight, shaking his head and losing his smile.
It's a pity that Lin Fan has been practicing so hard since he went back, and wanted to wipe the slate clean, so it seems like he won't have a chance. Let's make a date to fight in virtual space when we have the chance, and see if I, as a senior, can help him take revenge.
Konghao looked confident, and Qingshan smiled. Don't worry, there will be that opportunity. Yuan Hongyan didn't care about the two juniors' appointment, he just frowned and stared at Wan Keshan. Are you sure you want to let Qingshan enter the boundary gate?
Although Qingshan was an enlightened genius, he also needed time to grow, and it had only been half a year, which was really a bit risky in her opinion.
Wan Keshan didn't have any extra explanation, just the corner of his mouth pulled and spat out two words. The Pole Realm. Yuan Hongyan's pupils shrunk slightly and he said no more. Konghao first stiffened his expression, then his balls rose up in embarrassment. The appointment just now. Don't worry.
Qingshan waved his hand to interrupt and said seriously. I'm a man of my word, and I'll never go back on my word.
Pust. Genie and Yang Bo couldn't hold it in and both burst out laughing. Lu Jing gave them a look and shook his head.
Don't be careless, Zhu Ping has been preparing for so many years, he must have made all the preparations, maybe he is also waiting for you inside. At these words, the two students hurriedly curbed their laughter. And Yuan Hongyan and the silver-white mecha that followed him were simultaneously startled.
Jupin didn't die?
Yuman raised his right hand and the projection lit up, the information brushing by like a waterfall. In a few seconds, however, the two men understood the cause and effect. The silver and white mech nodded in understanding and sighed softly in a low voice.
Looks like the chief made the right decision. You know where the chief went?
Yuman inquired with a frown. In the aftermath of the accident, she had only received orders to take full responsibility and had no idea where the director had gone. The silver and white mech nodded and, after ascertaining the appearance of the Stargate, the director set off for Tianfu province.
He went to find Mao Yu? Several people present spoke in unison.
Mo Yu was in the province of Tianfu, and the answer to that was obvious. Mao Yu was likewise at the first rank, but was the number one in the old continent who was able to overwhelm a group of Qi blood realms. The battlefield behind the boundary gate was undoubtedly the most suitable for her. Everyone's heart sighed with relief at the thought.
Mao Yu is coming?
Compared to the relaxation of the others, Qingshan looked visibly urgent.
There's only one thought swirling around in my head right now. Here comes the monster robber.
LV Jing looked at the four Qingshan people and exhorted. At the chief's speed, he'll be able to bring Mo Yu back in half an hour at the most, so measure yourselves when you enter.
Don't worry, teacher, we understand.
Several people agreed in unison. Konghao and the others obviously relaxed quite a bit, while Qingshan's expression grew more and more urgent.
The four followed the investigator into the deep pit to the boundary gate. This is a simple map that we surveyed earlier, and it shows the directions where the evil god followers might be hiding.
Also, you can't use a communicator in the astral plane, so this is a special rattle that can be used to contact you.
The investigator handed them 4 copies of the map and the rattlesnake, and then turned away. In the center of the ruins, surrounded by corpses, the boundary gate cast in bloodlight rotates quietly, like a bloodthirsty mouth, waiting for the prey to throw itself into the net. Except for Qingshan, whose eyes were brightening, the remaining 3 were still unavoidably nervous when they came to the head. Kong Hao gulped and proposed. I think once we're in the door, we'll make a steady effort to clear the ground, and then we'll start the search together once the investigators are inside. As long as we determine Zhu Ping's location, we'll definitely be able to take care of him once Ma Yu arrives. Jin Yi and Yang Bo nodded their heads in agreement. The 3 of them then looked at Qingshan, who hadn't uttered a word, and Kong Hao inquired. Qingshan, what do you think? I feel, don't you feel? At these words, all 3 were sidetracked and froze. What do you mean? Qingshan drew his sword and sheathed it, his eyes burning towards the boundary door. Once inside, I'll be in charge of clearing the wolfsbane, and you'll follow the directions given by the investigators for reconnaissance. As soon as you find anything, send a loud arrow to notify me. As the words fell, Qingshan couldn't wait to rush into the boundary gate. When Ma Yu really came, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to have a mouthful of soup. Chapter 79: A Wave of Riches. Seeing Qingshan rushing into the boundary gate, it was as if he was swallowed by the blood-colored vortex in one gulp. The 3 of them, Kong Hao, all froze and looked at each other. Qingshan's eager face was not unfamiliar to them. They had the same look on their faces as they ran to the cafeteria every day after class. But it's not a cafeteria behind the boundary gate. Didn't you see that so many investigators just couldn't resist and were driven out hard? Go! Kong Hao sighed and squeezed his lance. Qingshan must have already been heavily surrounded by wolfsbane. It will be too late if we go late. That's right, each of the high-grade wolf venom's flesh is stronger than the 10th level of body forging. It's not that easy to deal with, be careful. Jin Yi and Yang Bo drew their swords and sheathed them, following Kong Hao. The 3 of them were filled with vigilance as they carefully stepped through the boundary door. The blood-colored vortex was like a mirror, accompanying the 3 of them as they passed through, creating a ripple. Roar! 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 The hissing shook the sky and the smell of blood hit his nose. All 3 of Kong Hao's eyebrows jumped as they quickly executed their stances and took up positions. However, the expected countless attacks did not come. The hands holding their weapons lurched, and the 3 of them turned their heads to look 100 meters away. That's where the hiss came from. A figure was wandering in the middle of 7 or 8 wolfsbane. Qingshan was indeed surrounded, but these high-level wolfsbane couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Qingshan struck so quickly? Genie gulped and pointed at his feet. The ground soil had been saturated with blood, and a dozen or so wolfsbane corpses, split in 2, lay across the ground. Even though they were all just ordinary wolfsbane, Qingshan had only come in for just over 10 seconds. 10 seconds or so to kill a dozen wolfsbane, or to do it while surrounded by 7 or 8 high-ranking wolfsbane? And when he first entered the Star Realm and was surrounded by beasts, wasn't he even a little bit uncomfortable? Kong Hao and Yang Bo did not question it, let alone wonder if it was left behind by the previous investigators. Because judging from the body wounds, it's obvious that the same person chopped them out with a knife, and from the bottom up. Teasing the Yin blade. Thinking of Qingshan's title, the 3 unconsciously clamped their legs together. Roar! Shocking hissing, one after another, more and more urgent. Dozens of seconds passed, and not only did the several high-level wolfsbane not injure Qingshan in the slightest, but instead, their bodies were cleaved with quite a few wounds. Ha ha, the splendor of the square inch is true to its name. Kong Hao let out a loud laugh and his bravado grew as he charged up with his spear. Qingshan, let me help you. Yang Bo's long knife was raised high and followed closely behind. But just after taking 2 steps, he was pulled hard by Genie. Yang Bo turned back in disbelief, and Genie raised his hand to point at the battlefield and gloated. Don't forget the plan given by Qingshan at the end. Although he didn't know why Qingshan killed the ferocious beasts like grabbing a meal in the cafeteria, but since it was grabbing a meal, he definitely didn't want others to interfere. And in just half a minute, there were already 2 high-level wolfsbane down. Where was their help needed? Yenbo followed his finger and looked. Only to see that Kong Hao had already inserted himself into the battlefield, with the head of his gun stabbing at the heart of a wolfsbane. And Qingshan. A ghostly figure silently appeared behind Kong Hao. Genie and Yang Bo's eyes widened. Kong Hao's legs chilled and he hurriedly turned around,
just in time to meet Li Qingshan's eyes that surveyed him from bottom to top.
You came to rob the monster? Li Qingshan's gaze was haunted and elusive. No, help. I'm here to help.
Kong Hao shivered and hurriedly replied, fearing that the teasing slash would come.
Help? Li Qingshan's right foot suddenly slid forward and sidestepped with a stab. Before Kong Hao could react, the blade had already stuck to his shoulder and stabbed behind him. The high-ranking wolfsbane, whose chest was covered in blood, stood on his hind legs and swung down with his sharp claws. Pust! The tip of the knife followed the wound that Kong Hao had just stabbed out, and stabbed into wolfsbane's heart first. Li Qingshan twisted his wrist and strangled the heart. Kill a monster, experience of Wudao space +3, available time increased by 3 years. The panel prompt flashed, Li Qingshan's eyes finally returned to normal, frowning at the frothing Kong Hao. No help needed here, proceed as planned. After saying that, he waved his long sword and pranced his body, hauling the remaining 5 high-ranked wolfsbane to move forward. The battlefield moved forward, and Kong Hao naturally broke away from the encirclement. After freezing back to his senses, he looked at the wolfsbane corpse on the ground and broke out in a cold sweat on his back. In terms of strength alone, it really wasn't that difficult for him to kill a high-level wolfsbane. But under the chaotic battle, the slightest carelessness could be buried under the sharp claws. Kong Hao no longer hesitated and immediately moved away from the battlefield, and with Jin Yi, the two of them followed the direction shown on the map to look for Zhu Ping's traces. 1 minute. Kill a monster, experience of Wudao space +3, available time increased by 3 years. The last of the wolfsbane fell to the ground and Li Qingshan stepped on the head of the ferocious beast with his feet, and his long knife wiped through its fur, wiping away the bloodstains. Meanwhile, look around with open eyes. It was only at this moment that he had the time to observe the legendary star realm. The sky was dim, and the sun and moon were nowhere to be seen. The only source of light was the dots of light that flickered behind the dimness, spreading across the entire sky as if it were filled with stars. But the dimness was like a veil over it, and it wasn't really easy to see. The surrounding terrain was flat and devoid of any plants, like a barren gobi. Of course, not all of the astral world is like this. The astral realm is different from the real dimension in that the number is unknown and the size is unknown. Even behind the 2 neighboring boundary gates, they were definitely 2 different astral realms. Li Qingshan withdrew his gaze and looked at the boundary gate 100 meters away. The blood-colored vortex stood erect in the middle of a field of wolfsbane corpses, out of place in its surroundings. Had it not been for its presence, it is feared that this land would never have welcomed human footsteps. The dirt on the ground was soaked with blood and was blood red. The wolfsbane corpses were mangled and cluttered, making it difficult to count them. However, Li Qingshan was well aware of its quantity. 15 heads. As his eyes glanced over one of the kill tips on the panel, Li Qingshan could not stop the corners of his mouth from rising. Although the experience provided by the ferocious beasts was far inferior to that of an evil god devotee of the same level, it couldn't be helped by the sheer numbers. 15 head of common wolfsbane, each with 1 year of availability. 8 high-level wolfsbane, 1 3 years old. Crossing the boundary gate just under 5 minutes later, he reaped the benefits of 39 years of available time. Plus the 13 years gained after killing Liang Mingyu and the clone in front of the neighborhood earlier. The available time in the martial space has surpassed the 50-year mark. Li Qingshan. Realm, Forged Body 96-100. Technique, the 9 turns of the Yin-Yang 1 3000 second turn. 36th set of radio gymnastics, the stars are calling successful. Martial arts, Tian Luo steps 2831 3000 proficient, Thunderblade 2786 3000 proficient. Misty steps perfect, Wind Shadow Blade perfect. Function, martial arts space LV 161 100. Availability, 55 years 336 days. Time flow rate, 110. Riches. A wave of riches. Li Qingshan's gaze flickered, glancing to the martial space experience line. Function, martial arts space LV 161 100. Before that, upgrading the martial space was a long way off, and the difficulty was so high that it made him forget for a while that there was such a function. But right now, it seems, it's not impossible to think? Li Qingshan pulled out the crumpled map and looked at the several arrows labeled on it. These are the suspected directions that investigators have surmised, based on the ground tracks. Next to one of the arrows, a red dot stood out, noted below in a small line. Wolfsbane Lair. The wolfsbane beast group should have old and weak people as well, not so much as to come out of the nest, right? Li Qingshan muttered,
putting the map back into his pocket and looking up to the surroundings. After determining the direction, he stepped heavily with his right foot, and the wind sped, pulling out residual shadows on the desolate Gobi.
It's all on the way anyway, sending the Wolfsbane tribe to the underground reunion by the way. Chapter 80. Fortunately, you're not dead.
On the boundless Gobi wilderness, a silhouette ran furiously with all its might, raising rolling smoke behind it. Suddenly, the figure lurched, bent over and held his hands on his knees, gasping for air.
Blah blah blah.
Kanhao wiped his face, his hands covered in dust. While catching his breath, he shook the dust off his clothes.
Where the hell did the dog-damned evil god followers hide?
Forging 10 weights, 50 meters second speed for the folding run test, and a minimum of 70 meters second for the straight line burst speed. He had been running at full speed for 20 minutes in the direction shown on the map, at least 80 or 90 kilometers. But still, there was no sign of the evil god's followers at all. Kanhao touched the map and compared it to his surroundings.
It's not lost, is it?
The map was drawn by the investigator on an ad hoc basis, and only marked out the simple terrain near the boundary gate, as well as the direction of reconnaissance, and there was no terrain at all to cross-reference his immediate location. Also, the vast Gobi has no reference points at all except for some small raised mounds.
Eggs hurt.
Kanhao turned around and looked down at the ground. All the way running, the ground is left with footprints. Now turn around, certainly not lost.
If it's windy and the footprints are blown away, it's a real mess. Just as Kanhao hesitated. Phew!
The wind suddenly rose and the sand flew away. Seeing the footprints being covered bit by bit, Kanhao jumped anxiously.
Should we be so backward? Just then, an unpleasant smell wafted downwind.
Kanhao's movements froze, the tip of his nose shrugged, and his expression immediately became serious. The smell was déjà vu, having just smelled it just outside the boundary gate.
Evil god followers?
Kanhao shrugged his nose and moved forward against the wind, searching for flavor. It kept going for 2 or 3 kilometers when a 5 or 6 meter high mound stood in the way. The smell at the tip of his nose had been so strong that a faint mist of blood even filled the air behind the mound. Kanhao's footsteps became more and more cautious as he quietly climbed up the mound.
Lying on the top of the mound, the view ahead is unobstructed.
More than 100 meters away, a swimming pool with a 20-meter side was dug out of the ground. The pool was full of blood, and a corpse floated in the bloody water. A silhouette stood at the edge of the pool, his hands transformed into tentacles and drew a mysterious and bizarre pattern on the ground with the pool as the center.
Zhu Ping really isn't dead? No, this is a replica.
Kanhao glanced at the silhouette's face. It was indeed Zhu Ping's appearance, but it was Zhu Ping in his middle age. Kanhao quickly retreated down the mound and took the rattling arrow out of his pocket. The ringing arrows were accompanied by delicate small bows, and with the strength of the 10th level of body forging, one could easily send the arrows up to 10,000 meters in the air. Combined with the special gunpowder in the arrows, it was enough to discern the location within 100 kilometers radius. The rattling arrows move too much. Don't let Li Qingshan come before I'm approached by Zhu Ping's clone. Kanhao thought for a moment, found already blurred footprints on the ground, and ran wildly in the direction from which he had come. Behind the mound, the middle-aged Zhu Ping, who was drawing a map, suddenly gave a start to his movements, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
On the outskirts of Luoping City, at the edge of a deep pit, 2 rows of mechs hovered in midair, standing by.
Wan Keshan, LV Jing, and Yuan Hanyan each took out their weapons and stared intently at the blood-colored vortex, their faces full of seriousness. Only Chaoya's smile remained, narrowing his eyes as he stood at the edge of the crowd.
Don't be so nervous, since we sent them in, we have to have faith in them. Wan Keshan squeezed the hammer handle tightly and said in a deep voice.
Fatty Chow, when it comes to the flesh and blood demon god, it's not something that can be resolved with a word of confidence.
Don't worry, think about it, when has Li Qingshan ever done anything he wasn't sure of?
Xiaoya smiled and turned his head to look at the sky.
Besides, isn't there help? Boom!
A sonic boom rang out and a black dot appeared at the end of the sky, zooming in extremely fast. The speed is far faster than a flying car by several times. In the blink of an eye, it reached the heads of the crowd and suddenly stopped.
An earthy golden ship over 30 meters long took shape.
Tisk, TSK.
Titanium House 7, used to fly in the atmosphere, too extravagant.
Xiaoya smiled and opened his mouth, speaking of luxury, but there was no hint of envy in his eyes.
Chief.
The surrounding investigators tilted their heads to look at the ship, all looking excited. The hatch of the airship opened, and two silhouettes, one in front of the other, landed on the edge of the deep pit with a long stride. When the first, a young man, looks elegant, look at the face, is only about 30. He was none other than the head of the Wui Provincial Inspectorate, Qin Yong. Behind Qin Yong was a young girl around 20 years old. A red practice suit, tall, pretty, and resolute. What attracted the most attention was the weapon in her hand, a nearly 3-meter tall, domineering Fong Tian paint halberd. The first of the old continent, Mo Yu. What is to be understood has been made clear on the ship. Qin Yong put his hands behind his back and looked towards the blood-colored vortex in the center of the deep pit. Mo Yu, I'll leave the matters in the realm gate to you. Mo Yu nodded, seriously. Don't worry, Director Qin, I will definitely stop this sacrifice. Qin Yong smiled and shook his head. It's all said and done, just call yourself senior, you'll be entering the Ziying Academy in a couple months anyway. Mao Yu didn't reply, holding his halberd horizontally in his right hand, he leapt forward. The fiery red clothes fluttered with the wind, as if they were like a phoenix leaping 100 meters away and falling straight into the blood-colored vortex. Ripples rippled as a foot stepped out of the vortex and stepped into the pool of blood. Mao Yu frowned and looked at the corpses that were split in two around him, his gaze turning to 100 meters away. 7 or 8 high-ranking wolfsbane corpses were lying across the ground. Knife skills? A man out to kill? Mao Yu scanned a few eyes before raising her pretty eyebrows. Li Qingshan? Extreme realm? 50 kilometers away, at the mouth of a hollowed-out mound. Wailing and hissing came out of the mouth of the cave and dispersed with the wind. Kill monster, +1 experience in Wudao space, available time increased by 1 year. Kill monster, +1 experience in Wudao space, available time increased by 1 year. The hissing came to an abrupt end as several wolfsbane corpses lay helpless. It's really old and weak. With slight regret, Li Qingshan walked out of the cave. The earth-gray ground was stepped out with a bloody footprint. The lair had only found 6 common wolfsbane, far from what he had expected. Just then. Phew! Ear-piercing explosions came faintly from the sky. Li Qingshan's expression was solemn as he followed the sound and looked toward the distant heights. Soon, a flash of purple light lit up in the dim sky. They found it? Li Qingshan stepped heavily with his right foot and shot out electrically. The strength of his legs was squeezed to the limit, and the shadows of his legs were intertwined as if they were tires. No, it spins faster than the tires, and a single stride is more than 10 meters away. The wind pressure was like substance, blocking in front of his body. The ultimate speed is 120 meters per second, which already exceeds the vast majority of high-speed railroads. In just 5 minutes, he had run more than 30 kilometers, nearly half the distance. Suddenly. Boom! 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 Explosions came from the rear, one after the other. Before Li Qingshan could turn around, a crimson figure had already swept over his head and stepped into the air. Every time his body dropped, a ball of firelight flashed from the bottom of his feet, exploding into a sonic boom, causing his body to pull up and accelerate once again. Mo Yu! Li Qingshan's eyes instantly turned red. Here comes the real monster grabber. But no matter how anxious he was, he couldn't catch up with Mo Yu flying in the sky. The eyes watched the crimson figure, disappearing at the end of the road ahead. Li Qingshan's eyes glowed fiercely, his feet stepped out of a deep pit, and his figure accelerated once again. A normal clone is worth 8 years, and Jupen's clone he aspires to have. Another 5 minutes later. Kong Hao stood frozen in place, looking in the direction of the mound where the sacrifice had been made. The ringing arrows were sent out in just a few minutes, and Mao Yu unexpectedly arrived, and surprisingly, he used flying. Just as he was surprised, the knock knock. The ground shook as if a million horses were galloping. Turning to look, he saw a silhouette burying his head and running wildly, with rolling sand and dust rising behind him. Li Qingshan is also here? Kong Hao returned to his senses in surprise and just extended his hand to say hello. Phew! The silhouette flashed past, and a strong wind pounded his face, bringing the diffused sand and dust to paste his face. Blah blah blah. Kong Hao fanned himself vigorously, wiping the dust from his face. By the time he opened his eyes again, the rolling sand had stretched all the way to the top of the mound. Li Qingshan leapt up and looked at the battlefield below. Blood mist filled the air, corpses floated and sank in the blood pool, and thin bloodlight spread outward from the pool water, covering a secretive pattern. Middle-aged Xu Ping had transformed into tentacles from his head down, turning into a twisted monster over 3 meters tall, with many broken wounds on his tentacles. Apparently, Mao Yu and the middle-aged Zhu Ping had already exchanged blows. However, the middle-aged Zhu Ping was standing right next to the pool of blood, and under the covering of bloodlight, the wounds were restored in the blink of an eye. Mao Yu stood not far away, frowning at the blood pool. Phew! Qingshan landed on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. The middle-aged Zhu Ping apparently did not lose his mind, and his gaze turned to Qingshan in curiosity. Okay, what? Qingshan turned his head sideways and grinned. Luckily, you're not dead. Chapter 81 Evil God Scumbag. Qingshan, I remember that there shouldn't be any deep hatred between us, right? The middle-aged Zhu Ping frowned, puzzled. Why do you stare at me and pester me? Qingshan looked the middle-aged Zhu Ping up and down and said. It really is a replica. I can't believe that even the questions are exactly the same. Replicants? The middle-aged Zhu Ping first froze, then threw back his head and laughed, his tentacles flying. Ha, so that's what you guys thought all along. Seeing the middle-aged Zhu Ping's maniacal laughing appearance, Qingshan and Mao Yu both frowned. The middle-aged Zhu Ping in front of him not only got his body from a clone, but also his way of thinking was sculpted by Zhu Ping's own body with spiritual imprints. What is this if not a replicant? The Zhu Ping out there has awakened his spiritual power and is able to manipulate mechs, there's no way it's a fake. Qingshan chopped his head off and stared at the middle-aged Zhu Ping. You don't think you're the original body when Zhu Ping dies, do you? An original body? Duplicates? On what basis do you conclude that? Middle-aged Zhu Ping sneered out. Just because I was made by Jubi, I'm a replica? Then what if I told you that everything that has been set up in Lupin City since 30 years ago was set by me? I also authorized the mass cloning of the pharmaceutical company 3 months ago. It was even my decision to have him strike you and use his life to draw the attention of the inspectorate away. Now. The middle-aged Zhu Ping's voice lurched, seemingly smiling. Do you guys still think I'm a replicant? Impossible. Mao Yu frowned and snapped. There's no way Jubi would be so stupid as to be manipulated by one of your clones. And, your mind. Mao Yu suddenly jams. Because she realized that the middle-aged Zhu Ping in front of her eyes, thinking seems to have completely separated from the category of replicas. Qingshan was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the blood pool, and he coldly spat out 4 words. Flesh and blood demon god. Clever. The middle-aged Zhu Ping nodded approvingly, his eyes showing fervor. My lord stands in the depths of the chaotic void, his majesty radiates across the vast sea of stars, and all creatures of flesh and blood in this world should honor the will of my lord and recite his true name. Don't brag about being awesome. Qingshan interrupted impatiently. So 30 years ago, after you were cloned by Zhu Ping, you broke away from Zhu Ping's control because of the evil god's contamination? But Zhu Ping isn't tainted, he'll be at your mercy, he won't even take his life because he wants to resurrect his wife and son, right? Ha, this was all guessed by you. The middle-aged Zhu Ping's smile grew more and more open and. Then guess again, have his wife and children come back to life or not? Impossible. Mao Yu's pretty eyebrows went up and she flatly denied it. The matter of resurrection is illusory, and the flesh and blood demon god cannot possibly do it. My lord's greatness is not something you mortals can speculate on? The middle-aged Zhu Ping seemed to be smiling. Although Zhu Ping is stupid, how could he risk universal condemnation by casting the realm gate for my lord without seeing his wife and son resurrected? Can you really come back to life? Qingshan frowned. Not to mention whether or not the flesh and blood demon god can do it. The word evil god deal alone has never had a good outcome, and it is unlikely that Zhu Ping will be able to get what he wants so easily. Ha, isn't it curious? Middle-aged Zhu Ping laughed recklessly and wildly, his tentacles reaching into the blood pool. Then I'll satisfy your curiosity. Wow! A large and a small dried-up corpse rose from the blood pool, with horrible faces, obviously suffering great pain before death. Thirsting for 30 years for a wish to be realized by my lord, this is the source of Zhu Ping's motivation to defy all odds. Unfortunately, he thought he had hidden his wife and children and had no worries, but he didn't expect to be picked up by me anyway. The tentacles curled around the body and danced uncontrollably over the pool of blood. Devotion to our Lord is the best place for them. The body was no longer visible, but on the forehead of the smaller body was a crumpled 5-pointed star, dull and dry. This 5-pointed star, Qingshan had seen. Except, it shouldn't look like this. Evil god scum. Clank. Draw your knife and sheath it.
Li Qingshan leaped up, his sword light filled the air, and a fierce wind swept through. The two corpses turned into powder and dispersed in the wind. With that, the long blade turned, its shadow condensing into a black cloud that enveloped the hideous monster. Ah, what a fast blade! The middle-aged Zhu Ping let out a loud laugh, not flashing or dodging. A tentacle took the initiative to meet the black cloud. In the blink of an eye, blood and flesh flew, and the black clouds were dyed the color of blood. However, the tentacles also recovered in an instant, as if they were endless, stopping before the shadow of the sword. Shine! A large halberd was suddenly inserted into the battlefield, blocking the front of the sword. Li Qingshan drew his sword and retreated, standing to the edge of the blood pool and frowning at Mao Yu. Mo Yu didn't say much and pointed to the ground. Look at your feet first. Li Qingshan looked down, only to see a bizarre pattern gradually light up under the bloodlight wrapping, seemingly echoing. I suspect that he intentionally lured us here, and just now said so many words to provoke us into attacking. Mao Yu spoke calmly, explaining. I don't know what the principle of sacrifice is, but our attacks on him didn't cause consumption, but rather accelerated the sacrifice. Ahaha, caught. The middle-aged Zhu Ping laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with teasing. So are you guys fighting now? Or do you not fight? Li Qingshan looked at one of the bizarre patterns that mingled with the bloodlight, and suddenly his balls ached. The boundary gate restriction, the middle-aged Zhu Ping's strength did not exceed the boundary. If there was no blood pool, he could definitely fix it with more effort. But right now, it simply can't be done. But the sacrifice had already begun, and even if he didn't do anything, the sacrifice would be completed sooner or later. Actually, there is another way. A whisper as loud as a fly reached the ears of the. Li Qingshan looked sideways at Mo Yu and raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say so? There is bound to be a limit to the blood pool's ability, and I have another trick that can vaporize the entire pool. Mao Yu's lips moved slightly, his face solemn. But after using this move, I'll fall into weakness and you have to make sure you can kill it. Is that a good thing? Li Qingshan's eyes lit up and nodded without moving. Boom! Mao Yu's feet steeply exploded into flames as he leapt up. Still decided to fight? The middle-aged Zhu Ping teasingly sneered. Mao Yu ignored him, the soles of his feet exploded one after another, and his figure continuously drew up until it was 1,000 meters high. Li Qingshan tilted his head and, only to see a little bit of red-colored flames spreading from Mao Yu's palm, gradually wrapping the 3-meter-long square sky painting halberd. A C-grade martial art similar to the Thunder Blade? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. This move was somewhat like the grand completion move of the Thundering Blade, Thunder Descending. It was just that one was of the Thunder attribute and the other was of the Fire attribute. Similar to martial arts, special weapons must be used to bring out their power, and only Qi and blood resonance can stimulate the power of attributes. Mao Yu was able to enter the boundary gate, obviously still belonging to the first stage category, without breaking through the Qi and blood realm. Then there's only one explanation. Mao Yu has broken the limit of one turn. Li Qingshan was not surprised. Mao Yu had the strength to fight his way into the top 100 of the old continent when he was in 2nd grade, and was bound to be in the extreme realm by then. As a true enlightened genius, it was inevitable to follow the path of breaking limits. After the first turn of the broken limit, although the Qi and blood could not be released externally, the quality was close to blood condensation, which was enough to use martial arts. Once one gave up the path of breaking limits, one could immediately advance to the blood condensation realm martial artist. Still, it's not quite enough. Li Qingshan frowned. What was at hand was not the middle-aged Zhu Ping, but interrupting the sacrifice and vaporizing the blood pool. The power shown so far alone is not enough to do that. Just as he was wondering, the halberd in Mao Yu's hand suddenly glowed brightly, and the flames expanded rapidly. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly and this sudden surge of flames was not normal. The flames on the halberd were born from the resonance of Qi and blood, representing the changes in Qi and blood within Mao Yu's body. There is only one explanation for this sudden surge. Burning Qi and blood, simulating a rainbow. Li Qingshan thought back to the records in the 9 revolutions of the yin-yang, his gaze fixed. Breaking through the second turn on the spot, utilizing the instant of rainbow transformation to explode in the extreme? Mo Yu is playing for keeps. The thought has just flashed. The rampantly expanding flames violently shrunk and condensed into a reddish fireball with a diameter of 10 meters, falling from the sky. Li Qingshan pointed his toes and backed away sharply. Boom!
The earth trembled, sand and dust filled the air, and the blood pool was smashed into a deep pit in an instant. The semicircular shockwave spread rapidly, and the splattered blood was vaporized by the rolling heat wave while it was still in midair. Phew! A fierce wind rose up, and the shadows of swords in the sky swept away the smoke and dust. Qingshan looked to where the original blood pool was, and not a single drop of blood was left in it. The ground cracked, a crack spreading out in all directions, crumbling the bizarre patterns etched into the ground. The center of the deep pit. Mao Yu was leaning on his halberd, half kneeling on the ground, his face pale, and was looking up at him with difficulty.
Well, it's good that it's not dead. Qingshan nodded and turned to look at the edge of the blood pool.
The middle-aged Zhu Ping was half kneeling on the ground, his wide-eyed eyes filled with unwillingness and despair.
Laugh, why don't you laugh?
Qingshan carried his long sword in his hand and walked over step by step.
Just now, weren't you laughing quite happily? Chapter 82 Martial Space, Upgrade.
Kill a monster, experience in Wudao Space plus 30, available time increased by 30 years. The shadow of the blade suddenly dispersed, and ashes drifted down in the wind from the sky.
Bah! Evil god scum!
Qingshan spat and turned towards the center of the deep pit. Mao Yu's state was even worse, his face grew paler and paler, and he could only barely rely on the side of the halberd.
Qingshan frowned. Since you dared to make a breakthrough on the verge, you wouldn't have brought no resources to replenish your qi and blood, would you?
In the 9 revolutions of yin-yang, each breakthrough was a burning of the entire body's qi and blood to purify it. If the deficiency of qi and blood was not made up in time, not only would the qi and blood that had just been purified dissipate, but the body would even decay in this way. Mao Yu glanced at Qingshan and moved her eyes down.
In your arms?
Qingshan raised an eyebrow and reached out to dig into Mao Yu's clothes.
Pocket. Lane.
Mao Yu opened his mouth with difficulty, a trace of blood rising stiffly from his pale face.
Told you so.
Qingshan turned his palm and pulled out a metal vial from the pocket of Mao Yu's pants. Opening the cork of the bottle, red light overflowed from the mouth of the bottle, and inside was a pill with a reddish color.
Source blood pill. Qingshan's eyes stared.
He was also going to turn 1 in a few days, so naturally, he had browsed through the resources used to replenish his qi and blood in the Points Mall. The source blood pill was not considered the best in terms of efficacy, but because it was easy to carry around, the price was very high.
10,000 points for 1.
The elixir was poured into his palm, pinched open Mao Yu's mouth and stuffed it in. Seeing Mao Yu's face gradually reddening, Qingshan couldn't help but sigh with emotion that a penny is worth a penny. Tianfu province has long been activated in the mixed mode. Mao Yu is an enlightened genius, not only accounted for 2 years of Rookie War first, but also dominated the old continent first list for a whole year, naturally will not lack of points.
Qingshan. Kong Hao leapt down from the distant mound, followed by the dusty genie and Yang Bo.
Just now I see that I can't intervene, so?
Kong Hao's face was a little embarrassed.
Genie and Yang Bo had only just arrived, while he had been there all along and had wanted to rush up to help. However, after seeing the movement of Qingshan and Mao Yu's strikes, he knew that this was not at all a level that he could intervene in.
It's okay.
Qingshan smiled lightly and shook his head, not caring. If he can make a loud arrow, Kong Hao will be considered to have made a great achievement. As for Genie and Yang Bo, they had traveled all the way through the dust and had suffered without credit. While the two were talking, Mao Yu had already stood up and glanced at Qingshan. Things are settled, we should get out.
Mao Yu? In addition to curiosity in Genie and Yang Bo's eyes, there was also awe.
For their 3rd grade, Mao Yu was a huge mountain over their heads. On the way back, a group of 5 men ran through the wilderness. The 3 of them, Kong Hao, remained at 60 ms, close to full power for them. However, it was easy for Qingshan, as well as Mao Yu, who was even in a weakened state. 20 minutes later, the 5 returned to the Scarlet Vortex once again.
You guys go on back, I'll wait a while.
Qingshan suddenly opened his mouth, and the remaining 4 were stunned.
Kong Hao was puzzled. What more do you want after the evil sacrifice has been destroyed?
Qingshan looked at the corpses strewn at his feet and thought for a moment.
There's another wolfsbane den on the map, and I'm going to decimate it.
Ha! The 4 of them looked confused. Qingshan shook his head with a soft sigh.
You don't understand, I have a grudge against wolfsbane.
Have a grudge? Kong Hao, Genie, and Yang Bo gulped and looked towards the wolfsbane corpse that was split in 2 all over the ground.
Yeah.
If you don't have a grudge, you won't be so mean.
Without another word, the three turned around and walked into the blood-colored vortex. Mao Yu stayed at the end, looked at Li Qingshan and opened his mouth. The unformed boundary gate can last up to 3 hours, so make sure you take your time or you can only stay in this astral realm forever. Thanks for the reminder. Li Qingshan nodded and watched Mo Yu leave. It wasn't until the tall figure disappeared behind the vortex that the party gave a sigh of relief. Worthy of being the number one in the old continent, a true enlightened genius. In the 9 revolutions of yin-yang, before each revolution breaks through, one must have perfect control over the entire body's qi and blood. The slightest misstep and you're dead in the water. However, Mao Yu had previously kept quiet and directly exploded his seed to open up big, clearly confident in his own strength to the extreme before he dared to break through in the middle of the battle. It was important to know that Mao Yu didn't have a panel, and there was no way to determine if the qi and blood control had reached perfection. Yin-Yang's second turn, martial arts and stance are also higher than mine? Li Qingshan's eyes were inexplicable. It was only June 9th today, and with the current cultivation progress, he should be able to break through the yin-yang second turn by the 31st, and his martial arts and stance should be able to go further as well. But even so, against Mao Yu, the victory was still unknown. But that was just the plan before. Function, Martial Arts Space LV-197-100. His eyes glanced over the panel. Li Qingshan turned his head to look into the vast wilderness. There should be more than just Wolfsbane in a place this big, right? Wolfsbane Lair is nothing more than a random excuse to say. His true purpose was to find a few more ferocious beasts in this star realm. Completing the last 3 points of experience. Outside of Luoping City, in a deep pit. The blood-colored vortex swirled with ripples as Kong Hao, Genie, and Yang Bo came out in turn, and everyone around them immediately moved. The 2 columns of mechs flew in front of the vortex, and Director Qin Yon leaped and landed in front of Mao Yu, who stepped out from behind. Solved? Mo Yu just nodded his head. Boom! With a shocking sound, Wang Xin smashed into the ground, his eyes red. Where did Li Qingshan go? Why hasn't he come out? Teacher Wan, take it easy. Kong Hao spoke up in a hurry. Li Qingshan is fine. Nothing? Wan Keshin's eyes appeared suspicious as he glanced at the motionless blood-colored vortex. Genie and Yang Bo also hurriedly spoke out to explain. Li Qingshan said that he has a grudge against Wolfsbane and is going to clear out that Wolfsbane nest. Nonsense. Lu Jing blew out his beard and glared, disgruntled. How could he, a student from a public raising, have a grudge against Wolfsbane? Wankersan instead nodded in understanding, instantly accepting the explanation. I don't know if Li Qingshan and Wolfsbane have a grudge. But he was well aware that his student had a strange fervor for ferocious beasts. Alright, since Li Qingshan is fine, let's wait. Qin Yong waved his hand to stop the crowd, his eyes looking towards Mao Yu. Tell me, what exactly did Zhu Ping leave behind? Half an hour later. Evil god scum. Wan Keshin cursed angrily. Director Qin Yon let out a long sigh and shook his head. Xu Ping was wrong from the start. Putting his hopes on the evil god is tantamount to shooting himself in the foot. Yu Man's clear and cold voice floated out at the same time. I just want to know if the flesh and blood demon god really resurrected Zhu Ping's wife and son? Resurrection? Everyone was deep in thought. The word resurrection represented too much significance, even involving the situation of the entire starry sky. Impossible, a flesh and blood demon god is not qualified to touch the sole authority. For the first time, Xiaoya tightened his smile and categorically denied it. The so-called resurrection is just another fool's errand by the power of the evil gods. The crowd nodded and thought no more about it. The word authority is too high, too far away from them, and it is useless to think about it. Wan Keshin turned his head to look at the still motionless blood-colored vortex, his brows furrowed. This brat, it's just a Wolfsbane nest, and it's still not done? LV Jing and Yuan Hanyan were also worried out loud. This boundary gate can only last for another hour at most. Li Qingshan won't be too late to come back, right? Since the rookie battle, Li Qingshan no longer belonged only to the city of Loking, but was the treasure of the entire Wui province. No, I've already warned him. Before Mao Yu finished speaking, the blood-colored vortex rippled and the dusty Li Qingshan stepped out across the door. Seeing the obviously relieved Wan Keshan, Li Qingshan smiled faintly. Teacher, I'm back. Alright, since Li Qingshan has returned, this matter ends here. Qin Yong first opened his mouth to set the tone, then turned his head to look at the several teachers. Thanks to the help of a few advisors, I'll be awarding points to a few students in the name of the inspectorate. After saying that, he then confided in the two man people. You guys continue to hold down the fort for a while, wait for the boundary gate to close before clearing the area and evacuating. I'll send Mayu back to Tianfu province first. As the words fell, the hatch of the ship in mid-air opened. Qin Yong leaped into the airship. Mao Yu, however, did not move immediately, but gazed towards Li Qingshan, his right hand gripping his halberd. The strength is good, it's a pity that it's one term later than me. I hope we'll have a chance to cross paths in the future. The crossover will definitely happen and... Li Qingshan paused and said seriously. No need for later. Huh? Muyo raised her eyebrows unexpectedly, unsure. You still want to cross levels? Since the rookie battle, Li Qingshan's reputation had long been spread by all the teachers, and Mao Yu naturally knew about his participation in the battle across levels. If Li Qingshan crossed another level, then he would have stayed in the martial arts class for less than even a year. Lu Jing's face tightened and he hastily interrupted with a voice. No cross, no cross. Are you kidding me? If Li Qingshan crosses the levels again, it's fine to go to the new continent, but it's not necessarily the case with the Ziying Academy. More importantly, Li Qingshan is only the extreme realm. Mao Yu is already Yin Yang's second turn, simply cannot see the hope of competing for the old continent first. They are also counting on Li Qingshan to dominate the list for a year after June as well, so that Wui province can raise its eyebrows properly. Unfortunately, Lu Jing said it didn't count. Li Qingshan's gaze did not waver in the slightest. Okay, I'll wait for you in the sparring space. Mo Yu raised her pretty eyebrows and leapt up into the airship. Only 22 days remain until the final rankings are determined at the end of June. If Li Qingshan wanted to fight her, he would first have to fight his way to the top 3 before doing so. Boom! The sonic boom went off and the ship sailed away. Louis King was so anxious that he jumped to his feet. Old one, Li Qingshan is your student, aren't you going to persuade him? I don't need you to teach me? Wan Keshin crossed his eyes and turned his head to Li Qingshan, hesitantly saying. Kid, are you really planning to go to New Continent this year? Last time the rookie battle crossed over, at least it was communicated ahead of time, but this time it's just too sudden. Teacher, you said it before, martial artists of my generation should be courageous. And... Li Qingshan's words lapsed, and illusory panels surfaced in front of his eyes. Function, Martial Arts Space LV2 110,000. Availability, 94 years and 336 days. Time flow rate, 1:100. After deliberating for a moment or two, Li Qingshan slowly opened his mouth. Teacher, a great battle before made me gain a lot and have a little realization. Chapter 83 Extreme Realm Perfection. Comprehend? Lu Jing was directly confused. Wan Keshin's eyes lit up and he laughed out loud. Ha, good boy, I'm waiting for you to come back with a first in the old continent. Lu Jing froze and turned back, glancing at Wankershan and... Not sure if you just heard the same thing he did, or not. Just a little realization? Why do you want to win the first place in the old continent? Cough. Yuan Hongyan opened his mouth with a dry cough and reminded. With only 20 days left out of time, it's hard to realize into strength even if you have comprehension, not to mention that there's still such a big gap between Li Qingshan and Mo Yu. Right. LV Jing nodded his head in a hurry and... That's what I mean. Hey, you guys don't get it. Wankershan glanced at the two, suddenly having a feeling of transcendence. It was difficult for ordinary people to imagine what Li Qingshan meant by comprehension, but he knew the meaning of these two words. Even if one day Li Qingshan suddenly said that he had a realization and wanted to the evil god, he would still support him. Wankershan had no idea of explaining in detail, but just moved on to what he had said before. Don't forget that the path of martial arts will ultimately be their own, and it's enough for us as teachers to just do our part in guiding them. Old one, I didn't realize you were really good at teaching students. Xiaoya shook his head and lost his smile, tapping his finger on the communicator. Come on, it's getting late, time to go back. The black speeder slowly fell into the deep pit, the door opened, and several people entered. The speed of the flying car was very fast, but in 10 minutes it flew back to Locking City and landed in front of Li Qingshan's neighborhood. The car door opened and Xiaoya personally escorted Li Qingshan out of the car. Coach Li, my brat went to Xinzhou some time ago, so I'll have to trouble you to help me discipline him in the future. Xiao, you all went to Xinzhou? Li Qingshan was a bit surprised that Fatty had been in touch with him a couple times a month before. There was no news in the last month, and he thought that little Fatty was focusing on his cultivation, but he didn't expect that he had gone to new continent before him. However, there is no isolation of communication between the new and old continents. Fatty deliberately didn't inform him, probably preparing some kind of surprise. Thinking of the last agreement with little Fatty about who will go to Shinjo first, Qingshan shook his head and lost his smile. Don't worry, Mr. Chow, I'll definitely take good care of him when the time comes. As the flying car rose into the air and went away, Qingshan withdrew his gaze and looked around. It was late in the evening and there was not a single person downstairs in the neighborhood. The old people and children who used to walk and play are nowhere to be seen. Not only is there no one downstairs, but there are very few tenants in the several buildings in the neighborhood with lights on. Are they all scared off? Qingshan shook his head and sighed. It can be expected that the vast majority of tenants should be afraid to go home for the time being. After all, Jupiter's clone had just shown up here a few hours ago. The impact on the general public is indeed too great. In the cool neighborhood, Qingshan carried his sword alone, weaving between the buildings. Squeak! The door to the room opened, and after nearly half a month, Qingshan finally returned home again. After renting for almost 3 years, I really need to check out this time. Qingshan swept his eyes at the furnishings in the room and looked puzzled. At the beginning of the crossing, when he first learned of the difference between the old and new continents, he had longed for the new one. After all, only by setting foot on a new continent could one touch this vast and incomparable interstellar age. 3 years of hard work and now the new continent is close at hand. Buzz! The slight vibration of his wrist interrupted Qingshan's thoughts. A message was sent on the communicator, a confirmation of arrival alert from the Points Mall. 10,000 points. Qingshan's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth hooked up. The inspectorate's rewards really never disappoint. Now that there were more than 20,000 points in the account, at least before breaking the limit for the third turn, there was no need to worry about points. After a brief wash, Qingshan picked up the Thunder Ripple blade, returned to the bedroom, and sat cross-legged on the bed. 100 times the flow of time. With anticipation, eyes closed. Entering the martial arts space. Qingshan had just opened his eyes before he could observe the changes after the space upgrade. Ho ho ho! Shocking, hissing and chaotic, more than 30 ferocious beasts as well as the middle-aged Zhuping couldn't wait to rush in. Just as well, I want to kill you again. Qingshan's gaze was cold and he drew his sword and sheathed it. Phew! At the first sound of the wind, the figure had disappeared. Gusts of wind blew through the gaps between the monsters, and a blade flashed. Knives, blood rain, severed limbs, mutilated bodies. The monsters fell one after another, and a hideous sculpture appeared at the edge of the platform. 10 minutes later. Ashes spilled onto the ground, clearing the cluttered battlefield. Qingshan squinted his eyes and stared towards the edge of the platform, only barely able to make out a small dot slowly appearing. The platform got bigger. Previously, the circular platform was 1,000 meters in diameter. He was standing in the center of the platform, which should be only 500 meters from the sculpture. And now, the sculpture is only a small dot in the eye, almost 5 kilometers just by sight. The diameter of the platform should have doubled tenfold to 10 kilometers. After making some predictions, Qingshan withdrew his gaze and looked around again. It seemed that apart from the platform becoming larger, there were no other changes in the martial space. No, with the light in the martial space, there's no way I can see that far. Qingshan snapped his head up and stared at the top of his head. Originally, there was no sky in the martial space, and there should be a void overhead. But now, the star points are dense. In a cursory sweep, there were hundreds of faint light sources. The reason why it was said to be faint was because a layer of cloudy gray mist had appeared in the void at some point. The gray fog seemed like a veil shrouding the twinkling starlight. This is? Qingshan's eyes were focused in thought. The scene in front of him was very much like that star realm sky before. Though the martial space did not have a sky and was not dimly lit. However, the haze created by the gray fog, and the hundreds of star points that twinkled afterward, were very similar to the star realm. Just decoration? Or does it serve some other purpose? Qingshan frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. This time, when the martial arts space was upgraded, there were no information prompts that appeared, and one could only rely on oneself to figure it out. But the star points are high and out of reach. After a moment's reflection, Qingshan can only give up and start cultivating. The next day, early morning. Qingshan opened his eyes slightly dazed. Looking at the time on the comb. June 10th, 10 a.m.
It had been exactly 12 hours since he had gone to sleep last night. But within the martial space, 50 whole days had passed. Qingshan pinched his brow and sighed softly in a low voice.
100 times the flow of time, I've gotten harder. The 9 revolutions of the Inferno Sun was not practiced for the time being because the body didn't keep up with it. For 50 days, other than sleeping, he had been cultivating the Thundering Blade and the Heavenly Luo Steps. Previously, a realistic month's time, while cultivating the feats, the two martial arts were almost able to raise their proficiency by 1,000 points each. And now, just one night's cultivation had raised 500 points. It should be a big success tomorrow. Qingshan scanned the panel, then lightly eeped. How many times did you kill Wolfsbane yesterday?
With one night of cultivation, all the monsters in the space had died under his blade at least 10,000 times.
But how much exactly, he couldn't remember. Forget it, don't think about it, it should happen in the next few days anyway.
When he first said that he would kill Wolfsbane 100,000 times, he always did what he said he would do. Qingshan rolled over and got out of bed, and after simply cleaning up, he went out to the school. The speed of forging cultivation had been stretched to the limit. Even if the martial space was upgraded, it couldn't be changed, it had to be grasped. For the next few days, Qingshan traveled between school and home, practicing as he should.
June 13th, afternoon.
Inside the cultivation room, the wall of light was erected. Qingshan stood in front of the fist power tester, his hands waving out residual shadows.
Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muffled.
Qingshan suddenly stopped and looked up at the display.
Speed, 150 ms. Fist power, 100 tons.
At the end of May, he had only just reached the 10th weight of the forging body, with a speed of 50 ms and a punching power of 10 tons. Only half a month has passed and the test data has soared. Teacher said at first that stepping into the extreme realm would at least double your physical fitness, but didn't mention what the upper limit was.
Qingshan looked at the results on the display and pondered. Speed is augmented by stance and does not increase linearly and cannot be used as a comparison.
The punching power, due to the fact that it is thrown flat and without any martial arts enhancement, can most intuitively respond to the physical enhancement.
My current physical quality is considered to be 10 times that of the 10th level of body forging.
The extreme realm mysteries were different, and the limits were naturally different. But as a collection of the best, stars are calling, its channeling is undoubtedly the strongest.
10 times, it should be the upper limit of the extreme realm, or...
Qingshan's gaze moved slightly, looking towards the panel realm column.
Realm, forged body 100. Polar realm perfection. Chapter 84. Brother, you still have to practice.
Flesh, the source of qi and blood. Qingshan murmured out, his eyes containing anticipation.
Polar realm perfection, it should be able to be even stronger after breaking the limit, right?
The first layer of the 9 revolutions of the yin-yang had long since been cultivated, perfectly controlling the qi and blood of the entire body.
The process of simulating a rainbow transformation was unhindered for him.
However, before that, the resources to replenish qi and blood after the breakthrough must be prepared.
Qingshan looked down at the calm.
Yesterday, he ordered the hot source liquid from the Points Mall. 500 points a bottle, 10 bottles at a time, enough to replenish the deficit of qi and blood after the breakthrough. The hot source liquid is already a rare resource, although the secondary account can be purchased, but also have to wait for the mall to transfer goods from the new continent. It was now an hour before the agreed delivery time. Qingshan turned off his communicator, closed his eyes, and was about to enter the martial space. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He immediately opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the virtual warehouse. The 5th level of the stars are summoning, no one has cultivated it in the last 1,000 years of the Ziying star. This polar realm perfection of mine is also unique for 1,000 years.
The opportunity to experience the perfect battle power of the extreme realm is only this once, wouldn't it be a pity if we missed it?
Thinking of this, Qingshan took a step and lay into the virtual warehouse. Light and shadow transformed, and the through-the-sky wall with the engraved rankings appeared in front of his eyes once again.
Qingshan looked up to the top and... The first of the old continent, Moyu, still stands above the clouds.
But at this moment, looking at it again, it's not as out of reach as it was when I first entered the virtual space. Qingshan withdrew his gaze and raised his hand to tap the match button. Please prepare for battle, your opponent Wang Yuexin has been selected for you, ranked 1024.
Countdown 3. 2.1.
The figure of a young girl with a long sword in her hand appeared 100 meters away. Li Qingshan smiled indifferently and drew his thunder-rippled blade.
Teasing blade, Li Qingshan.
The smile froze on his face as Li Qingshan stared at the surprised young girl across from him.
You're from Vong Nai province?
No, I heard about you from a couple of rivals and then went back to my teacher to find out. When Wang Yuexian opened her mouth, it was like a series of pearls, full of adoration. Li Qingshan, you're too powerful, crossing levels to participate in the rookie battle, and thwarting the evil god's plot in the Star Realm.
You know about the astral world too?
Li Qingshan's brows furrowed as he let out a long sigh.
It's spreading out of the province.
As soon as the words fell, his body shape was like electricity, spanning a distance of 100 meters, and the light of the blade flashed away.
Wang Yuexian's small mouth suddenly stopped and her head slipped from her neck. Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 1024, will the match continue? Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 985, will the match continue? Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 867, will the match continue? The rankings have skyrocketed and
Li Qingshan didn't even use his martial arts skills all the way, and with 10 times the physical quality crushed, it was enough to just take a step and swing his sword. However, as a battle progressed, Li Qingshan's frown deepened. Because all the opponents can't get those 6 words out of their mouths. Teasing blade, Li Qingshan. Another opponent fell under the knife. Li Qingshan sighed helplessly.
Still no questions?
Up to this point in the fight, he's basically inquired about every game. But all the answers were heard from the opposition.
Matchmaking space matches, with winners matched against stronger, and losers only matched against opponents below their ranking.
By the time you reach the top 1000, ranking changes are no longer frequent, so opponents with similar rankings are more familiar.
It's only been a few days since the incident in the Star Realm, and it's spreading through the sparring space? Jin Yi? Kong Ho? Yang Bo?
3 names flashed through his mind, and a vicious smile appeared at the corner of Li Qingshan's mouth.
I'd like to see who the hell is bad-mouthing me. Crushing all the way, the rankings continue to soar. Finally,
Li Qingshan's foot stepped on the back of a tall and strong boy, and the blade of the knife brushed past his shoulder and neck. The journey of inquiry was not a smooth one, naturally. If you don't cooperate, you can only replace questioning with interrogation. The boy's sweaty hair stood on end as he replied loudly.
It's Kong Hao. He's the one who spread the news. Thanks. The blade turned, separating the head and neck. Defeated opponent, currently ranked 203, will the match continue?
A few more battles and many inquiries to confirm. Please prepare for battle. Your opponent Kong Hao has been selected for you, ranked 108.
Countdown 3. 2.1. Li Qingshan, what a coincidence.
Kong Hao carried his lance and was full of surprise as he stepped forward to greet him.
Phew.
Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth.
Yes, what a coincidence. I'm just so happy to have matched you. You. What are you doing? Kong Hao's face stiffened and his footsteps stopped, smelling a hint of danger from Li Qingshan's smile. What's more, Li Qingshan is sizing him up. Sizing up from bottom to top. Do we have some kind of misunderstanding?
Kong Hao opened his mouth with a strong smile, his legs unconsciously clenching.
It doesn't matter if it's a mistake or not.
Li Qingshan drew his sword out of its sheath and gently wiped it.
Since you like to hang on to the teasing blade, then I'll treat you to a free experience.
Kong Hao's face changed drastically, and he immediately turned his long spear upside down, the head of the spear stabbing towards his head.
Clank!
The light of the sword appeared suddenly and knocked away the head of the gun.
Why bother?
Sighs rang out behind him, and Kong Hao's eyes just widened as a vertical line of blood suddenly emerged from right in the center of his brow.
The body was split in two, from bottom to top. Defeated opponent, currently ranked 108, will the match continue? Phew! The thoughts are finally getting through.
Li Qingshan let out a long breath and tapped towards the confirmation button. Please prepare for battle. Your opponent Meng Lei has been selected for you, ranked 103.
Countdown 3. 2.1.
On the opposite side of the platform, an inch-haired youth with a knife appeared, his face full of surprise.
Li Qingshan?
Li Qingshan frowned, just when he thought he was going to hear that egghead title again. Li Qingshan, I didn't believe it last time when I heard from Mao Kai. The more the inch-haired youth said, the more excited he became, approaching all the way. I didn't think you were really enlightened.
Meng Lei?
Li Qingshan carefully measured the other party's face, finally finding a corresponding face in the memories of his predecessor that had been swept to the corner. Meng Lei, also born in a public rearing center. In his second year of junior high school, he comprehended the third level of The Stars Are Calling and was sent to Xinzhou, where he had a pretty good relationship with his predecessor.
No? Meng Lei saw Li Qingshan's hesitation and said with dissatisfaction. It's only been 4 years and you don't recognize me?
I was squatting in the old continent versus space for a month after I heard the news from Mao Kai. Li Qingshan didn't care about the other party's nagging, but took this opportunity to ask about his previous doubts.
You guys can come over the wall at will from the new continent? Over the wall? Meng Lei couldn't help but laugh after he froze. Over the wall, that's a graphic word. It's true that going over the wall isn't difficult, but it's expressly forbidden in school, and if you're caught you'll be heavily fined. In order to be able to run into you, I've repeatedly restrained my strength, but I still rushed to 103rd place. The last few days of matches, I've had to purposely water down my losses. Li Qingshan looked Meng Lei up and down and said unexpectedly. You're strong?
Of course, I've already broken through the Qi and Blood realm. Meng Lei explained with a smug smile. But the top 100 fights in the old continent basically have the attention of college admissions teachers, especially in June, so that's why I'm afraid to venture out.
Qi and Blood realm, not bad.
Li Qingshan drew his sword and sheathed it, his face couldn't help but look solemn for a few moments. After all, this was the first Qi Blood realm opponent he had encountered.
Do you really want to go to Xinzhou this year? Meng Lei frowned and shook his head.
With your talent after enlightenment, you can completely learn Maoyu suppression for a year, there is no need to be in such a hurry, and Guan Shaoxi.
Come out with your sword.
Li Qingshan spoke blandly, interrupting Meng Lei's gushing. This time, the reason for entering the sparring space was to experience the extreme realm perfection battle power, not to catch up on old times, much less to listen to those messy old stories.
Well, then let me see how far you've gotten.
Meng Lei drew his sword and sheathed it, and his sword slashed Lianshan in an unbroken chain. Misty Qi and blood filled the blade, causing the blade's momentum to build up and become heavier and heavier.
Perfection of the Lianshan blade?
Li Qingshan's gaze moved slightly.
Meng Lei's strength was indeed good, and with the condensed mist realm Qi and blood augmentation, each slash was not something that Kong Hao's stream could resist. But that's about it.
Meng Lei's battle power was at most twice that of Kong Hao's, while he was at least 10 times that. In the face of the heavy mountain-like blade, Li Qingshan only did 2 things. Step over and swing your sword. The figure was like a ghost, and the light of the blade flashed. The head tossed off and landed at his feet, one eye wide. Li Qingshan shook his head and squatted down, closing his eyes for him. Dude, you still have to practice.
Chapter 85, Destruction. Following Meng Lei, Li Qingshan went through another battle and won easily. Defeated your opponent, currently ranked 100, check out the new rules.
Instead of continuing to prompt for a match, the brain popped up a light screen.
The rules have changed?
Li Qingshan muttered out and looked at the screen. Because of the number of people online, the top 100 battles in the old continent use a parallel between dating and matching, with low-ranked students being able to date directly to higher-ranked students up to 10. Note, only the top 3 finishers are eligible for a date with the first of the old continent.
All students must log into the matchmaking space each day, complete all appointments, and play 5 matchmaking battles.
In the event of an absence, the ranking will be automatically kicked back behind 100. On June 31st, the top 100 students must log into the matchmaking space by 10 a.m. to accept all appointments. At 12 p.m., the final rankings of the top 100 in the old continent will be determined.
A date? Match?
Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and tapped to the confirmation button at the bottom of the screen. The words change and a name appears on the screen, the very same top 100 list.
The names are lighted and darkened to represent the 2 states of online and offline, respectively.
Looks like the students are working hard. Li Qingshan made a cursory sweep. The vast majority of the names were lit up, with only a few dimmed. For martial arts class students, virtual space could be used for more than just rushing rankings, it was more about utilizing sparring matches to hone martial arts skills. Li Qingshan's gaze moved up to the top of the leaderboards. Mao Yu was not online. Mo Yu, the number 1 in the old continent, naturally couldn't help but work hard.
Is it because there is no opponent?
Li Qingshan smiled and tapped towards the random match button. Please prepare for battle, your opponent Lu Lan has been selected for you, ranked 98.
Countdown 3. 2.1.
Virtual space. Above the floating white clouds, a dozen chairs were randomly placed, mostly empty. The 5 teachers sat in different directions, both male and female. They were all enrollment teachers from different martial arts universities in the new continent, and they were currently looking down below the clouds. Fully tens of thousands of students were standing in front of the heavenly jade wall, appearing and disappearing from time to time. These students can't see each other, but they have a clear view from above looking down. After the 5 teachers watched for a while, a teacher couldn't help but sigh with regret in his eyes. Most of these students will have to join companies and consortiums when they graduate from 3rd grade. I also don't know how many people will be able to walk out of the Purple Star in the end, and how many will be able to continue on this path of martial arts. Nearly 70,000 names are carved into the Tongtian Jedi, but Shinshu only takes the top 100 each year. For the vast majority of students, this opportunity is so remote that they see no hope at all. Talent screening has been going on since elementary school, and the old continent martial arts classes are just to find the missing pearls of the ocean, and for other students, not going to the new continent might not be a bad thing. A middle-aged male teacher shook his head and spoke out. Don't forget that the ultimate purpose of our Budo University is to prepare for war. At these words, the other 4 teachers' faces were solemn as they nodded in agreement. That's right, if you don't have enough strength, you can only become cannon fodder when you go into battle in the future, so you might as well live out your life peacefully. Right at this moment, the top of the sky-passing wall not far away suddenly flickered. Another newcomer in the top 100? A few of the teachers looked over with slight curiosity. The clouds were like a dividing line that intercepted the top of the Tongtian Jedi, with the top 100 rankings just above it. At this moment, a new name appeared at the 100th position in the rankings. Qingshan. How did Qingshan rush into the top 100? Several teachers glanced at each other with surprised faces. Several people often entered the virtual space to observe the geniuses of the old continent, and were naturally no strangers to Qingshan's name. The matter of participating in the battle across the levels had been known to them for a long time, and even the details of the battle at the Star Realm had been made clear to them. At 18 years old, he stepped into the Extreme Realm. I thought he had to learn from Manhwa to settle down for a year, but I didn't expect to be so courageous and refined. A teacher, with a smile on his face, uttered an exclamation of admiration. But after he finished speaking, he realized that the other few people did not speak out in agreement, but instead, one by one, their gazes flickered, implying wariness. The teacher who spoke froze, suddenly reacting. They're trying to get Qingshan to sign a bailout agreement. The rankings of the several martial arts universities behind them were relatively low, and every year in the entrance qualification battle, the top-ranked geniuses wouldn't choose them at all. Often going into the old continent matchmaking space to observe is nothing more than trying to pick up the slack. Qingshan is the leak. Manhwa was sitting at the number 1 spot in the old continent, and his reputation had long spread to the new continent, so several of their universities didn't even have a chance to compete. But Qingshan was different. Similarly an enlightened genius, at this moment, Qingshan had yet to show his talent and was not well known in the new continent. If they took out enough scholarships to get Qingshan to sign a bailout agreement in advance, then they would have made a lot of money. For a while, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, and several of the teachers had their own little plans. Just then. Yo, you guys are quite diligent. It's not even the middle of the month, and you're already here? The sound of picking was heard, and several people looked over at the sound. Only a woman in a small suit, literally, appeared out of nowhere and sat down in an empty chair. Lu Jing. Several teachers looked at each other, not looking too good. Compared to the competition between each other, the Purple school behind Lu Jing was the real enemy. Between eye flashes, several teachers quickly reached an alliance. Lu Jing, your Purple school sits firmly on the mountain every year. When did you become so concerned about the old continent rankings? I know, you came here for no other reason than to see Manhwa. Don't wait, she hasn't been online for the last few days. That's right, Lu Jing, I remember you haven't graduated from graduate school yet, right? It's not your turn to meddle in the affairs of the enrollment office. A few of you have a word for it. Lu Jing's smile gradually tightened and her eyes showed suspicion. I'm just here to take a look for my teacher, what's your hurry? It's going to happen. It's over. The thought flashed by, and the hearts of the 5 teachers sank. I'd like to see what good seedling is worthy of you all joining forces to target me? Lu Jing didn't care about a few people, her eyes were fixed on the leaderboard. The top 100 of the old continent changed even less, most of the names she'd seen before, and only a few unfamiliar ones.
The light in Lu Jing's eyes flashed and he quickly locked onto his target. Old Continent ranking 83, Qingshan. So it's Qingshan, no wonder. Lu Jing was smiling, and the other 5 teachers' faces became even more ugly. You know him? Of course I know, enlightened genius. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth hooked up and said meaningfully. He could have bought my instructional videos and be considered my student. As soon as you open your mouth, you set the teacher-student relationship in motion. A female teacher's eyebrows went up in indignation. Student? How dare you mention that bandwagon video of yours? Sooner or later, I'm going to give you a complaint to take it down. Oh, go ahead if you can, you're not the only one who complained anyway. Lu Jing didn't care and raised his hand. In the sky, a huge screen appeared, and on it, it was Qingshan's sparring match that was playing. Picture. Qingshan just leaped, and with a turn of his feet, he stood behind his opponent and lords over him with a knife. The man hadn't even reacted until his head hit the ground. The fight was over in an instant, but it could not escape the eyes of all the teachers present. Extreme realm. Absolute physical quality crushing, just a simple stance is enough to seal the victory. A few teachers commented briefly and there were no surprises. Only Lu Jing first opened her eyes in surprise, and then her eyes showed suspicion. She didn't speak, however. Screen. A new opponent appears and the battle continues. Rank 74. 0.62. 0.56. 0.48. The opponents kept getting stronger, but the way Qingshan ended the fight didn't change a bit. Steps, swings, heads fall to the ground. All the battles were over in a few breaths, without a single delay. As the matchup proceeds, the 5 teachers in the room couldn't remain calm any longer, and their eyes widened. Students ranked above 50 were basically Qi blood realm martial artists who had already broken through. But Qingshan's fighting style still hasn't changed. Even, so far, he hadn't used any martial arts skills. The extreme realm was strong, but facing a condensed mist realm Qi-blooded martial artist, it wasn't as if they were crushed to this extent, was it? In a while though, Qingshan had already rushed into the top 10. Can the extreme realm be this strong? Finally, a teacher couldn't help but raise a question. It's true that the extreme realm can level the gap in realms with the strength of the physical body, but it's hard to crush it like Qingshan did, right? That's right, last year Mayu was also in the extreme realm, but her strength wasn't that exaggerated, at most she could barely break into the top 10. A crowd of puzzled voices. Lu Jing still didn't say a word, her eyes were firmly fixed on the screen, her pupils constantly contracting. Picture. Qingshan's matchmaking battle didn't stop there, and he finally used his sword technique when he faced a top 10 ranked opponent. But the battle still ended quickly, just as crushingly. Old Chow 9th. Old Island 7th. Old Chow 5th. All the way, devastating. Chapter 86, 1,000 Years of Uniqueness. On the screen, the battle continues. The 5 teachers looked at each other in disbelief, the scene in front of them had begun to challenge their knowledge of the extreme realm. Is this still the extreme realm? Just how many times has Qingshan's physical quality increased? Without test data, they can't tell. Because with each battle, the power Qingshan used was stronger, it was impossible to see where the limit was. There was a silence. Lu Jing's pupils shrunk to the extreme, and her eyes suddenly became certain, as if she had figured something out. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up in a smile. Looks like you guys didn't even take a good history class when you were in school. What do you mean? The 5 teachers frowned in unison. Qingshan's situation has long been recorded in history books. History books? The teachers looked confused and... Be nice, why are you bringing up history books again? Lu Jing shook her head and reminded. 1,000 years ago. The pupils of the 5 instantly quake and... The time point of 1,000 years ago definitely has an extraordinary significance in Xing. Because, it was then that a great man rose to prominence, going from the Xing star to the stars. Thinking back to the relevant deeds of that great man, they quickly realized the similarities of Qingshan. Several teachers couldn't help but gulp and open their mouths in a drooling manner. Are you saying that Qingshan has comprehended the 5th level of the stars or summoning? Can you think of any other explanation than that? Lu Jing glanced at them and raised her hand to point at the screen. Qingshan was fighting the second of the old continent, a youth with a long spear.
The lance was impervious to the wind. Li Qingshan didn't make a surprise attack like before. Instead, the light of the blade spread all over his body, slashing at the lance one after another, pressuring the opponent to retreat. Ma Jie, after stopping at the mist-gathering realm for over a year, he's only one step away from blood condensation, and his body techniques and martial arts are equally not weak. If it wasn't for Mao Yu's presence, Ma Jie would be strong enough to compete for first place in the old continent. But even so, he's still being pressed by Li Qingshan. Lu Jing's voice lurched as she shook her head inside. Ordinary channeling techniques can't do this even if they are cultivated to perfection. The only way to have hope is the 5th level of the stars or summoning, that legendary strongest guiding technique. Li Qingshan is a true extreme realm perfection. The words. Hundreds of blades around Li Qingshan's body were glowing in unison, condensed to the extreme. Thunderbolts fell from the sky, and Ma Jie, along with the long spear in his hand, was instantly shattered. Thunderfall. Lu Jing's gaze froze and he got up violently. Last time, listening to her niece Lu Su, she surmised that Li Qingshan was utilizing the wind and shadow to follow him, as well as the thundering blades storing up technique, before simulating a thunder descent. And right now, although there were no traces of thunder power, Li Qingshan's last move was clearly a true and genuine thunderfall. The other teachers glanced at Lu Jing in a slightly strange manner. Since one can be extremely realm perfect, it doesn't seem strange that the thundering blade is a great success, does it? Nothing strange? Lu Jing was speechless in the bottom of his heart. It was certainly not surprising that the thundering blade alone was a great success. However, Li Qingshan's wind shadow blade had long since been perfected, and now the thundering blade had also been cultivated to great completion. With Li Qingshan's comprehension, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to see the true A-grade martial art, 9 heavenly wind and thunder blade, in his hands. However, Lu Jing pursed her lips and still didn't retort. Even if it was an A-grade martial art, it couldn't be compared to the 5th level of stars at call. This is the real only one of the millennium after the great man. Just then, a teacher suddenly spoke out in alarm. Mo Yu is online. The crowd immediately turned their heads and looked towards the top of the heavenly jade wall, where Mao Yu's name was already lit up. Lu Jing waved away the small piece of cloud and looked down. One could only see a tall figure, leaning on a square sky painting halberd, standing before the wall. Mao Yu is online at this time? She didn't come here specifically to wait for Li Qingshan to make a date, did she? Several of the teachers were astonished, and at the same time, there was a look of ceaseless anticipation in their eyes. Unconsciously looking sideways at the screen, On the screen, Li Qingshan stood on the battle platform, the leaderboards lit up in front of him, and his fingers stretched out and tapped down. And then disappeared. Li Qingshan, offline? The 5 teachers were filled with shock and Mo Yu specially went online and waited for the appointment, then Li Qingshan ran away? What are you guys expecting? Lu Jing glanced at a few people and shook her head breathlessly. Li Qingshan isn't a little cutie. Even if the pole realm perfection is strong, it's still only the starting point of the path to breaking the limit, but Mao Yu has already broken the limit in the second turn. The logic was this, but the 5 teachers couldn't stop shaking their heads with regret. I don't know how well Li Qingshan's chi and blood control is going. If he can break through the first turn before the end of the month, there might be hope to see him fight Mao Yu. It's not that simple to have perfect control over chi and blood. Back in the day, we were cautious when our chi and blood transformed into rainbows, let alone the path they took to break the limits. As the few people spoke, Mao Yu's figure disappeared as well. Apparently, she had really gone online just to wait for Li Qingshan's appointment. Scatter, why is it so hard to pick up a leak? It's been so long for nothing. The 5 teachers showed little interest and glanced back at the culprit. But to their surprise, Lu Jing did not have the intention to leave. Instead, he sat back in his chair again, his eyes fixed on the bottom of the Jedi wall. There's a leak? A few people looked at each other and immediately became interested, following Lu Jing's gaze. With tens of thousands of names carved into the wall, it's hard to tell them apart for a while. But soon, they knew who Lu Jing was staring at. Because that name is climbing up the ladder of prominence. Zhou Yunza? Such a fierce genius, why haven't I heard of him before? Matchmaking rules, the more games you win in a row, the higher the matchmaking across the rankings. Right now, Zhou Yunza's ranking jumped every few seconds, and once it jumped, it was several hundred places. In just a few minutes, Zhou Yunza had rushed from the bottom of the dangling list to 20,000th place. Something's not right. Which province did this Zhou Yunza come from? The 5 teachers' brows gradually furrowed, their eyes suspicious.
With 20,000 names, it's already in the third grade category. But instead of slowing down, Zhou Yun's rate of improvement rose even faster due to the accumulation of consecutive victories. The biggest role of the sparring space, besides determining rankings, was for students to hone their martial arts skills. They had stayed in the old continent virtual space for a long time and could be certain that they had never seen Zhou Yun's name. A student who has never landed before can crush all the way to this point? Crushing, really crushing. Just a few teachers watching. A minute later, light flashed from the top of the Jedi wall. Old Chao 100, Chao Yun say. At this point, it's no longer something that can be explained by genius. The one and only of the millennium, Qingshan, has roots and roots, and his growth trajectory is clear as day. And this Zhou Yunza in front of him, it was almost as if he had appeared out of thin air. The five teachers looked grave as they simultaneously turned their heads to look at Lu Jing. Lu Jing, you were the one who first noticed Zhou Yunza just now, do you know his details? Lu Jing frowned and mused. I have indeed heard of a genius called Zhou Yunza, but not in the old continent, nor in the Ziying Star. Rather. Red-Yellow Star. Chapter 87, Breaking the Limit, One Turn. Mr. Li, here are the 10 bottles of scorching source liquid and 100 bottles of star source liquid you ordered. At the door of the cultivation room, it was the same black-clothed middle-aged delivery from last time. Li Qingshan received a large and small 2 boxes, opened them and checked them once before nodding his head. No problem, thanks. Mr. Li is polite, then I'll take my leave first. The black-robed middle-aged man turned to leave. Li Qingshan closed the door and opened the small box. 10 vials of crimson liquid were imprinted on the eye. Although the color was similar to the star source liquid, it was more viscous, as if it was magma. Other than that, there is one big difference. The case for the star source liquid is an insulated case, while the case for the sizzling source liquid is an insulated case. The heat wave was rolling in at the moment, and the surrounding temperature was rising significantly. Scorching source liquid, true to its name. 5,000 points, 50 million star coins? Li Qingshan muttered out, looking dazed. Despite his eyes being repeatedly opened, the fact that it would take 50 million star coins for a single breakthrough still caused him to lose some of his concentration. Wu Dao, what a gold-swallowing beast! Li Qingshan smacked his lips and set the box on the ground, then sat down on his knees, his mind sinking into his body. Burning qi and blood, simulating a rainbow. 8 ordinary words were the core of the 9 revolutions of the yin-yang. It's a step that is as simple as it is menacing. Burning is easy, rainbow is dangerous. Burning qi and blood could be done by anyone, but in order to successfully transform a rainbow, one must have perfect control over the qi and blood of the entire body. If there was just one mistake, the qi and blood would burn out and the body would die. However, for Li Qingshan, the dangers had long been tripped over. At this moment, qi and blood flowed silently, densely covering the entire body like a river or lake. The will hangs high above it and dominates everything. The rivers and lakes were all boiling with the thought. The qi and blood surged and rose, rapidly converging towards the 1,000 qi and blood nodes in the 9 revolutions of yin-yang. In the blink of an eye, the entire body was drained of qi and blood, and the 1,000 qi and blood nodes were transformed into small crimson balls. Under the extreme concentration, the small ball of qi and blood was like a miniature star, quietly rotating. But, it's not enough. Turn the rainbow. Li Qingshan's mind moved again. All the gas and blood goblets shrunk rapidly, collapsing inward. In an instant, all the qi and blood spheres collapsed at the same time, and the body was suddenly dark. Just as it was about to fall into silence, the light, it appeared. 1,000 crimson shimmering lights pierced the darkness and illuminated the flesh. However, it is only a simulation of a rainbow. The shimmering light appeared for just a moment, and then it was reduced to a stream of pure qi and blood that flowed throughout the body from the qi and blood nodes. The broken limit is a turn, it's a done deal. The qi and blood changes were thrilling, but the entire process was actually as fast as lightning. Inside the cultivation room, Li Qingshan closed his eyes for just 3 seconds, and when he opened them again, his face was pale. Although the breakthrough was successful, the purified qi and blood also flowed back into the entire body. But the price for turning into a rainbow is to burn the entire body's qi and blood. If the previous qi and blood were like rivers and lakes, the returning qi and blood was like a small stream that could not make up for the huge deficit caused by the breakthrough. At this moment, Li Qingshan didn't even have the strength to move a single finger. Finally, he experienced the feeling of powerlessness that Mo Yu felt when he was leaning on his halberd and needed him to feed him medicine. But there's no one to feed me right now. Li Qingshan pulled out a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. He could only wait for the qi and blood to return, little by little easing the physical fallout. 3 minutes later, Li Qingshan was finally able to move, and with great difficulty, he reached out his hand, picked up a bottle of sizzling source liquid, and tilted his head to pour it down. The boiling hot liquid was as if it was real lava, but after entering the mouth, it didn't hurt the mouth in the slightest. All the heat flow was absorbed in a flash, even just past the throat, before it fell into the stomach sac. As the bottle of sizzling source liquid was poured down, Li Qingshan's body was as if it had been in a drought for a long time, rapidly recovering. After resting for another hour, the qi and blood refilled and the body finally returned to its peak state. No, it's stronger. Li Qingshan looked at the fist strength tester on the opposite wall, shook his head, and forced down the idea of testing. 100 tons is already the limit of the punch tester. Now if he threw another punch, even if the cultivation room was made of special materials, that wall would have to collapse. After Li Qingshan thought about it, he picked up the thunder pattern sword and drew it out of its sheath. The blade was sheathed for a split second, and the purple thunder aura flickered. It should be able to utilize the true power of the thunder ripple blade now, right? Li Qingshan's eyes showed anticipation as he drummed his right hand's qi and blood. After the breakthrough, the qi and blood were no longer as easy to use as before, but it wasn't too difficult to simply drum it up. Zip! Silk of thunder surfaced from the blade, scurrying around like small snakes. Li Qingshan's eyes stared, sensing carefully. At this moment, the thunder pattern blade seemed to turn into an extension of qi and blood. The power of the thunder mantle was completely determined by the strength of the qi and blood. The power of thunder, the wind and thunder of the 9 heavens? Li Qingshan was stunned and could not help but recall the scene in the instructional video where Lu Jing used the 9 heavens wind and thunder blade and transformed into a humanoid heavenly calamity. Almost there, the ranked martial arts are close at hand. Li Qingshan murmured and looked at the panel. Li Qingshan. Realm, limit breaking first turn 100. Technique, the 9 turns of the yin-yang 3000 second turn. 36th set of radio gymnastics, the stars are calling successful. Martial skills, Tian Luo steps 1842 10,000 great success, Thunderblade 1796 10,000 great success. Misty steps perfect, Wind Shadow Blade perfect. Function, Martial Arts Space LV2 110,000. Available, 94 years and 136 days. Time flow rate, 1:100. The 2 C-ranked martial arts, Thundering Blade and Tian Luo steps, had their proficiency requirements rise to 10,000 after they had achieved great success. It seemed like a lot, but now a day's worth of cultivation would result in at least 500 points. It's only the 13th today, and there are 18 days until the end of June, so that should be enough. After Li Qingshan made a slight calculation, his eyes looked at the realm column. Realm, limit breaking first turn 100. After being replenished by the scorching source liquid, although the qi and blood in the body was refilled, the newborn qi and blood was still inferior to the qi and blood purified by the rainbow transformation in terms of quality. After breaking the limit of 9 turns, each turn after the breakthrough of the cultivation is to continue to practice the guide art until the whole body qi and blood assimilation is one. It was equivalent to retracing the process of forging the body 10 times to the extreme realm for each turn. And because the quality of the chakra is getting higher, the time taken increases in steps. But to me, pole realm cultivation seems to be the easiest. It took Li Qingshan 3 years to forge the 10th weight of the body, while it only took 10 days for the extreme realm to be perfected. All of this was due to the early realization of qi and blood control after the proficiency of 9 turns of the yin-yang was pulled full. Li Qingshan smiled faintly, his eyes closed and he entered the martial space. On the empty platform, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into his body. Qi and blood flowed quietly, and the rivers and lakes were restored as before. No, it should be more expansive, and the color of the flowing qi and blood was a few shades darker. However, in the center of the flowing qi and blood, there was an even deeper and finer stream, and the two were clearly separated. This is the difference between nascent qi blood and purified qi blood. Li Qingshan didn't care and focused his attention on the qi and blood node in the center of his chest. Because the gong method had already stepped into the second turn, there was no need to struggle to get started like when he first cultivated. Soon, the qi and blood nodes were pried apart, and the mind shifted smoothly to the next node. Half an hour later, all 1,000 nodes were pried. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and looked at the panel. The 9 turns of the yin-yang 3000 second turn, the 9 turns of the yin-yang 3000 second turn. Still a little bit of proficiency all over again? Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief and
His greatest fear is that, like when stars are calling. With each breakthrough, not only did the total requirement of proficiency go up, the difficulty of raising it a bit also doubled. 1 point for half an hour, 24 hours a day, excluding 8 hours of sleeping and resting in space, that's 32 points a day? 3,000 points of proficiency will take nearly 100 days, 1 day of reality. It's time to work on it again, so let's shut down for a day. Li Qingshan sighed, eyes closed again, began to cultivate. Virtual space, above the clouds. More than a dozen chairs were already filled, and teachers from different schools looked up at the giant screen in the sky at the same time. In the picture, Ma Jia, who has just been pressed by Li Qingshan to the third place of the old continent, is being abused. His opponent was a bald young man with a long black stick. The long stick and the long spear are both long-handled weapons, and both emphasize great strength and power. But the bald young man's force was simply not something that Ma Jia could block. The long stick completely ignored the airtight gun shadow and smashed straight down. The head end of the stick was lit up with an earthy yellow shimmering light, and each stick smashed down like a Tarzan. With only 3 sticks, Mage was smashed into mush. The bald youth stood holding a stick, dressed in black with a cold face. Third on the old continent, Zhou Yunzi. Chapter 88, Cold Numbers? Getting hit twice in a row, let's hope Margie can adjust quickly. A few of the previous teachers looked at the gruesome bodies and shook their heads. On the leaderboard, Ma Jia's name had dimmed, apparently going straight offline. The teachers who came online later didn't care about Ma Jia, they only came here because of Zhou Yunzi. But in half an hour, from the end of the crane to the third in the old continent, it's really awesome. Running from the red-yellow star to our purpling star just to show off? Cha! We must find out why their genius from red-yellow star ran to our Ziying star? Don't be in a hurry, Zhou Yunzi's goal is more than just third in the old continent. Picture. The shrunken leaderboard appeared in front of Zhou Yunzi. The first of the old continent, Mo Yu. Second on the old continent, Li Qingshan. Both names are dark and can't be matched, so you have to make a date. Zhou Yunzi did not hesitate, his finger crossed over Li Qingshan and pointed towards the first of the old continent. About the battle, Mo Yu. After setting a time for tomorrow's appointment, Zhou Yunzi stood in place and waited. He had also noticed Mo Yu's sudden online presence earlier. However, after waiting for 5 minutes, Mo Yu was still not online. Zhou Yunzi frowned and went straight offline. The bald youth disappeared into the picture, and the dozen or so teachers looked at each other and were about to open their mouths. Ahem, better let me do the talking first. A dry cough sounded, and a group of teachers looked at the person who made the noise and shut their mouths. It was a teenager with a full head of silver hair, sitting next to Lu Jing. He was none other than Lu Jing's teacher, Yi Yakong. The red-yellow star doesn't have a division between new and old continents, but instead uses a unified examination system. This is something that I'm sure everyone already knew. Yi Yakong's right hand was spread out, and 2 iron balls were rubbing in his palm. Although the face is a teenager, but the speech and demeanor are old. According to what I found out, Zhou Yunzi's test scores every year in the previous few years have always been in the top 10 of the planet in his class. However, last year, Zhou Yunzi left the red-yellow star and moved to our purpling star. The formal immigration procedures were followed, and his school registration was transferred from the federal system. After hearing Yi Yakong's news, a group of teachers were in 100 different states, shocked, angry, puzzled. A male teacher was the first to sulk and speak up. A planet top 10 ran to our Ziying star and stayed in the old continent for a year? Is it just to make a splash today and take the 100,000 points for being number 1 in the old continent? How is that possible? A teacher immediately voiced a rebuttal that Zhou Yunzi can interstellar migrate, it's impossible for him to lack this amount of points. What's more, with his strength, which is equivalent to our new continent's top 10, how could the red-yellow star have less resources for him? The other teachers were even more puzzled by this statement. Right. Why on earth did Zhou Yunzi immigrate here? Ahem, smaller pattern. Yi Yakong interrupted with a faint smile, but did not explain why, instead looking at Lu Jing. Your brother is in the red-yellow star, and you discovered Zhou Yunzi first, so you should know something about him, right? Tell everyone about it. Okay, teacher. Lu Jing nodded, deliberating for a moment before looking at the crowd. The quality of teaching in the red-yellow star is a little higher than ours, and there are many geniuses. The reason why I noticed Zhou Yunzi is because he's special. Special? A bunch of teachers were confused and although Zhou Yunzi was strong, there was nothing special about him in terms of his realm and martial arts. Lu Jing could see what they were thinking and shook her head. Just now, because Ma Jia was too weak, he didn't force out Zhou Yun's true strength, the strength of the blood condensation realm. Blood clotting? The teachers stared at first, then uttered a shocked voice. He broke through in one turn? Giving up the path of breaking limits so early? The extreme realm and limit breaking was the path that the top geniuses of the Purple Star had to take, and the top 10 of the new continent today were all taking this path as well. Even if 5 turns were unattainable, each additional turn represented a deeper depth, and no one was willing to give it up easily. It's not giving up, it's that he didn't take the path of breaking the limit at all. Lu Jing took a deep breath and sighed. That's why I said, Zhou Yunzi is special, plain special. Not only did he not take the path of breaking the limits, he didn't even set foot in the extreme realm, and he directly stimulated his qi and blood to break through after forging his body at the 10th level. Moreover, when he cultivates martial arts, he never cultivates only to the point of great accomplishment, not to perfection. What? The crowd of teachers were stunned. The route Zhou Yunzi had chosen violated the common sense they had always taught. Giving up the extreme realm and breaking the limit was tantamount to giving up on talent and giving up on the opportunity to increase one's base. As for martial arts, all the way to the great accomplishment, who doesn't desire to find a glimmer of opportunity to break through to the consummation? Ordinary special, Lu Jing, this word is really not used wrong. In a crowd of geniuses, Zhou Yunzi's choice is indeed too ordinary. Hee, not only are you guys surprised, those teachers from Red Yellow Star are equally surprised. Lu Jing lost her smile and shook her head. It's said that when Zhou Yunzi made his breakthrough, he was brutally beaten by his homeroom teacher on the spot. But even so, Zhou Yunzi remained firm in his choice. In his words, he hates all uncertainty and doesn't need the so-called opportunity. It is rumored that Zhou Yunzi once spoke of an ideal, or dream. Take everything related to martial arts and turn it into data, intuitive, controllable, cold numbers. Just cultivate step by step, and you'll be able to keep going. All the teachers laughed and shook their heads in the negative. It's just a pie in the sky, how can this possibly be realized? Zhou Yunzi's strength is only able to keep from falling behind because his talent is good enough. It's true that it's unrealistic to turn martial arts into data, but... Yi Yakong rubbed the iron ball and mused. Zhou Yunzi chose to take the most mediocre route in order to eliminate all uncertainty, clearly practicing his ideals. From this, we can see that this son has a strong desire to control and a very clear purpose. Yi Yakong's words were aggravated by a few points and he looked at the group of teachers. Just now, I said that your pattern is small because you all have your eyes fixed on a district's old continent ranking. Have you guys thought about it? With Zhou Yunzi's talent, why was the Red Yellow Star willing to let him go? And with Zhou Yunzi's character, did he really come to the Purple Star just for an old continent ranking? As the words fell, the scene fell silent and a group of teachers fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a male teacher frowned, as if he had figured something out, and said in shock. Could it be that Zhou Yunzi wants to grab the martial great star quota? The group of teachers woke up with a start, their complexions changing. There are no more than 5 people from each planet in each session of the martial arts grand star quota. This is a chance to really soar. That's right, that must be the reason. I didn't realize this little guy had such a big appetite. The students of the red and yellow stars have always been a bit better than them in the purple and English stars. Zhou Yunzi was only in the top 10 in the red yellow star, and there was too much uncertainty if he wanted to compete for a place in the martial great star. That's why he immigrated to the planet Zien. No, the martial great star quota is not to be tainted. Yes, we must find a way to kick Zhou Yunzi out of this year's entrance qualification battle and drive him out of the purple star. All the teachers spoke in unison, their faces full of anger. Drive away? Yi Yakong raised his eyelids slightly in amusement. He's immigrating here, everything is compliant and legal, how are you going to evict him? Most of the teachers fell silent, but there were a few whose eyes flickered. If the legal ones don't work, naturally there are illegal means, which are not that difficult for them. Don't think of those fly-by-night tactics. Yi Yakong saw the minds of several people at a glance and said seriously. Don't forget that your status is that of teachers. Zhou Yunzi is a student and a genius of the human race, those tactics shouldn't and can't be used on him. A few people's faces stagnated and they were helpless. Then, Elder Yi, what do you think we should do? Are we just going to watch? Yi Yakong shook his head as he tended to the silver hair on his temples. You're still too young and too small for the landscape.
If the red-yellow star dares to send a genius over, why wouldn't we dare to accept it? The path of martial arts was meant to be fought over. Yi Yukong raised his hand and pointed to the top of the wall, smiling faintly. Not to mention those little guys from Xingzhou, Ma Yu alone is not weaker than Zhou Yunzi, not to mention the fact that there's a Li Qingshan behind him. You should all understand the meaning of extreme realm perfection, right? The one and only for 1,000 years, reappearing in the world. Only a world of great strife can raise true dragons and heavenly pride. The crowd was humbled by the words. Elder Yi is far-sighted, it's us who are ratty. The appointment was still tomorrow, and a group of teachers left one after another with their farewells. Soon, above the clouds, only Yi Yukong and Lu Jing, the teacher and student, remained. Teacher, were those words true just now? Lu Jing's eyes were skeptical. The difference between the Yi Yukong just now and the teacher she remembered was too great. Little girl, the pattern needs to be opened. Yi Yukong glanced at the student as the iron ball slowly rubbed. Regardless of whether it's Li Qingshan, Mao Yu, or Zhou Yunzi, after the entrance qualification battle, they're all definitely going to enter our Purpling Academy. Together with a few little guys from the new continent, this term of theirs, their strength will definitely be able to overwhelm the red-yellow school. On a larger scale, no matter who among them walks out of the Purpling Star, in the future, they will all be my human race's heavenly prides, warlords against the evil god. On a smaller scale, even if Zhou Yunzi gets a quota in the future, it will still be cultivated by our Purpling Academy, so what's it got to do with his red-yellow star? Lu Jing instantly understood and was pleased. Teacher wise. The following day, same time, same place. The clouds above were bustling with activity as dozens of teachers from various martial arts universities in the new continent gathered here to watch the battle. Mao Yu, the number one in the old continent who has been dominating the list for a year, takes on Zhou Yunzi, a genius who has come across the stars. This battle is enough to attract eyeballs. A huge screen unfolded in the sky as the crowd watched. Picture. Zhou Yunzi was still holding a long stick, dressed in black, with a cold face. On the opposite side, Mao Yu was dressed in a red power suit, clutching a 3-meter-tall square halberd with a calm expression. Meanwhile, the city of Loki. As the sky grew late, the remaining light of the setting sun shone through the window into the dimly lit cultivation room, striking the seated silhouette and lighting up a circle of golden outlines. A day passes. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, and the illusory panel flickered. Technique, 9 revolutions of the yin-yang won 10,003 revolutions. The will was back high above the lake of qi and blood, and the feeling of being in control was back. Li Qingshan got up and fetched the star source liquid, took a bottle and began to cultivate step by step. As each empty bottle falls, on the panel, the cold numbers representing the column of realms began to slowly jump. Chapter 89, Opponent? The moon sets and the sun rises, and the morning sun pours in from the sky. In the cultivation room, Li Qingshan opened his eyes, his expression slightly tired. It still only lasts for 10 hours a day, 20 guided art practices. Before perfectly controlling one's own qi and blood, utilizing the guiding art to guide qi and blood is extremely mind-consuming, taking at least an hour for a single practice, and draining all energy. 20 times a day of guiding technique is unimaginable to other geniuses. However, in Li Qingshan's opinion, it was still not enough. My body limits my efforts. Li Qingshan sighed helplessly and looked at the nearly half-empty thermos in front of him. This is the 100 bottles of Star Source liquid that arrived just yesterday. Although the length of cultivation remained the same, the resource consumption doubled, from 20 bottles to 40. 400 points a day? TSK, the path of breaking limits is really not for ordinary people. Li Qingshan first smacked his lips, then reacted violently. The 40 bottles of Astral Source liquid are only for his special case of 20 guiding techniques a day. With normal cultivation efficiency, up to 2 bottles a day and 40 points would be enough. That's not too expensive, after all, resources still need to be turned into strength as soon as possible. To compete for the 100,000 points of number 1 in the old continent, Mao Yu can't be easy to deal with. Li Qingshan muttered, his eyes flickering to the panel realm column. Realm, limit breaking first turn 100, realm, limit breaking first turn 100. 7 points of progress a day is enough to break through the second turn by the end of the month. After a slight reckoning, Li Qingshan's mind was certain. He was a polar realm perfection breakthrough, and each turn of cultivation was a polar realm perfection. That's the bottom line. With the same second turn, his strength and speed definitely exceeded Mao Yu's. Moreover, once the heavenly Luo steps and thundering blade are perfected, the 2A grade martial arts will be in hand. Li Qingshan pressed down the expectations of his heart, clicked into the points mall, and once again placed an order for 200 bottles of Star Source liquid. Then, turning his head to look out the window, the sun was slowly rising. It's been almost 2 days in the cultivation room, let's go to the cafeteria for breakfast first. Li Qingshan got up and straightened his clothes, walking towards the door. Star Source liquid replenishes the body's needs without the smoke and satisfaction that comes with regular food. What's more, counting the cultivation in the martial space, he hadn't eaten for more than 3 months. The door to the room opened and an unexpected figure burst into view. Wankersham is sitting with his eyelids drooping, leaning against the aisle. "Teacher, why are you sleeping here?" Li Qingshan asked in surprise. "Can't you see I'm waiting for you?" Wankersham choked out, getting up and craning his neck. "I messaged last night and didn't see you reply." Wan Keshan's words lapsed, and his eyes gradually brightened. "Kid, you broke into the second old continent the day before yesterday with the strength of the extreme realm perfection. After going offline, you've been in seclusion, it shouldn't be." Halfway through his sentence, Wankersham shook his head violently again and muttered. "Nope. Not right. Simulating rainbow transformation is treacherous, you've just reached extreme realm perfection, your chi and blood control shouldn't be that fast." "Teacher, you guessed correctly, I broke through the first turn." Li Qingshan didn't hesitate to open his mouth, interrupting Wan Keshan's entanglement. "Ha? A real breakthrough?" Wan Keshan froze, but thinking of Li Qingshan's past performance, he quickly removed the last question mark and laughed out loud. Well, my night was not in vain after all." Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. "Teacher, you haven't said exactly why you're waiting for me here? It surely can't be a small thing to make Wankersan sleep in the aisle all night. Yesterday you stayed closed and missed a big battle." Wankershan's smile faded and he sighed. "Zhou Yunze had a date with Mao Yu and narrowly won by 1 move, the number 1 in the old continent has changed hands." "Mo Yu lost? And to a nobody I've never heard of? Zhou Yunze?" Li Qingshan frowned, puzzled. "Teacher, which province is Zhou Yunze from? I remember that there's no name for him on the top 100 list." "It doesn't matter which province." Wankershan shook his head and raised his finger to the sky. "The point is, he's from the Red Yellow Star." "An enemy from out of the sky?" Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and asked the most concerned question. "Teacher, was Zhou Yunze really just a close call yesterday?" "Nonsense. Mao Yu was able to dominate the list for a year, is he that easy to deal with?" Wan Keshan crossed the student's eyes and sighed. "It's already rare for Zhou Yunze to win by 1 move." "That's good." Li Qingshan nodded, his expression relaxing. "Teacher, I'm going to eat first." Back disappeared at the end of the aisle. Wan Keshan froze back to his senses, and only then did he realize the meaning of Li Qingshan's words. Zhou Yunze only narrowly won a move, while Li Qingshan is confident win many moves, so not anxious. This kid, it can't be that he hasn't finished comprehending, right? The cafeteria, sparsely populated. There weren't many students eating in the cafeteria in the morning, and when the seniors had already graduated and the freshmen and sophomores had to prepare for final exams, there were even fewer people. "Shango!" A loud voice sounded not far away. Li Qingshan turned his head to look. Zhao Hongzhou, Yu Lei, and Hong Qian, the 3 of them were getting together at a table. Li Qingshan walked over, unexpectedly. "You 3 come to the cafeteria in the morning too? Eating is not the purpose." Zhao Hongzhou looked around and said mysteriously. "Brother Shan, something big has happened." Li Qingshan nodded his head expressionlessly. "Well, Mo Yu lost." "Ha? You know?" The sellout failed and Zhao Hongzhou was filled with disappointment. Yu Lei gave him a breathless look. "Li Qingshan hit second in the old continent the day before yesterday, do you think he wouldn't know?" "But..." Yu Lei's gaze turned to Li Qingshan, her finger pointing to the communicator. "You must not have seen the video of their engagement?" The projection screen popped up with an image of the very same matchmaking platform. Mao Yu and a bald youth, facing each other 100 meters apart. "Get it from your sister?" Li Qingshan instantly became interested and sat on his butt next to Yu Lei, smoothly tapping the play button. The video begins and the 4 eyes focus on the screen. On the screen, Mao Yu and Zhou Yunze moved at the same time. 2 phantoms, one red and one black,
crossed the distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye and collided together. The speed of both sides of the battle was too fast, and in the eyes of Yulei's three people, all that was left was the constant interplay of the black and red phantom shadows, as well as the sparks that splashed out from the clash of weapons. All they could do was watch in fascination. The battle was intense. In just a few minutes, the halberd and the long stick collided at least thousands of times. Suddenly, the red shadow lurched and flew out backwards, falling to the ground and stabbing a large hole in his waist and stomach. Mo Yu lost just like that? How did she lose? She didn't even see it. No, turn on 0.5x. No, it's 0.1x, let's watch it again. The trio gestured and replayed the video again. Qingshan sat next to him and had already withdrawn his gaze. Wankersham was right, Zhou Yunze did win a close one. There was almost no difference between the two sides in terms of strength and speed. In the final blow, Zhou Yunze was catching the opening in Mao Yu's attack and stabbed her in the waist with a stick. But Zhou Yunze has learned too many different things, right? Qingshan frowned slightly, recalling the previous battle. Zhou Yunze had used at least 3 or 4 sets of body techniques, and his stick techniques were even more than 5. Even more than just stick work. That last stick clearly had the shadow of a gun technique, and it was a gun technique that he happened to have seen. C-grade martial skill 1000 machine guns? Qingshan thought back to the early rookie battle, and Lin Fan's rainbow breaking gun had a little bit of 1000 machine guns in it. 1000 machine guns was known for being weird and tricky, and it caused him a bit of trouble at the time. As for Zhou Yunze's 1000 machine guns, he was at least proficient or above. In a fight, it was the sudden transformation of the powerful stick into a weird and tricky lance that would catch Mao Yu off guard. So many martial arts, yet not a single one has been perfected? Qingshan raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Is this intentional? The perfection realm was equivalent to sublimation for a martial art. In any martial art or stance, the power of a consummation was far greater than that of a grand consummation. Zhou Yunze's approach, in his opinion, could only be described in 4 words. Miscellaneous but not refined. Without any praise or criticism, it was completely a true portrayal of Zhou Yunze's martial arts cultivation. Beside, after the video was slowed down 10 times, the movements of the two belligerents were still fast, but they were enough to capture the trajectory. Yulei was curious while watching the video. Qingshan, you didn't log in yesterday and your ranking has been kicked out of the top 100. When are you going to rush the ranking again? There's no rush, it's too much of a waste of time to go online every day. Qingshan shook his head, not caring. Anyway, on the morning of the 31st, the first 100 have to be online, so I'll just call back. Brother Shan, the top 100 ranking battle on June 31st every year is broadcasted live in the martial arts classes. When the time comes, I'll wait to see you defeat Zhou Yunze and take first place in the old continent. Yulei and Hongxian looked at each other. Zhao Hongzhou was really confident in Qingshan as usual. Good, we'll definitely not let you down. Qingshan smiled and got up, patting Zhao Hongzhou on the shoulder. However, my opponent is not Zhou Yunze, but Mao Yu. Mo Yu? All 3 were confused. Qingshan didn't explain and turned around to get a dinner plate for his meal. Earlier in the Star Realm, Mao Yu's move of falling from the sky could be fresh in his mind. Especially after watching the video of the engagement, Qingshan was even more certain. His opponent, from the beginning to the end, was only Mao Yu. Chapter 90 Breaking the Limit Second Turn, End of the Month. Qingshan carried 2 dinner plates and returned to the table to sit down. Zhao Hongzhou and the 3 of them were still in high spirits, watching the video of the engagement. Since it's playing on 0.1x speed, the progress bar is at least halfway up. In less than 5 minutes, Qingshan finished drying 2 dinner plates, greeted and got up to leave. Off to practice again? Zhao Hongzhou looked at the distant back and couldn't help but sigh. The students are envious of Shan's talent, but they have no idea how hard he really works. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Qingshan's ears twitched slightly, and his eyes glanced over the available time column. Available, 6 days and 94 years. The martial space upgrade, which was a total of 100 points of experience, or 100 years, had now taken 6 years. He was also enrolled in the martial arts class for 1 year, but he had gone through a full 6 years of hard training years. Dude, you actually know just as little. Qingshan shook his head slightly and sighed in his heart. I've worked harder than you can even imagine. Back in the practice room. Without a moment's delay, Qingshan immediately entered the martial arts space and began to cultivate his martial arts. Time passes, day after day. After Li Qingshan completed 10 hours of extreme realm cultivation every day, the rest of his time was almost entirely devoted to the martial space. The middle-aged man in black from the Points Mall comes to the school almost every 5 days to make a delivery. Along with the consumption of a large amount of star source liquid, the cold numbers in the realm column were constantly jumping. Realm, limit breaking first turn 15-100. Realm, breaking the limit of the first turn 39-100. Realm, limit breaking first turn 60-100. June 29th, in the practice room. All the star source liquid was consumed. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and lightly pinched his brow. Realm, limit breaking first turn 100-100. Looking at the time, Li Qingshan got up and walked out of the cultivation room. The black-robed middle-aged man carrying an insulated box was waiting outside the door. "Mr. Li, here are the 15 bottles of scorching source liquid you ordered." Li Qingshan took the box and didn't check it again. He just watched the black-robed middle-aged man leave before returning to the cultivation room to open it. Heat waves rolled in and 15 bottles of viscous, crimson liquid came into view. The corners of Li Qingshan's eyes twitched and he couldn't stop his heartache. 15 bottles of sizzling source liquid, a full 7,500 points. The first time I bought it, 5,000 points were spent on a fortune. But not this time. Fingers tapped the communicator and the mall page popped up. Account balance, 600 points. When the inspectorate rewards arrived, Li Qingshan had originally thought that more than 20,000 points would be enough to support him until he broke the limit for 3 turns. However, he had clearly underestimated the consumption of cultivation after breaking the limit. 400 points a day for 15 days to bring the progress bar up to full capacity at a cost of 7,000 points. Add to that the 5,000 points from the first turn of the scorching source liquid, and now the 7,500 points from the second turn, and there were almost not enough points in the account. There's no rush, there's still the reward of being the first in the old continent. Li Qingshan took a deep breath, forced down the thoughts in his heart, sat on his knees and closed his eyes. The qi and blood are perfectly controlled, and the smoothness is controlled by the heart. With a thought, a new round of simulated rainbow transformations began. The qi and blood tumbled, collapsed, and purified, and everything happened in a flash of lightning. After only 3 seconds had passed, his face suddenly turned white and his eyes opened again. Realm, limit breaking second turn 1-100. After resting for a few minutes, pick up a bottle of sizzling source liquid and pour it down. As his body gradually recovered, Li Qingshan looked at the column of feats. Breaking the limit for the second turn, it would take time again to regain control of the qi and blood. However, the next level of the 9 revolutions of yin yang required 10,000 proficiency, and it would take at least 3 days of closure before it was enough, and there were no points to buy star source liquid right now. Li Qingshan's gaze moved down to the column of martial arts. Martial arts, Tian Luo steps 8356 10,000 Grandmaster, Thunderblade 8245 10,000 Grandmaster. They're all still over 1,000 points short of proficiency, so let's lever them to completion in the last 2 days. The reality of not having to practice means that all the time can be devoted to martial arts space. 2 days means 200 days, enough to liver the heavenly Luo steps and Thundering Blade to perfection and fuse the A-ranked martial arts. The power of a limit-breaking second turning achieved by the perfection of the extreme realm definitely exceeded that of an ordinary second turning, and also exceeded that of the vast majority of the blood condensation realm. But with a reward of 100,000 points at stake, it's important to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Moyu? Li Qingshan recalled the star realm, Moyu's move that fell from the sky. Although there was a rainbow transformation instant boost at that time, without the corresponding martial arts, it was simply impossible to utilize the power of a heavenly calamity. Heavenly tribulation? Will it be an A-ranked martial art? Li Qingshan mumbled and chanted, his eyes closed. Virtual space, above the clouds. There were only 2 days left until the final rankings were determined, and all the enrollment teachers from all the martial arts universities in the new continent had basically arrived. Fully 30 chairs, floating on the clouds. In the sky, dozens of huge screens, floating in the air. The screen was full of images of the top 100 ranked engagements. As we approach the end of the month, the engagements become more intense, and all students want to strive to further their martial arts skills before the final appointment. More than 36 teachers, their eyes sweeping across a screen, are more than a little distracted. What's up with Li Qingshan and Moyu? It's almost the end of the month and they're still not online. A teacher looked at the leaderboard and shook his head helplessly. The first of the old continent, Zhou Yunze. Second on the old continent, Maj. Li Qingshan hasn't been online since the 13th when he hit second in the old continent. Mao Yu also never came back online after losing to Zhou Yunze, and his ranking was similarly kicked down to after 100. Let's wait, maybe it'll come online sometime, they're definitely going to New Continent anyway. The other teachers were filled with helplessness in the past they had come on the last day. This year, he had specially come early to keep watch because he didn't want to miss Mao Yu and Zhou Yunze's fight again. They had all seen the last engagement clearly, and if they fought again, Mao Yu might not lose. Lu Jing looked sideways to the side. The silver-haired teenager was rubbing the iron ball in his hand, old and calm. Teacher, is it necessary for Mo Yu to prepare for so long? As long as we defend against Zhou Yunze's 1,000 machine guns, we should be able to win easily, right? An easy win? The corner of Yi Yukong's mouth curled up and how can you be sure that Zhou Yunze doesn't have any other backhanders? Lu Jing was dumbfounded. Thinking about what he had heard about Zhou Yunze in the Red Yellow Star, this was really possible. Zhou Yunze only cultivates great accomplishments and does not seek perfection, never spending too much time on a single martial art, and what he learns is extremely varied. Lu Jing shook her head inside. Mo Yu can't be defended, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to take first place in the old continent. No, Mo Yu will definitely win easily. Yi Yukong's words turned steeply, and with a playful face, he looked at the students' shocked expressions and smiled faintly. I don't know how many backhanders Zhou Yunze has, but I'm well aware of Mao Yu's backhanders. Think back carefully, how many martial arts techniques did Mao Yu use in total in his last engagement? Lu Jing said thoughtfully. It should be 2 disciplines. Mao Yu's square sky painting halberd is made of scorching inflammation gold, in order to match the C-grade martial art Red Inferno halberd. Judging from her last strike, the Red Inferno halberd should have been perfected. As for the other martial art, it is powerful and heavy, a bit of the rainbow-breaking gun, but... Lu Jing's brows furrowed slightly, and it was difficult to remember for a moment. Compared to knives, swords, guns, and clubs, the Fong Tianhua halberd was definitely considered a cold weapon, and it was difficult for her to recall the corresponding martial arts skills for a while. It's the Sunbreaker halberd. Yi Yukong gave a direct answer. The Sun-breaking halberd and the Rainbow-breaking lance are indeed somewhat similar, but in terms of force alone, the square heavenly painted halberd also surpasses the lance. More importantly, the consummate move of the Sun-breaking halberd, 9 Heavens Falling Sun. Although it's only a D-grade martial art, it carries a hint of setting sun meaning in it, and it's extremely difficult to comprehend. Teacher, you mean? Lu Jing's eyes widened and she was all too familiar with special low-grade martial arts like this one. The predecessor martial arts of the 9 Heavens Wind and Thunder Blade, the Thundering Blade and the Wind Shadow Blade, were all the same. Mo Yu practiced an A-ranked martial art? That's right, the Red Inferno halberd and Sunbreaker halberd are precisely the precursors to the A-grade martial art Red Phoenix Sunset halberd. Yi Yukong nodded his head and said, what you read before was also correct, that little girl's Red Inferno halberd has indeed been perfected. And the Sunbreaking halberd, I observe that she has also comprehended a trace of its essence, and these days she should be perfecting the 9 Heavens Falling Sun. Yi Yukong smiled and looked at his student. Now, do you understand why Mo Yu was able to win easily? Teacher, I understand. Lu Jing nodded. Zhou Yunze is mixed but not refined, and he does have an advantage against opponents with a single martial art. But when the opponent is replaced with Mao Yu, there is no need to guard against how many backhanders he has. The moment the Red Phoenix Sunset halberd comes out, it's enough to seal the deal with a single blow. She was naturally more than aware of how powerful an A-grade martial art was. By the way, I seem to remember that you didn't comprehend the 9 Heavenly Wind and Thunder Blade until you were a junior in college back then, right? It's a year later than even you, man. Yi Yukong turned his words around, rubbing his hand on the iron ball and marveled. To be able to comprehend an A-ranked martial art before even enrolling in school, or a halberd technique, this little girl Mao Yu is something else. Lu Jing's face immediately darkened. Pulling a stomp on your face, is that okay? And still pulling out 2 at a time to stomp on her. Teacher, Mao Yu isn't the only one who has comprehended an A-ranked martial art this time. Lu Jing immediately voiced out. Li Qingshan's Thunderblade has been greatly accomplished before, the 9 Heavens Wind and Thunderblade surely won't be difficult for him. Moreover, he's only 18 years old, and after enrolling in a martial arts class for barely a year, he's even crossed 2 levels to participate in a battle. Although he wasn't sure if Li Qingshan could comprehend it so quickly, but now is the time to hold up the facade, Lu Jing's tone was very certain. The 9 Heavenly Wind and Thunder Blade? Yi Yukong nodded without skepticism. After all, it was the only one in 1,000 years, and an A-ranked martial art was not considered strange. But
Li Qingshan is only at the perfection of the extreme realm, and with the 9 heavens wind and thunderblade, he can try with Zhou Yunzi, but to defeat Mao Yu, it's still not enough. Yi Yukong mused. Extreme realm consummation enhances the base of breaking the limit for each turn, but Li Qingshan hasn't broken a single turn now. Right now, unless he immediately breaks the limit, in order to have a little chance, but Li Qingshan seems to have just completed the extreme realm not long ago. Qi and blood control cannot be rushed. Lu Jing was speechless. Li Qingshan's realm was not something she could raise with a single word. In the sky, the engagement on dozens of giant screens continued. As time passed, the battle became more and more intense, and Mage, the third from the old continent, was overwhelmed. And Zhou Yunzi had no one to date at all, only occasionally online to see. As for Mao Yu and Li Qingshan, the two never showed up. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. June 31st, it's here. Chapter 91. You're overthinking it. Falling one high. The sun was shining brightly, there were few people on campus, and all the regular class students were already on summer vacation. In the martial arts dojo, more than 100 students gathered in the center of the arena, sitting cross-legged. Not only were there Zhao Hongzhou and Yu Lei, the first years, but more than 20 second years, including Zhong Xian, were likewise present. Qingshan walked back and forth with a teacup in his hand, his eyes darting to the top of his head from time to time. Li Qingshan's cultivation room was on the 2nd floor. Has Li Qingshan come out of the pass or not? I see that Uncle's tea has gotten cold, and I don't see him taking a sip. Yu Lei muttered in a small voice, and Hong Qian sniffed and glanced at Qingshan, reminding him. Don't forget, this is school, you're supposed to call the teacher. Yu Lei was furious. Zhao Hongzhou spoke up in time to relieve Hong Qian. You guys have to have faith in Shan. If he said he's going to take first place in the old continent, he's going to get it done. No, Zhao Hongzhou, that's a bit of blind worship, isn't it? Hong Qian really didn't understand where Zhao Hongzhou's mesmerizing confidence came from, and Yu Lei was equally speechless. This time it's not a rookie battle, Li Qingshan's opponent is the entire old continent 107 province. Moreover, Li Qingshan has only been in the martial arts class for a year. Yu Lei shook her head helplessly and analyzed. Even when he rushed the rankings before, Li Qingshan only reached second, purposely avoiding Mao Yu. What's more, a Zhou Yunzi has even popped up now. In my opinion, this time, Li Qingshan will most likely be the third in the old continent. Zhao Hongzhou glanced at Yu Lei and nodded. Your analysis makes sense, but it's useless. With a change of words, Zhao Hongzhou is more confident. He's been questioned all the way from before Shan and I entered the Budo class, and similar scenarios have happened many times. When you think about it, has he ever slipped up? Yu Lei and Hong Qian were shocked, and their eyes gradually lit up. Yes, Li Qingshan always does what he says. Wan Keshan, who was pacing back and forth, had a footstep in the corner of his mouth pulled. This little guy, more confident than me? The murmurs of several people naturally could not be hidden from him, not only the gymnasium, but even the movements near the school gates, he could likewise detect them. However, the cultivation room is built from special materials and privacy is absolutely guaranteed. Qingshan muttered as his eyes flicked upward. This kid, he should be done comprehending, right? Wui First High School, Gym. Qingshan won't hoodwink me, will he? Lu Jing was pacing back and forth just as much, and faster, and more sharply. Wang Jia, Fu Wu, and other first and second year martial arts students likewise gathered here. There was some confusion about the teacher's anxiety, but not much interest. Everyone looked at the projections that surrounded the arena. It's now 9:55, just 5 minutes before the broadcast begins. Fu Wu, Li Qingshan is going to New Continent this year, it's a pity that you wanted to take revenge before. Wang Jia directly pasted his face in mockery, and Fu Wu cast a sidelong glance and spoke coldly. What? You also want to follow Li Qingshan's example and practice with me across levels? Wang Jia shut up at once, and Fu Wu ignored him and just looked at the blank screen, puzzled. Li Qingshan really wants to enter the war this year? Fighting for the 3rd place in the old continent? No talent, what's the point of fighting for the 3rd place in the old continent? Lu Jing gave the student a look and mentally spat. Li Qingshan's participation in the war this year was something he had always been against. The name number 1 in the old continent is too important for a province. But his opposition was simply useless, and coupled with Wan Keshan's strong support, Lu Jing could only listen. However, times have changed. The biggest rival Mao Yu has not yet been resolved, and now a stronger Zhou Yunzi has emerged. Why are all the geniuses piling up this term, several of them at once?
Lu Jing sighed and his footsteps became more and more hurried.
Goara City, Gymnasium. Compared to Wan Keshin and LV Jing's anxiety, Yuan Hongyan was much more calm.
Sitting with the students, they looked at the screen and waited for the live broadcast to begin. Lin Mengxiao sat next to her brother and asked in a small voice.
Brother, is the teasing in blade really that powerful? Stop calling this nickname.
Lin Fan looked at his sister with a helpless face. At the end of the rookie battle before, if you hadn't given him that nickname, it wouldn't have spread all over the old continent by now. Lin Mengxiao immediately snickered.
I was just screaming at random, who knew it could travel so far? Laugh?
Lin Fan shook his head and... The last time Kong Hao was in the sparring space, he was chopped from bottom to top by Li Qingshan because of this matter. You'd better pray that he doesn't know that you gave him this nickname.
Ah!
Lin Mengxiao immediately looked bitter. Not only Lakin, Wui, and Wuyuan, but the entire 107 provinces of the old continent, nearly 7,000 cities. All the students of the martial arts classes gathered in the gymnasium, looking at the blank screen, waiting for the annual ranking battle.
9:57. 0.58. 0.59. 10 a.m. arrived.
At the same moment, in all the stadiums, the screens lit up. A wall through the sky, straight into the clouds. Tens of thousands of names were reflected in the eyes of all the students as if they were carved by a knife.
This is the leaderboard?
For Wu Daoshang, who had never entered a virtual space before, the scene in front of him was shocking. The camera rises quickly, moving above the clouds and drawing closer to the Jedi wall.
100 names, framed on the screen. Old Continent Top 100 chart. Li Qingshan isn't online yet? Moyu isn't online yet?
After scanning the leaderboards, the teachers and students of Wui Province and Tianfu Province simultaneously issued questions. Virtual space, above the clouds.
Dozens of teachers got up at the same time and frowned. Li Qingshan and Moyu aren't online yet? Young people, they're just in a hurry.
Yi Yakong was old and calm, rubbing his hand on the iron ball and calmly said.
It's only just started, there's still 2 hours to go before the rankings are finalized, so what's the panic?
With a wave of his hand, 100 giant screens filled the sky, neatly arranged. In each screen, there was a student, holding a weapon and looking solemn.
Ranking battle, start.
Each student had already set up an appointment with an opponent, and as the two entered the sparring platform together, the two screens merged into one, live streaming the battle. The old continent, Province 107, with all the stadiums projected around the ring, does the same thing, only with a smaller picture. Knives, guns, sticks, 18 kinds of martial arts in the live show, all the students concentrated, refused to miss a trace of details.
However, the provinces of Wui and Tianfu are excluded.
When Li Qingshan and Mao Yu didn't show up, their hearts were always hanging in the air.
In virtual space,
dozens of teachers were similarly uninterested, and because they didn't want to miss Zhou Yunzi and Mao Yu's sparring match, they had begun to keep watch a few days ago, and they had already seen the other students' engagements in front of them countless times. A teacher glanced at the 3 giant screens at the top of the second and third in the old continent are overwhelmed, and Zhou Yunzi, the first in the old continent, is leisurely instead. The other teachers shook their heads and laughed. Only the top 3 can be about to fight the first in the old continent, Ma Jia, and the 2 of them don't want to challenge, so they can only be challenged. As time passed, the rankings at the top of the heavenly jade wall began to change in small increments. Likewise, the leaderboards fixed on the Budokan screens changed.
Suddenly, 2 names one after the other, storming into the bottom of the charts.
Old Chao 99, Li Qingshan.
Old Chao 100, Moyu. Li Qingshan, it's online.
Locking City and Wui City, different locations, same time, Wan Keshin and LV Jing's footsteps paused in unison.
In Wuyuan City, Yuan Hongyan's gaze condensed as he looked at the youth holding a long sword in the picture. First in the old continent, can we get it? First place in the old continent, Mo Yu will definitely be able to take it back.
In Tianfu Province, all the teachers and students stared at Mao Yu, who was dressed in red, with confidence.
It's on.
Above the clouds, dozens of teachers rose at the same time, their eyes fixed on the 2 giant screens. Li Qingshan and Mao Yu raised their hands at almost the same time, pointing towards the leaderboard appointment. Dating rules: you can only date players 10 places above you. However, the vast majority of students are currently engaged and will have to wait if they want a date. Mao Yu watched as 91 and 92 were all engaged in battle, and with a slight hesitation, he pointed his finger towards the 93rd place. But just as it was about to touch, the name changed color and had become engaged. His eyes moved down and saw the name of Qingshan that changed together. Mao Yu frowned slightly and could only continue to look downward.
Matchmaking platforms. Hesitate and you lose.
Qingshan sheathed his long sword and moved his feet. His body was as fast as lightning.
No, it's real lightning.
Purple thunder on spread all over the blade's body, pulling out a thunder trail in the air along with the rapidly moving figure.
Snap.
The still unsheathed longsword fell to the ground and his head rolled down to his feet.
Qingshan looked down into the wide-eyed eyes of the staring.
In the past, he would have ground to die in peace for his opponent, but this was different.
Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Qingshan politely apologized and pointed towards the leaderboard.
Mao Yu's name had already turned belligerent. Qingshan swept a glance and didn't hesitate to point to the 85th name in the free.
Thunder on, once again cutting through the air. Come on, it's too fast.
In Old Continent Province 107, all the students were shocked by Qingshan's speed.
A flash of purple lightning and the opponent is gone? An engagement came down, and they watched forlornly. It's not just Qingshan.
In the other screen, Mao Yu similarly transformed into red flames and disappeared. The crimson fire flickered and his opponent incinerated. A purple and a red, thunder mantle and red inferno continuously pulled out residual shadows on the sparring platform. Qingshan and Mao Yu's rankings, too, were climbing rapidly.
75.55. 0.23. 0.7. 81.59, 32. 0.8.
In less than a minute, both rankings shot into the top 10 at the same time.
Two little guys, both punchy.
The corner of Yi Yukong's mouth curled up as he looked towards the giant screen in the sky and said with interest. It seems like they're both aiming for first place. Let's just see who has the quickest hands to go up against Zhou Yunzi first. The three giant screens on the topmost floor, excluding Zhou Yunzi who had been idle, Ma Jia in the third place also just finished a sparring session. Just an instant after calming down, the light and shadow changed. Qingshan and Mao Yu appeared opposite each of them. Thunder-ons and red flames, slicing through the air, the two opponents were simply powerless to resist.
No!
Lu Jing got up violently, her eyes wide. Qingshan couldn't do a second kill the last time he fought Ma Jia, and now he's not even using his martial arts skills.
Qingshan, breaking the limit. Yi Yu rubbed the iron ball with his empty hand and lamented.
Not bad for the only one in 1,000 years. The speed of the power that erupted from the second killing of Ma Jia was close to the strength of the limit-breaking second turning, which was the blood condensation realm. Qingshan could only do so by breaking the limit.
Lu Jing's eyes lit up.
Qingshan broke the limit for one turn, now he can really compete with Mao Yu for first place.
There's no rush, let's watch him fight Zhou Yunzi first. Yi Yakong raised his head smilingly and looked at the two giant screens.
Qingshan and Mao Yu's opponents fell down almost simultaneously. However, Qingshan's hand was an instant faster. Mao Yu's finger stopped in front of the leaderboard and paused helplessly. Light and shadow transformed, and Qingshan and Zhou Yunzi appeared on the sparring platform at the same time.
Qingshan? Zhou Yunzi raised his eyebrows unexpectedly and shook his head. Honestly, I didn't think the first opponent would be you. My backhand was for Mao Yu, I didn't want to use it on you. Clank.
Qingshan drew his sword and sheathed it, saying impatiently.
Waste of words, you think too much. Looks like you're pretty confident to be my opponent, huh?
Zhou Yunzi's brows furrowed as his long stick was heavily pestled into the ground, smashing out spiderweb cracks.
Then let's see how much of my backhand you can force out. Backhanded?
Qingshan's eyelids were lightly raised and his right-hand long sword was held horizontally.
Then I'll teach you a lesson too, one-trick pony. Barely. Electricity exploded, and purple thunder-on spread all over the blade. The thundering blade? Zhou Yunzi's expression remained unchanged, he was extremely involved and naturally recognized it.
It seems like you want to cultivate the 9 heavenly wind and thunder blade, but it's not that easy to perfect the predecessor martial skill of an A-ranked martial art.
Look again.
With a bellowing cry, the long sword was waved.
Phew!
The gust of wind rose up and the light of the blade spread all over his body.
The wind and shadow blade is complete. The wind and the shadow follow each other. Black clouds gathered suddenly, and lightning flashed. The thundering blade is complete. Thunderclouds are pressing down on the city.
The blade light instantly strangled the thunderclouds, the wind and thunder intersected and spun rapidly, the might expanding rapidly.
In the blink of an eye,
Dozens of meters-high tornadoes rose up from the ground, and nearly 100 purple electric pythons circled and meandered around the wild winds.
9 heavenly wind and thunder blade. Zhou Yun's pupils contracted before he could react. In just an instant, the tornado was already in front of him, sweeping him away. Outside, the winds were raging as if a natural disaster had struck. And inside the wind pillar, it's not like that anymore, it's a real natural disaster. Zhou Yun's long stick danced imperviously, trying to guard against Li Qingshan's slash. However, there was no sword at all, not even the shadow of a sword could be seen. Only gale force winds, thunder. The wind was so bone-crushing and soul-crushing that if there was a gap, it could get in and scrape off a layer of flesh. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder shook the sky, and purple thunder descended from the sky with brilliant heavenly might. With just one blow, the stick breaks and the man dies. The body rolled into the wind and shattered instantly. The long knife suddenly fixed, the wind and thunder suddenly dispersed, leaving only a mess on the ground. Gulp! The shiny head fell to the ground and rolled to his feet. One eye, wide open. Li Qingshan squatted down, politely closing his eyes for Zhou Yunze, and calmly said, "You're really overthinking this, I never thought of you as an opponent." Chapter 92 Can't help it at all. Shan, awesome. Zhao Hongzhou shouted excitedly, jumped 3 meters high and waved his hands vigorously, living like a gorilla. Yu Lei and Hong Qian were awakened by the roar and looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. It was a scene of déjà vu. When in Wuya High School cafeteria, Zhao Hongzhou was also so excited, want to stand on the table to talk, was pulled by the two of them. Not this time. This is their own home turf. Zhao Hongzhou cheered to his heart's content and gave vent to his excitement, and the students around him were infected and full of eagerness. Li Qingshan. Number 1 in the old continent. The first place in the old continent is ours, Fallen Ing. Crossing 2 levels in a row and crushing Zhou Yunze. This is Li Qingshan's true strength. Ma Yu is definitely no match, Li Qingshan is sure to win. In an atmosphere of enthusiasm, the Wan Keshin finally brought his teacup to his mouth for the first time, took a sip of the cold tea, looked at the knife-wielding youth in the picture, and put a smile on his face. Uncle, Zhou Yunze was defeated, Li Qingshan should be able to beat Mo Yu, right? When his niece came over to inquire, Wankershan did not correct her name again and said in an affirmative tone. Definitely. To be so sure, it wasn't that he thought Ma Yu was inferior to Zhou Yunze. Rather, the thundering blade has been perfected, the heavenly Luo steps should have been comprehended together as well, right? Wan Keshin's eyes flickered as he said in his heart. Wui First High School, Budokan. The 9 heavenly wind and thunder blade. Lu Jing finally snapped out of his shock and smacked his lips. 18 years old. 18 years old and comprehending an A-grade martial art? Surname 1 really didn't frame me. The first place in the old continent is secure. Lu Jing clenched his fists and stomped his feet, his face full of excitement. But suddenly I realized that it seemed to be too quiet around me. Looking back, I saw that half the students were still in shock and hadn't looked back. The other half of the students stared at him with strange faces. What are you looking at? LV Jing's face flushed red as he yelled. Don't froth, all cheer up. Number 1 in the old continent. Our Wui province is finally going to have an old continent number 1. Goara City, Budokan. There was a silence, a pin drop. A class martial arts, comparable to a natural disaster. All the students were shocked by the fact that the words that used to stay on the information were displayed in a visual way for the first time. Lin Mengxiao gulped in disbelief. Brother, what kind of martial art is this? It's too exaggerated, isn't it? Technically speaking, Li Qingshan was only the same year as her. But the scene in front of her made her deeply understand what it meant that the gap between man and man was sometimes greater than that between man and dog. She didn't even know if she had a chance to get this far in her life. Grade A martial art, the 9 sky wind and thunder blade. Lin Fan spared no words. Lin Mengxiao suddenly winced and said with a worried expression. Brother, Li Qingshan shouldn't know that I gave him the nickname, right? Lin Fan didn't pay any attention to his sister, but just kept his gaze fixed on the screen with a complicated expression. However, it was only half a year, Li Qingshan, who still needed to win over him by virtue of his stance in the first place, had gone this far. At the time of the rookie battle, his 1,000 machine guns was already proficient, and Li Qingshan still only knew one wind shadow blade. Now that half a year had passed, and his 1,000 machine guns had only reached its completion, Qingshan had already cultivated the 9 heavenly wind and thunder blade? Not to mention, there were realms far beyond his current one. Lin Fan was not the only one who reacted in the same way, all looking at the knife-wielding youth in the screen with a hard-to-understand expression. Yuan Hongyan swept his gaze over the group of students and shook his head in a faintly invisible manner. To be born in the same era as a heavenly pride like Qingshan was both fortunate and unfortunate. It's like a frog in a well, jumping out of it for the first time. It's good to be able to build on what you've seen after seeing the sky and the earth. But it is also possible to be struck by the disparity therein, to despair, and to sink into silence. Back then, she had only experienced this feeling after entering Budo University. It's too early and too cruel for these students. Let's hope they adjust soon. Yuan Hongyan let out a dark sigh and looked at the knife-wielding youth in the screen. From the first battle until now, for the vast majority of students, they could only watch the action and results. But it couldn't escape her. Haven't been using the stance? Is it because you don't need it? The sword of wind and thunder in the 9th heaven is indeed rare. However, the shock given to Yuan Hongyan was far less stunning than the rookie battle when Qingshan first used the square-inch wonder. The difficulty of the square inch of wonder was among the top group of all the front martial arts. The 9 heavenly wind and thunder blade has all been comprehended, the heavenly Luo misty steps shouldn't have been left behind, right? Tian Phuc Province, the provincial capital. 10th Weiqi High School, Budokan. All the students were silent and looked at each other, their previous confidence in Mao Yu no longer existed. However, the teachers were all calm and unshaken. A faintly inaudible voice echoed among the group of teachers. Qingshan. Wui Province has really produced a demon. I can just imagine how excited Shorty Lu looks right now. Oh, and let him be happy for a little while longer. He won't be able to laugh after a while. That's right, although the 9 heavenly wind and thunder blade is good, it is in the end cast by a thunder ripple blade. The Fangtian painted halberd is powerful and heavy, and the red phoenix sunset halberd is the most powerful of the A-class martial arts. As long as Mao Yu can take to the air first, the red phoenix sunset will surely be able to swing the wind and thunder. Virtual space, above the clouds. There was a lot of noise, and all the teachers were intensely discussing the battle they had just fought. Lu Jing came over to the silver-haired teenager and said smugly, "Teacher, am I right? Qingshan has really comprehended the 9 heavenly wind and thunder blade." Yi Yukong didn't answer, only rubbing the iron ball, some doubts hidden between his eyes. Lu Jing was curious. "Sensei, you're thinking which one of them will win?" "No." Yi Yukong shook his head and casually said, "The one who wins in the end must be Qingshan." "Ha?" Lu Jing was stunned by the certainty of the answer and was puzzled. "Didn't you say before that Qingshan just had a chance? The red phoenix sunset halberd is at least in a grade martial art, it shouldn't be this weak, right? It's not the red phoenix sunset halberd that's weak, but Mo Yu itself." Although Yi Yukong's tone was affirmative, the doubt between his brows increased. His eyes were far sharper than anyone watching the battle. Even the last moment within the wind pillar did not spare the slightest. The thunderous heavenly might in Zhou Yun's eyes fell in his eyes, and he could clearly see the long blade slashing down. That wouldn't have been surprising, but the force on the long blade was off. It definitely exceeded the boundaries of the power of a limit-breaking first turn. Even if Qingshan was in extreme realm perfection breaking the limit, he shouldn't have exceeded the limit by so much. Just such a short time, breaking the limit of the first turn has been rare, as for the second turn. Is that possible? "Teacher, Mo Yu wants a date." Hearing Lu Jing call out, Yi Yukong looked back to the sky. Mao Yu's figure disappeared as he tapped his finger on the leaderboard under the attention of all the people. In the sky, the 2 giant screens merged, and 2 silhouettes appeared on the sparring platform. AH? Everyone froze with wide eyes. Matchmaking space. Qingshan had nothing to do and was waiting for Mao Yu to make an appointment. Suddenly, on the leaderboard, 2 names changed at the same time. Qingshan raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Battle Zhou Yunza first? This is about revenge. On the sparring platform, Mao Yu and Zhou Yunza were spaced 100 meters apart, standing opposite each other. Zhou Yunza finally came back to his senses from the battle just now at this moment and unexpectedly looked at Mao Yu. "You want revenge?" Mao Yu didn't reply, his face calm.
With a footstep, he rose up into the air, a firelight exploding under his feet as his figure drew up one after another. Zhou Yunza's face instantly changed, and he leapt forward, wanting to catch up. In the blink of an eye, the figure scurried to 100 meters in the air. But he is still more than 10 meters away from the bottom of Mo Yu's feet, and a firelight is like a lotus flower, constantly exploding from the bottom of the feet, holding Mo Yu to continue to climb. The perfection of the lotus stepping? Zhou Yunza fell to the ground with a helpless face. Flight, an ability after qi and blood transformed into a rainbow. Or, like Mao Yu, he practiced a stance that had the ability to step into the air. However, this kind of stance could only be perfected in order to step into the air, and even if the talent was high enough, it would still consume a lot of time. Originally, he thought that if he cultivated fast enough, he wouldn't run into opponents capable of taking off into the air, at least until he transformed into a rainbow. But now... Boom! A huge fireball with brilliant heavenly power, as if the sun was setting from the 9 heavens. Zhou Yunza was powerless to resist even though he had more backhanders, and eventually turned into ashes. In midair, Mao Yu, who was falling, did not hesitate to reach out and point at the leaderboard. Lights and shadows change. Qingshan looked at the tall young girl dressed in red, the corner of his mouth curled up. Revenge so soon? Qingshan, I didn't expect you to really go this far. Mao Yu held his halberd in his hand with a complex expression. It had only been less than a month since the Battle of the Star Realm. Qingshan's growth speed exceeded her imagination. I said there would be a crossover and... Qingshan said while spreading his hands helplessly. I'm going to be so poor I can't afford it. 100,000 points, anyone wants to take it, so let's do it on our own merits. With a vibration of his halberd, Mao Yu grabbed the lead and charged into the sky, pulling himself up once again. It was the same great martial art, but the Red Phoenix Sunset Halberd had to be struck from high to low in order to maximize its power. However, to her surprise, Qingshan just stood still and did not come to chase or even swing his sword. This is going to zoom. Qingshan tilted his head to look at the sky as Mao Yu stepped on the fire lotus with his feet, his figure shrinking. The crimson flames spread out violently before suddenly shrinking. Fireballs 5 meters in diameter, with tumbling heat waves, fell from the sky. Red Phoenix Sunset. Mao Yu fell sharply, his eyes fixed on the ground. Suddenly, her pupils shrank. Qingshan, gone. Why bother if you have to hit me with a big move? A light sigh sounded beside his ears, and Mao Yu's sweaty hair exploded as his square sky painting halberd swept violently across the room. On the halberd, there was no force coming from it. Sweeps empty. Mao Yu's gaze condensed and his stance changed again. The person was in mid-air, his body completely wrapped in the halberd's shadow, as if he was in the center of a fireball. An inch is a mile long, that trick again? The sigh sounded again, this time behind him. Fire exploded from the soles of his feet, Mao Yu's body turned around, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Still no one. The marvel of a square inch is still not afraid of the danger of a short inch, not to mention the misty trail of heavenly law? The same sigh, the same is still behind it. Mo Yu's eyes changed again and again. Suddenly, a line of blood emerged from the center of the body. Eyes momentarily lax, the body from bottom to top, split into 2 halves, thrown down to the ground. It was not until then that Qingshan finally showed his figure and stood in mid-air. The air mass under his feet tumbled and exploded continuously without making a single sound. All the blasted airwaves were stepped back into the soles of his feet. The misty steps of Tian Luo. Heaven and earth, everywhere. One-trick pony? Qingshan looked at the blood on the blade and was somewhat helpless. Compared to the 9 heavenly wind and thunder blade that he had just comprehended, it seemed that the backhand upper tease was his best move all along. Especially when Mo Yu turns his back on him. Can't help it at all. Chapter 93, The One? Teasing in Blade. In the 107th province of the Old Continent, nearly 1 million martial arts students had their eyes wide open and spoke in unison. Sure enough. There is only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. When those seniors and sisters came out of virtual space and gave them gossip about Qingshan, everyone still didn't believe it. Previously, against Zhou Yunza, the 9 heavens wind and thunder blade was majestic, further making them feel that the seniors were talking nonsense out of jealousy. But now, it had to be believed. Facing Mao Yu, who was stronger than Zhou Yunza, Qingshan did not use the 9 heavenly wind and thunder blade, but instead used the teasing in blade. Why? Because, of course, his specialty is the in raising knife. Goara City, Budokan.
Lin Mengxiao tugged at her brother's sleeve and muttered in a small voice. Brother, you saw it, right? It's clearly him who likes to use that trick. That nickname is really none of my business. Lin Fan didn't reply, looking dazed and vaguely egg-conscious. A scene of déjà vu brought back bad memories. The students were all attracted to Li Qingshan's last slash. Yuan Hongyan, on the other hand, stared at the air mass at Li Qingshan's feet, his lips pursed slightly. Sure enough. Rakugo ichi hai, Budokan. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Amidst a chorus of cheers, Wan Keshin laughed freely and drank his cup of tea in one gulp. The tea was cold, but it was like manna, and I couldn't stop the smile on my face. Goara City, Budokan. What teasing knife? Don't yell. Lu Jing burst into a rage and yelled at all the students. The key to Li Qingshan's final victory was his stance, the A-ranked martial art Tian Luo Misty Steps. As for that slash, it's just a normal backhanded uppercut. LV Jing was decisive, his gaze sweeping, implying threats. This is our Wui province's #1 in the old continent, it must not be tainted with such an unpleasant nickname. A group of students looked at each other, speechless. Is this a hard wash? The problem is, the entire old continent Budo class is watching the livestream, can it be washed away? Tianfu Province, Martial Arts Hall. Moyu lost. The atmosphere in the pavilion was slightly heavy with. But the students, because they had expected it, were not having a hard time accepting it at the moment. Instead, they began to discuss, in whispers, Li Qingshan's final slash. The teachers, who were confident before, were silent at the moment. After a long time. The heavenly Luo Misty Steps, Mao Yu didn't lose unjustly. A sigh echoed through the crowd. Virtual space, above the clouds. In the past, it was rare for a student from the old continent to be able to comprehend an A-ranked martial art ahead of time for several decades. I remember when Yuman also comprehended it after entering the academy. Yes, the old continent is not to be missed this year. Not only is there Mao Yu, Li Qingshan has even mastered 2 disciplines, and it's also the Tian Luo Misty Steps. The teachers were talking and couldn't stop the surprise on their faces. Actually, it's not that strange. A male teacher suddenly spoke up and analyzed. After all, Li Qingshan was able to comprehend the 5th level of stars at Call. Don't forget that the one from 1,000 years ago also mastered more than one A-ranked martial art before enrolling. The group of teachers fell silent at his words and looked up at the knife-wielding youth in the screen. That's right. Compared to the one and only of the millennium, the rare occurrence of the old continent in a few decades does not even make a dent. What Li Qingshan was targeting shouldn't be an ordinary student from the old continent or the new continent, but the one from 1,000 years ago. In a silence, Lu Jing's eyes still carried doubts. And she understands. Stepping into the air without sound is the characteristic of its great accomplishment. That's not surprising. All of the A-ranked martial arts that possessed a pre-existing martial skill, once they were satisfactorily fused together, they were all direct grand accomplishments. As for whether to die to the consummate realm of the front-loaded martial arts, or to spend a huge amount of royalties to directly purchase A-ranked martial arts and slowly cultivate them, it was up to the individual's choice. After all, the consummation bottleneck was difficult to cross and required an opportunity, and the consummation of the predecessor martial skill was even more difficult. However, martial arts were only additive, and one needed their own strength if they wanted to utilize the power of martial arts. Just like the 9 heavenly wind and thunder blade in her hands, its power was by no means comparable to Li Qingshan's right now. The Tian Luo Misty Trail Steps had become a great success, and it was normal for Li Qingshan to be able to step in the air without making a sound. But it's too easy. Only breaking the limit for a single turn, and being able to use the heavenly Luo Misty Steps with such ease? Lu Jing walked over to the silver-haired teenager and asked about the doubts. Teacher, Li Qingshan he. See? Yi Yukong interrupted with a voice and smiled faintly. You guessed it. Ignoring the confused students, Yi Yukong raised his head to look at the giant screen in the sky, and the previous doubts were no longer visible between his eyebrows. Breaking the limit of the second turn. In just over half a month, Li Qingshan had broken 2 turns in a row. Millennium unique? Yi Yukong murmured softly, rubbing his hand on the iron ball with a puzzled expression. The purple-ing star was ultimately too small, and the one from 1,000 years ago, after entering the great star of martial Dao, had also gone through a period of time before moving step by step to the top. As for Li Qingshan, the speed of breaking the limit had already surpassed that of the one 1,000 years ago, and was no weaker than the great star celestials of the same age in martial arts. It is not the only one of the millennium, but the real only one.
In the sky, dozens of giant screens were constantly killing each other. The top 3 screens, however, are exceptionally quiet. Li Qingshan, Mao Yu, and Zhou Yunze all went unchallenged.
Zhou Yunze had just regained his composure after being struck twice in succession.
Mao Yu, on the other hand, looked depressed and had yet to regain his senses from the battle just now. Failing to die wasn't scary, but Li Qingshan's stance was too perverse, just like a ghost's shadow. There was not the slightest trace of it to be found at all, except for the fluttering words.
How can this be a fight? Moreover, Li Qingshan's final cut. Mo Yu touched her belly, vaguely uterine cold. On the empty sparring platform.
Li Qingshan quietly looked at the countdown at the bottom of the leaderboard, his heart helpless. Every minute he waited was 100 minutes of delayed cultivation for him. That's why he had specifically delayed going online earlier. No way, for 100,000 points, wait. Sighing softly in his heart, Li Qingshan looked towards the countdown. 5 o'clock, 4:59, 4:58. As the clock approached 12 noon, the battle became more and more intense. It's not just the top 100 on the old continent, it's even crazier for the students near the top 100. With their strength, there might be other opportunities to set foot on the new continent in the future.
However, in order to get out of the Ziying Star, one must enter the new continent martial arts university. It's the only chance.
On the leaderboard, all the places below are changing frequently, except for the top 3, which are standing firm. In the 107th province of the old continent, all the martial arts students watched the battle footage of their seniors while keeping their eyes fixed on the leaderboards. The mood ebbs and flows with each ranking change. The countdown at the bottom of the leaderboard is like a hypnotic spell, tugging at everyone's heart and mind.
003. 002. 001. The countdown went to 0 and all battles were terminated, even if the two sides that were fighting were forced to separate. 100 screens are neatly arranged, the leaderboard is set, and the top 100 places in the old continent are determined. All students looking for their own seniors in the first place. 99. Conhao is charged into the top 100. Cheers erupted in the Wuyuan City Martial Arts Center.
Not only in Goara City, but the same cheers likewise rang out in martial arts halls all over the old continent. But besides the cheering, there was more loss and lamentation.
On the charts, there are only 100 names.
Eventually, the cheering waned a bit and the loss gathered pace. In Province 107 of the old continent, the eyes of nearly 1 million students and teachers moved simultaneously, sweeping across a screen and converging at the very top. In the picture, the youth stood with a sword, his face bland.
The first of the old continent, Li Qingshan. Chapter 94, The Interstellar Age. Falling first high, cultivation room. The virtual bin cover slid open and Li Qingshan rolled over and sat up.
Buzz. A slight vibration in his wrist and a new message popped up on his comms. Student Li Qingshan, congratulations on winning first place in the old continent, 100,000 points reward has been issued to your mall account, please pay attention to checking. The orientation airship will land at 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, on time, at the first high school in Loki, so please prepare in advance.
The message is only 2 lines long and concise. That efficient?
Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and immediately clicked on the points mall.
Account balance, 100,600. There was also a note at the bottom that the account level had risen from level 2 to level 3 because the total amount of points exceeded 100,000 points. Drop the bag.
Li Qingshan chest, the bottom of the airbag, casually clicked on the mall to browse. The account upgrades have added a lot of new items and are very disorganized. Among them, the mecha accessories had obviously become more numerous, but judging from the names, they should all be ordinary accessories, yet they were sold at a thief's price.
Mechs burn so much money? Li Qingshan's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes.
Previously, when Wan Keshin fought Xu Ping, he had used a heavy hammer to blow up a mech alive. It was great to watch at the time, but in retrospect, even he, a bystander, felt heartbroken.
And I wonder if the teacher has any regrets?
Li Qingshan shook his head and looked at other items he hadn't seen before. Technology, weapons, and potions of all kinds, a wide array of them. After roughly scanning, Li Qingshan fixed his gaze on 2 items. The first piece, a virtual warehouse, looked similar to this one in the cultivation room, but the shape was a bit more sci-fi. The Tsanlonai virtual silo, which can connect to the Red Rainbow Starfield's internal interstellar network and land in fighting space.
Price tag, 100,000 points.
Red Rainbow Starfield. Li Qingshan was certainly no stranger to it. Ziying Star was in the Red Rainbow Starfield. The Red Rainbow Starfield was extremely large, encompassing tens of thousands of star systems. However, the word Sanglong in the name of the virtual warehouse made him feel a bit strange, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Cthulhu? Li Qingshan frowned slightly, and after carefully recalling for a while, he finally remembered where he had seen this word. Textbook. In the textbook, when describing the position of the planet Ziying, there is a reference to the Sanglong system. To be precise, the Sanglong galaxy was a river galaxy similar to the Milky Way in its previous life. However, the Cthulhu galaxy is much larger. More than 300,000 light-years in diameter and 2,000 light-years thick, with trillions of stars in the system. The Red Rainbow Starfield was only an inconspicuous dot when placed within such a vast river system. This is the interstellar age. Li Qingshan sighed lightly and looked up at the sky outside the window. At the beginning of his travels, after he first learned of the vastness of the stars, his goal was set. Be sure to get out of the purple star and see this unbelievably gorgeous interstellar age. After entering the martial arts class and practicing hard for a year, he was now finally going to set foot on a new continent and get one step closer to his goal. New continent? Li Qingshan muttered, his eyes looking towards the second item. It's a ticket, an intergalactic ticket. The boarding location is on the new continent, destination Red Rainbow Prime, and the ticket costs 990,000 points. 990,000? Li Qingshan's eyes glazed over, shaking his head breathlessly. It's true that the higher the account level, the less points you have to spend. Casually turn off the item description and tap on the feats category. With a level 3 account, you can already see a ranked martial arts. Previously, there were 500 points for C grade martial arts and 5,000 points for B grade, and he had originally thought that a grade martial arts should be 50,000 points. However, the cheapest A rank martial arts that caught the eye at the moment were 100,000 points, and only a few of them. The vast majority of A ranked martial arts have royalties between 200,000 and 300,000 points. In addition to the A-grade martial arts, the various extreme realm secret methods that Wankel Shanlei had once selected for him were also present at a uniform price of 100,000 points. Li Qingshan was already speechless and spat, gathering his mood and looking towards the page of cultivation resources that he currently needed the most. Every time the limit is broken, the body is upgraded by leaps and bounds. When you break the limit for the first or second turn, you can use the scorching source liquid to replenish the consumption after burning your chi and blood. However, at the start of the third turn, a new potion is necessary. Not only did the scorching source liquid have to be replaced, but the star source liquid likewise had to be replaced. Previously, 40 bottles a day were consumed, entirely by virtue of the number of hard piles. But right now, breaking the limit of the second turn of cultivation, it is useless to rely on quantity alone, and the quality must also be followed up. Amethyst liquid, purple source liquid. Li Qingshan muttered, his gaze sweeping across the page. It didn't take long to find the target. Amethyst liquid, 2,000 points a bottle, special potion that can instantly replenish chi and blood deficits. Purple source liquid, 100 points a bottle, chi and blood realm cultivation potion. Fortunately, at least 4 turns is no problem. Seeing the price tag, Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. With 100,000 points, the cultivation and breakthrough consumption combined was also definitely enough to break the limit for 4 turns. The path to breaking the limit is very exhausting, and it's really not wrong. Li Qingshan shook his head and closed them all. Breaking the limit consumption, the big head is still on the instantaneous replenishment potion like amethyst liquid. For ordinary martial artists to cultivate, they only needed to purchase the purple origin liquid, and the amount was far from as perverse as when he was cultivating. But they still have to save up for martial arts. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and his mood improved a few points. Together, the 2 disciplines of the Heavenly Luo Misty Steps and the 9 Heavenly Wind and Thunderblade were equivalent to saving hundreds of thousands of points. Gathering his emotions, Li Qingshan got up and opened the door to the cultivation room. Bang! Bang bang! Salutes exploded and colorful stripes were scattered. Shan, awesome! Zhao Hongzhou waved his salute and roared. Yu Lei and Hong Qian also smiled and opened their mouths. Li Qingshan, congratulations on winning first place in the old continent. Good boy. Wan Keshan vigorously patted Li Qingshan on the shoulder. It's all because the teacher taught me well. Li Qingshan hung up a smile and looked down the aisle. Behind Zhao Hongzhou and the others, there were many figures. There were first graders who had classes together, as well as second graders such as Zhong Xian. It was a moment of smiles on everyone's faces and genuine congratulations for him.
Li Qingshan waved his hand in a loud voice.
It's on me, the Falling Waters Hotel, let's go. The line of people swarmed towards the school gates.
Late night.
After the hustle and bustle, Li Qingshan re-entered the cool rental house. After a brief wash, he lay back on the bed and swept his eyes over the panel.
Li Qingshan. Realm, limit-breaking second turn 1/100. Technique, 9 revolutions of yin-yang 1 10,003 revolutions.
36th set of radio gymnastics, the stars are calling successful. Martial arts, Tian Luo Misty Steps 13 50,000 grand finish, 9 Sky Wind and Thunder Blade 21 50,000 grand finish.
Function, martial arts space LV2 110,000. Available time, 90 years and 143 days. Time flow rate, 1:100. Kung Fu is 1 level higher than the realm.
This was because for each turn of cultivation, he first passed through the martial way space, bringing up his Gung Fu and perfectly controlling his Qi and blood before getting crazy high on drugs and cultivating.
This is the secret to breaking the limit quickly.
The points are already in place, let's first pull up the proficiency of the 9 turns of the yin-yang. Li Qingshan looked at the proficiency level in tens of thousands.
Must try harder.
With a soft sigh, his eyes closed and he entered the martial space.
Next day, morning.
Li Qingshan stood outside the door of the room with a thunder pattern knife in one hand and a travel bag in the other. Moving is, to put it mildly, a hassle and to put it mildly, an easy task. He was alone and traveling to Xinzhou, so he only needed to bring a few changes of clothes.
Li, no problem, you're a clean young man, I've already called you with the deposit. The landlord aunt turned around the house and looked at Li Qingshan with regret.
Li, I've been renting this place to you for 3 years and I've been very frugal, why are you suddenly not renting it?
If you think it's expensive, I can work it out cheaper for you. No, I'm going a bit far this time.
Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head, turning around and walking towards the building.
The landlord's aunt hurriedly said.
Li, take it easy, tell me where to go.
I have a landlord group here, I might be able to help you find a place to stay.
The figure disappeared down the stairway and 2 words floated in.
Xinzhou.
Xinzhou? The landlady's aunt's eyes went round and she froze in place.
Squeak.
The wheels stopped turning and the bus slowed to a stop. Falling First High has arrived, please ask the passengers who want to get off through the back door. Li Qingshan stepped out of the car door, his footsteps suddenly lurched, turning his head to look at the end of the street in the distance. It was a shopping mall, and that's where I first bought my primary nutrient solution.
With a turn of his feet, Li Qingshan walked straight towards the mall.
It was only 11:00 the moment, and the mall had just opened its doors, so there were very few people around. The salesmen were also leaning against the counter, listless.
Suddenly, a salesgirl's eyes lit up and she waved hello. Mr. Li, long time no see, want to buy nutrient solution?
It's been a long time, but I'm not here for the nutrient solution.
Li Qingshan responded politely and turned towards the counter not far away.
The salesgirl's smile froze as she looked away from the back, feeling as if she had been abandoned.
In front of a counter full of tea. Sir, you want to buy tea? That's right, the best. 12 noon.
The small airship, more than 10 meters long and silver white in color, landed on time on the playground of Falling First High School. The hatch of the ship opened, and it was empty, as if it were being operated entirely by intelligence.
Brother Shan, I don't know when we'll see each other this trip?
Zhao Hongzhou rarely squirmed a bit. Li Qingshan smiled and opened his mouth. When you go to Xinzhou as well, you'll naturally be able to meet.
I'm going to Xinzhou? Zhao Hongzhou didn't have a bit of confidence on his face.
Li Qingshan shook his head and lightly patted his shoulder. Don't give up, whether you make it to Xinzhou or not, your efforts will not be let down.
After saying that, his gaze turned to Yulei and Hongchen next to him.
So are you guys? The two nodded their heads vigorously and...
Well, we remembered.
Come on, don't squirm, Xinzhou isn't an alien planet, you see it on your videos every day.
Wankershan waved his hand impatiently and urged. Come on, don't delay.
Li Qingshan turned to face Wankershan and bowed.
Teacher, thank you for teaching me all year. I'm not dead, so why bow? Wankershan picked up the student inside.
When it comes to teaching, I was merely pointing the way. To be able to come this far is all by your own step-by-step realization.
All right, let's go.
Li Qingshan nodded and turned towards the airship.
Just as he reached the hatch, Wankersan's voice sounded behind him. Boy, take a big step forward and don't stop. Martial artists of my generation should be courageous. Go and see for us, this vast interstellar age. Qingshan did not look back and took a step into the hatch. Teacher, I promise. The hatch closed and the ship lifted off quickly into the sky. From her backpack, Yulei rummaged through 2 boxes and handed them to Wankershan. Your sister gave you an increase in your allowance? Wankersan raised an eyebrow, but after looking at the tea packaging, he frowned. No, this brand of tea is not enough for 10 years of your allowance. Uncle, it was Qingshan who asked me to bring this to you. Yulei returned. Qingshan? Wankershan took the tea and turned his head to look at the sky, where the airship had already disappeared at the end of the sky. This brat. Chapter 95, Orientation? The airship traveled quickly at high altitude, its metallic surface glinting silver-white in the sunlight. The air in the bow of the ship kept compressing and gradually solidified, turning into a transparent wall of air. Boom! Tone blasts going off. The ship crashed through the white wave of air and picked up speed again. Inside the cabin, it was quiet, without the slightest shudder. Qingshan swept his eyes over the only few sofas in the cabin and walked over to the porthole. The land of the old continent was sweeping rapidly underfoot, and it was not long before it sailed away from the coastline and was nothing but an ocean. Looks like it's a single person in a single boat. Qingshan shook his head, feeling that his pattern was still small. Previously, I thought that the welcome ship was going to pick up all of the top 100 from the old continent, but I didn't realize that the new continent had sent 100 small ships out directly. The airship at his feet wasn't much bigger than a flying car, but it was a real airship after all, one that could fly out of the atmosphere. On the back of the hatch, there are various precautions posted for facing weightlessness after exiting the atmosphere. Excited to get to Shinshu soon? A faint laugh sounded behind him. Qingshan turned around violently and looked in surprise. The speaker was a holographic projection with the face of a teenager, but with a full head of silver hair. The silver-haired teenager waved his hand. Qingshan, there's no need to be nervous. Introducing myself, I'm the Purple Ing Academy's Martial Dao 3rd Academy, Dean Yi Yukong, who also doubles as this year's new continent enrollment supervisor. Yi? Dean? Qingshan was puzzled after carefully sizing him up for a moment or two. The ship hasn't even landed yet, and the dean is here to see me. Is there some kind of delivery? It's impossible to talk about delivering. Yi Yukong shook his head. It should be considered a reminder. You should have met a lot of companies and consortia in the old continent, right? To be able to hold yourself in the face of temptation, that's a good point. In the face of Yi Yukong's praise, Qingshan instead became even more astonished. Dean Yi, it's all the way to Xinzhou, there won't be any more companies or consortiums looking for us, right? Of course not. Yi Yukong laughed and explained. Those corporate consortiums are all local industries of Ziying Star, and their hands don't dare to reach into the martial arts university. There is only one true interstellar domain group in Ziying Star, but their head, it seems, has no intention of approaching you for a contract? Mentioning this, Yi Yukong was also a bit puzzled, but did not dwell on it much and directly turned to the main topic. What I have come here to remind you of is not signing, but worshipping. Worship? Qingshan uttered in surprise, puzzled. Dean, is it a master-disciple legacy system at the university? The word worship is a bit of a niche in the education system of the Purple Commonwealth. But favor Yi Yukong came to him at this time. Qingshan couldn't help but think more for a moment, his eyes flickering up. Hee, don't think too much. 2 iron balls suddenly appeared in Yi Yukong's palm and slowly rubbed them. I'm the Dean of the 3rd Academy, so of course I welcome you into the 3rd Academy of Martial Arts, and I'm happy for you to be my graduate student in the future, but this is just teacher-student, not master-disciple. By worshipping I don't mean universities, but specifically those martial arts schools. Martial house? Qingshan was first stunned, and then violently recalled those Extreme Realm secret techniques that he had seen in the Points Mall yesterday. All of the Extreme Realm secret techniques were passed down from the ancient martial hall. With the word ancient, Qingshan had never thought that he would have the opportunity to come into contact with it. Dean Yi, all those ancient martial arts schools are still there? Of course, otherwise who will the royalties collected be given to? Yi Yukong shook his head and lost his smile. Ancient just means that the inheritance has been passed down for a long time, not that it is extinct. On the contrary, because of their rise in the period of martial arts obscurity,
these martial arts schools are now behemoths, but
Yi Yukon's words were a beat, and he said in a meaningful way. The interstellar age is changing rapidly.
There are times when a long heritage may not be a good thing. Li Qingshan nodded if he was enlightened.
Thank you, Dean Yi, I understand.
The interstellar age, not the world of immortality, there is no such thing as new is better than old. Just like the body forging method, the stars are calling, it had been updated to the 36th set and was still being developed. The federal education system, too, has been constantly reforming, replacing, and adapting to changing times. The so-called orderly heritage of a martial arts school is probably just a cover for backwardness and decadence.
It's good that you can understand. Yi Yukon nodded in satisfaction and rubbed the iron ball.
The martial arts school cannot be generalized, there are both stubborn and conservative, then naturally there are also brave and progressive reformers. But those martial arts schools that have stepped out on a new path are rooted in the great star of martial arts and won't come to our Ziying star.
I am here only as a reminder, the exact judgment is up to you. In short, remember one thing, the Red Rainbow Star region will never bury any genius under its education system. The words fell and the projection dissipated. Li Qingshan thoughtfully walked over to the porthole.
The arc continental edge appears and the new continent arrives. However, the scene outside the window completely subverted Li Qingshan's previous perception of Xinzhou. Old Chao and New Chao are separated by the sea, and in the imagination of the vast majority of the people of Old Chao, Xinzhou is supposed to be a sci-fi city where steel and greenery blend perfectly, with lots of hovering flying cars shuttling constantly, busy and organized, and only exists in the imagination.
But at the moment, outside the window,
a large, empty land that came into view without any skyscrapers and no sign of the city. In the wilderness, a small villa, about a kilometer apart, was spread out in a ring. No, I should say that the entire new continent is a round continent. As the ship pulled in, the villas became more spaced out and larger in footprint. Finally, the ship came to a sudden stop, and a different building finally appeared outside the window.
School.
The ship slowly descended and the school below became clearer and clearer. The sides are almost 10 kilometers long and cover an area of almost 100 square kilometers.
Dozens of small buildings, scattered in all directions.
The ship landed on the playground and the hatch opened. Huge banners printed in the eye of the beholder. The 47th highest in the new continent, welcome all the top 100 students in the old continent. Li Qingshan stepped out of the hatch and looked around. The playground covered a huge area, with 100 silver-white airships parked neatly. The students of the old continent, who had also stepped out of the hatch, were looking around in bewilderment. However, after seeing Li Qingshan, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Teasing in blade.
A shout was like a signal, and all the old continent students leaned in on their own initiative like they had found their backbone.
Li Qingshan's face darkened as he swept his gaze into the crowd, quickly locking onto his target.
A young man carrying a lance and hanging on for dear life.
It's not me, it's really not my fault this time.
Kong Hao's face turned white as he backed up, anxiously explaining. Ranking battle, all martial arts classes are live streaming, your last/split Mayu apart, this can't be.
Bang!
Kong Hao rose up in the air and flew down to Li Qingshan's feet. Mao Yu held his halberd in his hand and closed his foot without expression.
The corner of Li Qingshan's mouth twitched and pulled out an apologetic smile.
Sorry, it was so smooth yesterday, I couldn't hold back for a second. This time, it was Mao Yu's face that darkened. However, she did not say much, her halberd pestled the ground and her gaze crossed over Li Qingshan to look behind him.
Li Qingshan's ears twitched slightly and he turned to look.
100 students in school uniforms, weapons in hand, were coming towards them.
It's a welcoming tradition in the new state.
Mo Yu's lips moved slightly as he explained.
The final battle is at the end of July, and there are 100 high schools in the new continent, and the top 100 in the old continent, no matter which high school they're placed in for a temporary stay, will have to battle against the top 100 in that high school, in a battle.
That's right, I heard it from a former senior.
Kong Hao rose from the ground, alert.
In the past orientation battles, the new continent and the old continent won and lost against each other. The main purpose was to let all new students recognize their strength and not be blindly arrogant. The one who needs to recognize strength is, naturally, the one who loses. Li Qingshan and the others definitely wouldn't lose, but he, Old Continent 99, was hanging by a thread.
So troublesome? Li Qingshan frowned. I do think it's a nice tradition, it's kind of fun.
The bald youth came with a stick, and Kong Hao consciously took a step back,
allowing the first three of the old continent to stand in a row. Yes? Li Qingshan glanced at Zhou Yunze and looked at the other old continent students. Everyone had drawn their weapons and stood behind them, standing at attention. A kilometer away, on the top floor of a school building, the two figures stood with their hands behind their backs, looking out over the playground. It's none other than 47 High's Director of Instruction, Wang Jibo, as well as the Xian Snake Martial Arts School, Vice Director Liao Feng. Director Wang, I've troubled you this time. Liao Feng spoke politely. It's just a small thing, it's not like there are a lot of schools fighting for orientation, it's easy. Wang Jibo waved his hand in disbelief. However, hasn't your Xian Snake Martial School already gotten the video of Li Qingshan's engagement? Why do you still need to observe it? Video is not real after all, some things still have to be observed through real battles. The burly middle-aged man opened his mouth in a deep voice, and instead of explaining too much, his words changed and said, "But I'm afraid these students of yours are going to suffer. It's fine, these little guys are sitting on their asses, each and every one of them is arrogant." Wang Jibo frowned and opened his mouth with an expression of hatred. Our 47th high school has been falling behind for a few years in a row, and no one has even made it into the top 100 of the entrance qualification battle, but it's just the right time to take this opportunity to show them the sky's the limit and give the freshmen and sophomores a wake-up call. On the playground, 200 people were clearly separated and formed a confrontation. Li Qingshan! A shout came from the back of the opposite square formation. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and looked. Meng Lei was waving at him. But he was quickly pulled back by the surrounding students. This was a fight, not a catch-up. At the front of the square formation, the 47-tall leading youth frowned slightly, staring at Li Qingshan with a much more solemn expression. You're Li Qingshan, the number one in the old continent? He didn't know Li Qingshan, but the name Mo Yu was a familiar one. To be able to overpower Mao Yu, who had dominated the list for a year, and take the number one spot in the old continent, he naturally didn't dare to underestimate it. Li Qingshan, the rules of orientation. Forget the rules, it's just a fight. Li Qingshan was impatient to interrupt and casually said. Don't go to all that trouble, you're all in it together. The opposite youth's face changed, and the group behind him even rose up. Li Qingshan, this is the new continent, how dare you, the number one in the old continent, go wild here. What old continent number one, maybe he can't even beat Zhao Fei. That's right, what are you so mad about, a guy from the old continent? You still want to take on 100? 1 against 100 is right. Li Qingshan let out a light laugh and shook his head. But I think you're mistaken, it wasn't me who struck. The words fell. Li Qingshan took a step back and made way for Zhou Yunze next to him. If you have to do everything yourself, won't you get the first place in the old continent for nothing? Before Zhou Yunze could react, Mo Yu glanced at him and took a step back as well. Didn't you say it was fun? You're on. Now, Zhou Yunze finally understood. Taking a deep breath, the long stick was pinned to the ground and stood at the front of the line. 1 against 100. Chapter 96, the same? The battle, which began instantly. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, Zhou Yunze's figure flashed and rushed across the room. Arrogant. The leader, Zhao Fei, was instantly furious, and with the point of his spear in his hand, he stabbed at Zhou Yunze. Rainbow through the sun. In a flash of lightning, Zhou Yunze's right hand turned, and the long stick stabbed out in an identical stance. It was as if he was holding a lance instead of a stick in his hand. The head of a stick against the tip of a gun, the tip of a needle against the tip of a horse. The two weapons simultaneously flashed with a different colored light and crashed together. Boo! Invisible waves of air exploded and sparks erupted. No, this isn't a stick technique. You also know the rainbow breaking gun. Zhao Fei's face changed and he took 2 steps back, his palms tingling. It was the same stance from Di Cheng's rainbow breaking gun, long rainbow through the sun. But under the collision, he was not as powerful as his opponent. I don't believe that you, a stick user, can still practice to perfection. Zhao Fei leapt forward, his lance in his hand quickly jabbing. In the blink of an eye, the body of the gun was nowhere to be seen, only the spikes were left in the sky. The consummate move of the rainbow breaker, 1,000 rainbows over the sun. Zhou Yunze's face remained unchanged as the long stick in his hand suffused with an earthy yellow luster and swept out. Skill is not enough to break it with force. The long stick carried the force of 1,000 pounds and smashed through the shadow of the gun. In his haste,
Zhao Fei could only hold the barrel of the gun in front of his body and watch it bend into a semicircle. Feeling the force in his hands, his eyes widened.
You've broken the limit for the second turn? That's not right.
You're in the blood condensation realm. Zhou Yunzi did not reply, and after sweeping away Zhao Fei with a stick, he rushed into the rear formation. There was a great rush of people. No more than 20 to 30 meters apart, this side of the old continent team was laid back.
Seeing Zhou Yunzi's power, everyone relaxed.
Especially the few students who had once been swept under Zhou Yunzi's match were snickering. Now it was the turn of these new continent students to feel the powerlessness of being crushed by the realm.
47 High's overall strength doesn't look good, does it?
Qingshan shook his head in disappointment and looked towards Zhao Fei's few people who were chasing Zhou Yunzi and trying to stop him.
They're all limit-breaking first turns, not even 1 second turn? Unless they're willing to break through blood condensation on the spot, there's no way they can win the fight.
Mao Yu twisted her head to look at Qingshan, her eyes full of strangeness.
You didn't know that just before the fight started? Aren't you afraid that Zhou Yunzi will lose?
I'm not an immortal, where can I see their strength at a glance? Qingshan shrugged and spread his hands.
If Zhou Yunzi loses, he loses, don't you still have you?
As the square sky painting halberd was revitalized, Mao Yu took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his inner restlessness. If it weren't for the fact that the palace chill hadn't dissipated yet, she would have wanted to zoom off on the spot.
A kilometer away, on top of the school building, Liao Feng stood with his arms folded and shook his head in disappointment. It seems like there's no chance to see Qingshan make a move today. Pavilion Master Liao, isn't your Xian Snake Martial Hall going to open up a wide wall of doors nowadays?
Wang Zhibo lifted his jaw lightly and signaled.
Also 18 years old, Zhou Yunzi can fight with 1 against 100 and still can't get into your eyes?
Director Wang, don't joke, for Ma Yui's Xian Snake Martial Arts Hall will definitely invite, but Zhou Yunzi.
Liao Feng shook his head inside.
Missing the extreme realm and breaking the limit, wasting his talent on realm climbing, one day he will regret it. Wang Zhibo smiled without responding.
Liao Feng frowned slightly, puzzled. Could it be that Director Wang has a different view? Opinions can't be talked about, I don't know much about Zhou Yunzi either. Wang Zhibo spoke calmly.
But Zhao Fei and the others, I'm well aware of them. When I first guided those little guys to step onto the limit-breaking path, it was merely because I wanted them to make a direct breakthrough after their first turn, crossing over the gathering mist in one fell swoop and achieving the blood condensation realm. But so far, no one has been willing to give up the path. In today's battle, I also had the idea of making them recognize reality and give up voluntarily. But right now, you see, even if it only takes one person to break through the Qi and blood realm on the spot to win over Zhou Yunzi, there's still no one willing. How easy is it to give up? That's 9 turns to heaven.
Liao Feng shook his head, clearly having a different viewpoint.
9 turns to ascend to heaven is also as difficult as climbing up to heaven.
Wang Zhibo looked at several students from a distance and... Stronger roots, anyone would want that.
But not everyone can have the same talent as Qingshan and Mao Yu, 1 turn might be their limit. If it drags on any longer, fading years might have a chance to get to the 2nd or 3rd turn.
But by that time, Zhou Yunzi might even be enlightened, even if their roots are strong, could they still be able to enlighten themselves with a blood-clotting battle? And, it's just a case of good luck.
Wang Zhibo looked puzzled and sighed in a low voice. Each turn is a heavenly torment, if you're not careful, you'll die. Liao Feng could understand Wang Zhibo's meaning, however, he was unable to empathize. A martial arts school is not a school that looks after the future of every student. In his eyes, a super genius was far better than mediocre people who had no self-knowledge. Director Wang, although I didn't see Qingshan make a move today, but thanks a lot, I'll take my leave first.
Liao Feng opened his mouth to say goodbye and turned to leave.
Wang Zhibo's voice sounded behind him. Director Liao, let me say one more thing, the orientation battle is a tradition, a show of hands is nothing. But after today, I don't want to see any surprises.
Director Wang, much ado about nothing. Liao Feng shook his head and stepped away.
On the playground, the battle was over.
Zhou Yunzi stood on his stick, with many more scars on his body.
Hundreds of students from the 47th High, lying on the ground, wailing.
But Zhou Yunzi's hand was clearly measured.
Apart from Zhao Fei, who couldn't stop and was injured more severely because of the small difference in strength, the rest of the students were only lightly injured. All of the old continent students had a relaxed look on their faces, their gazes converging on Zhou Yunzi, who had made a great display of power. Mao Yu, however, stared at Zhao Fei's several people lying on the ground with a puzzled expression.
After a few moments, it suddenly opened its mouth. Qingshan, how many turns are you going to break through the Qi and Blood realm? How many turns to break through?
Qingshan turned back slightly strangely and casually said.
The 9 revolutions of the Inferno Sun is certainly to be cultivated to the 9th revolution.
It was a question he had never considered, nor did he need to. 9 turns to ascend to heaven. Since he had stepped onto this path, he would naturally be able to go to the end.
9 turns?
The overly shocking answer directly confused Mao Yu. Her goal was nothing more than to catch up with the pace of the martial Dao Great Star Heavenly Pride and achieve the 5 rainbow transformation.
As for the 9 turns of ascension?
Even in the Great Star of Martial Arts, it was only a legend. After Mao Yu met Qingshan's eyes and confirmed that he was not joking, he could only stifle a sentence. You're really confident in your talent.
Talent? Qingshan shook his head and said seriously.
I believe in step-by-step hard work more than illusory talent. Zhou Yunze, who had originally been cold-faced since he got off the ship, suddenly revealed a smile. Qingshan, it seems that some parts of us are still the same.
Same?
Qingshan was puzzled, and the illusory panel flashed past his eyes. The hard work he was referring to was the day and night training in the martial arts space, and the proficiency on the panel that was growing little by little.
Can it be the same? Chapter 97, Hello and Goodbye.
On the playground, 47 high students lay in a heap, wailing louder and louder.
Shut up, all of you!
Wang Jibo shouted angrily in a deep voice and fell from the sky onto the lawn. Gazes swept over a field of students, faces shaking. I think you guys have just spent too much time in virtual space and lack real combat, and you can't stop screaming at the slightest injury.
Can't you see that your classmates from the old continent are watching you guys laugh? Why don't you get up now?
With a jolt, the students rushed to get up from the ground. Several of the more seriously injured Zhao Fei were also carried away by nearby students to the infirmary. The rest of them, grimacing in pain, followed.
Stop right there, you guys, what's the rush for a minor injury? Wang Jibo pointed his finger and circled a dozen unlucky people.
The students from the old continent are new to the city, so later on you will show them the way to visit our school. Including Meng Lei, a dozen students had a bitter look on their faces as they waited in place. Wang Jibo ignored them and turned his head to look at the group of old continent students, a kind smile on his face.
Classmates of the old continent, I've made you laugh today.
I'm the 47th High School Director of Instruction, Wang Jibo. This orientation work is taken over by our school, so you can come to me if you have any problems.
However, as is customary, I must first inform you of something.
Wang Jibo's smile tightened and he said seriously.
I'm sure that on your way here, you've already realized that the new continent is completely different from what you imagined, right?
The old continent and the new continent are separated by the sea, and the sea separates not classes, but peace and war. The Purple British Commonwealth established the new continent for one purpose, to prepare for war.
You will understand the specifics when you enter the university. But for now, I would like to ask you.
Wang Jibo raised his hand and pointed behind the students of the old continent, where 100 airships were silently docked on the lawn.
New continent, old continent, war, or peace, which future do you really want to choose?
The ship is right behind you, it's not too late to get back to the old continent and no record will be left on the profile. After Wang Jibo finished speaking, he stood with his arms crossed and waited patiently. The faces of the crowd of old continent students were streaked, caught off guard by the sudden news. But before long, the shocked color gradually faded away and was replaced by a resolute look. Perhaps the vast majority of them were simply motivated by a desire to get to Shinshu when they filled out their Budo class applications. But the 3-year Budo class, through rounds and rounds of elimination, then fought their way into the top 100 of the old continent. To them at this point in time, martial arts was far more important than the new continent in the illusion.
It seems that the students have made their choice.
A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Jibo's mouth, his finger tapped on the communicator, and 100 airships slowly lifted off and flew away.
Next, let's get straight to the point.
The entrance qualification battle, or final battle as you call it, will be held at the end of the month. During this month's time, you will temporarily reside in 47 High. I've arranged 2 separate dormitory buildings, and each of you will have an independent cultivation room, so you won't be delayed in your cultivation. Living supplies are distributed at school, and you will receive guidance information about that later. The focus of what I'm going to tell you is information about the entrance qualification battle. When these words came out, all the students' complexions perked up their ears. Wang Jibo cleared his throat and said with a straight face. There are a total of 100 high schools in Hsinchu, and the size of each high school freshman is 1,000-2,000. In other words, the total number of participants in the entrance qualification battle is usually around 100,000. Hundreds of thousands. Many of the old continent students' pupils shook and their faces became apprehensive. Although they were considered late bloomers and had fought their way up from the martial arts class, it would be good to be ranked in the middle of the pack, not to mention later on. After all, these 100,000 or so weren't former classmates of the martial arts class, but geniuses who had been gifted from a young age and had been sent to New Continent to be cultivated. Don't worry, students, since you didn't choose to leave New Continent just now, the Federation's education system won't turn you away. Wang Jibo looked in his eyes, his voice was quite mild and soothing. The results of the entrance qualification battle are only about the choice of the top few ranked martial arts universities, but even the last place will definitely be able to get into a martial arts university. Most of the students' faces looked a lot better when this was said. Although his grades were behind and the ranking of the Budo University he entered was definitely low, at least he wouldn't be driven out of Hsinchu in disgrace. Regarding the entrance qualification battle, I have one more thing to remind you. Wang Jibo's voice rang out once again. Every year in the entrance qualification battle, the rules change, but one thing remains the same. That is, the real thing. Qingshan, who had been quietly listening to the lecture, suddenly had his eyes light up and silently raised his right hand. Wang Jibo gazed over and nodded. Say, what's the problem? Teacher, does actual combat mean battles between students, or going into the astral realm to fight with ferocious beasts? Even though Qingshan had tried to calm his tone as much as possible, there was still a trace of unstoppable trembling in his voice. Trembling with excitement. The last time he entered the Star Realm, with some scavenging, the martial space was directly upgraded. In the center of the New Continent, the Ziying Academy suppresses a boundary gate. If I could get in one more time. Wang Jibo frowned, the hint of trembling in Qingshan's voice naturally could not be hidden from his ears. Moreover, it is obvious that his voice trembled when he mentioned the word ferocious beast. What's going on? Is number 1 on the old continent just a paper tiger? Or did the old continent's martial arts teachers overplay the threat of ferocious beasts to the point that Qingshan was afraid before he saw them? Wang Jibo's gaze shifted and stared into Qingshan's eyes. Glowing eyes, his face shook as he watched. What kind of fear is that? It's clearly excitement and eagerness. This kind of look was not unfamiliar to Wang Jibo. Some of his peers indulged in searching for ferocious beasts to kill in the Star Realm, and they had this kind of look in their eyes. Moreover, Qingshan's eyes seemed to be a few degrees more eager. Don't even think about it, it's impossible. 6 short words and glowing eyes dimmed instantly. Wang Jibo was even more certain of his earlier guess and shook his head. Although the Star Realm is vast, the ferocious beasts are not lambs to be slaughtered, not to mention the hundreds of thousands of them that are identified every year for the students to practice on. Unless, of course, a tidal wave of beasts breaks out. Seeing that Qingshan's eyes were glowing like light bulbs again, he hurriedly said. An outbreak of a beast tide would be beyond the meddling of you freshmen. The boundary gate suppressed by the Purple Ing Academy is a second-order boundary gate that can only be entered and exited at the highest level of the Qi and Blood Realm, but that doesn't mean that the ferocious beasts inside are only second order. Once a beast tide breaks out, there are often third-ranked ferocious beasts that show up. In the face of this situation, we can only deploy a large number of Rainbow Transformation Realm martial artists to enter the Realm Gate to clear it. Wang Jibo gazed at Qingshan and also at all the students, admonishing. Although there are numerous resources within the Star Realm, the Realm Gate is a time bomb. The Realm Gate's rank is not fixed, and it's even possible to encounter an evil god intervening within the astral realm and detonating the Realm Gate. The word prepare for war is by no means alarmist talk, and not to mention the federal conscription, the boundary gate incident alone, all martial artists in the New Continent must be the first to top it off, and give the people of the Old Continent time to evacuate. As the words fell, all the students, including Qingshan, looked quite solemn. Wang Jibo nodded his head in satisfaction, finally pointing to Meng Lei and the other students of the school and confiding. They'll show you to your dorms, and everyone will leave their contact information so it's easier to ask if you have questions. By the way, you all have virtual bins in your dorms that are connected to all the high schools, so you can go in and try your hand at it and familiarize yourselves with it. Wang Jibo finished his delivery and just wanted to leave. Qingshan raised his hand again and... Teachers? Seeing that pair of light bulbs, Wang Jibo did not hesitate to open his mouth to interrupt. There is a leaderboard, but there is no reward. The points reward is for the special situation of the old continent. The new continent has been enjoying the best quality education resources. The leaderboard is just a supervisory role. If you want a reward, wait for the entrance qualification battle in peace. Spitting out a series of pearls, Wang Jibo quickly finished and turned around. Ugh. Looking at his teachers rapidly departing back, Li Qingshan regretfully sighed. Meng Lei trotted and came up, looking Li Qingshan up and down in two-tang. Li Qingshan, you don't know, I couldn't believe my ears this morning after hearing that you were #1 in the old continent. Crossing 2 levels in a row and overpowering Maoyu, this enlightened gold content of yours is much higher than hers. Bro, a word of warning. Li Qingshan seemed to smile, lightly patting Meng Lei's shoulder. Next time you talk about someone behind their back, you better keep your voice down. Meng Lei had a jolt and turned to look. Only to see a tall figure dressed in red, staring at him coldly. You. Good. Meng Lei laughed awkwardly twice. Moyu ignored it and turned his gaze to the side. Meng Lei looked back, his voice much lower. Li Qingshan, this time you can definitely enter the Ziying Academy. Huan Xiao hasn't left yet, maybe. Stop. Li Qingshan interrupted with a frown and said seriously. I came to New Continent because it's a necessary part of my martial arts path. It has nothing to do with Guan Xiao, and I really don't know her well. Not only Guan Xiao, in front of Meng Lei is actually the same unfamiliar. If Meng Lei was nice, Li Qingshan naturally didn't mind becoming an ordinary friend with him, but only if he didn't mention those messy things again. Meng Lei met Li Qingshan's eyes and could feel the seriousness in them, as well as his determination for the martial arts. Li Qingshan really isn't the same as before. Alright, I won't mention it later. Meng Lei nodded and agreed. Just then. Boom! A sonic boom rang out as a speeder sped into the air above the playground and came to a sudden stop. Whose car? So arrogant? Meng Lei looked up in confusion and the speeder landed slowly, a cloud of nebulae icons standing out on its body. Meng Lei's expression stagnated, and he said nastily. So it's Star Source mining, that's fine. Star Source? Li Qingshan couldn't help but think of the Star Source liquid that had been used for half a year, and the Transstellar area group that Yi Yukong had mentioned earlier. What is the origin of this Star Source mining? I can't quite say. Meng Lei shook his head and summarized in one sentence. Anyway, it's awesome as all. With the crowd watching, the flying car landed, the door opened, and a figure jumped out of the car. Everyone's eyes popped out because the person who got off the bus wasn't the big shot they thought it would be, but a round little fat guy. Coach! The little fatty jumped and ran over quickly, his fat shaking along the way. Li Qingshan stretched out his hand and pressed it against the little fatty's forehead, slightly disgusted. They're all in the 3rd level of body forging, why are they fatter instead? I don't want to either. Little fatty commiserated. My dad said it runs in the family, it's impossible to lose weight, and the older you get, the fatter you'll get. Speaking of this, Xiao Xiaoyu cried out. Coach, I'm not going to become like my dad, am I? Qiao Yai? Thinking of that giant fat figure that was 2 meters tall and had a waistline of 2 meters, Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. By this moment, everything was clear. Star Source Mining is definitely the Trans-Starfield group in Yi Yukong's mouth, as to why the person in charge of it has not been looking for him to sign. Because, Chaoya is the one in charge. Even though Li Qingshan had a high estimation of Chaoya's identity, the identity of head of the Interstellar Domain Group Ziying Star still exceeded his estimation. Now, he could only pat the little fatty on the head and comfort him. Don't worry, for martial artists, strength is the most important thing. In the future, if you come across someone who looks at you in a bad way, just beat him up. Okay coach, I hear you. Meaty fists clenched into a heap, the chubby little man regained his confidence. By the way coach, last time we talked, let's see who comes to New Island first. Little fatty's chest puffed out in triumph. Now, I win. Okay, you win. Li Qingshan nodded indifferently, seemingly smiling. By the way, I forgot to tell you that your father specifically asked me before to take care of you more when I came to Shinjo. Coach, stop laughing, I'm scared. The deja vu smile instantly evoked Xiao Xiaoyu's memories, and after wincing, he fawned and laughed. I've prepared a reception for you, let's go eat first. Li Qingshan shook his head and lost his smile, following behind the little fatty and walking towards the flying car. The two had just stepped outside the car door and boom! Another speeder came out of nowhere and landed slowly.
A car from the purpling school? The little fatty tilted his head, eyes full of curiosity. Qingshan looked up at the planet icon on the body of his car and it was worthy of being the Ziying Academy, directly taking the Ziying star as the school's emblem. On the playground, all the students of the old and new continents looked at the flying cars with the same yearning. With all eyes on her, the car door opened and the girl in a white dress stepped out. Skin as white as snow, bright eyes, and white teeth. The playground was in an instantaneous uproar. Guan Xiao. Why is she suddenly back?
No, Guan Xiao used to be in school and never wore skirts.
Why else? Have you forgotten the stories that Mao Kai and the others used to gossip about? Yes, I remember, Qingshan. Reuniting across mountains and seas 3 years apart is so romantic.
A group of Shinshu students were excited with their eyes, expecting the romantic scene to appear. But all the old continent students, the more they heard, the more wrong they were, with strange faces.
Qingshan? Are you sure you're talking about Qingshan? Innocent.
Zhou Yunzi spoke calmly, and Mao Yu nodded in agreement.
Qingshan came to Xinzhou for a woman? What a joke!
Under the attention of millions of people, Guan Xiao got out of the car and walked towards Qingshan.
Don't froth, don't you mean dinner?
Qingshan pinched little fatty's neck and took a step into the car door.
It's been a long time.
The voice suddenly sounded beside his ear, seemingly.
Spirituality.
Qingshan raised an eyebrow and did not turn around, but only spoke politely.
Hello, bye.
The doors closed and the speeder lifted off. The young girl stood frozen on the lawn, her white dress fluttering in the wind.
Chapter 98 Advantage? Qingshan. Just like that?
Looking at the girl messed up in the wind, a group of Xinzhou students were dumbfounded. The old continent student next to him was unsurprised, but nodded instead.
That's right. How can Qingshan, the Yin raising sword, turn into a love-struck man? Mao Yu raised his halberd and hit Meng Lei on the shoulder. Don't froth, lead the way. Yes. Meng Lei nodded repeatedly, the shock in his eyes slowly fading. Qingshan, it's really different. High in the air, the speeder didn't break the speed of sound again, just flew normally. Coach, that sister with you just now?
Little fatty's eyes were full of gossip.
Not familiar.
2 words spat out flatly. Qingshan stood in front of the window, overlooking the wilderness below.
The land is barren, even the plants and trees are few.
Every 1 or 2 kilometers, there was an identical villa, as if it was piled up in a mold.
Xiao didn't succeed in gossiping, so he can only come over to the window and change the topic. Coach, these are the residences of the martial artists staying in New Continent below.
But this is the outskirts of the New Continent, and the people who live down here are just regular college graduates, and the Federation provides all the living expenses.
Food, shelter, and just practice?
Qingshan raised his eyebrows, but he was a little envious. Of course, the prerequisite was that there had to be enough cultivation resources, as well as the time available in the martial space.
Xiaoyu's fat face pressed against the window and whispered. Coach, my dad told me that the real defense against something happening to the boundary gate is actually not them, but underground. Underground?
Qingshan's eyes swept across the large expanse of wilderness, and his head suddenly flashed with a bright light.
It's a technological weapon. Astral rules restrict the use of technological weapons. But outside the boundary gate, the Star Realm couldn't care less. That's right, my dad didn't say what kind of weapon it was, but it's a big killer anyway.
Xiaoyu's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he swallowed and said. If the boundary gate does collapse and the ferocious beasts rush out, these weapons will block the first wave of beasts and ensure that the residents of the old continent evacuate the planet. But when it really comes to the point of no return, the great killers down there will simply jade the whole planet and crush it.
Shattered star?
Qingshan finally understood what little fatty was afraid of, and even he couldn't stop a drop of cold sweat from running down his face. Who wouldn't be scared to have a weapon big enough to crush a planet buried right under their feet? There was a silence as the speeder slowed down and the destination arrived. There is no city in Xinzhou, and all items are basically delivered online, yet restaurants are still sporadically distributed. There was no lobby manager, no waiter, not even a chef in the restaurant. Sitting in the empty and silent restaurant, watching the robots coming and going to deliver food, Qingshan finally realized what is called the coldness of technology. However, the food tasted pretty good even though it was made by a machine. When you finally check out, you don't pay either, you deduct the amount you spent. All students and martial artists in the new continent are issued monthly spending credits for common supplies.
If that's not enough, you can still redeem your points.
After eating and riding in the flying car, we soon rejoined 47 High. Qingshan followed the instructions on the communication device and found the dormitory building in a short time. Standing in front of the dormitory building that looked like a martial arts hall, Qingshan was slightly stunned.
No wonder it can accommodate 50 cultivation rooms. It's the old continent versus the new one.
In the entire city of Locking, there were only 10 cultivation rooms, while in the building in front of him, there were a full 50 of them. Qingshan smiled, walked into the dormitory, found his room on the second floor, and opened the door to enter through the password on the information prompt. The layout of the cultivation room is not much different from the old continent, but there are more washrooms and beds. After Qingshan simply cleaned up, he sat cross-legged on the bed.
Finally, I can retreat in peace for a while.
The prerequisite for quickly completing the limit-breaking second turn cultivation is to first pull the current 10,000 proficiency level of 9 turns of the yin-yang and regain control of your qi and blood.
Last night's nightly practice only resolved 1,000 points, leaving 9,000 left. Half an hour and a bit, and that's 32 points a day excluding 8 hours of sleep. 9,000 points and it takes almost 300 days, almost a year?
Qingshan's gaze was calm. By now, a mere year of cultivation was no longer enough to shake his mind. Tap the communicator, open the points mall, and start placing your order.
100 bottles of purple source liquid, 10,000 points for cultivation.
10 bottles of amethyst liquid, 20,000 points for 3 turns to break the limit.
Scheduled delivery, 3 days later in the evening.
After finishing his work, Qingshan closed his eyes and entered the space of martial arts. In the southeastern corner of the new continent, a complex covering nearly 100 square kilometers stands in the middle of the wilderness.
Plaques hang high on the imposing door walls. Qian Snake Martial Arts Center.
In the center of the martial arts school, on the top floor of a tall building, middle-aged men with silver sideburns were sitting on a sofa.
Qian Snake Martial Arts Center, Master Gong Liangyan.
Liao Feng stood still, his eyes looking towards the projection in the center of the hall. There were a dozen images in total, all of which were videos of Qingshan's strikes in the ranking battle. Pavilion Master, this time Qingshan didn't put up a fight, so I can't tell if he's a limit-breaking second turn or not.
But
Liao Feng's voice slightly paused, his eyes resting on the top 2 screens, which were the images of Qingshan's engagement with Zhou Yunze and Mao Yu. Qingshan's comprehension of the 9 Heavenly Wind and Thunderblade and the Heavenly Luo Misty Steps is already enough to show his talent.
Whether or not you break the limit for the second turn isn't that important, is it? No, you're wrong. Gong Liangyan shook his head and said in a deep voice.
To be able to comprehend 2A ranked martial arts at the age of 18 is certainly a genius. But that's just compared to other ordinary planets. There are quite a few geniuses like this every year on the Red Rainbow main planet. The Qian Snake Martial School is declining by the day, and the main hall sent us out to find the true dragon Heavenly Pride who is strong enough to lead the martial school back to the top.
True Dragon Heavenly Pride?
Liao Feng frowned and shook his head. These 4 words were not just a casual remark. Only those who could step out of the Red Rainbow starfield and truly set foot in its Sanglong galaxy were worthy of the title of True Dragon Pride of Heaven. Those martial arts schools that could gain a foothold in the Great Star of Martial Arts were all able to do so due to the fact that they had once cultivated a True Dragon Pride. Qian Snake Martial Arts has no problem trying to copy their homework, but...
What? Think Qingshan doesn't deserve this title?
Gong Liangyan shook his head and said with a smile.
Then what if I tell you that Qingshan is an extreme realm perfection? Extreme realm perfection.
Liao Feng took a deep breath. The purpose of the path of limit breaking is to build up a base and forge a foundation. As for the perfection of the extreme realm, each turn of cultivation built up a stronger base than an ordinary limit breaking. As the RPM deepens, the gap gets wider. The transformation of qi and blood into a rainbow was a major hurdle and a metamorphosis. Ordinary limit-breaking 5 turns could only barely cope with rainbow transformation realm martial artists, unless they broke through on the spot and could be crushed after their qi and blood transformed into rainbows. As for the heavenly pride of the great star of martial Dao, he could rival an ordinary rainbow transformation realm martial artist at the 3rd turn. When he thought of this, Liao Feng suddenly gave a start. Extreme realm perfection was hard to come by in the Ziying star for 1,000 years, but it wasn't as rare as this in the martial great star. This can only be called a pride, not worthy of the word true dragon.
Seeing Gong Liangyan still smiling, Liao Feng had a flash of insight.
Pavilion Master, besides the extreme realm perfection,
Could it be that Li Qingshan has something special? Special? Of course he's special. The smile at the corner of Gong Liangyan's mouth became more and more pronounced, and his voice could not be controlled to rise higher. Extreme realm perfection was the battle power he displayed in the sparring space on June 13th, but in the ranking battle at the end of June, he was at least breaking the limit by one turn. If it's just a limit-breaking first turn, it can still be explained by the fact that he had perfect control over his chi and blood before, and was only missing the critical step. But if he's a limit-breaking second turn... Gong Liangyan's gaze was frighteningly bright as he said in a single word. That means that Li Qingshan only used less than 20 days to cultivate from limit-breaking first turn to limit-breaking second turn. Liao Feng's pupils shrunk as he violently stood up. Pavilion Master, you suspect that Li Qingshan has a special chi and blood talent? The 9 turns of ascension was only a legend even in the great star of martial Dao. But legend has it that all the true dragon pride who can achieve 9 turns have special talents in chi and blood. Only with this kind of talent could one take one step at a time and ascend to heaven in 9 turns. Whether it is or not can only be determined after confirming Li Qingshan's realm. Gong Liangyan's voice eased, and it was difficult to make a judgment for a moment. Liao Feng also calmed down and reminded in a low voice. Pavilion Master, this is the Ziying planet, and although that one has left the red rainbow starfield for 100 years. Have you practiced martial arts and damaged your brain? Gong Liangyan cast a sidelong glance at his senior brother. Our purpose is to take Li Qingshan into the sect wall, not to kill and seize the treasure. How stupid are you to think that I would do it in reality? Liao Feng was speechless. Inside the office, there was a momentary silence. A moment later, Liao Feng couldn't help but urge. Pavilion Master, why don't we just go straight to the door? Whether it's true or not, it's never a loss to take Li Qingshan into the martial arts school first. If only it were really that simple. Gong Liangyan let out a sigh and shook his head. We're not the only Shin Snake martial arts school in Ziying Star. Right now they haven't discovered Li Qingshan's specialness yet, their eyes are fixed on the little guys in the top few of the new continent rankings. But as soon as we make a move, the 2 shameless families of Spirit Ape and Purple Crane will surely immediately follow up and raise their bets. And... Gong Liangyan mused. Don't forget that the one presiding over this year's enrollment is that old guy Yi Yakong. I can even see the signs, I don't believe he can't see them. Trying to snatch someone from this old man? Gong Liangyan shook his head and sighed helplessly. It's hard. Pavilion Master, not necessarily. Liao Feng spoke with a flash of light. Although the federal education system is perfect, our martial arts school also has the advantages of a martial arts school. Advantage? Gong Liangyan's gaze twitched as he signaled. Go on. Although the martial arts university isn't so bad as to force students to go to war, if they want resources, students must face the dangers and fight for them themselves. Evil god believers, star realm aliens, even on the front lines to block the star realm rift. I don't know how many geniuses fall here every year. Liao Feng shook his head and sighed, but his face was more confident. Although our martial arts school is carefully selected, we can guarantee that every disciple, until they grow up, will be absolutely safe. We can start off at 47 high, secretly spreading the word, picking apart the comparison of strengths and weaknesses between the martial arts school and the Federation, and also adding a little bit of information about our Shin Snake martial arts school along the way. After a period of fermentation, the Pavilion Master will then personally come to the door and come up with top-notch conditions to settle the matter in one fell swoop. As the words fell, Gong Liangyan was overjoyed. That's right. A safe enough environment to grow up in, that's the biggest advantage of our martial arts school. Just what you said. Don't worry, Pavilion Master. Liao Feng nodded and said confidently. Maybe, before we even make our move, Li Qingshan will come to the door himself. Chapter 99 Proximity. The sun and moon rotated, and 3 days had passed in a flash. 6 p.m. In the cultivation room, Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, a flash of vicissitudes flashing past his eyes. A year has passed. With a soft sigh, Li Qingshan lightly pinched his brow, and after sitting in meditation for a while longer, he finally pulled his mind away from his closed-door cultivation and swept his gaze across the panel. Li Qingshan. Realm, limit-breaking second turn 100. Technique, 9 revolutions of yin-yang 130,004 revolutions. 36th set of radio gymnastics, the stars are calling successful. Martial arts, Heavenly Luo Misty Steps 347 50,000 Grandmaster, 9 Heavenly Wind and Thunder Blade 289 50,000 Grandmaster. Function, Martial Arts Space LV2 110,000. Availability, 89 years and 172 days. Time flow rate, 1:100. Note, the proficiency of the Gong method is one level higher than the realm, taking control of the Qi and blood one step ahead. The 9 revolutions of Yin Yang, at 4 revolutions, represents the ability to break the limit by 3 revolutions. The mind sank into the body, and the will resurfaced high above the lake of Qi and blood. The feeling of being in perfect control is back. Finally, I can start practicing. Qingshan's spirit lifted and he glanced at the communicator. The agreed delivery time was 7 p.m., and it's still an hour away. Rubbing his stomach, his belly was empty. He hadn't gone out at all in the past 3 days, relying on the few bottles of Star Source liquid left over from before to feed his hunger. Shower and eat. Qingshan shook himself and rushed into the bathroom. 10 minutes or so later, Qingshan followed the map and ran wildly all the way into the 47 high cafeteria. The cafeteria was full at mealtime. Qingshan? There was a constant chorus of disbelief and, along the way, the 47th high students next to them, whether they had seen, or had never seen them before, all cast their eyes over. Qingshan carried his dinner plate, his brows furrowed. There was nothing malicious in those glances, but they carried a very obvious contempt? Bah, scum. Woohoo! Keep your voice down, you didn't watch the video of his last fight, did you? That's right, a beautiful woman like Moyu, he'd split her in half with a knife without saying a word. You're not afraid, are you? That's right, I think it's lucky that Sister Guanxiao isn't with him. Teasing Blade, it's so scary. Amidst a mutter, Qingshan's face darkened as he quickly walked through a group of freshmen and sophomores. On the side of the seniors, the attention wasn't on him, muttering in small groups of 3 or 5, with different looks. Not only them, but nearly 100 students from the old continent did likewise. Martial Arts Museum. Federation. Qingshan's ears twitched slightly and listened. The content was 1,000 times the same, nothing more than a discussion of the merits and demerits of the federal education system and martial arts school training. Shin Snake Martial Arts Center? Hearing this name, which had appeared many times in the conversation, Qingshan raised his eyebrows and sat on his butt next to Mao Yu. This table, it's relatively quiet. Mao Yu and Zhou Yunzi were all eating seriously, but it was Meng Lei who had somehow gotten acquainted with Kong Hao, and the two of them were sitting across from each other, muttering in whispers. Qingshan, you're out of the gate? Kong Hao's eyes lit up and he whispered. Have you heard? Besides the Federation, there are actually martial arts schools in the new continent that are also recruiting? No need to hear about it. Qingshan waved his hand and pointed around. In this case, it's hard not to know. Kong Hao looked around, his voice lowering even more. There are quite a few dangers when you enter a martial arts university and try to compete for resources. Compared to that, the conditions given by the martial arts university seem dangerous? Qingshan interrupted, shaking his head. 3 days ago, Director Wang has given the opportunity. Really afraid of danger? Why don't you go back to the old continent? Moreover, the martial arts path is meant to be fought over, and what is there to talk about being brave and refined when you are shaken by just hearing a little rumor? Kong Hao immediately turned red in the face, and Meng Lei hurriedly opened his mouth. Being unafraid of danger and rising to the occasion are two different things, and now the conditions given over at the Martial Arts Center are indeed more favorable than the Budokan University. I don't know whether he was making excuses for himself or helping Kong Hao to explain. Anyway, after saying that, both of them looked a lot better and started to dwell on it. Ahem, I think. You guys think too much. Qingshan looked amused and shook his head. The Martial Arts Center is superior. Even if it does accept people, you won't be able to get in, so there's absolutely no need to obsess about it. Solid, bro. Kong Hao and Meng Lei's faces stiffened and subsided. But what Qingshan said did make sense. Xinzhou more than 10,000 freshmen, Kong Hao ranked a midstream or bad enough, Meng Lei is barely enough for a middle and upper reaches. It was still 100,000 miles away from the recruiting requirements of the martial arts school. What about you guys? You three can definitely get into the martial arts school. Meng Lei suddenly opened his mouth, and the surrounding old continent students looked over together. Where the top 3 of the old continent go will have a big impact on them. Mao Yu put down her chopsticks and calmly said, I trust the Federation more than the martial arts schools. Zhou Yunzi pulled out a rare smile and gently shook his head. I'm too common for them to look at me. Finally, all eyes looked together. "Don't look at me." Li Qingshan waved his hand and casually said.
"I didn't sign a contract for 20 or 30 years on the old continent, let alone a lifetime martial arts school." The group of students withdrew their gazes and buried their heads to eat. Ma Yu and Zhou Yunze, on the other hand, frowned and reminded. "This time, the news of the Xian Snake Martial Hall is spreading strangely, so it should be coming for you. It's not a big deal to spread the news when you're recruiting for a martial arts school." Li Qingshan smiled carelessly. After hearing the name Xian Snake Martial Arts Center several times, he knew that Yi Yukong's reminder was coming. However, the Xian Snake Martial Arts Center's tactics were somewhat unexpected. Exaggerate the dangers of competing for resources within Budo University in contrast to the safety of growing up in a martial arts school? Is this to scare him first? Li Qingshan was mentally speechless while drying his rice. You don't even know what the needs are and you're trying to recruit? Moreover, can a martial artist who grows up under a greenhouse really stand alone? No wonder they've been reduced to recruiting at the Ziying Star. In Yi Yukong's mouth, apart from these state old-fashioned conservatives, the truly great martial arts schools were rooted in the great stars of martial arts and would not worry about the source of students at all. However, the fact that the Xian Snake Martial School did not come to his door to disturb him was just what he wanted. Just don't discourage me from trying. Li Qingshan emptied his dinner plate in 3 or 2 bites and turned his head to look at Ma Yu and Zhou Yunze. In these 3 days, you should have all entered the virtual space of the new continent, right? What's the ranking? It's not down yet. Mo Yu shook his head and explained. The sparring space in the new continent is different from the old continent in that spectating is allowed, and we've been observing for the past 3 days. The top 10 in the new continent are all very strong, and we'll have to fight to find out exactly how many we can rank. Okay, well, good luck with the flag. Li Qingshan put down his chopsticks and turned around. Mao Yu and Zhou Yunze were stunned and hurriedly asked. You're not going in there? Forget it, it's too much of a waste of time and there's no reward. Li Qingshan waved his hand and quickened his pace. Under the dormitory building, after receiving 2 boxes from the delivery personnel, Li Qingshan went straight back to his dormitory. The case was opened and the liquid, glowing with a purple light, was removed and poured down with a tilted head. Li Qingshan sat on his knees, his mind sinking into his body. Well, hangs high above qi and blood, rivers change course, great lakes flow. At the Xian Snake Martial Hall, Gong Liangyan and Liao Feng stood opposite each other. The confident smiles from 3 days ago were long gone, and both of them were frowning slightly. The plan unfolded smoothly, but Li Qingshan's closure caught them off guard. Suddenly, Liao Feng's wrist shook and a message popped up. Gong Liangyan inquired anxiously. Well? Li Qingshan is out of the gate? Out of the gate. Liao Feng nodded and hesitantly said. But it seems like he's closed down again. After Gong Liangyan froze, a smile slowly surfaced on his face. It's good to practice hard. Since he's out of the gate, he must have heard about our martial arts school, right? Liao Feng nodded in affirmation. Li Qingshan went to the cafeteria for a meal, so he could definitely hear it. Good to hear. Gong Liangyan smiled even more and. Just be patient and wait. The entrance qualification battle is on the 31st at the end of the month, and he'll definitely have to come out before then. At that time, we'll personally invite him to our door. The next day, early morning. In the darkened cultivation room, Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, his brows slightly tired. This practice also took 10 hours, or 20 guiding techniques. Previously, when he was cultivating in the first turn, 40 star source liquids a day would cost him 400 points. Now in the second turn of cultivation, only 4 purple source liquids were used, again with 400 points. Although the points were the same, the cultivation of the first and second turns were not comparable. Realm, limit breaking second turn 100, realm, limit breaking second turn 100. As his eyes swept over the realm column, Li Qingshan secretly nodded his head. 4 points of progress a day, the purple source liquid is just enough to pull the progress full by the end of the month and break the limit of 3 turns. After making the decision, Li Qingshan's eyes closed once again and entered the martial arts space, starting to cultivate the 2A grade martial arts. An A grade martial art, and at the grand completion realm, the difficulty of raising it was not comparable to the previous low grade martial arts skills. With a full 50,000 proficiency, the road to completion is a long one. Day after day, time passes. Li Qingshan never went out of the door once more, except for moving his qi and blood every day, or practicing martial arts within the martial arts space. Inside the 47th High School Park, the debate over the merits of Budo universities and martial arts schools intensified.
Mao Yu and Zhou Yunze were speechless as they watched.
It's as pointless as a bunch of poor students arguing about which top university is better.
And the two, who were honor students, finally went down in the new continental virtual space. Rankings soar right into the top 10. Xian Snake Martial Arts School. With Li Qingshan's closed door, Liao Feng was getting more anxious by the day. After all, he had boasted in front of Gong Liangyan. What's the hurry? Isn't it a good thing for disciples to practice hard? Gong Liangyan was not in a hurry at all, and in his words, he had already treated Li Qingshan like a door wall. Pavilion Master, whether or not Li Qingshan is a limit-breaking second turn or not, can't be determined yet. Liao Feng shook his head and reminded. If he's been in seclusion for the past month and achieves the limit-breaking second turn, how does that count? How can it be calculated? Gong Liangyan glanced at his senior brother and shook his head. Even if it's 2 months to break the limit of the second turn, that still proves that he is talented in the Qi and blood path. It's enough for our Xian Snake Martial School. Just be patient. The future of the Xian Snake Martial School is at stake. Time passes and years go by. In the blink of an eye, 25 days passed. July 29th, near the end of the month. Chapter 100, All. Early in the morning sun shone from the sky and through the window, spilling over the figure sitting cross-legged. The eyelids moved slightly, slowly opening as the illusory panel flickered. Realm, limit-breaking second turning 100-100. The last air carry is over and the progress bar has been drawn up. Li Qingshan's gaze turned to the open box in front of him. 10 bottles of amethyst liquid were placed quietly, flickering with purple fluorescence, as if they were liquid gems. Everything is ready to go. Li Qingshan muttered out, his eyes closing once more as his mind sank into his body. Qi and blood flowed silently, as if rivers and lakes were spread throughout the body. The will rises as if a great sun is in the sky. With a single thought, the rivers and lakes all boiled, converging towards the 1,000 Qi and blood nodes throughout the body. Burning Qi and blood, simulating the transformation of a rainbow, everything was only in a flash of lightning. In just 3 seconds, Li Qingshan's face turned white and opened his eyes. Realm, limit-breaking third turn 1-100. The Qi and blood deficit remained, but the body was not as weak as the previous 2 times. Li Qingshan reached out and picked up a bottle of amethyst liquid, tilted his head and poured. Half an hour later, the 10 bottles of amethyst liquid were consumed, and the deficit of Qi and blood was gradually replenished. Li Qingshan lifted his palm and brought it to his eyes were puzzled. It seems, something is different? Before stimulating Qi and blood and officially breaking through the Qi and blood realm, there was no way for Qi and blood to be released externally. All the enhancements are mirrored in the flesh, in sheer power and speed. But in the instant of the breakthrough just now, he mentally sensed very clearly that this simulation of a rainbow seems to be more than just a simulation. In the past, when the rainbow transformation was completed, the pale red shimmering light pierced through the darkness and instantly returned to its source, transforming into a stream of purer Qi and blood feeding back into the physical body. This time, the rainbow light was also transformed into Qi and blood, but not clean. At this moment, the distinct strand of pure Qi and blood in his body was flickering with a faint rainbow light. It's faint, but the quality is incomparable and brings a far greater lift. Li Qingshan's gaze moved and his palm clenched his fist violently. Boo! An air explosion rang out, and an invisible wave of air swirled around the fist. Is this the power of rainbow transformation, or something close to it? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, recalling the records on the 9 revolutions of yin yang. The guiding method is different, and the accumulation of each turn of the broken limit is different. However, if one wanted to have the rainbow transformation trait in advance, they would have to break the limit by at least 5 turns to achieve it. It's because of the polar realm perfection? The answer isn't hard to guess, breaking the limit to accumulate, and looking at the guided method superiority. After the 5th level of the stars are summoning, what is comprehended is the guidance method that best suits the practitioner himself, or the strongest guidance method. Each turn accumulates a little more, which is why it can rival a normal 5 turns at 3. You can have the rainbow transformation trait in advance with 3 turns, then 9 turns to ascend to heaven. Li Qingshan suppressed the anticipation in his heart, got up and simply washed up before walking out of his room. The empty aisles were silent. Li Qingshan froze and jerked his head down to look at the communicator. The 29th, 8 a.m. Phew! Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief.
He almost thought that he had overstayed his closure and missed the entrance qualification battle. Still, he was a little confused as he looked down the empty aisle.
Where is everyone? It's breakfast time, and even if all the students are addicted to virtual sparring, it's not like there's no one there, right? Just as he was wondering. Click. Click. Click.
A room door opens and the sound of heated discussion pours in from every room, down the aisle.
It's a pity that it's only one move short. Not necessarily, that battle just now wasn't that simple.
That's right, it's only one move in our eyes, but to Moyu and the others, it could be a world of difference.
I'm just a little sad. If Moyu could take first place in New Continent, wouldn't we look good going out?
Don't worry, Moyu lost, but our old continent #1 didn't.
Yes, as long as Qingshan makes a move, he'll definitely be able to take down that Han Hui.
The day after tomorrow is the entrance qualification battle, and I don't know if Qingshan will have time to enter the virtual space after he gets out of the gate. Let's hope. It's time to let their new continents feel the terror of the old continent's teasing blade.
Woohoo!
The last person to speak had his mouth covered by his companion, and the rest of the discussion stopped instantly as the aisle fell silent. All the old continent students' eyes were filled with anticipation, their gazes fixed on Qingshan.
Click. Click.
The two dormitories next to each other were opened in succession.
Mao Yu and Zhou Yunze walked out of the room one after another.
Qingshan looked at Mao Yu and casually said,
"That Han Hui they say is strong? Stronger than me."
Mao Yu's face was calm, with no frustration at all after the defeat. It's the same limit-breaking second turn, but he broke the limit earlier than me and has been cultivating in this realm for at least half a year.
Half a year?
Qingshan's voice unconsciously raised, and when he saw Mao Yu looking at him strangely, he waved his hand.
It's fine, I'm just a bit surprised. Han Hui's martial arts skills shouldn't be bad, right? That's right. Moyu nodded and continued.
He's also comprehended an A-rank spear technique and is at the same second turn, and my Red Phoenix Sunset Halberd is known for its power, so I originally thought I had a chance to win. Who knew that Han Hui still hit a handful of B-rank stances, and they should have already come to great success?
Mao Yu shook his head helplessly. Skill is not enough for me to lose.
However, after she finished speaking, she suddenly gave a start and gazed at Qingshan.
Han Hui shouldn't be offline yet.
It didn't matter if it was revenge or not, it was just that Han Hui won by virtue of his stance. Mao Yu very much wanted him to experience the same kind of frightening and powerless feeling he felt when he himself faced Qingshan in the ranking battle.
What's it to me if he's offline or not?
Qingshan raised his eyebrows.
A big battle, you should be hungry too, let's go eat together?
Qingshan directly turned around, ignoring the crowd of expectant gazes, and walked towards the stairway. It's not like there's a reward, so instead of wasting time abusing the food, you can just eat 2 more pieces of meat.
Mao Yu and Zhou Yunze froze and could only follow helplessly. Although the crowd of students from the old continent were full of disappointment, they did not dare to say anything.
Halfway, Qingshan chatted with Mao Yu and Zhou Yunze and learned about the situation of the Shinjo ranking.
Shinju #1, Han Hui. Shinshu 2nd, Moyu. Shinju 3rd, Sung Jia-tse. Shinjo 4th, Wei Rong. Shinjo 5th, Zhou Yunze.
Zhou Yunze had already ranked 5th, and Qingshan behind him was not interested in asking anymore.
Inside the cafeteria, Mao Yu didn't eat much before putting down her chopsticks and reminded.
Qingshan, besides Shan Snake, there are 2 other martial arts schools in Shinjo, Spirit Ape and Purple Crane. Over the past month, I heard that they've been contacting the top 10 of the new continent rankings, wanting to be recruited into the Gate Wall.
Qingshan's gaze turned and landed on Zhou Yunze. You're now 5th in the new continent, so you should always have a martial arts school to contact, right?
No. Zhou Yunze shook his head, but his face did not show any loss at all. Instead, he smiled.
I'm so ordinary, how can they look at me? Ordinary has its benefits.
Qingshan shook his head and casually consoled. For the martial arts, give and take is not without wisdom.
Shed. Zhou Yunze's eyes lit up and his gaze warmed up. Qingshan, we really do have similarities.
Qingshan was furious at the look and his eyes were full of helplessness.
Man, we're so different.
While ordinary people need to talk about give and take, he has always been take it all.
Chapter 101, Young Pavilion Master? Ahem, I wasn't finished talking earlier.
Mao Yu opened his mouth helplessly, seeing the 2 look over before continuing. When I rushed into the top 10, both the Spirit Ape Martial School and the Purple Crane Martial School sent messages, but I rejected them. Then I was too troublesome, so I haven't continued to rush the rankings, and today I couldn't help but strike because it was close to the entrance qualification battle, and it was rare for Manhwa to be online. Now that I'm second in New Continent, the eyes of those two martial arts schools will definitely be on you. Although Qingshan had never logged into the New Continent virtual space, Maoyu's strength had undoubtedly sidestepped his strength. It's nothing, I'm still good at things like rejection, and anyway, the day after tomorrow is the entrance qualification battle. Qingshan waved his hand, not caring much, but wondering. The top 10 in the New Continent are being targeted, doesn't the Federation care? This practice of martial arts schools is so blatant that it is tantamount to dinging on the federal education system to draw blood. If every year's geniuses were taken away by the martial arts school, I'm afraid the Purple Ing Academy wouldn't be able to stand it, right? The Purple Ing Federation can't control martial arts schools. Zhou Yunzi shook his head and sighed. In fact, the same is true for the Red Yellow Star. All organizations on this planet are not allowed to interfere with the recruitment of people for the martial arts school, while the disciples of the martial arts school are not subject to conscription except during special times. This is the promise given by the Red Rainbow Federation when they commandeered the martial arts school's feats in the ancient times. Ancient legacy? Qingshan raised his eyebrows and did not say much. The ancient martial arts center had contributed to the Federation, and it was only right that there should be a legacy. But whether this legacy is good or bad depends on how the future generations utilize it. Actually, no one is stupid. As far as I know, no one has joined the martial arts school so far. Moyu spoke softly and slowly. Anyone who can make it into the top 10 of the New Continent and stay in the Purple Ing Academy will have a chance to compete for a spot on that great star of martial arts in the future. Although the conditions given by the Martial Arts Center are good, after all, it's not just recruiting people in the Purple Ing Star. In the future, when they are sent to the Red Rainbow Main Star, they will likewise still have to compete for resources. Moyu pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth. In the martial arts path, where is there a good thing to sit back and enjoy? That's true. Qingshan and Zhou Yunzi also laughed. Ah, you little guys are sober. Loud laughter rang out as two rainbow lights flew into the cafeteria, one after the other. As the words fell, the rainbow light dispersed, revealing two figures. To introduce myself, I'm the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Spirit Ape Martial School, Song Tianlei. One of the burly and strong men opened his mouth in a muffled voice, and the thin middle-aged man next to him moved his lips slightly. Purple Crane Martial Arts Center, Hua Fan. Qingshan, Moyu. Song Tianlei's eyes burned as he directly ignored Zhou Yunzi and stared at Qingshan and Mao Yu. What you guys just said is true, but this is different. There's no need to wait for the future about going to the Red Rainbow Master Planet. As long as you're willing to join our martial arts school, you'll immediately be able to go to the main school on the main planet when the next starship sets sail. Huafan added with a frown. It's a martial arts school for one. This was discussed before they came, although they didn't know why the Shin Snake Martial School hadn't moved. But it was just what they wanted. Ziying Star's freshmen this year were stronger than in previous years, especially the top-ranked geniuses. The two martial arts schools joined forces and offered even better conditions than in previous years to divide up the talent. That's right, the two of you aren't a couple, so you shouldn't be able to part, right? Song Tianlei snorted until Qingshan and Mao Yu's faces darkened before he got to the point. As good as the great star of martial Dao is, the quota is not that easy to compete for, and in terms of status alone, the Red Rainbow Main Star is the center of this starfield. Tickets for the Red Rainbow Main Star are 990,000 points apiece. If you miss this opportunity and don't compete for a martial great star quota in the future, it's likely that you won't be able to set foot on the main star for the rest of your lives. Also, while the resources in the Martial Arts Center are equally up for grabs, they don't have to face life and death crises like the Federation does. Moreover, in the Ziying Star, there are some resources that you don't have to fight for even if you want to. In the last sentence, Song Tianlei said something meaningful. Mao Yu didn't react for a moment, while Qingshan frowned slightly, understanding the meaning. His points mall account was one level higher than Mao Yu's, and he could browse more things. The amethyst liquid could satisfy the third and fourth turns, but starting from the fifth turn of the broken limit, the huge amount of qi and blood deficit could not be replenished by a mass-produced potion, and it had to be a heavenly material. In the mall, these resources are always out of stock, even though they have a price tag on them. Ziying Star was just an ordinary star system, and its resources were far from being comparable to the main star. Hee, you Spirit Ape Martial School, you still like to make up stories so much.
Snickers rang out as Gong Liangyan brought Liao Feng and stepped through the cafeteria door. Why are you guys here? Huafan's brows furrowed and. I thought the Xian Snake Martial Arts School had given up this year, but I didn't expect it to suddenly pop up again, or the owner himself. What? Do I need to check in with you guys when I go out? Gong Liangyan ignored the two men and walked straight to Li Qingshan, saying seriously. Li Qingshan, I am the head of the Xian Snake Martial School's branch in Ziying Star, Gong Liangyan. Now on behalf of the Xian Snake Martial School, I'm formally extending an invitation to you, and as long as you agree to join, I'll immediately contact the main school and send you back to the Red Rainbow Master Planet. Effective immediately, you are the young master of our Xian Snake Martial School. When these words came out, the three of them, Li Qingshan, were all slightly shocked. The three words Young Pavilion Master, just by listening to the name, you can know what it means. Gong Liangyan, you're crazy. Song Tianlei and Huafan's faces changed drastically as they rebuked angrily. Joke. Young Pavilion Master is something you, a branch Pavilion Master, can decide? Gong Liangyan, boasting nonsense, beware of losing more than you gain in the end. The sound of questioning in the ear, but also let Li Qingshan more and more understand the weight of the young master. On the opposite side, Gong Liangyan was unmoved and just looked serious, waiting for a reply. Li Qingshan smiled and raised his hand to point outside. Master Gongliang Pavilion, why don't we find a place to have a private chat? Of course. Gong Liangyan smiled elegantly. The two walked out of the cafeteria, one after the other. Something's not right. Gong Liangyan doesn't look like he's joking. He can't afford this kind of joke either. Song Tianlei and Huafan exchanged a glance and couldn't care less about Maoyu, they directly chased out. However, Li Qingshan took Gong Liangyan and returned directly to the dormitory. The cultivation room was made of special materials, and once the door was closed, it would be difficult for them to eavesdrop even if they wanted to. Without saying a word, Huafan's rainbow light flashed and rushed up to the sky. You! After Song Tianlei froze, he let out a furious curse and quickly flew away as well. Since Gong Liangyan dared to take out the promise of young Pavilion Master, it proved that Li Qingshan definitely had talent beyond their expectations. Check, we must check Li Qingshan out. With his person in mid-air, Song Tianlei's finger tapped the communicator and a command was sent out. At this point, the previous alliance with the Purple Crane Martial School was a joke. If Li Qingshan really had special talent, the Spirit Ape Martial School had to snatch it. Chapter 102, The Moon? The door to the room is closed. Li Qingshan turned back to Gong Liangyan and calmly said. Master Gong Liang Pavilion has been preparing for so long just to make a splash today, right? It seems that student Li not only cultivates hard, but also has a smart mind. A smile plastered on Gong Liangyan's face, disguised as an acknowledgement of the previous setup at the school. Just a little publicity ploy, I'm sorry to hear that. In that case, I'll get right to the point. Gong Liangyan's smile tightened, his eyes burned at Li Qingshan, asking seriously. Classmate Li, have you reached the second turn of the broken limit yet? Breaking the limit for the second turn? Li Qingshan's gaze twitched. Instantly, he understood the reason why Gong Liangyan had come to his door and made a heavy promise. When Yi Yukong was on the airship in the first place, he showed up in advance to give instructions, and he obviously saw this point as well. It wasn't surprising that Gong Liangyan could guess. But to ask now? Li Qingshan did not move, nodded, and spat out two words. Arrived. It's good to be here, it's good to be here. Gong Liangyan was overjoyed, and at the same time, his hanging heart was finally released. Song Tianlei is right, he is indeed not qualified to decide on the selection of the young Pavilion Master. However, as long as he went back and reported Li Qingshan's information, the main hall would definitely send someone to pick him up immediately. Gong Liangyan's face straightened and he opened his mouth to assure him. Senior Li, don't worry, my previous promise is by no means empty words. Wait. How come it's just Shifu? Li Qingshan hurriedly interrupted and rubbed his temples. Pavilion Master Gong Liang, it seems like I haven't agreed to join the Xian Snake Martial School, right? You don't agree? Gong Liangyan froze. The young master of the ancient martial arts school, what kind of honorable status is this? For a fresher like Li Qingshan, it was like a step to heaven. That's a no? Gong Liangyan thought for a moment and explained. Senior brother, you probably don't understand the weight of young Pavilion Master. Li Qingshan shook his head and interrupted. Master Gongliang Pavilion, why don't you listen to my conditions first? You say. For Li Qingshan, Gong Liangyan had enough patience at the moment.
It's not impossible to join the Xian Snake Martial School.
Li Qingshan mused.
My terms are really simple: freedom.
Freedom? Gong Liangyan froze again.
He thought about resources, about feats, and even about all sorts of extravagant technological products. But how could I not have expected it to be two simple words like that?
Senior brother, I wonder what you mean by freedom.
Some time ago, the owner of Kungryokwan spread the word about safe growth as a strength of the martial arts school, and it caused a lot of discussion in the school. This is inconsistent with my martial arts beliefs.
Li Qingshan slowly shook his head and said seriously.
My enlightened teacher, the first lesson he taught us, was to swing a sword in the face of a ferocious beast. So, I need absolute freedom, and the martial arts school cannot interfere with my growth trajectory.
No. Gong Liangyan's face was anxious and. Senior brother, do you know how many geniuses die on the front lines every year? Die in the star realm?
Li Qingshan is unmoved.
The strong live and the weak die, isn't that the way of martial arts?
This.
Gong Liangyan's gaze changed again and again, his complex expression.
Li Qingshan was too good, so good that it was far beyond his expectations. Not only do they have talent and practice hard, but they have even established a belief in martial arts.
Gong Liangyan sighed helplessly and persuaded.
Senior brother, when you become a young pavilion master, the martial arts school will assign you a Dao protector, and some of the dangers can be dabbled in. But the boundary gate restricts the realm, and the protector of the Dao can't reach it, so it must not be easily risked.
You can absolutely wait to grow up before. Li Qingshan shook his head and asked rhetorically. Can a flower raised in a greenhouse weather the storm?
Gong Liangyan sighed as his words trailed off.
But you're different.
Ordinary disciples have no problem entering the star world to kill, but Li Qingshan is a potential true dragon. Pride is the hope of the rise of the martial arts school, will never let him take risks. Moreover, when a martial arts school takes in people, it can't just give resources. Staying at the main library and fostering a sense of belonging is also a top priority.
Master Gonglian Pavilion, it seems that I don't have a destiny with the martial arts school.
Li Qingshan spoke with a faint smile. Perhaps, only the federal education system suits me. The temptation of being a young master is great, but absolute freedom is something that no martial arts school can accept. For Li Qingshan, the item of protector of Taoism alone discouraged him from joining the martial arts school.
If he doesn't enter the star realm, he can't let the protector of the Dao catch ferocious beasts and evil god followers for him to kill every day, can he? The panel will not be noticed by onlookers, but the bizarre behavior will always attract prying eyes.
Li Qingshan reopened the door of the room and looked at Gong Liangyan.
Master Gonglian Pavilion, I won't see you off. Okay. Gong Liangyan exhaled heavily, seemingly regretful, seemingly relieved.
Then I'll wish Mr. Li all the best in his future endeavors and martial arts luck. Finally, with a refined smile, he excused himself and left. Gong Liangyan's back disappeared at the entrance of the aisle. Ma Yu and Zhou Yunzi, who had long been waiting outside the door, immediately stared at Li Qingshan, their two pairs of eyes complicated and difficult to understand. From the last words of farewell, it was not difficult to hear that Li Qingshan had refused.
But
this isn't entering a martial arts school as a disciple, but rather, people are delivering martial arts schools directly in front of them.
The young master of the ancient martial arts school, how can you refuse such a chance to rise to the heavens? Don't look, the day after tomorrow is the entrance qualification battle, don't you know how to work hard?
Li Qingshan said casually and turned around to close the door of the room.
Bang!
In the cool aisle, Mao Yu and Zhou Yunzi looked at each other. The next level of the 9 turns of the yin yang required 30,000 proficiency, and it was not something that could be practiced in a moment. The entrance qualification battle was imminent, and Li Qingshan didn't close the door again, at least leaving the time for 3 meals free. In the evening, come out from the cafeteria and stroll through the campus. Suddenly, the ground light shifted slightly. Li Qingshan turned his head to look around. There was no slightest change in the street lamp light source, and there were no trees around. Snapping his head up to the sky, he stared with extreme vigor at the bright moon that had just risen.
That's
a thin ray of light, appearing at the edge of the moon, flickered.
Laser weapons? Spirit Monkey Martial Arts Center, Central Building. Li Qingshan is an extreme realm perfection?
Why are you telling me now when it's such important news?
White-haired old man, porous and powerful. Spittle spewed in fists hammered the table with a thud. Spirit Ape Martial Arts School, owner He Tianxiang. Senior uncle, take it easy. Song Tianlei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and, judging from Gong Liangyan's reaction when he returned, Li Qingshan should not have agreed. He refused? He Tianxiang was stunned at first, then got up violently. No, no. Even if it's a heavenly pride of the extreme realm perfection, Gong Liangyan is not qualified to give the promise of young pavilion master. Not only him, Xian Snake, but no ancient martial arts school can easily promise a young master. Unless. He Tianxiang snapped his head up, one word at a time. True dragon heaven's pride. Song Tianlei had been looking at Li Qingshan's information all afternoon without incident. Senior uncle, I also suspect that Li Qingshan has a talent for qi and blood. But regardless of their conversation in the morning, or Li Qingshan's specific strength, we can't probe clearly. Moreover, Li Qingshan has already rejected Gong Liangyan, and we can't come up with a better offer. Forget about that for now. He Tianxiang waved his hand to interrupt, just about to speak. Suddenly his eyes flickered, and his figure flashed, crashing through the window and straight into the high sky. Song Tianlei's face changed slightly as he followed closely behind. Tens of thousands of meters above, the two stared at the moon at the same time. With their eyesight, they could barely make out a laser. Something's happened to Starsource Mining's joint resource point. He Tianxiang spoke in a deep voice, and Song Tianlei frowned slightly. After a full minute or so, the lasers stopped lighting up and the dust seemed to settle. Buzz. He Tianxiang's wrist shook slightly and a message popped up. After reading it, a smile appeared on the old face. Here's your chance. Chapter 103. It's over? Li Qingshan looked at the bright moon that had regained its calmness and muttered. Another 5 minutes passed before he withdrew his gaze after making sure that the subtle light suspected to be a laser was no longer present. The moon actually has laser weapons arranged on it? Li Qingshan frowned and opened his mouth, the surprise in his eyes not yet faded. 15 years of his previous life, plus the 3 years he had traveled, had been spent thinking that the moon in the sky was just an ordinary satellite. And just moments ago, on this seemingly ordinary satellite, there was fighting and a suspected laser weapon was deployed. Who is the enemy? Questions rose from the bottom of my heart, but I couldn't find an answer for a moment. There was so little information to refer to that there was no point in guessing blindly. Li Qingshan kept a constant eye on his wrist communicator and walked quickly back to his dormitory. But until he had finished washing up and was ready to start cultivating, the communicator was also silent. The lack of news is good news, at least it proves that everything is still under federal control. Li Qingshan's heart was certain, and he closed his eyes and entered the martial space. The following day, July 30th. Li Qingshan, in addition to practicing, ate 3 meals a day in the cafeteria normally. In the evening, Mo Yu brought unexpected news. Han Hui, Xie Qingze, and Wei Rong have all joined the martial arts school? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. These 3 names are not unfamiliar, just heard yesterday, the top 5 of the new continent in addition to Mao Yu, Zhou Yun's other 3. However, obviously yesterday in the mouth of Mo Yu, the top 10 of the new continent have refused the martial arts hall, which suddenly joined. The martial arts school raised their prices? I suppose so? Mo Yu explained with a hesitant nod. No one knows the specifics, but anyway, Han Hui worshipped the Spirit Ape Martial School, and Xie Qingze and Wei Rong worshipped the Purple Crane Martial School. The 3 of them have moved out of the school and have officially withdrawn from the enrollment eligibility battle. Li Qingshan shook his head while listening. 3 of the top 5 in the new continent are gone. No, before we came, the 3 of them were the top 3 in new continent. TSK, this time the 2 martial arts schools are really sucking a huge mouthful of blood from the Ziying Academy. But it's for the best. Mao Yu and Zhou Yunze froze in their tracks. Well, what? Aren't you happy that your rankings will be next to mine again tomorrow in the entrance qualification battle? Li Qingshan casually picked a sentence, watching the 2 faces turn black, before laughing. From the top 3 of the old continent, all the way to the top 3 of the final battle, we've done our teacher a favor. Zhou Yunze nodded thoughtfully. Although he transferred from the Red Yellow Star, he also studied in the old continent martial arts class for a year, naturally understand the meaning of the final battle. Mo Yu was even more impressed. The word final war reveals a deep sense of powerlessness. 100 barges have been raised and 1,000 sails have been set. At the end of the day, it's just the same starting line as the hundreds of thousands of freshmen from Xinzhou. If the 3 of them could take the top 3, it would be a boost to the old continent martial arts class. By the way, did you 2 notice the change in the moon yesterday? Li Qingshan's words changed, and Mao Yu and Zhou Yunze were all at a loss. What changes? Nothing, just a little brighter than usual. Li Qingshan shook his head and got up to leave. Yes? The two in the back were filled with confusion. Returning to the dormitory, Li Qingshan stood in front of the window, took another look at the moon and withdrew his gaze. Still, no news is the best news. Just as he was about to resume his cultivation. Buzz. A slight vibration in his wrist brought up a call request. Sao Ya. Li Qingshan's gaze moved. This was the first time Chao Ya had contacted him since leaving his number. The video opens and the giant fat figure stuffs the entire screen, grinning with a fat face that's almost too big to see his eyes. Coach Li, long time no see. I happened to be traveling last month, and I didn't have time to congratulate you on winning first place in the old continent, so I'm sorry for my rudeness. Mr. Chao is polite. Li Qingshan smiled and waved his hand, exchanging pleasantries. Besides, when I first arrived in Xinzhou, Xiao Yu invited me to dinner. This brat finally knows some manners. Chao Ya nodded, his smile slightly withdrawn, and after a slight contemplation, he inquired. Coach Li, at the risk of asking, you should be at the second turn of limit breaking, right? Li Qingshan's gaze moved and he spoke directly. It's low, 3 turns. 3 turns? Chao Ya's pupils shook and the fat on his face trembled, but a smile surfaced immediately afterward and his eyes narrowed into slits. Well, Coach Li, truth be told, this time I have nothing to do. There's a boundary gate on the moon and something's going on? Li Qingshan spoke quickly, not wanting to waste time. This. Chao Ya opened his mouth in surprise and said unexpectedly. Coach Li, how did you know? Just guessed. Li Qingshan's eyes burned. Chao Ya inquired about the realm, there must be something he wanted to do. But with Chao Ya's identity, it was too easy to find an expert, unless it was something that an ordinary expert couldn't do. For example, the boundary gates that limit the realm. Combined with the timing of this call, there was definitely a boundary gate on the moon, and it was a first-order boundary gate. Li Qingshan fiercely got up and lifted the thunder ripple blade. Mr. Chao should know my address, right? Now send someone to pick me up and leave immediately. Chao Ya was choked speechless, doing business for so many years, he is also the first time to meet Li Qingshan so warm-hearted people. Seeing Li Qingshan's eyes burning more and more, he hurriedly said. Don't worry Coach Li, the situation on my side isn't so urgent, the outside of the boundary gate is already under control, and the Purple British Commonwealth has already designated that boundary gate as an examination center. Today I just want to get through to you first, the specifics will be arranged by Dean Yi tomorrow. Before the words were finished, Chao Ya's face changed and he violently turned his head and yelled. Brat, is that something you can take? Put it down quickly. Coach Li, excuse me while I take care of some family business. The projection went out and hung up hastily. You're not in a hurry, but I am. Li Qingshan's right hand gripped the hilt of his sword with an anxious gaze. A good single copy turns into a group book. And there's no telling how many people are going to steal the monster from him. But there was no point in being in a hurry, the Federation had set the rules and he couldn't change them. Taking a few deep breaths, he managed to suppress his anxiety. Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly, put down the thunder ripple blade and sat on his knees. Enter the martial arts space and continue to brush up on the proficiency of the 9 turns of the yin-yang. Xinzhou, in an ordinary villa. Snap. A slap down and the little fat man covered the back of his head in tears. Brat. Chao Ya held the alloy gift box in his hand and carefully opened it, inside was a sealed glass cover. Smoke and sandals are flowing, and a fiery red lotus blossomed quietly. Phew! Chao Ya breathed a sigh of relief, but when his eyes flicked to his son, he couldn't help but raise his palms once more. Little Fatty's face changed and he hurriedly jumped back a step to avoid it. Bastard! Chao Ya resentfully withdrew his hand and carefully closed the gift box. The little fatty is full of indignation. Dad, it's going to the coach anyway, what's wrong with me looking at it? See? Chao Ya took a deep breath and forced down his anger. It's not expensive, but it's not easy to find on this side of the Ziying star. Brat, I traveled a few planets this time just for it, can I let you just look at it? The little fat man sulked and muttered. Dad, if you were going to give it to the coach, why didn't you take it out just now? You. Chao Ya was once again furious, forcing down his anger and patiently explaining. This gift was originally given as a congratulatory gift for winning first place in the old continent. But I was delayed too long on the road before I missed it. Today I'm looking for Qingshan to talk about business. If I take it out, what's that? Little Fatty looked confused and puzzled. It's not the same? It's for the coach anyway. Ugh. Xiaoya sighed helplessly and finally gave up.
Raising his right hand, he saw his son scrunching his neck, and he shook his head, stroking the chubby little man's head. Your kid just isn't business material, but he's ridiculously lucky. Just one trip to the gym and he runs into the True Dragon Heavenly Pride.
True Dragon Heavenly Pride?
Xiao Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, then he was puzzled.
Dad, did you make a mistake? Isn't Coach's nickname Teasing Knife? When did he get such a powerful title?
Xiaoya ignored his son's raving, his eyes fixed on the alloy gift box, murmuring in awe.
Breaking the limit for 3 turns.
I thought this was prepared too early, but I didn't realize it was just right.
Chapter 104 Departure.
July 31st, early morning. On the 47th high school playground, a silver-white spaceship that was more than 100 meters in length was quietly docked on the lawn. More than 1,000 senior freshmen and 100 students from the old continent, each armed, boarded the ship one after another.
Qingshan walked through the crowd and stepped into the hatch.
As an airship that held more than 1,000 people, the seats were naturally not as spacious as those of smaller airships in the past. 2 side by side, in a row of 8 columns, stretching from bow to stern. The Moyu halberd leaned to one side, with an empty spot on the side, and greeted Qingshan upon seeing him.
Qingshan!
Qingshan gave her an expressionless look with a wary gaze, directly crossing over Maoyu and sitting next to Zhou Yunze in the back row. Maoyu was confused on the spot, and the surrounding old continent students looked at each other with a foggy head. In the past few days of eating, Qingshan habitually sat beside Moyu.
It's human nature to like to sit next to a beautiful woman, and people didn't think it was strange. But what's going on today? That's not right. Qingshan's eyes are blurred?
What blinking eyes? I think it's a love affair.
Don't tease, and love change? Does teasing in Blade have feelings? Keep your voice down. You guys, could it be that Qingshan's tastes have changed?
Ha! Amidst a murmur, Maoyu's face darkened, and Zhou Yunze even leaned to the other side uncomfortably. Only Qingshan, expressionless, turned a deaf ear. When you are about to enter a copy, you must be wary of all those who rob the monster.
Especially Moyu.
He hadn't forgotten the last time Maoyu flew in the sky and he chased after him to catch up. The hatch closed and the ship lifted off, clouds speeding past the portholes. After only 10 minutes, the ship slowed down and began to land. The hatch opened, and a woman in a small, civilized suit walked in. Instead of opening his mouth at the first opportunity, his eyes quickly searched through the crowd.
Lu Jing? Qingshan raised an eyebrow.
He was very impressed with the instructor, who brought the goods in the video. Standing up, he slapped his palm on Zhou Yunze's shoulder.
Zhou Yunze's eyes showed horror and his sweaty hairs exploded. You. The title of number 1 in the final battle is up to you. Qingshan withdrew his hand, ignoring the dumbfounded Zhou Yunze, and glanced at Maoyu. Let's go. She's here to pick us up.
As soon as the words fell, he saw Lu Jing's eyes light up and beckoned.
Qingshan, Moyu, come with me.
Maoyu followed behind with a confused face and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask.
Do you know what's going on?
Thinking that he is now able to fly, Qingshan finally generously explained. The rules of the final battle have changed, something has happened to a boundary gate on the moon, and it requires a first-ranked martial artist to go out.
Moyu looked around and finally realized.
Among the first rank, the strongest were undoubtedly them limit-breaking martial artists.
You're quite well informed.
Lu Jing gave Qingshan an unexpected look and turned to lead the way.
Let's go, the teacher is waiting for you.
Stepping out of the hatch, there was a huge wasteland outside, with 100 ships docked. All the airship hatches opened, and there were many more tutors like Lu Jing, all more or less followed by a few figures behind them. Qingshan's right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, his face darkening. 100 airships, 100 high schools, even if one comes down from each ship.
That's also 100 competitors. Nope. It's 100 monster robbers. Maoyu looked at it roughly for a few moments and analyzed it. It should all be top 100 in the new continent.
47 high as Zhao Fei. Several people also broke the limit for one turn, but were not called out, apparently because they did not break into the top 100. In front of the wasteland, there was a huge stadium that should be used to host the entrance qualification battle. However, Lu Jing led them around a corner and walked to a small airship of more than 30 meters not far away. The silver-haired boy was standing in front of the hatch, holding 2 iron balls in the palm of his right hand.
Coming? Yi Yakong revealed a kind smile.
Li Qingshan suppressed the agitation in his heart and nodded.
Greetings to Dean Yi. Meet Yi. Dean.
Mo Yu's voice was hesitant, the mishmash of teenage and old air made her a little less comfortable.
Let's wait a little while, when the people are all together. Yi Yakong opened his mouth with a faint smile, not caring.
As one of the teachers turned back, nearly 100 students stepped up to the hatch, weapons in hand. In the top 100 of New Continent, there was one more Li Qingshan, and fewer Han Hui, Xiechingze, Wei Rong, and Zhou Yunze, who had already curdled his blood, who had worshipped in the martial arts school.
Class, I'm sure you're all wondering why you've been called here?
Yi Yakong swept his gaze around the circle and said seriously. This time, it's considered an early draft. You're about to enter a boundary gate and face the threat of ferocious beasts head-on. Of course, you are not enrolled yet, so you can refuse and go back to the gymnasium to continue to participate in the enrollment qualification battle. As the words fell, nearly 100 students looked different and whispered. Yi Yakong didn't rush and quietly observed all the students' reactions. The entrance qualification battle was not just about strength and talent, heart was also a very important element. After all Budo universities are built for war preparation. The good thing was, although some students were puzzled, curious, and even couldn't help whispering about it, none of them backed down in fear.
Yi Yakong nodded his head while scanning.
Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly and focused on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's eyes were not slanted and his right hand was holding the hilt of his sword tightly, looking normal.
However, Yi Yakong could clearly feel that underneath those eyes, all sorts of emotions were churning. Anticipation, agitation, impatience, excitement, depression. It's like a volcano that has built up its strength and is waiting to erupt. So impatient?
Yi Yakong's right hand that was rubbing the iron ball slowed down and opened his mouth with a dry cough.
Ahem, very good. Looks like no students opted out. Now I'll go over the basics. There's a first-order boundary gate on the moon that's been jointly developed by Star Source Mining and the Federation. Quite a few of the resources you used to use were produced from this boundary gate. You are the top 100 of the New Continent, and the star realm behind the realm gate will be counted as your exam room. Of course, regardless of the outcome, you are all qualified to enter the Purple Ing Academy. As for the point rewards, 90% of the points from this entrance qualification battle will be placed on your examinations. The exact rules of the rewards, as well as the details of that astral realm, wait until after the moon. Now, go.
At Yi Yakong's command, nearly 100 students boarded the ship one after another.
The hatch closed and the ship quickly lifted off into the atmosphere.
Outside the atmosphere, a black ship, its surface reflecting a metallic sheen, flew vertically upward, breaking free of the planet's gravity. Han Hui, Xiechingze, and Wei Rong stood in front of Song Tianlei and Huafan with weapons in hand.
Vice Pavilion Master, the situation within the star realm is unknown. Do we really have to go in?
Wei Rong's words were jittery. Others didn't know it, but to her, the safety card played by the martial arts school was still a big draw.
Dragging it out until the end was just a better deal. Wei Rong. Huafan's face sank. Don't forget, this trip to the astral plane was something you promised yourself yesterday. Young people.
It's hard to avoid some apprehension when entering the star realm for the first time. Song Tianlei waved his hand, his gaze looking towards Han Hui and Xiechingze, who had no fear in their eyes.
Actually, the danger of this trip to the star realm isn't that high.
The Federation has designated it as an examination ground, and the top 100 of the New Continent coming together is enough to swat down the vast majority of second-order ferocious beasts. After you enter, you don't need to fight with them for the ferocious beasts, you only need to observe and confirm Li Qingshan's strength.
After this is accomplished, the martial arts school will immediately send you to the main planet.
As the words fell, the three young men looked different.
Song Tianlei slightly pondered before admonishing again.
Remember, your mission this time is only to observe.
Never cross paths with Li Qingshan, much less make a move. Pavilion Master, we understand. The three men opened their mouths in response and looked out the porthole. Against a dark backdrop, a desolate satellite is edging closer. Chapter 105, Attracting Monsters.
In the lonely deep sky, the silver-white airship kept accelerating, and behind it, the Ziying star was like a blue water balloon, spinning silently. Inside the ship, all the students went to the portholes and looked out into the infinite deep space filled with mystery. Born in the interstellar age, but this was the first time they had ever set foot in space, free from planetary bonds. However, relative to the cosmic scale, the ship is too small for words. The scenery hadn't changed in the slightest, except for the Xian star, which had been left behind and was gradually moving away. In less than half an hour, the moon was close at hand. In near lunar orbit, a turret shimmered with metallic luster as it rotated and orbited around the moon.
This is a laser cannon?
With a curious gaze, Qingshan swept over the metal turret. When the moon was in trouble the night before, it took these big killers just over a minute to quell the chaos, so you can imagine the power. Soon, the ship crossed the near-moon orbit and slowly approached the back of the moon. There are no craters below, no round craters, not even dirt or rocks. Metal buildings covered the entire back of the moon, and an unmanned transport vehicle, a spaceship, shuttled non-stop through the different factory rooms. Seemingly busy and fervent, placed in the empty, cold and silent space, not even a single human figure could be seen, which could not help but make people feel a little weird.
The students were standing at the window overlooking it and couldn't help but exclaim out loud. This is the level of technology that should be on the Xian planet? Although there were quite a few high-tech items that they usually came into contact with, they were nowhere near as shocking as the huge factory that covered the entire back of the moon under their feet. The ship stuck to the surface of the moon and flew calmly. Soon, a ruin came into view, set like a scar in the center of the moonback factory. That's where the boundary gate is. Yi Yukong walked with his hands behind his back, and the teacher following behind him took out a piece of palm-sized square locket and distributed it to the hands of the crowd. The moonback factory was destroyed by the ferocious beasts that rushed out of the boundary gate, and the supply system in many places has not yet been repaired, and all the workers previously stationed here have been withdrawn. What you have in your hands are portable spacesuits that can withstand temperature differences, radiation, and supply oxygen. So high-tech?
Qingshan, with a curious face, followed the movements of the teachers around him, and the communicator was aimed at the center of the box and pressed. At once, the locket melted, as if it were a liquid metal-like material, spreading all the way down the wrist and all over the body. Qingshan blinked, a film covering the surface of his palm, and turned his head to look at the others again. All of them also had an additional transparent film on their skin and were studying it curiously. Wearing a portable spacesuit does put an extra hindrance on your body, but not so much that it interferes with combat. The ship landed silently and the hatch opened. Bare. Vacuum negative pressure, airflow pouring, all the air in the cabin is instantly evacuated. The crowd was not affected because they wore their spacesuits ahead of time. But
Dean?
A number of students opened their mouths in disbelief, their voices carried through the membrane spacesuits. The silver-haired teenager wasn't wearing a spacesuit at all, and it was as if he was idly strolling across the hatch with one foot on the bare lunar surface.
No need to be weird. Yi Yukong opened his mouth with a faint smile, his voice vibrating beside everyone's ears.
Opening the orifices is the process of sensing the stars of the heavens, receiving the source power of the stars, and transforming oneself. When all 9 of your orifices are opened in the future, you will naturally be able to do the same. Touching space is only the first step, it's still far from physically crossing the Star River. The group of students returned to their senses, their eyes were filled with excitement as they followed Yi Yukong and stepped into the factory base. 9 orifices altogether, easier said than done.
The spit rang in everyone's ears, a sound delivered by the spacesuits. Qingshan's gaze turned and quickly locked onto the person who spoke.
Lu Jing also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly closed her mouth.
Enlightenment? Is it hard to open all 9 orifices?
Qingshan followed the crowd, his mind unconsciously ringing with the scene when Wan Keshan crushed Xu Ping. If you can take a mech attack in the flesh, you should be able to go into space as well, right? Moreover, Xu Ping is also in the new continent for further study, but to death do not believe that Wan Keshan just enlightenment. As his eyes swept over the several tutors who were also wearing astronaut suits, a thought could not help but flash through Qingshan's mind. Perhaps the teacher is stronger than I thought. Yi Yukong seemed to be familiar with the entire factory, facing a fork in the road and never pausing for half a second. In 10 minutes, however, the group walked out of the coal aisle, and their eyes were filled with debris and large ruins. In the center of the ruins, however, there appeared a newly renovated factory building, no smaller than the gymnasium on the ground.
Everyone followed Yi Yukong and stepped into the plant, and the valves fell.
Well, this plant is newly renovated, so you can take off the spacesuits, and they serve no purpose within the astral realm, they'll just be a drag. Yi Yukong's voice rang out, and the crowd clicked to the communicator, and the portable spacesuits faded away like running water, reshaping themselves into square lockets. While the others were still curiously surveying the surroundings, Li Qingshan's gaze had already locked onto the center of the plant at the first opportunity. A 10-meter diameter vortex, filled with starlight. Boundary gate. Li Qingshan's eyes glowed and he couldn't help but take a step. Take it easy. Yi Yukong spoke helplessly, taking a step across the room to block Li Qingshan's line of sight. A finger was then tapped and a huge projection screen appeared, attracting the attention of the crowd. The images of a giant ape with fiery red fur, about 3 meters tall. Red-horned fire ape, second-order star realm fey beast. Note that I said fey, not ferocious beasts. Yi Yukong's face straightened as he looked at all the students. Star realm fey beasts, all above the second rank, have a certain level of intelligence and cannot be regarded as simple ferocious beasts. The star realm behind this realm gate is an endless stretch of mountains and forests, rich in resources. The Federation and the Star Source Group sent a large number of Forge 10 martial artists into the area to set up camps and collect resources. The day before yesterday, this group of red-horned fire apes suddenly migrated out from the depths of the mountains and forests, destroying our campsite and even driving the first-ranked ferocious beasts through the boundary gate, causing quite a commotion. Your task is to find this group of red-horned fire apes and complete the purge. As for the reward rules. Yi Yukong pointed his finger, and the screen camera pulled to the top of the red-horned fire ape's head, and a reddish-colored sharp horn as thick as a thumb could be seen, hidden in the hair. In the astral realm, where it is impossible to record by technological means, you will need to collect the red horns as proof. 1,000 points for a low-grade red horn, 5,000 points for a medium-grade red horn. Second-ranked ferocious beasts, how much experience can be added after killing them? And, in addition to experience, you can also pop gold coins. Li Qingshan's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and when he saw Yi Yukong suddenly stop, he couldn't help but be anxious. Teacher, the advanced burst. No, how many points are awarded? Advanced? Yi Yukong gently shook his head and waved his hand to signal the teacher next to him to distribute maps and ring the arrows. The map was mechanically printed, detailing the situation of the mountains and forests behind the boundary gate, as well as the distribution points of the suspected ferocious beasts. Rattling arrows 2 for 1 basket and 1 red. Chi and blood realm, divided into gathering mist, condensing blood, and transforming rainbow. Second-ranked ferocious beasts correspond to chi-blooded martial artists, advanced, which means the strength of the rainbow transformation realm, and are by no means something you can deal with. 2 rattling arrows with the same signal color as the arrow. The blue color is used to notify your companions to rendezvous and strike after spotting a mid-level alien beast. If you are unlucky enough to run into a high-level second-order alien beast, you must immediately send a red ringing arrow to signal for evacuation. In the last sentence, Yi Yukong spoke very seriously, and his gaze carried a strong warning. Except for Li Qingshan, all the students couldn't help but get nervous. They all understand what it means. Signaling his companions to evacuate meant that he would have to face a second-stage advanced foreign beast, equivalent to the strength of the rainbow transformation realm, alone. Breaking the limit of 1 or 2 turns, he did not fear blood clotting, but he was still too far away from rainbow transformation. It's almost certain death. No one can predict the perils of the star realm. Even if we speculate based on the information available that there should be no high-level existences among that group of red-horned fire apes, I can't guarantee you that. Yi Yukong spoke in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over everyone. I'll give you one last chance to withdraw now. Once you cross the boundary gate, there will be no more backtracking. Nearly 100 students, looking aghast, unconsciously gripped their weapons. But the boundary gate was right in front of them, and none of them were willing to give up now. Just then. Buzz. Everyone's wrist communicator vibrated at the same time, popping up an alert message of the arrival of the Points Mall. On all the messages, the same amount is shown. 10,000 points. How can I, as the head of the Star Source Group, not show my appreciation when my classmates venture into the Star Realm? The giant fat figure with a height of 2 meters and a waistline of 2 meters came with a big belly and smiled. Students, although this boundary gate is important, your future is more important, so everyone should focus on their own safety. Xiaoya's words were like a spring breeze blowing past, and with the 10,000 points that had already arrived, the gloomy atmosphere suddenly loosened. Mr. Chao, you can't be generous. Song Tianlei and Hua Fan walked with their hands behind their backs. Li Qingshan's eyes instantly stared at the 2 men and 1 woman walking behind them, holding weapons. 3 more robbers. Yi Yukong's face was flat as he opened his mouth. Now that we're here, let's get going quickly. Han Hui's trio was, after all, the previous top 3 in the new continent, so the Federation sent out an invitation to the martial arts school. But since he had already joined the martial arts school, he wouldn't want to take the exam rewards from him. Xiaoya smiled as he dealt with Song Tianlei and Hua Fan, and didn't have the slightest intention of giving any money. 30,000 points he didn't lack, but standing in line was important, especially in front of Yi Yukong, this old monster. Han Hui and the 3 of them received maps and rattles from their mentor. Along with Yi Yukong's order, a figure was as fast as lightning and rushed into the vortex. Everyone in the room froze and... Young people, they're just fluffy. Yi Yukong shook his head and waved his hand to signal the other students to follow. Soon, a figure disappeared into the vortex. The boundary gate rippled like a mirror, and nearly 100 students stepped into the astral realm one after another. The ground underfoot went from cold metal to wet dirt. Between breaths, no longer the monotony of man-made air, but full of natural fragrance. Just as everyone was curiously observing the surroundings, a figure suddenly turned around and jumped in front of the crowd. Li Qingshan? Everyone froze and... Li Qingshan's dusty appearance made it obvious that he must have run a short distance before. But now it's back? Li Qingshan swept his gaze over everyone and said seriously. Remember, when you encounter a high-level second-order foreign beast, you must send a red ringing arrow. Perhaps I can save your lives. After saying that, Li Qingshan ignored the crowd of astonished gazes and shot out again. Life-saving was incidental, and he was more interested in finding out how many years of available time was worth for a second-ranked high-level alien beast. Breaking the limit of 3 turns and already having the rainbow transformation trait, Li Qingshan was naturally not afraid of second-order high-level foreign beasts. Since there are too many monster grabbers, let them help draw the monsters. Chapter 106, The Next Family. Li Qingshan was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, his figure had already disappeared into the mountains and forests. Everyone froze back in their senses, all stunned by those words just now. No, what exactly does Li Qingshan mean? Saving our lives? Could it be that he can still hunt high-level foreign beasts? What a joke! The rainbow transformation is a heavenly bolt. You have to break the limit by at least 5 revolutions to have a chance to deal with it head-on. That's right, even if Li Qingshan is stronger than Moyu, it can't be that exaggerated. As the crowd spoke, their gazes unconsciously converged on the tall figure holding a square sky-painting halberd. After all, Moyu had fought with Li Qingshan and should know his strength best. Moyu's face was expressionless as he glanced at the map in his hand and leapt into the mountains. Ask her? The experience of fighting with Li Qingshan was a memory that Moyu was most reluctant to bring up. What's more, the strength of a month ago was no reference at all to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was progressing too fast. Back then, before the ranking battle, Li Qingshan had broken the limit from the extreme realm in less than a month, suppressing her and Zhou Yunzi together. Now that a full month has passed, Moyu, suddenly startled, thinking of Li Qingshan's closed-door training this month, could not help but murmur. He doesn't really want to deal with high-level foreign beasts, does he? She remembered that Li Qingshan always did what he said. Outside the boundary gate, a group of students watched Moyu leave and withdrew their gazes in disappointment. Li Qingshan is merely playing a trick. Do you guys need to make such a fuss? Han Hui had his hand on his big gun and his expression was indifferent. Xia Qingze and Wei Rong stood behind him, one on the left and one on the right, with similar expressions. After all, they were once the top 3 in New Continent, and the New Continent students in front of them had all lost to them. However, they didn't wait for the respect they used to have, not even basic courtesy. The 90 or so students from the New Continent stood across from the trio, clearly separated. Everyone seemed deaf, ignoring Han Hui's words and discussing to themselves. Forget it, Li Qingshan is probably just giving us a word of advice because he's afraid we'll mess up. Right, when we originally encountered a high-level foreign beast, we should have sent out a red signal. There's nothing to argue about. Don't try to be brave, remember to send out the blue signal when you encounter an intermediate-level beast that you can't deal with. Life is more important than points. Alright, let's go. After the discussion, all of them dispersed and scurried into the mountains. Han Hui and Xie Qingze's faces turned blue, but Wei Rong hung a mocking smile. They're just jealous of us joining the martial arts school and taking a better path. There's nothing to be angry about. Let's go. It's not like we need to care about any fire apes. Let's quickly find Li Qingshan and confirm his strength so we can go back and deliver. Han Hui nodded coldly and carried his gun towards the forest. Wei Rong looked towards the stretching mountains and a hint of fear flashed under her eyes. Li Qingshan is so fast, it's impossible for us to catch up. How can we accomplish our mission? Don't worry,
I've got it covered. Han Hui said coldly and walked into the mountains. Wei Rong had to follow, but still couldn't help but wonder. What way? Han Hui didn't open his mouth, but instead, Xie Qingze from behind followed and patiently explained. The martial arts school suddenly raised the conditions on the last day in order to let us enter the Star Realm and confirm Li Qingshan's strength. Do you think that if Li Qingshan really satisfies them, there will still be a place for us? Xie Qingze revealed a meaningful smile, glanced at Wei Rong, and stepped forward to parallel Han Hui. Wei Rong's pupils shrunk. Han Hui and Xie Qingze had obviously gotten through the air a long time ago. Approach. Wei Rong's eyes flickered up and she didn't speak out against it, but silently followed behind. The top three in the new continent were not supposed to be accompaniments. Hundreds of miles away. Ancient trees with thick branches, their crowns hooked and intertwined together, shading the sky. Li Qingshan stepped on the top of the tree canopy, overlooking the surrounding woods, his brows gradually furrowing. Still nothing? Where exactly did this group of red-horned fire apes migrate to? It can't have run away. Thinking about it made him even more anxious. The suspicious locations on the map were all labeled by the Star Source group based on the habits of the red-horned fire ape, as well as the conditions of the nearby mountains and forests. He had already traveled all the way west and surveyed a full 5 locations, and at his feet was the last suspicious site. It seems like this group of red-horned fire apes shouldn't be in the west. Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly and looked around. As far as the eye could see, it was full of dense foliage, as if the ground had been lifted up 100 meters, with occasional flying birds skimming through the forest. The Star Realm scenery is really quite different, if only it could be as unobstructed as that wasteland before. Li Qingshan sighed and tilted his head to look at the sky. Not only was the ground different, but the sky overhead was not as dim and thin as what we had seen before. At the moment, the bright sun was high in the sky, residing in the center. Oddly enough, there are no clouds in the sky. No, to be precise, there is no sky, only stars. Even the blinding sunlight couldn't drown out the dense, twinkling starlight. What a likeness! Li Qingshan couldn't help but think of the martial space. The upgraded martial space had a similarly extra starry sky shrouded in gray mist overhead. But 2 months in reality and several years passed in space, and he still hadn't figured out what the hell that starry sky was for. Suppressing his thoughts, Li Qingshan looked at the map in his hand. Changing directions, or? The map was incredibly detailed, and in addition to the locations where the red-horned fire ape might be inhabiting, there were also the locations of many other exotic beasts. These can be confirmed by the Star Source group. Li Qingshan's eyes flickered as he swept over the addresses of the aborigines on the map and muttered. Out of courtesy, how about a house call? There were nearly 100 students searching for the red-horned fire ape. He was not far behind, he just needed to wait for the signal. With his mind made up, Li Qingshan stepped into the air and hurried forward against the tree canopy. Time passes. The hissing sound rang out suddenly and tragically. Beneath the canopy, shadows loomed as 7 or 8 cat-shaped ferocious beasts fled in all directions. In the shadows, it was as if there was a god of death traveling through, and the occasional flash of bright light was a shower of blood. A few seconds later, the hissing came to an abrupt end. In the center of the ground full of mutilated corpses, a silhouette appeared, carrying a long, blood-dripping sword. Kill monster, +1 experience in Wudao space, available time increased by 1 year. Kill a monster, experience of Wudao space +3, available time increased by 3 years. As his eyes swept over the panel, Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Too poor, next house. Quiet and peaceful mountain forests, like a calm lake smashed by a boulder into the surface, birds flying in fright, as if the waves set off. Ghostly figures, weaving between the forest shadows, like the god of death reaping, leaving behind a scene of bloodshed. Li Qingshan followed that address on the map and visited one after another. Although they were all just first-order ferocious beasts, they couldn't help but accumulate. On the panel, the available time column keeps jumping. Chapter 107, The Blue Sea. Hiss. More than 10 meters long silver and white python, the body coiled around the ancient tree, cold vertical pupil staring down at the tiny human. The snake's letter gulped and the cold mist invaded. Pust. The shadow of the knife flashed, and the body and head were separated. The head of the snake, a meter in diameter, crashed down and the python body slid helplessly down the trunk of the tree. The pupil that had lost its vitality was as bright as a mirror, reflecting the figure of Li Qingshan as if it had never moved. Kill a monster, experience of Wudao space +20, available time increased by 20 years.
The panel prompt flashed past his eyes, but Li Qingshan didn't smile much. It wasn't really a surprise that a second-stage low-level ferocious beast had 10 points less experience than Zhu Ping. After all, evil god followers were all self-generated bonus experience packs. What makes it hard for him is that weak. The second-order low-level alien beasts were too weak. Weaker than even Zhu Ping. Not only was he able to kill it easily, but all the other students were likewise able to do the same. Li Qingshan turned his head to look around, his ghostly gaze seeming to span thousands of mountains. They must, by now, be robbing me of my monsters? As soon as he thought of this, Li Qingshan had a few more points of urgency in his eyes and hurriedly pulled out the map. The mountains and forests stretched endlessly, and before the arrival of the red-horned fire ape, the surroundings were not devoid of other foreign beasts. However, because the incoming martial artists were only at the 10th level of body forging, it was difficult to complete the purge. The beasts also existed sporadically, with no packs, and did not affect the development of resources. The Star Source group was only on the map, marking the directions of the foreign beasts within a radius of 1,000 miles as a warning. Among them, the first-order ferocious beasts in the west had already been eliminated by him, leaving only a dozen or so second-order alien beasts located. It must go faster, not a single one must be spared. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with a vicious color, his body shot out and disappeared between the mountains and forests once again. Southeast of the boundary gate, in a dense forest, Han Hui scouted ahead, with Xie Qingze and Wei Rong following behind. Han Hui, what exactly do you mean by a solution? Wei Rong glanced at the dark woods around her, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. If we want to deal with Li Qingshan, why don't we go west and have to burrow in this forest? Against Li Qingshan? Han Hui turned around and glanced at Wei Rong with the eyes of an idiot. Without waiting for Wei Rong to have a fit, he turned back around and continued to stare at the ground, from time to time using the lance in his hand to pluck away the stumps and withered leaves. You! Wei Rong's face flushed red. Don't rush, don't disturb him. Xie Qingze gently shook his head and spoke. Don't forget the importance that the two vice pavilion masters place on Li Qingshan, and it was only a month ago that Li Qingshan defeated Mao Yu and Zhou Yunze to take the first place in the old continent. The three of us may not be able to take him down, and even if we do succeed, there's no guarantee that we won't be discovered by the others. Wei Rong took a deep breath and calmed down, but still pointed ahead defiantly. Han Hui was bending and bowing, using his palms to plow through the fallen leaves. And what's the point of scurrying around in these woods? Follow him around picking up trash? Idiot! Han Hui sneered and raised his left hand. A dozen fiery red hairs flying in the wind. As time passed, Han Hui's trio burrowed deeper and deeper into the dense forest. With the boundary gate as the center, within a radius of 1,000 miles, nearly 100 students cleared and surveyed all the way as shown on the map, but still found nothing. Boundary gate west. A young man holding a long sword with a cold expression rushed straight towards the lion-headed and deer-bodied alien beast in front of him that was 1 story tall. Suddenly, boom! Thunderbolts of lightning fall from the sky. The foreign beasts were turned into a rain of blood, and their limbs were flying. Kill a monster, experience in Wudao space plus 20, available time increased by 20 years. Phew! Li Qingshan landed on his feet and stepped on the grass covered in blood, sighing in relief. He looked up at the long sword close at hand and smiled slightly. This student, you're welcome. Also, I've wrapped up this area to the west, so please survey in a different direction. Package. The field? The youth froze and watched as Li Qingshan stepped on his right foot and charged into the sky once again. But a few seconds later. Sorry, I was in a hurry earlier. The apologetic voice rang in his ears, his tone extraordinarily serious. Students, remember to send red rattling arrows when you come across the red-horned fire ape's habitat. Even if it's a fallen mid-level fey beast, send out the blue ringing arrows. Don't take any chances, the foreign beasts here are strong, you can't grasp them. The youth jumped in place and turned to look. No one. Not only was there no one behind him, there was no one up, down, left or right in all directions. The youth gulped, horror welling up under his eyes. Was it really Li Qingshan? It's not a ghost, is it? Thinking of this, the youth leapt forward, changed directions, and ran off at the drop of a hat. Not far away. Above the canopy of the tree, Li Qingshan looked down on the distant back, his gaze ghostly. Scare away another monster robber. Retracting his gaze, he turned his head towards the endless mountains and pulled out a map to compare. There are only 5 markers left, and there's a mid-level alien beast. Li Qingshan's eyes brightened slightly as he clung to the canopy of the tree and stepped into the air.
An hour later, somewhere in the western mountains.
The oval-shaped lake is hundreds of meters in diameter, its water is bright and sparkling, like eyes set in a green earth. The 20-meter-long giant crocodile belly flopped and floated on the lake. A line of blood emerges abruptly from tail to head, the entrails slipping away and the blood staining the lake. Kill a monster, experience in Wudao space plus 40, available time increased by 40 years. At the edge of the lake, Li Qingshan carried his sword in his right hand and stopped. It should be cleaned up. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise as his eyes swept over the column of martial arts space. Function, martial arts space LV 2587 10000. Available time, 575 years and 241 days. Time flow rate, 1:100. The original 100 experience didn't disappear after the martial space was upgraded. In other words, after entering the Stargate this time, he had earned a total of 487 experience points. Less than 2 hours and earned 487 years of available time. Sure enough, I was right before, the Stargate is my experience copy. No, to be precise, a first-order Stargate is the way to go. Li Qingshan's eyes flickered, remembering the words of Director 47 Hai Wang. The purpling schoolhouse suppressed a second-order Stargate, and the inside had long been swept by countless Qi and Blood Realm seniors for an unknown number of times. Unless a beast tide broke out, it would be difficult for him to search for the foreign beasts even if he went in. In comparison, this first-order Stargate at the moment was simply an unexplored blue ocean. Phew! Faint stabbing chirps came faintly, Li Qingshan's ears twitched slightly and jerked his head up to look at the sky. The stars remain the same and the sun is high. But tens of thousands of meters up in the air in the distance. A touch of blue was like smoke and mist, as if it were a cloud, and it stood out in the sunlight. The signal is coming. Li Qingshan stepped heavily with his right foot. Boom! The ground cracked with spiderweb cracks, and his figure rose up, crashing through the sound barrier air wall. Waves of white air were thrown behind them, and sound explosions rang out with every foot that stepped into the air. 300 miles, not far. Li Qingshan's gaze was like electricity, and after determining the direction, his feet stepped in succession. However, the successive sonic booms gradually subsided, and all the air currents were transformed into boosts as the speed soared once more. Skyrocket maze.